You are naturally suffering from mania, depression, and hyperbear syndrome. At the age of 3, he used a small knife to cut someone's buttocks. At the age of 5, he attacked someone. And at the age of 9, when a small dog barked at you, you directly killed all 800 dogs nearby. At the age of 18, when dining at a restaurant, just because someone asked you, "What are you looking at?" you almost ripped out the person's tongue alive. Dad was so angry with you that mom also jumped into the river, and you were sent to a mental hospital by the government for 2.5 years of treatment. Just out of the hospital today, you encountered a little troublemaker challenging your bottom line. You were sitting in the mall waiting for your aunt to pick you up. At this moment, a middle-aged woman with a 7 or 8-year-old child walked over. The middle-aged woman sat down with the child in a middle seat. You glanced lightly, and then ignored them. In just a moment, a noisy commotion was heard coming from the side. It turned out that the middle-aged woman had brought a child who was shouting and jumping around in the rest area, sometimes pushing the table non-stop, sometimes grabbing someone else's seat and shaking it vigorously, throwing things around the rest area, and almost hitting someone. When you see someone holding something, just grab it directly. If the other person doesn't give it to you, this little brat will spit on their face, causing complaints from everyone in the rest area, making the parents of the children look askance. The middle-aged woman seemed to be blind to her own child's actions. Not only did she turn a blind eye, but she also smiled as if thinking, "My son is amazing." Finally, it became a mess, and some customers reminded her to take care of her own child. The middle-aged woman acted as if she hadn't heard anything, holding her phone and watching Douyin, with the sound playing out loud, making people's ears hurt. Unable to handle the situation, someone called the staff over. The staff who came from the mall is a girl in her 20s. After coming over and seeing the situation on the scene, she knew what was going on, so she politely reminded her to take care of her child. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes at the words and said loudly, "We are customers of your mall. Customers are gods, and you are here to serve us. Do you understand?" The girl was a little impatient. "But your child is disturbing other customers. Please restrain him a little." But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the middle-aged woman. "This is a public place. Why can't our little treasure play here? Besides, who do you think you are? We haven't broken any laws. We're not afraid even if the police come." The crowd frowned and whispered about their bad luck. Everyone can see that this is an unreasonable old thing. There is nothing to say to such a person. Whoever gets involved will be unlucky. The girl was a little angry. "Madam, if you don't control your child, then I will have to ask you to leave." "What?" The old man's eyes widened like copper bells, shouting in an exaggerated voice, "How dare you ask me to leave? Who do you think you are? What is your employee number? I will complain about you and make you lose your job." The girl blushed, about to say something, but the boy suddenly ran over and grabbed her skirt. He pulled it hard, breaking the zipper directly, causing the skirt to fall off. Fortunately, the girl reacted quickly and caught the skirt, avoiding a wardrobe malfunction. White. She's wearing white pants. The girl was so embarrassed by the situation that she turned red in the face, raised her hand as if to hit the little brat, but didn't actually hit him, just made herself cry in anger. But the middle-aged woman was not happy. She stood up and pushed the girl back a few steps, almost causing her to fall. "What's wrong with you? How dare you hit someone? Call the police. Call the police. Someone is hitting people." Then she looked at the girl and cursed loudly. "You little, shameless thing, wearing such a short skirt. It comes off with just a pull." The young girl was thin-skinned and no match for this old woman. She cried on the spot, covering her skirt and ran away. There are a few customers who can't stand it and criticize. "Your child is too much. No sense of public morality. The beam is not straight. The beam is crooked. What kind of child? What kind of parent?" The middle-aged woman, however, remained calm. "You have quality. You have public morality. What's wrong with them all? If you find it noisy, go lie in a coffin." "Humph. Manners. Charging a child for what? My son is so well-behaved and lively. You are clearly just jealous." Everyone was speechless. Having such a host was really frustrating. The little brat has his mother backing him up, and he proudly shouts with his hand outstretched, "Kill all of you." After shouting, he even spat at the nearest customer and laughed heartily. The customer's face turned red with anger, trembling all over, but after all, being an adult, couldn't argue with a child, could only leave angrily, out of sight, out of mind. You watch the whole process, but you are also annoyed by that little brat, already on the verge of exploding. At this time, he remembered the conversation with Dr. Lee before, took out the earphones and put them on, ready to listen to music. At this moment, the little thing suddenly saw you and ran up to you. "Give it to me. I want to play a game." You paused for a moment and instinctively asked, "What do you want?" The little kid said, "Give me your phone." I want to play games. Get lost. You remembered Dr. Lee's words and didn't want to deal with him. As a result, this little brat almost poked you in the face with his chubby fingers. Give it to me quickly, or I'll beat you to death. You rolled your eyes and impatiently said, get lost, go as far as you can. But the little one wouldn't give up and insisted on you giving him the phone, even when you refused. And when he saw that Su Lin didn't give it to him, he even took matters into his own hands and tried to grab the cell phone. Little his mom saw it, and instead of stopping it, he blamed Surin. What's wrong with you? You're quite a big man. What's the point of bothering with a child? If he wants to play with his cell phone, you can give him a moment to play with it. What can it do? It's not bad. A broken cell phone. Like it's a treasure. Listen to this old little buzzing in your ears. All of a sudden, the blood in Surin's head began to boil, as if he was about to explode. His ears were also buzzing, and gold stars were starting to appear in front of his eyes. At the critical moment, Surin took a deep breath and he realized he was about to lose control. Though he suffers from hypermasculine syndrome and has serious mental problems, but it's not as if the 5 years of treatment haven't had any effect at all. At the very least, he now knows that it's definitely against the law to kill someone in public. So Su Lin took out the tranquilizer pills from his pocket, ready to take two to control his impending stormy mental state, which knows that little saw Su Lin ignoring him. I can't believe I'm putting my hand up. With one hand, he snatched Su Lin's pill bottle and hid it behind his back. Su Lin's fire rubbed off on him. Gritting his teeth, two words emerged from them. Give it to me. Just don't. Don't. What can you do to me? Little proudly poked his tongue out at Su Lin and made a face. Su Lin forcibly controlled what was left of his sanity. Give me the medicine quickly. Why do you want your medicine? I won't give it to you. Come and grab it if you can. While saying that, this little even unscrewed the pill bottle, pouring all the tranquilizers inside into a nearby basin. He also stirred it twice with his hand. After getting mud all over the medicine pellets, he grabbed them to hand them to Su Lin. Here you go. Eat it, he said with a big grin and a look of what can you do to me. The little mom smiled and gave a thumbs up. Gee, my son is fantastic. Ha! Su Lin laughed, coldly. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Living Hades system activated. Task 1, punish the bear children family. Mission completion, 0%. Reward, different rewards are available according to the degree of task completion. The voice in the back of his head was still saying something, but Su Lin didn't care at all. He just lifted his foot and kicked it hard with a sardonic grin. Boo! Next, the old who had just praised his son for being awesome. He saw his little baby being kicked by Su Lin in a flying kick, and his entire body flew backwards like a rotten rag stacked on top of each other, ruthlessly hitting the table next to him. Everyone was stunned. The middle-aged woman was also stunned and dumbfounded, unable to speak. But that's not the end of it. Not waiting for the old thing to react, Su Lin rushed over and picked up a small face of paste and dropped it to the ground like a mud cannon. Bang! With a loud thud, the little man slumped to the ground like mud, and finally reacted after a long time, wailing in pain and screaming for help. The entire rest area was silent in an instant. Everyone was shocked by Su Lin. Su Lin wasn't polite at all, and with another kicked the little under the table. His face was smashed on the steps, his nose whistling blood out. Until then, it was the sound of his mom killing a pig that rang out. Ah! You dare to hit someone, kill someone, help! And the crowd reacted, hurrying to speak out while advising Su Lin not to be impulsive. All the while, he was tacitly squeezing his mom against the wall, unable to move. Su Lin walked over and squatted in front of the little thing's body, grabbed his hair and forcefully yanked his head up. Want to play a game, right? Fine. What game? I'll play with you, Surin asked him. A small face full of blood was dumbfounded, struggling with panic. Mom, it's breaking down in tears. Su Lin slapped the little thing in the face. Drafting? I asked you a question. Talk. The little thing was whipped into a human daze and cried out in terror. Eat chicken, play chicken. Well, it's all right, it's pretty clear. Su Lin smiled and said, you want to play chicken, right? I'll play with you. Someone dropped a little rolling pin next to me. Su Lin picked it up and slammed it on the little thing's head. One by one, several large bags were soon smashed. Surin was getting more and more excited. Pretty tough helmet. What level head? The poor little people are getting scared out of their wits. The headache was as bad as a crack, and the whole man couldn't speak a word of fear. Su Lin still didn't intend to let him off the hook and asked cheerfully, still playing? The little head shook like a rattle. I'll play with you. How dare you not? Cursed. Furious, Su Lin grabbed his head and clunked it to the ground. Little seemed to wake up by this smash. His eyes cleared, and he covered his head in pain and screamed, play. Only then did Su Lin nod his head in satisfaction and say, "Then I'll play with you a little longer." "Ha! Don't play. I'll never play again." Little cried his heart out. Asterisk 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 Q. Surin slapped another slap on the little face. Angrily, he said, "Old me worked hard to play chicken with you, and you dare to refuse? Ah! Help! 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 Mommy! Mommy!" The little tearful cry. At this point, little S mom finally pushed through the crowd and lunged at Su Lin, hugging and scratching Su Lin's thighs. "Let go of my son." How could Su Lin let her have her way? The foot jerked and kicked her to the ground again. The kick made this old man numb and confused. Surin, however, wasn't about to let her go, grabbed her by the hair and knocked her head to the ground. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, asterisk 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 asterisk. However, Su Lin still didn't stop, his eyes flashing with excitement. Unfortunately, this mall's lounge area is thickly carpeted with, slows down the impact somewhat. Otherwise, these few strikes from Surin alone can open the old S head. Su Lin noticed this as well, and licked his tongue. Sadly, what kind of mall is this? What kind of carpet is this? Is there any law at all? It's important to catch up on your new book as it sets sail, so be sure to do so. Guaranteed to be cool. Breast nodule treatment options. End of chapter. Chapter 3, I'm a psychopath. To be honest, at this moment, Su Lin wanted to have a knife in his hand, but no, so he could only slam the old head into the ground one after another. And I don't know if it's the old thing's head that's hard, or the carpet that's too soft. A lot of banging. The old thing didn't even have a broken scalp, just several large bumps, but the man remained wide awake and shouted, "Help! Help! Kill!" The other customers, seeing that someone was really going to die, hurriedly swarmed to pull Su Lin away. "Little brother, forget about it, can't commit a crime. That's right, it's enough to take out the anger. It's not worth it to really kill her. Little brother, calm down, calm down." The crowd calmed Su Lin down and the old man, however, slowed down and tore his voice and ghostly wailed, "Call the police, call the police," beating people up, killing people. While saying that, he even came to pull Su Lin's clothes. Su Lin kicked her away. "If you dare to touch me again, I'll kill you, believe it or not." The voice was very calm, like it was saying hello or something, but what lay beneath that calm was chilling. The little thing's mom screamed in pain, and looking at Su Lin's hostile eyes, finally too scared to come back over. One could only hide from afar and look at Su Lin with a hateful gaze. Sure, something like this happened. You can't leave. You have to call the police. While waiting for the police, Su Lin suddenly remembered the voice that rang in his head just now. "I'm activating the system?" Su Lin froze slightly. Even though he's a hypermale psychopath, he naturally reads web novels. As a new young man in a new age, no stranger to the system, immediately, he began to check the system description with his consciousness. The living Hades system, which is tailor-made for psychopaths, aims to fight evil with evil and punish the wicked. The system will independently release the task. After completing the task, according to the degree of completion of the task in the system evaluation, you can get the corresponding reward. Task 1 completed, 15%. Note, try to become a living hell. Interesting. Su Lin looked at the system description and smiled. Wasn't the system just made for him? A perfect match for him. How come the mission completion is only 15% though? Looks like there's some work to be done. When the police arrived, bring Su Lin and a small and a big two to the police station. And of course there was the staff on hand, as well as a couple of munchers. Once inside the police station, that old thing acted as if she had gained power, and with a voice like a broken gong, she shouted for Su Lin to pay for her baby son and her own medical bills. The cop looked at the old thing breathlessly and told him to be quiet. But this old thing may be relying on the fact that in the police station Su Lin dare not do anything. Shouting, he even came up to pull Su Lin's clothes again. Of course Su Lin wouldn't spoil her, lifting his hand to slap and flinging it over. The slap missed, however, and was stopped by a nearby police officer. "Su Lin, this is the police station. Keep it. Here's a note. Surin could be considered a celebrity in this area with a verifiable war record. It's been in the police system for a long time. The police officers at the police station knew him and knew that he had just been released from the mental hospital today. I just didn't realize that the hour hadn't come and gone. Surprisingly, something went wrong. These people are also spinning in circles with headaches. What's going on? Someone tell us?" A cop looked helplessly at the mall worker. The little girl still had tear marks on her face, and intermittently told what had just happened, plus a few additions from a few of the next eaters. It didn't take long for a couple of police officers from the police station to figure out what had happened. "What do you think you're doing messing with him for nothing?" a civilian police officer said breathlessly at the old thing. "What? You guys know each other? Good. You want to harbor him? Where's your police number? I'm going to file a complaint. I'm going to make you lose your job. As soon as the old thing saw that Su Lin and the police knew each other, he immediately shouted without relenting. A policeman skimmed the surface. Speak properly. This is the police station, not your home. Besides, the fault is yours first. What's the point of throwing people's medicine for nothing? The little mom got better and crossed her arms and screamed. A bottle of lousy medicine can be worth a few dollars. My son threw it away. The big deal is that I'll pay you back. But what gives you the right to hit my son? When he said that, her son was hiding behind her, looking at Su Lin with a fearful expression. Su Lin was happy and said, I just got out of a mental hospital with a mental illness, and that drug was a Valium. The old man obviously didn't believe it, pointing at Su Lin's nose from a long distance and shouting, You have mental illness? I'm still mentally ill. Don't try to fool around. You won't be able to live without paying for your medical bills. Su Lin looked at her with amusement. You don't know if I'm doing well, or you can come home with me and take a look? You, dog thing. I'm not finished with you. The old thing was so angry that his body shook as if a gasoline barrel had become a spirit, pointing at Su Lin and unable to say a word. Okay, Su Lin, stop it. A few police officers couldn't do anything with Solem either. It's impossible to reason with this kind of person who suffers from mental illness. It's really a waste of time to hit you. In the end, there's no way out. These policemen could only call Su Lin's aunt. Su Lingwan, tell her to hurry and come to the police station to fetch Solem back. The old certainly didn't agree that, making noise that these cops are related to Solem, Umbrella or something, and to meet their leaders. There's no way around it. A couple of cops got cold feet, too. That's the way it's going to be handled. If you don't like it, go sue wherever you like. We'll take it all on. This mother and son looked like they were having a good time, but in reality, because of the carpet, the injuries were not serious enough to be a problem. Really, there's nothing they can do to deal with a psychopath. You said send it back to the mental hospital. Who doesn't know the famous Su Lin in the mental hospital of Jiangqing City? It's so hard to deliver. Who dares to take it? It can only be dealt with in such a big way and in such a small way. The old eyes saw no way out. Just be vicious. Fine. Su Lin right. You wait for me. If I don't break your bones, I'll follow your surname in this life. Surin immediately called out. Officer, she's terrorizing me. He's going to hit me. I'm so scared. Arrest him. The cop almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I thought to myself, does that look like you're scared? I don't even care to expose you. Okay, cut the crap. The policeman glared at Su Lin in a good humor, and then said to that old man again, Zhang Aiqin, I'll pretend I didn't hear you this time, and I'll also warn you that this is a society of law and order. Don't mess around. And again, if you're really upset, you'll be the one who loses out in the end. Believe it or not? The old thing naturally didn't believe it, and his face was grim. Request a follow-up reading. End of chapter. Chapter 4, no surveillance here? How can this be good? Chapter 4, no surveillance here? How can this be good? The old name is Zhang Aiqin. The little thing is called Wang Xiaoqiang, and the family lives in Wei Road 37. Su Lin had just piggybacked on the two men's files and memorized them. Humph. Anyway, this isn't over. So just wait. Before Zhang Aiqin left, she once again said viciously. Su Lin was happy. Want to find me for a fight? Fine. Can we make a date? Surin's expression was very sincere. He really wanted to find Zhang Aiqin to cut a fight. He used to watch movies and loved those serial killers in foreign movies. Seriously, Su Lin had never experienced it in his long life. Now that you have the opportunity, of course you have to experience it. Zhang Aiqin was all pissed off and laughed, saying sorrowfully, Fine. I'll see how long you keep your mouth shut. You step on me. After saying this is dragging the trembling little away. These two haven't been gone long. Su Lin's aunt Su Lingwan then came in a hurry. I'm sorry. I was going to pick him up today. Something came up at home and I ended up being really sorry. As soon as she came in, Su Lingwan apologized to several police officers. Never mind. Let home and keep a good eye on him. Don't let anything else happen. The police also know that with people like Su Lin, anyone has a headache, so they didn't criticize Su Lingwan too harshly. Just tell her to take it home and keep an eye on it. Try not to go out. That's it. Su Lin followed Su Lingwan back home, and Zhang Aiqin frame did not play into. His heart still feel quite sorry, always looking for an opportunity to make up for it. But what Surin didn't expect was that soon the opportunity came. Road. Su Lingwan caught Su Lin counting for a long time. Blame him for not having the surgery to hit someone. Su Lin wasn't angry and happily listened. To be honest, only Su Lingwan in this world dared to count Su Lin out like this. If it were anyone else, Su Lin would have exploded long ago. While listening to his aunt's nagging, he checked the quest completion level and it turned out that completion had surprisingly increased from 15% to 18%. Solim is happy. It looks like that repeated horizontal jump he did adds to the finish as well. Well, you're playing with the system, aren't you? If you play like that, then I love you. Su Lingjuan's home is in an old, run-down neighborhood. This neighborhood used to be the woolen mill workers' neighborhood. Then the woolen mill closed down and the neighborhood fell into disrepair. By coincidence, the Mao spinning factory neighborhood is on Wei Road, quite close to Zhang Yiqin and his family. It also set the stage for what happened later. Su Lingwan took Su Lin back home. As soon as he entered, Su Lin's brows were furrowed. Surin's aunt was lying drunk on the living room couch. His aunt's name was Lin Jianxiang, and he used to be a worker in the woolen mill as well. After the factory closed down, the two had no other crafts. Just a little restaurant in the neighborhood. Business is okay. It was not bad for the two families at first, but then I don't know who flirted with it. Ilam King Kong even dabbled in gambling and abused alcohol. Gambling, this thing, since ancient times, anyone who dabbles in it, absolutely no good end. Lin Jianxiang is naturally no exception. Not a year or two, the two families have lost all the family money, causing Su Lingwan all day in tears. But at this point, Lin Jianxiang still does not know how to return to the heart, always thinking of turning over the money, so he borrowed money to gamble around. But the capital did not turn out to be successful. But on the contrary, all the borrowed money lost, got into a lot of debt. If it wasn't for that little restaurant at home, life would be a problem. In this case, Lin Jianxiang has a problem with the fact that Su Lingwan paid for Su Lin's medical expenses. The two often argue about it. Along with that, Lin Jianxiang was particularly unkind to Su Lin. When you meet, your nose is not your nose and your eyes are not your eyes. The reasons are self-evident. Surin is a psychopath, though, but not stupid. This is also well known, but at least his aunt was there, so he didn't say anything. Drinking again? Who's at the store? Seeing her husband lying drunk on the sofa, Su Lingwan asked in dissatisfaction. Lin Jianxiang grunted. First, he coldly glanced at Su Lin, and only then did he say through his nose, "Who told you to bring him back? He's my nephew. Have you forgotten what we talked about this morning?" Su Lingwan raised her voice all of a sudden, her eyes red. Lin Jianxiang muttered something under his breath, didn't say anything else, turned around and carried the bottle of wine out. "Ignore your aunt. He's like that." Su Lingwan said to Su Lin with red eyes. "Have you eaten yet? I'll cook for you." Surin honestly said no. Su Lingwan then turned around and went inside to cook for Su Lin. After dinner, because it's a little busy at the hotel, Su Lingwan then settled Su Lin to rest at home, and then left in a hurry herself. Su Lin was left alone and naturally couldn't stay. He's only at 18% mission completion. He's got to step it up. So grabbed the keys and went downstairs for a walk. The woolen mill is said to be on Wei Road, but in reality it is still some distance away from Wei Street. You need to go through a deep alley to get there. This side of town belongs to the old town. It's not very well developed, and the alley is off the beaten path, and there are big bubblegums growing next to it, blocking out the sun. It made the whole alley seem particularly dark. Plus it was getting late, so there wasn't much of a crowd. Su Lin had just walked along the alley for a short while. 4 or 5 tall men blocked him. The men were all menacing, carrying thrown clubs and machetes. It looks fraught. At the head of the group was an armed man with a tattoo on his arm. Up came the cold face and the sinister eyes. "You're the one who bullied my son." A few more people in the back swarmed around and put Su Lin under firm control. Su Lin immediately understood that. It's that little old man coming to the door. He was immediately excited. But the heart is strange. How do they know I live here? Forget it. Should we kill someone? But, Dr. Li said that killing is against the law. Surin had some hesitation. The armed man cursed and walked over to Su Lin, grabbing him by the hair and cursing. "Little, my son, you even dare to hit. 500,000. Do not want to be less than a penny. 1 penny less and I'll waste you. There's no surveillance here. No one would know if they chopped you up." Su Lin heard that. No surveillance? No one knows about the chopping? There is such a thing as a good thing? At once, Su Lin's brain buzzed as if something had exploded. His blood instantly boiled, and his eyes turned red. So, Solian threw a punch at the big face that was close by. Touch, yell. You, the old momentary inattention. By the Su Lin punch to the nose, straight blood, covering his nose, he stumbled back. While we're at it, with a forceful twist of his arm, Su Lin escaped from the control of several people behind him. Then down the road was a Enin kick. Next. Oh, end of chapter. Chapter 5, no, I can't take it. Chapter 5, no, I can't take it. Don't think that these two moves of Su Lin's were used casually. In addition to his cultural studies in the mental hospital during these years, I don't know what kind of doctor has nothing better to do. Surprisingly, he had also found quite a few fighting books for Su Lin to read. What intercepting fist, Baji fist, what with the free sparring, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He even thoughtfully took quite a few actual combat CDs for Su Lin to watch. There are also systematic training methods. I forgot to mention, although Surin suffers from superhero syndrome, he has a very high IQ. So while just reading books and watching videos to teach myself, but 5 years of practicing, the usual 7 or 8 big men were not necessarily in his eyes. And he's also a psychopath who never thinks twice about what he's doing when he strikes. Plus he still works out every day in the mental hospital. The result is overdeveloped muscles and great strength. So you just want to go. Asterisk. Hiss. The man behind him was convulsed by Su Lin's underhanded kick and fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. The few remaining people were stunned and outright dumbfounded. Su Lin followed the trend of an 8 trigrams wandering body, dripping and turning to the other person's side. Then there was a crane peck that viciously pecked at the man's wrist. The blow was powerful. The man screamed miserably and the machete in his hand flew out of his hand and was grabbed by Su Lin. At this point, the old man finally reacted and cursed and then carried a stick and smashed it over Su Lin's head. The stick was really strong and fast. It can also be seen that this old hand to also have 2 brushes under the hand. However, Su Lin was also a small genius, and flashing through was naturally no problem. But he doesn't flash at all. Flushed with excitement, carrying a machete, he aimed at the top of the old head and cut it. It's a total no-holds-barred approach. The old expression changed from a scowl to panic, and from panic to fear. Just like this, Su Lin's machete slashed inch by inch toward the top of the old's head, and the old stick fell inch by inch toward the top of Su Lin's head. Su Lin was trembling with excitement, every cell leaping. An indescribable thrill raced through his body, making his pores dilate and the skin was showing an abnormal red color. The old finally got scared and this kind of desperate fighting style of Su Lin's chilled him. As soon as his guts were scattered, he busily drew his stick and retreated. Surin's machete grazed the tip of his nose and landed, cutting a drop of cold sweat in half. The knife slashed against the wall next to him, splattering a series of sparks directly in the air. The sound particularly harsh to the ear. No one is hitting anyone. Draft? You're going to kill someone. Draft. The old I don't know whether he is angry or scared. He is trembling. What the hell are you hiding for? Su Lin is really about to die of anger. It's too much of a bully to see the duck in the hand fly away. He was furious and charged with his machete. Also don't care about any sword and fist, chopping his head and face toward the old face and chopping it. The few people beside him were stunned by Su Lin's ferocious and desperate fighting style. For a moment, he unexpectedly didn't react and watched as Su Lin chased and slashed his own boss. The old man was scared out of his wits by the hideous face of Su Lin. His legs seemed to go limp, and he rolled and twisted his head to run. The others woke up with a start. Hurry up and run. 2. How could Su Lin let them go so easily? Carrying a machete and chasing after them frantically, while chasing and shouting, drafting, stop. When the old and his men heard this, they ran even more happily. With Su Lin Xiong's super comprehensive physique plus Ling Bo Weibu's kung fu, he didn't even catch up. It seems it's true that desperate situations can stimulate the human body's potential. In the blink of an eye, he chased out of the alley. Passers-by were messed up at the sight of it. A man chasing after 5 or 6 people to cut? Rush to stop the man all over again and call the police at the same time. It didn't take long for the police to arrive. The same familiar faces from before. A look at the scene. Our scalp can only bring a few people all to the police station. So what? You just left us here not even 2 hours ago, right? The police looked at Surin's head. Report officer, he's trying to kill me. The old wicked. He was really scared out of his wits. His face was pale, with cold sweat all over it, and he was scared when he looked at Su Lin. Su Lin skimmed his mouth and took a disdainful look at the ceiling. Well, there's surveillance here. What the hell is going on? The civilian police had 2 heads in one. The old broke off and told the story. After listening, several police officers were speechless. It's like this is still a serialized drama. Tell me about you guys. What's this all about? How come you're still looking for revenge? And you're holding a watermelon knife? What do you want to do? A civilian police officer stared at the old man angrily. Su Lin nodded his head on the sidelines. No, it's making me so scared. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched collectively. Su Lin, you have the nerve to say, you call that fear? A person chasing after several people. Is that how fear works in your family? The civilian comrade was on the verge of spitting blood. exasperated. That's not true, comrade policeman. You don't know. He really wanted to cut me to death with a knife. The old cried with a handful of snot and tears, and it seems that he is really scared out of his wits. Looking at Surin with disdain. How can you be a socialite with that? I'm just begging to be fed at home. Well, if you don't want to go to jail, hold your pussy. You caused the incident. Cut you to death. People at most belong to self-defense. The police don't want to make a big deal out of it. If something happens, their performance appraisal for the month will have to go down the drain again. Come here, all of you, and all of you sign a pledge for me that this is over, and no one is allowed to trouble the other in the future. But, the old man wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the police impatiently. I'd say you're almost done. I haven't even held you accountable for carrying a controlled substance. Only then did the old man stop talking, only taking wrathful eyes to look at Su Lin. Right. Solian. The police handed over a pen and paper. Surin shook his head. Can't write a bit. The civilian police froze. Why? Solian said. I really want to get him killed. He means what he says. He's absolutely sincere. Scared old sweaty hairs stood up and exclaimed. Officer, look at him. Look at him. The faces of several policemen were also serious. Su Lin, you're not kidding? Killing is against the law. It's punishable by jail. Do you want to go to jail? Su Lin said. Jail is jail. I have to get him killed. Otherwise I can't swallow this breath. Hiss. With these words, the old and a few of his men, including a few civilian police, all sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the old. It was more like looking at Su Lin like he was a psychopath. But what he doesn't realize is that Solim is a psychopath, or a psychopath suffering from hypermasculine syndrome. The faces of the police officers grew serious. A police officer thought for a moment and, through the system, looked up the phone number of Surin's attending physician. Dr. Lee Degwon? You hurry up and come to the police station. End of chapter. Chapter 6 Calling Big Brother is also too raw. Call father. Chapter 6 Calling Big Brother is also too raw. To call father. Half an hour later, Lee Degwon ran into the police station sweating. Su Lin immediately smiled and gave him a greeting. Hello, Dr. Lee, long time no see. I just saw you this morning. Lee Degwon shouted somewhat hysterically, causing Su Lin to wonder why he was so angry. Next, the police told what had just happened, adding a sentence afterward. We need you to retest him psychologically. Fail the test and you take him back. Lee Degwon figured out what happened and looked at the old man angrily. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Why are you messing with this living hell? He hated his iron and gave the old introduction to Su Lin's war record, because the puppy barked at him, and in a fit of rage, he killed 52 dogs in the neighborhood and piled them on top of each other. And the spectacle, well, think for yourself. Walking down the street, a car behind him thought he was going slow and hit the horn, and he chased him right into someone's house and cut up the driver so badly he couldn't get out of bed for months. Going to a restaurant, he almost pulled someone's tongue out alive and his eyes almost snapped out just because they asked him what you were looking at. When the mental patients in our hospital saw him, they didn't even dare to breathe a word, and some of them were scared well enough to carry their luggage and run away in the night. Once a couple of guys called him a cutie. He was so angry that 7 or 8 people he beat up alone were hospitalized. Their legs were broken, and the stubble of their bones was exposed. The more the old man listened to it, the more he was afraid, and his tongue was in knots. This is okay? Dr. Lee gave him a helpless look. He's licensed. Crowd. The civilian police interjected. Alright, don't introduce this kid's record. Hurry up and get him tested. With his mental state, you guys would be extremely irresponsible to society if you let him out of the hospital. Blame me? Dr. Lee also had 2 big heads and reluctantly took out his book, ready to give Su Lin a test. Next up is field test time. A question and answer. And the Q&A are all pretty normal questions. The question flew, and Solian answered it. Dr. Lee was nothing, and the police didn't feel anything. However, Wang Xiaoqiang's father and the few gangsters are the more they listen to the more wrong. The more they listen to the face more white. There's nothing wrong with the problem. It's like asking a little kid, what's all this about what you'd do if someone else bumped into you? What are you supposed to do when someone glares at you? Etc. Surin's answer couldn't have been more different. It's okay to say sorry. It's okay to say thank you. Blah blah blah. But the point is, such a simple topic, coupled with such a solemn answer from Su Lin, the two together give a chilling feeling. Up to this point, Wang Xiaoqiang's father realized what he had messed with. Asterisk. Just step on a madman. Madman. Wang Xiaoqiang's father shivered and cursed. And while cursing he also took out his cell phone to check whether psychiatric murder is illegal. As a result, the more I checked, the whiter my face became. And the more I checked, the more my body shook. Within a few moments, the test was over and everything was perfect. Faced with the police officers wide-eyed, Dr. Lee said helplessly, "He has a super high IQ. He can't forget. He's memorized the correct answers. What can I do?" That said, if you don't have a solution, do we have a solution? Several of the police officers rolled their collective eyes. The test results show that this kid is a harmless, gentle, kind, super emotionally stable, good guy who doesn't like violence. Dr. Lee said, "If there's nothing for me to do, I'm leaving. My wife is dying in childbirth. Bye." After saying that, he hurriedly slipped away. Holy, Wang Xiaoqian's father's eyes were glazed over. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning for saying that? Can this be a good guy? Who's the nice guy who chased them 8 blocks with a machete? Is society so dark now? What he didn't know was that Dr. Lee didn't want Su Lin to go back there. To get rid of Surin. They've gone through a lot of trouble, and they're going to let him go back? Joke. As soon as Dr. Lee left, Wang Xiaoqian's father and the police were left wide-eyed, not knowing what to say. After a long time, a civilian police officer just frowned. "Anyway, you guys are kind of in a brawl, though no one was hurt. Is your egg okay?" "Oh, it's fine if you can't die." He cleared his throat and continued, "But since it's all fine, let's go our separate ways." Finished and then said seriously to Su Lin, "Now that you're well and out of the hospital, get a life and stay out of trouble, okay?" Su Lin shook his head. "I didn't cause any trouble. He was the one who messed with me first, so I had to kill him." Wang Xiaoqian's father's cold sweat came down and he was on the verge of crying. "Big brother, I'm wrong. I'm a bastard. I'm wrong. I've rushed you, big brother. Please spare me." Surin nodded generously, patted his shoulder and said, "You're welcome. Call what big brother? Call father. I call you horsecall." Wang Xiaoqian's father was so angry that he spat out blood and angrily cursed Su Lin. Surin blushed and said to the police, "Where's my knife? Where did you hide it?" Wang Xiaoqian's Dad. Ha! What a good boy. Su Lin was bubbling with joy, and Wang Xiaoqian's father was crying and sniffling. Okay, I'll come over and write me a pledge. This is over. No more trouble in the future. A couple of police officers came over and stifled their laughter to round up the crowd. "This Wang Xinmin is kind of a big scoundrel in the neighborhood. I didn't expect to be subdued by Su Lin today and call him father. It seems that this is a true maxim that the wicked need the wicked." So Su Lin and Wang Xinmin lay head to head on the table to write a pledge. Right while you're at it. Su Lin skimmed his lips while I said to myself, "What's the point of this thing? Can't you do it if it's guaranteed? That's for normal people. For people with morals. Not me. No morals at all." After writing the pledge, the police released several people. A few of Wang Xinmin's henchmen were like rabbits, and ran away covering their eggs in terror. It was estimated that even if they were given a few more guts, they wouldn't dare come back to trouble Su Lin. Wang Xiaoqian's father was left, looking at Su Lin, obviously wanting to put in a few harsh words, but the words came out of his mouth, but he didn't dare to say them. "Hey, are you trying to say something to me? Just say it if you want to," Surin asked kindly. Wang Xinmin was about to vomit blood, feeling that if he stayed any longer, the lookeria would have to be gashed out, so he turned and ran as fast as he could. Su Bingtian has to bow down when he sees it. Seeing Wang Xinmin run away, Su Lin licked his lips with intent. "In my heart, I'm still a bit sorry to have such a godson. It's fun, but that's okay. He already knew where this family lived. We took our time." End of chapter. Chapter 7, Doctor, I'm tired. Destroy. Hurry up. Chapter 7, Doctor, I'm tired. Destroy. Hurry up. That's when he remembered his system again. So he pulled up the system interface to look at the quest completion level. One look and it's a joy. Mission accomplished, 30%. Nice guy. A straight up 12% increase for a fight. It's so worth it. So he turned around and went into a nearby drugstore, and when people's sales clerks see a customer come to their door, they rush to welcome them and ask, "What kind of medicine do you need? Do you have any sodium cyanide?" 2 pounds. Su Lin said politely. The clerk's eyes popped. "You're so funny. Who's a good pharmacy selling that stuff? Besides you buy sodium cyanide, ga? That stuff is highly toxic." Su Lin said with extreme sincerity, "I'm going to kill someone with sodium cyanide. A family of 3, 2 pounds should be enough." Shopkeepers. In the end, the sodium cyanide still did not buy. Looking at the people's shopkeeper immediately alarmed, Su Lin can only leave the pharmacy resentfully. "After all, you just got out of the police station and you can't go back in, can you?" He's been around half a dozen more times. Went into another supermarket and caught someone, a little guide girl, saying she wanted to buy a machete. The guide subconsciously asked, "What are you buying a machete for?" Su Lin honestly said that killing. As a result, he was kicked out of the house. out of the supermarket. Su Lin was so angry in his heart. What kind of world is this? Why is it so troublesome to kill someone? Where is justice? Where is justice? Where's Dr. Lee? Dr. Lee, what are you doing? Just as he was chanting about Dr. Lee, Su Lin saw him and hurried up to greet him. As soon as Li Diguang saw Su Lin, his hair stood on end. Why are you here? What are you doing here? So what? Can you get me some sodium cyanide? Surin asked. As soon as Li Diguang heard this, his eyes began to jump and he asked in horror. What are you doing? Surin said, get their whole family killed and throw them in the river. Oh yeah, will it pollute the river? You're a green guy. Dr. Lee was furious. Who the hell cares about rivers? Oh, then I'll get their whole family killed. Li Diguang man was shocked out of his wits and shouted. Who the hell is discussing this with you? I mean for you not to kill anyone, asshole. Surin asked curiously. Why can't you kill it? You're stepping on a horse. Dr. Lee was on the verge of collapsing from Su Lin's anger. Big brother, there are cameras everywhere now. If you dare to kill someone you'll be caught and jailed. Ooh, cameras? Dr. Lee, thanks for the heads up. Su Lin suddenly realized. Li Diguang, destroy it. Hurry up. Dr. Lee ran away. Surin wandered around for half a day and bought neither poison nor machetes. In the end, he could only go home unhappy. Auntie was the only one who came back that night, while Auntie was nowhere to be seen. Probably went back to playing cards. By the next day, Su Lin ate breakfast and left early to go to Wang Xinmin and their house. It's not that far away anyway. Ended up wandering around their house for half a day. Su Lin realized that Dr. Lee was absolutely right. It's true that there is a lot of surveillance installed here. It's just pervasive. There's basically no dead space. As long as Su Lin dared to make a move to kill someone, he would definitely not be able to run away. Seems like killing isn't easy. Learned so much about deprogramming for nothing. There's not much use for it. But Surin doesn't let that stop him. Since I can't kill you in the open, I'll just dangle it in front of you. Pure disgust for you. So Su Lin went directly to Wang Xinmin and their house. Mention this here. Wang Xinmin and their family is a small, single-family courtyard in the alley. It's kinda secluded. This kind of small yard is not seen much nowadays. Along with the development of the city are disappeared. But in previous years, that would have been too normal. When we arrived near Wang Xinmin and his family's yard, from a long distance Su Lin saw Wang Xinmin's wife. That is, his mom and a sanitation worker were arguing. Walk over and listen. It turned out that Zhang Aiqin had thrown the garbage from her house around and threw it directly on the road through the wall. And instead of putting it in a garbage bag, you just throw it out. It's thrown all over the streets and it stinks. And then, from a couple of eaters on the sidelines. It's not the first time this family has done this. The sanitation workers used to help them clean up. This time, I couldn't bear it, so I came to the door to argue. The sanitation worker was an older woman, about 60 years old. At this moment, he was being exasperated by Zhang Aiqin, covering his chest and gasping for air, and he was about to faint. Zhang Aiqin, on the other hand, looked disgusted and cupped her throat to say loudly, Hey, old thing, everyone can watch it. I did not touch you. Let's stop here to touch porcelain. The ringmaster leaned against the wall for a moment to slow down and, that's what pissed me off. I'm just asking you not to leave your trash lying around. And if you can't, you can just put a bag on the door. Do you know I've been fined this month's paycheck because of your littering? Zhang Aiqin had a sneer on her face. What do I care if you lose your paycheck? Aren't you just a garbage collector? If I don't litter, won't you all lose your jobs? Besides, it's in front of our house. I can throw it however I want. What do you care? How could you? You? The ringmaster's wife covered her chest again with exasperation. Zhang Aiqin took her hand and fanned her nose. What's wrong with me? What I said is not the truth. I'm telling you, I'm not only throwing today, I'm throwing every day from now on. So what does your fine have to do with me? You are too much of a bully? The ringmaster's wife is probably an honest person. Exasperated, he cried. Some of the people eating next to me couldn't look away. There have been accusations. Zhang Aiqin, why are you so unqualified? People's master sanitation workers work hard every day to clean up for us. Can you understand a little? That's right. Littering every day. Look at what our area has been ruined by your family. Just because you litter, you're causing flies all over our house. And please, for your nightly pots of poop and pee, can you dump them in a public restroom and not throw them out through the wall? Stinking individual. No quality at all. The crowd started counting off as you and I spoke. But instead of blushing, Zhang Aiqin tilted her head and cursed. You're the only ones with quality. So quality. You pick up the old guy at your house. What's wrong with me littering? If you think there are too many flies, you move. The public restroom is so far away. which is not as convenient as throwing it out directly, and it stinks too much for you to build a toilet for our house. I don't live with me, and I don't love to live with you. All of you are poor. Listen to this. You call this human? The crowd was shivering with anger at her. Surin was also happy to hear it. He kind of saw that. I feel that this old family is not well liked in the neighborhood. The main one is an unqualified one. But just in time. This thing happens to be something I don't have either. Chess is now a part of his. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Who spit in your mouth? Don't talk nonsense. That's spit. Chapter 8, Who spit in your mouth? Don't talk nonsense. That's spit. Seeing that Zhang Aiqin was still arguing, Su Lin didn't want to hear anymore. Walked straight to Aiqin Zhang. At this point, Zhang Aiqin just happened to open her mouth wide and curse. Surin saw his chance and hey, 2A. Right 2A into Zhang Aiqin's mouth. Zhang Aiqin, vomit. Crowd, oh. He's on the ground and he's puking. Zhang Aiqin then slowed down, climbed up and ripped out his voice, ready to start cursing. But what was ushered in was a slap in the face from Su Lin. Snap. Zhang Aiqin was dazed by the beating and was just about to have a seizure. As a result, when he looked up and saw that it was Su Lin, that expression instantly became quite wonderful. What are you doing here? What's wrong with me not being able to come? Aren't you looking for me to fight? I've come especially for the appointment, Surin said with a straight face. The expression on the old S face changed particularly quickly. At first there was outrage, then shock, then it turned to panic. The entire person also subconsciously stepped back. She looked back around, though, probably thinking that there were too many people and that Su Lin didn't dare to do anything to him. He hardened his heart again. Do you have any quality? How do you spit in people's mouths? Well, she didn't dare say anything about slapping her. Surin shook his head sincerely. Who spit in your mouth? Don't be ridiculous. That's spit. Zhang Aiqin, vomit. She was furious and rushed up to pounce on Su Lin. Su Lin thought that proposal she just made was pretty good, so then he spat in her face again. Good lord. Like a faucet. Zhang Aiqin didn't pay attention and was sprayed again. The entire person was furious, grabbing a bag of garbage from the ground and about to smash it on Su Lin's head. Su Lin was instantly energized. He checked. If Zhang Aiqin had made the first move, his killing Zhang Aiqin would have been considered self-defense at best. There will be no death penalty. Think of it this way. Su Lin got excited all of a sudden, and stood straight and still, just waiting to take a hit and fight back. Unfortunately, Zhang Aiqin was too timid. Seeing that Su Lin stood still, did not dare to smash at all, hurriedly threw out the trash and ran back, and locked the door tightly behind him. It caused Surin a good deal of disappointment. When he couldn't kill anyone, Su Lin was ready to leave and find another opportunity to do it another day. As a result, that sanitation worker big sister pulled Su Lin and couldn't stop thanking him. Boy, thank you. The nearby eaters also surrounded Su Lin, thanking him for giving them a break. The family was notorious in the neighborhood and was hated by all. What Su Lin did today really hurt them too much. After half a dozen thanks, someone said, "Young man, you'd better hurry up. If you offend this family, they'll surely come after you." That's right. Get out of here before her man comes back and won't let you go. Wang Xinmin is no good. If he comes back, you'll be in trouble. Young man. Surin shook his head. I'm not leaving. I'm going to kill the family yet. Then cut them up. Put them in a sack and throw them in the river. By the way, is there any way to get all the surveillance out of here? He asked with a very sincere expression. Crowd, Sigma. They're all dumbfounded. It was a long time before anyone forced a smile. Boy, you sure know how to joke. It's getting late and I have to go pick up my grandson from school. Right. Late Wang Xiaoqian should bully my child again. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's eyes lit up. That little goes to school in the neighborhood? Yeah. Since the big ones don't dare to hit me, then I'll toss the little one. There were still more than 10 minutes before the end of the school day, and Su Lin wandered towards the school. On the way he checked the quest completion level again and it was found that after some maneuvering just now, the completion level had risen quite a bit more, coming to 38%. Su Lin's heart was so happy and comfortable. That's a great system. Love it. I don't know whose dog got run over by a car along the way. The blood slime pools lay in the road. Solian then picked up the dead dog and carried it in his hand. Walking under a tree at the mouth of the alley across from the school, Su Lin sat down to rest. It's right overlooking the front door of the school. Not much longer, and the students came out and Su Lin quickly spotted Wang Xiaoqian's trail. To say that this guy is really a little. It's not a peaceful walk in the road crew. One moment he reaches up to uncover a girl's skirt. The next he pushes another student to the ground. Even teachers he dared to touch people's asses. What's more, a girl was deliberately pushed into the roadway as vehicles drove by. It caused the girl to almost get hit by a car. and she was shaking with fear. But he's good, pointed at the girl and laughed, not feeling guilty at all. The main focus is a behavior that brings out the unqualified nature of their family. The students and teachers probably know what a virtue he and their whole family are. They all swallowed their anger and avoided him from afar, not daring to do anything to him. That's it. After the little bullies finished bullying their classmates and teachers, they jumped across the street and walked into the alley. Hey, Wang Xiaoqiang. Solian stood up and greeted him. Little shivered at the words, turned around to see that it was Su Lin. His expression changed, and his person froze. Surin smiled and said, I'll show you something. Having said that, he then pulled out the dog's intestines and tied them in a bow. After tying the knot, Surin felt quite satisfied. Extremely postmodern artistic aesthetics. But Wang Xiaoqian obviously couldn't appreciate it, and collapsed to the ground in fear. His legs were like water-soaked hemp, dragging limply on the ground, unable to move. Su Lin actually had a hard time understanding the psychology of these people. What's so scary about a dog's intestines? When he was a kid, he dared to gut rats and snakes, pull out the bits and pieces inside and wrap them around your neck and play with them. But the neighbor kids were so scared that they went home to their parents and told them off, causing him to get beaten up by his dad. Since then, the little kids in the neighborhood have stopped playing with him. It causes him to have to go to the animals to play. But in the end, the animals in the neighborhood then dragged their families and moved en masse, literally uprooting their families. So at this moment, Surin looked at the little man who was paralyzed on the ground and crying. It felt like he was a little mouse. But Su Lin looked up at the overhead surveillance and was helpless in his heart. What's the point of installing so many surveillance cameras? Is social security so bad now? So Su Lin put the puppy's body into Wang Xiaoqiang's school bag. Again, he carefully zipped him up and let him go. You don't hit me? Wang Xiaoqiang horrified me. What kind of asshole talk is that? I, Su Lin, am the one who just hits people? This is clearly prejudice and human arrogance. Surin thought angrily, so he slapped him and told him to get lost. Wang Xiaoqiang's numb legs that had been soaked in water instantly came to life. With a bow on his back he ran off in a puff of smoke. End of chapter. Chapter 9, Wang Xiaoqiang, don't come over here. Chapter 9, Wang Xiaoqiang, don't come over here. Little back home. Surin followed over to listen outside the door. After hearing the old screams inside, it feels very heartfelt. I said, look how nice I am. Not only do I pick up my kid from school, but I also thoughtfully prepared a gift for him. How thoughtful. Look at the quest completion level. Ouch, not bad. 45% now. Looks like a little more work and you'll get your reward. I don't know what the system will give as a reward. It would be cool to give 2 pounds of arsenic. Or a machete. Solian thought prettily. The old closed the door tightly and didn't come out. The godson is nowhere to be seen. Solian had nothing more to play with and simply went home. When I arrived home, I saw that my aunt, Lin Jianxiang, was alone at home. Still the same drunken look. When he saw Su Lin come back, he didn't have a good face, and held his nose and snorted coldly. A pang of annoyance ran through Solian. If anyone else had dared to do that to him, he would have exploded. But Lin Jianxiang can't. After all, it's his aunt. Gotta put up with it. In fact, he understands that. Lin Jianxiang is disgusted that he is poor, has no money, and is a burden. Humph. When I'm rich later, I'll smash you to death with money, he thought indignantly. So Su Lin ignored him and turned around to enter his room. Lying in bed, Su Lin then began to seriously search for how to break the surveillance near the old home. But after half a day's thought, I couldn't come up with anything good. One can only go to bed angry. Slept till 3 or 4 in the afternoon. When I got up, I found that Lin Jianxiang had also gone out again. So Su Lin ate something haphazardly and prepared to continue to sneak around the old house. Stopped by the food market on the way to pick up a pocket full of snakes. Green and green. Numb and cute. But when they arrived at the old house, they found that none of the family was there. And I don't know where it went. The door was locked. Lying on the wall and looking inside, I realized that the yard was unkempt. Seems to have left in quite a hurry. Surin also had some regrets. It's important to be good to people. Let's make friends. So he tumbled into the wall and helped them pack. Of course, the cuties in the sack were just tossed into the room by him. Sort of a meet and greet. After doing this, Su Lin flipped out again and continued to go to the school entrance to block Wang Xiaoqiang. He was ready to make friends with Wang Xiaoqiang first. It didn't take long for school to end. Wang Xiaoqiang walked out with a pale face and didn't have the heart to bully the other students. Looking around, as if looking for something, Surin was happy and walked over to greet him. Hi, Wang Xiaoqiang, are you looking for me? While saying that, he also whirled a few snakes in his hand with a whirring sound. It was something he had just left behind specifically to carry in his pocket. Awa, don't you come over here. Wang Xiaoqiang immediately cried happily, and his legs became soaked and numb again and couldn't move. All the kids around us ran away. Even the teacher security guards were nervous and protected the kids in the back. Heaven and earth. Su Lin swore that he really only wanted to find Wang Xiaoqiang as a friend and didn't have the slightest idea about anyone else. So he walked over and stuffed the snake into Wang Xiaoqiang's clothes. Aha! Wang Xiaoqiang was so happy that not only did he cry with joy, he even peed, rolled his eyes on the spot, then fainted with happiness. This kid, he's so easily satisfied. So Su Lin pulled out a few more toads from inside his pocket and stuffed them into Wang Xiaoqiang's clothes as well. The school entrance is in chaos, and the teachers do not dare to get close to Wang Xiaoqiang, so they can only call 120 and 119. 120 came first, but didn't dare approach, and finally 119 came after the. It's only then that you catch all those little cuties. Wang Xiaoqiang woke up once during this period, but after seeing himself covered in snakes and toads, swooned with happiness again. He is also incontinent, and his feces and urine flow in unison, stinking to high heaven. Su Lin, on the other hand, avoided skimming from afar, thinking to himself that there was nothing to be afraid of in a snake. How lovely. Use it as an air conditioner in the summer and a stick in the winter. You can still eat when you're hungry. It just doesn't taste good. Tossing and turning. Wang Xiaoqiang's father then hurriedly ran over from the distance. One look at his son's condition made him angry on the spot. Who did it? Who did it? I'm ing grooving. Are you teachers eaters? My son has become like this. Pay for it, without $1 million. No way. Surin looked so happy to see him, so he walked over and tapped him on the shoulder. Who treads? The old thing turned to look. His face turned green, and the rest of his words stuck in his throat. Surin pointed to his nose with a smile. Let's make friends. Turn in your. Probably thinking that Su Lin was his father. The old thing stiffly held back that word mom, hugged my son and ran away. The teachers naturally don't make much of a fuss when the victims run away. It's all falling apart, too. But Surin doesn't fight that easily. Then he followed slowly. Follow the old thing back to their house. Get down on the wall and take a look. The little who just woke up was once again stunned by the room full of cuties, foaming at the mouth. So excited he couldn't contain his piss. He pissed all over the old thing. The old thing's face went black, shivering and not daring to approach the little cutie on the ground. And my legs are getting to be blistering numb. Turning his head to see that Su Lin was lying on the wall and was watching, he roared, "Did you do it?" Solian flashed him a yay and blinked. Behind him, on the other hand, came the happy roar of the old thing. When I got home, I saw that mission completion had come to 53%. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work tomorrow too. Surin gave himself a little pep talk and went to bed beautifully. In the following 2 days, Su Lin was going to continue going to Wang Xiaoqiang to make friends, but he realized that after giving away a couple of cuties the other day, this child is a bit mentally unbalanced and refuses to go to school, hiding in the house and not coming out. His mom doesn't work either, so she stays home with him. Wang Xiaoqiang didn't go to school, so naturally, Su Lin didn't have to play, had to go play with his dad. In fact, if his dad was hiding at home as well, Su Lin really couldn't do anything about him. After all, forcing your way into someone's home is trespassing. It's against the law. But unfortunately, Wang Xiaoqiang's father has to work and make money. This gave Surin the opportunity. That morning, Su Lin followed Wang Xiaoqiang's dad to where he worked. Old thing works for a trading company as a warehouse keeper. After following it for a while, Su Lin realized that this old guy wasn't a thing either, bullying men and women and co-workers because his brother-in-law is the manager here. He even molested the cleaning lady in the company, and the whole thing made the other cleaning lady cry and run away. It's really not a thing, but because of his brother-in-law, the people were outraged. However, Su Lin found out that he had privately smuggled out things from the warehouse to sell, and peeking at little videos and playing with needlepoint during work hours. So he took a few pictures of him and recorded a video. After filming, Su Lin also studied it for a while. Che, it's so small, he thought dismissively. End of chapter. Chapter 10, I just wanna be friends with your family. Sincerely. Chapter 10, I just wanna be friends with your family. Sincerely. Su Lin understood about Wang Xinmin secretly playing with needlework. After all, the yellow face of their family was so uninteresting that it was growing hairy like the fried chicken that had been sitting there for months. Honestly, zombies are better looking than her. However, we can't stop doing what needs to be done, right? So Su Lin took a few close-ups of his little silver needle, then went to the copy store and printed out many pictures and pasted them all over the company. There were also photos and videos of him stealing and selling goods from the warehouse that were sent to their boss by Solian. The boss is outright furious, questioning him about what's going on with pictures of him selling stuff and going to the police. Ironclad evidence is like a mountain. Wang Xinmin cannot defend himself, and he is dumbfounded. In the end, the boss was so persuasive that he let him pay for it for the sake of his brother-in-law. Wang Xinmin did not dare to put a fart, and hurriedly paid out a large sum of money to settle the matter. But naturally, the job was untenable and he was fired on the spot by his boss. As he was packing up to leave, he noticed that his co-workers were pointing at him and still didn't know what was going on, only to turn around and see a giant poster of his jerk-off plastered all over an entire wall. That ugly thing was like a toothpick in his hand. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous. Wang Xinmin's happy person went crazy on the spot. His face was as black as carbon, and his tears came down. Su Lin, I'm not done with you, he roared at the sky. He's smart enough to know I want to be his friend. Solian thought to himself. Looking at the finish, though, it's not very satisfying. It took half a day's effort to get the completion level up just a little bit, from 53% to 62%, not even 10%. It seems that Wang Xinmin's needlework is worthless. As it turns out, social death seems to work better than real death. Wang Xinmin suffered such a major blow, and his spirit was a bit abnormal. God went back to the house, then locked the door tight and never came out again. Looks like it's being a shrinking violet. What's the point of this? Su Lin was a little anxious, and said, I am sincerely making friends with you guys. How could you do this to me? Sure, after making friends, he still had to cut up the family and put them in sacks. A family of 3 hiding out in their house. In a hurry, Solam called the police directly. It didn't take long for the police to arrive, and when they saw that it was Solam who called the police, their heads were spinning. What's wrong with you again? Su Lin justifiably pointed at the closed door of Wang Xinmin's house. I'm trying to make friends with the family and they won't open the door. The policeman was on the verge of vomiting blood and roared. I say, big brother, you do us a favor and don't get us into trouble again, okay? We're all around you every day. Su Lin innocently said, I don't know how to cause trouble. I just want to make friends with them. Sincerely, speechless, the policeman asked feebly, what about after making friends? Surin said, chop it up and put it in a sack. Police, While he was in shock, Wang Xinmin's family came out when they heard the commotion. Officer, that's him. He's the one who threw snakes at our house and went around taking pictures of me. Wang Xinmin cried with a sniffle and a tear. His wife cried too. Officer, you've got to do right by us. He spit in my mouth and hit me. The little thing also cried out and was about to sue. But when he took a look at Su Lin, he was looking at him with a smile on his face. Just stifled the words again and hunkered down behind his mom and stopped talking. Su Lin, you really did it. Ha? The policeman stared at Su Lin and asked. Su Lin spread his hands and said innocently, speak with evidence. There's surveillance here. It's all on camera. And you're still sophomoric. The old yells. Surin said, there's surveillance, then tune the surveillance. Just tune in. The old thing was furious. So the police took us back to the police station again and started pulling surveillance. As a result, after tuning in for half a day, all the surveillance cameras had been looked at, but only captured Su Lin wandering around in front of the old thing and their house. As for the image of Su Lin throwing the snake and hitting the man, because of the angle, it was not captured at all. It didn't get a shot, but the old thing screamed anyway. Officer, look, that's him, that's who did it. Why else would he be hanging around our house? Su Lin rolled his eyes. Come on, this road is run by your family? I'm a normal citizen of the People's Republic of China. I go wherever I please. What do you care? You strong words. The old thing jumped up and down in anger. Good man. You know how to use a strong word, don't you? It's such a wasted word. How am I being forceful? Then show me the evidence. Surin said. The police were helpless. Su Lin, you really didn't do it? Surin shook his head righteously. It wasn't me. I thought that the surveillance cameras didn't catch it anyway. It's not like I have any morals, and I can lie without blushing. The old thing was dying of anger, but it froze and couldn't do anything about Su Lin. You can't beat them, and you can't scold them. All you can do is sit in your chair and huff your luck. Wang Xiaoqiang's mom may have forgotten the pain after a good injury and jumped up and shouted. He also spit in my mouth and slapped me. Who saw it? Solian asked her rhetorically. Zhang Aiqin shouted at the top of her voice. The neighborhood callers all saw it. They can all testify. Then you call them to testify. Su Lin shrugged and said, I didn't realize that she had actually had the police call a few of her neighbors from that day. And the sanitation worker. You guys testify for me if he spit in my mouth that day and slapped me. As soon as Zhang Aiqin witnessed the arrival of the witnesses, she immediately came to the spirit, and her voice became louder. But here's what she didn't expect. Just with the quality of their family, who would want to testify for her? So there was a lot of shaking of heads. No, didn't see it. No, I don't think so. This young man is so nice. He even helped me cross the street. No, I didn't see it anyway. Zheng Aichin was furious, pointing at their noses and cursing. Are you blind? Are you all blind? He clearly spat at me and slapped me. Are you all blind? Realizing that no one was paying attention to her after half a dozen shouts, her face darkened again. The policeman also saw something and stifled a laugh and said, Okay, stop yelling. Since the surveillance didn't catch it and no one saw it, it's a no-go. Su Lin continued. Yes, obviously I didn't do anything, but she said that I did. Is this considered defamation? Officer, I'm going to sue them for defamation. The police said. Okay, say you're fat and you're still panting. Stop it. Su Lin once again reasoned. No, I'm going to sue them for defamation. I can't swallow this breath. This time the police were rendered speechless. The Old Things family is pissed off. 2. They've suffered a loss and they have to be called slanderous. Is there any justice left? The man is in a hurry. And he may be in a hurry. The two Old Things put their heads together. And with a twinkle in their eye, yet another plan was born. End of chapter. Chapter 11, A Family of 3 Strikes Back. Chapter 11, A Family of 3 Strikes Back. Officer, he also went in front of the school and beat up my son and stuffed several snakes inside my son's book bag. That's right. A lot of kids were scared at the time. There's a surveillance camera at the entrance of the school and a lot of teachers who can testify as well. Hearing the Old Thing say that, the policeman's face immediately became serious. They can turn a blind eye when it comes to messing with these two old things. It's not a good thing anyway, but if someone runs in front of the school and causes trouble, scaring or hurting students, it's a big deal. Su Lin, did you really do that? A police officer asked with a serious face. Yeah, I wanted to make friends with Wang Xiaoqiang, so I gave him a little gift. Surin nodded his head seriously. Look at that. Officer, arrest him. He admitted to admitting it. That's it. Hurry up and arrest him and put him in jail. The two Old Things immediately became excited, feeling that they had caught Su Lin's handle. A few police officers looked at each other and felt that this was pretty serious if it was true. You wait. None of you can leave for a while. We have to investigate and get evidence. After saying that, he left. Surin and the family of 3 were left in the inquiry room. Wang Xinmin then stared at Su Lin and sneered. Little thing, let's see me fix you this time. You're wrong in that you shouldn't have gone to school to make trouble. That's right. It's a major offense to endanger public safety in a dangerous way. Su Lin said in his heart that it is quite good, but also knows that it is dangerous to jeopardize public security in a dangerous way. It can be very. They thought they were winning, and their words hardened as they stared at Su Lin with a constant sneer. Even the little Wang Xiaoqiang seems to have come to the spirit and lively, throwing things all over the inquiry room, and stand on the table and dance, like a skinned rat. For his part, Su Lin is thinking about moving his plans up a bit. Go out and gargle these 3. Chop them up and put them in a sack. Not for long. The police came in again. Behind him was the principal of the school, 2 other teachers, and 5 or 6 parents of students. Because the school gets out 1 class at a time. So these few parents who came, their children were in the same class as Wang Xiaoqiang. The two Old Things felt that the big picture was settled and their backs were straightened. Principal Zhao, 2 teachers, and a few parents. You will answer whatever I ask you next, the policeman said. The crowd first looked at the family of 3, then stared deeply at Su Lin and nodded. Did you see him in front of the school at the end of the afternoon on May 14th? The policeman asked, pointing at Surin. Several people all nodded. See, he's right in front of the school. Ha ha, I told you. Su Lin, I'll see how arrogant you still are. Wang Xinmin shouted happily. You shut up and be quiet. The policeman called out to him. Then his expression became serious. What was he doing? Several witnesses looked at each other and were just about to speak when Su Lin spoke. Wang Xiaoqiang, are you happy that I won't let you go to school? Ha! Wang Xiaoqiang froze for a moment and scrunched his neck to keep quiet. Wang Xinmin and Zhang Aichin didn't understand what I meant by asking this and looked at each other. But the principal and the 2 teachers, as well as a couple of the parents, were stunned, with thoughtful expressions on their faces. Su Lin, don't interrupt. Sit next to me and rest for a while. The police can be much more polite to Surin, given that he's mentally ill. Su Lin was not polite, sat down to rest, and made himself a cup of tea. The eyes of the 2 Old Things were dancing as they watched. Principal Zhou, you haven't answered my question. The police asked again. Principal Zhao and the teacher parent looked at each other again and suddenly shook their heads. No, he wasn't doing anything at the time. With these words, the 2 Old Things people were dumbfounded, then jumped up and roared. I groove. How can that be? You guys are blind. He clearly took snakes and stuffed them into my son's clothes and scared little kids. That's right. My son has told me that you. How can you open your eyes without looking at them? The principal continued. At that time, A few snakes did appear at the entrance of the school, and they also crawled into Wang Xiaoqiang's students' clothes, but we did timely treatment, called 120 and 119. Fortunately the snakes are not poisonous. Nothing happened. As far as where the snake came from, we honestly didn't see it. Wang Xinmin and Zhang Aiqin were dying of anger and yelled at the two teachers again. What about you guys? You were right next to it and you didn't see it? The two teachers shook their heads and said, I really didn't see how the snake got there. What about you guys? Are you blind too? The two old things shouted at a couple more parents, but a few parents were not as polite as the principal teacher and disliked them directly. You speak politely. Who knows where the snakes come from? It's almost summer and they stopped hibernating a long time ago. That's just it. Maybe your kids brought it to school themselves ready to scare the other students? That's right. It must be. That boy of yours, he's no good. A couple of parents chimed in. Anyway, it just means there are snakes, but I just don't know where they come from. Where's the surveillance? Pull up the surveillance. The old shouted again. I'm sorry, the surveillance at the entrance of the school is broken. It's been broken for a few days. I've typed in a repair report, but it hasn't been approved by the top yet. The principal spread his hands. You guys just did it on purpose. The two old things are getting pissed off. The police tasted it too. It seems that this Wang Xiaoqiang is not a good person inside the school. The Lord who is hated by all. How else could the principal, the teachers, the parents, none of them want Wang Xiaoqiang to return to school? Okay, since there's no evidence, let's call this off. The police said. Anyway, there is no evidence, and the parents of the principal and teachers of the family are not pursued. It's not like his brain is broken, so he must have made a big deal out of it. Then the principal and teachers left, a parent leaving the. Secretly, he gave Su Lin a thumbs up, revealing a look of gratitude. It's exactly what the police guessed. This Wang Xiaoqiang was usually inside the school and was simply a born bad seed. In class, they don't settle down, or else they scratch their classmates with their pens. Either that, or you're just throwing other people's stuff around. Because of the old teachers are not afraid to take care of it. He could only give Wang Xiaoqiang a separate seat at the back of the classroom and let him sit alone. But Wang Xiaoqiang is still unrepentant. So many have transferred. This time, Su Lin remedied this small, although they did not say it in their mouths. But the heart was so happy. So it's weird to be able to testify against Wang Xinmin. As for the surveillance, that's really broken. And the principal wasn't lying. Otherwise they wouldn't have come to the police station. After the witness left, the policeman gave the family of three a disgusted look, closed his notebook and said, since it's all a misunderstanding, let's go home and all be at peace from now on. Of course, the last sentence was addressed to Su Lin. After leaving the police station, Wang Xinmin was really angry and said viciously to Su Lin, fine, play dirty with me huh? This isn't over. Just wait for me. Su Lin immediately got excited. You want to fight me? Sure, let's make a date. Wang Xinmin, apparently remembering some unpleasant experience, called out, crazy, then dragged his wife and kids and ran away. It was quite a shame that Suren didn't get into a fight. After looking at the finish, it didn't go up. Looks like you have to be proactive. For the next little while, it's not even fun for Suren to feel this family of three behind closed doors. And so it was for a few days. Surprisingly, they let their guard down and started going to school and work again, feeling like everything was normal. But would Su Lin not be able to do as they wished? End of chapter. Chapter 12. You believe the words of a psychopath like me. Chapter 12. You believe the words of a psychopath like me. That night, Su Lin was just about to go out to play. His aunt pulled him back and told him something. Shaolin, I'm going out with your aunt in the next few days. Stay home by yourself. Don't run around. I've bought all the food for you. It's in the refrigerator. You can cook it yourself. Suren nodded in agreement and asked what was up in passing. His aunt's eyes reddened a little as she explained vaguely. It's your sister Xiaomeng's side. We're not really sure of the specifics. Lin Xiaomeng is his daughter. Su Lin's cousin. Xiaomeng? A cute little girl with a double ponytail and big eyes immediately appeared in Su Lin's mind. Junior. And no one wants to play with Suren. They're all afraid of him. However, his cousin Lin Xiaomeng wasn't afraid of him and looked for him to play with him whenever she had something to do. So, Lin Xiaomeng was considered one of the few playmates of Su Lin's childhood, and was quite impressed. But since he's been institutionalized, and never seen again, I'm told to go to school out of town. Yes, auntie, I'll take care of myself. Suren nodded. Su Lingwan barked some more instructions to Su Lin, and then left with her husband in a hurry. After they left, Su Lin laid down for a while longer, feeling a little hungry, but not wanting to cook. But one can't eat without eating, and there's no telling how long the two aunts will be out this time. So Suren came up with an idea. Go to the old thing's house for dinner. As soon as he thought of it, he did it, so Solian went out the door. I passed the store on the way and even stopped to buy a white ghostly mask to put on my face. As previously stated, Wang Xinmin and his family is a small, single-family courtyard with low walls. Su Lin was not polite when he arrived and directly jumped in over the wall. It's a coincidence that this came at all. In the living room, Wang Xiaoqiang was alone watching TV. Didn't hear anyone jump in the yard either. The two old things were doing their business in the bedroom, grunting. There was no fear that Wang Xiaoqiang would hear. Surin walked over to stand outside the window and pressed himself against the glass to look in. And then, just as they're about to rise to the top, suddenly Qi sank into his dantian and let out a series of strange laughs. Jia jia jia. Surin's face was pressed tightly against the glass, with a ghoulish mask on his face. Plus the lighting was dim, with only the bleak white moonlight falling. And the look was, well, just think about it. Sure enough, Wang Xinmin immediately fell off the bed in fear. That what immediately softened into a bubble water hemp. Zhang Aiqin was dumbfounded and let out a mournful scream. Ghosts! Su Lin laughed twice more, and deliberately gouged the glass with his fingernails to make it squeak. At the sight of Zhang Aiqin, she directly fainted, and she could not even care about her clothes. Just like an old cucumber with a dipping sauce. Wang Xiaoqiang heard the commotion and ran in as well. One look at the ghostly face on the window and the man fell to the floor with a thud. His ass pressed right on top of his dad's what's-it, causing Wang Xinmin to scream strangely and his face to turn saucy purple in pain. Only then did Su Lin walk in with a flourish and asked, "What were you guys doing?" Two of the three people fainted, and the remaining one, Wang Xinmin, heard Su Lin's voice, immediately roared, "It is you. You. What do you want?" "I'm going to call the police." Su Lin shrugged. "Report it. I'm a psychopath anyway, and it's not a crime to kill someone." Wang Xinmin instantly wilted and said with a sobbing face, "Big brother." "No, father, what do you really want to do? Our family has been stirred into a pot of porridge by you. We can't go to school, and we've lost our jobs. So even if we've offended you and made you angry, it's time for the anger to subside, right? This kid, where's the toughness from before?" Surin hated it and said, "No, I haven't had enough fun." Wang Xinmin went completely crazy. "Father, living father, what exactly do you want to do to spare me? It's fine if you want me to let you go. Unless..." Surin's eyes rolled. Wang Xinmin is like grabbing a life-saving straw. His eyes are bright. "Unless what? You say. You just say." Su Lin said, "Look, I just got out of the mental hospital. I don't have any acquaintances. No place to eat and no place to stay. Just your family is still familiar with it. Don't you have anything to show?" Wang Xinmin was baffled. "What do you want to show? Money? How much do you want? Name a number?" Su Lin shook his head. "Our father and son relationship is still talking about money or not? How raw. I just want to live in your house for a while. Don't worry, when I find a place to live, I'll move out." "Ha? Wang Xinmin people are stupid." Stammered. You want to live in our house. This is not appropriate, right?" Su Lin shrugged indifferently. "It's fine if you don't want to. Then I'm leaving. See you tomorrow." With that, he headed outside. Wait. Wang Xinmin called me again. His face was cloudy. "I guess the two little people in my brain are fighting." One said, let him stay. The other said, yes day. "Do you swear to God you'll stay a few days and move out?" Wang Xinmin finally compromised and tried to communicate with Su Lin. Su Lin immediately laughed and held up his hand and swore to the heavens, "I swear that I will stay in your house for a while and then go away. And if I don't, let me fall into a nest of snakes and be sprawled over by 1,000 snakes." Once this oath was taken, Wang Xinmin visibly shivered, probably thinking of that horrible scene, and chose to believe in Surin. "Fine then, you live in," he said helplessly. "Thanks, I haven't eaten yet, so go ahead and cook for me," Surin said with a smile. Wang Xinmin had no choice but to hold his tongue and wake up his wife to cook. As soon as his wife heard that Su Lin was going to live in, she instantly became Buddhist, and her tears fell down like broken beads. "Oh my God, what have I done to deserve this? My life is so miserable. Howl for what? Hurry up and cook," Su Lin shouted, then slapped her again in the process. Sure enough, the slap worked, and without saying a word, his wife went to work in the kitchen. The little also woke up slowly, waking up to see Solian by his side. The body is shaking like a kettle that has become a spirit, cowering in the corner and not even dare to come out. Solian shouted at him, "Xiao Chang, come, grandpa gives you a gift to meet you." With that, he pulled another snake out of his pocket and threw it. Gah! Before the snake could arrive, the little thing fainted again. Wang Xinmin also panicked, his mouth shivering, pointing at Su Lin. Why are you taking snakes again?" Su Lin rolled his eyes greatly and said in a good-natured manner, What are you afraid of? I bought the toy snake at the store and gave it to my oldest grandson as a gift. Playing with toy snakes? Wang Xinmin then sighed in relief and walked over to grab the snake. The result was that the snake immediately crawled up his arm, scaring the old thing so much that he jumped 3 feet in the air and did a straight-up breakdance. You don't say. It's quite an artistic dance. It's got a nice ring to it. You. I thought you said toy snakes? After easily shaking off the snake, Wang Xinmin shivered with anger and pointed at Su Lin's nose. Surin shrugged. You believe the words of a psychopath like me. End of chapter. Chapter 13 Living in the old house now. Chapter 13 Living in the old house now. Had dinner at their house. Su Lin said he'd move in the next day and headed out the door. On the way out, I looked at the quest completion level. Nice guy. Jumped straight to 70%. Looks like this is still going to have to be up close and personal. Early the next morning, Su Lin then moved to Wang Xinmin's in their house with a big bag. When Wang Xinmin saw that Su Lin had brought so many things, he asked curiously what they were. Su Lin didn't hide it either, opening his bags and introducing them to him one by one. This is a hammer, and an axe, for cracking bones, and this saw, it's sharp enough to saw through skulls. Chainsaws are too expensive to buy, and these individual bags, for the entrails, oh, and this one is a sack for meat. I have 3. Ready. Wang Xinmin's face swished white, miserable and white, and the person began to shiver. No, didn't we say we'd stay for a while and then leave? Why do we still have this? These. Su Lin shrugged and said, this is not before the idea. To your family of 3 dead in a sack thrown into the river. This can be all I spent a lot of effort to get. I thought also cannot be wasted just all brought over. You. Wang Xinmin pointed at Su Lin, his body shaking like sifting chaff, and he couldn't even speak in one gulp. Zhang Aiqin and Little Thing came over to take a look at the contents of the bag and directly fainted in fear. Only then did Su Lin sit down, nibbling on an apple while smiling. But don't worry about it, I don't want to kill you guys right now. After all, if I do there's no one to talk to, or cook for me, or play with me. Wang Xinmin then breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. You have to keep your word. Surin hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. Not for long. His wife and children were awake, looking at Su Lin and the big bundle at Su Lin's feet, shivering and not daring to come over. Su Lin took his hand and pointed at them. Your name is Zhang Aiqin. Your name is Wang Xinmin. And your name is Wang Xiaoqiang. The 3 men were busy nodding their heads, fearing that they would annoy this living hell. Su Lin pointed at Zhang Aiqin and laughed. I remember. I seem to have hit you, slapped you, and spit in your mouth. Zhang Aiqin's face darkened, and Wang Xinmin and Little Thing's faces didn't look good either. It's like the bottom of a pot. Su Lin pointed at Wang Xinmin again. I seem to have hit you as well. Oh, I didn't cut. Hey, what a pity. At that time I was going to just cut your neck off. Wang Xinmin trembled and involuntarily took a few steps backward, obviously remembering the events of that day. Su Lin pointed at Wang Xiaoqiang again. I also beat you, slammed your head into the ground, and by the way, threw several snakes in your clothes. Wang Xiaoqiang's legs softened and he sat on the ground and cried out. Su Lin hemmed and hawed. Look at this. A family is all about being neat and tidy. The 3 of them were shivering with anger, but they were full of helplessness. Su Lin patted the sofa next to him. All sit down. What are you standing around for? Don't ever feel embarrassed. Just sit down. Eat and drink as you please. None of the 3 dared to move. Wide-eyed, Su Lin immediately changed his face and pulled the axe out of his bag and snapped it on the coffee table. What? Not giving face? All 3 were terrified and sat down with trepidation. Zhang Aiqin also warily went to get the apples on the table. Su Lin copied the axe and chopped that apple in half with a single slash. I'll let you sit on it. I didn't let you eat it. Zhang Aiqin and Little Thing were directly scared and sat on the ground. Their faces were white and their mouths were unclear. All you know how to do is point at Surin and say you. Su Lin's expression eased and he pulled the 2 of them up with another smile. Ha ha, just kidding. Come on, get up and sit down. Saying that, he stuffed half of an apple into both of their hands again. Wang Xiaoqiang was scared silly, subconsciously picking up the apple and sending it to his mouth. With a single kick, Su Lin sent him flying, sending him flying out a long way with the apple. I told you not to eat it, so why don't you eat it? Zhang Aiqin finally broke down, throwing half an apple. He cried out and ran over and picked up the little one and ran into the room. Something's wrong. She hid in her room and cried and cursed. Wang Xinmin was looking dumbfounded on the side, feeling like his brain was going to break. I thought to myself, are you going to let me eat it, or are you not going to let me eat it? Su Lin picked up the apple that Zhang Aiqin had thrown from the ground and shoved it into his hand and laughed. Come and eat. Your mother-in-law doesn't eat. You eat. Wang Xinmin took the apple as if it was sitting on wax. neither eating nor not eating. It's a hesitant place to rest, not knowing what to do. Su Lin's face changed again, staring at him and asking sorrowfully, "Why don't you eat when I tell you to? Not giving me face? Give me a big bite." Wang Xinmin was completely scared this time and hurriedly picked up the apple and took a big bite. Oy vey! He let out a mournful scream, then pulled a bloody nail out of his mouth. Nails? Nails? Where did they come from? Su Lin clapped his hands and laughed. Look at your intelligence. It must be me who put it there. Is there someone else? Wang Xinmin was completely taut and threw the apple and bawled. What the hell do you want, live dad? No, master, grandfather, ancestor, give me a break. His wife was crying and cursing in the house. Wang Xinmin, you useless thing, I'm going to divorce you. Invited a live father to the house. Watched him beat your wife and child. Didn't dare to fart a single one. It's impossible to live this life. Wang Xinmin was also angry. You have the nerve to say, if not for you offending him at the mall, he could have chased you to the house? I've been looking at you for a long time. You're like a zombie bark after you take off your clothes. You need to use a big bottle of lubricant every time. All the money I earn is buying lubricant. That's a harsh thing to say. Zhang Aiqin was just like a blind bear that was enraged. Directly rushed out from the room and pounced on Wang Xinmin with an owl. The two mouths fought to a standstill. After Su Lin had watched for half a day, he felt very uninterested, so he went into his room to play with Wang Xiaoqiang. When Wang Xiaoqiang saw Su Lin come in, his body shook like a broken faucet, and he tried to hide in the corner. Su Lin had an amiable and harmless face. Little friend, how many grades are you in? Are you good at studying? And how many points did you score on this exam? Wang Xiaoqiang people are numb. Where know how to speak. Su Lin's face changed, grabbed his hair and slapped him. I'm asking you, what grade? How many points did you get on the math test? The little thing took a hit, and its gaze cleared immediately. Shivering. 5. 5th grade. 9 points. Drafting? Su Lin gave him another slap and gasped. You stepped on the horse math test 9 points. The old man's answer card stepped on a foot or more than these scores. Come on, the old man to make up for you. Saying that, he yanked a piece of white paper from the side, wrote a question on it, and then placed it in front of the little man. Do this question and I'm going to beat you up if you're wrong. Oh. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Tutoring Wang Xiaoqiang. Chapter 14, Tutoring Wang Xiaoqiang. Little scared, took the white paper, stuttered to read the question. Set the function f, x, to be differentiable on the closed interval, 0, 1, 4. What's this? I can't read it. Mom, help. When the little thing saw that Su Lin was going to make up for him, he happily shed tears of excitement. He even had to call his mom to come and tutor with him. Su Lin picked up the thick book and smacked him on the head with a book. Do it for me, and I'll beat you to death if you cry again. Wang Xiaoqiang all collapsed. But I can't read it. We didn't learn this in class. Su Lin grabbed his head and knocked it onto the table. Didn't teach you won't learn by yourself? Do you want your brain to be a eater? Bang, bang, bang. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and soon a few more large bags appeared on Wang Xiaoqiang's head. The little thing was so scared that it cried all the time. And of course the questions were impossible to do. His dad and mom stopped fighting at the sound and rushed in. Su Lin, what are you doing? Quickly let go of my son. Wang Xinmin and Zhang Aiqin said in unison, ready to rush over and grab their son. Surin pulled his axe from behind his hip and slapped it on the table. The two men dared not come at once, and cried out from a distance. You let go of my son. There is something to discuss. Surin said angrily. I was kind enough to give him a tutorial, but you guys don't even appreciate it. Fine, then I'll let your son go if you guys do this question. Having said that, Solian then threw the piece of white paper in front of the two. Neither of the two dared to pick up the piece of paper, but just cried one after another, begging Su Lin to let them go. Surin got annoyed and chopped the table in half with an axe. What? I'm not giving you guys face by asking you to do the questions. Hurry up and do it. The two men went white with fear and hurriedly picked up the white paper from the floor to stutter and read the questions. Let the function f, x, be differentiable on the closed interval, 0, 1, and for every x on, 0, 1. The value of the function f, x, lies in the open interval, 0, 1, with f, x, is not equal to 1. Prove that there is 1 and only one x in, 0, 1, such that f, x, equals x. Look at. Can't read it. What's this? It's Buddha and West again. Feeling that the two of them treat functions like phonetics, his dad, who seemed to have some education, stammered. This is the title of the exam, right? Su Lin was happy and said, you still have some eyesight. How is it? Am I interesting enough? Even though I stayed at your house for a few days, I also helped your child with tutoring, didn't I? Both families cried with excitement at the news. But that's too early to make up. My son is only in 5th grade. Su Lin waved his hand. What I'm most afraid of is that my child will lose at the starting line. Why don't you parents have any sense of worry? Then another slap was thrown in the little thing's face. What are you gawking at? Write properly. If you dare to do a question wrong, I'll whip you to death. Wow! Wang Xiaochang finally couldn't hold back his excessive excitement and cried out again. Seeing him pass out, Solian had no more fun. He can only be spared for the time being. I'm sleepy, so I'll take a nap and get up later to catch up. Having said that, Su Lin then went to the living room to carry his things and found the biggest room to close the door and sleep. The door had just closed when he heard the wailing of 2 men from outside. My goodness! What kind of sins did we create? How did we provoke such a psychopath? Look at that! What qualities! Solian was a little angry. I said that I was kind enough to help you guys with your tuition and cut the fruits, but you didn't appreciate it and even called me a psycho. Hey no, like I'm really nuts? That's okay. After a good night's sleep, Su Lin began his big job of catching up again. Pressing the little thing's head made him do the questions. However, this time, he didn't do the exam questions, but randomly drew a 5th grade English paper from the side for Wang Xiaoqiang to do. Hurry up and do it. One mistake and I'll whip you to death. The little thing cried bitter tears of gratitude, and as it did so, it glared at the English questions. The 2 families were outside sighing and the phone was out several times ready to call the police, but never dared to report it. Like Su Lin said, this is a psycho. Even if we call the police to have them take him away, it may be back in a few days. It's going to be a madhouse at that point. It's all your fault. You usually don't control your son properly. It's not good to offend anyone but such an ancestor. Wang Xinmin complained bitterly about his wife. His wife, Zhang Aiqin, is not an oil lamp, and immediately rolled her eyes and said, how dare you talk about me? You don't know what your son is like? Who does he follow? Wang Xinmin said but, can only change the topic. What to do now? This plague, Moncler outlet lives in our house, eating and drinking, but also beat his son. Hey, Zhang Aiqin also looked sad. That's right. What in the world to do? Even the rent is not paid. Or we move. Wang Xinmin spread his hands. Move? Where can I move? Su Lin was tutoring Wang Xiaochang's homework when he heard the word rent and thought about it. Yeah, he's forcing himself into the old thing's house now, and the police won't be able to take advantage of it if they do come. No, the rent has to be paid. It has to be paid. You too, get a rental contract out, now. Solian called out. Ha? Wang Xinmin and Zhang Aiqin didn't understand what Su Lin meant for a moment and froze. I thought, living for nothing is not good. You have to pay rent. So, you get a contract. I will give you rent. The 2 families were quite happy to hear that, and said that this living king of hell had finally found his conscience, but on his lips, he was polite. No, if you're comfortable, feel free to stay. Su Lin slapped Wang Xiaoqiang, who was working on a question, in the face. Damn, if I tell you to get it, what's the point of wasting words? Wang Xiaoqiang was smoked and cried. Didn't he say anything just now? Why hit me? Su Lin laughed. You're closest to me, aren't you? Finished blushing again. Who told you to stop? Do the question. Slap. Another slap. Wang Xinmin and Zhang Aiqin were distressed and shed tears, not daring to offend the temperamental Su Lin. So it was a rush to run out and print out 2 rental contracts. Of course, the amount and time are empty. Su Lin took it over and filled in the numbers in the empty places, then hurriedly asked them to sign and stamp their handprints. The 2 men took it over and were dumbfounded. $1 a week. Is this going to work? Why not? Surin flung $1 of high rent in their faces and held up the axe amiably for them to hurry up and sign. Wang Xinmin and Zhang Aiqin looked at the glittering axe. Where else would they dare to say half a word? So hurry up and sign the top of the contract. Taking the contract, Surin was happy. He's a man who knows what he's doing. 2. So the next step was to give Wang Xiaoqiang a full range of remedial enhancements. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Su Lin, it's my bad luck to meet you. Chapter 15, Su Lin, it's my bad luck to meet you. Wang Xiaoqiang is a school dropout, and naturally he can't do math English language. After being hung from the beams of the room by Su Lin and severely beaten a few times, his nerves were also a bit abnormal. Crying 1 minute, laughing the next. Look how well the child is in spirit, able to cry and laugh. Su Lin was satisfied with the results of his tutoring, but nowadays, in this society, the roles are too strong. In order to prevent the children from failing to get into a good university and finding a good job in the future, I think we have to give them all-round tuition. Solem is ready to throw out his sleeves and go big. What advanced mathematics, inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, analytical chemistry, applied physics, mathematical physical methods, etc. Gotta know one. But after several days of teaching, Wang Xiaoqiang froze and didn't learn any of them. Every day you just know how to cry, and your eyes are swollen like peaches. Su Lin is still quite reasonable. Since you can't do the cultural classes, let's do sports. It's not a bad job to be an athlete if you get in shape, right? Of course. If your son is exercising, you have to be there for him. So the next thing Su Lin did was train the family of 3 in all aspects of their lives. This includes, but is not limited to, forcing them to get up at 3 a.m. for a field weight pull, or carry a bucket of cool water and pour it over them when they're just sleeping and have them immediately get up and do 100 push-ups. There's 100 deep squats after you're done. If one dares to refuse or slack off, then burn their ass with a lighter. I forgot to mention, the lighter Surin used was one of those windproof lighters that struck a column of fire. At once, several people were burned and wowed, and the family's gratitude towards Su Lin was like a torrent of water, unceasing. It is also like the flooding of the Yellow River. Under such devilish training, a few days down the road, the original fat Zheng Aiqin lived thin more than 20 pounds. From obese dry zombie, into a slim dry zombie now. Wang Xinmin has also lost weight, but his spirits are better. Fall asleep everywhere you go. Wang Xiaoqiang, on the contrary, was the one who could hold out the most among the 3 of them. He exploded with great potential in training, impressing Solam. He's just a little out of sorts. He's always saying things like, I'm wrong, don't hit me. After another devilish training session, Su Lin looked at the family of 3 lying on the ground as if they were dead dogs and said to Zheng Aiqin with satisfaction, look how nice I've been to you guys, saving you money on your diet. Shouldn't you show your appreciation? Zheng Aiqin, %% hashtag Yuan and asterisk and % hashtag at Yuan. Gotta, and learn a foreign language. That's all thanks to me. Su Lin's old age is very comforting. It was hard to make it through the week. Early that morning, the 3 of them were just like winning the lottery, killing pigs and slaughtering sheep, making a table full of delicious food to send Su Lin away. As soon as Su Lin remembered this period of time spent together, his heart was very sour. How about I don't leave? He said looking at the family. Don't. There's no such thing as a bad day. Wang Xinmin's cold sweat came down. Zheng Aiqin also said, $$ hashtag at $. Su Lin didn't understand, so he asked Wang Xinmin to translate for him. Wang Xinmin said, my wife said that although we can't let you go either, it's always time to separate. Holy, how did you understand that? Surin was deeply surprised, but looking at Zheng Aiqin's slim zombie body, he also said with relief, or you can talk, since you can't let go of me. I'm not leaving, Pa. Wang Xinmin slapped Zheng Aiqin to the ground, then kneeled down and begged me, please, do us a favor. Our family has been tossed around by you and we're down to our last breath. Leave us alone. Su Lin said angrily, look at what you're saying. Are you talking like a human being? I was kind enough to help you guys lose weight and help your kid with his homework. Wasn't he able to go from a 9 to an 11 in math? Isn't that still my credit? Wang Xinmin hurriedly said, I can't thank you enough for that. Only then did Su Lin smile. That's right. How good is this? Since we're getting along so well, I won't leave. Here, this is the rent for the next month. More to help me buy a pack of cigarettes. He drew out a $5 one and threw it in front of Wang Xinmin. Wang Xinmin people are stupid. Brain down for a long time before stupidly said, what do you mean? You, do you still have integrity? Su Lin, not telling. Wang Xinmin was furious. Do you have any morals left? Surin spread his hands. This one really doesn't. His wife was all pissed off and her language was flowing. What about the oath you took? Count on past vows. Aha. The 2 couples completely exploded and, Wang Xinmin rushed into the kitchen carrying a kitchen knife and came out. Drafting? I'll fight you. Su Lin was instantly energized and, quickly, he took out a machete, a hammer, an axe, a saw, a rope, sleeping pills, a fruit knife, and an ottoman from inside his bag. Come on, come and fight. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. If you make the first move I won't be considered a murderer. At most it'll be considered a case of overdefense and won't be sentenced to death. And I cut you to death. Nothing more than your wife then ran away with someone. Your son called someone else's father. The calculation is not too bad. Come on, cut me. It is a brother. Father and son come to cut me. Quick ah! Surin's nostrils flared in excitement. The knife in Wang Xinmin's hand fell to the ground, and he sat down and bawled. His wife cried too, and his son couldn't help crying. The 3 hugged each other and cried like tears, crying and yelling over and over again. Father, living father, just let us go. We know we're wrong. We won't bully anyone else in the future. Grandpa, I'm wrong too. I'll never litter again, and I won't curse in either. So just treat me like a fart and let me go. Grandpa Zoo. I'll never bully my classmates or make trouble again. And if I do it again, I'll beat myself to death. The three of them cried and it was as pathetic as it could be. It's really sad to see and sad to hear. Disappointed. Surin put the knife back again. Look at you guys. Why are you crying? When the neighbors see you, they'll think I'm bullying you. All up all up. I'm not leaving. Let's four have a good time. I will definitely train Wang Xiaoqiang to be an athlete, a college student, and a pillar of the country. And it will definitely help you lose weight to the end and exercise your willpower of steel. The three of them felt like the sky was falling when they heard this. Oh God! God! Somebody help us! The three cried out. And Surin was hemming and hawing, envisioning a better life ahead. What he didn't realize, however, was that night, the three of them rolled up and ran away in the night while Su Lin was sleeping. Don't even want the house. There was even a note left on the table for Surin. Su Lin Mudhorse. Meet you old me pour 8 lifetimes of bad luck. This life or stepping horse don't meet. Paralyzed. Su Lin looked very depressed. How can this still say go away? What a great time we're having. Hey. Sinning. But just as Su Lin was about to go after Wang Xinmin's family of 3. Ding. Mission accomplished. 100% completion. Completion level being assessed. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Shaolin. You come quickly. Your sister was beaten. 13. Chapter 16 Xiaolin. You come quickly. Your sister was beaten. 13. Same time. A hospital in Greenvine. Su Lingwan was kneeling in front of the emergency room door, crying her heart out. Please get out of the way and let the doctor do his examination. I beg you. Do me a favor. I'll kowtow to you. I'll kowtow to you. As she spoke, she kowtowed so hard that blood soon appeared on her forehead, and in front of her, 7 or 8 men stood in her way, their faces expressionless. It's just a small injury. A simple bandage will do. What kind of examination? That's just it. A little joke between kids. There's no need to make such a scene. Is there? Su Lingchuan's entire body was trembling as she pointed a trembling finger at the person who spoke. A small injury? My daughter was beaten like that by the 3 of them. And she's in a coma. And you call that a small injury? Where is your conscience? Eaten by dogs? Someone skimmed. How heavy can a girl's hand be? I think your daughter is just pretending. Trying to blackmail money. Su Lingwan couldn't believe her ears. Are you still talking like a human being? My daughter was beaten up like that at school and instead of letting me see her, you guys are blocking the doctors from doing tests. You. Su Lingwan was so angry that she couldn't speak, and her tears kept falling down like broken beads. Husband Lin Jinxian does not know where to go, and so far cannot be contacted. Su Lingwan felt like a fish on shore right now, about to suffocate. Yes, Kobayashi, and Kobayashi. Suddenly, as if she had grabbed a lifesaver, she trembled and dialed Su Lin's number. Shaolin. You come quickly. Your sister Xiaoming was beaten. Ding. Mission accomplished. 100% completion. Completion level being assessed. The mission was completed? Su Lin froze. He had been having so much fun at Wang Xinmin's and their house in the past few days that he had forgotten about the matter of the system. It's only now, with this reminder, that it comes to mind. I wonder what rewards will be given. Solian was kind of looking forward to it. After another moment, the system evaluation finally ended. This mission has been assessed to have an evaluation level of perfect. Reward now issued. Reward 1, $1. 000 in cash. From a legitimate source, deposited into the host's bank card. Reward 2, 1 luxury villa. Of legal origin. Reward 3, 5 points of free attributes. Host can add points after personal attribute panel is opened. Reward 450 points of Yama value. Note, Yama value can be used to purchase items in the Yama Mall when it is opened. Newbie mission completed. Personal attribute panel opened. Host can check at any time. Novice tasks completed. Stage tasks opened. Stage task, complete 3 times of the task of punishing evil. Upon completion of the task, you will receive a generous reward and open the Yama Mall. Current degree of completion, 1/3. Note, work hard to become the king of the living hell. Solian was happy. He said to himself that this system reward was really generous. Other than that, I'm afraid that this cash of $1 million alone is a figure that many ordinary people can't earn in their entire lives. Not to mention a large villa. Su Lin took out his cell phone and checked his bank card balance. Found sure enough an extra $1 million in cash. But Su Lin was somewhat indifferent. He doesn't care about money. How much is a lot? His dream wasn't to be a rich man. Putting away his cell phone, Su Lin went back to check the second reward, the large luxury villa. However, through the system, he couldn't see exactly what the villa looked like, so he could only give up for now. Turn around and give it to your aunt so she can be happy too. That's what he thought. The house and all that. He doesn't care at all. Affects how fast he draws his sword. Then he pulled up his panel in passing to check it out. Name, Surin, power, 6. Speed, 3. Spirit, 4. Skills, none. Items, none. Free attribute points, 5. Yama value, 50. The panel was simple, but it was a sight to behold for Surin. What about this power, speed, and mental skills? What about this game? Probably because he has 5 free attribute points. That's why little plus signs appear after each attribute. And that Yama value, since the Yama mall isn't open and I don't know what I can buy. Su Lin studied it for half a day and didn't know what to add. So in the end, he simply didn't care. Wait until later. It seems like the system really wants me to be this living king of hell. Su Lin felt a bit excited. Just then, his phone rang. After picking it up, what came out of the receiver was the heartbreaking cries of his aunt Su Lingwan. Shaolin, you come quickly. Your sister Xiaoming was beaten. Ding. Sin detected. System releasing mission. Task 2, punish bullies and their accomplices. Mission completion, 0%. Completion of tasks will be rewarded accordingly. When Su Lin rushed to the Second People's Hospital of Greenvine City and saw his sister Xiaoming, couldn't believe my eyes. She was beaten almost beyond recognition. Her bloodied hair stuck together in a dirty mess. Her body all covered in black bruises and bloody marks from the lighter and cigarette burns. The person was also in a deep coma and dying. There's no basis for feelings in the original hypermasculine syndrome. But at this moment, for some reason Su Lin felt a long-lost throb in his heart. Memory. That little figure with the crocheted hair and big innocent eyes chasing after Su Lin and calling out to his brother. The human girl who was trying so hard to keep others from hitting Solian that she opened her arms to protect her in front of Solian, was struggling to try and rejoin the bloodstained, tube-ridden, unconscious teenage girl in the hospital bed with the oxygen mask. But try as he might, he couldn't rejoin them. She is Xiaoming, my sister. Xiaoming? Surin's few emotional systems were a bit confused. Her injuries were severe, with perforated eardrums, bloodshot eyes, a head wound about 5 centimeters long, and a cracked skull. The doctor said as he looked at the grieving Su Lingwan as well as the lowered and silent Lin Jianxiang. According to the CT images, the injured man also had a glass shard embedded in his brain. Can be taken out? Su Lingwan was grief-stricken. The doctor looked again at the film in his hand and hesitated. The situation is more dangerous. We can't guarantee. And, because of the difficulty of the surgery, the cost. How much does it cost to get? Su Lingwan asked nervously. The initial surgery cost is expected to be more than 80,000 yuan. But because the injury is in the brain, the subsequent treatment costs will certainly be incurred. You first prepare. 200,000 yuan. How much? $200,000? How can we have that much money? This time, the one who spoke was Lin Jianxiang, who raised his head with a bit of impatience on his face. The man who finally showed up at the hospital didn't seem that sad at all, as if the person lying in the hospital bed wasn't her daughter. The doctor looked at him. The decision is yours. I'll give you half an hour to discuss it. With that, he turned and walked away. After the doctor left, Lin Jianxiang didn't even look at his daughter in the hospital bed with an annoyed look on his face. Look at the good daughter you've given birth to, netting us trouble. 200,000 yuan. How can we have 200,000 yuan to give her medical treatment now? To die or to live? Death is clean. Save adding to the chaos. Su Lingwan looked at Lin Jianxiang incredulously. What are you talking about? She is your daughter. Lin Jianxiang hummed disdainfully. So what? Not the same as a money loser. Before I was counting on her to grow up and sell some money. Now, you. Su Lingwan finally exploded and pounced on her husband like a wounded beast. Damn, it's a pain in the ass day in and day out. Lin Jianxiang slapped Su Lingwan's face, causing her to sit on the ground. But the next second, he felt a sharp sensation of his neck being wrapped around a strong arm, which made him bleary-eyed and breathless. Then a voice without any rise or fall rang in his ears. Dare to hit my aunt? I'll kill you. There's more to come on Wang Xinmin's family, so stay tuned. The next episodes are even more enjoyable. So watch how Su Lin, the king of living hell, punishes the bullies with an iron fist. The best way to cure breast nodules. In addition, I beg for votes to follow. The new book is too important to follow. Kneeling. This book is guaranteed to be cool. Guaranteed to be cool. Invincible cool. 3 shifts today. End of chapter. Chapter 17. I smell a kindred spirit. 23. Chapter 17. I smell a kindred spirit. 23. Su Lin tightened his arms around Lin Jianxiang's neck. How much strength he has. Out and not a lightweight. Rushing is to put Lin Jianxian to strangle to death and the sack purpose to go. The hoop Lin Jianxian could not say a word. His eyes rolled upwards, and his tongue came out. Within seconds, there was only air coming out, not coming in. The grief-stricken Su Lingwan saw that it was not good, and it was going to kill people. Hurrying over to pull Surin's arm. Kobayashi, let go of him. He's about to be strangled by you. Su Lingwan's words can't be ignored by Su Lin. He could only resentfully let go of Lin Jianxian and licked his lips on the side. Unfortunately, I thought to myself that it would have been better if my aunt had spoken a little later. After a reprieve, Lin Jianxian, who had walked through the ghost gate, looked at Su Lin's eyes changed and cursed angrily. Damn, little white boy, you're going to strangle me, aren't you? Su Lin wondered. How do you know I want to strangle you? Is it so obvious? I hid it quite well. Lin Jianxian was confused. That's what you call hiding. Do you have some misconception about hiding? Damn. A big one and a small one are both psychopaths. Your Su family is a family of psychopaths. This is not over. You wait for me. Lin Jianxian was shivering with anger. Su Lin immediately became excited. Auntie, you're looking for me to fight. Wait, I'll go get the guys. Having said that, he immediately ran out and brought in his own backpack. Then he ran back to Lin Jianxian and clanked the contents to the ground. At once, Lin Jianxian's face changed. Surin was still excited about the presentation. This is an axe. For chopping. This is a hammer. For smashing bones. Oh, and this, a saw. Very sharp. Very easy to use. And this, a sack. To throw in after breaking. Crazy. You're a crazy person for stepping on a horse. Lin Jianxian's face went white, twisted his head and ran, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Don't run away. Auntie, I'm not done with the introductions yet. Surin was still shouting from behind. Kobayashi, what are you doing with these? Not to mention Lin Jianxian, looking at the bits and pieces on the ground. Even Su Lingzhuan's face changed. Facing his aunt, Solian couldn't say that he really wanted to kill someone. One can only lie, I scared him. It's someone else's. Someone else's for working on a construction site. Only then did Su Lingwan feel relieved, and after complaining about Su Lin for a few moments, she began to look sad again. Xiaoming's treatment costs $200,000, and his father doesn't care. Hey, what should we do? As she spoke, she burst into tears again. Su Lin walked over and patted her shoulder, saying, Auntie, you don't need to worry about money. I'll transfer $200,000 to you here. You can give Xiaoming medical treatment first. With that, he took out his cell phone and transferred $200,000 to Su Lingwan. Su Lingwan was confused when she heard her cell phone ring, picked it up and was dumbfounded. Your bank card with tail number 4431 has an income of $200,000 in full and a balance of Xiaolin, where did you get so much money? Su Lingwan was so shocked that her cell phone fell to the ground. Su Lin helped her pick up the cell phone. I earned from speculation in the past few years. In short, it's a formal channel. You can rest assured that you can use it. He was really right about that. This $1 million that the system gave him was really coming from the stock market. But not the dragon stock market, but Wall Street, futures, securities, whatever. Even the records are from a few years ago, so it's seamless no matter who checks them. Is everything you say true? Su Lingwan still couldn't believe it. Auntie, can I still lie to you? You also know that although I'm mentally ill, I have a high IQ. And speculating on stocks isn't a hand-to-mouth affair. This Su Lingwan did believe. When she used to visit Surin in the mental hospital, she knew that he had a very high IQ, which the doctor had also proved to her. That's good. Anyway, we can't do anything that breaks the law. Su Lingwan was relieved, but she cried again as she spoke. Auntie, why are you crying? Su Lin asked. Su Lingwan choked. I think of your father. He entrusted you to me before he left, and I didn't take care of you for so many years. And now that you've finally grown up and can make money on your own, I think he'll be happy down there too. Speaking of his father, Su Lin was also a bit emotional for a moment. An image of an honest man appeared in his memory, but it was vague. Now that I think about it, I did give my father a lot of trouble in the beginning. Aha! If it weren't for him, he would have fulfilled his dream of being a murderer himself. When this is over, go back home and burn some paper for your parents. You haven't been back in a while. Su Lingwan wiped her tears and said, Aha! Solian nodded. It's also time to go back and look around. Hometown. What a familiar and unfamiliar word. I wonder if those puppies and chicks, ducks and geese, mice and snakes remember themselves? So much to look forward to. With the money in hand, Su Lingwan immediately went to contact the doctor to prepare for the operation. For hospitals, everything is better with money, and the operation was scheduled immediately. During the operation, Su Lingwan also called Lin Jianxiang over, but no one answered. And you called him? Solian was puzzled. Su Lingjuan's eyes reddened. No matter what, he is always Xiaoming's father. Dad doesn't care about Xiaoming? Su Lin skimmed his mouth, expressing his difficulty in understanding. The craniotomy took a total of 6 hours, and the two of them, Su Lin and his aunt, waited outside until the early hours of the next morning before the surgery was considered over. Despite the success of the operation, however, the glass shards remaining in Xiaoming's brain still have not been cleaned up, and subsequent surgery will be required. But the person is out of the danger zone for now, to Su Lingjuan's great relief. The next morning, the police also came and showed a small video to Su Lin and Su Lingwan. The video was recovered from inside the abuser's cell phone. On camera, Lin Xiaoming's hair was disheveled, her face was bloodless, her entire body was covered in dirt, and she stood in the corner of the toilet at a loss for words. It's like a small animal driven to desperation. The camera then shows a long-haired girl in jeans. She walked up and slapped Xiaoming before kicking her to the ground. Then the other girl laughed and went up to add a few kicks, kicking Lin Xiaoming into a ball like a shrimp. There was another girl at the scene, grabbing Xiaoming's hair and slapping her. Soon, Lin Xiaoming's face quickly swelled up, but the men weren't going to leave her alone. Yet, they forced Lin Xiaoming to kneel on the ground. Keep hitting her. The sound of slaps mixed with the giggles of the three men rang out in the restroom. Lin Xiaoming, why do you think you're so obedient? Ha ha ha. Ouch. Like a dog. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Do I know where your parents are? They run a Thai restaurant, don't they? With the sound of several people laughing and joking, the girl at the head of the group took a tempered glass cup from somewhere and, rushing at Lin Xiaoming's head, he smashed down hard. The moment the video ends, Su Lingwan let out a mournful cry from her throat as if a wild beast was dying. Then it fell to the ground. At this moment, however, Su Lin's eyes were flashing with an extremely dangerous light. I smell a kindred spirit. He was trembling with excitement. 3 shifts today. End of chapter. Chapter 18 Conservatives find radicals too conservative, 33. Chapter 18 Conservatives find radicals too conservative, 33. But on top of the excitement, an anger arose in Su Lin's heart for some reason. This moment, Su Lin just wanted to kill someone, by the most cruel, violent, and torturous means. Send those 3 ES to hell. Water glasses made of tempered glass are not even close to being as hard as steel, and they just slammed into Xiaoming's head one at a time, without the slightest scruple. It follows that this level of violence, of wanton insults and bullying towards Xiaoming, was surely not the first time. Damn it, these people deserve to die. Su Lin felt the blood in his entire body stirring, a violent anger that was hard to suppress, almost drowning his sanity. Calm down guys, I understand how you feel. The policeman put away his cell phone and helped Su Lingwan up from the ground. But it happened and we still have to go through the legal process. But that didn't work at all. Su Lingwan looked at her daughter in the hospital bed and her whole body was trembling. She knew her daughter had been given a beating, but she didn't know it was in such a way. She couldn't accept it, not in any way. The 2 policemen looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh as well. Honestly, not to mention the families themselves, even they, who have seen many cases of all kinds. After watching that video, how can it not be angry and hate to beat those people up? But it can't be helped. They're cops. They can't do that. Afternoon. Su Lin and Su Lingkun are in the conference room at the school. Meet the other party. Lin Jianxiang's call still didn't get through, so Su Lingwan entrusted the nurse to take care of her daughter Xiaoming. Then came with Surin. In the conference room, Su Lingwan sat on a chair and Su Lin stood next to him. In the center were police officers, and on the other side of the conference table sat a man in a suit, and several middle-aged men and women. After a police presentation, Solian knew it was the principal of the school and the parents of the 3 scumbags. His eyes turned calmly to the other side of. At the other end of the table, the 3 little just sat there, bored and playing with their cell phones. Seeing Surin look over, one of them even poked his companion and pointed at Su Lin, not knowing what to say. Then the 3 men burst into a fit of unbridled laughter that sounded like a can of emphysema. In the face of such provocation from the 3, Su Lin boomed and felt all the blood in his body running towards his head, and his whole body followed the fire as if he could no longer control himself. I'm going to kill you. He copied the chair next to him and charged at the trio, but it was immediately held down by the crowd, and one of the parents even kicked Su Lin in the process. Let go of me or I'll kill you all together. Although Su Lin had a lot of strength, he couldn't hold up to the number of people on the other side, and he was so angry that his eyes were blazing. The 3 little ones are happily hiding behind their parents, and they are also comparing their middle fingers to Su Lin. The police officer, seeing that the commotion was out of control, came over and patted Solam on the shoulder. Young man, I understand how you feel, but impulsiveness won't solve the problem. Now let's discuss how to solve this matter without making things worse. Su Lingwan also cried. Shaolin, sit down first. Other people's words could be disregarded by Sulin, but he couldn't disregard his aunt's words. Had to sit down. Okay, how to fix it? He stared dead at the three little people who were still giving him the middle finger. The words came out. The atmosphere in the conference room was a little subtle for a moment. And, a couple of parents look at me, I look at you, and make secret glances. One look at them and you can tell they're not holding back any good farts. Definitely trying to pass the buck and make a big deal out of it. As expected, the suited principal cleared his throat, looked at Su Lin and said, "You are Lin Xiaoming's. I'm her brother." Oh, the principal looked at Su Lingwan, who had nothing to say. And so it went on. Yes, this. What about this matter? The school also takes it very seriously. No matter what, it's not right to hit people. After the incident, what about our school? We severely criticized the three students, Zhang Li, Wang Yuan and Zhao Sweetie, and they also expressed their repentance, promising that they would never do it again next time. The principal stared into Su Lin's eyes, as if he was trying to figure out what was in Su Lin's mind. They are all children. It is inevitable that they are a bit impulsive, but considering that they are all first-time offenders, I still hope that you. Su Lin looked at him, his eyes covered in taunts and sneers. Are you trying to say that this matter should just be left alone? Being broken through by Su Lin, the principal choked, his face somewhat displeased. Young man, I'll be honest, in order to suppress the heat of this matter, we also went through a lot of effort. Moreover, if the video is circulated, it's not good for Lin Xiaoming. After all, she's a girl. And then what? Su Lin, a psychopath, was laughed out of breath with a dangerous glint in his eyes. So we still have to kneel down to thank you for your great kindness, isn't it? The principal's face changed and he slapped the table. Young man, you have to look at the big picture. Looking out for the big picture? Solian smiled, feeling the blood start to rise again. The two little people in his head also jumped out and started banging their drums in front of Su Lin's eyes. Oh wow! Where could Su Lin hold back? He suddenly grabbed the glass of water on the table and slammed it down hard on the back of the principal's obese hand. The scalding hot water also spilled all over him in the process. Ah! The principal let out a scream. Su Lin, however, had no intention of letting him go, and with a brace of his arm, he took a flying leap onto the table, then took the glass of water and swung it hard at the principal's head. Pop! The glass of water shattered, and the principal fell down screaming, covering his head. Blood was pouring from the inside of his hand slit. Su Lin Sharp's blood was boiling, and every cell was quoting a song. Everyone in the conference room was stunned and dumbfounded by this sudden move by Su Lin. Just as Solian jumped off the conference table and was about to hit the principal, the police rushed up and held Solim in place. However, it didn't exert much force, and even secretly pushed Su Lin forward. That push put him in front of the principal. Solim is happy. In passing, he kicked the principal in his big face, sending his snotty nose and blood flying up into the air. Surin wasn't yet relieved and was ready to kick again when he did. That's when the two cops really pulled him back. That'll do, lad. Calm down. Violence doesn't solve problems. Hitting is wrong. Next time don't do it. The two policemen said very seriously. How do you hit someone? The principal, who was all but kicked senseless by Su Lin, sat on the ground with a large footprint on his face, trembling as he asked. Su Lin laughed. Don't you want to look at the big picture? It's a small thing for me to beat you. If you can't get over it, I'll stir this up. And if you can get over it, we'll sit down and talk it over. You. The principal was getting angry and confused, ready to come up and fight with Su Lin, but it was stopped by a couple of parents. Principal Huang. Don't. Yes, but hold your impulses, in case this comes to light. That's right, Principal Huang. On the media's side, we had a hard time suppressing it. That's a little injury. A couple band-aids and you're good to go. The greater good. 3 more shifts are over, and the next episodes are guaranteed to be awesome. It's not that I don't want more shifts, it's that more shifts will be out of the new book period soon. End of chapter. Chapter 19, you're done. But I'm not done. Chapter 19, you're done. But I'm not done. The principal, his nose bleeding, huffed and puffed as he resumed his chair, first giving an account of the scene. It's not over. Solian immediately exploded and jumped onto the table. I'm calling a press conference. You. The principal never expected that Su Lin would not follow the rules at all, and he shivered with anger. Principal Huang, cut the crap, a parent complained. That's right, didn't we just take a few hits? What's wrong with that? Another parent chimed in. They want to put the matter to rest now. It's not good for anyone if they really make a big deal out of it. After all, information travels so fast these days. In case this guy at the table does take this to the press, it's not going to be pretty. Eyeing a couple of parents you've been talking to, Su Lin was happy, looking condescendingly at Principal Huang. Is it over yet? Principal Huang was on the verge of vomiting blood from anger, shivering all over, unable to say a word as he pointed at Su Lin. It's not over, is it? It's not over. I'm sending teasers now. Surin pulled out his cell phone. It's over. Man, let's talk about it. Principal Huang took a deep breath and conceded. Who are you calling a brother to? Me, your father. Surin was disgruntled and pulled a plastic bag out of his pocket, then yanked over half the broom and opened the plastic bag to dip it inside. Smelling that smell, the faces of the crowd changed. Asterisk. Could it be? No. There's no need for that, is there? Su Lin completely ignored them with a maniacal smile on his face. Grandson, come here, don't you want to make a big deal out of it? I'll make it easier for you. Do what? Principal Yellow Man was still in a state of confusion. Results. Pop. Solian disliked the broom in his face in one fell swoop. Principal Huan, Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Crowd, vomit. Police. Sigma. All of a sudden, the whole conference room stank. Asterisk. Everyone was fumigated, and Principal Huan even vomited directly, asking as he did so, You, what are you feeding me? Su Lin laughed out loud. It stinks so bad. Of course Ali gave it. The parents who reacted were outraged. How is this even using biochemical weapons? Is there any international justice left? Sanctions. Must be sanctioned. It's infuriating. Control him. Several people all lunged at Surin, trying to control him. Surin said, laughing his ass off. I can't control myself, and you want to control me? He was unafraid. His spear dipped in, and whoever came died. Directly drunkenly dancing with swords, dreaming of blowing back to the corner of the camp. Killing that is called a sound. The two policemen took a look at the flash, hurriedly pulled the dumbfounded Su Lingwan and ran away, and also smoothly closed the door from the outside. There is also a teacher also ran away. While running also friends circle crazy typing, family who understand our leader is finally sanctioned. And Solian just spins, jumps, and doesn't stop in the conference room. Chase these people for crying out loud. Don't you come over here. Asterisk. Stay back. Brother, I'm wrong, okay. The entire conference room was filled with screams. The crowd looked at Su Lin with green faces after they had rechanged the conference room. They all smell like. Can they not be green? You're not done with me. Principal Huan was so angry that his nerves were going haywire. In broad daylight, under the sun, he even ate a mouthful of Ali too. God earth there is no justice, there is no law. He felt like his life was gray, which knew that Su Lin immediately shouted. Look at that. He's going to be done with me. I'm going to make teasing sounds. I'm going to call the press. The crowd was confused and looked at Principal Huang. Principal Huang was as angry as if he was having a seizure, his whole body trembling. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, he finally compromised again. It's over. I'll let it go. You're done. I'm not done. Solian slapped him across the face and smacked him, causing him to fall to the ground. You stepping horse, nervous. The principal man was on the verge of tears, and at the moment he wanted to crawl in a shadowy and twisted manner. Solam is happy. How do you know I'm psychotic? He wanted to continue smoking, and the two policemen hurriedly held back their laughter and pulled him back. Okay, it's not right to hit people. To be honest, they were also angry at the principal's attitude in their hearts, but in the way of this police uniform on his body, there was nothing he could do about the gas. Now that Su Lin had taken out a bad breath for them, they were secretly happy in their hearts. Only then did Surin get off the table and sat down again to tap the table and said, Well, talk about what? Come over here and talk. Let's talk. Oh yeah, you guys want some water? I'll get you guys some water. As he spoke, he poured a couple glasses of water on the table. You're a nice guy. How could the crowd dare to drink Su Lin's water? No one dared to approach him. The principal was even more evasive. He had a heart attack when he met such an unorthodox psychopath. Su Lin immediately changed his face. I told you guys to drink water but you didn't. You don't give face, right? Where's my broom? After that, he went back to digging in his pockets. The crowd is freaking out. Don't use the bioweapons. It's just a conference room. Drink. We'll drink now. They rushed over and picked up their cups of water and drank. Results. Asterisk. What's that smell? How does this smell? So, It's like, you. Where did this water come from? Solian said. Oh, just passed by the restroom. Crowd, vomit. It took a while longer for the commotion to quiet down, only for everyone's faces to turn black. Half a day. It took a few parents to speak up. Ahem. Young man, things are already like this. I think we might as well make a big deal out of it. Sulin, turning a big problem into a small problem? To tell you the truth, it can't be trivialized. Another middle-aged woman covered her nose and said impatiently, facts aside, isn't your sister at fault? You don't think about it. There are so many people in the class. Why did my daughter hit your sister? She must have done something unseemly. A slap in the face. No. Pop. Surprisingly, at some point, Sulin had already arrived in front of her and slapped her in the face. Is it loud? I'm asking you if it's loud? Sulin was not yet relieved, continuously smacking her, smacking the entire conference room with the sound of slapping slaps. You step on the horse to speak to me. A slap cannot ring? Ah, you talk to me? The poor middle-aged woman had been smacked silly. Where could she speak? Her man next to her got anxious and rushed up to hit Sulin. With a smooth kick, Solian kicked him in the stomach and sent him flying, and then proceeded to slap the woman again. You haven't answered my question yet. Ring? No. Ring? Ha? The middle-aged woman screamed desperately. That voice, it made the cells in Sulin's entire body jump. End of chapter. Chapter 20, if you can't control it, I'll do it for you. Chapter 20, if you can't control it, I'll do it for you. The two cops reacted at this point, hurrying up to rush up and pull Surin away. Can you sit properly and talk for a while? Violence won't solve the problem. The two men also had two heads. When will we be done with this? They're still waiting to get off work. The two of them were also helpless. They had never seen someone like Sulin. What's wrong with you? You're crazy. Hey no. It seems like his mental state is a bit off. Is he really mentally ill? The two of them sized up Sulin skeptically, but they couldn't tell much from their appearance alone. Innocent, harmless, and a total sweetheart. Still picking up the garbage on the ground by hand. You pick up the garbage, just pick it up. How to throw it in people's faces. Can this be a good guy? Who's a good guy like that? I say you. Will you stop? The two said helplessly. Good. Surin gave the police a face, making them relieved. They didn't seem to be able to tell that Sulin's mental state was indeed not quite right. Ah, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. As a result, the man who had been kicked away by Sulin slowed down and rushed up to hit Sulin. One look at the situation. The two little people in Surin's head jumped out in unison and started banging on the gong. Oh, Exu, justified defense. Justified defense. Sulin immediately got excited and rolled up his sleeves in preparation for self-defense. Sit down, all of you, and I'll handcuff anyone who fools around. A policeman yelled. The man then subsided and sat down and stared at Sulin Luck with a puff of air. There was a pang of disappointment in Sulin's heart, and he was furious when he saw the duck in his hand fly away. Seeing that the crowd has calmed down, the policeman rubbed his head helplessly. All stop rushing. Whoever wants to rush again, I'll really handcuff him. Sulin pointed across the room at that guy and confessed. He hit me first. You saw it. I'm a good person. You have the nerve to say, who's a good person like you? The crowd was collectively speechless. The police first calmed everyone in the room down for a moment. You guys, come up here and apologize to the others first. The policeman pointed to the three girls, but those three were standing in the corner, not even moving and still full of impatience. Apologize to him? No way. The head batterer bristled. How to talk? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to the others? A head of the family chided in a fake manner, and when he saw his daughter's indifference, he could only show his hands and say, hey, I can't control it. Do you guys look at it or just forget about it? Anyway, the apology is just a situation. It's not just a matter of money. Just say how much it is and be done with it. Sulin glared his eyes out. Can't manage it? You call out father. I'll manage it for you. What did you say? The woman was furious. I said I'm your father. Sulin exclaimed. You're looking for a fight. The woman's lips turned blue with anger, pointing at Sulin and shivering, her blood pressure rising. Sulin heatedly smiled. You? Come hit me if you're capable. The woman was so angry that she was about to vomit blood and rushed up to hit Sulin. Sulin was full of excitement, just waiting for her to make a move and then counterattack. Big brother, do me a favor and stop talking. The police easily pulled the woman to a halt. They swore that they had never seen someone like Sulin. And you three, get your asses over here and apologize. Finally, at the urging of the police, only then did the three men reluctantly walk over and falsely apologize. Why are you hitting people? The policeman asked seriously. Hit him if you want to. It's just that he doesn't look good. Bother her. A girl chewed her gum with an impatient look on her face. Su Lin remembered her. Her name was Zhang Li, and she was the one who led the fight against Xiaomeng. The middle-aged woman next to her pulled Zhang Li's clothes from behind. Lily, how do you talk like that? Apologize to the person and say it won't happen again. Zhang Li said impatiently. I promise I'll never hit her again. Okay, that's a lot. With that, she turned and walked away. The policeman asked, frowning, it's not even done here. Why are you going? Zhang Li squinted at Su Lin and hung back. Go and slap that twice. I haven't seen her for the last 2 days and my hands are itching. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With a flying kick, Solian sent her flying. And then, before anyone could react, rushing over is a few slaps, smacking Zhang Li directly confused. Make your hands itchy. Make your hands itchy. He snarled as he fought. How dare you hit someone? Several of the parents were in a hurry and rushed over and started to surround Su Lin. In a moment of inattention, Su Lin received several blows in succession. However, he was not the least bit scared, but instead, he was full of red. It's coming. It's coming. It's ready for self-defense. Every cell of his body leapt with excitement. Picking up a nearby broomstick in one smooth motion, he swung it at one of the parents at the front of the room. The beating made her scream. When the other parents saw this, they were all stunned by Su Lin's ruthlessness. Their mouths clamored, but their bodies were honest. None of them dared to go forward. Help! 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 Zhang Li desperately crawled towards the door, truly frightened by Su Lin's ruthlessness. Stop him! Stop him! The two policemen were also confused and rushed up to pin Su Lin firmly. Stop, or I'll cuff you. Only then did Su Lin make a break for it, throwing half a broom and heading for the chair. Ha! What are you guys standing so far away for? Come, let's continue talking. Crowd. Talk? How the hell are we supposed to talk? Are you out of your mind? Everyone's hearts were racing with 10,000 straw horses. Crazy, crazy. Where do you find crazy people? Principal Huan was trembling with anger. Things had gone far beyond his expectations and were moving in a direction beyond his control. It's almost time for semester exams. If the leaders up there find out this happened, his dreams of going further were about to be dashed. Thinking of this, he touched the dried nosebleed and could only hold his breath and say, everyone calm down. Calm down. Talk things over. A parent who had been hit by Surin with a face full of peaches stood up and said viciously, you wait, I'll kill you later. Su Lin was excited. Yeah, let's make an appointment. One-on-one or in a group. You. That parent was stunned by Su Lin's crazy eyes and could only point at Su Lin and keep shouting crazy. Crazy. Alright, all cut the crap. That's enough for today. I'll go back first. Uncle JC, fearing that things would become more serious, had to end the meeting hastily. Separation. The parents on the other side of the street even screamed that they wanted to make Surin pay, saying that they wanted Surin to go to jail. No quality. No morals. Parents scolded Surin. Surin snorted, not caring at all, and wiped his nose in passing. The parents were so scared that they fled, while Su Lin pointed at them and laughed. Reviewer, I've been honest. Please let me go. Crying. I need some data. It's a bit of a tragedy. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 21. We mental patients have dignity too. After they left, the policeman said helplessly to Surin, you beat up the other side enough to constitute a minor injury, and if the other side really pursues the case, it's also very troublesome, and you may have to go to jail. Su Lingwan was dumbstruck the entire time. It was a moment of immediate tension. Kobayashi just got carried away. Su Lin asked, what will happen to the three of them who also hit someone? The cop choked and sighed slightly. Their behavior is very bad. If it goes well. What happens if it goes well? Surin looked at him. The policeman looked at Su Lingwan and shook his head. If it goes well, admonishment and psychological counseling will be given. And of course, Lin Xiaoming's medical expenses, they must bear. Su Lin sneered. That is to say, they beat my sister into the ICU and almost even lost her life. While they didn't punish themselves at all, my sister was beaten to that state. While they only needed to say a couple of apologies and pay out a little money. Right? The police were silent. That's just the way it is. And it's pretty hopeless. Su Lin shook his head and pulled Su Lingwan outside, walking out of the conference room. Only then did I see a lot of teachers gathered outside the conference room, pointing. See, that's Lin Xiaoming's brother, the one who just beat up someone inside. Too rude, too unqualified. It's true that there is a brother and a sister. I see. Her sister was beaten are not wrong. I heard that Principal Huan was all beaten up by him and pulled Ali to the scene. The field pulled Ali too? Solian is all happy. The word is getting around. Hey, I like it. But just because I like it doesn't mean I'll let you off the hook. Su Lin walked to that teacher with a gentle face full of smiles. You're saying I'm unqualified? Ha, I The teacher who had spoken couldn't help but step back a little. Sulin asked, "Did you just say I have no quality?" That teacher choked, eyes darting. I didn't say that. Look at you. Said it and said it, dare to do it right. I'm not mad. It may be that Sulin's kind smile made the teacher relax his guard, and he said, "You are unqualified if you hit people." Yuck. Solian spat in her face. You. Why are you spitting on me? The teacher man was dumbfounded. Sulin shrugged. Didn't you say I was unqualified? Congratulations. You guessed right. After saying that, 2 more slaps were slapped over. It was only then that Su Lingwan and the police pulled away. Why are you hitting people again? Aren't you really afraid of going to jail? The policeman said bitterly. They didn't expect that one moment of inattention and Su Lin would start to go crazy again. Hitting? Who hit someone? Don't build Don't you guys talk nonsense. Surin looked puzzled. What just happened? My head hurts. I groove. You find points you. Obviously just a moment ago to beat people. And now do not build it? And it's still saucy? The 2 police uncles were confused. That's when a blue book coincidentally fell out. The policeman picked it up and was baffled. Chaoxiong syndrome. Mental division. Schizophrenia. Delusional disorder. Paranoid mental disorder. You're really mentally ill? The police officer looked at the up to 7 mental illnesses in the book and his mouth dropped in shock. Watch what you say. Who's mentally ill? You're the one who's mentally ill. We mentally ill people have dignity too. Sulin said angrily, snatching the book back in the process. This is his baby. A police officer quickly took out his cell phone and began to look up Sulin's information. The result was a look that nearly dropped his jaw. Killed 52 dogs because they barked? For being prodded by a driver and cutting up people who couldn't get out of bed for months. One man chased 7 or 8 people and cut them down. Slightly injuring 3 and seriously injuring 1. My God. And the 2 policemen's eyes rounded as they looked at Sulin's glorious deeds in the system. They then realized why Sulin was hitting people and why he was temperamental. Feelings that this guy really is a psychopath. Or the documented kind. This is where things get a little rough. The 2 policemen observed a 3-second moment of silence for those who had been beaten. They can't really do anything about psychotic beatings. The teacher who was beaten probably had something in mind, too. Once he saw that Sulin was really mentally ill, he didn't dare to say anything and covered his face and ran away. All the way out of the school gates. It was only then that he realized that a few parents from the other side were actually still waiting for Sulin at the school entrance. Today you beat us up. And also beat up our children. But we have a lot of adults. Not to bother with you. As long as you compensate our 3 families $100,000. This matter is so closed. We will not pursue the matter. Even if it is a settlement. Zhang Li's old man, who was probably the elected representative, tilted his head and spoke condescendingly to Sulin. Solian smiled and said politely, I'll settle for Nima. Zhang Li's old man instantly became angry and pointed at Sulin's nose. You don't give a damn. We want $100,000 as less. Look at what you beat my daughter into? The police officer who said this couldn't look away and asked, what about the person's sister, who is still lying in the hospital not out of danger? Zhang Li's old man said impatiently, that's between them. A girl can have much strength. Besides, my daughter, no matter what, that's my girl. It's not the turn of outsiders to discipline. He counts how old? Zhang Li's mom also helped out on the side. A little bit of morality is not there. What kind of brother has what kind of sister? I see that whoever deserves it. My daughter is right. She just owes to be beaten. Before the words are out of my mouth, Solian rushed up and slapped her across the mouth, hitting her full of blood. Mud. Hit me? Zhang Li's mom covered her mouth and screamed, trying to kick Su Lin, but Su Lin easily dodged it, then kicked her in the stomach in the process. His dad reacted and rushed up to sneak up on Surin from behind. A square kick so powerful that thunder rolled. But Su Lin, how chicken thief has long been guarded against him. At the same time as a side flash, the next moment, Zhang Li, her mom, covered her nose and wolf howled. Damn it, Zhang Chuan, why are you kicking me? Zhang Chuan was dumbfounded. I didn't. It wasn't me. Su Lin helped. That's him. He has a woman outside. He's long wanted to kick you out. I even saw him kissing another woman. And I heard him give that woman the word that he was going to take you off. Good guy. Blind words come out with his mouth open. Zhang Chuan was about to explode with anger and chased after Su Lin. But all of them were dodged by Su Lin. And while dodging, he also shouted, beat up, kill someone. Passers-by all gathered around and pointed. Zhang Li's mom howled and rushed up to grab Zhang Chuan's face. Good you Zhang Chuan, you son of a. No wonder you didn't come home for the past few days. I knew you didn't have a good heart. Zhang Chuan dodged while cursing. You're stupid for stepping on a horse. You believe his words too? Hey young, The last sound was Su Lin taking the opportunity to kick him in the ass. Only then did Zhang Li's mom react to her mistaken target of attack, pointing at Su Lin's nose and cursing. Do you have any morals? Making up nonsense. Surin, this one really doesn't. You are mad at me. Zhang Li, her mother, gasped straight, shivering, and finally simply splash. Sitting on the ground bawling, murder. Hit people. Police. You two eyes blind. Hurry to arrest him. The two police uncles looked at each other and looked away. All we saw was mutual assault. I'm begging for data. 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 I'm begging for reading. Auditor, I've been honest. Please let me go. The readers, if you like, you move your little hand to get rich. Vote a little bit. Click a like and then go. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 22. I'll show you now if a slap can be loud. Chapter 22. I'll show you now if a slap can be loud. Zhang Li, her old man, was probably scared by Su Lin and didn't dare to rush up, just pulling up his wife and shouting across the room. This isn't over. Just wait. Then he dragged his wife and Zhang Li and ran away. When the others saw this, they were afraid that if they stayed, Su Lin would beat them again. Also, hurry up and flash. Not finished? Oh, I won't even finish with you if you want to. Surin was full of smiles. Anyone who bullied Xiaomeng, not a single one of them can escape. Back at the hospital, Xiaomeng still hasn't woken up and remains unconscious. The doctor said that although the first surgery was successful, it was still dangerous and that he would have to wait for a second surgery to see the results. When Su Lingwan heard this, she burst into tears again. Su Lin looked at his sister in the ICU. It felt like another burst of anger that could barely be suppressed. Auntie, I'm going for a walk. He gave Su Lingwan a greeting and turned around and left the hospital. Outside, Su Lin, who had calmed down a little, pulled up the attribute panel. Name, Surin, Power, 6, Speed, 3, Spirit, 4, Skills, none, Items, none, Free attribute points, 5, Yama value, 60, Current mission completion, 10%, HM? How did the Yama value go up? Surin froze. Does it mean that hitting someone will also increase the Yama value? Solian thought in wonder. I've been thinking about it, but I don't get it. His eyes fell back to the final task completion. He beat up all three of the little things, even the old ones quite a bit, not even the principal, and the result is only 10% mission completion? I guess I wasn't tough enough. Solian thought silently. He then looked at his 5 free attribute points and, after thinking about it, it was all added to the power. Though he has the superhero gene and has a little more strength than normal, but not much. If there are too many people, you'll have to scratch your head too. So he added all his free attribute points to strength. So much so that no one will be able to stop themselves from going crazy next time. Just finished adding points. He instantly felt a powerful heat surge within his body and quickly began to flow down his meridians. In a trance, Su Lin felt like he had turned into a big fat man. But when you look closely, the body hasn't changed much. It took about 2 minutes for the feeling to subside. Su Lin looked at his attribute panel again. Name, Surin, Power, 11, Speed, 3, Spirit, 4, Skills, none, Items, none, Free attribute points, 0, Yama value, 60, Current mission completion, 10%. We know through the system that the strength of a normal adult man is 5. Those athletes or boxers who are systematically trained may have strengths of 10 or more. And now Surin's power is already 11. Which means that he now had enough strength to rival a trained boxer. Not bad, it'll be easier to fight in the future. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Lin's face. By now it was about 7 o'clock in the evening. Su Lin remembered that his aunt hadn't eaten yet. Just picked one up at the restaurant next to the hospital and headed back to the hospital. As a result, as soon as I entered the ward, I saw 4 or 5 people in the ward. Is holding Su Lingwan down and forcing her to sign the paper. And Su Lingwan is struggling desperately. Su Lin's aunt, Lin Jinxiang, however, looked on and did not go up to help. Grass. The blood in Su Lin's entire body suddenly rushed to his head. He rushed over and swung the lunchbox in his hand. And in one fell swoop he smashed it on the head of a woman who was pulling Su Lingwan's hand to make her sign. The hot, thick soup suddenly spilled all over the woman's head and face. Ah! The woman staggered back with a scream and fell to the ground in agony. The others were all dumbfounded. And after reacting, they were ready to swarm Su Lin and firmly control him. If this had been before he added the attribute points, he would definitely not have been able to break free. But now, he struggled hard, and a powerful force was born as heat surged through his body. Oy vey. Several people were all lifted off the ground by him, hitting their heads. Asterisk. He's so strong. A few more people. Someone exclaimed. I'll come to Nima more. Su Lin roared and directly kicked the man out. The others were just about to step forward when Su Lin roared, "Whoever steps up again, I'll kill him." Everyone was stunned by Su Lin's might, and no one dared to step forward again for a while. "Kobayashi, Kobayashi, they forced me to sign." Su Lingwan was crying and couldn't catch her breath. Her arms were all bruised from being scratched. Su Lin saw the woman's face full of emptiness. Taking the piece of paper and hiding it behind her, Solian walked over and slapped her in the face, snatching the paper from her hand and looking at it. It was actually a letter of understanding. Su Lin immediately felt his eyes jump. This has brought so many people to force her aunt to sign a letter of understanding. But not only did the woman not feel the slightest bit guilty, she even shouted, "What for? What gives you the right to hit someone? What's wrong with you parents? Lin Xiaoming doesn't know any better, and you don't know any better? Do you realize that this incident has seriously affected the school's reputation? Does your Lin Xiaoming still want to go to school?" said the man with a twinkle in his eye. "As long as you sign this understanding, I promise I won't pursue this and let her go back to school." Su Lingwan was trembling with anger at this. Xiaoming's homeroom teacher, where is your conscience in saying this? You guys are just afraid of taking the responsibility, afraid that the matter will become big and affect you. When Xiaoming was sent to the hospital, you guys kept stopping the doctor, not letting the doctor examine Xiaoming, but asking for a direct bandage instead. When I saw that I was going to call the police, a dozen of you even held me down and grabbed my cell phone, and you wouldn't let me see Xiaoming, and you tried to kick me out of the hospital. I was on my knees begging you, kowtowing to you one by one. But what about you? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Our Xiaoming was beaten like that and is still in a coma. But what about you guys? You even turned around and said that we had affected your reputation, forcing me to sign a letter of understanding. Are you still human? Su Lingwan's voice was in tears, her whole body was trembling, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak anymore. And Lin Xiaoming's class master was surprisingly full of himself. One slap doesn't make a difference. Is Lin Xiaoming right? There are so many people. Why didn't Zhang Li and the others hit others but your daughter? I'm telling you, it's not good for anyone if things get out of hand. From the beginning, they were going to treat this as a trivial matter. It was only in the end that Lin Xiaoming's injuries became more and more serious that they had to notify Su Lingwan. But as soon as the words left her mouth, her person was kicked out again. I'll let you know now if a slap can be a slap in the face. Su Lin's face was full of scorn as he took a step towards her. I'm begging for data. 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 I'm begging for reading. I'm begging for votes. I'm begging to be chased. I'm begging to be thanked. End of chapter. Chapter 23, I hear the echoes of vengeance. Begging for votes and recommendations and catching up on reading. Chapter 23, I hear the echoes of vengeance. Begging for votes and recommendations and catching up on reading. Pa 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 pa. Su Lin walked over to Xiaoming's homeroom teacher and swung his big hand, slapping her in the face one after another. It quickly slapped her face into a pig's head. Can it ring? Give me the ing word. Can it ring? Murder, help. Lin Xiaoming's homeroom teacher screamed desperately, just like a dead parent, distracted by what he heard. Su Lin copied the stool next to him and slammed it playfully at him. The chairs are smashed apart. The crowd then reacted and rushed forward to pull. Being blocked by the crowd like this, Lin Xiaoming's class teacher took the opportunity to escape. She had escaped, but the others were close to Surin. Surin never had the word polite in his dictionary. Swinging the legs of the stool on a flurry of smashing these people crying father and mother, holding their heads and scurrying. In the end, it was the hospital security guards who rushed in 7 or 8 of them, which stopped Su Lin. You wait, this isn't over. Lin Xiaoming's homeroom teacher let out harsh words from afar, and after letting out harsh words, he ran away with people. Su Lin skimmed his mouth, saying how come all these people's words were the same. If it's not over, it's not over. I don't even agree if you want it to be over. When he looked back, his aunt Lin Jianxian was surprisingly still standing behind him. Su Lin was instantly furious and rushed over to him, about to punch him. Kobayashi, stop. Su Lingwan stopped Su Lin and asked Lin Jianxian with red eyes. You even brought someone to force me to sign. Are you still Xiaoming's father? Are you still a human being? Lin Jianxian's face didn't show the slightest hint of guilt. He just stared at Su Lingwan and asked viciously, where did the money for the surgery come from? I heard from the hospital people that you paid $200,000 at one time. Where did you get that much money? Did your concubine give it to you? Su Lingwan was shaking with anger. Could you Lin Jianxian? Are you still a person? Xiaoming had an accident. Not only do you not care, now you suspect me. You said, rushed up to fight Lin Jianxian, but she was a woman after all, and would definitely not be a match for Lin Jianxian. After being slapped by Lin Jianxiang, he was kicked in the stomach again. Sitting on the spot, Naya. Su Lin roared. A flying kick sent Lin Jianxiang flying, riding on his body and punching. The beating made Lin Jianxiang cry out. You, don't fight. I'm your aunt. Lin Jianxiang begged for mercy. I'm so tough I even beat myself. Who are you? Solian said viciously, with another blast of the hammer. A few slaps down, Lin Jianxiang's gaze was much clearer. He then remembered that Surin was a psychopath and lost his nerve. Don't hit me. I'm wrong. You hit me and you'll go to jail too. Jail is jail. If I kill you, I won't be sentenced to death. Su Lin choked his neck, ready to strangle him. At the critical moment, Su Lingwan, however, stood up and stopped Su Lin. Kobayashi, don't make the mistake of putting yourself on the line for someone like that. After saying that, he took another deep breath and said in a deep voice to Lin Jianxiang, Lin Jianxiang, let's get a divorce. Leave it. Lin Jianxiang's eyes rolled. But you have to give me $200,000, and the house and the store have to go to me, or you're not getting out of this marriage. You. Su Lingwan was really pissed off and her hands were shaking. Su Lingwan and Lin Jianxiang got divorced. After Su Lin gave Lin Jianxiang $200,000, the guy didn't even look at his daughter in the hospital bed. He joyfully signed and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to do the formalities. Xiao Lin, I am sorry, the money I will pay you back. Su Lingwan cried. Su Lin waved his hand. It's fine, there's no need to pay it back. My money comes easily. This amount is nothing to me. That's not a lie on his part. His money comes very easily indeed, by beating up on people. Su Lingwan looked at her daughter, whose body was full of tubes, and for a moment was overcome with grief. Xiao Lin, why do you think my life is so bitter? Married such a man. Simply not human. Not only do not care about my daughter's life and death, but also forced to give him $200,000. Su Lin patted his aunt's back, but his eyes looked in the direction Lin Jianxiang had left. Auntie, don't worry. If he can get this $200,000 in peace, I'll take his last name, he murmured in his mind. That's right. From the very beginning, Su Lin had no intention of letting Lin Jianxiang retreat in one piece. Since he had no regard for the death of his wife and daughter, he had nothing to be concerned about. Not only will he make Lin Jianxiang spit out this $200,000, even the house, the store, he will also help his aunt to give it back. He wanted Lin Jianxiang to kneel in front of his aunt and pray like a dog, and then a kick in the pants from my aunt. Su Lingwan has not closed her eyes for several days. Even a big change. People have long been on the verge of collapse. So Su Lin opened a room in the hotel next to the hospital and told Su Lingwan to go rest first. But Su Lingwan did not agree, and had to go and guard her daughter. How can I sleep with Xiaoming like this? Su Lingwan's tears had long since dried up. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked like she had aged many years, with gray hair appearing on her head. A night of white heads probably says it all. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still Su Lin around, it was estimated that Su Lingwan would have collapsed long ago. Auntie, the guys may come back tomorrow to pester you, so you need to get your spirits up. Only after Su Lin persuaded her aunt did she reluctantly agree to go and rest for a while first. Su Lin returned to the hospital alone, and Xiaomeng was still asleep in the intensive care unit. Looking at her scarred face, Su Lin's heart, which had long been dusty, also felt a stabbing pain. By afternoon, Xiaomeng finally woke up. The doctor told Su Lin that Lin Xiaomeng now has a very serious stress reaction and is in a state of extreme autism, and may need some psychological counseling. Su Lin sat on the edge of Xiaomeng's bed, looking at the poor person, feeling that his anger was about to be suppressed again. The little girl in his memory who was so lively, sneaking her little snacks to Su Lin when he was punished for not being able to eat was no longer there. In its place was the man whose entire body was covered in marks and scars and who only knew how to cower in fear. She won't let anyone touch her. Xiaomeng, I'm an older brother. Solian spoke to her in the gentlest of voices. I bought your favorite snack, cantaloupe flavor. Have some. Lin Xiaomeng didn't have any reaction, staring blankly out the window. Xiaomeng, you want to go home too, don't you? When you're better, I'll take you to see our new house. It's so big and beautiful. Lin Xiaomeng still didn't respond. Su Lin let out a long sigh, his eyes full of heartache. After a while, Lin Xiaomeng finally spoke up. She still hadn't turned her head, still staring blankly out the window as she asked, Brother, did I do something wrong? She murmured, like a spirit whose soul had not yet returned to its body, wandering alone in the darkness of the night. Her voice was like a barbed whip that viciously lashed at Su Lin's body. Mommy says that only bad kids get punished. Am I being punished for doing something wrong? A sharp pain shot through Su Lin's heart. What's wrong with her? Those few people just because they look at Xiaomeng not good. They have to beat her and bully her. What's wrong with her? Su Lin's throat felt like it was blocked by something, and he didn't know how to answer. Brother, I'm in pain. I want to go home. Xiaoming flung herself into Su Lin's arms, crying and coming up for air. Su Lin held her tightly, his eyes already red. When you're better, brother will take you home. Brother will give you a big house. And from now on, no one will bully you. No one will dare to bully you anymore. I swear. My aunt was the first to arrive at the hospital when she heard the news. Mother and daughter hugged and cried in the hospital room, crying at the top of their lungs and coming up for air. It was the doctor who finally came in and said the patient couldn't have too many mood swings. That stopped them from crying. Subsequently, it was only in Lin Xiaoming's broken narrative that Su Lin realized what had happened. Without any cause, the three of them bullied Xiaoming simply because they looked at her in a bad light. Truly bullied. Xiaoming mustered up the courage to tell her teacher what had happened. How do you know that the teacher, instead of stopping the atrocities of those three instead, he called his sister out alone and criticized her. A slap in the face isn't enough. Why don't they bully others but you? This shows that you are no good either. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming's heart went cold, but more despair was yet to come for her. When Lin Xiaoming, holding on to her last hope, called to tell her father, Lin Jinxiang, about the incident. This old thing, however, just said impatiently, don't give me trouble day after day. If you cause trouble again, you don't come back. 20,000. After the phone hung up, Lin Xiaoming cried for a long time. Her parents are her last hope, her last resort. But, predictably, how desperate and helpless she was. Am I wrong? When Xiaoming once again asked this question with tears in her eyes, Su Lingwan hugged her tightly in her arms. The cries of both mother and daughter echoed through the night. It's like a broken violin playing the saddest music. The night, slightly cooler. There is a wind that rises and wrinkles the half-full moon. The bell outside the window rang, and the sound rushed across Su Lin's body, causing his blood to boil and his heart to stir. I hear the echo of vengeance. Su Lin laughed fiercely as he grabbed and shattered the starlight. I'm begging for data. 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 I'm begging for reading. End of chapter. Chapter 24, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. The first person Su Lin approached was Xiaoming's homeroom teacher, the same person who took the letter of understanding and forced Aunt Surin to sign it yesterday. Su Lin learns that Xiaoming's homeroom teacher's name is Zhang Xiaoxia, the sister-in-law of one of the bullies. No wonder she's acting so positive. Su Lin sneered. After figuring out Zhang Xiaoxia's bottom line, Su Lin made a call out. The call was answered in a second, and another excited to the point of excitement voice came from it. Brother, you finally called me? You're out? Su Lin smiled. Well, you're in Greenvine City, aren't you? Looking for you to do a few things. Okay, brother, your business is my business. When Su Lin saw Zhang Xiaoxia, it was night. The dog is walking out the front door alone, and as he does, he's on the phone. Don't worry, nothing's wrong. Principal Huang has checked. That family doesn't have much power, and her father doesn't care. What are you afraid of? Well, the family owns a small restaurant. Your sister-in-law has been in school for years for nothing. If she doesn't sign the letter of understanding, we'll just let her go without a school. See if she's scared? A fight is a fight, and at most it's a matter of losing some money. Just as she hung up the phone, two burly men rushed out from the side and kicked her in the leg joints from behind. Zhang Xiaoxia screamed miserably and fell to the ground. What are you doing? Help! She cried out in horror. The two brawny men, however, did not say anything, and swung another stick right at her leg. Zhang Xiaoxia let out a heartbreaking scream. After the beating, the two big men dragged her right into a nearby minivan and took off. Across the street, a Bentley was parked under the shadow of a street tree. In the car, a man who was about 27 or 18 years old and wearing a plaid shirt was excitedly asking for credit from Su Lin. Brother, still satisfied? The man's name is Zippy, the second generation of the rich. 3 years ago, this guy got into a drinking fight and accidentally seriously injured two. In the end, his father made connections, got a schizophrenia identification certificate, and sent to the psychiatric hospital where Su Lin was treated for a year. When he first came in, this guy was acting like the king of heaven was first and I was second. As a result, within a few days, he was subdued by Su Lin and finally worshipped him as his big brother. This time, when something came up, the first thing Su Lin thought of was him. All set? Surin asked. Brother, I dare not be attentive to what you've explained. Don't worry, it's all arranged. Zippy licked his lips, his expression somewhat excited. The Bentley then started and followed the van. Some time later, Su Lin appeared in an empty room. Zhang Xiaoxia, on the other hand, knelt in the middle of the house with trepidation. As soon as he saw Su Lin appear, Zhang Xiaoxia's expression was first stunned. Then she exclaimed, "So it's you, Su Lin. You dare to kidnap me? I want to call the police." "Call the police?" Su Lin laughed and walked over and slapped her in the face, knocking out 2 of her teeth. "Then you report it. I'll wait for you to report it. Anyway, I'm mentally ill. At most I'll be sent to the mental hospital again. But when I get out, I'll go to your house every day." The smile on Su Lin's face disappeared, and his expression grew grim. "You still have a husband, don't you? You still have parents, don't you? And you still have a daughter. Oh yeah, your daughter is wearing a red dress today. It's quite pretty." Zhang Xiaoxia collapsed a bit. "What do you want? Don't you mess around." "Messing around?" Su Lin slapped her in the face again, smacking Zhang Xiaoxia's face rapidly reddened and swollen. "I just messed up. What can you do?" He slapped Zhang Xiaoxia's face one after another. A slap in the face doesn't ring a bell, does it? See if it does? My sister clearly told you that someone was bullying her. But what did you do? You turned around and told the people who were bullying her. And you say Xiaoming is no good. So what are you? Su Lin continuously slapped Zhang Xiaoxia's ears, slapping her mouth full of blood. Her sanity was a little unclear. The bullies are fine, but the victims are guilty, right? Asterisk 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 in hell. The more I talk, the more pissed off I get. Paige, bring me my bag. Zippy's nickname is just Paige. Coming. Brother, what's in here? Chi Pei excitedly carried Su Lin's bag over. Solian picked it up and bam, he dumped it all on the floor. Come on, I'll introduce you too. Here's the hammer, here's the axe, here's the saw, here's the shroud, and this, concentrated sulfuric acid. The others are real. The concentrated sulfuric acid is fake. Inside the bottle is overnight tea. It wasn't that Su Lin didn't dare, but he couldn't buy it, so he had to pour overnight tea to make up the difference. But Zhang Xiaoxia and Chi Pei all believed it, especially Chi Pei, who knew Su Lin's temperament. That guy, he'll do anything when he's mad. So not to mention Zhang Xiaoxia, even Chi Pei's face changed. He saw that Su Lin picked up the bottle with concentrated sulfuric acid written on it and was about to pour it on Zhang Xiaoxia's head, and was so scared that he rushed to hug him around the waist. Brother, it's not necessary, brother. It's really not necessary. Just beat her up to relieve her anger. If you really splash strong sulfuric acid, you'll have to go back to the mental hospital again. Grass, you let go of me. Any more bull asterisk 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 and I'll break you into pieces and put you in a bag. Surin struggled. Poor Zhang Xiaoxia was so scared that she was ting and pissing, and all the yellow and white stuff was under her legs, making the whole house stink. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. It's all my fault. Spare my life. Looking at those things on the ground, she was completely terrified and fell to her knees and kept kowtowing. Now you know you're scared? It's too late. I'll chop you up. The bottle in Su Lin's hand was snatched away by Chi Pei, who picked up the axe from the ground again and hacked at Zhang Xiaoxia's head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chi Pei was shocked out of his mind and hurriedly pulled hard. The axe was crooked and scratched Zhang Xiaoxia's face, chopping off a few hairs. Grass. The cooked duck has flown. Surin was furious and swung his axe to chop again. Zipei was confused and hurriedly hugged his waist again. This is really going to kill someone. You too. Beat him up and take it out on my brother. He hugged Su Lin's waist hard while ordering his 2 men. The 2 henchmen were also stunned by Su Lin's raw strength, and upon hearing this, they hurriedly rushed up to violently beat Zhang Xiaoxia. That guy, fists and sticks together soon beat Zhang Xiaoxia crying father and mother. That is a miserable. Surin managed to quiet down and threw his axe and shouted, Okay, stop. Only then did the 2 men stop, and then they looked at Zhang Xiaoxia, who was beaten and lying on the ground shaking all over. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Su Lin walked over and kicked her in the face, cursing angrily. You don't deserve to be a human being at all. You're a piece of. I am trash. I am wrong. I really know I am wrong. Where did Zhang Xiaoxia dare to retort? Her face was all fear and regret. If she had known this was the outcome, she wouldn't have dared to treat Lin Xiaoming like that even if she had been given 10 guts. Who knew she had such a crazy brother? It's killing me. Brother, don't fight. If you really kill it there's no more fun behind you, Zippy advised. Su Lin kicked Zhang Xiaoxia a few more times before his anger subsided. This is your daughter, isn't it? Su Lin took out a few photos and threw them in Zhang Xiaoxia's face. The photo shows a little girl in a red dress with a very sweet smile. The photo is something Zippy got. However, Su Lin did not intend to do anything to Zhang Xiaoxia's daughter. Just scare her. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaoxia's heart gave birth to a strong fear, and at this moment, she completely collapsed. What are you going to do? I really know that I am wrong. You do not target my daughter. He is innocent. Su Lin was instantly enraged and threw another kick at her, kicking her to fly out a long way. Asterisk 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 your daughter is innocent and my sister deserves to be beaten? Zhang Xiaoxia's body shook and bowed into a shrimp in pain, but she frantically begged Su Lin for mercy. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I'm sorry. There was no way around it. Su Lin had really grabbed her soft underbelly this time. Su Lin took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart. I want you to help me do something. Do a good job. I will not find you and your daughter trouble. If not good. I'd like to ask you to read it. Request for votes and recommendations. Everyone by hand to vote. The data is a little miserable. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Switching Wife Beaters? I've learned. Chapter 25, Switching Wife Beaters? I've learned. A few days later, a shocking big melon is circulating. The principal, David Huang, is having an affair with Zhang Xiaoxia. The whole school was abuzz as soon as the news spread. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Have you heard? Principal Huang and Zhang Xiaoxia have been maintaining an inappropriate male-female relationship for a long time. I've heard, and I've heard there's video and photos. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The bull is big. This is going to be a good one. Talk about a good show. A good show is coming up fast. Huang Dawei's wife and Huang Dawei directly in the office to tear. Fight that called a chicken. Good you Huang Dawei dog thing bone. Old mother we're not good. Are you cheating outside? If it wasn't for my mother taking pity on you and asking my uncle for help back then, would you be here today? Are you still a human being? This is no way to live. And you don't want to be the principal anymore. In the office, Huang Dawei's wife cried with a snotty nose and tears, crying while chasing after Huang Dawei to catch. The scratches were all over his face in bloody channels. Huang Dawei was unable to defend himself, and he was shivering with anger. Full of nonsense. When did I have something with Zhang Xiaoxia? I can't say it clearly in my horse. You still can't tell me clearly. People have brought out the evidence. There are videos. There are photos. What else do you have to say? Huang Dawei's wife did not comply and cried with such sadness and despair. There was a sea of people outside the office, all watching and none coming in to help. As he was making a scene, Zhang Xiaoxia's husband came with Zhang Xiaoxia. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoxia, Huang Dawei was really angry and said angrily, Zhang Xiaoxia, what's going on here? What are you talking nonsense about when you have nothing to do? I said Nima. Zhang Xiaoxia's husband shouted angrily, rushed up and kicked Huang Dawei in the face, kicking the old thing into a rolling gourd. You dare to screw my wife? If I don't skin you today, I'll take your name. Zhang Xiaoxia's husband is a big, tall, lanky man who chases after Huang Dawei in the office. The beating left Huang Dawei powerless, and his face was swollen into a pig's head. While Huang Dawei was being beaten, he asked Zhang Xiaoxia for help. Zhang Xiaoxia, why don't you say something? Tell them that the two of us really have nothing. But Zhang Xiaoxia just cried, with new and old wounds stacked on top of each other on her face, looking as pitiful as possible. The old wounds were inflicted by Surin, the new ones by her husband. David Wong wailed for half a day. Zhang Xiaoxia finally opened her mouth, but what she said made Huang Dawei's heart go cold. Zhang Xiaoxia cried and cried. David, they all know. Let us just admit it. I recognize your mother. Huang Dawei was really angry, and he had to make himself admit to something that he clearly hadn't done. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law in the world? Thinking this way, Huang Dawei was really angry from the heart, and the evil was born. Caught in the act, he pounced on Zhang Xiaoxia with a wail and swung his arm to smack Zhang Xiaoxia's mouth. I recognize your mother. I recognize your mother. You beat my wife? Then I'll beat your wife too. Zhang Xiaoxia's husband's brain is not very good. A look at the urgent. A sound to pounce on Huang Dawei's wife. Riding on the stomach to beat. That's called intense. The whole office was filled with the sound of snapping slaps and women's screams. Good man. This gave the eating public outside the office a silly look. Switching wives? How can you do that? Learned. It also gave Su Lin and Chi Pei, who were hiding in the crowd to watch the fun, a straight laugh. When they were looking for expert PS photos and videos, they didn't think it would develop into this fun. Really fun. Huang Dawei and Zhang Xiaoxia's husband each fought for half a day before reacting that it was not a thing. Turning to the two, they wrestled again. The two women looked. We cannot be idle. So they also wrestled together. At once the office banging, so lively. Eventually the people outside couldn't stand to watch, so they separated the four. A second look. The four men were all colored, and their appearance was as miserable as it could be. Half a day. It was only then that Huang Dawei huffed. Zhang Xiaoxia, when did I offend you that you would slander me like this? Zhang Xiaoxia was having a hard time. Why would she ever want to use her reputation to wrongfully accuse David Huang? But what could she do? Sulin was a madman. He really could do anything. As soon as Zhang remembered what happened last night, she couldn't stop shivering and her body was covered in sweat. When he took another look, Sulin was just outside the window watching, and all of a sudden his heart was filled with fear. David, why are you so desperate? You said, you want to love me for a lifetime. You said I was your baby. Have you forgotten? That night we, Zhang Xiaoxia lowered her head and cried according to the script given by Sulin. Oh, come on. The eyes of the eaters inside and out suddenly lit up, and they all perked up their ears. What happened the other night? Fine shagging, fine shagging. Ow. Zhang Xiaoxia's husband erupted again and kicked Zhang Xiaoxiao off before pouncing on Huang Dawei again. I'll make you baby. I'll make you for life. I'll you to death. It's a man who can't stand this. And Zhang Xiaoxia's husband is out of his mind with rage. A bit of the sandbag-sized fist generally landed on Huang Dawei's face, smashing him and making him cry. Good you Huang Dawei. You're still a baby. I'll let you be a baby. It's your baby that I'm hitting. Huang Dawei's wife rushed up and violently beat Zhang Xiaoxia, causing her to scream. It's a disaster. It's getting lively. Uncle Two Hats rushed into the office with a couple of men and was also confused at the scene. Stop it. All of you. It was hard to pull a few people away, and a man in a black jacket said with a cold face. Huang Dawei, we are from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Now please come with us. Ha, I. Huang Dawei immediately looked like an eggplant that had been frosted and wilted. On the way out the door, Huang Dawei coldly saw Sulin in the crowd. At once, he understood everything. You did all this, didn't you? Huang Dawei roared at Sulin. Surin smiled and gave him a scissor hand. You, old man killed you. Huang Dawei broke away from the disciplinary committee staff and rushed to Sulin, grabbing his collar and about to make a move. Sulin directly gave him a kick that made him kneel on the ground and half a day unable to get up, and another slap that made him bleed from the corner of his mouth. Sulin clapped his hands. You all saw it. He started it. This is self-defense on my part. The crowd was confused. Huang Dawei pained straight shivering. He has not even made a move. He received a beating. To find who to say? Is there any justice or law in heaven? Ka-ching. Two Hats' uncle did not spoil Huang Dawei. Immediately put him in handcuffs. He's a psychopath with a license. Don't mess with him. Uncle Hat said. I have sinned. David Huang finally cried. I'd like to ask you to read it. Request for votes and recommendations. Everyone by hand to vote. The data is a little miserable. End of chapter. Chapter 26, wrong? You guys are aware of the fear. Chapter 26, wrong? You guys are aware of the fear. A new message came out. Zhang Xiaoxia was dismissed from the Education Bureau and her establishment was withdrawn. Her husband also divorced him, and I've heard it said that she became insane and ended up netting an unknown. As for her affair with David Wong, let's not worry about whether it's true or not. But the disciplinary committee and the police are so investigative. Surprisingly, it was found out that David Wong had been maintaining an inappropriate relationship with two other teachers at the school for a long time. Not only that, he also took advantage of his position to embezzle and misappropriate public funds, enriching himself in countless ways. It even deducted nutritional food for students and used it to keep mistresses. Just a total scumbag. Anyway, this time he won't be able to get out, and what awaits him will be a long prison sentence. What a bargain. Damn old. Upon hearing this news, Zippy spat viciously. Then with a twinkle in his eye, he laughed again. But it's alright, there are also our people inside the prison. I've already greeted them. This old thing will probably have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Brother, how do you know he asked me to check him out in these areas? Solian smiled. He was the one who told Chi Pei to investigate Huang Dawei, and the evidence was all secretly sent to the Discipline Inspection Commission and the police by him. In short, this time Huang Dawei is completely planted, and can no longer wreak havoc on the earth. But things are far from over. Bringing down Zhang Xiaoxia and Huang Dawei was just an appetizer inside his plan. The next good show is just beginning. Sulin calmed down and pulled up his attribute panel to check. Name, Surin. Power, 11. Speed, 3. Spirit, 4. Skills, none. Items, none. Free attribute points, 0. Yama value, 110. Current task completion, 20%. The Yama value has risen. It seems like the system really wants me to be the living Yama. I just don't know what I can buy after the mall opens. Surin felt amused, but it was just what he wanted. He was pleased with such an understanding system. Mission completion is up to 20%. The revolution has not yet succeeded. We still have to keep working hard. Sulin turned off the attribute panel. Did you find out who you were told to check out? Got it. Those two aren't much of a catch. They're always with some punks. Ghostfire Jr., and I found out that they're going to be at the Doom bar tonight. Chi Pei smiled sinisterly. Brother, I own this bar. In the evening, when Su Lin and Zippy went to the Doom bar, Zhao Sweetie and Wang Yuan were drinking inside the box, their faces flushed red, and holding a cell phone and bragging to the people around him. Scared? I'm afraid of nothing. I borrowed 10 of her guts. She wouldn't dare to do anything. When she gets out of the hospital, I'll whip her to death. Wang Yuan tilted her neck and poured the wine in her glass into her stomach before continuing. You'll see, after this time, when she goes back to school, I'll still have to beat her and whip her every day. With that, she took out her cell phone and tapped on a video. In the video, Lin Xiaoming was surrounded and beaten by the three of them. Zhao Sweetness laughed. Look at her pitiful appearance. Why am I getting angrier and angrier the more I look at her? Why do you think she's so annoying? Someone laughed. Sugar, you've got a dark hand. What's this treadmill? There's more fun than that. There's a little yellow hair next to me who came over to look at Zhao Tiantian's cell phone. I suddenly lit up. Ha, not bad looking. Why don't you? Bring it out. He. Zhao Sweetness and Wang Yuan laughed at the same time. Alright, I'll call her over later. She definitely won't dare to resist. Just then, someone behind them tapped them both. Zhao Tian asked impatiently. Who stepped on me? Surin grabbed her hair and slammed it hard against the glass table in front of her. Boo! The table shattered in response, and Sweet Zhao screamed on the spot. The little yellow hair next to her froze for a moment and cursed under his breath. Grass! As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Zippy swung a bottle over his head and cracked him open. No need for Surin to say. He came charging in with his men and hit them on sight. It's his turf. He's got his hands full with a couple of punks. Soon the little yellow hairs were beating the hell out of them, begging for mercy one after another. Wang Yuan, who was next to her, was blinded, and before she could regain her senses, she was dragged by Su Lin by her hair and yanked up, then a couple of mouthfuls to the face. Slap, smoked her eyes out. It was only then that Zhao Tian saw clearly who had hit her. It's you? How dare you hit me? Su Lin answered with his actions, and for a while, the box was filled with her screams. And surprisingly, she couldn't tell the difference between the situation and threatened Su Lin with a vague threat in her mouth. You dare to hit me? If you hit me once, turn around and I'll hit her 10 times. You're pretty good. I like it. Su Lin was happy and grabbed the bottle next to her and swung it at her head. Boo! The bottle shattered, and Sweet Zhao fell to the ground again with a miserable cry. How could Su Lin let her go? When a bottle breaks, you replace it with another one, and it just so happens that there are 2 cases of beer sitting next to it. A whole 24 bottles. Boom 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 boom. After the bottles were finished, Su Lin wasn't relieved and dragged Zhao Sweetie and Wang Yuan to the center of the booth by their hair. He motioned to the couch and pointed to a couple of small yellow hairs that were as if they were dead dogs. You guys, get up there and fight. Ha! The little yellow hair froze. Asterisk. Didn't hear my brother. Zippy lands a nice leg kick that sends little yellow hair tumbling to the mat. A few people were scared and hurriedly crawled to the 2 men, punching and kicking Zhao Tian and Wang Yuan. You don't say, but it's pretty dark, and it's just where it hurts. The 2 men who beat them were crying out. Asterisk. Didn't eat. Chippy, however, is not satisfied. Grabbing the ashtray on the table, he threw it, hitting one of the punks right on the head. It smashed him full of blood. This time a couple of the men fought even more vigorously, beating the 2 men unconscious and awake, back and forth several times. The sanity is not clear. His face was also full of fear, and he no longer had the arrogant look he had before. Only then did Su Lin yell stop, and then let Chi Pei's men drag a few little yellow hairs into the restroom. The room was left with the dying Zhao Sweetie and Wang Yuan, scared less and begging for mercy. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please stop hitting. I really know I'm wrong. Chi Pei dragged her too by the hair like a dead dog and dragged her to Su Lin's face. Wrong? Surin asked them. The 2 of them were a bit slow to answer, and as a result, Chi Pei grabbed the trash can and put it directly over Zhao Sweetie's head. Asterisk. My brother asked you a question? Clanging is a beating. After hitting and taking out the garbage can, Zhao Sweetheart asked with a dull gaze on top of her head full of garbage. 4. Why did you just hit me? Zippy was happy. Because of your asterisk coins. Su Lin asked her again. Do you know it's wrong? Zhao Sweetness woke up violently, her body trembling violently, her eyes full of fear and regret. I'm wrong. I don't dare anymore. I'm really wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to hit Lin Xiaoming again. Wrong? You are aware of fear. Solian slapped her in the face and kicked her teeth out. I am wrong. I am really wrong. I am sorry. I will never dare again. Zhao Sweetness was probably woken up by Su Lin's kick, kneeling on the ground and begging. What about you? Su Lin looked at Wang Yuan again. I. Wang Yuan shivered in fear. Solian kicked her again right on her body, sending her flying. He then picked up a nearby mop and rushed up to give it a whirl. At once, the box resounded with another scream. Please ask for votes and recommendations. Do not say that the protagonist is not ruthless. Some scenes really can not write or the book is gone. Just wait for this storyline to pass. The next storyline is guaranteed to be a blast. Crying. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Sentencing? What sentence? I'm mentally ill. Chapter 27, Sentencing? What sentence? I'm mentally ill. As the two parents have rushed into the booth, Surin and Zippy are singing G and I Too Beautiful. Zhao Sweetie and Wang Yuan, on the other hand, were huddled in the corner mechanically applauding, stupefied and covered in bruises. The previous experience was probably something the two of them could remember for the rest of their lives. As soon as the parents of the two rushed in, they saw the miserable state of Zhao Sweetie and Wang Yuan. I'll kill you. Immediately, he rushed up to fight with Su Lin. Su Lin can't possibly spoil them. Taking the microphone as a lance, he fended into their mouths at once, teeth churning away. Then in passing, he kicked a few more feet and sent a few old people flying out of the booth. By the time they climbed in again, gritted their teeth and grabbed Su Lin's collar to make a move on him. Uncle Hat came in. Su Lin immediately sneered. How dare you hit someone in front of the police? Is there any law left? A few old people are angry. Shivering, like a boiling kettle has become a spirit. The cop's face went black and he stopped the gritting couple. Su Lin laughed very happily. He just loved the look of them being pissed off, but unable to do anything about it. When Xiaomeng was first bullied, they said, a little injury, and nothing. How come you're in such a hurry now that it's your daughter's turn? Su Lin admired the expressions on the faces of the few old things, feeling as comfortable as eating ice cream on a 3-volt day. Look at that. Look at what he's done to our daughter. The old thing cried to the police with a snotty face and hugged his daughter and told her off. However, Zhao Sweetie and Wang Yuan both had no reaction whatsoever, and remained stagnant as they clapped their hands. That look is as bad as it gets. It's pretty bad. Zippy shrugged. I sympathize. But, he lengthened his voice and deliberately squeezed his eyebrows. But it must be the two of them who are being, or else why don't they beat up the others instead of them? Good buddy. Solian gave him a thumbs up. That's something that speaks to my heart. A couple of the old things had eyes like they wanted to kill at this point, and I guess if Uncle Hat hadn't been there, they'd have to pounce and eat Zippy alive. Who moved? The policeman asked with a cold face, looking at Su Lin. Su Lin and Zippei shrugged at the same time. Don't build it. The two of them were like this when we came in. You nonsense. Must be you hit. You still do not admit? The old things got antsy and didn't hold back from charging again. Su Lin intentionally stood still and let an old thing hit himself. Then he kicked the old thing in the stomach, sending the old thing lying on the ground dry and howling. Hiss. Everyone's scalp is numb. This kick. It's so hard. The severing kick. Su Lin spread his hands. Uncle Hat. You can see. They started it. All right. All calm down. Uncle Hat helplessly glanced at Su Lin, secretly warning. There really wasn't much they could do about a psychopath like Su Lin. What the hell is going on? Did you guys do this? Uncle Hat asked again. Chi-Pei face innocent. Not us. My brother and I just come to sing. Heard the box in the movement. Came in to see. Saw a person in the beating of the two women. That guy. The old miserable clear crying father shouting Which person? Where is the man? Uncle Hat asked. I'm standing here on the shelf. A stout man with a naive voice came forward and patted his chest. Did you beat up the people? Uncle Hat asked. Yes. The burly man nodded. Why? Uncle Hat asked. Oh, a beating. The burly man said. You're committing a felony that carries a prison sentence. You tell me he ordered it. A few old things pointed at Su Lin and got anxious. What's the sentence? The big man scratched the back of his head in disbelief, then pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket. I'm psychotic. Su Lin was happy, and said that this guy Chi-Pei was really good at doing things, but he really found a mental illness to take the top. But the crowd was dumbfounded and full of confusion. The big man looked innocent. Mental illness you do not understand? The kind that will kill people. Really will kill people. Hearing the big man call himself a psychopath, a few of the old things took a step back in unison, exasperated and speechless. Uncle Hat frowned. What the hell is going on? The big man said. I heard a commotion inside, so I came in to take a look, only to find that the two of them were beating up someone. So I acted righteously, drew my sword, and saved the innocent passerby from their hands. Innocent passersby? Where? Uncle Hat looked helpless. Here. The big man opened the door to the restroom and the crowd looked collectively dumbfounded. In the small toilet, 7 or 8 little yellow hairs were piled up in it like a stacked han, with only air coming out but no air coming in. You nonsense. How can the two of them beat so many people? The old things are in a hurry. The big man shrugged. Then who knows? Ask your good girls. A couple of old things got antsy and shook their daughters. Daughters, tell us, you're the ones they beat up. Tell us. But how could Sweet Zhao and Wang Yuan react? Eyes dull and wooden. He didn't even seem to recognize who was in front of him. Uncle Hat asked as he walked over to look at the little yellow hair in the toilet. What's going on? A small yellow hair stacked on top of it said in a breathless voice. Horror. They beat us. He pointed at Zhao Sweetness and Wang Yuan. Instead, his eyes peeked at Su Lin in horror. Su Lin smiled miserably at them, and little yellow hair immediately shivered. Why? Uncle Hat asked again. No, don't make The two of them said that we owed a beating, so they beat us. Look at what they beat us into. Said. A few small yellow hairs also cried. Really listen to tears. See sad. This guy, what a pompous actor. Surveillance? There's surveillance here. I want to call the surveillance. A couple of old things suddenly pointed at the camera in the corner and howled. Zippy shrugged, chanting, if you can pull up surveillance in my neighborhood, I'll take your name. And as for those little yellow bastards, in the boundaries of Greenvine City, he wasn't afraid to make any waves at all. Finally, the big man and the little yellow hair are taken away. Before he left, the big man was still hemming and hawing at those old things. Remember, I'm a psychopath, the kind that can kill at any time. The angry few old things were trembling, but there was nothing they could do. That certificate of appraisal, which they had also read, was indeed issued by an authoritative organization, and there was nothing wrong with it. In other words, they have to swallow this breath if they can swallow it, and they have to swallow it if they can't. I'm not done with you. We'll see. A few people put harsh words at Su Lin. At this time, Uncle Hat had just gone out, and Su Lin glanced at them and faintly said, we'll see? Oh, you guys don't have that chance. I'm afraid. Please ask for votes and recommendations. Do not say that the protagonist is not ruthless. Some scenes really cannot write or the book is gone. Just wait for this storyline to pass. The next storyline is guaranteed to be a blast, crying. End of chapter. Chapter 28, The Regretful Lin Jianxiang, Don't Fight. I'm wrong. Chapter 28, The Regretful Lin Jianxiang, Don't Fight. I'm wrong. The Zippy family is very powerful in Greenvine City. The two families of Zhao Sweetie and Wang Yuan had long since been mapped out by him. It's easy to toss them. Sure enough, after only 3 days, and Solom got the message. The Zhao and Wang families moved their families and left Greenvine City. It is said that they got ripped off when they sold their house, and instead of getting any money, they landed in debt. As for Sweet Zhao and Wang Yuan, after that day, according to the follow-up news that came back from Zippy, they fall into serious mental illnesses and have mental problems and become insane, clapping at everyone and shouting things like, I was wrong. I won't dare again. What a bargain for them. Zippy spat over the phone. Su Lin was non-committal. The other thing? Grab it for me as well. I'll do the job. Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely do it right for you. Zippy patted his chest in reassurance. After hanging up the phone, Su Lin looked toward the door of the operating room. Today was the day of Xiaoming's second surgery, and he had to stay at the hospital. Otherwise, High and Low would have to go to the station to see those two families off. After all, we've all gotten along so well. It's good to get together. The operation had lasted all of 3 hours, and the doctor came out looking relieved. The surgery was successful, minimally invasive, and the recovery was quick. So I'm guessing another week and I'll be out of the hospital. Su Lingwan took a long breath and couldn't stop thanking the doctor. Xiaoming is fine. So Lin Jianxiang sighed. 2, can begin. Su Lin silently left the hospital. Lin Jianxiang originally had the habit of gambling. Before it was no money, only a small fight. Now with the 200,000 given by Su Lin, it would be strange if he could hold back. So, a little gambling is not necessarily good for the soul, but it can certainly foster a gambling addiction. In the past, no one had taken Lin Jianxiang into the bigger underground casinos due to his limited connections, but not anymore. From the moment he left with the money, Solian let Zippy keep an eye on him. Chipei buys out one of Lin Jianxiang's gambling buddies and asks him to take Lin to an underground casino. In the beginning, Lin Jianxiang still kept a wary mind. Not quite willing, but he couldn't resist the lobbying of his gambling buddy and finally followed him into the underground casino. As a result, the first time, I won $30,000. His eyes immediately went red. With the first, there will be a second and a third. Over the next few days, he kept winning. 50,000, 80,000, 100,000. 000. Soon, he doubled his $200,000 capital. In this way, Lin Jianxiang's guts are getting bigger and bigger, and the bets all start at $10,000. But what he didn't know was that the owner of this underground casino and Chi Pei knew each other. Everything is arranged. Watching Lin Jianxiang click winnings on the monitor, Chi Pei asked curiously, "Not worried about getting it back? The money is all Surin's." Su Lin laughed, "Shed no child set no wolf. Shed no wife set no rogue. Let the gambler on the hook, is to let him taste enough sweetness. In front of the sweetness, behind can be all bitter. On the gambling table, only chopping hands, which has the reason to collect. Brother, you're thorough." Zippy gave a thumbs up. A few days later, Surin began to close the net. Under the manipulation of the casino owner, Lin Jianxiang began to win more and lose less. But the wins are small and the losses are big. Whenever the money he brought in was lost, the boss graciously lent him $10,000 or $20,000, just letting him take an IOU. Then let him win a little more on the next hand to make sure he leaves with cash in his pocket every time. Alcohol has a stimulating effect on the human brain, as does gambling. In a casino setting like that, it's hard for people to make effective thinking. Therefore, Lin Jianxiang did not pay attention to how many IOUs he actually wrote, while always still thinking that he was possessed by the god of gambling and had been winning. It's just that with his IOUs, the amount just keeps getting bigger and bigger. By now, the IOUs written by Lin Jianxiang have accumulated to more than $3 million, which has long exceeded his affordability. Finally, the time had come to close the net. Today, Lin Jianxiang's hand was extraordinarily good, killing it at the poker table and winning a lot of money. Su Lin rushed to give a gesture to the boss, who understood and said something in his earphone. The next thing you know, the wins at the poker table have changed. Lin Jianxiang began to lose more and more money, and soon lost all the money he had just won, even the old money he had brought with him. Lin Jianxiang reddened his eyes and shouted, "Old Wang, get some money over here." The casino owner's name is Wang, and everyone calls him Old Wang. Old Wang walked over with a cold face and said, "Lin Jianxiang, you've borrowed a lot of money from me. When will you pay it back?" Lin Jianxiang froze and cursed. "Old Wang, Lousy is having a good time. You're saying pay back the money. You're sick." Old Wang got Su Lin's instructions and didn't spare him at all, slapping Lin Jianxiang's face. "Who are you talking to? If you don't pay me back today, you're not leaving this door." Lin Jianxiang was blindsided, covered his face and wanted to have a seizure. But when he looked around, the old king's men had long surrounded him, each with a sneer on their faces. Lin Jianxiang was instantly dumbfounded and asked unwillingly, "How much?" Old Wang took out all the IOUs and said with a sneer, "A total of $3,300,000. Pay it back." What? How much? Lin Jianxiang trembled, unable to believe his ears. Black and white. Don't try to deny it. Old Wang placed the IOU in front of him and threw a calculator at him. Lin Jianxiang cold sweat came down, crazy like a calculator lying there to count half a day. The result was, no more, no less, exactly $3,300,000. Lin Jianxiang's hands were trembling and his eyes were filled with fear. You lied to me?" He tried to overturn the gambling table, but unfortunately his muscles were too weak to do so. The table's not turned up. He grabbed the note on the table again as if he were crazy, ready to swallow it. Old Wang has never seen anything, and has long been guarding against this. Immediately, he kicked Lin Jianxiang and sent him flying. "Mud, playing tricks with me here. You're still a bit young." Old Wang walked over and took his foot and stomped on his hand, twisting it so hard that Lin Jianxiang grimaced and screamed in pain. "I'm telling you, if you don't pay back the money today, I'll chop off your hands and pick out your hamstrings. Do you believe me?" Lin Jianxiang still mouthed hard. "You screwed me?" Old Wang was a ruthless character, and had been instructed by Su Lin, which will spoil him. Immediately, he took the ashtray on the side table and swung it up to smash Lin Jianxiang's head. "Ah!" Lin Jianxiang let out a miserable scream. His person was confused, but Old King had no intention of letting him go. Swinging the ashtray again, he slammed it hard on Lin Jianxiang's fingers. Click! Ashtray made of tempered glass with sharp edges. The Old King's hand in black. "This guy down!" Directly smashed Lin Jianxiang 2 fingers. "Ah, spare my life? I was wrong. Don't fight." Lin Jianxiang shivered in pain and screamed in death. "Playing with me? What are you? Hurry up and pay back the money." Only then did the Old King throw his ashtray and say disdainfully. Lin Jianxiang was sweating and shivering. Wang, I really didn't think I would owe so much money. Really, you give me some time. I will definitely pay back. Definitely pay back. Okay, first you tell me, what are you going to pay back with?" Old Wang sat on the chair in a good mood, his feet on Lin Jianxiang's body, holding a dagger and gesticulating on Lin Jianxiang's body. I still have a house. I can sell the house. And by the way, I have a restaurant. Also, worth some money. Lin Jianxiang is a wimp, scared enough by the bright knife. Oh, that's fine. But I'm afraid you're not worth $3 million even if you sold your house and store. Lin Jianxiang was silent. Old Wang laughed a little and said, but I can show you the way. If someone is willing to lend you money, then I can also not cut off your hands and feet. Lin Jianxiang raised his head. Who is willing to lend me money? Su Lin walked out from the back and laughed. Of course it's me. Lin Jianxiang froze, and in the middle of the day, he suddenly seemed to react, roaring angrily and pouncing on Su Lin. It's you. You guys set me up and ganged up on me? Please ask for votes and recommendations. Do not say that the protagonist is not ruthless. Some scenes really can not write or the book is gone. Just wait for the storyline to pass. The next storyline is guaranteed to be a blast. Crying. End of chapter. Chapter 29, the rest of his life is over. Chapter 29, the rest of his life is over. Su Lin was ruthless enough to beat even himself, let alone Lin Jianxiang. And he's all divorced from his aunt. That's even less of a concern. Presently, Su Lin kicked Lin Jianxiang's body, sending him to the ground, then rushed up as punching and kicking, beating Lin Jianxiang not human form, ruthlessly out of a breath of bad gas. Seriously, if it wasn't for the thought that he was still Lin Xiaoming's father after all, Su Lin would have to slaughter him high and low today. Bah! Are you still a human being? You don't even care about your own daughter. And you hit my aunt. Surin finished moving his muscles and spat at him. Poor Lin Jianxiang was lying on the ground, unable to move, glaring at Su Lin, trembling with anger. Su Lin was happy, squatted down and stuck his face over. Do you want to hit me? Come on, hit me. Lin Jianxiang had just stretched his hand out tremblingly, when Su Lin banged a punch. Gives you face, doesn't it? Lin Jianxiang finally could not help but cry, and said there is no more King's Law. You just did not give me the face. Okay, think about how to pay back the money. Don't stay there staring, don't pay back the money then I can only cut off your hands and feet. After Surin's fight, Old King came out again juggling his sword. It was only then that Lin Jianxiang remembered that there was such a thing. Little Lin, you save me, save me. He could only look at Su Lin in supplication. Su Lin scratched his head. Okay, at least relatives for a while. I can't be too desperate, can I? You write an IOU. I write. Lin Jianxiang finally resigned himself to his fate. A little math. Deducting the house and store, Lin Jianxiang wrote a $2 million note with a trembling hand. Old Wang sent someone to escort him to complete the transfer of the house and store, all of which were transferred to Su Lin's name. So far, Lin Jianxiang not only did not get a penny, lost the house and store, but also owed Su Lin $2 million. After coming out of the housing authority, Lin Jianxiang immediately aged more than 10 years, like a little old man. However, Su Lin didn't have any sympathy. Scum like this who abandoned their wives and children didn't deserve sympathy. He brought it all on himself and has no one to blame. Old Wang. Thanks. This note is for you. Su Lin threw the note that Lin Jianxiang had written to Old Wang. Old Wang froze. How can that be? You're Chi Pei's big brother. That's also my big brother. I'll piggyback on what I'm doing. Su Lin smiled. What's a mother-in-law doing? Take it if it's a gift. The old king could not excuse himself, but could only take it, smiling very happily. Surin continued. The IOUs are yours, but I have a condition. Brother. Su Lin looked at Lin Jianxiang, who was limping away, and sneered. Don't make it easy for him. Old Wang froze, then a sardonic smile appeared on his face. Brother, don't worry. I'll make sure that the rest of his life is not good. Xiaoming was finally discharged from the hospital. She had recovered well, and was in better spirits in the company of Su Lin and Su Lingwan. Auntie, take Xiaoming home first. I still have unfinished business. Su Lin handed Su Lingwan the keys to his house. Su Lingwan froze, looked at the familiar key and asked, this house is not all ready. Su Lin smiled and didn't tell the truth. I bought it back again. You and your sister will live here first. I'll give you a big villa later. Su Lingwan wanted to say something but didn't, just shaking his head. He handed the key to Su Lin again. Forget it, I still won't go back to Jiangcheng. I'm going to take Xiaoming back to our old home for a while. She added, the old family house hasn't gone back to people for a long time. I'll go back and clean up. You come back after you're busy to sweep your parents' graves. Su Lin thought about it and nodded. That's fine. The air in the old home is good. It helps Xiaoming recover. When I finish the last thing, I'll come back to you guys. Though he smiled, there was a hint of excitement hidden under his eyes. The final bell is about to ring. Zhongli, are you ready? Brother, come back early. Xiaoming said. Su Lin gently patted her shoulder with a smile. When I come back, I'll take you to the river to touch the shrimp, just like when we were kids. Aha! Lin Xiaoming's eyes reddened slightly. Before she was discharged, a few of her classmates came to visit her in the hospital. From them, she knew what Su Lin had been doing all this time. At the moment, her heart was full of emotion. Brother. They're also envious that I have a good brother. Xiaoming looked at Su Lin's back as he left and said with eyes full of happiness. Su Lingjuan's hometown, naturally, was also Su Lin's hometown. It is a small village under the jurisdiction of Jiangchang, named Baigong Village. After a couple hours of driving, the village of Baigong was finally in sight. As the saying goes, close to home. I'm afraid, Su Lingwan hadn't been home for many years, ever since Su Lin's mom and dad died. Now back again with mixed feelings. The car drove slowly into the village. Su Lingwan looked out through the car window, feeling emotion in her heart. Though it's been years since I've been back, but the village is largely unchanged, as it was in memory. Just, Mom, why is there someone living inside my brother's house? When the car stopped in front of the remembered family's house, Lin Xiaoming asked curiously. Since the death of Su Lin's mom and dad, Su Lin was sent to a mental hospital. Their family's old mansion has been deserted. It should be uninhabited and deserted. Su Lingwan came back this time, and specially prepared to clean up a bit. But now, she realized that the mansion was actually inhabited, and curling smoke rose. Did someone help clean it? The two men got out of the car and strangely walked to the front door to look inside. It turned out that there was still laundry hanging in the yard, and the sound of a TV in the room, and laughter like boiler emphysema. It was actually clear that it was inhabited. Su Lingwan felt more and more strange and couldn't help but enter the door. As a result, a man about 25 or 26 years old stepped out and asked with a frown, "Who are you looking for?" Su Lingwan once again made sure that this was Su Lin's house before hesitating. "Are you guys not here at Su Yansho's house?" Su Yansho is the name of Su Lin's father. The man's demeanor changed, and a wary light appeared in his eyes. "Who are you? How do you know about Su Yansho?" Su Lingwan stared at him, indeed did not recognize, not which of his relatives, and said, "Su Yansho is my brother." The man froze. "You are Su Lingwan?" Su Lingwan hurriedly nodded her head. "Yes, may I ask why you are you staying at my brother's house?" The man looked slightly flustered, but quickly changed his face. "What's your brother's house?" "This is my house." "What nonsense! Get out of here! Get out of here, or I'll tear your mouth off." Su Lingwan is not a stupid person. Now everything is understood. So this person took advantage of the Su family. No one forcibly occupied the Su family house. She was furious. "Why are you like this? How can you just take over someone else's house?" The man sneered. "What are you? A married out money loser? To tell you the truth, I took possession. What can you do? If you have the guts, dig up Su Yansho and let him come to me? What kind of bull ***** is that?" Lin Xiaoming was furious, forcibly occupying people's homes. Is there any king's law left? Even if my uncle passed away, my brother is still around. As a result, a woman with a pointed chin came out behind the man with a snarky face and pointed at Lin Xiaoming. "Little, watch what you say. Who's forcibly occupying people's homes? Speak with evidence. Our names are on the homestead certificate." The man then scoffed. "Your brother? You're talking about that psychopathic imbecile, right? You find him. See me beat him up so much that he can't take care of himself. A little scumbag that people dislike and ghosts abandon. How can he still turn over the sky? Are you guys still being reasonable?" Su Lingwan did not expect to encounter such a thing, and was furious. "Get lost, or I'll do it." The man pushed Su Lingwan outward. Su Lingwan was pushed and stumbled, almost falling. The man shooed them out and closed the door tightly. Su Lingwan tapped on the door again for half a day, but there was never a response. That's when an old voice came from behind him. "Are you Lingwan?" Su Lingwan turned around and realized it was an old man with a hunched back. "Second uncle?" Su Lingwan asked uncertainly. "Lingwan, it's really you. This is Xiaoming, right? Second grandpa." Lin Xiaoming called out sweetly. The old man looked especially happy and took Su Lingwan and Lin Xiaoming by the hand and took them back to his home. After renewing a few old sentences, Su Lingwan finally didn't hold back from asking, "Second uncle, my brother's mansion. Hey, sinning." The old man let out a long sigh and uttered something. After hearing this, Su Lingwan realized what was going on. It turned out that the man he had just seen in Su Lin's house was actually the village chief's Wei from their family. The name is Janewei. After Su Lin was sent to the mental hospital, not long after, the village head Yang Dahai gave his youngest son Yang Wei to get married. It was nothing to get married originally. It's human nature. But Yang Dahai went so far as to directly occupy Su Lin's house for Yang Wei as a wedding room. And this occupation is 5 years. it's really turtled up. Su Lin's second grandfather at first also looked for him to go to the theory. The result was Yang Dahai to find a few people broke his leg. To the present are not well. After that, it was in the way of Yang Dahai's lechery. Plus Su Lin didn't come back either. Then no one dares to say anything anymore. After hearing this, Su Lingwan was trembling with anger. Is there any king's law anymore? Does no one care? He, Yang Dahai, is the Earth Emperor in Baigong village? The king's law. Who dares to say? Who dares to speak? Uncle Tu sighed long and hard once again. You two mothers better not mess with him. Just stay at my house for a while. It couldn't be helped. And Su Lingwan could only agree. Second uncle. I want to go. To my brother my sister-in-law's grave. Su Lingwan said. Grave? Where is there any grave? Has long been Yang Dahai that has bulldozed and planted their family's land. Uncle Tu said helplessly. What? He took over Kobayashi's home, not to mention bulldozing the graves of Kobayashi's parents? Su Lingwan was shaking with anger. I'm begging for recommendations. I'm begging for followers. I'm begging on my knees. This book is guaranteed to be crazy and awesome. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Crazy. This is crazy. Chapter 30, Crazy. This is crazy. Zhang Li's dad has found someone to remove Su Lin's leg and is standing guard right in front of the hotel. This news was told to Su Lin by Chi Pei, who also asked, Brother, do you want me to find someone? What? To remove my leg? Ha! Let him. Su Lin sneered. No need. Some frost is just a bit of wind. It was nighttime when I hung up the phone. Su Lin went out of the door of the hotel, and sure enough, he found a few big men sneakily following him. Surin was silent and deliberately walked towards the alley behind the hotel. Sure enough, not more than a few steps into the alley, those big men came after him from behind. Su Lin immediately hid into the darkness. A couple of big guys rushed in and didn't find anyone. Where are the people? Asterisk was just in front of it, and in the blink of an eye it's gone. A few people cursed. At that moment, another man walked in, cursing under his breath. Grass, let you follow someone and lose them. Punk, why don't you hurry and find them? It's that old thing Zhang Chuan, Zhang Li's dad. Su Lin walked out from the shadows and smiled, patting his shoulder. Looking for someone? I'll help you find it. Dude, have you seen a? Hey no, who are you? He looked up. How awkward to call a brother. Call a father. Su Lin took a slap to the head. Boo, this old thing's got a pretty hard head. Brick shattered. Zhang Chuan immediately held his head and squatted down, yelling miserably. Asterisk, he's here. Hiss. Several big men all turned back and rushed towards Su Lin in unison in a very intimidating formation. The average person would have to be nervous for a moment at the very least when it came to this moment. But Su Lin was different. He instantly felt his blood boiling and every cell in his body leaping. Those two little people jumped out in unison again to beat the gong and drums and drive on. Immediately, Su Lin directly grabbed Zhang Chuan on the ground and smacked him in the face. No. Zhang Chuan was all jerked around and said, why don't you follow the rules? Shouldn't this be the time to get into a fight with his men? Why do you just take my output? Su Lin doesn't care about that. Catching Zhang Chuan was a fierce beating, not caring that the fists on his back were falling like rain. Anyway, if you punch me once, I'll punch Zhang Chuan 10 times. Let's switch and see who loses out. He's since added 5 attributes to strength. Not only was it exceptionally powerful now, but it was also a lot stronger physically. It doesn't hurt to take a few punches. On the contrary, it was Zhang Chuan who was beaten up by Su Lin within a few blows. Hey, stop it. All of you stop it. Zhang Chuan could kind of see that. This guy, Surin, doesn't play by the rules at all. When people beat him, he beats himself up. And it's all about the vitals. No scruples. His yoke is almost beaten out. If he continues like this, he will be wasted. A few big men were also getting more and more shocked the more they punched it this time. The guy in front of them has a body as hard as fast iron. And their fists hit it. Nothing happened to them at all. But instead their hands were shaken and raw. Wrists are swollen. Upon hearing Zhang Chuan's order, he hurriedly stopped. But they stopped. But Su Lin had no intention of stopping. If I stop when you tell me to stop, where will I lose face? Instead of stopping, Su Lin was fighting more and more happily. Within a few strokes, Zhang Chuan's face swelled into a pig's head and his teeth were knocked out. Ouch! Pull him away. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Zhang Chuan screamed miserably, sounding like killing a pig. Several big men rushed over to pull Su Lin, but Su Lin was full of excitement, and without knowing where he pulled out an axe, he hacked at the neck of the big man at the head. Asterisk. The big man was startled and hurriedly retreated, watching as the axe swept right past his head. The cold wind is whooshing. You stepped on a horse and really want to kill someone. the big man exclaimed. You hide, you paralyzed. Su Lin died of anger. Said to kill a person, how to kill the horse so difficult to kill. This has killed several times. Once did not kill. Every time a duck can fly away at a critical moment. Who in the end is the culprit? Is there any law at all? This alley was a place he picked specifically with no surveillance. Just so he could fulfill his dream. But I didn't expect it to be so hard to kill someone. I'm pissed off. At that moment he chased after them with an axe in his hand in a furious manner. A few people tried to stop Surin at first. But a few axes down. These hearts are cold. Good guy. That is really cut when it is completely do not want to fight. Crazy. This treadmill is crazy. Several big men all got scared and ran. Rolled and crawled. How could Su Lin just let them go? If you can't find a few people you can kill, why don't you kill them to honor your father's memory? A few minutes later, the 7 or 8 big men crying and screaming were being chased by Su Lin alone, so close to calling the police. After half a day of chasing, Surin realized he had made a serious mistake. Paralyzed. Should have put attribute points on speed. Those brats ran faster than a grandson. He carried an axe and chased for half a day, but did not catch up. Turning back to take a look at Zhang Chuan again, the soles of his feet were like stepping on wind and firewheels, running as fast as he could, and the blood spots behind him floated and floated. Su Lin said that you are also powerful. Your head has been opened, and you can still run so fast. I guess Bolt would have to come in and be bowled over. Grass. Not a single person was killed, and Surin was so angry that he cut down 2 trees in the green belt, but that's okay. Su Lin had long ago found out where Zhang Chuan's home was, and he was going to be ready to find it. The alleyway chopping was just an appetizer. Let's play slowly. The next night, Su Lin found Zhang Chuan and their family. Zhang Chuan and his family have a certain economic foundation in Green Vine City, and they live in a detached 2-story small house. You don't say. It's decorated quite grandly. Why is the kitchen on the first floor? Doesn't that make it easier to rush to Su Lin? So when Zhang Chuan's wife wasn't paying attention, she climbed in through the window for convenience. Sure enough, the 3 ate it and cried out in happiness. Hey, aha! What's that damn smell? What is it? Solian was a little upset to hear that. What kind of quality is that? I help you guys cook and you're still cursing? Who is it? What dog threw something in my pot? Zhang Chuan's wife rushed into the kitchen to take a look at the pot and was furious. You can't see such a big man. You're blind. Su Lin was instantly dissatisfied and rolled over from the window to slap Zhang Chuan's wife. What are you doing here? Zhang Chuan's wife was so scared that she stepped back, her mouth open enough to stuff a duck egg in. It was too obvious a target, and Surin couldn't help but to a bite. Zhang Chuan's wife is going crazy. Why are all these people the same? They can't tell phlegm from spit. Surin was helpless and once again explained to her as well. That's not spit, that's phlegm. Zhang Chuan's wife, vomit. After vomiting, Zhang Chuan's wife was furious and copied the chopstick cylinder and smashed it at Su Lin. Su Lin instantly became excited, and with a square kick, he directly kicked the old thing in the stomach. The kicking old thing clattered against the kitchen door. You, dog, you dare to hit me? The old thing screamed miserably over and over again while pointing at Su Lin and cursing. Isn't this nonsense? I've fought and you're asking me if I dare to beat you? Then I'll prove it to you again. Su Lin walked up to her, grabbed her fingers and twisted them hard, breaking them directly. Help! Help! The old thing let out an earth-shattering scream in pain, snot and tears flying out together. It's a disaster. Thank you to Return Memory for the reward. Thank you to Lost Heart Foam Madness for the reward. Thank you to Misty Incense for the reward. And thank you to Put Your Eyes on Nothing for the reward. Thank you all for your support. Vote, please. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Zhang Li's Proposition Essay, My Dad. Chapter 31, Zhang Li's Proposition Essay, My Dad. You look so ugly and disgusting now. I'll make you up. Su Lin picked up the chili noodles, pepper, and chicken essence MSG next to him and wiped a brain on the old thing's face. The old thing squealed like a pig killer. Oops. Sorry, it's too red. It's become red. I'll change it for you. He picked up the vinegar and soy sauce again and poured it all over the old thing's head. Ha! That's much prettier. I'm a good makeup artist, aren't I? Surin clapped his hands and laughed. At this time, Zhang Chuan in the living room also heard his wife's screams and rushed over to Clang and smashed the door. Look at that. That's the bad thing about villas. They're far away. If it was a normal person's house, they would have heard the commotion. Honey, what's wrong with you? Open the door. The old thing came to strength at the sound of it and howled dryly at the top of his voice. Shout out to someone. That little thing too. Ouch. Seeing her mouth open wide, Su Lin really couldn't hold back, so he fed her a large spoonful of soup. That soup had just been ladled out of the pot, was piping hot, and had been spiced up by Surin. The old thing's mouth was instantly scalded and blistered, screaming like a boiling kettle come to life. Outside, Zhang Chuan was anxious upon hearing this and shouted, "Wife, hold on. I'll call for someone now." Shouting? Surin said, laughing his ass off. The cell phone signal of this villa has long been blocked by him, and even the door is locked, so it would be strange if you guys could call in. At this time, Zhang Chuan's wife didn't know where she got the strength from. Finally opened the kitchen door and climbed out. Zhang Chuan, who was holding the phone at the doorway, immediately met with Su Lin. One more look at his wife's misery and he was immediately enraged. "It's you!" He took the phone and rushed over, but the next second, he was kicked in the stomach by Su Lin, and his body folded and flew backwards. It ended up smashing right into Zhang Li's body, causing her to let out a scream. As soon as Solian saw her, he was furious, rushes over and picks her up by the hair and flings her hard to the ground like a volleyball. There was a muffled clunk. This little person was smashed and confused, reacted to the pain and wowed and cried out, and shouted for help one after another. It hurts. Help. Ouch. You know it hurts now? Where's that energy you had when you hit someone else? Don't yell if you have the guts. Su Lin sneered. Aye. Today you hit me once. Turn around and I will whip that Lin Xiaoming 10 times. The little thing kept sucking in cool air from the pain, but its mouth was still hard and it had a vicious look on its face. You've got a tough bone. You're better than your father. Solian gave her a thumbs up before kicking her out. When Zhang Chuan saw his daughter being beaten, he climbed up and jumped on Su Lin's back, strangling him. But how strong was Su Lin at this time? Grabbing his arm was an over-the-shoulder drop, directly to the fall out of the fly. Even the wall of the TV smashed down. The pain of half a day to get up. Su Lin squatted down and grabbed the little thing's hair. It turned out to be surprising to see zombies displayed on the cell phone she had dropped to the side. You like to play zombies, don't you? Come on. I'll play with you. Are you happy? Zhang Li couldn't speak and struggled desperately. Su Lin's face sank, and he slapped his face. I'm asking you. Speak. Play dumb again and I'll whip you to death. Looking at Su Lin's hideous eyes with a murderous aura, Zhang Li finally got scared and screamed miserably once again. Dad. Mom. Help. Asterisk. I asked you if you play zombies? Su Lin slapped Zhang Li's face a few more times. Play. I'll play. Zhang Li was terrified and rushed to speak. Solian said, Great. Now you're a zombie and I'm a plant. He grabbed the banana on the table next to him and sprayed it all over Zhang Li's face after chewing it in his mouth. Banana shooter. Bu. Incense. Banana cannon. Zhang Li said subconsciously. Asterisk. I love being a banana shooter. What do you care? Su Lin's old face reddened and he slapped his face. He hasn't played too. After vomiting for a while, feeling that the power is too small, twisted his head to see 2 large watermelons placed under the table, both long with the winter melon. Now I'm a watermelon cannon. After saying that, he picked up the watermelon and smashed it on Zhang Li's head. Immediately the red watermelon juice flowed all over her. Finished and then another. Smashed Zhang Li, people constantly screaming. At this point, the little thing was covered in bananas, wet hair, watermelon seeds all over his face, and his appearance was as miserable as it could be, but froze and didn't dare to fart. A strong fear finally arose in her heart, and her mouth stopped hardening. This man in front of me, he's a madman, through and through. Was it fun? Su Lin asked with a smirk. Zhang Li shook her head frantically. Grass, how dare you say it's not fun? Su Lin was furious, grabbing her hair as a few watermelon rinds. Boom. 2 or 3 times down. Zhang Li's brain is full of red and white pickles. Zhang Chuan finally slowed down and howled as he rushed over to kick Su Lin, but he forgot that there was a watermelon on the ground, and when he didn't stand still, his whole body lay horizontally in front of Su Lin. Ouch! He knocked the back of his head on the ground and let out a scream. Su Lin was happy. You want to play too? Good. Now you're a sunflower. I'm a zombie, and the zombie is going to hit the sunflower. After saying that, he picked up the chair next to him, and it was a flurry of smashing the chair to fall apart. Ow! Zhang Chuan let out a wolf howl in comfort. His entire body curled up into a ball, plus his body was covered in watermelon juice. Just like a burnt red shrimp, Zhang Li took the opportunity to try to crawl away, but was pulled back directly by Su Lin's leg, clanging 2 punches, and was instantly honest. The game isn't even over yet. Where to? Crazy. He's really crazy. Help! Zhang Li yelled. Still quite strong? Su Lin clang was a kick, sending her flying. Zhang Li, her mom, came back to her senses and ran over to hug Su Lin's thigh with her mouth open. Solian turned around and kicked her under the table, kicked her like a pig in a poke. Finally, Surin got tired of fighting. He headed for the couch and pointed at Zhang Li's mom. I'm hungry. Go make me dinner. Zhang Li's mom looked at Su Lin with hatred and didn't say anything. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you to cook, didn't you hear me? Su Lin dragged over Zhang Li, clanging a few slaps, hitting Zhang Li once again screamed miserably. Don't fight, don't fight. I'll do it. What do you want to eat? Zhang Li, her mom, finally gave in and asked in tears. 8 pounds of jumbo lobster. Big crabs the size of a facepalm. Go for it. Zhang Li, her mom, was dumbfounded. No. No. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of restaurant is there without you? Su Lin grabbed Zhang Li and punched her again. I open restaurant. Zhang Li's mom was full of despair. Su Lin touched his head. Oh, hold a thread. Stringing up the stage. So let's just stir-fry 2 random dishes. Zhang Li's mom cried and went to the kitchen to cook. Su Lin looked at Zhang Li, remembering his student Wang Xiaoqiang, and became interested again. How are your studies? Seeing how you bully Xiaoming. You should be doing well in school, right? How many points in language? Poor Zhang Li would have been whipped out of her mind. Where could she answer? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I asked you a question. Su Lin slapped up a few more slaps. 3:30. Zhang Li finally came to her senses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You test 30 points, you have the nerve to say. Wang Xiaoqiang is 2 points higher than you. Come. Laozi will make up for you. When Su Lin thought of his beloved disciple Wang Xiaoqiang, his addiction to being a good teacher returned. Proposed essay. My dad. You have 10 minutes. If you can't write it, I'll whip you to death. Su Lin threw Zhang Li a piece of paper. Zhang Li was trembling. I can't write. Grass. If you can't write it, I'll waste your hand. Su Lin grabbed her hair and clunked a few more slaps, hitting Zhang Li with fear. Afterwards, Su Lin picked up the kitchen knife that he had brought from the kitchen and clanged it on the table. Sparks of fire coming out. Zhang Li directly cried in fear, shivering all over her body as if she had been drenched in rain. Dad, help. Poor Zhang Chuan had long been beaten by Su Lin and couldn't move, so where else could he come to save her life? Su Lin's eyes rolled back in his head and said cheerfully, okay, it's fine if you ask your dad to write it for you. I'm begging for a read-along and a vote. I'm begging. End of chapter. Chapter 32, Filial Piety. This is really filial piety. Chapter 32, Filial Piety. This is really filial piety. Finally, with Zhang Chuan's help, Zhang Li finally wrote her essay. Su Lin said, read it out loud, and I'll give you a grade. Zhang Li shivered while reading in a trembling voice. I have a dad who has big eyes, a nose and a mouth, 2 hands, 2 feet, and a asterisk 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 off nigga. What the is this nigga writing? Su Lin kicked out. Even Wang Xiaoqiang writes better than you. What the hell are you stepping on to write? Rewrite it. Zhang Li cried under. Who is Wang? Wang Xiaoqiang? Wang Xiaoqiang is your father. Su Lin said without a trace of anger. Su Lin, don't go too far. Zhang Chuan slowed down and sat on the ground cursing. Su Lin went up and clunked and gave him 2 feet. I'm excessive? When your little family beat up Xiaoming, how come you didn't think it was excessive? Now that I just treat you guys the same way, it's excessive? What's wrong with that? All the good things in the world have to be taken up by your family, right? The more Su Lin said, the more angry. Pick up the chair rushed over a swing, swinging 2 people crying father and mother. Zhang Li's mom heard, ran out crying and begging, don't hit, please don't hit, and then hit really killed. Surin swung her back into the kitchen with a stick. Get back to your cooking. Through the chair, Su Lin and threw the paper and pen in front of Zhang Li. Give me a rewrite. Write the truth. It must be a real person. If you dare to make things up. A sardonic smile appeared on Su Lin's face. I'll really chop off your fingers and toes. Oh, I write. Zhang Li scared to pee. His pants were wet, and he hurriedly got down on the ground to rewrite. Su Lin sat on the sofa and taught. When writing essays, especially this kind of writing about people, you must write about real-life events that happen to the characters, so that the writing can move people and be rich in feelings. No. Real people, real people. Zhang Li seemed to be enlightened. Her dad was kicked off by Su Lin and is lying on the ground ghost howling. She can only write herself. This time the writing was particularly fast, and in no time at all, a new composition came out. Zhang Li read with trepidation. I have a father who is simply not a human being. A man who grew up with sores on the soles of his feet and pus on the top of his head, stealing, peeping at widows' baths, and bullying his classmates, and once crippled a child. Ha! Isn't that right? Look how well written and how emotional it is. Su Lin burst into laughter on the couch. Receiving Su Lin's encouragement, Zhang Li's voice got much louder. He didn't grow up to be much of anything, being started out by stealing and robbing, ganging up on people, raising thugs, and mowing down several people. Grass. You. Zhang Chuan got anxious and climbed over to try to snatch the essay from Zhang Li's hand. Solian was listening to him with a kick that sent him under the table. There's that flavor now. Keep going, keep going. He clapped his hands in encouragement. Zhongli looked at Zheng Chuan, whose eyes were on fire, and then at the smiling Su Lin. In comparison, she felt that Su Lin was more terrifying. So continue to read. He also kept 3 mistresses that my mom didn't even know about. And the one time I saw one, he gave me $2,000 to keep it a secret. Zhongli, don't you dare say. Zheng Chuan roared under the table and was stomped on the face by Su Lin. Continue. Oh, read it well. I'll beat you if you can't read it well. Oh, Su Lin said with a smile. Zhongli was filled with fear at this time, and she had long ago disregarded everything in order not to be beaten. She continued to read with a shudder. But this is nothing. He really is a favorite to play women. He played a lot of women. Once when he was drunk. He also bragged to me that he had once played several dead, all sealed inside the concrete pillars of the construction site. Solian sat up. Little. You bull ********. I'll rip your mouth off. Zheng Chuan was completely anxious and climbed out and wanted to hit Zhongli. Su Lin kicked again, directly on his mouth, and his teeth fell out all over the place. You go on. Su Lin said to Zhongli. Oh no. There's an epilogue. Zhang Li was full of fear. His voice trembled. How much my father? I love my father. Pa. Hyo died. I'm really dying of filial piety. Su Lin laughed and clapped. Full marks. Look, how effective my tuition is. This is not a full marks essay? With that, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Kite to check on those women. He was now holding a satellite phone, which was not interfered by signal shielding. The rice is ready. Zhang Li's mom walked out with the dishes and put them on the table. Su Lin just wanted to eat, then remembered something. How many pots in your house? One. Why? Asterisk. Surin picked up the freshly fried dish and snapped it over her head. Zhang Li, her mom, completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and bawling. I was wrong. Please spare us. I really can't take it anymore. Please. I was wrong. This is too much to bear? Su Lin was happy, dragging Zhang Li's hair and dragging her to her mom's face, then clanging a few slaps. When your little family bullies others, have you ever thought that others can stand it? With that, he gave Zhang Li another beating. Zhang Li was completely in fear, kneeling on the ground and continuously kowtowing and begging for mercy. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I'll never, ever dare to hit anyone again. I'm really wrong. Please, don't hit me again. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. She kowtowed frantically, scared less, with fear and regret all over her face, now lending her 10 guts. She wouldn't dare to do anything to Lin Xiaomeng again. She's really scared. You're wrong about your mom. An angry roar came, but it wasn't Su Lin. It was Zheng Chuan who had slowed down. He rushed over and kicked Zhang Li to the ground. Then up clunk was a stomp. Stomping, Zhang Li cried out, Dad, what are you hitting me for? Help! Zhang Li's mom was also dumbfounded and screamed. Old thing, you're crazy. Why are you hitting your daughter? Drafting? Look at the daughter that was born. What a essay she wrote. Mud. It's all because you're a spoiled. Zheng Chuan is still not relieved. After beating Zhang Li, and rushed over to his wife, clanked a fat beat her wife all over the house. Old thing. Are you crazy? Old me is not finished with you. She cried and cursed at the same time. Surin also looked dumbfounded. I thought, what's this father's love and daughter's filial piety? A trick of the flash? At this time, Chi Pei's text message came, and when Su Lin took a look, he immediately understood why Zheng Chuan went crazy. For no other reason. What is written in the small essay is all true. Zheng Chuan really killed the man and sealed him into a concrete pillar. It was all up in the air, but it turned out that the little Zippy quickly checked out the clues and called the police. Look at the mess this has made. Hold a thread. I'll help you beat this no good little. Su Lin sincerely apologized to Zheng Chuan, then rushed over to help Zheng Chuan beat Zhang Li. Help! I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I won't dare again. The beaten Zhang Li let out a pig-killing scream. At this moment, she finally regretted it. Regretted that she shouldn't have bullied Lin Xiaomeng. Regretted that she shouldn't have messed with Su Lin. Scumbag, I'll kill you alive. Zheng Chuan pounced on Su Lin with a fierce face. Grass, lousy, helped you teach your daughter a lesson. You didn't even thank me a little. And you still want to beat me? Where is the morality? Where's the quality? Where's my knife? Su Lin was also angry. Didn't find the kitchen knife. Picked up the chair leg, and struck him on the leg with a stick. Zheng Chuan screamed miserably and fell to the ground, covering his leg in pain. I repent. Zheng Chuan also cried. At this moment, his heart was also full of regret. Regretting that he shouldn't have indulged his daughter and allowed her to bully others inside the school. regretting that he shouldn't have messed with Su Lin, the living king of hell. If he's given a second chance, he would choose to strangle his daughter when she first started bullying others. But it's late. It's all too late. From the time they messed with Solem, their family's end was sealed long ago. Thanks to book club member 20240723906_CA for the reward. Don't forget to vote when you're done. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 33, The Slap of Pain. Chapter 33, The Slap of Pain. The police took away Zhang Chuan and his wife. Originally, Su Lin was thinking that this time, he would have to go in and stay for a few days before he could come out anyway. As a result, I didn't expect that his inspired divine maneuver would implicate Zhang Chuan in several cases of human life. Chi Pei is also a little witty. Quickly followed this clue a check, but also really gave him something to check out. The police were called immediately. The police had been worried about a few headless cases, and even issued a reward of $50,000 for any information that proved to be true and valid. As soon as Chi Pei reported the case, the police followed the clues and really found 3 corpses that had decomposed on Zhang Chuan's construction site. After DNA comparison, it turns out that all of them are the women who disappeared before, and even through special means, the evidence left behind by Zhang Chuan has been extracted. Ironclad evidence. Zhang Chuan cannot deny. Can only bamboo tube poor beans general all put down. This is good. A few lives. Waiting for Zhang Chuan can only be a righteous raw rice. And Zhang Chuan's wife, Li Wan, was jailed for harboring. Zhang Chuan's small villa was seized and all of his property was frozen to be used as compensation for the victim's family. And Solem, instead of going in for hitting someone, instead, he was given a title of bravery for helping the police solve the case, and was rewarded with a $50,000 bounty. An unexpected pleasure, so to speak. This matter soon fermented in Greenvine City. And finally the education system came to a special rectification activity against school bullying, which very much struck down a number of school bullying scum and made the entire education system in Greenvine City become clear. Of course, these were not things that Su Lin wanted to care about. Xiaoming's revenge had already been avenged, and how it was to follow up actually had nothing to do with him. As for Zhangli, Su Lin didn't deliberately pay attention. Only in the end. I heard Chi Pei say that she couldn't bear the blow of her family's destruction and became mentally ill, and finally chose to end herself and jumped off a building. Whether he died in the end or not Surin didn't know. Anyway, the bad guys got what they deserved. And that's enough, isn't it? The scorching sun is hot. The June sun hangs high in the sky, pouring rolling waves of heat over the land. A bus to Baigong village was stuffy and drowsy like a sardine can. In the middle of the car, sitting in the seat against the aisle, Solian was checking his rewards. This mission has been assessed to have an evaluation level of perfect. Reward now issued. Reward 1, $5 million in cash. From legal sources, deposited into the host's bank card. Bonus 2, skill, painful slap. Reward 3, item, super tickle powder X5. Reward 4, 5 points of free attributes. Host can add points after personal attribute panel is opened. Reward 5, 100 points of Yama value. Note, Yama value can be used to purchase items in the Yama Mall when it is opened. Stage task, complete 3 times of the task of punishing evil. Upon completion of the task, you will receive generous rewards and open the Yama Mall. Current completion level, 2 out of 3. Note, work hard to become the king of living hell. Skills? Painful slaps? What the hell? The prize money of $5 million. To be honest, Su Lin didn't care much about it. It's all routine, and he doesn't care about the money. But what the hell is this skill? Su Lin hurriedly checked the skill description. Painful slap. After use, the slap can inflict 10 times the pain on the target, but will not leave any trauma. Ha! Solian was happy. Sentimentally, this system was seeing that he likes slapping others the most, and specifically gave a slapping skill awe. Not bad, not bad. I like it. Su Lin was happy for a while and then looked at the third reward, the super itchy powder. What's this? He looked over the reward description. Super itchy powder, after use. It can make the target's body itch so much that it is difficult to cure and cannot be relieved by any means for a maximum of 72 hours. Asterisk 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 so hard. Even with Su Lin's ruthlessness, he couldn't help but shiver. The itch could be much harder than the pain, but he knew it all too well. Once, he was allergic to something he didn't know and itched all over his body. The kind of itch that penetrates deep into the marrow of the bones. That can't be scratched or grabbed. Can really break a person down. Literally begging for life and not being able to die. It's a total killer. He took a moment of silence for his opponent. Then he pulled up his attribute panel to view it again. Name, Surin. Power, 11. Speed, 3. Spirit, 4. Skill, painful slap. Item, super tickle powder X5. Free attribute points, 5. Yama value, 300. Su Lin first looked at the yen wang value and found that it had reached 300, and nodded with satisfaction. While he didn't know what it could do yet, the more the merrier for sure. As for the 5 free attribute points, he added them all to speed after thinking about it. After the addition, his speed became 8. The familiar warmth filled his entire body, and after a few minutes, Su Lin realized that his reactions also seemed to become much faster. But since it was in the car, he couldn't try it and had to wait until later. As he was thinking about it, there was a sudden clamor from the car. Su Lin looked up and realized that it was an old woman with a cross-faced face having a conflict with a young woman. Su Lin vaguely remembered that the old woman seemed to have just gotten on the bus. At this point, she was yelling at the top of her lungs like an old banshee. Young people nowadays. Not a bit of public morality. I'm so old. What's wrong with you giving me a seat? How did your parents raise you? No quality at all. Dressing up like that, you look like you're out for sale. Her voice was loud, and she soon attracted help from the nosy older women around her. That's right, young people nowadays. They really don't know what's going on. They don't even know the minimum respect for the elderly and love for the young. They are really uneducated. Dressed like a siren. She must be trying to seduce men. Su Lin looked at the female and really didn't figure out how people were labeled as goblins when they were wrapped so tightly. Auntie, I'm really inconvenienced. The young woman tried to explain. Inconvenient? What's inconvenient about you? What's more inconvenient for you than for me? Don't be pregnant with some wild man's cheap seed, right? The old demon woman said with a billy neck. How can you slander people like that? My aunt? The young woman's eyes were red. I slandered you? Don't talk nonsense. Where did I slander you? I've been standing next to you for half a day, and you didn't know to give up your seat. I don't know how your mom gave birth to you. You don't have any education at all. The old demon woman's voice sounded like a leaking kettle of boiling water, going straight to one's ears. That's right, and making up lies about being inconvenienced? What a laugh. A few of the older women around her seemed to know the old hag and helped out in unison. The old witch became even more complacent. Hear that? Hurry up and give me a seat. My waist is sore from standing. There's nothing to be done. The young woman could only help herself to the seat in front of her and stood up, ready to give up her seat to the old demoness. At that moment, the vehicle swayed a bit from the bumps, and she almost fell to the ground when she didn't stand still. It was then that the crowd realized that one of her legs was a prosthetic made of wood. Thanks to No Luck for the bounty. Please ask for recommendation votes. Please ask for monthly votes. Please chase reading Push the book Righteous Fathers. Please main push Q read Make more money, dark and twisted crawling, crazy hair pulling, crying and screaming, sit-ups, orangutan rocking arm, non-stop hand turning. End of chapter. Chapter 34, even the price of pork is going up, but you're the one who's always being cheap. Chapter 34, even the price of pork is going up, but you're the one who's always being cheap. The old demon woman also froze, but immediately scoffed. Yell, or a cripple. She sneered, even reaching out to pick at the little girl to get out of the way quickly. A red book fell out of the girl's pocket. Su Lin took a look at it and it said Veteran's Disability. The girl turned out to be a disabled veteran, and Su Lin stood in awe. He was a man who was crazy, though stupid, and had multiple mental illnesses, but one thing was that he would never make fun of a soldier. Soldiers defended their country, bled and sweated for the people, and that was who he admired most. In fact, as a child his biggest dream was to be a soldier and go into battle to kill the enemy. Unfortunately, people don't want psychopaths, so they end up having to settle for the next best thing, dreaming of being a homicidal maniac. The veteran's disability card fell out and the old hag saw it and picked it up and held it in her hand for a moment. Yell, or a soldier, as a deserter was beaten by others and broke his leg. People do not want you, right? Put aside here to shake the wind to come? The old demon woman used her disability card as a fan and mocked. Desertion is the greatest insult to a soldier. You give it back. The girl shivered with anger. Give it back to you? Who are you to order me around? How about I just don't give it back to you? With that, he threw the veteran's disability card at his feet and stomped on it a few times. How could you? You, the girl, shivering with anger, climbed down and picked up her disability card, which was full of footprints, and dropped straight to tears. She raised her hands several times, but then put it down. The old hag looked even more energized and howled at the top of her voice. What? Want to hit me? Everyone come to see Everyone come to see The military hit The military killed a person A passenger on the bus couldn't stand it anymore. So he said, he is a soldier defending his country? Injured you still forced to give up your seat. There is no sympathy? The old demon woman sneered back. She protects her family? She didn't protect our family. It's none of my business. Are you sympathetic? If you have sympathy, why don't you take her home and serve her like a mother? I didn't break her leg. Maybe she seduced some wild man and was broken by his wife. The girl was exasperated and cried. How can you say that? The old banshee stuck her face up and her big ass shoved hard into the seat. What did I say about me? Wasn't I telling the truth? Slut. I know you're not a good person, but it's just a broken leg. It's not like I can't move. What's wrong with letting you give up your seat? There is life no one to teach things. The old demon woman said with an impatient face. The little girl was so exasperated she couldn't stand up. The passengers in the car were exasperated by the old hag and pointed fingers. You're such a big man, bullying a girl, and she's a veteran who bled and sweated for her country. Are you still a human being? The old hag opened her mouth and scolded. You're a human being, so you give up your seat for her? Look at you all. You're all like goons. With a pussy face. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You're bullying me for not having enough people. Come on. If I say a word of fear, I'll be the one you raise. The crowd was angry enough. Are you still being reasonable? The old demoness, on the other hand, looked smug. I'm just being unreasonable. What can you do? Have the guts to hit me. Saying that, he scolded that little girl again. Don't think that if you call so many people to help, I will be afraid of you. If you have the ability, you also let other people give up their seats for you. You let him give up his seat for you. The old demon woman's finger was on Surin, who was only an aisle away. Me? Oh, come on, let's go. Surin cheerfully stood up and said to the girl, Here, you sit with me. The girl dropped her tears and shook her head. No, I'll stand for a while, thanks. Sulin laughed. Just sit down if I tell you to. I happen to have numb legs from sitting. Get up and stand for a while. Oh, thank you then. The car was very bumpy at this time, and the girl couldn't stand on one leg at all, so she ended up having to sit on Sulin's seat. The old demoness even taunted. See, I knew it was a demonic spirit that knew how to seduce men. Sulin smiled and looked at her, seeing that this old hag looked like a rotten tree root that had become a spirit, making one's heart sick. Forget it, just bear with it. I'm a human being. I don't want to talk to a tree root spirit. Surin was in a good mood today and decided to let her off the hook, but the old hag obviously didn't think so. Seeing that Sulin was looking at her, the old thing glared her eyes out. What are you glaring at me for? You want to hit me? Why don't you try hitting me? Did I tell you to talk? Sulin turned around and slapped him with a paste, hitting the old hag who froze directly in her seat. The people in the car were all dumbfounded as well, staring stupidly at Sulin. What did you want to say just now? Say it now. Sulin yelled again. Where could the poor old demoness say anything else? Her eyes staring at Sulin in a demented manner. Grass. I told you to talk. Are you deaf? Solian slapped him again. Sulin originally thought about whether to endure a little, not to be the subway judge, but I did not expect the servant girl also came to force. Nima. What a way to hold back for a while and step back to stomp on your nose. So if I spoil you, won't I be wasting the recommendation from my handsome and golden reader lord? You dare to hit someone? The old demon woman finally reacted, pointing at Sulin and trembling. Beat you? Ha, I'll even waste you. Sulin sneered. A painful slap slapped up, and Clang shone 2 kicks to the stomach, folding the old demoness up. Gee, you. The old demon woman was slapped in the face by Sulin and received 2 kicks, so she was directly confused. Just as he was about to speak, he ended up suddenly feeling an indescribable, unbearable pain on his face like a tidal wave. Aha! The old demon woman curled up into a ball of pain, twisting and crawling, trembling in pain. You want me to beat you up, don't you? Sulin squatted down and patted the old demon woman's head, saying, Speak, Lousy is listening. Nima. The old demon woman was dying of pain, but she still didn't forget to curse. Her spirit was commendable. Nima. I have to waste you today. Solian kicked the old hag under the seat. When they were still going to continue to fight, the several Amazons who had just given the old hag a helping hand looked anxious and pounced over, ready to tear at Sulin. How do you hit someone? I beat Nima. How would Sulin be polite to them? And immediately rewarded each of them with a painful slap as well. Oy vey. It hurts too much. Hiskoi, pain. A few of the older women were all lying on the ground, howling dryly, making a car full of people look stupid. It was only after a good half day that the old hag seemed to have slowed down, and when she looked at the pussy face, it was fine. Not even a mark was left. Nice guy. He's got a thick skin. Awesome. Awa. How do you hit someone? The old demon woman asked with her mouth open in horror. Solian picked his booger and popped it into her mouth in one smooth motion. Because you're cheap. Vom. The old demon woman fell to the ground and threw up. even her bile. Su Lin continued, say you cheap. You still do not admit it. Even the price of pork is rising. You are getting more and more cheap. People cannot see the legs and feet cannot see So what? You can't live through the night? You can't live through the night? You don't even know what time of day or night it is to be cheap? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, grabbing the old demon woman's hair and slapping her several more painful slaps, beating the old demon woman and making her cry. Don't fight. I'm sorry. Spare me. Please ask for recommendation votes. Please ask for monthly votes. Please chase reading Push the book righteous fathers please main push Q read Make more money, dark and twisted crawling, crazy hair pulling, crying and screaming, sit-ups, orangutan rocking arm, non-stop hand turning. End of chapter. Chapter 35, crazy with me? Laugh your ass off. I'm afraid of myself when I'm mad. Chapter 35, crazy with me? Laugh your ass off. I'm afraid of myself when I'm mad. You dare to hit someone? A few Amazons were furious and rushed over and grabbed Su Lin's clothes. Can Su Lin spoil them? Obediently fell to the ground. Come on. Beat me to death Beat me to death you eat a gun I reincarnated. Reincarnated in the next life as your father. Once born I'll sit you on your ass. Save you guys from committing crimes. Ha 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 ha. The passengers in the car simply couldn't live with laughter. The so-called evil people still need to be warned by evil people. They really haven't seen such a person like Su Lin. But, is so cool. You. The Amazons were all confused by Su Lin, shivering all over, like a nearly scrapped tractor. Su Lin got up again. You guys aren't going to hit me? If you don't hit me, I'll hit you guys After saying that, rushed up to the Amazons as a fat beat the Amazons' collective ghost howling. Hey, don't fight. Don't fight. Hurry up and call the police. Killing someone. Ancestor don't fight. Amidst the noise, the car arrived at Bama Town and drove into the Bama Town police station again. The two-hatted uncle looked up Su Lin's information first, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He's a psycho. Why are you messing with a psycho? What's wrong with you? He then asked seriously. What's going on? Su Lin was wicked and pointed at the old demoness. She asked me to give up my seat. I didn't let her. So she hit me and gave me a slap in the face. Look at the hit to my face. They all did it too. So many people beat me up I'm so miserable. Surin showed the cop his arm, and sure enough, there were a couple of blood marks that the Amazons had snapped with their fingernails. Uncle Hat looked at the old hag and a few Amazons. Giving up your seat is a favor. Not letting it go is your duty. What are you doing hitting people for a good reason? Look at the beating given to other people's children. He's talking nonsense. It's obvious that he hit us. The old demon woman and the big mom were so angry that their bodies were shaking like a gas canister had come to life. Can he beat so many of you by himself? Besides, aren't you guys not hurt here? Uncle Hat is oblivious to the big footprints on a couple of guys. A psychopath. Much ado about nothing. Alright, since it's all fine, go ahead and don't give us any more trouble. I'm busy with the inspection here. Uncle Hat might really have something to do. And after criticizing Su Lin painlessly for a few sentences, he let him go first. Bye. Surin waved at them and walked away decisively. How did you let him go? Hit someone and still be able to go. Is there any king's law left? The old demon woman and a couple of older women were not happy and started yelling. People are mentally ill. Why do you guys have nothing to do with messing with a mentally ill person? No one cares if he gets killed. Uncle Hat said, shaking his head. He's psychotic. And I'm still psychotic? The old demon woman was shaking with anger. After leaving the police station, he took a look to see that Su Lin hadn't gone far. The old demoness was furious and screamed at Su Lin. You wait for me. Su Lin spat at her, and the old demoness ran away in terror, not paying attention and falling. Looking at it, Solian felt a little guilty. Crazy for 23 hours, 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Guilty for 3 seconds. Well, 3 seconds over. Solian was in a good mood and casually skipped down the street. The village of Baigong is actually under the jurisdiction of the town of Bama, but there is still some distance to go. The bus only goes so far. The rest of the way is by tripper. After skulking around the streets of White Horse Town for a while, he ended up meeting the girl from the car just now. The girl said to Su Lin with a red face, Just now, thank you all. Su Lin waved his hand and said cheerfully, No need to thank you. This is all routine operation. Not worth mentioning. Anyway, I also want to thank you. If not for you, my house is in the neighborhood. Why don't you go to my house to sit down? The girl had a look of gratitude on her face. Su Lin shook his head. Forget it. I'm not going. I still have to go home. We'll see you some other day. Oh, well then, Can I leave you a number? Someday when you're free, I'll buy you dinner. The girl asked. It's okay. Solian and the girl exchanged calls. My name is White Frost. Bye. Oh, I'm Solian. Bye. After White Frost left, Sulin skulked around for a while longer, and it wasn't much fun. I was just about to find a triple jump car to go to Bygone Village when I was suddenly pressed to the ground by a couple of people rushing up to me. Then a woman around 27 or 18 years old came over and stared at Sulin viciously. Little scumbag. You dare mess with my mom. You. It had just rained the day before and the ground was covered with sewage, mixed with other people's garbage and dead rats. The smell was very strong. After Surin was pressed down, his head was pressed inside the dirty water. He didn't struggle, and took the opportunity to gurgle and suck and suck. A few people were dumbfounded. What's he doing? This hesitation loosened the strength in his hand. Sulin stood up violently and with a big mouthful of dirty water excitedly hugged the woman in front of him, then kissed her deeply as she looked on in horror. Gulp gulp. The woman let out a horrible scream and fell to the ground and vomited her bile like crazy. Ha 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 ha. Surin pointed at the woman and was dying of laughter. The woman threw up half a dozen times. Her eyes were red, and she stood still and wiped her mouth frantically. What are you guys waiting for? Beat him to death. A few big men then reacted and came up to beat up Sulin. Sulin was also not polite. Grabbed the dead rat on the ground and stuffed it into the mouth of the current big man in one go, and gave them a few painful slaps in his hand. Nice guy. Magic damage and physical damage altogether. Vom. A few big men directly broke their defenses and lay on the ground dryly howling. The woman was dumbfounded and looked at Sulin with a different look in her eyes. You nervous you don't come over. If you come over again I'll yell for someone shout. No one will come to your rescue even if you shout your throat out. Sulin was like a villain in a novel, bristling with laughter. Walking over to her, he took his hand and rubbed it all over her dress, rubbing her dress all over the dirt and popping her shoulder straps in the process. Snapped. Broke. The quality is not great. The woman once again let out a heartbreaking scream, so loud that Sulin's ears hurt. Haul your mom and spill the coins. Sulin smoothly gave her 2 painful slaps and kicked her on the ground, kicking the woman directly lying on the ground and howling. After filling her with a few more mouthfuls of dirty water, Sulin then clapped his hands in satisfaction. You think I'm crazy? Laugh it up. I'm scared of myself when I'm mad. As a result, when I looked up, that old hag was watching from not far away. As soon as she saw that Sulin had discovered her, she backed up as if she had seen a ghost. I don't even care about my daughter who was lying on the floor. Solian grabbed a pile of and threw it. Oh, yeah, right in the bullseye. The street resounded with the old hag's heartrending screams. It didn't take long for both Surin and the woman to enter the police station. It's you again. What's wrong this time? As soon as Uncle Hat saw Solim, his head got big. I thought, this just left. Why is it here again? Sulin shook his hand hard as he said, ask her. Can you go wash your hands first? Uncle Hat covered his nose and backed away. Ooh-hoo, okay Solian wiped his hand on the woman's body in passing. The woman screamed in terror and Uncle Hat was confused. Wash your hands and come over. Uncle Hat is criticizing the woman. Yang Qiaolan, how can I say that your father, Yang Dahai, is also the village chief of Bygone Village and is considered a public official? How is it that you're leading people to seek revenge? Surin froze. The mayor of Bygone Village? Isn't that his village? What a coincidence. Yang Qiaolan stared at Sulin indignantly. He hit my mom first. Don't say anything without proof. Your mom isn't even a little hurt. Yang Qiaolan wanted to say something else. Uncle Hat said impatiently. Okay, all give me a break. Don't cause any more trouble After leaving the police station, Yang Qiaolan pointed at Sulin from afar and shouted. You wait, this is not over. After saying that, he ran away. Surin waved at her politely. See you later. I'll see you on your ing legs. The woman shouted from a distance. It's just that she didn't expect it now. The two will be seeing each other again soon. A little patience. Occupying Sulin's house and pushing his parents' grave. And you still want to feel better? Dream on. Bao Shuangs. Please ask for recommendation votes. Please ask for monthly votes. Please chase reading Push the book righteous fathers please main push Q read Make more money, dark and twisted crawling, crazy hair pulling, crying and screaming, sit-ups, orangutan rocking arm, non-stop hand turning. End of chapter. Chapter 36. Ready? I'm going to start going crazy. Chapter 36. Are you ready? I'm going to start going crazy. Rested in town for the night. The next day when Sulin returned to Bygone Village in his triple trampoline, he was still quite emotional in his heart. I think he made total good memories here back in the day. I wonder if all those good friends from back then are still around. Hi friends and folks. I'm back. Surin stood at the entrance of the village and shouted. A few passing chicks gave him looks of admiration, similar to looking at a second cutie. Like, grass, looking down on me? When you your grandpa's grandpa, don't even dare to scream in front of me. Only after Su Lin kicked those arrogant chickens a few times to make them show their chicken feet did he follow his memory and walk towards his house. Just after turning a corner, before Su Lin had time to see the road in front of him clearly, he heard a few barks coming from the front. Turning the corner, he saw a young kid, probably in his late teens, holding a dog and leading several kids of the same age. Surrounding a girl, the brat at the head of the group still had half a cigarette in his mouth. With a hangdog, old man's biggest look, a few half-grown boys of the same age were around, holding their arms in good humor as they watched the action. Su Lin's gaze froze, because the girl who was surrounded was no other than Lin Xiaoming. Your name is Lin Xiaoming. Ha 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 ha, look at you. You have the same expression as your mom. How about it? You still want to hit me? Lin Xiaoming had an angry face and stared viciously at the brat without saying anything. The brat made an exaggerated expression and took a drag on his cigarette and said, You and your mom are no good, and you dare to go to town and sue our family? It's really against the law. Today I'll let you know who's the boss here. The brat had a ferocious expression. Blackie, bite her. Woof. The big black dog listened to his master's order and made a move to pounce, scaring Lin Xiaoming into backing away. Grass. Su Lin rushed over with an arrow step and kicked the big black dog in the mouth, kicking the big black dog with a wail. Brother! Xiaoming yelped in delight. Who the hell are you? How dare you kick my dog? The little kid looked at the dog's mouth and stared at Su Lin in annoyance. Me your grandfather. Solian walked over and slapped the brat in the face, slapping the cigarette out of his mouth. Do you know who I am? The little kid touched his face in shock and looked at Su Lin with a look of disbelief. Su Lin ignored him, picked up the cigarettes on the ground and said, Fine china? Ha, smoking is not bad? Grass. Blackie, bite him for me. The little brat became enraged and commanded the big black dog to pounce at Su Lin. Su Lin was not afraid, and when the big black dog pounced on him, he kicked it in the abdomen. Kicking the big black dog again screamed miserably and landed on the ground, unable to get up. Su Lin's strength at this point was up to 11 points and his speed was up to 8 points, which was more than enough to deal with an untrained dog. Nima. The brat was just about to curse when Solian kicked him in the stomach, sending him and his dog rolling into a ball. At such a young age, your mouth is so dirty, you should be beaten. Surin walked over to himself and took the brightly smoked cigarette and pressed it hard on the brat's arm to the shocked eyes of the others. Like to smoke? Ha! Smoke well. He sneered. Zira. Ah! The little kid screamed as he was scalded. Looking at the little kid's expression that was instantly distorted by the pain, Su Lin smiled with satisfaction. Who is he? Su Lin sat his butt on the little kid's body before he turned to ask Lin Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming was also surprised by Su Lin, and sniffed and hurriedly said, He is Yang Dahai's grandson Yang Lele. Yang Dahai's grandson? Su Lin smiled. What a coincidence. Grandson. Remember, from this day forward, I am your great-grandfather. He slammed his fist into Yang Lele's head, knocking him backwards. This Yang Lele was also a ruthless person. Despite shivering in pain, his gaze was still fierce. Surprisingly, he backhanded at Su Lin. Surin grunted and took another cigarette and burned it on his wrist. Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! Yang Lele's face paled in pain, and bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down his forehead to the ground. Blackie, up! He ordered his dog. But the dog this thing, always is to bully the soft and afraid of the hard. If you are more powerful than it, it will be afraid of you. So at this time, although he heard the master's order, but still hesitant and did not dare to go forward, only know how to show teeth and grinning barking. Su Lin was so upset by what he heard that he picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it so hard on the dog's mouth that its teeth fell out. Ow! The black dog screamed miserably and fled in a dead faint, never daring to look back. It was at this time that the few brats standing next to him reacted, pointing at Su Lin and cursing. You get off him or this is going to be a big day. Do you know who he is? Su Lin lifted his chin and looked at them contemptuously. Cut the crap. Hurry up and get out while I'm in a good mood. You are looking for death. A few half-grown boys seemed to feel humiliated by being undercut by Su Lin, and with a wink from left to right, they rushed over. Only after Su Lin smashed a rock on the body of the little kid under his buttocks, smashing the crying and screaming, did he get up and grab the wrist of the half-grown kid at the head of the group. At such a young age, what's wrong with learning to be a socialite? Su Lin sneered and twisted hard. Ouch! It hurts. Let go. That half-grown boy had his wrists nearly twisted by Su Lin, and was sweating profusely in pain, his body hunched over. Solian kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall into the corner. Once the others saw this, They were all stunned by Su Lin's ruthlessness and didn't dare to come over again. However, Su Lin did not intend to let them go, and rewarded one person with a painful slap, plus a kick, so that they too went to the corner to squat and cry. I killed you. The little kid on the floor woke up from the pain and stood up and screamed at Surin. Su Lin grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and directly threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder slam, and added a kick to the wall to kick him as well. Ah, that hurts. The little kid was trembling in pain, and crouched in the corner with a couple of his buddies all crying. Howl, howl Naya howl. Distracted by what he was hearing, Surin walked over and kicked one of them again, silencing them. Kneel down and call Thai grandpa. Su Lin looked at the several people. The brat is still not convinced. I called you. Wrong answer. Solian slapped a paste on the little kid's mouth, beating it full of blood, then grabbed his hair and knocked his head against the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The kid's face was covered in blood from the impact. Two grandpa. The little kid cried out. Su Lin laughed and let go of him. Hey, this is not a good boy. Finished and looked at the others. What about you guys? Why don't you call great-grandfather? Two grandpa. The other few half-grown boys were also stunned by Su Lin's ferocity and hurriedly knelt on the ground and screamed. Hey, heavy grandchildren be good. Grandpa will buy you food. Su Lin smiled and touched a few people's heads before telling them to roll. A few little kids rolled and crawled and ran away, until they ran a long way away, and only then did they learn from others to put a hard word. You wait for me. Surin made a move to chase after him, and the brats were terrified, scattering in all directions. It made Surin laugh. He then followed Lin Xiaoming back to his second grandfather's house and met Su Lingwan. When I asked, I realized what had happened. Yang Dahai's family occupied your parents' house and bulldozed your parents' graves to plant land. I went to their door to argue with them, but they beat me out. And even Xiaoming was slapped a few times. Your second grandfather couldn't stand it, so he took me to the town to sue. And just as he came back, he was blocked and beaten by the Yang family's gang of scumbags. Su Lingwan sobbed uncontrollably. And then? Solian felt his blood run hot. They also threatened to beat us alive if we dared to complain again. Su Lingwan cried. Their Yang family is the Earth Emperor in Baigong village. We can't fight or else just forget about it. Second grandpa, who had been beaten and had gauze wrapped around his head, said shakily. Forget it? What are you talking about? Second master? How can you forget such a fun thing? Ding. Sin detected. System releasing mission. Task 3, punish the Yang Dahai family and their associates. Village bullies. Mission completion, 0%. Completion of tasks will be rewarded accordingly. Note, this mission is the last part of the stage mission, and the evaluation level of the mission is related to the subsequent main line, so please treat it with caution. Work hard to become the king of living hell. Listening to the system's voice, Su Lin smiled happily. Are you ready? I want to start going crazy. End of chapter. Chapter 37 Don't fight. I won't dare anymore. Help. Chapter 37 Don't fight. I won't dare anymore. Help. The next morning, Su Lin went to Yang Dahai's house early. Just when I came to the front door of Yang Dahai's house, I saw someone arguing in front of me. Upon closer inspection, oh wow, that's coincidental too. Wasn't this the who knows who? The old hag who had been slapped several painful times by Su Lin? Su Lin remembered that she was Yang Dahai's wife. You gu Weifan. Ha, let's start with you then. Su Lin's heart was full of sneers. At this moment, the old demoness had her arms crossed, her eyebrows were crossed, and she was jumping around and cursing. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What are you? That piece of land is clearly our family's. When did it become yours? The object of her scolding was an honest cropper with a daredevil look on his face. Only after a long time did he stifle a sentence. Are you still being reasonable? That is clearly our family's land, and your family has occupied half of it. Do you still want people to live? You women, what's it to us if you live or not? If you can't live and die, if you dare to force a word again, see if I don't tear your mouth. The old demon woman pointed at the cropper's nose and cursed, spitting in his face. Do you have any king's law left? The crook was shaking with anger. The king's law? The old demon woman proudly clasped her arms with a disdainful look on her face. Here, our old Yang family is the king's law. I'll tell you Su Chang, if you are honest, it's okay. If you dare to go elsewhere to chew on your tongue and talk nonsense, do you believe I'll find someone to kill your family and sell your wife and daughter in the kiln to receive customers? The crook shook with anger like a pendulum. Ah, look at the old thing. A little mouth blathering, how cute. Solian simply loved her. At this time it had already walked behind the old demoness, and in passing, it patted the old demoness on the shoulder. Who is it? The old demoness turned. I your father. Su Lin sneered, and kicked her big fat ass, making her fall over and her dentures came out. I, die you. You dare to hit me. I trample to kill you. The old demon woman was kicked senseless and didn't recognize Su Lin, howling on the ground, living like a big fat pig that had been gelded. Mud. Labor hates pork. Solian went up and shined a kick at her back. Stomping on the old demon woman almost broke her breath, her face buried inside the dirt, her ragged snort blowing the dust. Only then did Su Lin slowly walk over and stomp on her back, making it impossible for her to get up. This sudden turn of events dumbfounded the crop duster Su Chang and backed away in horror. It took the old demon woman a long time to get her strength back, huffing and puffing, stretching her neck to see who it was, living like a cuckoo out of water. Damn it, that sneak attacked the old lady. The old lady. As a result, he was startled when he saw that it was Su Lin. You, how is it you? The memory of the soul-crushing pain filled her mind again. I can't even get the smell of out of my head. Su Lin laughed sarcastically as he grabbed her hair and carried her over, shining his face with a few painful slaps. What's the matter? Old shuttered lights. Don't recognize your father? Then I'll let you get reacquainted. A few more slaps followed. The crisp sound traveled a long way, followed closely by the old demon woman's pig-killing howls. 10 times the pain. It's really not something one can endure. Yell. Beating people up. Killing people. Help. The old demoness screamed desperately. Grass. It's noisy. You're howling nymphets. Su Lin's brain hurt from the noise and he directly gave the old demon woman a kick, sending her flying. The old hag screamed in pain. Help! Kill! 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 A few nearby neighbors came out to take a look, and hit people. Hey, this is still a good thing. Hurry to see the fun. So all closed the door, lying in the doorway to peep. This old man is usually disliked by people in the village. Now seeing her beaten, who ate up and came to help. Solian walked over and grabbed her by the hair and picked her up again. Recognize me now? Recognize. The old demon woman was scared by Su Lin and trembled. Solian slapped her across the face. Grass, why don't you get close to me? Don't think I won't beat you up just because you know me. After typing, he asked. Now what? Do you recognize me? The old demon woman was all blinded by the blow, shaking her head in fear. Don't know. Asterisk nigga. How dare you not recognize me? Surin grabbed her hair and just beat her up. The poor old hag couldn't get up from the ground in pain, and howled with her heart and lungs torn out. The people hiding in the doorway looked dumbfounded and thought to themselves, does that know you or doesn't that know you? After beating up the old hag, Su Lin hooked his finger at Su Chang. Su Chang froze for a moment and pointed at his nose. You call me? If not you, who? Come here, Su Lin said. Su Chang walked over warily, and before he could speak, Su Lin snapped and slapped him, hitting Su Chang in a direct daze. Ha! How do you hit someone? I'm angry at you. Others are bullying you. You don't even dare to let out a single fart. Are you still a man? Su Lin scolded. Su Chang reddened his red eyes and hung his head without speaking. Surin continued. If you were a man, you'd get up there and kick her in the ass right now. He pointed at the old demon woman who was howling on the ground. Su Chang clenched his fist and didn't move. Grass. Look at you. You're still surnamed Su? Our Su family doesn't have a wimp like you. I am not a wimp. Su Chang's eyes began to redden and his hands were shaking. Not a wimp. You stand there sprouting? People are going to sell your wife and child to the kiln. You still stand Nima endure. Su Lin pointed at his nose and scolded. I'm. Grass. I'm not a wimp. I'm not. Su Chang completely reddened his eyes, but still didn't move, just staring at the old demoness with a burst of red and a burst of white in her face, obviously in a fierce battle of ideas. Su Chang, you dare. The old demon woman on the ground slowed down and pointed at Su Chang's nose and cursed. Asterisk. Did I give you a face? Did I tell you to talk? Surin kicked her in the mouth, kicking her mouth full of blood. After finishing, he was still not relieved, and then he kicked a few times, stepping on the old hag and almost broke her breath. Ah, it hurts. Stop hitting. Grandpa, who the hell told you to mess with my relatives? Su Lin turned around and gave another beating the old demon woman and making her cry. You're insane. The old demon woman howled. Su Lin was happy. You knew all this? It's pretty smart. A few more clunking fists slammed down. The old demon woman was completely afraid of Su Lin, shaking like a sieve, and desperately crawled away. While crawling, he begged for mercy. Don't hit me. I'm wrong. Don't hit me. I won't dare to do it again. Help. End of chapter. Chapter 38. I'm good. I don't fight. Chapter 38. I'm good. I don't fight. Police stations. Why you two again? What's going on this time? Uncle Hat looked at the two people, old Demonis and Su Lin, and his head was 8 sizes too big. It hasn't been 2 days, and you've been to the palace 3 times. What the hell? Old Demonis, Su Lin directly interrupted the spellcasting. Why should she say it first? The old demon almost bit his tongue and gasped. Then you speak first. Surin, why should I go first? Old Demonis. Police. What are you doing here? Playing a skit with me? Uncle Hat didn't have the good sense to point at Su Lin. You first. Surin shrugged. She hit me first. I acted in self-defense. Die you. The old hag cried with a snotty nose and a tear in her eyes, relying on the presence of the police. Nonsense. I cannot care about him this time. He rushed up to beat me. This guy gave me a beating. Yell mama. It hurts. The police. You guys have to give me to do the Lord. Oh, she said, really crying out. It can't be helped. It's aggravating. Really? The policeman looked at Su Lin with a headache. After Su Lin left last time, they even studied Su Lin's resume specifically, and it simply opened their eyes. Killed 52 dogs in the neighborhood because they barked at him. When someone says, "What are you looking at?" he cuts them down and they can't get out of bed for months. Such a fierce man, but he's from our White Horse Town? I also gave her a seat in the car. Don't you think it is damsel? The last 2 words, auntie, popped out from between her teeth, causing the old hag's body to start shivering again. You are talking nonsense? It's clearly you. The old demoness shivered with anger. What me? Solian glared at her. All right, all settle down, the police said helplessly. You're the only eyewitness. Tell me, who started it? The policeman asked Su Chang, who was on the sidelines. Both Su Lin and the old demon woman looked at him. Su Chang's face reddened, looking at the old demoness and then at Su Lin. Falling into silence, the old demon woman yelled at the top of her voice, Su Chang, you dog's undergarment. Your forefathers should speak. In the end, who hit who first? Speak. Su Chang's eyes reddened for a moment and he snapped his head up to point at the old demoness. She started it. I was there and watched her hit the lad first, hard, and the lad was forced to fight back. She started it. Ha! Solian laughed. What? The old demon woman froze. After reacting, she was out of her mind with anger and rushed over to tear Su Chang. Good you Su Chang. You've gotten your wings hardened, haven't you? You dare to frame me? I'll kill you. Believe it or not, I'll get your whole family killed. Women's lives of your ancestors. Be quiet. The police were not spoiling her, and took her back as soon as they could. However, the old demoness was still unrelenting and struggled to hit Su Chang. Su Lin cheerfully said, do you want me to help? I'll make sure to cure her to her heart's content. You can forget it. The cop rolled his eyes. Had we not appeared in time just now, would she still be alive? Okay, since you started it, apologize to the person and go out and get yourself to a clinic to get bandaged up. The police said, I apologize to him? That's so dark. Is there any justice left? The old demon woman's first taste of the darkness of society. The anger of the pendulum, pointing at the Su Lin people are going crazy. What else do you want if you started it? He was acting in self-defense. It's good that he didn't come after you. How could the police not know what the old hag was like? A bully and a total scoundrel. Usually it was a lot of trouble for them, and they'd gotten tired of her a long time ago. You. God. There is no justice. There is no law of the king. I do not live. The old demon woman was howling with anger and was ready to spill her guts. Grass. Who dares to hit my mom? I'll kill him. Right at this moment, a man rushed in with a face full of anger and fury. Su Lin took a look. It was an armed man with a green dragon tattooed on his arm, slanted eyebrows and dangling eyes. Not a good thing at first glance. Yang Wei, calm down. This is the police station, not your home. The civilian police stopped him. Su Lin heard. Yang Wei? Isn't this Yang Dahai's youngest son? The scumbag who took over his family's mansion to get married? It's so nice. Coming together. As soon as the old demon woman saw her son coming, she immediately had a backbone. Crying and pointing at Su Lin. Son, he's the one who hit me. You dare to hit my mom. I'll kill you alive. The armed man let out a roar and kicked toward Su Lin. Surin didn't move at all and took a hard kick. The two little people immediately rejoiced and banged in his head. Oh, exempt. Beaten up. Justifiable defense. Examined the tender mother. With a flying kick, Solian sent the armed man crashing into a nearby wall and bouncing back. Still not relieved, he rushed over and grabbed him by the hair and held him down, then slammed punch after punch into his face. He was strong and fast, and the small was smashed and screamed, and there was no resistance at all. Uncle Two Hat saw something wrong and hurriedly separated the two, because it was Yang Wei who made the first move. Uncle Hat gave him a stern warning, and Yang Wei's hands were shaking with anger as he stared at Su Lin, itching to eat it. Solian gave him a scissor hand. Are you angry? I'm asking you if you're angry? Janeway almost exploded and the police barely held it down. In order to prevent further accidents, the police could only separate Su Lin and the old demon woman mother and son to talk. And Uncle Hat called Solam aside for a kind word. Su Lin, I know you have a mental illness, but that's no reason for you to fight. Can you stop hitting people? Have a conversation. It's hard for us to deal with you like this. Can't, Solian said. Why? Uncle Hat giggled for a moment. Su Lin said honestly, I was just beaten up. I can't swallow this. You, the cop was completely speechless. You got beat up? Good man. How dare you say that? Who the hell got beat up? They were all watching when they pressed Yang Wei against the wall just now. Come on. This is a society of law and order. And if you break someone, you go to jail. Jail is jail. I can't swallow this anyway. Su Lin huffed. In the end, it was only after the police persuaded him that Suren reluctantly agreed to stop hitting people. What if they hit me? Solian asked. Don't worry. I made them promise not to bother you again. Then what if I go after them? Su Lin asked again. Can you? You talk properly. The policeman was furious. I ended up looking back and thinking it was a psycho and had to be nice about it. You didn't suffer anyway. You each take a step back, write a pledge, and let this go. Don't give us any more trouble. The police said helplessly. Okay, I'll write it. Su Lin was happy. He liked writing pledges the most. It's not like it guarantees anything anyway, so write it however you want. After writing the pledge, the police settled them down individually before driving them back to the village. Before the police left, they also specifically urged, but don't fight again. We're here every day, busy as hell, don't have time to fool around with you guys. Aha, I'm good and don't fight. Suren nodded. The cop's mouth twitched. A good man? Who's a good guy like you? Do you have some misunderstanding about good people? I'm begging for votes. I'm begging for followers. Don't feed the book. You righteous fathers. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Su Lin, do you have any moral boundaries? Chapter 39, Su Lin, do you have any moral boundaries? Waiting for the police car to leave, the armed man pointed at Suren and let loose with harsh words. Kid, this isn't over. You wait and see, when I turn around and get you killed. Su Lin shook his head. There's no need to turn back. I'll get you killed now. When he finished, he went up and punched the armed man in the face, making him scream. But Su Lin did not stop, grabbed his hair and knocked it to the wall. 2 or 3 down. Armed man full of blood. He took advantage of Su Lin bending down to look for bricks, and only then did he break free in terror, pointing at Su Lin and trembling. You crazy? The armchair man was completely flabbergasted, and thought, this has just finished writing a pledge, so why are you doing it again? That guarantee is not written quite well. The words earnest, sincere attitude, the sky is messy, can be a perfect score essay. What's wrong with your words and actions? How did he know that the guarantee was Su Lin copying Wang Xinmin? He had a good memory and remembered it from reading it then. Su Lin, do you have any moral boundaries left? He wanted to cry. Su Lin said laughing, I don't even have morals. And bottom line? He rushed to him in a single bound and took a painful slap to the face. It's too fast to dodge. The armed man was also enraged and was just about to counterattack. But then he suddenly felt a miserable, sharp pain coming from his face. Ouch mom. That hurts. The effect of the painful slaps was so overbearing that at this point the armed man felt as if his face had been cut with a knife and sprinkled with chili noodles. The face isn't even his own. The pain was so excruciating that he fell straight to the ground. What did Suren care about that? Holding on to the idea of killing him while he's sick. Taking advantage of the situation, he stomped down a few more feet, stomping on the armed man, twisting and twitching like a maggot. It was hard to get the energy back, just to get up. As a result, Su Lin slapped down a few more painful slaps, incapacitating him again. The pain was so severe that he was confused, saying that he had met the legendary martial arts master. Why does this hand still have a paralyzing effect? Obviously, it didn't seem to use much force, but why did it hurt so much when it was slapped on the face? You, little yakuzas, you just said you won't hit anyone anymore, and you wrote a pledge. How? Do you do it? The old demon woman was stunned. I even said I'm your father. Why don't you call me father? Su Lin wasn't polite to her either, and smoothly gifted a painful slap. Now the familiarity came flooding back, and the painful memories took over the high ground again. The old demoness instantly lay down beside her son and howled dryly as well. The two of them rolled around in pain, but Suren was happy. The man who inadvertently discovered that the painful slaps came with a paralyzing feature didn't have any time to spare. Crouching beside the two men. One for you, one for him, snap, 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 snap. It didn't take long before the pain was so great that the two of them only had air coming out, not coming in. Just then, a sudden piercing scream sounded from behind. Mom, little brother, what's wrong with you guys? Get off my mom. Su-Lin twisted his head and laughed. Isn't that the older sister he kissed so passionately? Isn't this a coincidence? Then I can't be too generous. Alright, all three of you lie down for me. After Yang Xiaolan shouted, she directly rushed over, only to be greeted with a slap on the face, and was immediately confused. Another look at it was Su-Lin, and it immediately gave her a fright, pointing at Su-Lin and trembling. You. Why you? Su-Lin said shyly. Why not me? Yesterday we two were forgetting our passionate kisses, but in a flash you forgot about me. I'm so sad. As soon as she said this, Yang Xiaolan immediately felt her stomach turn inside out, giving her a bad temper. I kiss your horse. You hurry to release my mother and my little brother, or I will find someone to kill you. Yang Xiaolan covered her face and stomped backward, but not daring to come over. They stood calling from a distance. At this time, the old demon woman on the ground and the arm man also both slowed down and stood up, pointing at Su-Lin and shivering with anger. You, this is not over. Willie, call someone, I have to kill him today. The arm man pulled out his cell phone and ran away to make a call. Su-Lin didn't even pay attention to them, and with his hands behind his back, he headed for the old demon woman's house. The old demoness was in a hurry and stopped the doorway with her open hand. When Su-Lin raised his hand, the old demon woman was startled and hurriedly ran back to the yard. Entering the door, Su-Lin slightly surveyed the layout of the courtyard. You don't say. This Yang Dahai has made his house really quite nice. The area is oversized and the expansive large tiled house is fully tiled on the outside, with clear windows and very grand. The floors are also all paved with seepage tiles, and there are two small gardens in the yard with a few peach trees with spiky peaches. There were also a couple of slithering chickens with bright shiny feathers that were staring at Su-Lin, and they looked delicious at first glance. How nice. It's a big family after all. Su-Lin sighed in his heart. This home, it can be too suitable for me to go crazy. Ah, love it so much. He snapped a seepage brick from the ground in his hand and threw it rivetingly at the window. Clunk. The glass shattered in response, the loud noise scaring the old hag nearly out of her skin. You. How could you smash the glass in our house? Su-Lin was not happy. What are you talking about? This is obviously my home. I smashed our home glass. How? What do you care? After that, he threw out another brick and smashed the other glass as well. You're going to die. Son, Willie, come on. He's gone crazy. The arm man ran in from outside and howled when he saw that the glass in his house had been smashed. Asterisk. You dare to smash the glass of our house? I'll trample you to death. After saying that, he picked up the shovel in the yard and rushed over. Su-Lin was shaking with excitement. Well, aren't we going to live? When he came back, he was not allowed to bring the big bag of things on the car, and finally had to throw it all into the garbage can. Otherwise, high and low he had to pull out today and put these guys in a sack. The arm man swung his shovel and slapped down on Su-Lin's shoulder, striking hard and spicy. It doesn't look like it usually does. After Surin dodged sideways and let go of the shovel, he followed the trend with a progressive top knee that ruthlessly toppled the arm man's stomach. Ouch! The arm man screamed miserably, covered his stomach and staggered back, and the shovel in his hand flew out of his hand, being grabbed in Su-Lin's hand. With a weapon in hand, the world is mine. Su-Lin excitedly swung his shovel and chased after him, slapping a shovel on the arm man's back. Boo! Ouch! That hurt! The arm man was slapped by Su-Lin and fell to the ground with a miserable cry, giving the a daze. But he had been in a lot of fights after all, and knew that he had to get out of the way at this point, or else he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he'd get beaten up again. So after he fell to the ground, he rolled outside in a lazy donkey roll in the same direction. Next moment, only to hear a loud bang, the shovel smashed hard on the location of his head. Even the head of the shovel broke. Sparks splattered the arm man's face. Asterisk. The arm man broke out in a cold sweat. Nima, this is really killing people. If he hadn't gotten the bright idea to roll over and dodge that one just now, it just went straight to this shovel. The arm man was terrified and only dared to point at Su-Lin's nose and curse after he climbed up and ran to a safe place. Su-Lin was chagrined for a while, and said that it was really damn hard to kill someone, and at every critical moment, he was always dodged. I don't know which dog is the culprit from this. Pissed off. I heard there's an online author named 12FAI who's quite a dog, so it's not him, is it? Thank you for the reward from. I'm begging for votes, readers, and a push. End of chapter. Chapter 40. I told you that I am your heavenly justice. Chapter 40. I told you that I am your heavenly justice. You're going to die. The old demon woman was also startled and ran over to grab Su Lin's face. Su Lin is resting here angry. Hand is a stick swung over, directly smashed in the old demon woman. Smashed her. People fall over. Su Lin rushed over to her again and kicked her, kicking the old hag tumbling into the garden. Unable to get up for half a day. Naya, don't hit my mom. Yang Xiaolan got anxious and rushed up with something in her hand, wanting to smash Su Lin. Su Lin didn't even give a damn about her, and with a square kick, he turned her into a rolling gourd. Rolled out 8 meters. In the past few years, the rural areas have caught up with the rural transformation, from the original dry latrines built outside, to sanitary latrines, the kind with toilet, built inside the courtyard, and at that moment, the door to the restroom was open. Su Lin's kick coincidentally kicked Yang Xiaolan into the toilet, right on top of the toilet. Unable to get up for half a day, the position and posture was too righteous, so how could Su Lin possibly endure it? Flushing into the toilet, he pressed the back of Yang Xiaolan's head and pressed her inside the toilet. Hey! Grunt grunt grunt. Suck it up. You let go. Grunt grunt grunt. Yang Xiaolan drank a bellyful of toilet water and drank herself silly. Solian yanked her up again and playfully smacked him in the mouth. Within a few strokes, he was pumping his mouth full of sauce, toilet water mixing with the red and yellow sauce and dripping straight down. Su Lin had long ago checked out Yang Xiaolan's details. This is no good either. Writing rushot over his father's power. Don't look at her now in the hands of Su Lin miserable, but in fact under the hands of a collection of gangs of thugs. There is anyone a little disobedient to her heart. She led her men to hit the door. There are so many who have fallen into disability at her hands, and among them are children and women. Totally bad seed one. That's why Su Lin was so rude to her. Back and forth smacked her more than 10 slaps. Su Lin this hand threw her to the yard. Fell his 7. There's no justice. It's so bullying. The old demon woman climbed out from inside the garden, pointing at Su Lin and hitting her pendulum in anger, just like a soaked engine. Her voice was unpleasant to hear. Divine justice? Bullying? Solian laughed. He walked over and picked up the old hag by the hair and slapped her in the mouth, causing her to let out a scream. You have the nerve to call heavenly justice on me? You have the nerve to call me a bully? Have you thought of heavenly justice when you oppress the good and take by trickery? When you take over and grab the land and mess up other people's families? Have you ever thought that it's bullying? Did you think about heavenly justice when you set fire to someone's woodpile? Set their house on fire, and burned a 3-year-old girl to death? Did you ever think about heavenly justice when you went to the door and slapped someone else's child with a perforated eardrum because your grandson was accidentally pushed by a classmate? Tell me yourself, how many people in the entire Baigong village have been bullied by your family? How many people have been beaten by your 2 bad seed sons? Even your little bad breed grandson is a good example of how to lead a dog to bite. You're talking to me about divine principle now? I'll tell you today. I'll be your heavenly justice. Boo! The more Su Lin said, the angrier he got, picking up half of the shovel handle and smacking it hard against the old demoness. Yell! Don't fight! Don't fight! The old demon woman staggered back as she was hit with a headbutt. Coo. A large rooster actually ran over to peck Surin. Grass! With a single strike of his stick, Surin sent the large rooster to the corner, lying on the ground and not moving. Ah! My chicken! The old demon woman's heart was shivering with pain. She had raised that big rooster for some years, and had raised it out of affection. She didn't expect it to be killed by Su Lin today. All of you get thee out of my house, and whoever dares to say one more word, the old laborer will destroy him. Su Lin was carrying a half-broken stick, like a mighty general about to launch a charge, with an astonishing aura. The 3 people were all stunned by Su Lin and busily backed up, exiting all the way out of the courtyard. Solian walked over and closed the door with a bang. Doorway. All 3 were a bit confused, wide-eyed and at a loss for words. What to do? It was only after a long time that the arm man asked stupidly, to hell with it. What else? It's going to take days for your dad to come back. Where's the guy you were told to yell at? The old demon woman said while shivering in pain. Not until tomorrow, and when my brother gets here, I'm going to make him look good. The arm man said with a glare. On the basis of his father being the village chief, he had been running roughshod over the village for so many years, beating up whoever he wanted, but he didn't expect to be ruled by Su Lin today. The heart is so angry. Yang Xiaolan you a few more times before she asked in a breathless voice. Then, what about today? Are we just going to stand here? Martyr. The 3 of us can still be taken by a. The arm man had just said that when a brick flew out from inside the wall and hit him right on the head. Oy vey. The arm man immediately crouched down holding his head, tears almost falling out of his eyes from the pain. Subsequently, Su Lin opened the door and cursed. Grass. A bunch of dogs. What are you doing standing in front of my house? Want to die? Ah. Hurry up and get out. Dare to stand in front of our house again. I will waste you. You. I'll fight you. The old demon woman was really angry and forgot about the pain after the scar, so she even rushed up to grab Su Lin's face. How could Su Lin be used to her? And immediately covered her with a painful slap. Ouch. It hurts. The old demon woman lay on the ground in pain. Su Lin hemmed and hawed and closed the door again with a bang. It was only after a long time that the old demon woman and the arm man grunted and climbed up, one covering her head and the other covering her face, screaming straight there. Yang Xiaolan saw that it wasn't a solution and could only say, Mom, no, let's go to little brother's house first. That's just a crazy person. It's not a solution for us to stand here. And when little brother's people come tomorrow, we'll look for him to settle the score. Okay. The old demoness really can't help it. She can't beat it. She can't scold it. She can only avoid it for the time being. Seriously, she was just tempted to just lay down on the floor and spill her guts, but it was doubtful that the madman would just give her a slap on the wrist if she lay on the floor. Grass. Guess he really dared. The old demoness winced. The three of them went back to the arm men, the mansion of the Su Lin family, and sat in their rooms sighing. The arm man's wife took a look at her mother-in-law and great-aunt, and her husband had a big, swollen bag on his head, rushed to ask what's going on. Armchair man frowned sadly and told the story. Armchair man's wife snorted a laugh. I thought it was a big deal. Just this? You forget. My third uncle is the head of the town's police force, and he happens to be in the neighborhood today. So let him find someone to take care of this psychopath, and we'll be fine. The old demon woman's eyes lit up. Right. How did I forget about this? You hurry up and call your third uncle. I'm begging for votes and recommendations. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 41, The Overbearing Effect of Super Itching Powder. Chapter 41, The Overbearing Effect of Super Itching Powder. It was late in the evening and dark when the warden's car pulled up to the gate. Surin is killing chickens in the yard. Boom, 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 boom. There was a slamming sound and a cockney voice shouted from the doorway. Listen to the people inside. Open the door quickly, or we'll storm in. Surin was furious when he heard that. I'm just killing a chicken. What's the need for such a big show? Immediately, he went to open the door. What for? He opened the door and glared. You. The four men in the uniform of the wardens outside the door had wanted to shake their authority first, but when they took a look at Su Lin's appearance, they were scared and backed away. Are you a human or a ghost? A few people looked at Su Lin, who was covered in blood and had unknown objects on his hands, and their hearts nearly jumped out of their chests. It's too scary this late at night. Grass. It's so infuriating. You can beat me, you can curse me, but you can't insult me. I'm standing here and you're asking me if I'm a ghost? Su Lin, angry enough, raised his arm and pointed at a few people in front of him. Wait a minute. What's going on in my hand with this blood slurry pull? Surin was surprised and looked at the hand that was covered in blood. And half a chicken gut? I just remembered that when I killed the chicken earlier, the chicken was not dead, and he and the chicken were fighting to the death. What do you care if I'm a human or a ghost? What's the matter with coming to my house? Let go if you have an ass. Su Lin was still waiting to eat the chicken. How could he have time to bull asterisk with them? You. This is your home? Open your eyes and talk nonsense. This is clearly the village head Yang Dahai home. Sensible. Hurry to get out of me, or else I'll straighten you out. The man in the lead realized that Su Lin had a shadow. His guts were righted, and he pointed at Su Lin's nose. Naya, this is clearly my house. Can't you see I'm killing chickens at home? Surin huffed. That said, are the two connected in any way? A couple of wardens were confused for a moment. Cut the crap. Are you rolling or not? The head warden flowed two mustaches and said in a condescending manner. Surin's answer was dry, and he simply closed the door. Grass. The mustache guy was shivering with anger, and he usually rode roughshod over people based on his status as the captain of the concierge brigade. I didn't expect to be defeated here today, so I'm really pissed off. Break down the door for me. Mud. Let's see if I don't do him today. Three of his men rushed up and clanked the door open, rushed in to see. Su Lin is carrying a chicken neck flinging play. Fling the yard inside all the blood, like a murder scene, especially when he was still dripping blood down his face and body, and then illuminated by the lights in the house. The look was as horrible as it could be. You put the chicken down first. Rural people are more superstitious. The mustache guy took a look at the appearance of Su Lin, and said, this jumping god? Thinking about it that way gave the guts a bit of a chill. I'll let you off the horse. Su Lin had been killing chickens well, but when these few people stirred up his heart, he was so angry. Immediately, he rushed up with the chicken and gave it a whirl. Well, you can't even die peacefully. If the chicken were alive, it would probably cry for a long time before it could get over it. Slap boom boom. Several people were beaten by Cohen and fled around in a state of disarray. Mud, get on the baton and him up. The mustache guy was enraged and pulled out his baton, ready to round up Su Lin. Solian rushed over and clunked him, kicking him to sit on the ground. The mustache guy was just about to speak when Su Lin shone another painful slap on his face. Ouch! Why does it hurt so much? Grass grass grass. Mustache covered his face and howled on the ground. His 3 men took one look and rushed over. Let go of our captain. Su Lin was unceremonious and rewarded the 3 of them with a painful slap each as well. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. Hiss. It hurts. How can it hurt so much? The 3 men dropped their batons and all lay on the ground. Su Lin clapped his hands in satisfaction, and was about to throw them out when he suddenly remembered that super itchy powder of his that he hadn't tested the effect yet. Simply experiment with them. So out of the system space came a packet of super itchy powder. At first glance, great guy. It's like a big bag of laundry detergent, and it says super itchy powder on it. So he opened the bag and grabbed a handful and sprinkled it over the 4 men. 3 seconds later, oi, oi, it tickles, it tickles, it tickles. Mustache couldn't even be bothered to cover his face. His hands were scratching all over as if he had a cramp. But the more he scratched, the more itchy he became. And the more itchy he was, the more he kept rolling on the ground. It tickles. It tickles. Ah! Help! 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 He let out a miserable scream as he itched, his body twisting and contorting. One moment in an S shape, the next in a B shape. The other 3 are not far behind. Just like a mutated maggot, he kept writhing on the ground, scratching his ears, and was as good as dead. Hawk! It tickles. Kill me. Kill me. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Ah! Let me die. Quick! Su Lin was startled as he looked at the miserable state of the 4 men. This super tickling powder is so overbearing? It's much better than a slap. It's a good thing that with the system in place, he's immune to itchy powder, or else he would have died from the itch he just scratched. Please, please hit me quick. It's going to tickle. The mustache guy was lying on the ground and writhing constantly. His skin was all scratched up and it was covered with bloody paths. Why don't you fulfill that request? Surin was happy, and slapped him painfully across the face. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts. The mustache guy was confused by this, but he was still shouting. Pain is better than tickling. It hurts so much it doesn't tickle. Yum. Ha ha. It's really a case of experimentation. Only then did Su Lin realize that the things the emotional system had given him were all complementary. Painful slaps can inflict pain tenfold, and super itching powder can make life worse than death. What I didn't realize was that the pain slaps would relieve the effects of the super itchy powder. This is simply great. Please, please hit us too. Can't stand it. It tickles. Come on, hit us a little. The other 3 pleaded in unison. So the next part was fun. The 4 men took turns begging for Su Lin to give him the buff of pain slaps, resting on the ground kneeling neatly, just like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. Su Lin, on the other hand, was carrying a chicken with one hand and brushing buffs for them with one hand. One by one. Don't grab it. Whoever does, I won't buff him. Surin took turns slapping them. But the problem is that it doesn't work. It takes 72 hours for the super itchy powder to work. Did he just fight until 3 days later? Asked the system to realize I understood it poorly. The duration of super tickle powder has a lot to do with the amount used. Simply put, the less you use it, the shorter it lasts. And the more you use it, the longer it lasts. For example, just now he had grabbed a handful, but it was divided equally among 4 people, so it lasted about 2 hours or so. So, in the time that followed, Su Lin flung them a few slaps and buffed them every so often. The poor 4 people were so aggrieved in their hearts that their tears blazed down. They were usually people. Wherever they went others had to call them brother. When have I ever been so wronged? Kneeling down and begging for a slap in the face. What is this? But there's no way around it. That itch on your body is simply not something that can be tolerated. Oddly itchy used to describe our much worse meaning. It's literally worse than death. The tenfold pain of an agonizing slap can be soothing compared to this strange itch. Thanks to bookfriend 20240718728_CA for the reward. Please push the book. Push the book righteous father main push Q read O. Conversion rate is high. I'm begging for votes and catch up reading. Kneel down and thank your righteous fathers. End of chapter. Chapter 42, call your third uncle, right? Come on, call uncle. Chapter 42, call your third uncle, right? Come on, call uncle. 2 hours later, the effects of the super itchy powder finally wore off and the mustache guy led the way in tears, cursing while walking. Nyo Huan Huan is Arm Man's wife. And she's the one who called Mustache to get him to screw Surin. The key is, who the is this? Mustache feels like life is gray. After the mustache guy left with the people, Sulin went to the house and looked in the mirror and was also shocked. Good man. There was black and red blood all over his body. His face was covered in blood, and there were bits and pieces of chicken stuck to it. That look, really don't be too scary. No wonder the mustache guy fell back in fear when he first came in. This can't go to waste. With a twinkle in his eye, Sulin immediately left the door and headed for his house. When he arrived at his house, it was dark inside, and the old demon woman and that son of his were asleep. What a big heart! Sulin went over the wall and went to the window to look inside. Oh, come on! What a coincidence! Inside, Yang Wei and his daughter-in-law Niu Huanuan are doing exercise, just like Wang Xinmin and his wife last time. Why do I keep meeting this kind of thing? Sulin huffed and slumped against the window, pressing his face against the glass to make a face, and dangling fingers on the glass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is it? The arm man, who was in the midst of his excitement, was startled and looked up toward the window. OMG. Scared on the spot and rolled under the bed. His wife, Niu Huanhuan, also looked this way and let out a mournful scream. Ghosts! Give me back my life, give me back my life. Sulin deliberately pinched his throat and said quietly, who wouldn't be confused if he had blood on his face and bits of chicken guts? Holy! The two of them, the arm man and his wife, were directly scared to pee and fled. Coward! Surin said disdainfully, opening the window and flipping in. The arm man and his wife managed to climb to the outside, looked back and found that the ghost did not know when actually floating in. He was so scared that he was ting and pissing, and his legs were twisted into Matsutake, and he was lying on the ground like two white snakes, and he was ugly as hell. The old demon woman and her daughter Yang Xiaolan heard the commotion and rushed out from another house. What the hell? Solian stepped out of the darkness and made his way to the two of her. The old demon woman's legs were also scared into soaked hemp, screaming as miserable as her dead parents. Yang Xiaolan was also terrified, directly kneeling on the ground and screaming, You, don't you come over here. The four men huddled into a pile, stacked like a hunchback, and scrambled outside. Sulin chased after him without slowing down, admiring the decorative style of his home. Hey, don't tell me, it's a lot more luxurious than what he had when he was a kid. The walls are wallpapered and they are all high-end. The furniture and appliances have also all been replaced and are brand new. The floors are all tiled and shiny as well, and the living room has a beautiful carpet. He remembers that his house used to have red bricks on the floor, and when it rained, it was damp and wet, and there were a lot of damp bugs crawling around on the bed. His favorite thing to do as a kid was to catch lots of tide worms, ball them all up, and take them to school in his book bag. Class time when the time to take out to play. The scene is called a spectacular. The teacher and students can be happy, excited to run around the classroom. Hey, cannot go back Surin lamented. Don't come over, there's an enemy in the wrong. Whoever killed you look for, don't look for us. The old demon woman was so scared that she fell to her knees and couldn't stop kowtowing and bowing. The arm man and his wife were also wrapped in sheets and shivering. How can this family be so cowardly? How can they go out in the world? Surin decided to help them train their guts, so he spat out his tongue and said slyly, I'm dying a horrible death. I'm dying a horrible death. The old demon woman was so scared that her whole body trembled, begging for mercy like a kowtow. Master Ghost, spare your life. We haven't offended you. The arm man's wife also kowtowed in fear. Mercy, please spare us. Solian said. No, you have offended me. No, Ghost Master. Sulin, mud. I'm offended when I say I'm offended. Any more nonsense and I'll eat you. The old demon woman shivered. Right. I'm sorry, Ghost Master. We bumped into you. Turn around, I'll burn you paper. Burn lots and lots of paper money to make amends. Please hurry up and go. At this time, Yang Xiaolan heard the sound was not right and secretly looked up to survey Sulin. It turned out that the more I looked at it, the more familiar it looked, and the more I thought I'd seen it somewhere before. You. Are you? She suddenly pointed at Sulin and shouted. Arm man. Old Demonis and Niu Huanhuan froze and looked up in unison. Through the dim light, they finally recognized Sulin and were suddenly furious. Good you little thing. Little scum. So it's you. You. Angry even grin. Nice guy. Giving the old hag angry German words. Especially Will Young, the arm man. It was even more angry and shivering. It was impossible not to be angry. He was scared by Sulin at the most crucial moment. It's a toss-up whether we'll be able to do that in the future. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Take your life. The arm man rushed up and was about to fight with Sulin. How could Sulin be polite to him and immediately kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. Then as the old hag was just about to get up, She walked over and gave her a painful slap. Aha! Here we go again. Here we go again. It hurts. The old demon woman screamed again. Niu Huanhuan, the armed man's wife, tried to escape, but was dragged back by Su Lin by the neck of his foot. Call your third uncle, right? Come on, call uncle, he said with a sardonic smile. Niu Huanhuan is quite tough. Drafting? I called you a horse. Don't you dare hit me. Snapped. Su Lin positively slapped him more than 10 times, hitting her with blood from the corners of her mouth. This Niu Huanhuan is no good either. As the saying goes, if it's not a family, it's not a family. This Niu Huanhuan's father is the deputy mayor of White Horse Town, and he grew up spoiled and lawless, not married before. This little thing is a little girl. When you go to school will stir up the school is not peaceful. Smoking, drinking, fighting and punk's night is all good at it. I don't know how many students have been given a hokey pokey by her, but they dare not speak out. Grew up a little better, but still not a saving grace. Now in the town opened a small supermarket, in order not to pay out the rent, relying on her old man's relationship. Hard to plant evidence, saying that people's landlords QJ her. Pity an old man in his 50s, who can't speak up when he's wronged, but can only throw himself into the river to prove his innocence. This matter was actually quite loud in the local area, but in the end it was suppressed by her old man and nothing was done about it. A like that is the only thing an armed man who was one of a kind would dare to have, but just in time. That way you don't have to worry about going crazy. Solian thought with a grin. End of chapter. Chapter 43, yeah, that's really good. Bayadver. Chapter 43, yeah, that's really good. Bayadver. You've got a tough mouth. Call uncle. Surin flung her a few more common slaps before he said cheerfully, I call you. Niu Huanhuan was beaten with blood all over her mouth, but she still had a stiff upper lip. It seemed that it wouldn't work without a painful slap, and Su Lin was just about to reward her with a painful slap. As a result the armed man snapped back. How dare you hit my wife? I'll tear you up. Saying that, he angrily pounced over, only to be rewarded with a painful slap by Su Lin, hiding next to him and crying miserably. It hurts. It hurts. Su Lin sighed and said to Niu Huanhuan, look at your man. He's not as good as you. I slapped you a dozen times and you're fine, but just one slap on him and he can't take it? Fake, right? When Niu Huanhuan heard this, she said that it made sense. Although Su Lin was an enemy, what he said was not wrong at all. Oh, I can hold it in after a dozen slaps. And you cry after one? Are you still a man? Su Lin continued to fan the flames. It's not that I'm saying, you're a big beauty like Jade. What kind of man are you looking for? A sissy, not as good as you. I really feel unworthy for you. Niu Huanhuan looked angrily at the armed man. Su Lin sighed, I heard this afternoon from others' mouth. This Yang Wei he originally did not want to marry you. Is his old man forced him to marry you? I heard he also has a white moonlight. Immediately returned from the field. Called. What is it called? Ma Wenjing. Niu Huanhuan stared at Yang Wei and squeezed a few words out of her teeth in a hard way. Solian was happy. He had made it up as he went along, but he hadn't realized that there was really such a person, and it was a coincidence. Hey, yes, loud and clear. Is Ma Wenjing? I heard this Ma Wenjing for Yang Wei, but has not been married. This time back, is rushing to Yang Wei. Hey, you say look, you married him. That is considered to be married. Is their family burned incense? If I to you every day for the can't wait, but he's good. Eat the bowl, but also look at the pot of. Really scum man. Yuck. Su Lin shook his head inside. Niu Huanhuan clearly knew that Su Lin was fanning the flames, but she couldn't suppress this anger in her heart, because it was really true that Surin had said it. His man Yang Wei really had a white moonlight called Ma Wenjing, and the two still keep in touch. Originally, she had a lump in her heart because of this, and now when she saw that Yang Wei didn't come up to save her after taking a hit from Su Lin, she was directly enraged, paralyzed. My mother received a dozen slaps from this bastard are alright. You took a hit and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Good you Yang Wei you are sincere want me to die Did you good to find Ma Wenjing that little is not it? She struggled and screamed at Su Lin. Nima, let go of me. I'll come back to settle the score with you after I finish this dogman. Ta-da. Su Lin was happy and hurriedly let go of Niu Huanhuan. When Niu Huanhuan got free, she pounced on Yang Wei with a wail, scratching and hitting, crying as she did so. My mother was blind to marry you. How can there be a man like you? Your wife was given a beating. You don't come up to take revenge. You still lie on the ground pretending to be dead. Lao Miang received a dozen slaps are alright. You received one and then quite corpse. You want to let Lao Miang be killed by that mongrel. You can find Ma Wenjing that is not it? I'll kill you shameless. Niu Huanhuan cried while frantically scratching and clawing at Yang Wei's body. Scratching Yang Wei's head. He was so delirious from the pain just now that he had no idea what was happening. Juanita, are you crazy? The old demon woman had just slowed down and was also confused when she saw that her daughter-in-law was beating her son. What's going on here? Why is the gun pointing inward? What the hell? Su Lin deliberately let out a long sigh and said, Auntie, the two of us truly love each other, so please fulfill us. He deliberately squeezed out a few tears and pretended to be sad. Auntie, actually, I'm making such a fuss, not for anything else, just for Juanzi oh. When the old demon woman heard this, and then watched Niu Huan tearing and beating her son, she was also enraged. First of all, no matter if what Su Lin said was true, but it was true that Niu Huan was chasing after her son. Good you Niu Huan our Yang family treats you well, right? You go crazy for this wild man now. Against the heavens you. The old demoness was furious from the bottom of her heart, and her evil grew out of her guts, and like a tiger coming down from the mountain, she rushed over and pounced on Niu Huan's body. Niu Huan was in the middle of a fight. When she didn't pay attention, she was pressed by the old demon woman, and turned around to see that it was her mother-in-law. Mom, what are you doing? You have the nerve to call me mom? You've seduced wild men all over the house. The old witch shone a hand on Niu Huan's face and scratched her face full of blood. Niu Huan wasn't an oil lamp either, and took a look at the situation. Yeah, that's really good. Bayadver, you two are working together to bully me, aren't you? Your son is keeping a wild woman outside. Not only do you not care, you even beat me. Good. No one can live in this day. My mother will fight with you. *********. I have long looked at you not good. Niu Huan let out a wail and slapped the old demoness in the face. Ah, how dare you hit me? Against you, being slapped by her daughter-in-law. The old demon woman was instantly enraged. If this was spread, where would she put her old face? She, too, wailed and wrestled with Niu Huan. The two of them were you a hand. I a hand. You a nine white bone claw. I a powerful Vajra grab. Grabbing the chicken flying dog jumping, dust flying. As he was fighting, Janeway snapped out of her daze. As a result, he took a look at his daughter-in-law who was beating his old mother and was immediately enraged. Bitch, how dare you hit my mom? I'll you to death. He directly rode on Niu Huan's body left and right, and snapped and started to beat Niu Huan was beaten up and howled like a ghost, tearing her heart out. Fine. No one's going to get away with this. I'll die with you. The three of them twisted into a ball of dust. Looking at Yang Xiaolan, people are dumbfounded. I don't know who to help anymore. So after thinking about it, I'd better go tear into Surin. So she wailed and charged. Surin smoothly picked up the nearby night pot and shoved it in her mouth. Good man. It's a full jug. It's a real pisser. Gulp. Vomit. Yang Xiaolan fell on the ground and vomited, hiding in the corner and no longer dared to come over. The three old demonesses twisted into hemp, while Su Lin was on the sidelines. He stumbled with laughter, clapping his hands and screaming. Good. Hey yes, loud and clear. Grab him underneath. Hey, stick him in the eye. Stupid na you. The three fought for a while, then suddenly reacted. Hey no, it's not like that. Why are the three of us fighting? Good you little scumbag. So it's you who's stirring up trouble in there. The old demoness was the first to lash out at Su Lin. I'll tear your mouth apart. Surin grabbed a handful of the pot's fertilizer with his hand and stuffed it into her mouth. And I ended up catching an earthworm. Crawling. Blah blah blah. The old demoness was completely enraged. And just as she was about to snap, Su Lin rewarded her with another painful slap. Oy vey. The old demon woman was immediately incapacitated and lay on the ground crying away. When the armed man saw it, he cowered and dared not go forward. And his wife, Niu Huan, kicked him out a long way and scolded him. Are you still a man? I've never seen you be such a wimp. Your mom and wife were beaten up and you didn't even fart. Not. The armchair man explained in aggravation. There's something odd about his hands. It hurts too much to slap people. Pain your mom? I was hit a dozen times. Did not see what happened. You cannot stand the pain? Nima. Niu Huan was burning with rage. Holding her face up to Su Lin's side. Yang Wei, you step on the horse and watch out for me. If I cry out in pain, I'm the one you raised. This is rushing this trip to get Surin to fight. Of course Su Lin was not polite, and immediately rewarded her with a painful slap. Ouch. Niu Huan was dumbfounded. Hey no, why is this different from earlier? Hiss, it hurts. It hurts. Niu Huan rolled around on the ground in pain, living like a maggot wearing only underwear. Now you believe me. Does it hurt? Armchair man also asked from the sidelines like a retard. Rather like. Look, I'm not lying, am I? I'm hurting your mom. Why don't you hurry up and call the police? Niu Huan was furious. End of chapter. Chapter 44, look at what you've done to the child. Is there any law left? Chapter 44, look at what you've done to the child. Is there any law left? Since it's a rural area, it's definitely not as fast as in the city if you go out to the police. Uncle Hat came in an hour later with a bang. And during this time, Su Lin wasn't idle. Sitting on the three of them seeing whoever was slowing down. He continued to debuff him with pain slaps, brushing the three of them with pain. Heck yeah, don't fight. Don't fight. Little thing, wait for lousy to get up. Ouch. Pain. Pain pain. It hurts. Don't hit me. I'm wrong. I won't dare again. It was hard to catch an opening, and the three of them rolled over the serfs and pinned Solian down, ready to beat him up wildly, when Uncle Hat pushed the door in. Probably because of the police force, this time it wasn't the two cops from last time who came, but someone else. How? What's going on? Stop it. Stop it now. Uncle Hat rushes up and saves Solam. Su Lin immediately cried out, Comrade Police, you came too timely. If you had come a little later, I would have been killed by them all. The police stared fiercely at the trio. Young man, don't be afraid. With us, no one would dare to do anything to you. Now is the rule of law society. Even there are still people beating people in public. There is still the king's law? Is there any law? The trio nearly died of anger. At the moment they wanted to look up to the sky and sigh. This society was too dark. And no, he hit us. The old demon woman trembled as she explained. Uncle Hat sneered. He beat the three of you by himself? Do you think I'm stupid? Look at the beating he gave the kid. He's covered in blood. Pust. The three collectively spit out blood. No, comrade policeman. That's his own blood on him. Ah, and our sister relationship the armed man hurriedly explained. Isn't that bull asterisk? Of course it's his own blood. You guys beat a guy up and covered him in blood and you have a point? I am wrong nah, the armed man cried. Nyo Huan wanted to say something else, but Uncle Hat waved his big hand. Get me into the house first. Go in and talk. He also asked Sulin. Young man, how are you doing? Should I call an ambulance for you? Surin cried. No, thanks, I can still. Hold on. Once inside, Nyo Huan was just about to explain the situation when Sulin was squirming and crawling on the sofa and carpet with an unidentified object all over him. It tickles on me. Nyo Huan broke down. I just bought a sofa. My carpet. Uncle Two Hat said with tears in his eyes. Look at the beating you're giving people. You're all deranged. The Three Hearts said that his nerves were originally misplaced. It wasn't us who hit him. It took a while for the two policemen to understand what was going on. They stared at Su Lin seriously and asked, What's going on? What are you doing in someone's house in the middle of the night? Su Lin said with a straight face, What their house? This is my home. What's wrong with me going back to my home? You are talking nonsense? This is clearly my home. How does it become your home? Nyo Huan argued as she wiped the dirt on the sofa. The policeman scratched his head and asked, Speak up. Whose house is it anyway? Of course it's my house. You said your house. What proof do you have? Su Lin pointed at them and asked. I have a real estate license in my man's name. Nyo Huan said. I don't believe you. Show it to me. Just take it. You think I'm afraid of you? Nyo Huan wiped the sofa for half a day without wiping it down, and exasperatedly turned around and went to the inner room to get the real estate license. In no time at all, he came out with a red book. What the countryside calls a real estate license is actually a homestead license, which is a little smaller than the one in the city. The police opened it and the name of the head of the household on it was written in the name of Will Young. The land use is residential and covers an area of 110 square meters. There's nothing wrong with it. It's Yang Wei's name. The policeman looked at Su Lin. Su Lin came over to take a look, and his heart was in the right place. It's obviously fake. Su Lin originally had his suspicions. Even if Yang Dahai was even more handy, it was impossible to change the landowner privately. When the landowner can't change, he has no way to change the name on the homestead certificate. So when he first heard that the other party had a homestead certificate, he guessed that it must be a fake. Now look at it. And it's true. It's just that homestead license of his dad's with a name change. And in fact, it's certainly not on file with the administration. This Yang Dahai has a lot of guts. Even dare to fake this thing. Taking over my house. Leveling my parents' graves. Okay, let's play slowly. If we don't get rid of you, I'll take your name. Su Lin sneered in his heart. Ooh, I misremembered then. I'm off no need to see me off. Bye. After saying that, Su Lin carried his hands behind his back and wobbled as he prepared to go out. And not, you just go hit us for nothing? The old demon woman was a bit indignant. Su Lin rolled his eyes and said, Who hit who? The three of you pressed me to the ground and beat me. I haven't even pursued the matter yet. Look at me covered in blood. The old demon woman almost spat out blood in anger, shivering and pointing at Su Lin, unable to speak. Okay, that's fine. I'll each step back, and then make a fuss all for you handcuffed in ah. Uncle Hat said. No, he really hit us. That guy. It hurts. God, it hurts. That's just it. That slap in the face hurts like hell. How do you work as police? Hurry up and arrest him ah. There is no king's law? The three were furious and began to mob Uncle Hat. Uncle Hat took out his handcuffs and slapped them on the table, and said with a cold face, okay almost got it. I've long heard that your Yang family is a hegemony here. Rampant. Beat people all over the place. And now he's also turned around and slandered that he'd beat you guys up. Oh, you'd better tell us how he beat up the three of you all by himself? Grass. The three men were so angry they were spitting blood. He said, how do I know he is so powerful Not only is his strength particularly strong, but also fast, and there is also internal strength. Hitting people is called a pain. We wronged Okay, on the line. Don't call the police for anything, wasting police resources. We're too busy every day here to play house with you guys here. The two policemen grunted in exasperation. After the police left, Su Lin waved his hand at the three of them and walked away gracefully in their almost murderous eyes. He wasn't in a hurry. There was plenty of time to play slowly. All the way back to Yang Dahai's house. Su Lin originally thought that the old hag would definitely not be able to stop, and would definitely have to bring her son and daughter-in-law to chase her to the door. What I didn't expect was that this old hag didn't know which one of her tendons was wrong, but she just let it go and didn't come after her. Su Lin waited for half a day. It was midnight, and he didn't see them come to his door. Turned? He was a little taken aback, but he soon learned that the three men had not turned, but were holding back something else bad. Thank you to book blogger Nan Heartbreak for the reward. I'm begging for some votes. On my knees. End of chapter. Chapter 45 Wang Xinmin, father's business is my business. I'll kill him. Chapter 45 Wang Xinmin, father's business is my business. I'll kill him. The next morning, Su Lin woke up in high spirits, ready to visit his mom and dad's grave first. Their side of the family is a plain, and there is not much mountainous terrain, so when a person passes away, they are buried directly in their own land, in the ground. His mom and dad were buried on the family plot when they first died. Su Lin's family's land is not too much and not too little. There are 4 acres, all next to each other. When he was sent to the mental hospital before, these 4 acres of land were given to the second grandfather to cultivate. I just didn't expect him to enter the hospital in the front foot, and then be forcefully occupied by young Dahai's family in the back foot. The second master went to them to argue, but was beaten out by this family of scumbags and threatened to burn down his house. The poor second master has no son. Only 2 daughters are still out there. Can only bear the anger. Angry almost passed away. People don't think that society doesn't have this kind of thing nowadays. As a matter of fact, this kind of thing is not uncommon in rural areas. Some families do not have any sons, or their sons are weak. It's not surprising that it's human nature to be a bully. It's just that there are very few like the Young family that run amok and wreak havoc on their neighbors. Slipping to the ground to take a look, Su Lin was already full of cold smiles, and sure enough, he had planted something in his own land. It's lush and leafy and growing quite happily. Although Su Lin didn't recognize what was planted, he knew that it should be some sort of more valuable Chinese herbal medicine. It seems that this young Dahai is still more economically minded, knowing that growing medicinal herbs is much more profitable than growing crops. After half a day of skulking around inside the field, I couldn't find my parents' graves, which had indeed been bulldozed. Although he had known it, Su Lin still felt the blood in his body boiling a little overwhelmingly. You know, in the countryside, unauthorized movement of other people's parents' graves. This is a big taboo, is to make a deadly enemy, and young Dahai went so far as to bulldoze his parents' graveyard without consent in order to commandeer these 4 acres of land from the Su Lin family. You can see how arrogant and domineering it has become. It's okay, it's good. If I don't straighten you out and make you vomit blood, I'll take your name. Su Lin sneered. He then pulled out his phone and called Zipei. Where's the person I asked you to find? Chi Pei, brother. The people have arrived long ago, just waiting for you to contact them. You memorized the number. With that, he quoted a number over. Hanging up on Chi Pei's phone, Su Lin dialed the number. About half an hour later, a black red flag minivan with a modified van pulled up far from the curb. Immediately afterward, a large agricultural drone wobbled into the air and began spraying pesticides on those herbs. Surin watched for a few minutes and nodded in satisfaction. The weeds have been growing too fast lately, so it's better to give a spray of herbicide. He then got into the minivan and headed straight for Whitehorse. When they arrived at Whitehorse Town, Chi Pei had been waiting for Su Lin for a long time. When they met, Zipei rushed up and said excitedly, "Brother, how to fix it? Say something." He realized that following Su Lin was too much fun. Much more fun than him being a rich kid all day. Su Lin said, "There's no hurry first. Have you found out what I asked you to find out?" Chi Pei nodded, all checked out. "Brother, Yang Dahai, that old thing is still really lawless. Did not pass the normal formalities at all, but directly got a fake homestead certificate to fool people." Su Lin nodded. This was something he already knew. And, there is also this old thing in recent years of land acquisition, agricultural compensation, poverty relief above and below, swallowing the tiger, black heart witch. Brother, you can rest assured that these I am not a letter to the mouth. All have real evidence. Su Lin looked at him in surprise. Not bad. A few days of not seeing each other. You're using this idiom in a set way. Chi Pei giggled as he rubbed his head. Didn't I learn this from you? Brother. Okay, don't be poor. Now that we've found out, let's do what we need to do. Gotcha. Zippy laughed heartily. Su Lin settled him down a few more times, turned his head to see a burly man behind him was giggling at him. It was that day in the bar. Said I was mentally ill and would kill people. Oh, that one. Solian smiled. Hello? The burly man touched his head and held his tongue for a long time. Hello, Dad. Clang. Su Lin almost fell to the ground. What's with the hierarchy? When did I have such a good son? Once asked. I realized that the feelings of this guy is really a brain dysfunction. Indeed. Mental illness. The name is Sun Fu. He probably thought that his boss called Su Lin brother. He couldn't be the same as his boss, could he? So it was just a matter of calling out to Surin's dad. Talent. Awesome. Su Lin patted him on the shoulder, thinking that he was a ING talent. Of course, Zippy has more talent with a henchman like that. The car was Chi Pei's, and since Su Lin didn't have a means of transportation for the time being, he left it to him. After the two of them parted ways, Su Lin skipped around the town, preparing to check on White Frost. The result is not a few steps. Suddenly heard someone is arguing with someone else. Listen to the voice out here so familiar. Turning his head, he laughed. Isn't this Wang Xinmin's family? Why are they here? To be honest, he hadn't seen him for some days, and he really missed it. I think what a great life they had as a family of four. Nostalgia. So he walked over and patted Wang Xinmin on the shoulder. Wang Xinmin was spewing saliva at a vendor when he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. Asterisk 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 who stepped on a horse, turned his head to look, froze for a moment and then instantly pissed in fear. You, how is it you? Su Lin laughed. What's the matter? Don't you recognize your father? Wang Xinmin's face darkened with flesh. His hands began to tremble, and his lips turned blue, and his eyes darted around, looking ready to flee at any time. Next to him, Zhang Aiqin was helping her husband to curse. But as a result, she looked over when she couldn't hear her husband move for a long time. This look, OMG. She turned her head and ran, not even wanting her son and husband. Su Lin was quick on his feet and grabbed her by the collar and yanked her back. Grandpa, spare me. Don't hit me. Spare me. Zhang Aiqin was so scared that her legs went soft and she was about to pee her pants. The little thing Wang Xiaoqiang is even worse. At the sight of Su Lin, his legs became numb, and he directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Ha! Look at this family. How polite. Much better than the old hag and the others. Zhang Aiqin cried and mourned as if he had died. Big brother. No. 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 Father. Grandfather. Ancestor. I have run here. You are all confined. As she spoke, she cried sadly at the thought of the miserable life of being ruled by Su Lin. Father, just spare me. I won't dare anymore. Su Lin patted her shoulder. Look at what you said. How raw. How long have we not seen each other? It's this. I'm inviting the three of you to stay at my house for a few days. How about it? Ha! The three of them were collectively dumbfounded, shivering with fear, on the verge of becoming muggles. To live in your house? Will we be able to live? This designation cannot go to death. The three made up their minds and shook their heads like rattles. Surin amusedly whispered something in their ears. The three men's eyes lit up. You mean, let us? Su Lin nodded. How about it? Going or not? Go. Father's business is my business. Paralyzed. Dare to occupy my father's house. Labor to screw him. Wang Xinmin and Zhang Aiqin immediately shook. Su Lin nodded in satisfaction. Wait. I'll call a bodyguard for you guys. After saying that, he sent a call to Chi Pei and asked him to support that psychopath Sun Fu over. When the people arrived, Su Lin drove the car and cheerfully pulled Wang Xinmin's family and Sun Fu toward Baigong village. I'm begging for some votes. On my knees. End of chapter. Chapter 46, Wang Xiaochang, brother, why don't I fill you in? Chapter 46, Wang Xiaochang, brother, why don't I make up for it for you? Back in Baigong village, Su Lin pointed out the gate of his house to Wang Xinmin's family. Shinko, Keiko, that's the one. Go! Wang Xinmin was immediately excited like a grandson, and rushed up with his wife and son and started to smash the door. Boom, 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 smashing while weeping with joy. That's great. Finally, you can screw someone without being screwed. Hurry up and open the door for me. Don't hide in there and keep quiet. I know you're home. Open the door. Open the door. Don't hide in there and not make a sound. Wang Xiaoqiang and Zhang Aiqin also started to smash the door excitedly. Su Lin looked speechless and said, "Take it easy. This is the door to my house." Oh! Startled, the trio slowed their movements and knocked on the door carefully. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone in there? After knocking for a moment, the door opened, revealing the surprised face of the old demoness. Who are you? I, your father. Without saying a word, Wang Xinmin directly shone a slap on the face of the old hag, and it was a loud slap. The beating staggered his wife back. After typing, Wang Xinmin immediately felt an indescribable relief in his heart. The heart says so, slapping people is so good? The old demon woman people were all dumbfounded, and said, "Hey Yell, what is going on? You. Who the hell are you and why are you hitting people for no reason?" She pointed at Wang Xinmin, shaking with anger. Which no, the words are not even finished. Zhang Aiqin came over. Hey 2A, old demoness, Sigma, LLL, vomit. After half a day of vomiting, the old demoness howled like a pig, dying. Who the hell are you? How come you spit saliva as soon as you come up? Ahem. Correct me. Zhang Aiqin red-faced petulantly said. That's not saliva. It's phlegm. Vomit. The old demon woman vomited again, and after half a day of vomiting, the old demon woman completely broke down and screamed. Who the hell are you guys? Told you I your father. Wang Xinmin kicked at her, sending the old hag rolling into the yard. Hey, what a stomping good time. Wang Xinmin felt that the grievances he had suffered at Su Lin's place had all been vented with this kick. It's awesome. He grinned while taking his wife and children as well as Sun Fu and headed inside. Into the yard as survey. Said, "Hey, my father, this house decoration is quite good, well, but be careful not to break anything." As she was thinking about it, Niu Huan came out of the house and howled at the sight of her mother-in-law being knocked down. Who are you? You guys? How do you beat people up? Zhang Aiqin rushed over and slapped Niu Huan's face, which confused her. The pain is not as painful as Su Lin hitting the pain, but the problem is that I trample to know who you are. You hit people? Niu Huan was furious and was about to fight back, but Zhang Aiqin slapped her backhand up, making Niu Huan's eyes glaze over. Reacting just as he was about to counterattack, Sun Fu stood forward with two glaring eyes. When Niu Huan looked at the tall Sun Fu, she was dumbfounded and ran inside the house crying. Cool, really cool. Wang Xinmin and Zhang Aiqin were trembling with excitement as if they had discovered a new continent. So it's so cool to be a crazy person. I've lived in vain before. At this time, Yang Wei led the small of his brother's family back from outside. The one who set the dog to hurt people, called Yang Zhenkai. Yang Wei saw his mom and wife being bullied, roared and rushed over. However, he just rushed to halfway, was Sun Fu kicked off, then rushed up to a beating. Yang Wei cried father and mother. Sun Fu was a real psychopath, and he doesn't have a light hand, picking out the key points to greet. For that matter, it was still Su Lin who had specifically greeted him with a lighter hand. Otherwise Yang Wei will have to account for his highs and lows here today. As soon as the small family of his big brother saw that the situation was not right, he was ready to bolt. The result was Wang Xinmin dragged a foot neck and grabbed back, clanged 2 slaps, and 2 feet down, the person suddenly paralyzed on the ground. Honestly, Wang Xiaoqiang held his tongue for half a day and finally walked up with a red face. Brother, why Don? I fill you in. Makeup lessons? What kind of remedial lessons? The little was flabbergasted. Wang Xiaoqiang said with a red face, I'll come up with a question. You do it. That's set. Set the function f, x, on the closed interval, 0, 1, can be micro. Yang Zhenkai was confused. What is this? This? I don't understand it. Wang Xiaoqiang immediately changed his face, jumped up and slapped Yang Zhenkai's face. Grass. If you don't understand, you can't learn. Do you eat? Poor Yang Zhenkai were all confused by Wang Xiaoqiang, who was shorter than himself, covering his face, dumbfounded and unable to speak. With a twinkle in his eye, Wang Xiaoqiang pulled out another apple from his pocket and handed it over with a smile. Aya, brother, eat an apple to suppress the shock. Yang Zhenkai until now did not react to what happened, sniffing subconsciously to pick up the apple. Asterisk. Did I let you eat it? Wang Xiaoqiang jumped 3 feet high and swung an apple on Yang Zhenkai's mouth, swinging his face full of apple crumbs. Aha! You You nuts? Yang Zhangkai people are stupid. Rushing up and ready to hit Wang Xiaoqiang. As a result, just as he raised his hand, he was slapped by Sun Fu and went to lie on the ground. Ah! Help! Help! Yang Zhangkai was terrified, howling in death, his face full of tears. Wang Xiaoqiang excitedly sat on him and said, Brother, I was just joking with you. I really want you to eat the apple. Here. With that, he pulled out another apple and put it to his mouth. It's sweet. Take a bite. Yang Zhangkai at this time people are almost scared silly, where still dare to eat apples. Vigorously shaking his head. Grass. I'll let you eat it. Don't you dare not to eat it? Wang Xiaoqiang changed his face faster than turning a book, swung up the apple and smashed it on Yang Zhangkai's face again, smashing him and making him cry. Surin watched from outside the door and stumbled with laughter. Good man. You guys are using all my tricks. No comment. Bull wave 1. The old demon woman next to her had just come to her senses and took a look at her good old grandson being bullied, screaming and coming at him, which knew that just before he ran 2 steps, he was tripped and stumbled by Zhang Aiqin. His aunt, look how careless you are. Running or falling. Must be osteoporosis. It just so happens that I have more calcium lately. I'll give you a calcium supplement. Hey 2A. Surin, _? Is this how you supplement calcium in your family? And you have a lot of calcium? You're such a zombie. Where do you get your calcium from? Zhang Aiqin, auntie, are you a repeater? Hey 2A. Old demoness. Sigma. Wang Xinmin's family shook up, and the little author kneeled down and begged for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 47, If God comes today, he'll have to be slapped by me. Chapter 47, If God comes today, he'll have to be slapped by me. After Wang Xinmin's family moved in, the old witch and her family only lasted 2 days before they couldn't take it and ran away. Originally, they wanted to struggle a bit, but when Wang Xinmin laughed and pulled out an axe, machete, saw, rope, and a series of other things that Su Lin had used in the beginning from inside his bag, the old demon woman's family immediately ran away with their buckets. Wang Xinmin's family, who had gone through Su Lin's special training, were simply like they had turned on the charm, and they changed their ways to toss the old demoness a few people. Over the course of 2 days, several people were nearly tossed into a nervous breakdown, and in the end, they could only retreat in defeat, especially the small of the old everyone, under the supervision of Sun Fu, directly by Wang Xiaoqiang to make up for the nerve disorder. When he left, he only knew how to giggle and drool, hugging the dog and saying that the dog big brother, give me a question. It looks like it's probably not going to get better. Why else would you say the best way to defeat magic is to use it? It's a good thing to be evil. Now, well, their house was occupied by Su Lin, and Su Lin's house was occupied by Wang Xinmin's family, and the old demoness. Several people were directly homeless, and finally could only live in the boss's house in ashes. And just as Su Lin was about to let Wang Xinmin and a few others toss Yang Dahai's eldest son's family, good news came from Chi Pei. Yang Dahai had returned, just waiting for him. Su Lin chimed in with a cold smile. Yang Dahai's revenge came faster than expected, and that afternoon, he brought people to find Su Lin. Yang Dahai, this guy when he was young was a social mixer. I heard that in this area is quite famous, nicknamed the Sea Brother or something. Later, when he got older, he stopped fighting and killed, and went back to his village to get a village chief to be the head of the village through money connections. However, he is the village chief, but the habits have not changed much. Under the men at any time to raise more than a dozen beaters, every day to hold back the bullies. Almost more than half of the people in Baigong village had been bullied by their family, and had even been severely beaten. However, due to Yang Dahai's lustful authority, the people dared to be angry. Yang Dahai is about 50 years old, Mediterranean hairstyle, narrow eyes and thin lips, at first glance is the face of acrimony. After coming back, once heard his wife and children a snotty cry, this old thing was immediately angry. Good, MLGBD little bastard, wings hard, bully to my head well, I'd like to see if he has eaten bear heart and leopard gall, grass. After letting out his vicious words, he directly called out to those thugs he had raised and came straight to Su Lin's place. The fighters he raised were all fat and strong, following behind in a fury and carrying clubs, just like the axe gangs in the movies, with black clouds rising above their heads. When the people in the village looked at this situation, they thought, what is this going to do? They all followed to see what was going on. Yang Dahai also ignored these people, and even couldn't wait for them all to come and watch. It's just the right opportunity to establish authority and squash some people's small minds. When he brought his men to the door, Su Lin was lying on a chaise longue in the courtyard drinking tea. Yang Dahai's eyes were on fire as he looked at it. That chair was its favorite. Usually he couldn't even sit on it himself. Grass, MLGBD. Just you step on the horse called Su Lin. Ah, you little bastard. Old son today alive cut you. Yang Dahai didn't talk nonsense. Seeing that he had found the right person, he immediately waved his hand. That's him. Beat me to death today. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. 7 or 8 thugs sniffed and laughed as they rushed into the yard. Dare to mess with our brother Hai. You're really tired of living. Kid, it's your bad luck to meet us. My hands happen to be itching for the past 2 days. A bald man with a neck as thick as his head took the lead, pointing at Su Lin and sneering. He had a cigarette in his mouth and looked like he didn't care. Brother Hai, dealing with this kind of little bastard. I'm enough by myself. All of you back off. See if I can't abuse him. I heard that you have a younger sister. She's quite watery. Wait for the laborer to get you killed, and then I'll go and wheel that little. You guys are going to beat me? Su Lin put down the teapot, got up and looked at the bald man suspiciously and asked. The bald man froze for a moment. Grass, not only do I want to beat you, I want to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Su Lin suddenly laughed, bending over with laughter and coming up for air. Joy filled the whole body, and the 2 little men had long since begun to beat their drums. One said, get him, get him. One said, listen to him, listen to him. Su Lin was just so happy, so happy. In this moment, he could feel the shape of the wind. He could feel the temperature of the sun. He could feel everything, but none of the above is important. The important thing is that he can finally do a fight without fear and pain. Come on, hit me, come on. Su Lin excitedly walked towards the bald man, sticking his head out for the bald man to hit. This counterintuitive action caused the bald man to freeze and involuntarily take half a step back. Then he became furious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're playing with me, aren't you? When I stabbed myself in the leg with a knife, you still don't know where to eat milk. I'll you to death. After saying that, he carried the stick in his hand and swung it at Su Lin's head. Blood gushed out instantly, staining his eyes red. The pain came like a tidal wave, like a stimulant, making Su Lin tremble with excitement. Finally, stepped on the horse, can be a good fight. Surin was so excited that he wanted to cry. Then, with all his strength, he punched the bald man in the face. Ka-ching! The moment the bones collided with each other, Su Lin heard the sound of bones shattering. Yes, 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 asterisk 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 asterisk. Hiss, you stepping horse really dare to hit me? The bald man covered his nose and staggered back, blood gushing wildly from the cracks of his hands. Crap! With the crowd dumbfounded, Solian took several steps back before suddenly launching into an assisted run. With the wind whistling in his ears and the silhouettes drawing ever closer, Su Lin's mouth could barely close with joy. Hit you? Today? Even if God were to come, you'd be slapped by me. After his assisted run, Su Lin jumped violently and took advantage of the bald man's blurred vision to kick him on top of his chest. Boo! Beautiful! Asterisk 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 asterisk. The bald man only had time to let out a miserable scream before he collapsed to the ground, almost closing his breath from the pain. He felt as if his bones were broken. Su Lin, however, still wasn't ready to let him go. Like dragging a dead dog, he dragged the bald man to the side, picked up a brick, and slapped it down on his head. Boo! The hard red brick shattered in response, the red soaking into the gray seepage tiles and mixing into an alien brown. The bald man screamed half a dozen times, then was silent, and his arms and legs began to twitch. The yard was silent and dead. Everyone was stunned by this ruthlessness of Su Lin's, their mouths wide open, unable to react for a moment. They do fight a lot, yes, but the problem is, who has ever seen such a ruthless this is no longer a fight. This horse is to kill, especially Yang Dahai. People were a bit confused. Is this a fight? This is clearly killing. Just as Su Lin found a second brick and wanted to slap it on the bald man's head, Yang Dahai finally reacted and yelled. Thanks to book club member 20240729644_B for the reward. Thank you, big brother. End of chapter. Chapter 48. Let me cut you 3 times. Not more. Just 3 times. Chapter 48. Let me cut you 3 times. Not more. Just 3 times. The others then woke up and rushed over with angry roars. Grass. Beat him to death. Naya. Dare to hit me light. Asterisk 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 him. Su Lin became even more excited. The good show had finally started. A whopping 8 points of speed comes into play in this moment. Time seemed to start slowing down. The air seemed to freeze. Everything was in slow motion. Su Lin grabbed one of the first steel pipes to hit him, then rose his foot and slammed it into the man's crotch. Distortions appeared on the man's face that were visible to the naked eye, and his eyes were full of disbelief and incredulity before he collapsed with agonized eyes. This kick was so vicious that everyone watching had their hearts fluttering and couldn't help but protect their belly. The others swooped in from all directions, but to Su Lin, they were like a bunch of snails, ridiculously slow. Carrying the sticks he grabbed, he gave one of them a smothering blow to the neck. He took a few hits in the meantime, but didn't care. 11 points of strength made him super resistant to blows, and he took them on purpose. You can't fight without getting hit a few times. The besieged thugs took a hard blow to the neck and instantly their brains went down. The feeling of a huge blow caused them to briefly suffocate, followed by unbearable sharp pain. Hey, lying, treadmill. No one expected Surin to be so capable of fighting. That's cool. Su Lin rewarded them with another kick, sending them all flying backwards, lying on the ground and constantly screaming. Su Lin didn't intend to let them go at all, carrying a stick and smashing it against a few people, smashing them and making them cry and scream. Are you a human or a ghost? Yang Dahai was dumbfounded by this scene, pointing at Su Lin and trembling as he asked. He hadn't even reacted when he was following behind, and the people who had rushed up to him all fell to the ground. This is a real martial arts master. What's the point of playing? Only then did Su Lin remember that there was still Yang Dahai, the leader, and turned toward him. Letting him go was impossible. As Su Lin walked up to him and kicked the old thing, who was still ready to resist, to the ground. After kicking and still not relieved, Su Lin simply rode on top of Yang Dahai's body and slapped him with one slap after another. Taking over our land. Ha! Flatten my parents' graves. Ha! Taking over my house. Ha! Still coming to beat me up. Ha! Village bully, right? I'll let you know today. Not to mention the village bully. Even if Li Yuanba came, he'd have to take 2 slaps from me. Snap snap snap. Positive and negative dozens of slaps, pumping Yang Dahai's mouth swollen high. Teeth were smoked out. Mouth full of blood. You, Su Lin, you dare to hit me. Grass. You're dead. You're dead. Yang Dahai's person was numb from the beating, but he still didn't forget to threaten Su Lin. You tread horse NPC day by day you're dead. Solian copied the stick and gave him a good whack, cracking the few teeth he had left. Su Lin had been waiting for Yang Dahai to come back for the past few days, and now he could be considered out of breath. Grass nigga. You wait, I'll waste you. Yang Dahai let out a heartrending scream and kept yelling. That's a good idea. Su Lin laughed and stomped on his wrist. Yang Dahai screamed again, clutching his limp wrist and twisting like a maggot on the ground. You, Grass Nima. I must find someone to waste you. Hiss. It made Su Lin admire him a little. Bones are pretty hard, but he specializes in hard bones. Abolish me? You're afraid you won't have that chance. Su Lin simply had no intention of letting them go today, turned around and went back to the kitchen and carried a kitchen knife out, walking over to Yang Dahai's side. What are you doing? The chopper reflected Yang Dahai's extremely frightened expression, as well as Su Lin's face full of excitement and hideousness. What for? Cutting you to death. Of course. With a smile, Su Lin aimed at Yang Dahai's neck and slashed down. The blade flashed. Yang Dahai twisted his neck hard in horror. When the bright kitchen knife grazed his neck and slashed into the hard ground, sputtering a shower of sparks, Yang Dahai could feel a knife wind attacking him, and his goosebumps rose. *********, you tread horse. You tread horse, you really want to kill people, ah? Yang Dahai, who rolled to the side using the lazy donkey rolling skill, was scared out of his wits. Just now if he was a little late, his neck would have been cut off. Nima, what are you hiding for? You, grass. Su Lin was furious, thinking that every time it was like this, was there any justice left? Immediately, he slashed with another chopper. Seeing Su Lin slash over again, Yang Dahai's expression froze and the rest of his words were swallowed back into his stomach in fear. He could kind of see that Su Lin was really running to take his life, although he had been beaten by Su Lin as if his brain was mashed together. Under the threat to his life, he didn't know where he had developed a surge of strength and rolled and crawled and tumbled out, narrowly dodging a knife. Crazy, grass. You're a crazy person. Yang Dahai once again dodged a bullet and shivered in fear. He shouts at people every day though and keeps a bunch of thugs, but in reality, all of them are measured. Even if they are chopping people, that is only to the non-fatal places to greet. Try not to seriously injure. But this one in front of me is good. That guy, the knife in his hand to play. Knife straight to the vital A little bit of reasoning. If he had been a little slower to dodge just now, would he still be alive? At this moment, Yang Dahai was completely chilled. His heart unprecedentedly gave birth to a thick fear. As the saying goes, the horizontal ones are afraid of the rash ones. The rash ones are afraid of those who don't want to die. And those who don't want to die are afraid of those who have gone mad. This one right here. He's crazy as hell. Yang Dahai dodged Su Lin's pursuit while angrily cursing. You paralyzed. Don't hide if you have the guts. Let me cut you 3 times. Not more. Just 3 times. Surin shouted as he chased after them. Yang Dahai ran faster. He said, you paralyzed. You think that chopping and spelling it? Your knife, all to the neck to greet. Not to mention the 3 knife. A knife down I have to hiccup, but also play a line of hair. The potential that people can explode when they are under a deadly threat is enormous. So although Su Lin's speed attribute was as high as 8 points at the moment, he froze after chasing and hacking for half a day. Not only did not cut to Yang Hai, but also accidentally cut the stone on the chopper to cut off. Only a knife handle left in the hand. The few beaters led by Yang Dahai next to him looked dumbfounded and watched the show with their mouths open. Even that bald guy had woken up and was hiding behind the crowd, looking at Su Lin in horror. Where's the half of the previous spirited look? When Su Lin saw it coldly, he was furious. You're milking a whistle. You guys are looking pretty comfortable. Ha! He grabbed the closest one and stabbed the handle right into his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man's tongue was almost stabbed into a bowel, so it was hard to spit it out, and as soon as he looked up, he saw a slap glued straight over. Pop! Hey! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! After receiving a painful slap, he was instantly incapacitated and lay on the ground dryly howling away. Surin added another kick, sending him into the corner. Tramp! Kneel facing the wall. If you dare to move, I'll waste you. End of chapter. Chapter 49, Don't Fight. Big brother, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Chapter 49, Don't Fight. Big brother, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. When the others saw it, they also sucked in a breath of cool air and subconsciously turned around to run. But how could Su Lin let them go? Chased after them and grabbed the collar and threw it on the ground. Good boy. All lie down for daddy. Su Lin laughed and rewarded one person with a few painful slaps. A few slaps in the face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My undergarments, Naya. They hurt. Why does it hurt so much? Hiss. A group of people immediately all lay on the ground and began to howl dryly, only to be sent down to the corner by Su Lin with a kick each. The last remaining Yang Dahai holding his wrist stood by the gate gasping for air, ready to run at any time. He also ended up tripping and falling to the ground in a panic and crawling outside. Su Lin sneered and walked over to him, kicking him over the king. Aren't you going to waste me? Come on. He cursed as he casually grabbed something off the ground and slammed it into him. What you have is what you get. Half-pulled knife handles, sticks, wash basins, pots, little ottoman toys, pedal cars, tires, offspring bags. And no? Where did you get that? Who the hell put it in my hand? Su Lin looked at the dirty thing in his hand with a confused expression. Forget about it. It just so happens that Yang Dahai is screaming happily, and Su Lin smoothly stuffed the bag of offspring into his mouth, supplementing the protein, all of which is the essence of awe. Finish up and keep smashing. It doesn't smash anyway, but it sure hurts. Yang Dahai shouted. Your house? You step the horse and tell me again. Whose house is this? Su Lin picked up a brick and smashed it against his head. Boo! This one didn't hit. It just hit the ground. But Yang Dahai screamed strangely in fear, almost fainted, and peed his pants. Grass. It stinks. I'll give you a bath. He carried a water hose, connected it to the faucet in the yard, and flushed it directly at Yang Dahai. It was summer at the moment, but the village's tap water was connected to a well, and it was cold and icy. Yang Dahai was instantly sprayed into a soup chicken by Su Lin, soaking wet and shivering with cold. Su Lin still had no intention of letting him go. Punch for a while. Beat him up. Punch for a while. Beat him up. The beating made Yang Dahai scream desperately. To the people watching outside the door were dumbfounded, but in their hearts they were secretly happy. Yang Dahai had been the Earth Emperor in Baigong village for so many years, and the crowd had not been bullied by their family. At this time, when he watched Yang Dahai being ruled by Su Lin with his own eyes, his heart was so cool. It's like eating ice cream on a 3-volt day. It's soothing. And at this moment, Yang Dahai looked at Su Lin's hideous expression, his heart all filled with fear. That's nifty. Thought he'd be fine after 5 years in the hospital. But, this is better? It's nifty that it's even crazier. Aha! Don't rush. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. The house is back to you. I don't want it. Help! 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 The house back to me? Oh, what about my family's land? What about my parents' graves? And this house? Su Lin asked while beating him. All for you. All for you. I don't want it. I'll make another new grave for them. I put on hemp and filial piety, and set up a 10-day banquet to make up for my sins. Please, Grandpa, don't hit it. Yang Dahai's voice shook as he was beaten. He was really scared. As he was screaming, he heard a scream from the doorway. Dying. Su Lin, you're dying. Promised. Hey, Dad. Don't you dare hit my dad. Grandpa. ABA. Su Lin twisted his head to look. Oh, Exa the old hag. Yang Wei, Yang Qiaolan, Niu Huan, and Yang Zhengkai. In addition to his oldest son in the field, the rest of the family are all alive. Surin was happy. They're all here. Ah! Close the door and release the dogs. Bam! Wang Xinmin, Zhang Yiqin and Sun Fu rushed in with a woof, biting everyone they saw, especially Sun Fu, smiling with excitement. Catching those beaters is a hammer, hammering them constantly screaming. Don't fight. Big brother, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Big brother, stop fighting. It's really dead if you do. Dad. Dear Dad. I was wrong. Please treat me like a fart and let me go. Grandpa. Can you bear to beat your eldest grandson like this? When the police arrived, Yang Dahai's family was sitting in a neat circle in the courtyard. One had 2 bricks under his ass. As soon as the policeman saw Su Lin, his eyebrows jumped. What's the matter? I heard there was a fight here. Su Lin shrugged. Don't build it. No. I'm playing a game with the village chief. Throwing handkerchiefs. He raised the handkerchief in his hand. Throw. A handkerchief? Do you think we're 3 years old? The policeman was angry and thought, you're really opening your mouth. I saw Yang Dahai covered in blood. Are we blind? Yang Dahai, what's going on? The police asked Yang Dahai. Yang Dahai warily looked at Su Lin and hung his head. We're making a game of it. Solian laughed. He had long ago installed surveillance in his yard that could be manipulated by cell phone. The scene where Yang Dahai led people with machetes and clubs to chase and beat him had long been filmed, so even if he did beat up all of these people, it could only be considered a case of over-defense. The police will have to hold Yang Dahai accountable later. This was something that Yang Dahai understood after Su Lin showed him the surveillance video. Sure, Solian wasn't stupid. The surveillance only captured the first half of Yang Dahai bringing people to his door to make a move on him, and as for the second half of his beating, nothing was captured. So Yang Dahai could only concede. Are you sure? The police looked at Yang Dahai with surprise, thinking, when did this guy change his character? Usually, the person who jumps 3 feet without reason is so honest today? He received a call from a member of the public that there was a mob fight in the area and people were getting killed, so that's why it was rushed over. I didn't realize that was the case. I'm sure, Yang Dahai said with his head down. The old demon woman opened her mouth to say something, but he glared back. When Su Lin showed him the surveillance, he also showed him some of the things that Chi Pei had found out in passing. If it was simply just the surveillance of him hitting someone, the old thing might not have been so honest. But those things from Su Lin's cell phone completely shut him up. Well, we're off then. You guys have fun, but don't fight. The police saw that none of the victims advocated vocal complaints, so naturally, it was better to do more than less, and turned around and walked away. Su Lin waved at them. Take care. No farewell. After the police left, Yang Dahai cried and said, Big brother, this is always okay. When do you go? Su Lin smiled. What's the hurry? Isn't this handkerchief throwing playing quite well? Play a little longer. End of chapter. Chapter 50. I'm a fake nerve, but he's a real spirit. In the end, Su Lin left Yang Dahai's house. It wasn't that he had a good heart, but there was more fun to be had later. If we play dead now, won't there be nothing to play for later? Slipping and slipping all the way back to his house, Su Lin looked at the household goods in the yard and was straight up happy. The house is sort of back and it doesn't have to be cleaned up. Janeway is pretty well decorated, and everything is brand new and ready to live in with a change of bedding. Wang Xinmin's family followed behind Su Lin, their faces red with happiness. Brother. Hey no. Father, look at my mouth. Wang Xinmin slapped himself, then said excitedly, Father, if there's more of this kind of thing in the future, you'll remember to call out to me. That's it. Zhang Yiqin's face was soothing. Going crazy is simply awesome. It's like they've discovered a new continent. Even Wang Xiaochang, who had a face of constipation for a month and then suddenly got through, rested there nibbling on an apple. He giggling. Su Lin looked at them. Alright, I haven't asked you guys yet. Why are you guys in White Horse Town? Wang Xinmin held back half a day. Or the truth, our old home is in the town of Beima. When you. Hi, we ran back home. I see. That's quite a coincidence. Su Lin smiled and patted his shoulder. Okay, since they are all White Horse people, then the house in the city will be returned to you. Remember, don't be unqualified in the future. If I hear about you guys. Oh, you know, look at you. How could I? Wang Xinmin's family came down in a cold sweat. They were fake psychopaths going crazy. But Surin was a real psychopath. Okay, that's it. I'll take you back to town. No, we'll just go back on our own. Where did Wang Xinmin dare to bother Su Lin's big frame? And he waved his hand repeatedly. Su Lin didn't insist, and after leaving a phone number, he stood them off. When they left, Wang Xinmin's family still couldn't get enough of shouting at Su Lin. Remember to call if you have any more of these in the future. It's better to follow Su Lin. There's a future. Su Lin waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up. and only then did the family leave reluctantly. It's just that he didn't expect it now, and it didn't take long for him to actually meet up with the family again. Subsequently, Su Lingwan learned that the house was back and led Lin Xiaoming to come in a hurry. After strolling around, she frowned again. Shaolin, and your parents' graves. Su Lin smiled. Auntie, you don't have to worry about this. This isn't over yet. Just wait and see. Well then, don't you dare break the law, she admonished. That night, Su Lin and his aunt and Lin Xiaoming stayed at the house. Of course, the bedding could all be new. It was bought by someone that Chi Pei had found to send specially, and brand new household items. All the old stuff was thrown away by Solom. It's late at night. Su Lin checked his attribute panel. Name, Surin. Power, 11. Speed, 8. Spirit, 4. Skill, painful slap. Item, super tickle powder x5. Free attribute points, 0. Yama value, 660. Current mission completion, 75%. Mission accomplished at 75? Su Lin was happy. He hadn't paid attention to this in the past few days, but he didn't expect to take a look this evening and see that it was all 75. Just 25 points shy of 100%. Looks like it's time to wrap it up right away. A cold smile spread across the corners of Su Lin's mouth. Su Lingwan, happy to live a night, the next morning received a phone call that the hotel accident. So he took Lin Xiaoming and hurriedly returned to Jiangqing City. Her family's restaurant was not too big or too small, with 2 or 3 cooks, a cashier and 2 waitresses. The name of the camper Shui Wenqing is a 20-year-old girl, the countryside up, people honest and decent. In the store inside the drive for many years, Shui Wenqing worked as a cashier and also served as a steward of the restaurant, and she was usually responsible for managing the restaurant when Su Lingwan wasn't there. The caller to Su Lingwan was her. When Su Lingwan returned to the hotel, it was noon and there were many people dining. She went in and was just about to greet Shui Wenqing when she heard someone shouting at the top of his voice. Where are my buns? I asked for a leek and egg bun. What's this you've got? What's this? And this porridge? It's so watery. It's for pigs. Shui Wenqing, you little. Someone died in your family, and you're using this to get rid of me? What about the beggars? Su Lingwan looked up and had a headache. Since they were laid off, they have opened this restaurant for a number of years and have many regular customers. In this case, there is an old woman named Chen Xiaomei. Speaking of this Chen Xiaomei, in fact, in earlier years, or their woolen mill workers, although it is not a workshop, they have met before and know Su Lingwan. It's just that this old woman has a penchant for taking advantage of small gains. When she was in the factory, the other people hadn't been taken advantage of by her, such as rubbing other people's breakfast using other people's cosmetics stealing other people's express delivery and so on. Anyway, it's just that if you don't take advantage of something when you go out, you're the one who loses out. After Su Lingwan's family opened a restaurant, this old woman, relying on her status as a worker, came over for dinner every now and then. Speaking of which, it's a normal thing to eat, isn't it? But the problem is that the old woman never paid for her meals. Not only did she not pay, but when she left, she had to take some pots and pans, salt, vinegar and peppers and other things. At first, he was a bit more concerned about his face, always taking advantage of Shui Wenqing or Su Lingwan's inattention to steal away. Later, after seeing Su Lingwan not say anything, she became emboldened and intensified. After eating, you go straight and bright. Not only do you not pay, but you have to take something along with you, like a napkin or something. Shui Wenqing was furious and asked her for money, which knew that this old woman not only gave money, but instead gave Shui Wenqing a slap. What's wrong with me eating a little of his Su Lingwan? How much is it worth? If I eat Su Lingwan's, it's because I think highly of her. I wouldn't eat it if someone else asked me to. You little sissies, mind your own business, or I'll get someone to rip both your mouths off. This mouth was also too poisonous, so angry that Shui Wenqing cried out on the spot. After Su Lingwan knew about it, she didn't pursue it for the sake of her face. After all, an old man really cannot eat much, and used to be a factory, as a way to give back to the community. As a result, when this old woman saw that Su Lingwan did not pursue the matter, not only did she not appreciate it, but she became more aggressive. Then not only did he come every day himself, but he often brought his son and grandson to eat with him. Eat and wipe your mouth and leave. Not only that, this family is also particularly unqualified. When eating, and casually throwing garbage on the ground, pouring soup, and spitting on the mouth. Once even vomited directly on the other guests. She led the people patting their asses and left, causing Su Lingwan to give a good apology. For this, Lin Jianxian did not quarrel with Su Lingwan in the beginning. Su Lingwan's heart is kind, do not want to offend her, also turned a blind eye. This turned out to be years of eating. And today, The one who was there shouting at the top of her voice was Qin Xiumei. End of chapter. Chapter 51, I'm calling my brother. Chapter 51, I'm calling my brother. Shui Wenqing didn't see Su Lingwan and walked over to Qin Xiumei. Auntie, the buns with leeks and eggs are sold out today. This porridge is supposed to be light and deflaming, and it's the one you had to drink. Shui Wenqing said it quite politely, but he didn't know that Qin Xiumei was not happy. You little, what's in your heart? You know I need to eat leek and egg buns every day. Don't you know how to save a few for me? You're sincere, aren't you? Where's your boss? Tell Su Lingwan that to come out. Saying that, he also threw the soup bowl on the table with force, smashing it on the ground, and the soup inside splashed on the bodies of several nearby guests. Nearby customers cringed, and some simply got up and checked out. Shui Wenqing was shaking with anger, but still patiently explained. Auntie, otherwise you come tomorrow. I'll pick the biggest and hottest to keep, okay? The old woman is a face of annoyance, pulling the boiling kettle into a refined voice like shouting, tomorrow that is tomorrow's business. What I eat today? Ah, you tell me what I'm going to eat today? If I get sick from starvation, can you take the responsibility? With that, she got agitated, grabbed the condiment bottles on the table, and made a flurry of them, scattering them all over the heads and faces of the nearby guests. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? The guests cursed. I'm sorry. Shui Wenqing hurriedly apologized to the guests and managed to appease them, but as a result, the old woman unexpectedly rushed into the back kitchen without paying attention. I'd like to see if there are any more buns left. You must have hidden them from me and tried to starve my old man to death. Seeing this, Su Lingwan rushed in and tried to block it, but as soon as the old woman saw Su Lingwan, she became even more energized. Good Su Lingwan. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? How much is it worth for me to eat something? You're so petty. I didn't think I'd speak up for you in the office, but now that I've eaten a little something, you're not happy about it? Ah, you're deliberately selling out the buns to keep me from eating them, aren't you? Su Lingwan said anxiously. Auntie Chen, the buns are really sold out. Why don't I make you a bowl of noodles? Fine. You know I don't like noodles and you still say that? Where's your conscience? Ah, where's your conscience? The old woman continued to be a nuisance and picked up things in the kitchen and threw them around. Shui Wenqing couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over to the old woman and pushed her. Why are you like this? How many years have you been eating at our house? Have you ever given any money? Ha! The old woman Qin Xiumei fell to the ground in one smooth motion, yelling at the top of her lungs. Oi! Hit ah! Killed ah! Shui Wenqing was anxious. When did I hit you? It was clearly you who fell to the ground on your own? How can you falsely accuse someone? The old woman lay on the ground and howled. Yell! I'm so old. Don't I just eat a few things from you? You little even hit me? Pay up! If you don't pay up, it's not over. While howling, she began to splash around, picking up the things next to her and throwing them around. Seasonings and sauces and whatnot were scattered all over the place by her. She even broke the glass of the window with something, only to have a small shard of glass fly over and cut her arm, bleeding a little. This is even better. Qin Xiumei howled with a voice that shook the sky. Hey, beating people ah, everyone come and see ah. A group of them beat me a senior citizen ah, beat me covered with blood ah, help ah. You, how unreasonable you are. Shui Wenqing cried in anger. When the customers in the store saw this, although they all knew what kind of virtue this old woman was, they were in the principle of more is better than less. There was a lot of checking out and walking away. There are even low-quality ones that run away without even settling the bill. Su Lingwan was also shaking with anger, but she still patiently explained. Auntie Chen, we really didn't hit you. You did that injury yourself. Qin Xiumei, however, still shouted. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can I hurt myself? Obviously you hit. Good you Su Lingwan ah. You a heartless thing. Lin Xiaoming followed in. Pointing at Qin Xiumei, he said, how are you? Unreasonable? It is clear that you fell and hurt yourself. And you also broke a lot of our things. You hurry up. Saying that, he was about to pull Qin Xiumei on the ground, which knows that her hand just touched Qin Xiumei. This old thing obediently embraced her legs, began to dry howl, hit people ah. Su Lingwan let his little daughter hit people ah. Everyone quickly come to see ah. They so many people bullied me a senior citizen ah. You. Lin Xiaoming was furious and pushed hard. That push. Something happened. Surprisingly, the old woman spread her hands at that moment, and her head hit the table leg with a thud, and blood flowed out. Killed someone ah. Help. Qin Xiumei howled in death, grabbing Lin Xiaoming's pants leg and not letting go. Beat me. Everyone come and see. There is a little beat me. I am so old. They joined together to beat me. It is really not human. Heaven forbid you should be punished. Unknown pedestrians in the neighborhood heard the commotion and ran in to see what was going on, pointing. Hey, really hit someone? Look at the old man. It's true. You say young people nowadays. Why are they all like this? He's also an old man. No matter what. Is he guilty of hitting someone? That's right. I won't come to their restaurant to eat anymore. It's really not something. Chen Xiaomei heard. More vigor. Pulling the throat dry howl. I yell. My legs pain dead. To break head or dizzy really no god As he was shouting, a man with a face full of horizontal meat rushed in. Grass. Who hit my mom? Paralyzed. Dare to hit my mom. You guys don't want to do this business anymore. After saying that, he began to smash around the store, overturning all the tables on the ground and dropping the things on them all over the place. He even toppled Su Lingwan to the ground and cracked his head. There is no other way. Su Lingwan can only call the police. When the police came, they couldn't do anything about Chen Xiaomei. This kind of old people. No one dared to touch her. In the end, we can only let Su Lingwan money to eliminate the disaster and put the matter to rest. There is no way out. Su Lingwan can only lose $2,000 to Chen Xiaomei. But his son is still not relentless. 2,000? How about hitting the law? I'll tell you. Beating up my mom. Without $100,000. This is not over. You wait for me. I'll make your family's Thai store untenable. After they leave. Lin Xiaoming was crying and couldn't catch her breath. And Su Lingwan was shaking with anger. Mom, I have to call my brother. Lin Xiaoming cried for half a day and came up with this sentence. I'm begging for a catch-up read. The numbers are dropping like crazy. Requesting votes. End of chapter. Chapter 52, great to be mad again. Chapter 52, great to be mad again. While Su Lingwan was busy working, Su Lin's side wasn't idle either. After Yang Dahai was let off the hook by Su Lin, he probably regretted it a little, and went so far as to seek out Su Lin's seventh uncle and eighth aunt to act as lobbyists. But this was a move that Su Lin had long anticipated and had been looking forward to. When his parents were still around, he was exceptionally kind and never offended anyone. But, just because you don't offend people doesn't mean they won't offend you. Quite the contrary. If people are too kind and think too much of others, then they are easily bullied by others. This is the truth that people are good at being bullied and horses are good at being ridden. Especially in the countryside. Sometimes the hardest bullies are not the bystanders, but precisely some relatives, laughing at you for not having it, hating you for having it, and not being able to see you for what you are. In contrast, outsiders are less excessive. At first, Su Lin's parents because of hard work, plus some economic acumen, so the days in the village and the white public life that is in the front of the line. Otherwise there wouldn't be so much money to pay out to Surin. But in this way, some of the so-called relatives became red-eyed and thought of ways to find fault to bully Su Lin and his family every day. Borrowing money and not paying it back. Borrowing things and so on are minor. What's more, there are people who go directly to Su Lin's and their homes and take whatever they see. When I asked, I even said that your family is so rich. So what's wrong with taking things from your store? Pissed off. Su Lin's parents had high blood pressure. What's more, one time Su Lin's mom and dad had just come back from town to buy some groceries, and household goods and stuff. The second aunt of Su Lin then entered the door and took it without saying a word. Su Lin's parents went up to stop them, and this old thing backhanded Su Lin's mother and pushed her to the ground, knocking her head on the corner of the table, and blood flowed out then. As a result, his second aunt was still full of concern. Turned around and went out to the village to proclaim that Su Lin's mother was playing a scoundrel, had taken the family's things and did not return them, and was lying on the ground to blackmail her. Su Lin was still young and rushed up to fight his second aunt, only to be stopped by his father. This is something that Su Lin remembers very clearly even now, and the list goes on and on. It was just endless when he was a kid, especially when coupled with the fact that Su Lin was sick. Those relatives took what they had obviously done, and put it all on Su Lin. For example, whose cornfield has been destroyed, whose woodpile has been burned, and so on. They all say Solem did it. For this, his father did not pay out a lot of money to other people, and Su Lin did not take a lot of wrongful beatings from his father and the village people. If half of the reason that Su Lin slowly developed like that was because he was really sick, then the other half had nothing to do with these oddball relatives of his. Because of this, that's why when the house and land of the Su Lin family was occupied by Yang Dahai, all these so-called relatives of his are playing deaf and dumb one by one. Even Surin heard his second master say that these scumbags, when Yang Wei encroached on Surin's house, instead of stopping it, they took advantage of the fire and emptied their house. When really, he was eating Surin like a Jedi. Su Lin had no intention of letting these people go when he returned this time, and was just waiting for them to come to his door. It's so enlightening to be able to go crazy again. Su Lin's heart was full of anticipation. The meeting place was set at Surin's and their house. When Su Lin received the call, he had just come back from meeting up with Chi Pei in Whitehorse Town, and had even had a meal with the two of them. White Frost. I was going to say that I was going to invite White Frost to my home, but because of this, I had to postpone it. As soon as he entered the door, the first thing Su Lin saw was his second aunt, sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, her face full of impatience as she fanned herself with her hand. Next to him was Su Lin's cousin's second uncle, Su Changjun. In addition to the two of them, there were more than 10 people sitting in the living room, all of whom were relatives of their family, eyeing Su Lin intently, but without exception, all of them were relatives who had bullied Su Lin's family in the beginning. Su Lin smiled. Good. All together. Awesome. Su Lin's second aunt's name is Zhou Shufang. Face long with the shoe-like, the length of almost half a meter. A mouthful of big yellow teeth looked disgusting. As soon as he saw Su Lin come in, this old bastard shouted at the top of his lungs. I yell. Su Lin, you're really out of your element, letting us wait for so long. I don't know how your deadbeat parents taught you. Not a bit of upbringing at all. Surin looked at her again and was happy. This old man not only has a half-meter long face, but also has a Tianjin marijuana on his head, and his 228 hair is combed higher than the sky, and even translucent. I haven't seen you in a few years. You've evolved from a shoehorn into a hemp spirit? Seeing that Su Lin didn't say anything, the hemp essence was not satisfied and his voice shouted as if it had been beaten with a sandwheel. Talking to you, you deaf we are sitting here for half a day. Even a cup of water do not know to pour us. You are sincere want to die of thirst us Alright, second aunt. Wait, I'll pour you some water. Su Lin walked over to the water dispenser, clasped the bucket with both hands, sank his chi into his dantian. Hey! With one sound, he held a bucket full of water. Then, as the hemp spirit stared in disbelief, he walked over and fell straight down. Come on, Auntie too. Drink water. Open your mouth instead. How can I drink water if you don't open your mouth? You have special powers, old lamp. Gobble 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 gobble. The hemp essence was instantly doused and his heart soared. You're going to die. You. The hemp essence was doused with hemp hanging down, and jumped up like a frightened rabbit, only to have his feet slip, and the person lay on the ground. The other relatives froze and reacted by pointing at Su Lin's nose and cursing. Shaolin, what are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and put the bucket down? Dying you. Pouring water on your second aunt for good reason. Oh, sorry about that. I'll just put the bucket down. As soon as Su Lin's hands loosened, the bucket containing a large half-barrel of water clattered onto the body of the hemp spirit. I yell. Hemp essence screamed miserably, was smashed almost even did not slow down the breath. Su Lin, you don't go too far. I'll beat you to death, you know, big little. Su Lin's second uncle, Su Changjun, was shivering with anger and rushed over to try to hit Su Lin. Su Lin waited for him to come, and directly kicked him in the stomach, and then slapped him again, smacking Su Changjun and making him suck in cold air. You dare to hit me? Su Changjun covered his face and looked at Su Lin in disbelief. Su Lin looked at him with amusement. Second uncle, do you have a brain problem? If you have a brain problem, then go see it. Don't delay. I've beaten you and you're still asking me if I dare? Silly. You a little turtle calf. Su Changjun was angry, pointing to the age of straight shivering. Su Lin's face changed. What me? You pointed me again, believe it or not, I'll break your fingers. I hate people pointing at me the most in my life. You dare. Su Changjun shouted in a colorful voice, but he shrunk his hand back. Su Lin gave him a contemptuous look. Coward. You. Su Changjun began to swing again. That's enough. All of you. Surin's eldest uncle, sucking on a dry tobacco bag, spoke up. Only then did the crowd quiet down, and Ma Jing also got up under Su Changjun's assistance, first glaring viciously at Su Lin before preparing to sit down. Sit your ass down. Solian kicked the stool away. Ma Jing was not paying attention for a moment, and directly fell into a butt squat, and as a result, it seemed to have fallen on his tailbone, and his face changed in pain. I'm begging for a catch-up read. The numbers are dropping like crazy. Requesting votes. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Your Relatives. Chapter 53, Your Relatives. Ouch. You're going to die. Ouch ouch ouch. She screamed again in misery. Su Lin said, sorry about that. My stool didn't want you to sit on it and ran off on its own. You, Zhou Shufang and Su Changjun were shivering with anger. You're the one who kicked him out. You think we're blind? Alright, all be quiet. Uncle Surin knocked on his tobacco bag and spoke again. Su Changjun and Zhou Shufang then subsided, and ran aside in anger. 8 meters away from Su Lin's eldest uncle was called Su Changliang, a little older, also more than 50 years old. and on the surface he looked like he had a kind face. But it's not really a good thing. Sulin remembers that he once borrowed $50,000 from his parents and didn't pay them back for a long time. When mom and dad came to the door to ask for money, he said, "When did I borrow money?" Shameless to the core. Another time, his grandson set off a firecracker and lit up someone's woodpile, and the fire spread and set their house on fire. It's a good thing that the rescue was timely in the end so that it didn't become a major disaster. As a result, this whole thing went so far as to falsely accuse that it was Su Lin who ordered it, and at that time, Su Lin was too small to defend himself. It caused his parents to lose a lot of money to other people, and Su Lin also got a fat beating. So as soon as Su Lin saw his posturing, he became angry in his heart. "Ah Lin, when did you get out of the hospital?" Su Changliang asked with a smile on his face, and when he saw that Su Lin didn't say anything, he added to himself, "It's good to be discharged from the hospital, so work hard when you're discharged. By the way, have you found a job yet? Your brother Dongdong has some connections in the city. Why don't I give him a word and ask him to introduce you to a job?" The Dongdong brother in his mouth is called Su Dong, his eldest son. Solian said, "Don't worry about it, I have a job." Su Changliang asked, "Oh, what kind of job? How much a month?" Su Lin said, "I'm now working as an ADC in LPL. How can I say that my hourly salary is 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, and I also have a henchman, and I'm being provided for as if I'm a father." Su Chanliang? Ahem. That's good. By the look on his face, it was clear that he didn't believe it. He then asked, "How is your illness? Is it better yet?" Sulin shook his head. "Nope, the old illness didn't heal. The new one came back." Su Changliang froze. "What new disease?" Surin held out 2 fingers. "2 diseases. The first, I have a phobia of giant things." Megalophobia? Su Changsha looked like he had heard of this disease and was just about to speak when Su Lin pointed at him. "I'm scared." Not waiting for Su Changjun to respond, Su Lin added, "I also have night blindness, and I'm afraid of old closed lights like you." Now even if Su Changliang was stupid, he could hear that Su Lin was scolding him, and immediately blew his beard and eyes out in anger. "You, how do you curse? Scold you. I'm going to hit you again." Su Lin walked over and smashed his fist on Su Changjuan's face, smashing this old closed light directly to the ground. You have turned against the world you. I'm anti-Nima." Su Lin kicked him in the mouth again. Stomping Su Changjun almost closed over his breath. His teeth were stomped out, and he was confused. Originally, Yang Dahai had commissioned them to be lobbyists today. The house can be returned to Surin, and so can the land, but only after all the herbs in his field have been harvested. There is also the grave of Su Lin's parents. He can re-establish, but set up a flowing banquet to wear mourning and so on. Let's avoid it. But now, before he could even say anything, he was beaten by Su Lin, and the man was dying of anger. You dare to hit my father. You little bastard. I'll kill you." Su Changjuan's youngest son roared angrily and rushed up, and before he could even get to him, he was swung on his head by Su Lin with a bench, and all of a sudden blood flowed out, and he collapsed on the ground with a scream. Su Lin also did not intend to let him go, swung up the chair and shone it at his head and face, smashing him holding his head and convulsing on the ground, dying and howling miserably. This dog didn't plant a lot of evidence on Solon when he was a kid. As soon as Su Lin saw it, he was furious. Everyone else was stunned by Su Lin's sudden insanity and stood up and backed away in panic, cursing as they did so. You're crazy. Crazy. Su Lin, do you have any manners left? How could you hit your eldest uncle? That's right. Is this how your parents taught you to treat your elders? It's really the upper beam that's not straight and the lower beam that's not crooked. What kind of quality is that? Your mom and dad wouldn't have dared to do that to us when they were alive. What are you? Little bastard. Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow and apologize. And maybe your eldest uncle will forgive you. Kowtow and apologize can be forgiven? You think so? He beat up everyone. He has to pay for it. At least $100,000. $100,000 for our family. 1 point less and it's not over. $100,000 is less. I look at this house is good. You are sick anyway. Why don't you let my son live? Nice car at the door. Stolen, right? Give it to me and I won't turn you in. Asterisk. It can still be reversed by him. Let's go together and kill this little bastard who eats and kills. A crowd of relatives spoke up, and the room was noisy, as if they were eating up Su Lin. Solian laughed. At this moment, he was really happy. So happy that he was practically bursting, blowing up. You guys should have come together and surrounded me a long time ago. That way, I won't have to be psychotic when I start to go crazy. Ha ha, how nice. With a smooth motion he grabbed the nearest man by the hair and yanked him over. A couple of painful slaps were thrown up and he sat on the floor holding his face and howling as he nearly broke. Upbringing? It's not your turn to say whether or not Lousy has any upbringing. After kicking him to sit on the ground, Su Lin completely released his grip. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked? I'll show you today. Is your family's beam correct and crooked? Kneel down and kowtow? Fine. Then you kneel for me. Don't get up if you don't kowtow enough for 100 heads. Pay your father $100,000, right? Do you want me to pay you a poop? Want our house? Sure. Give me a break by hanging it on the wall for a while first. A car? Oh, I look at your face like a car tire. Su Lin scolded, directly rushed into the crowd inside the ping-pong bang on these people a fat punch, turned to the vitals to greet, out of no scruples. Painful slaps are even thrown tigerishly, beating these people crying father and mother, ghosts and wolves, all without the power to fight back. Crazy. Stop fighting. Help. How do you hit people? Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Against the world. Hit him. Hey, I trough. My leg. My dentures. Give me back my dentures. Poof goo. Trough. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Among the crowd, Su Lin was simply like a devil, beating a room full of people lying on the ground. Truth be told, Surin wanted to do this when he was a kid, but it was just kept down by his parents and didn't stand a chance. Now, after many years, he has finally fulfilled his childhood wish. The heart is simply awesome. Su Lin, do you have any human decency left? We are all your elders, your relatives. The eldest uncle, Su Changliang, lay on the ground and called out. Su Lin picked up the dry tobacco pole next to him and knocked down on his head, knocking Su Changliang holding his head and screaming miserably. Elders? Oh, you guys remember being my elders now? Back then when you guys bullied me for no reason and hung me from a tree to beat me. Why didn't you say you were my elders? Human decency? How come you didn't talk about human decency when you planted evidence and framed my family, causing me to lose money and when I was almost killed? Relatives? Well, let's discuss today. What kind of relative borrows money and doesn't return it? What kind of relative takes advantage of our family and bullies us every day? Now you say you're related? I'll tell you today. Su Lin's face gradually grimaced and grabbed Su Changjuan's hair for a few slaps. Screw the bull ***** relatives. If the world is full of relatives like you guys, then I'd rather be a loner. Grass. I'll let you guys taste what it means to be worse than death today. Su Lin roared, pulled out a large bag full of super itchy powder, and sprinkled it out with force. I'm begging for a catch-up read. The numbers are dropping like crazy. Requesting votes. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Give me back the past humiliation. Along with the mad dog. It goes without saying that super tickle powder works naturally. Not to mention that Su Lin had used a large bag full of them. And all of a sudden, the entire living room was like hell on earth. All of them fell to the ground, scratching at their own bodies in death, scratching all over their bodies in bloody paths, while howling at the top of their lungs. It tickles. It tickles. Why is it so itchy? Help! 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 Hiss, it tickles like hell. Awa! Looking at the so-called relatives who were twisted like maggots on the floor, Su Lin laughed out loud. At this moment, he was practically bursting with joy. Is it cool? Just ask you guys if it's cool? Ha 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 ha. He pointed at Su Changjun on the ground and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. His expression was as crazy as it could be. Su Changjun gasped and cursed as he clawed hard at his body. Surin! You little scumbag! You! What are you spilling to us? You hurry! Hurry! Up! I feel your mom! With a wild and peaked smile, Su Lin walked over and chopped off a foot. Click! My arm! Surin! You dare to hit me? I'm your eldest uncle. Eldest uncle? Oh! Su Lin squatted down, grabbed his hair, and slapped him front and back with 2 slaps. Don't say you're not my own great uncle. Even if you were, I'd still beat you up today. After saying that, he slapped a few more times, smacking Su Changjuan's mouth full of blood, and the person was out of shape. Next to him, his second aunt was still cursing. Su Lin, you, against the world you, see if I don't tear your mouth. Surin grabbed her hair and shone a punch at her mouth. Hitting the second aunt's teeth flew out and blood flowed. You're reminding me, when I was a kid you didn't scold my father and mother or beat me up for no reason. Did you? I remember once when I just passed by your door. You said I stole your money and hung me from a tree and almost beat me to death. It turned out that it was your son who proved to have stolen it in the end. And then you didn't even apologize. Instead you called me a cheap thing, and who told me to pass by your house? It deserves a beating. Ha ha ha, my good second aunt. I'm afraid I'm not as good as a dog in your eyes? Today, you'll return the past humiliation to this crazy dog of mine altogether. After saying that, it was clanging and smashing several punches, hitting Zhou Shufang's face full of peach open. Crazy? You're crazy. Zhou Shufang looked at Su Lin's increasingly maniacal expression and chilled all over her body. That's right. I'm a madman. A madman driven hard by you guys. Surin punched her with a long nosebleed and grabbed her by the hair and asked, Say, are you wrong? I. Zhou Shufang screamed miserably and couldn't speak. Su Lin slapped up a few more slaps. Tell me, are you wrong? Zhou Shufang finally broke down. Her face hurt like hell, but her body itched like hell. The two feelings combined made her feel like she was worse than dead. Aha, don't fight. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Ha ha. Su Lin laughed freely to the extreme, laughed happily to the extreme. The pent-up anger that had been suppressed in his heart for many years was finally vented along with a loud scream in the room. At this moment, he felt like the sea was calm and the wind was clear. You guys take your time howling. I'm outta here. Su Lin slapped Zhou Shufang's face, threw her on the ground, got up and left. Aha! You can't go. Help! Su Lin, don't you go. Come on, let us go. Ah, what the hell did you use? Why is it so itchy? Help! These relatives ended up being admitted to the hospital, but the doctors were baffled and unable to do anything about why they were itching. Su Lin later heard that they howled in the hospital for a whole day and night. Their whole body's skin was scratched by themselves. It was worse than death. The police found Surin and asked about the circumstances. For his part, Su Lin took out his psychiatric certificate and said with a dumbfounded look on his face, I don't make it. They broke into my house and beat and smashed it, and I don't know why they're itching, because there was no evidence. In the end, the police had no choice but to walk away. After 2 days had passed, the lasting effects of the itching powder finally wore off, and these relatives of Surin's were not discharged from the hospital. The reason is simple. They've scratched themselves to the point where not a single piece of their skin is intact, and they have to lie in the hospital for treatment. And Su Lin bought several large bags of laundry detergent to visit them in the hospital after hearing that they had threatened to sue themselves. At first, these people were quite tough-talking, saying that they would sue Su Lin until he lost all his money. But when Su Lin sneered and took out the washing powder, he almost went crazy with fear. And all the people were honest. What a? Su Lin spat fiercely, and after flinging a few more slaps at them, he turned around and sued all of these people. Make them pay back the money. All of these relatives borrowed money from his parents back then, but they never paid back a single penny. Can Su Lin spare them? Chi Pei specifically from the city to find a gold medal lawyer to, once asked Su Lin's situation, shook his head and said that this lawsuit certainly cannot win. Su Lin didn't care at all. Whether or not he wins the lawsuit is secondary to the fact that he doesn't care about the money anyway. Stirring up your family, that's the main thing. Just pure nausea for you. He also paid for some social loafers from the town to go to these relatives' homes every day to harass them. Throw a brick through the glass today. Pull 2 bubbles of ollie to the door tomorrow. Or throw a couple of dead mice in your house while you're cooking. Anyway, how disgusting. Let's call the police. They didn't do anything. At most they will be admonished. And as soon as the police leave, these people get even worse at screwing you. Throwing snakes into your room at night while you're sleeping is easy. And you'll even get whole vats of gold soup thrown directly on you. It's driving these relatives people crazy, looking for Surin to make peace. Surin didn't even give a damn about them. Dared to come to my house, and the sticks were waiting to beat them. As bad as it's going to get. Anyway, and no one expected things to take a turn for the worse at this point. When Su Lin was sorting through his mom and dad's belongings, he unexpectedly and unintentionally found a stack of IOUs and a ledger. IOUs were written by relatives who had borrowed money, and those who hadn't written IOUs were all recorded in the books. With all this stuff, that lawyer patted himself on the back and promised that if he couldn't win this, he'd take his head off and kick it for a ball. I'm in no hurry. Take your time and play them to death. Su Lin sneered. The relative's business came to an end, and Yang Dahai's side was just beginning. After Su Lin put some itching powder on him as well, this old thing finally gave in completely. The banquet was held for 3 days, and Yang Dahai's family put on hemp and filial piety, set up a new grave for Su Lin's parents, and kowtowed and admitted their mistakes. You think it's over? It's not that simple. Yang Dahai planted more than 10 acres of Chinese herbs, all dead, and these herbs are under contract with a major Chinese medicine company. Chippa's family happens to have a relationship with that pharmaceutical company. Putting this in context, the head of that company directly sued, and Yang Dahai's family will face a huge sum of compensation for breach of contract. In the end, Yang Dahai sold the house, sold the car, and cobbled together to ask others to borrow a lot of money. making direct bankruptcy, the family living on the street, which barely made up for the hole. Still, this is not the end. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Yama Mall opens. Something unbelievable. What Shipei investigated finally attracted the attention of the relevant departments, and the investigation team was sent down. It's a great thing to check. Not only were all the things that Zippy found out true, but so many other illegal and unethical things were also found out. It didn't take long for Yang Dahai to be taken in. What awaits him will be a long prison sentence. Yang Dahai's wife was already in poor health. After a succession of blows, blood pressure rose, triggering a cerebral hemorrhage and died. When she died, no one even gave her a funeral. The eldest son in the field because of the theft of cables, sentenced to 17 years, the second son involved in gangs. Yang Haihai was arrested in not long, but also followed in the footsteps of his father, ate the prison meal. As for her daughter, Yang Qiaolan, nothing was done to her, but I heard that her husband didn't want her either and divorced her. And Niu Huanhuan, his old man was implicated in Yang Dahai's affair and came down too. Without the protection of her old man, Niu Huanhuan's previous misdeeds were all revealed, and she was crippled by a group of people on the street, and her whereabouts were finally unknown. So far, Yang Dahai family completely broken. Disc across the head of the villagers in Bygone Village on the piece of dark clouds. The smoke disappears. For this, the villagers celebrated by setting off firecrackers for an entire day. They even made a point of carrying whole pigs and sheep to the door to thank Su Lin. However, at this time, Su Lin had long been on his way back to Zhongqing City. Brother, that's the way it is. What should I do? On the phone, Lin Xiaoming cried and told Su Lin the whole story. It's okay, wait for me to come back. Just an old freeloader. Well, you come back soon, Lin Xiaoming cried. Hanging up the phone, Su Lin pulled up his system panel. This mission has been assessed to have an evaluation level of perfect. Reward now issued. Reward 1, $10 million in cash. From legal sources, deposited into the host's bank card. Bonus 2, skill, Honest Iron Fist. Reward 3, item, Super Stink Pack X5. Reward 4, 5 points of free attributes. Host can add points after personal attribute panel is opened. Reward 5, 100 points of Yama's value. Honest Iron Fist? The first thing that Su Lin focused on was the skill rewards. The effect of the previous painful slaps. That was very amazing. And those who were hit were simply worse than death. I'm sure this Honest Iron Fist won't disappoint Su Lin. He looked to the skill description. Honest Iron Fist, active skill. A target hit by Honest Iron Fist can only tell the truth, not lies. For the next 5 minutes, can only be used once on the same target within 24 hours. So it is. Solian was happy. Doesn't this thing have the same effect as the honest bean paste buns in the Stars movie The King of Wholesalers? It can make a big difference in a pinch. He looked over at Chippy, who was driving, and raised his sandbagged fists, mentally wondering if he should give him a little implementation effect first. Chipei felt Su Lin's gaze and asked in horror, Brother, what do you want to do? Ahem. Nothing, you keep driving. After looking at Honest Iron Fist, he then looked at the item reward, the Super Stink Pack. Super Stink Pack interferes with the target's sense of taste and smell, so that no matter what they eat or smell, they will feel 10 times the unbearable stench, and the effect lasts for a maximum of 7 days. It's a good one, too. Su Lin nodded in satisfaction. With this, whoever he looks at with a bad taste in his mouth will be rewarded directly with one, and he won't be able to have a good time for a week. After looking at the regular rewards, Su Lin looked at the stage quest rewards. Stage task completed. Rewards are now issued. Reward 1, Yin Yang Eyes. Host can now see spirits. Reward 2, all skills and items of the host can now be used on spirits. Reward 3, Yama Mall opens. Specifics hosts can check by themselves. Yin and Yang Eyes? Could it be that the world is really spooky? You don't think so? He looked in and out of the car, but saw nothing, not even a creepy shadow. After looking around for a while and finding nothing, he could only give up for now. Then, his eyes fell on the newly opened function of the system and he mumbled in his heart, Yama Mall, open. The next moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of his eyes, just like some online shopping mall, looking extremely cheap and simple. It was only the merchandise on it that made Su Lin freeze. The first items that caught his eye were the items he had already acquired, the Super Itchy Powder and the Super Stink Pack. Each is marked at 10 Yama value apiece. And behind those two things were some contraptions that Su Lin smacked his lips over even when he looked at them. Gender poisonous mushrooms, for example, can cause the target to hallucinate and fantasize about being the opposite gender. Another example is the animal experience pill, which, when used on a target, causes the target to randomly think they are some sort of animal. There's also the 100-fold pain fluid, for example, which increases the target's sensitivity to pain by 100 times. Let's compare it to the bad luck stalking charm, which allows the target to be stalked by bad luck for 72 hours. In short, all of them are things of the netherworld, not products of the sun. Of course, these are still just rudimentary contraptions. It was the things displayed behind the mall that truly shocked Su Lin. Lifespan reduction doll. The wearer's lifespan will continue to be reduced until it reaches 0. Lone Star of the Heavenly Fury. It can make the target become a Lone Star of the Heavenly Fury, which will kill their relatives and friends, and make them lonely and helpless. Animal reincarnation can cause the target to be directly reincarnated as an animal. One mother, 10 babies pill. If the target consumes it, she will give birth to 10 babies at one time. Tough. Too tough. Even with Su Lin's perversity, he felt a little shaky at this moment. This Yanwang Mall really carries out the purpose of the living Yanwang to the end. None of these things kill people directly, but they are more horrifying than hands-on killing. A true life or death experience. And there are more ruthless ones. For example, Dark Finale. Anyone who hears the finale will end his life within 24 hours. This track is forbidden and has a strong backlash effect. Use with caution. Su Lin looked dumbfounded and thought, there's still this stuff? It's a nasty piece of that's just a killing machine to get out of the way. Settling down, he continued to browse. Of course, the further back you go, the higher the Yama value required to purchase something. Su Lin looked at it. He now had 830 points of Yanwang value and could only purchase some of the trinkets on the first page of the mall. You can't even afford the second page, so you'll have to hope for the best. He casually browsed through the mall interface, and after flipping back more than 10 pages, he suddenly stopped. His eyes fell on an item. Resurrection Talisman can resurrect a user-specified target, and will synchronize and modify the world's parameters to make sense when using this item. This resurrection charm. Solian's heart was pounding. End of chapter. Chapter 56? Meta bumper sticker? Did it mean that as long as he purchased the resurrection talisman, he would be able to resurrect his parents? System, explain. He immediately asked the system in his mind. Yes, the resurrection talisman can resurrect any dead target in the current world, and will synchronize and modify the world's parameters, as well as other people's memories, so that the resurrected person will be perfectly integrated into the world without any sense of dissonance. Sure enough, Su Lin's eyes were suddenly a little moist. His father was killed by his anger and his mother was forced to jump into the river. It had been a thorn hidden in his heart, often stabbing him in the dead of night. Even though he's a superheroic body, even though he's mentally ill, but he's a human being, and he has normal human feelings, like affection, like friendship, and the death of his parents has left him with too much on his back. It also made him weep silently every time he thought about it. But his parents are dead, irrevocably, and he can only carry the weight of that guilt and regret with him. And now, hope. He saw hope. Wiping his eyes, Su Lin looked at the selling price of the resurrection talisman, and immediately his heart was cold. Each resurrection talisman is sold for 100 billion Yanwang points, or Yanwang value, $100 billion. Su Lin's heart felt like it had sunk to the bottom. He had completed 3 quests before he had only just managed to scrape together more than 800 points. Trying to come up with enough for this $100 billion was a pipe dream. Not to mention, he was trying to resurrect both of his parents. That's $200 billion. System, besides doing quests, are there any other ways to earn points? Su Lin asked the system. There are the following ways to get Yama points. Route 1, complete the task of punishing evil issued by the system, and you can obtain the corresponding Yanwang value. Route 2, punish the evil person. You can get the value of Yanwang. Route 3, surrendering the bounties in the Yama Mall to obtain Yama value. The system said, Yama Mall bounty? Solian was a bit strange. Completing the mission, and punishing the wicked, both of which he knew. But what the hell is the Yama Mall bounty? The system explained again. Submitting bounties is one of the most important ways to obtain Yama's value. Depending on the bounty, the submitter can obtain a minimum of 100 points and an unlimited amount of Yama's value. For details, Su Lin can check out the Yama Mall rewards page. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Lin hurriedly searched for the reward page inside the Yen King Mall. Sure enough, I found a faint button at the bottom with the word bounty written on it. Make it so small, who can see it? Su Lin spat and clicked on the bounty page. The page changed. The mall disappeared, and what appeared in front of Su Lin was a pure black interface. And on this interface, there was only one bounty quest today. Bounty quest, Repentance of the Ungrateful. Submission reward, minimum 200 Hades points, maximum 2000 Hades points. Will you take the assignment? The remorse of the ungrateful? Solian was a little hesitant. Honestly, he didn't get this one. Was it meant to be an ungrateful man who would be slaughtered and his heart taken out in one fell swoop? While he wasn't averse to screwing around like that, he always felt it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, after asking the system, he learned that the so-called heart of the ungrateful one was not the true heart of the ungrateful one. Rather, the target should be made to feel remorse in his mind through a series of punishments. The stronger that sentiment is, the higher the returns that can be gained from submitting it. The maximum number of points that could be gained was 2,000 points of Yama value, which was a full 10 times worse than the guaranteed 200 points. The host can check the target's remorse value after receiving the mission, with a full remorse value of 100. Note, violence is sometimes not the only way to raise a target's remorse level. Work hard to become the king of living hell. Closing the system interface, Su Lin exhaled a long breath. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his life had a purpose and his existence had value. Dad, Mom, wait for me. I'll personally tell you. I'm sorry. Su Lin looked out the window, and in the scenery that flew by like streams of light, he seemed to see a couple that was smiling kindly at him. Taking another deep breath, Su Lin adjusted himself and opened the attribute panel again. Name, Surin. Power, 11. Speed, 8. Spirit, 4. Skills, Painful Slap. Honest Iron Fist. Items, Super Itchy Powder X4. Super Stink Pack X5. Free attribute points, 5. Yama value, 830. After thinking about it, Su Lin decided to add all 5 of his newly gained attributes to his spiritual attribute. The familiar warmth appeared again, but this time, instead of flowing through the body, it appeared inside the brain. It was as if he had suddenly taken some kind of psychotropic drug that gave him a feeling of extreme pleasure. The sea is calm and the river is clear. The stars are clear and the moon is bright. It was a feeling that cannot be described in words. The whole world had a different sense of hierarchy. Not only that, but the increase in spiritual power brought additional surprises. Detecting the host's mental strength has increased. The effect of the skill Painful Slap has been increased to 11 times. And the effect of Honest Iron Fist has been changed to 6 minutes. Ha! Solian was happy. It turns out that adding spirit power has this benefit of enhancing skill effects. I should have known he would have added spirit before. A slap in the face is a sure way to tell someone to live and die. Sighing a bit, he felt that clearing feeling in his head and suddenly remembered something. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't add up my mental illness for good ass. Solian panicked a little, but after carefully experiencing it, it seems that apart from the fact that the whole person becomes a little bit more refreshed, the mind is a little bit clearer, and the person becomes a little bit more handsome. His mental illness doesn't seem to have suffered much, and instead of getting better, he seems to have gotten crazier. That's good. That's good. Su Lin wiped the cold sweat from his head. He didn't want to turn into a normal person. That wouldn't be fun to play with. Between thoughts, the car pulled into the streets of Whitehorse Town. Jiangcheng is not a big city, barely a third tier. The outskirts of the city are not so well built, and some of them are still at a primitive level, like the old custom of catching a big market. And today, it happens to be the day of the fair in the town of Whitehorse. The street traffic is particularly large. Electric cars and cars pedestrians converge together, blocking the traffic. That's why cars can only slow down after pulling into this area. Chi Pei was in no hurry, driving while looking out the window at the lively scenery with interest. This scene consisting of the intertwined sounds of hawkers and bustling crowds was quite intriguing to this rich young man who hadn't seen much of the world. Brother, what's all the buzz around here? He asked excitedly. Su Lin explained to him the custom of catching a big market in the countryside, and then turned around and said, thanks to your help this time, or else it wouldn't have been possible to bring down Yang Dahai so quickly. Which knew that Chi Pei stopped the car with a kick of the brakes and turned back to look at Su Lin with a face full of horror. Who are you? You're not my brother. There's no way my brother would say something like that to me. Groove. You're a. Surin cried and laughed, slapping him on the head. Drive. Hey, that's right and clear. That's my brother. Zippy got a slap on the wrist and was content to get ready to drive. Then, just at this time, a pedestrian suddenly slumped on the hood of the car and withdrew his voice to howl. Crashed ah. Crashed ah. 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 My Bollinger cover ah. My elbow ah. My lumbar disc ah. Help. Chi Pei froze. The next second immediately excited, asterisk 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 bumper sticker? Immediately, he opened the car door and went down to check. Su Lin originally did not want to care, but suddenly thought, this is not a living yen wang value? So got out of the car too. Lying on the hood was an older man in his late 60s, with triangular eyes and a knife-sharp face. It looked like a dry corpse that had been in the sun for 10 days and a half months, and it was very abstract looking. Once this old man saw Su Lin and Chi Pei get off the bus, he howled even more vigorously. My leg ah, broken, ah, you drive a car terrific ah, everyone come to see ah, crashed dead ah, catch the big market was already more people. This old man so howl. The car around was immediately surrounded by a watertight. Behind the car cannot go. Keep honking. Su Lin walked over and looked at the old man, deciding to be polite first and give him a chance to redeem himself. Our cars didn't even move. We didn't run into you, did we? Su Lin looked at the old man and said. The old man stole a glance at him, probably thinking that Su Lin was good-faced and easy to bully, and simply moved over and grabbed a handful of his clothes. You're blind. I'm lying on your car, and you still say you didn't hit me? Are you trying to run? Hey, hit a dead person ah. Hit a dead person ah. Su Lin laughed and asked, so what do you want? Pay up. You have to pay up. You're not leaving without $10,000. The old man was screaming pretty loud. The onlookers were a little hard to watch, so they said, obviously you lie down on other people's cars, and their cars didn't even move. That's right. You want to be shameless, come to our white horse town of foreign cars, have been blackmailed by you all over, right? Shame on you. You've disgraced our white horse town. Shameless, blackmail on sight. No wonder your wife ran away and your son disowned you. Deserve. End of chapter. Chapter 57. Your face hit my hand. Pay for it. The crowd was vocal in their condemnation, which knew that the old man didn't look ashamed at all, pulling his throat and cursing at others. What are you doing? There's too many of you to bully an old man like me. I'm shameless? Your mom's the one who's shameless? Your whole family is shameless. I blackmail? I'll blackmail. So what? If you're capable, you'll blackmail me too. All of you are so manly. You really think you're something good, giving birth to sons with no ass. You, old thing, you are too angry. Some people were so exasperated that they rolled up their sleeves and were ready to strike. As a result, the old thing directly leaned toward him. Come on, hit me. Have the guts to try moving me? See if I don't blackmail you a dump. Hit, you hit. The big brother with the rolled up sleeves was shivering with anger, but he didn't dare to really fight. Ordinary people, who are not afraid of being blackmailed by such old things. Anyone who holds up a person has to consider whether his family is rich or not. I have to say, that judge contributed a lot back then. Someone beside him also persuaded him, okay, don't end his general understanding. This old thing blackmail is notorious. When there is not a family, by him to blackmail the family lost all their money? I remember that family's daughter is still a wounded veteran. Were beaten by this old man. The crowd was talking. As a result, the old man heard and was quite pleased. Small, not cure you. Do not dare to hit me, then get out of the way. Do not delay the old man to make money. He let go of the man in triumph and plopped back down on Chippy's car and began to howl. Hit a man, hey. Hit a dead man, hey. Hit a man, hey. Don't want to leave without paying for it. Su Lin's heart fluttered. A veteran who was blackmailed out of his home? It's not frosting, is it? So he took out his cell phone and sent a message to White Frost. Where? White Frost replied in a second. Catching up on groceries? What about you? During the time that Su Lin was in Bygone Village, they actually contacted each other every day. V-mail chatting. Su Lin returned. Oh, I'm here in Xingjia supermarket. I was touched by an old man. Do you recognize it? With that, he snapped a picture of the old man and sent it over. As a result, a few seconds later, White Frost sent a horrified emoji. How did you mess with him? He is a famous scoundrel in our town, blackmailing people every day. When my father was blackmailed by him, he was not angry enough to push him, knocked his head, and as a result, he was blackmailed by more than $10,000. Before Su Lin could reply, she sent another message. Just wait, I'm nearby. I'll be right over. It's still true. Solian laughed. It was supposed to be just a rogue old man I met by accident. Just toss it aside. But now that he had learned that he had also blackmailed White Frost, he could not be let off so easily. At this point, the old man is still howling, and the more he howls, the more energized he gets. The car behind cannot pass. All ran over to see the fun. Some said, young man, you've met a scoundrel. Break the bank. We're still waiting to catch up. Some said, that's right, pay a little more or less to hurry up and get out of the way. There were also unidentified drivers who pointed at Su Lin and shouted, you hit someone, is it useful to stand there like a pole? Why don't you hurry to send someone to the hospital? Zippy came over and asked in a low voice, brother, what should we do? Su Lin smiled faintly, there's no rush. Let him howl first. Not a moment later, White Frost limped over from the crowd, looking anxious, beads of sweat still hanging on his white forehead. Actually, White Frost is quite pretty, with that cool white skin. Despite her military background, the grueling training hadn't left a trace of wind or sun on her body. Instead, it added a bit of valor to her. Su Lin, you guys didn't hit him, did you? White Frost anxiously approached Su Lin, almost falling because of her weak legs. Luckily, it was Surin who held her up with a hand. Chi-Pei bristled. No, sister-in-law. During this period of time, as soon as Su Lin arrived in White Horse Town, he met with White Frost, and over the three of them became acquainted. Chi-Pei even jokingly called by Frost's sister-in-law. Chippy, what are you babbling about? White Frost blushed and stole a glance at Su Lin. Chi-Pei hemmed and hawed. How could we have hit him? My car didn't even move. He plopped himself up. That's good. That's good. White Frost sighed with relief and said to the old man from afar, Uncle Lee, these two are my friends. Look at my face. This matter will be settled. So it is by Frost. The old man had a mocking look on his face. Your friend? You don't care if you bumped into me? You think you're somebody? What are you? Don't take a piss and look at yourself. A dead cripple. You really think you're a person? I'm telling you, if they don't pay up today, they can't leave, and it's no good for anyone to come. How can you? You only talk like that? White Frost's pretty face reddened with anger. Su Lin's face went cold as he patted White Frost's hand and asked, He hit you? White Frost hesitated and nodded. That was last year. He blackmailed my dad. I couldn't be angry enough to argue with him and was slapped several times by him. Ha! Su Lin looked over at the old man and felt the blood in his head start to boil again. He settled down, smiled and said to the old man, How much does it cost? The old man's face was joyful. $10,000. As long as you guys give me $10,000, I'll leave immediately. $10,000. No problem. Surin walked over and grabbed his hand. But how do you count the beating? What beating? The old man was dumbfounded and was just about to howl when Su Lin slapped him in the face, drawing blood from his mouth. Look, don't you just hit my hand? Got to pay for it, Surin said to himself. Ha! The old man was dumbfounded and started howling in response. It was clearly your hand that hit me. Why are you so smart? Su Lin smacked down a few more mouths, sending the old thing's few remaining teeth flying. A few slaps down, Su Lin opened his attribute panel to look at it in passing. It turned out that the Yama value had indeed risen from 830 points to 834 points. A slap and a bit of Yama's value. Pretty good. He slapped him several more times in a row, positively and negatively, and when he was done, he grabbed the old man's head and knocked it against the hood. Bang! 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 A few times. The hood was immediately smashed out several large craters. Smashed. The old man is also full of blood. You dare to hit someone? The old man was stoned for several seconds before he finally reacted, and howled in shock. Hit a person. Killed a person. Hit a person. Not only do not compensate money, but also to kill me. Everyone quickly come to see. Shut up. Surin grabbed his head and was about to knock it to the ground. Brother, no offense. No offense. Chi-Pei was startled and hurriedly pulled at Su Lin's arm, which narrowly prevented Su Lin from knocking the old man to death. Why did he feel that Su Lin was getting crazier and crazier? This good guy, without saying a word, he's going to someone to death. Awesome. White Frost was startled and hugged Su Lin's waist to prevent him from doing it, but her heart was inexplicably a little sweet. Is he because he heard me get hit? The old man was also frightened by Su Lin and sat on the ground howling for air. As the victim in question, he could best feel the murderous aura bubbling up from Su Lin's body. Nice guy. That's a real desire to kill him. Crazy. You're a crazy person. You really want to kill me? The old man crawled inside the crowd and came back with some guts, pointing at Su Lin and shaking uncontrollably. Surin grinned. Didn't you say we hit you? You want $10,000? I thought you have no injuries. The police came. Also not good to say is not it. So you leave some injuries. A moment the police came. You say it is we bumped you into this. You see, the car is still bumped. Pits it. The old man is a bit confused. Good guy. Feelings you beat me up. Or for my good. You're a nice guy. But on second thought. Photo. Wow. Just now, there was not a single injury on his own body. And no one would believe him if he said he had been hit. Now that it's better. It's more realistic with a bumped head. He got a little excited at the thought and started howling again. $20,000. No. $50,000. You're not leaving without $50,000. Catch up on reading. Ask for votes. Save the children. End of chapter. Chapter 58. I am the gale. When I sweep away all evil. By this time, there were more and more people and more traffic behind them. Su Lin picked up the old thing by the collar and threw him to the side of the road, telling Chi-Pei to move his car first to make way for the car behind him. Then he pulled White Frost to stand in front of the old thing once again. Little Frost, do you want to beat him up? Su Lin looked at Bifrost with a smile. Me? White Frost pointed to her nose, her expression struggling for a moment, but eventually gave out. I can't hit anyone. I'll get my parents in trouble. Su Lin patted her hand. Fight if you want to. I'll take the blame if something happens. How much should I pay? I'll pay it. You don't have to worry about it. Su Lin felt that White Frost's temper was too soft. It wouldn't work, it had to be remodeled. It's better to give up personal qualities and just go crazy when something happens. It's better to be angry at someone else than to lose out on yourself. White Frost still shook his head. It's not about the money. Though I also want to beat him, but, let it go. What do you want to do? I'm warning you guys, don't mess around. I'm calling the police. The police will be here soon. The old thing looked at Su Lin in horror. He was scared by Surin. Su Lin didn't pay any attention to him at all. He just said to Bai Frost, Xiao Frost, remember, although in this world, beating people can't solve all the problems, but there are some people he just owes to be beaten, and he can't do it without beating them. Just like this old thing. If he was killed the first time he blackmailed someone, is it true that he can't blackmail someone in the future? White Frost is a bit confused. You make such a good point. I'm speechless? What do you want? The old thing looked horrified. Su Lin walked over and picked up his collar and gave him a few slaps front and back, smacking the old thing's mouth full of blood. Frosty, watch. I'm only going to demonstrate once. There are some people in this world who he was born to be beaten. When he finished, he swung his big fist and gave the old thing an honest iron fist to the face. Ouch! The old thing screamed miserably, and after a few seconds his eyes began to glaze over. Solian asked after letting go of him and letting him sit on the ground. Say, did we just bump into you? No. It's me who watched your car didn't move, and took the initiative to leap out and touch the porcelain. The purpose is to blackmail a sum of money. The onlookers, including White Frost, were all dumbfounded. How's this for starting to tell the truth? Surin was very satisfied with the effect of the honest iron fist and nodded and asked, do you do this often? The old thing said, yes, I've set myself a goal of blackmailing at least 5 people per quarter. Good guy. You paralyze you a bumper. There is a plan and a goal. What a beep. The onlookers were in a collective uproar. Surin looked at them and asked, have you ever done anything else bad? Tell me. The old thing nodded. I've done a lot of bad things. Like the day before yesterday, I secretly buried a lot of rebar in the wheat field of Airdog's family, so that when his family harvested the wheat, they had to pay out a lot of money to the harvester. Asterisk. My undergarments nymphets. A big, burly man roared in anger and rushed over to kick the old thing to the ground. When he was about to fight again, Su Lin gave him a look that swept him back, and he continued to ask, and then there was the day before last, when I secretly put a nail in the tires of Jianlu's little car, causing them to blow out halfway down the road and get into a car accident that broke my youngest son's leg. Turned out to be you bastard. I get dead. A man in a suit rushed out, but was still stopped by Surin. It's not over yet. What else? Pick up the important ones. Su Lin asked again. The old thing seemed to hesitate for a moment, but when the system was produced, the effect was not something he could resist. After a moment's hesitation, the old thing said something that shocked everyone. I've also killed people. Solian narrowed his eyes. Murder? Say, I killed a total of 3 kids in town before and after, all buried in our yard. There is such a thing? Su Lin looked at White Frost in surprise. White Frost was horrified. Since the year before last, the town has lost a child every year. The faces of the onlookers also showed shock. As soon as Su Lin saw that 5 minutes was almost up, he hurriedly asked, what were their names? Why did you kill them? One's name is Jia Jia, whose first name I don't know. One's name is Nan Nan, a waif from the Zhang family in town. And one I don't know what her name is because they're all very pretty. Trough. So it's you, my Nan. A couple rushed out crying and jumped on top of the old thing and started beating it. This time, Su Lin didn't stop it, but pulled Bai Frost back a few steps to make room for the angry crowd. Son of a, so it's all this dog's doing. Damn it, beat him to death. Fight. Scum. Groove. I thought he was just touching the porcelain, but it turns out he has done so many bad things. Beat him. Shoot him. The people were outraged, and in a moment of anger, they all rushed up, punching and kicking the old thing. At this time, the effect of honest iron fist ended, and the old thing then reacted to what he had just said, and his face instantly turned a saucy purple color. Not me, and he tried to weasel his way out of it, but it was already too late. The rage of the masses formed a monstrous momentum in this moment, enough to burn all the evils of this world. Don't fight. Help. Spare me. I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore. Spare me. Help. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. The old thing's miserable screams gradually murmured and eventually turned into unconscious moans. By the time the police arrived, he had been beaten to his last breath, his arms and legs broken, with only a skin attached. He also had several broken ribs and was taken to the hospital and admitted directly to the ICU. Someone at the scene took video, and the police literally found 3 small bodies that had become white bones in his yard based on the video. Not only that, but even the bones of an adult were found. After identification, it turned out to be his wife who had left home a long time ago. Turns out his wife didn't leave him for dead. The matter is so clear at this point that the existing chain of evidence is perfectly adequate for a direct conviction, just waiting for the old thing to wake up and form a confession. Unexpectedly, however, perhaps the old thing knew he couldn't escape the law this time, and took advantage of the doctor's inattention to live out his sinful life. It's cheap. The townspeople spat viciously when they heard about it. Who would have thought the devil was around? For this kind of scum, they could not wait to eat their flesh and drink their blood in order to relieve their hatred. Although Surin and the crowd at the scene had their hands on the old thing, but because there was a reason for what happened and the law was not against it, so it wasn't held accountable. It was just a couple of painless admonishments by the police and it was fine. Dying in peace and causing trouble for the doctor. If there's shenanigans in this world, I wish him an eternity. In the car, Chippy hated the old thing's evil, and it did disgust him. At this point, they happened to be passing by the old thing's already seized home, and White Frost was in the car. Su Lin looked out the window, and after a slight stare, he suddenly shouted to stop the car. Chi-Pei stopped with a kick of the brakes, and Su Lin pulled open the car door and walked straight to the door of the old thing's house several meters away. Then, Zippy and White Frost watched as he took a few vicious swings, connecting with punches and kicks and making motions into the air. But for some reason, they both seemed to hear another not-so-clear scream in their ears. After a long time, Su Lin returned to the car, his face filled with an unimpeded to the extreme smile. Zippei looked at him and asked in surprise, "Brother, what were you doing just now?" "Didn't do anything, just beat the hell out of some scumbag." "Ha? What did you say?" The Chibai duo was dumbfounded. Su Lin, however, didn't say anything else and just looked out the window. At some point, the wind picked up. The sky, which had been incredibly cloudy just a moment ago, gradually revealed a refreshing blue color under the blowing of the gale. The world says that human nature is good, but sometimes you have to admit that some people in this world are just pure, innate, senseless evil. They will destroy the beauty and harm the goodness of this world with the greatest malice. And for these people, good and goodness tend to be passively on the side of disadvantage. It's like a bright sky covered with dark clouds. At this point, it is necessary for the gale to appear. It will be the most violent, the most unreasonable posture, sweeping the world, shaking the 4 directions, give the world a clean slate. In this instant, Su Lin understood the significance of the existence of the living Hades system, so he laughed. "I am the gale. When I sweep away all the evil in this world, catch up on reading, ask for votes, save the children." End of chapter. Chapter 59, 1,000 square feet villa. You drive a BYD? Su Lin, my leg, can it really be cured? In the car, White Frost asked. Afflicted, Su Lin nodded and said, "It's no problem." This time, when he returned to Jiangcheng, White Frost came along with him. Surin was going to take her to the hospital for another checkup to see how her leg was doing. White Frost looked at him and lowered his head again. "But, her leg was broken and now she's fitted with a prosthetic. How can she be cured? Reason tells this is not credible." But, this is what Surin said. For a while, White Frost was torn inside. Su Lin smiled and said, "You still don't trust me? Even if the doctor says there's no way, I still have a way to help you heal your leg." That really wasn't a comforting thing for him to say. There was one thing inside Yan Wang's mall called the Limb Restoration Dan. After a person ate it, it could restore the limbs as if they were the same as before. It just required 10,000 points of Yan Wang value, which he couldn't afford for the time being. But that's okay. After packing up the old thing, he realized that his Yan Wang value had unexpectedly risen from over 800 points to over 900, and was about to break 1,000. It showed him that he wasn't wrong in his thinking. "Well, I believe you." White Frost was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled sweetly, her face a little red. Chi-Pei in the front couldn't help but say, "Brother, sister-in-law, you two be individuals. I'm full of dog food." White Frost was even reddening her neck now, and she wanted to hide her head in her clothes. Su Lin gave him a kick through the back seat. "No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak." "Hey, brother, I'm still driving here. You're not afraid of a car wreck?" "Shut up." The 3 of them arrived in Jiangcheng City without any problems, and Chi-Pei left first because she had something else to do. Su Lin called to ask about the aunt's side of the situation. Learned that the mother and son too came to make trouble a few times. Stirring the business cannot do. When they were leaving, they said they would come back tomorrow. "Brother, hurry up and come." Lin Xiaoming's voice came out of the phone. Su Lin said, "You call me when the guys come tomorrow." Yeah, Hanging up the phone, Su-Lin thought about it and decided to go buy a car first. He's worth tens of millions of dollars now. And with a white frost, he can't just go out and take the bus. That would be too much of a drop. And it's been a long time since I've been back to the villa side. So I have to go and clean it. Originally, he was thinking of giving the villa to his aunt and Xiaoming. But the two men were so persuasive. They were dead set against it. In the end, Su-Lin could only give up, thinking that he would buy them a bigger house again in the future. That house they have now is an old neighborhood, part of a remodel, and it's not convenient to do anything. I heard that it will be demolished soon, so I should be able to get a lot of compensation as well. Get the car first. Su-Lin was so excited that he took White Frost and ran towards the automobile city. When I got to the place, I picked out half a day, and finally fell in love with a BYD song, which was a little over 100,000 and less than $200,000. It's kind of middle of the road. He is not thinking of buying a luxury car. This thing can walk on the line. There is no need to buy too expensive. As a result, when you pay, you find that the girl who sells the car is actually your junior high school classmate, whose name is Lily Huang. Because of his illness, Su-Lin finished junior high school and then did not study again, and finally was simply sent to a mental hospital. So education has always been a hard sell for him. Huang Lily was impressed when she realized it was Su-Lin. Okay, Su-Lin, you've made a fortune. You've bought a car. Another look at White Frost. Is this your girlfriend? White Frost shyly lowered her head and didn't say anything. Su-Lin came to a non-committal halt and asked with a smile. Lily Huang, when will the car be available? Lily Huang said. In the afternoon. It will take some time to do the formalities. This is the fastest. Okay, I'll come back this afternoon to get the car. No problem. Hey, by the way, there's a class reunion in a few days. Let's go together. Class reunion? Su-Lin hesitated. To be honest, he was rather indifferent to it, and he was not on good terms with his classmates at the time. We'll see about that when the time comes, he said. Okay, I'll contact you then and you can bring your girlfriend. Lily Huang glanced at White Frost again and laughed. After leaving the car dealership, Su-Lin and White Frost took a taxi straight to their villa. Upon arriving at the place and taking a look, White Frost's expression dimmed. Su-Lin, so you are so rich. Su-Lin was handsome and so rich. While she was a cripple, she was a bit ashamed of herself. Su-Lin lied with his mouth open. This is someone else's. I'm staying temporarily to help watch the house. It's equivalent to security. Oh, so, White Frost then broke into a smile. Entering the villa, a layer of dust had fallen inside because it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Su-Lin was going to get a cleaning company to come over and clean, but White Frost wouldn't let him. She said, you just bought a car, so you must not have much money left. So if you can save a little, I have nothing to do anyway, so let's clean it together. When she finished, she was so excited that she went off to find her tools, walking with a somewhat ridiculous limp. But Su-Lin thought she was so beautiful. Yeah, Su-Lin secretly laughed. This villa was huge. If the two of them cleaned it, they didn't know how long it would take. But since White Frost was so excited, he let him go. This cleaning was done right into the afternoon. White Frost was tired and lay directly on the ground. Her chest couldn't stop heaving. How much do you get paid to look at such a big villa all by yourself? Su-Lin was lying next to her. Not much, less than 100 million. White Frost didn't have the heart to say. Speak human. Ooh, 3,005. Shay, I thought how much? Bifrost rolled her eyes and added. That's not bad at all. My grant works out to less than 3,000 a month. Just right. What just so happened? She didn't say, and Su-Lin didn't ask. It was only after saying this that White Frost's face turned a little red. At that moment, the phone rang, and it was Lily Huang. The car paperwork is done. When are you coming to pick it up? Su-Lin lay down. Later. I'm too tired to move right now. I just cleaned my big villa of over 1,000 square feet. I'm exhausted. Shay, you think I believe it? 1,000 square foot villa? How dare you? You have 1,000 square foot villa. You drive a BYD. Huang Lily snorted. What's wrong with BYD? I support national products. After Su-Lin hung up the phone and lay down to rest for a while, he was ready to go with White Frost to pick up the car. You go? I'm not going. It's not even finished yet. I'll take a break and then continue. Don't let the other owner come back and find it dirty and dock your pay. Su-Lin nodded. That's fine. I'll stop by and buy some food and come back. There's nothing in this refrigerator. By the way, you can cook, right? Who are you looking down on? I'm a great cook. I'll let you taste my cooking when you come back. Then I'll be waiting. Su-Lin waved at her and went out to take a taxi to Auto City. The ride was uneventful, and when I got to the place, I saw that my own car was already titled and parked in the yard. Here's the paperwork. Take a look at it. And if there's no problem you can sign for the car. Lily Wong handed over a dossier bag. Sulin opened it and looked at it. And there was nothing wrong with it, so he signed it painfully and was ready to go. Hey wait. Huang Lily called out to him again. What are you doing? I'm getting off work. Can you give me a ride? No problem. Sulin shrugged. Lily Wong got into the car and didn't sit in the passenger side, but in the back seat. The co-pilot that's reserved for your girlfriend. I wouldn't dare to sit. Huang Lily said with a smile. She kinda gets it. She's got an eye for it. Solian laughed. Chatting all the way, they soon arrived at the door of Lily Huang's neighborhood. Okay, thanks I'm off. Lily Huang got out of the car and waved at Surin. You're welcome bye. Sulin waved at her as well. He was just about to leave. But just then, a man suddenly leapt out of the garden next to him. Could you Huang Lily Today can be considered by the old man to catch your adulterer. Right. Trough. Give me down. With that, the man kicked at the door of Sulin's car, making a big hole in the door. End of chapter. Chapter 60. You really want to kill someone? Sulin immediately felt the blood in his entire body rush to his head, and he almost couldn't hold back his outburst. Groovy. It's a new car he just bought. Taking another look at the man, with a slab of hair, a big waist, and a face full of horizontal meat, he was staring menacingly at Sulin. Pao Jian Gang. What are you doing? Huang Lily pushed that border hard, but didn't push, and anxiously went to touch Sulin's car door. Sulin closed his eyes and first calmed his anger with great effort. That's when he got out of the car. Who are you? Why did you kick my car? Slabhead pushed Huang Lily away and stepped forward to grab Sulin's collar and carry it upward with force. Groove. You've been caught by me, haven't you? Now I'll see what else you have to say. After saying that, he directly slammed his fist on Sulin's face. Slot. Sulin felt his blood boiling once again. Pao Jian Gang. What are you doing? You hurry to let go of him. He is my classmate. Huang Lily forcefully broke the hand of the boarder and anxiously said to Sulin. Sulin, are you okay? For Huang Lily's sake, Sulin calmed his anger once again and shook his head. It's fine. Although that boarder was porous, Sulin's strength was already as high as 11 points, and he didn't feel much pain. He touched his car door in pain. Groove. This he just bought a car What is this called He wasn't a stupid person, and knew that this man must be related to Lily Huang, and that he had been misunderstood. So far it's holding down the fire. He took a deep breath and suppressed the boiling blood. I'm Huang Lily's junior high school classmate. I picked up the car at her place today. I'm just dropping by to give her a ride. Nothing else? I'm afraid you've misunderstood. To be honest, Sulin seldom explained anything to others in such a serious manner. And the reason why he was able to do so today was that he was really looking at Huang Lily's face. If Wang Xingnin's family, Zhang Chuan's family, and Yang Dahai's family knew about this, their eyes would have to fall out. Can this living king of hell still give a good explanation? On this point, this slattern named Pao Jiangang was proud enough, which know that the plate-inch head but completely ungrateful, caricatured smile, said, Sulin is it? I remember you. You dare to sleep with my wife. Trough Nimas. Today to see the old man does not waste the Nimas. Saying that, he was about to go up and hit Sulin again. Huang Lily hurriedly blocked him and anxiously shouted, he's really my classmate. Don't mess around. As soon as he pushed Huang Lily away, he said with a twinkle in his eye, kid, you slept with my wife. If you don't want to get beaten up, take $100,000 out, or else, I'll make your family restless. Do you believe me? Oh, feelings are such a thing. Sulin laughed at once, his heart bursting with happiness. I thought it was a misunderstanding, and I was looking forward to explaining it to you. I didn't realize you were just after the money. You're just pretending to know, aren't you? Ro, outside Rue by Tefo. Huang Lily, is he really your husband? Sulin decided that it was better to take care of Huang Lily's face. If it was really her husband, he would just make him pay for the car. No, not. Huang Lily hurriedly shook her head. He is my boyfriend, or ex-boyfriend. Perfect. Outer Re is perfect. In the next second, Sulin kicked the boarder in the stomach, sending the boarder directly sitting on the ground. Lily Wong was confused for a moment. Being kicked in a daze, the boarder reacted after a few seconds, and roared with a face full of grimace. Asterisk 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 you dare to hit the old man with your hands. Sulin didn't even wait for him to finish his sentence. He kicked him in the face again, kicking his nosebleed like a fountain cutting out a rainbow, then went up and grabbed the neck and choked it to death. Kick my car, right? Hit me, right? I'll kill you today. Good guy. Sulin is really pinching the boarder's tongue outward, and started rolling his eyes, only out of breath not in. Huang Lili looked anxious and hurriedly came up and hugged Su Lin's waist and pulled back. Surin, let go of him. You're choking him to death. Let go. Being pulled by Huang Lili like this, Su Lin didn't want to hurt her, so he could only resentfully let go of his hand. Ahem. Ahem. The slattern who almost saw Hades fell on the ground and coughed vigorously, almost breaking his lung tubes. Crouch. You tread horse. You tread horse really wanna kill trough trough trough. Labor dry death. Solian stomped on his back again, stomping the slattern face down flat on the ground. Before he could get up, Su Lin stepped on his neck. Click. A strange sound came from his neck, and the kick nearly broke Slate's neck. Slabhead almost died in place from the pain. Reacting and busily using the lazy donkey roll move to escape far away, pointing at Su Lin and cursing in horror. You're crazy. You're crazy. How can you fight like that? How can you fight like this? What kind of man fights like this? You're really killing me? Su Lin laughed and chased after him. Fight? Who the hell is fighting with you? I want you dead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Still coming? Just you wait. This isn't over. Platehead scared, climbed up and ran for his life, like a wild boar off the reins. A smoke and disappeared. Chasing cannot catch up. Su Lin chased half a day did not catch up. Chagrined a passing dog beat. The dog aggravated straight tears, wailed and went after the platehead to bite away. You're a fast runner. Su Lin cursed. Back to the car. Huang Lili said with red eyes. Right. Sorry Su Lin. I want to find a way to compensate you. Su Lin waved his hand. No. I'll make sure of two things with you right now. First, this man doesn't have anything to do with you right now, right? Lily Huang shook her head. It's okay, he's my ex-boyfriend, a fitness trainer. I met him at the gym, but it's long broken up now, but he keeps pestering me. Finished and lowered his head and added, I have several friends who have been blackmailed by him. He is a scum. Scum? Su Lin felt particularly happy at once, as if he had seen another large amount of points. Good for you. Labor is looking for scum. He held out a second finger. Second, you won't be hurt if I get him, will you? No way, Huang Lili said, then looked at Su Lin in horror. You're not really going to kill him, are you? She remembered that when she was in school, a classmate had broken something of Su Lin's but refused to pay for it. Su Lin almost killed him in the classroom at that time, couldn't even pull him out, but finally the teacher came to stop him. The next day his parents blocked Su Lin in front of the school, only to be almost wasted on the spot by Su Lin carrying an iron bar. After that student saw Su Lin in the future and walked around, never daring to touch Su Lin's things. Su Lin laughed fiercely. It's too cheap to kill him. Wrecking Raoul's car. Raoul will make his life worse than death. After saying that, he directly took out the phone and called Chi Pei Z. Come to life. Labor's car was smashed. You check someone for me. Called Bao Jiangang. After hanging up the phone, Su Lin was just about to talk to Huang Lili when the phone rang again. Lin Xiaoming's anxious voice came from the receiver after he picked up. Brother, that old woman is here again. End of chapter. Chapter 61, not living? Then you can go to hell. It's okay, let her make a scene. I'll make her spit it out however she wants. Su Lin comforted Lin Xiaoming on the phone, emotionally stable but full of another compelling power. Lin Xiaoming opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but it didn't come out. For a moment, a very strange thought occurred to her. If only I were as mentally ill as my brother. Chen Xiaomei continues to be a demon. She walked into the store as if no one else was there, and with a sweeping motion of her hand, all the bottles and jars on the table fell to the floor, and the various spices immediately drew messy pictures on the floor. There were some other diners in the store at this time, and they couldn't avoid being splattered with spices. The old woman didn't even look at them, and continued to do her evil while cursing under her breath. Let you bully me. Let you bully me. How do you do that? Su Lingwan angry, rushed to pull. I did not expect the old woman's strength is quite big. Push her to the ground. Now even Shui Wenqing, such a kind person, couldn't help himself and grabbed something in his hand and rushed over to hit her. Chen Xiaomei froze for a moment, then pulled up the corner of her mouth. Fine. You dare to hit me? Do you dare to touch me and try? She pressed herself towards Shui Wenqing, pointing to the top of her head and shouting, come on, come and hit me. If you're capable, hit me a little. It was a complete picture that she couldn't wait for Shui Wenqing to hurry up and beat her so that she could blackmail her. Shui Wenqing was trembling with anger at this old woman, and the veins on his hands rose. A kind person next to her warned, little girl, you must not do anything. The moment you touch her, she will fall down and blackmail you. The old woman sniffed and glared viciously at the man, smacking him for spoiling her good deed, and opened her mouth to curse, blackmail your mother, blackmail your whole family without an asshole, go out and get hit by a car. You The man was pissed off enough. Tossed out of control, Su Lingwan had to call the police again. While waiting for the police to arrive, Chen Xiaomei continued to make a scene, throwing everything on the table to the ground. When someone comes in the store, he spits on them and throws them out. They even tore off their business licenses and food safety permits and patted their feet and stomped on them hard. Lin Xiaoming tried to stop her, and this old woman even grabbed Lin Xiaoming's hand and hit her face. Hit me ah, have the guts to beat me to death? She grabbed Lin Xiaoming and did not let go, shouting at the top of her voice, hit ah, everyone come and see ah, hit ah, there are small beasts hit me. Small beasts hit me, this old woman ah, really not human. Exasperated Lin Xiaoming to the point of tears. When she made such a mess, where could the customers in the store stay? Like last time, they all got up and left. Some of them didn't even settle the bill. Su Lingjuan's restaurant was originally doing business with familiar customers, and with her making such a mess last time, business was already bad. If we pull a stunt like this today, no one will come back. But neither Su Lingwan nor Lin Xiaoming dared to touch her. They were just trembling with anger. Really cannot see. Su Lingwan cannot help but say, Chen Xiaomei, you are really ungrateful. Eat for nothing for several years. You not only do not thank, but, instead, you are still like this. Your conscience? Where is your conscience? But Chen Xiaomei's voice was even higher than hers. Su Lingwan, you son of a, tell me properly, which time did I not pay? What do you mean I didn't pay? What do you mean? I'm freeloading? You've wronged me. I've paid every time. When did you pay? Lin Xiaoming asked in exasperation. Chen Xiaomei pushed Lin Xiaoming to sit on the ground with one hand. You little, I'm talking to your whore mom. Whose turn is it for you to tell me what to do? How are you? Unreasonable? Lin Xiaoming cried in anger. I'm being unreasonable? When was I unreasonable? Oh, you guys hid the buns, didn't give them to my old man, and beat up my old man, so you paid out $2,000, and you're sending out screamers? With that, he simply sat down on the ground and stomped his legs as if they were twitching, howling as he did so. Everyone quickly look at ah, mother and daughter two together to beat me, an old woman ah, but also wrongly accused me. Cannot live ah. Everyone to comment on ah. Someone couldn't stand it and said, it's obvious that you're the one who eats for free, but you turn around and say that people beat you up. Are you still not a human being? The old woman opened her mouth and cursed. You're the one who's not a human being. Your family is not a human being. I curse you to be hit by a car when you go out. And I curse your whole family to be hit by a car when you go out. Squashed and crushed into mud. You, groove. That was such a vicious thing to say that the man was furious and punched his fist on the table. The old woman got more energized and screamed at the man. Hit me. Come on. Hit me. You old undead thing. I don't see eye to eye with you. The man had no choice but to not look at her. Che, dog. Let's say you don't have the guts. The old demon woman got even more energized and shouted in the store. Luckily, the police came at this time, didn't even need to understand the situation, pointed at Chen Xiaomei and said, why is it you again? Get up. Chen Xiaomei continued to splash around. I can't get up. They broke my leg. Ouch. Let them pay for it. Lin Xiaoming gasped. You've been freeloading in our house for several years, and we haven't even asked you for money, and now you have the nerve to ask us for money? Chen Xiaomei pulled on Lin Xiaoming's pants leg as soon as she could. I don't care. You have to give me the money. I won't get up until you do. Lin Xiaoming struggled a few times, could not break free, and could only ask the police with red eyes. Is this considered extortion? The policeman sighed. Hey, after all, she's old, we can't do anything with her. Only mediation. Lin Xiaoming was furious. You can do whatever you want just because you're older? Why? The policeman shook his head and said to Chen Xiaomei, you get up first. Have a word. People are kind enough to let you eat for free, so at least have a little conscience. Chen Xiaomei, oil and salt. What free meals? Are taking the rest of others to send me off. Besides, I'm an old man. How much can I eat? Chinese people all respect the old and love the young. It's only natural for me to eat her. And if she dares to collect money, she has no morals and no quality. The policeman was also rendered speechless by the whole thing when he touched his forehead. This can't communicate at all. If a young man had done that, they'd have cuffed him, but the old woman was 60 or 70 years old, so they couldn't do anything about it. Finally, the old woman left with hatred after a good deal of persuasion. Why don't you guys coordinate? We have business. The police also have a headache. They really can't do anything when they meet this kind of thing. What I didn't realize was that the police had just left and this old woman came back. As soon as he entered the door, he made a trip to the ground and began to dryly howl. Hey, yell. Hit people ah. Hit people ah. You bullies. But also to find the police to bully me. I don't live ah. Don't pay the money. I'm going to die here you guys. You guys for me to send the funeral ah. Su Lingwan was so angry that she dropped her cup, but she still couldn't do anything about this old woman. In the end, we could only take another $1,000, ready to money to eliminate the disaster and put the matter to rest. As a result, this old woman took the money and put it in her pocket. Then she lay down on the ground again and started to howl. Just $1,000. To send off the caller? I owe my leg ah. I owe my arm ah. Were you guys broke ah? I owe pain ah. I do not live ah. As she was howling, she suddenly heard a sorrowful voice whisper in her ear. Not living? Then you can go to hell. Gentlemen, can you vote? End of chapter. Chapter 62. I'm really in love with you. The old woman froze and turned her head, ready to see who had the audacity to tell her to go to hell. As a result, before he could even turn his neck, he suddenly felt a spinning of the sky. When I opened my eyes again, people were running out the front door. It was only then that a pain, like a drill, surged up. Oy vey, oy vey. She covered her ass and screamed in agony. To die ah, hit people ah, killed people ah, mother and daughter hit people ah, threw me out of it ah. She howled and shouted at the same time. Well, she didn't even see who threw it at her. Lin Xiaoming called out in surprise. Brother! A brother called, and tears came to his eyes. Su Lingzhuan's eyes also glowed straight red. For some reason, she also wanted to cry when she saw Su Lin at this moment. Su Lin waved his hand at them, squatted down and asked with a smile. Granny, what happened ah? Tell me. I'll judge you. I'm a person who likes to be reasonable. Their family runs a restaurant does not give me food, but also beat people. Hey not, who are you? What's it to you? Halfway through his sentence, the old thing realized that something was wrong and glared at Su Lin with his eyes. Oh, look at your memory. I'm your father. Su Lin slapped her old face, smacking the old thing with a nosebleed and a confused face. Before she could react, Su Lin kicked again, sending the old thing sliding out along the ground. You dare to hit someone? The old thing was lying on the ground with a stunned and flustered face, his eyes full of disbelief. She couldn't believe that someone actually dared to hit her. Aren't you talking nonsense? I've fought and you're asking me if I dare? Then I'll just have to prove it to you again. Su Lin walked over to Chen Xiaomei, and with a sweeping leg, he swept her to the side of the road again, hitting her head. Reacted Chen Xiaomei. People are stupid. Ripped open the voice and howled. Shocking. Help! Help! Killed someone ah! Everyone call the police ah! However, the onlookers had long been waiting for someone to treat her, and then Su Lin appeared, and was having a good time. So how could they help her call the police? Not only did they not help her call the police, but instead they stood in a circle with a tacit understanding, blocking her escape route. Solian smiled sardonically and walked towards her. The old thing was terrified, pointing at Su Lin to start cursing. You dog thing, you dare to hit me. I have no pain. It turned out that it was Su Lin who had kicked her in the mouth, kicking her dentures out. Yes, the old thing almost didn't pass out from the pain, and there were even people screaming beside him. Su Lin was about to go over and give her 2 more kicks when a voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Sin detected. System releasing mission. Mission 2, punish the ungrateful. Mission completion, 0%. Completion of tasks will be rewarded accordingly. Ungrateful? Really looking for him 1,000 times. Suddenly looking back, that person is in the lights. Su Lin was worried that there was no place to complete the reward from the mall, but he didn't expect to meet true love around the corner. That can't be played to death all at once. You have to play slowly. At this moment, the old thing had just slowed down, pointing at Su Lin and wanting to put out harsh words. You are finished. You dare to hit me. I am not finished with you. Su Lin just took the task. The heart rejoiced, squatted down and hugged her face on Manhwa. A big kiss. I but really love you. Crowd, oh, old thing. Sigma. The old thing panicked a batch and crawled backward in a deadly attempt to escape from Su Lin's clutches. I'm so excited. So where is your house? Where's your house? I'll go home later? Surin said. You arch far away. The old thing by this mouth to get some nerve disorders, also do not care about the pain, climbed up and ran for his life. A smoke on the invisible shadow. The crowd is looking dumbfounded, saying that it can still be like this? Even Su Lingwan and Lin Xiaoming looked at Su Lin in a strange way. Ahem. It's okay. Everyone disperse? All of you. Surin dispersed the onlookers into the store, looking at the room full of wreckage. Su Lingwan said not to come. Blah straight tears. Su Lin comforted her. It's okay auntie, turn around and I'll find another place and open a bigger and better store for you. After a few words of comfort, Zippy came in holding a suitcase. As soon as I walked in the door, I said, brother, I've got the stuff for you in the invoice. Really? Su Lin asked. Of course, as you commanded. Fake. Who takes the real one for them to play with? Zippy took a porcelain vase out of the box and placed it on the table. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you now. $1 million, right? Brother, no need to spin. This thing is practically $100. That won't work. Do the whole thing. I want the record of this transfer. Well, I'll transfer it to you later. Su Lin took out his cell phone and transferred $1 million to Chi Pei on the spot, leaving a record of the transfer. Chi Pei said again, brother, you let me check the bag Jin just I also found. In the south of that jazz fitness gym as a coach. This is not a good thing. As much as with the female trainees to eat soft rice. How to get? You say a word. There's no rush. He won't get his turn until my side is taken care of. Keep an eye on it first. Okay, that's fine. I'll go first. Chi Pei gave Su Lingwan and Lin Xiaoming a greeting and left in a hurry. After he left, Su Lingwan and Lin Xiaoming surveyed the porcelain with puzzled faces. Kobayashi, what is this porcelain for? Su Lin laughed. Doesn't she like to smash stores? It's fine. When she comes next time, you guys don't care? Let her smash it and smash it well. Sure enough, by the next day, Chen Xiaomei came again, but this time she didn't come alone. She brought his asshole son with her, and pushed a wheelchair and looked miserable with bandages on her feet and head. His son had come to the store with a wheelchair, a high and mighty look on his face. Looks like he's pretty proud of his mom for taking a beating. As soon as the old thing reached the door of the hotel, he began his customary dry howl. Hey, neighbors, come and see. The owner of this restaurant beat up someone. Poor me. An old woman. My head is broken. My legs are broken. I'm so poor. While she was howling, his son stormed into the store in one smooth motion, grabbing a stick and banging the table. Don't eat it, don't eat it. We're not doing business today. Hurry up and leave. There will be 7 or 8 people in the store who are eating, and when they look at this situation, they don't eat, and change into the mode of watching the fun. There was even an arch-fire of a question. What's going on? How did the old lady get hurt? Seeing someone ask, the old thing more energized, howling, their family is too shameless, teamed up to bully me and old bones. Not only wrongly accused me of not paying for food, but also let people beat me. Look at what I've done. My dentures are gone. She pointed at Surin and howled even more vigorously. The old man's son, his face full of flesh, took over the ing conversation and said loudly, what's going on? They broke my mom's legs and smashed her head, and not only did they pay for it, but they also molested my mom. So judge for yourselves. Where in the world can you find such a thing? Put. A few dinner people almost laughed and sprayed, and said that your mom looks like a wooden stake has become a spirit. Molesting your mom is a benefit for her. In that case, it seems like it's really this store's fault. That's right. If you hit someone, you must pay for it, right? 10,000, that's not enough. At least 100,000. No, 200,000. A few diners talked to each other. Listening to the cross-fleshed man and the old thing is the heart of anger. However, what he didn't know was that these few diners were all found by Su Lin and specialized in arching the fire. No say, pay for it. I don't ask for much. 300,000 bytes. Give the money and we'll leave immediately. And we won't pursue the matter of you molesting my mom. The cross-fleshed man held out his hand. Su Lin deliberately said, I won't pay for it. What can you do to me? Not paying for it? You want to deny it? Fine. Then you won't be able to keep this store open. The cross-fleshed man bangs the table with his stick. A few diners continue to arch the fire. That's right. Don't open a store without losing money. And such a scoundrel, smashing his store. That's right. Young man, don't be afraid. We have the advantage in this matter. Even if we smash his store, no one will say anything. My own mother was molested. If it were me, I'd have to smash up their whole store. You wouldn't dare, would you? The cross-fleshed man grew agitated under the continuous arching fire of several men. He originally seemed to be making quite a scene, but actually had a sense of proportion. The smash things also specialize in some cheap things, such as seasonings, dishes and so on. But now, when they are arched in fire by these people, they gradually lose their senses and become red-eyed. I don't dare, paralyzed. I'll have to let him know who I am today. He kicked over the table and started smashing things in the store. Gentlemen, can you vote? End of chapter. Chapter 63. Who has QR codes printed on their antiques? The cross-fleshed man laughed and threw the things on the table to the ground one by one, while still saying, if you don't pay for the money, I'll smash everything here. Ha ha, watching your own store being smashed. Heartache, right? Lin Xiaoming wanted to rush up several times, but was stopped by Su Lin. Brother. Lin Xiaoming's eyes were red with disbelief. Su Lin whispered, there's no rush. Let him smash. The more joyful he smashes now, the more he'll turn around and cry. Seeing that no one cared about him, the cross-fleshed man was a bit angry and smashed even faster, not only overturning all the tables in the restaurant, but also scattering the things on the tables all over the place, and smashed all the glass in the front of the store. Su Lingwan, who was watching, wanted to go and stop him several times, but after looking at Su Lin, he dismissed the idea. Although she didn't understand why Surin watched him smash things, she believed that he must have his own reasons for doing so. Just like that, the cross-fleshed man had a flurry of smashes, and Solian watched with cold eyes. Finally, he came across the bottle on the counter. Su Lin raised his head and looked at him with a smirk. Hey, don't smash that. That's precious to me. Groove. I won't smash if you say I won't. Do you think I'm Doraemon? Who responds to requests? He picked up the bottle and dropped it on the floor without thinking. Snap. The bottle shattered in response, becoming a floor of broken porcelain. Ha ha, I'll smash it. Hey, angry, angry? The cross-fleshed man proudly pointed at Su Lin. Su Lin also laughed, happily, and after he finished laughing he looked at the cross-fleshed man and said, "You're finished. I paid $1 million for this bottle." Ha! The cross-fleshed man froze and looked a little flustered, but then he went cross again. What are you farting about? A broken bottle is worth $1 million? Who are you trying to fool? Who do you think I am? As it turns out, you're a ing. Zippy came out of nowhere and threw the invoice, a copy of the purchase contract, directly in front of him. This stuff is all prepared ahead of time, all in one place. See for yourself. This bottle came out of the official kiln of the Qing dynasty, something used by Emperor Qianlong, the only one of its kind in the world. And now you've smashed it. Pay for it. Su Lingwan and Lin Xiaoming finally realized what Su Lin was doing and had happy smiles on their faces. Their restaurant was already quite outdated in terms of decoration, and they were originally going to redecorate when they came back this time. Now it's good to have the money for the renovation. The cross-fleshed man incredulously picked up the invoice and the purchase contract, stared wide-eyed and carefully looked at it for half a day, and even took out his cell phone to check the invoice code, and finally panicked after realizing that it was real. What? This is an antique? Antiques you put on the counter as bottles? Su Lin shrugged. I'll put it wherever I like. What do you care? The cross-fleshed man's hands shook a little, and he squatted down to pick up those porcelain tiles to look at them. And suddenly, he screamed with excitement as he held one of the tiles. It's not even an antique. Look, it's got a QR code printed on it. He took out his cell phone and scanned it, resulting in a line being displayed on it. Made during the reign of Ming Hanwu. Look, look, look. This is a fake. You just said it was from the Qing dynasty, used by Master Qianlong, and now it's swept out to be from the Ming dynasty. Who are you fooling? The cross-fleshed man perked up. Solian said, isn't that worth more? Qipei made a chagrined expression. Then I sold it at a loss. The cross-fleshed man was furious. Do you two take me for? Whose antiques have QR codes printed on them? This is obviously a fake antique. Su Lin coldly laughed. You care if I'm really fake. In any case, this is something I bought for $1 million. Hurry up and pay for it. Horizontal meat man anxious. You tread horse. On this thing, I go to the roadside stall to buy hundreds of random. He suddenly reacted. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you guys set me up? He directly drew his knife and said fiercely. Nima, you dare to set up a trap to pit me. The old son abolished you. Maybe he was really overwhelmed by anger. Or maybe it was just his nature. In any case, after taking out the knife, he actually stabbed at Su Lin, not even bringing a retracted hand. Su Lin was immediately excited. That's proper self-defense. Su Lin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Where could he let it go at this moment? A close knee to the cross-fleshed man's stomach. The cross-fleshed man staggered back with a muffled grunt. Su Lin had a bright idea and sent his arm over in a smooth manner, allowing the dagger in the cross-fleshed man's hand to make a shallow bloodstain on his arm. The two little people in my head were dying of excitement, banging their drums and shouting, "It can be done! It can be done!" Surin's left hand grabbed the wrist of the cross-fleshed man. His right arm followed the trend of a vigorous downward pressure. Ka-ching! The cross-fleshed man instantly screamed. My arm! The dagger in his hand was about to fall out of his hand as he screamed in agony. Su Lin inadvertently pinched his fingers, which resulted in him tightening his grip on the dagger again. Not only did he hold it, but by Su Lin taking it so far, the dagger also dipped closer to Su Lin's neck. It looked as if the cross-fleshed man was going to stab Surin in the neck. Su Lin slightly sidestepped, as if to get out of the way of the dagger, but the right leg had long since swept out viciously across the room. Clack clack clack. Aha! Legs! My legs! One of the cross-fleshed man's legs was directly swept off, and the man instantly collapsed to the ground, holding his twisted and numb leg with one arm and continuously screaming in misery. The situation on the ground is changing so fast that, by the time the crowd reacted, The cross-fleshed man was lying on the ground screaming, his arms and legs broken. Su Lin, however, had no intention of letting him go and squatted in front of him. Oops, the legs are becoming numb. Let me break them straight for you. With that, he broke the cross-fleshed man's legs hard and straight again. Let go Ah Hong Dan. Horizontal meat man's face became wax yellow in pain. His sanity was a little unclear, howling like a dead father. It was only then that the old thing reacted, screaming and lunging from his wheelchair. Ah, help, murder, murder. Su Lin was given a headache by the noise, and in passing, he took off the leather shoes of the cross-fleshed man and shoved them into the old thing's mouth. Ooh-hoo, help, help ooh-hoo. The old thing tried desperately to yank the leather shoe out, only to have his dentures get on it. My new dentures not, you have the right to hit my son. The old thing was so angry that he was almost confused and tried to grab Su Lin's face, but he was slapped on the ground by Su Lin and went to look for false teeth. Horizontal meat man resistance is not bad. Hands and feet have been broken, like a dead dog on the ground, but still have the strength to put a vicious word. You're done. Bastard, you're done. You dare to hit me. Wait, for me to turn around and get you killed. Turn back? Su Lin grabbed his hair and stiffened him back. Is that the way to turn back? Ho ho, ho ho. The cross-fleshed man's neck was nearly broken and he began to roll his eyes. At the sight of it, the old thing didn't care about picking at his dentures and pounced up to fight with Su Lin. Su Lin let go of the cross-fleshed man and slapped the old thing right in the face again, smacking her so hard that she almost died in place, her face swollen. Originally, Su Lin had proceeded to beat her, but he inadvertently checked her remorse value and found that it was only 7 points. Looks like this old thing doesn't have any regrets right now. Surin changed his mind. There's no rush. Let's play slowly, Su Lin thought with a cold smile. Gentlemen, can you vote? End of chapter. Chapter 64. I know, but I just want to kill them. Passers-by helped call the police. When the police arrived, they were shocked at the scene, rushed to open first and called 120. Why you again? Didn't I tell you to stay out of trouble? The police officer asked, shaking his head as he checked the cross-fleshed man's injuries. No, it wasn't me who caused the trouble. He hit me first. The cross-fleshed man was sweating in pain, a picture of a half-dead man, but still struggled to tell the police. Police comrades, you can do it for me. I am almost killed by him. With that, he broke down and cried. What's there to howl about? It won't kill you. The policeman disliked the cross-fleshed man and asked Su Lin seriously. What's going on? Su Lin said seriously. He took out a knife to kill me. I could only be forced into self-defense. Oh yeah, this is called triggering unlimited defense in legal terms, right? That also requires evidence. Is there any surveillance? The police looked at Su Lin and asked. Maybe the cross-fleshed guy is no good or has a record. All in all, the police were quite polite to Surin. Surveillance? The surveillance was smashed by me a long time ago. The cross-fleshed man sneered in his heart. He wasn't stupid enough to leave evidence against himself. So the first thing he did when he started trashing the store was to trash the security cameras. There's no surveillance. I'll see how you can say it clearly. He did not think without complacency, but ended up accidentally touching the wound, and immediately shivered in pain. Surin said, yes, feel free to check it out. Where's the surveillance? The cross-fleshed man froze, and then the next second, he saw Su Lin flip out a camera from the corner of the counter, still disguised as a fortune teller. Asterisk. The cross-fleshed man was dumbfounded. He didn't realize that there was even a camera in the place, which played havoc. The cross-fleshed man wilted at once. The crowd looked at his expression and enjoyed it. He was going to smash the surveillance. How could Surin not have thought of that? So when you enter the door, you put a fortune cookie camera there. High definition. Shooting can be clear. He has more than 100 ocean it. The police pulled up the surveillance and it was clear as day that it was really self-defense. Deserved to die. The policeman shook his head. Hey not, comrade police. The injured is me. You did not see my hands and feet are broken? There is no God's justice. The cross-fleshed man was so aggrieved that he almost cried out. The policeman said, you stabbed someone with a knife. You were about to kill them, and you didn't allow them to fight back? How can there be such a thing? I just scared him. I didn't want to really zap him. The cross-fleshed man was about to spit blood. The old thing still wanted to mess around, tearing at Su Lin's clothes and screaming. I don't care. He beat my son like that. My poor son. Have to pay. Well. It's really falling out of the money by now. Not forgetting to lose money. Surin didn't hold back and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm into her mouth. You, how do you spit on people? Vomit. The police were also confused. Hey no, can you Not vomit in front of us? Weirdly disgusting. Solian said. Then you guys turn around and I'll throw up. The old thing was going crazy, vomiting while pulling on Su Lin's clothes and saying, "Dead man," spitting in someone's mouth. Surin didn't even bother to correct her that it was phlegm, breaking her fingers one by one and saying, "You guys better think about how to compensate me for the money. A whole $1 million. I give you 3 days to prepare time? By then you cannot pay back the money." He paused, scowling. "I'll get you." The old thing withdrew his finger in terror and began to howl. "Comrade policeman, look at him. Look at him." The policeman warned Su Lin. "Don't mess around. It's against the law. You'll go to jail." Solian said. "I know, but I just want to get them killed." You stepping horse crazy ah? The cross-fleshed man screamed as he lay on the ground. "What's going on?" The cop asked as soon as he saw there was something else going on. Horizontal Meat Man heard this, as if it did not hurt, shouting at the top of his voice, "Comrade police, he took a fake antique to harm me. Said it was worth $1 million. There is also a 2-dimensional code on it. It is the ground stalls to get." "That's right. That's a fake. He's going to blackmail me for $1 million. The old thing also hurriedly shouted. The police officer understood the situation and stifled a laugh to give the two legally illiterate people the benefit of the doubt. The value of the item does not lie in its own value, but in the amount of money paid by the owner. People, this bottle is $1 million to buy. There are invoices. There are payment records. That the value is $1 million. Understand?" The cross-fleshed man and the old thing froze for a while, then suddenly reacted and pointed at Su Lin and said sharply, "You set this up in advance and you lied to me?" Shi Pei mocked. "What did I lie to you about? Did they ask you to smash the store? Or did they beg you to smash the bottle?" The sidewalk eaters helped. "That's right. You smashed up someone's store. And you're being mean. And you won't allow them to resist? That's right. Weren't you pretty wild when you were bullying people? Now what? And you tried to kill people with a knife. And they were forced to do it. And that's when they started fighting back. Scum. No quality. Tofu has brains. You don't?" The cross-meat man was all stupid, shivering and pointing at them. "You guys, didn't he say this just now?" In the end, the cross-fleshed man was sent to the hospital, and Su Lin followed the police to take a statement. He was then instructed not to leave Jiangqing City in the near future, and then returned. The legitimate defense is very clear and not in doubt. Of course, it's up to the judge to decide what to do in the end. Incidentally, Solem also sued the mother and son for that $1 million. But cases don't move that fast. You have to wait a while. Zippy made connections to speed up the process a little bit, and it's estimated that there's a week's worth of time before the results come out. However, what no one expected was that 2 days later, the mother and son withdrew the prosecution of Su Lin's beating, which surprised Su Lin for a while. "Don't think that means you don't have to pay for it, do you?" Solian thought with a sneer. "The restaurant won't be open for a while. It'll take a while to redecorate." Su Lin had received both his aunt and Lin Xiaoming in his large villa, and the two of them got along very well with Bifrost. As good as one. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Lin took Bifrost on a trip to the field and helped him customize a new type of bionic prosthetic limb, which, when worn without paying attention, is no different from a real leg. Walking wasn't the limp it used to be, basically no different than a regular person walking. However, Su Lin was still not too satisfied, thinking that when he saved up enough points in the future, he would help Whitefrost exchange a limb recovery pill to eat. Straight up. Let her legs grow. "Thank you, Surin." Whitefrost's reddish little face was all happy and blissful. During this period, Shi Pei had been looking for someone to keep an eye on Chen Xiaomei's side, reporting their movements to Su Lin from time to time. Her son is out of the hospital, recuperating at home. The old thing is serving. "Brother, you're not letting them off the hook, are you?" On the phone, Shi Pei reported the latest movements of that mother and son to Su Lin. "Spare them?" Su Lin laughed. "How can that be? I'm going to play with the two of them, mother and son, regretting it as much as your grandchildren. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother, you say this makes me all shiver. They offend you. Is considered finished. And not right. Why is my grandson not your grandson? Because I don't need such an unqualified grandchild. And you're just right. Brother, you curse so dirty. Anyway, stay out of this. By the way, how are you doing on that fitness instructor?" He hadn't forgotten that his new car had a pothole in it. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. But Su Lin is not a gentleman. He is a real villain. No morals and no quality. Villainous revenge. It would have to be from morning to night. You can rest assured that I'll do my job. Everything that should be prepared is ready. Just waiting for your word. All right, go. After hanging up the phone, Su Lin gave the three people a greeting and went out to drive his car away, kneeling down to catch up on reading and asking for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Let's play a Jedi game. If you win, you don't have to pay back the money. When Su Lin and Chi Pei found that jazz gym, Pao Jiangang was instructing an enchanting woman in fitness. This dog's body is almost on people's body, and his hands are not honest, taking the opportunity to instruct and mooching in the process. But the woman seemed to be enjoying herself quite a bit, and was eyeballing the two of them with Pao Jiangang, obviously a couple of dogs. Su Lin walked over and patted Pao Jiangang's shoulder, and the dog twisted his head and asked impatiently, "Who? Your father?" Su Lin slapped him right in the face, staggering him back. Not even waiting for him to react, Su Lin kicked him in the forehead again, kicking the dog directly to the ground. What gives you the right to hit my boyfriend?" The woman next to him got anxious and even reached out to grab Su Lin's hair. Su Lin was happy. Originally he did not intend to do anything to this woman. Now look, good guy, feelings you two have long been hooked up. That's fine, since it's such a good match, let's get together. Su Lin directly rewarded her with a painful slap, causing the woman to squat next to her and cry. Ouch, 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 hiss. Bao Jian just screamed as he was kicked miserably by Su Lin and looked up to see that it was Su Lin. Well, so it's you. I haven't looked for you in Tama. Drafting? Pay back. Just as the words came out, Su Lin kicked him in the mouth again, kicking back the latter half of the words. Oh. You. Pao Jiangang covered his mouth and couldn't speak anymore. As soon as the surrounding people saw the fight, they gathered around to start the watching mode. Several fitness trainers rushed over and surrounded Su Lin. What are you doing? Why are you hitting people? Chi Pei led the way out. Gentlemen, it's none of your business. This kid owes us money. Not only do not pay back, but also smashed my brother's car. Do you think he should not be beaten? Oh, money? A few fitness trainers hesitated and looked at Bao Jiangang. Bao Jiangang became anxious. Nonsense. Who owes you money? I don't even know who you are. Chi Pei was not in a hurry. Smilingly pulled out a few pieces of paper from his pocket. If you don't know me, you always know the IOUs you wrote. When Bao Jiangang took a look, he trembled and his face went black, pointing at Chi Pei in horror and asking, "Who in the world are you? Who in the world are you? How could these IOUs be in your hands? Then you don't need to care. Anyway, hurry up and pay back the money. The total is $345,032. I'll wipe a zero for you. You pay back 400,000. Zippy sneered. The crowd was baffled. Good guy. How do you like the supermarket? But also reverse wipe zero. Bao Jian just happens to gamble and is a regular at an underground casino in Jiangchang. But this dog can't gamble and has even worse luck. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. And over time, they owe the casino owner tens of thousands of dollars. Casino money. Is that ordinary money? The interest rate is frighteningly high. In 2 months, it rolled straight from tens of thousands of dollars to over 340,000. The casino owner just found Bao Jiangang 2 days ago and forced him to rewrite the note. When Chi Pei investigated Bao Jiangang, he found out about it, and it just so happened that the casino boss and Chi Pei knew each other. So he only had the principal and bought the note over. That's why this is happening now. Once the crowd took a look at Pao Jiangang's expression, they also knew that this was true in all likelihood. Even if he owes you money, you can't beat people up, a fitness instructor said with a frown, only to add before Zippy could speak. At the very least, you can't hit people here. Ha! Chi Pei music. This said, feelings Pao Jiangang, this kid in their gym is not well liked. Take it away. Su Lin sent words, so Chi Pei a few men came up to set up Bao Jiangang on the go. The surrounding fitness trainers, you look at me, I look at you, and finally all got out of the way. Froze, there is not a person to block a bit. You guys let go of me, let go of me. Help! Pao Jiangang kept struggling, and was instantly dishonored when one of Chi Pei's men shined a punch at his stomach. At this point, the woman slowed down. Well, you dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I will find someone to get you killed. While shouting, he was ready to rush over and continue tearing at Su Lin. Su Lin didn't want to do anything to her, so he rewarded her with another painful slap, making her squat on the ground and then howl away, temporarily incapacitated. Come outside the gym. Bao Jiangang completely lost his previous hardness, kneeling on the ground and constantly begging for mercy. I am wrong, please let me go. I really don't have any money. Su Lin laughed. It's okay if you don't pay back the money. Let's play a game. If you win, you don't have to pay back the money, and I won't pursue the matter if you smash my car. Pao Jiangang's eyes lit up. What? Game? Chi Pei waved his hand and overcame a minibus. After Chi Pei's people racked, Bao Jian just got on the minibus. Chi Pei Kai said meaningfully, Jedi survival. How about it? Have you played it yet? Jedi? How do you play? Pao Jiangang asked timidly. Don't you like to play with women? You'll know when you get there. Zippy smiled sinisterly. The car traveled all the way out of the city, and soon arrived at an abandoned factory building in Zippei's house. When he came here, Pao Jiangang's face was green, and he asked in horror, "What do you guys really want to do?" "Not for anything, just want you to play a game. Didn't my brother say so? You can leave if you win, and you don't have to pay back the money." After saying that, he commanded the people to throw Pao Jiangang into a huge warehouse and then locked the door. After about 10 seconds or so, Pao Jiangang's heartbreaking screams suddenly came from inside. I was wrong, really wrong, I'll pay back, help, big brother, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, let me out, quickly let me out. This voice, it was so miserable that Su Lin felt some physiological discomfort from hearing it. "What the hell did you put in the warehouse?" he asked, staring at Zippy. Today's play was completely arranged by Zippei. He didn't intervene. When Su Lin told Qipei about Pao Jiangang, this kid was like a dope, volunteering to take revenge for Su Lin. Solian went along with it, and in the end, all he knew was that he had gotten some kind of Jedi game going, but how exactly a Jedi? He didn't know. "Oh, it's not much. There's 3 strong men with a less than normal sexual orientation inside that warehouse favorite fitness instructor. Surin, Sigma, count on it." Even with Su Lin's extensive knowledge, he couldn't help but shiver at this moment, and couldn't help but mourn for Pao Jiangang in his heart, but there was no sympathy. Originally, if Pao Jiangang had only kicked his car, he wouldn't have done anything, but the results of Qipei's investigation let Su Lin know that this Pao Jiangang was not a thing at all. Hooking up with women at the gym isn't even a thing. The most hateful thing is that he abandoned his wife and children, left his wife and children in his hometown without caring about them, and hooked up with a married woman on the basis of his status as a fitness instructor. Originally it was nothing, a matter of one's own will and no one's business. But this dog is not pure in his purpose. He hooks up with women just for money. In order to get the money, not only did they get the other party divorced, but after the other party divorced, in order to not have a burden, they even urged the sand-sculpted woman to throw the child down the stairs, just to say that she fell to her death. The strangest thing is that the woman even listened and actually threw the baby down. Tell me, can this be human? Kneeling down to catch up on reading and asking for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 66, When the Bird is Big. There are all kinds of forests. So, Su Lin had no sympathy for Bao Jiangang. This kind of earthly scum deserves to go to hell. The screams in the warehouse continued. Su Lin didn't hold back his curiosity, climbed on the window to look inside, covered his eyes and retreated in defeat. My eye, it's going to get a needle's eye. Bao Jiangang screamed, more tearing lungs. Help good pain, help I pay back the money. I sell the house to pay back the money. Help Qipei asked. Brother, he's going to pay back the money? What to do? Su Lin rubbed his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Why didn't I hear it? People aren't having a good time here? At least wait for them to finish getting high before mentioning the matter of repaying the money. Brother, you're still ruthless. Zippy gave Surin a thumbs up. About almost an hour later, the warehouse door opened. Several burly men came out picking their teeth with 3 satisfied faces. Brother Pei, if there's another good thing like this in the future, remember to call us. The burly men were grateful to Zippy. Qipei and Su Lin didn't move to the side. That's what says. Well. After the strong man left, Su Lin and Qipei into the warehouse to take a look at the good guy. All the blood, the old tragic loud and clear. It is simply a human tragedy that is unbearable to watch. Su Lin squatted in front of the dying Bao Jiangang and asked, You can't do this either. The final round hasn't even collapsed yet and you can't do it? Want to reopen a game? Pao Jiangang only has one breath left, tears streaming down his face. Lifeless, I pay back the money. In the end, Bao Jian just sold the house and paid back the money, and Su Lin directly reswitched to a new BYD. Of course, Pao Jiangang and his concubine woman end up not so good. Throwing the child off the building of the matter of the east window came to light. The two were both imprisoned. Later on, Su Lin heard that Bao Jian just went through that time, as if he had some psychological problems, and certain aspects of his orientation had changed, and he was quite popular inside, like a fish out of water, but that would be beyond Surin's concern. Too bad there's no mission. After finishing Bao Jiangang, Su Lin looked at his only 1100 plus points of Yen Wang points and still felt some pity in his heart. The system seems to only be able to take one quest at a time, not more at the same time. Multi-process missions will be opened upon completion of Phase 2 missions. Current phased mission process, 0/3. So it is. Su Lin straightly shook his head, saying that your pace is also too slow, and the readers have all run away. Still seems like I need to catch up on my quests. After finishing Bao Jiangang, next came that old thing Chen Xiaomei. It was just about time, as the evidence was overwhelming and there was nothing to say. The court directly ordered the mother and son to repay Su Lin $1 million. The two probably knew they couldn't win and didn't appeal, but they weren't prepared to pay back the money either, and looked ready to be old farts. With the court's judgment in hand, Surin was ready to go for the bill. Originally, Su Lin was going to go to find the old thing alone this time, but Lin Xiaoming said she wanted to follow along. Brother, I just want to watch her regret it. She's so angry, Lin Xiaoming said with a red face. Surin thought about it and decided that there was nothing wrong with it. Lin Xiaoming, like her aunt, was too soft in nature and was easily bullied. Auntie, that's out of the question. Already set in her ways. But Lin Xiaoming is still young and malleable. Su Lin was already prepared to change her character and make her stronger. And this time was just the right opportunity. So they nodded in agreement. Hooray! Lin Xiaoming happily hugged Su Lin and fiercely kissed him, drooling all over her face. Only after kissing did she realize that White Frost was looking at her, and immediately made a big red face. Nah, sister-in-law. I didn't mean to kiss my brother on purpose. When she said that, White Frost's face reddened. What are you babbling about? Rushing up and making a mess with Lin Xiaoming, the villa was instantly filled with the sound of the two laughing. For the following period of time, Su Lin took Lin Xiaoming to hang around the old thing Chen Xiaomei's house every day. In fact, to put it mildly, the old thing in their house was quite close to my aunt's. At first, the woolen mill was the pillar industry of Jiangqing City. The most workers were almost 10,000. That's why the woolen mill family area is also divided into several neighborhoods. Auntie and her family were in neighborhood number 1, while Chen Xiaomei and her family were in neighborhood number 3. Su Lin and Lin Xiaoming followed the family for a few days and realized that this family lived quite an abstract life. Really something that dogs shook their heads when they looked at it and cats closed their eyes when they looked at it. Not to mention the garbage being thrown around. But even the nightly pot of poop and pee was dumped out through the window. Obviously there is also a bathroom in the house. But this mother and son do not use it at all. Afraid of wasting water. Small size urinal to splash out. The large-sized plastic bag was thrown out through the window, not caring if there was anyone outside, giving Lin Xiaoming a shocked jaw dropped. It was hard for her to believe that there were such strange mothers and children in the world. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. If there is a mother, there will be a son. And some people, just by being born, are very abstract. Su Lin summarized. Listening to Lin Xiaoming, she felt as if her worldview had been refreshed. But what happened afterward was even more of a triple whammy for her. The neighborhood cleaning ants were furious and questioned both mother and son. As a result, the two of them even said that they were property owners, and that they had to enjoy the services after paying the property fees, or else what did they need you cleaners for? Giving the housekeeper a shiver of anger. She didn't hold back from giving her a gentle shove. I didn't know that the old thing fell to the ground in one smooth motion, saying that the cleaning lady had beaten her and that she would pay for it. Poor cleaning was so angry that high blood pressure is committed, but froze to take her no way, and finally compensated $500 to settle the matter. Looking at Lin Xiaoming herself, she was about to have a heart attack. What's she doing like this? It was hard for her to understand how such people thought. Su Lin said, there is no way. Some people are born bad seed. The dragon-born 9 sons also each different it. The bird is big. What forests are there? You have to believe that human nature is evil. But, Lin Xiaoming, however, was still a bit confused. Su Lin smiled faintly. It's fine. Keep reading. They also have a grandson at home who is also leathery and runs around the entire neighborhood when school is out. Either you throw stones at people's glass or you draw on their doors with colored pencils. What's even more hateful is that this little thing is also the same as his milk and his father, and loves to rob other people's children's food. When you see a food item in another child's hand, you have to grab it and eat it. If you don't give it to him, he spits at people and pushes their kids down and cracks their heads. Su Lin and Lin Xiaoming also saw him steal a takeaway from a deliveryman's box, and the deliveryman rushed to ask for it. But the result was that this little thing not only didn't give it to him, but also directly threw all the things on the ground and stomped on them with his feet. The deliveryman was pissed off, hitting and not hitting, looking for an adult, who was even more unreasonable, and left crying after being thrown all over the place. It gave Su Lin a frozen look, not to mention Lin Xiaoming. Good lord, this dog is a match for Wang Xiaoqiang, and that Gu Daong, Chen Xiaomei's son, the one with the broken leg. It wasn't a thing either. When he was in the hospital he was close to kneeling down for Su Lin, but once he came home, his original form was revealed. You said the leg is broken and it doesn't stop. In a wheelchair around the neighborhood every day. When you see someone with a nice car, you sneak over to take the keys and scratch their door. while rowing, but also muttered under his breath, "Driving a car. I don't even have a car to drive. Surely it's not clean to come to the money. I wrote it for you. To see you drive you paralyzed." The owner of the car found out and was going to hit him. Turns out the thing is relying on people before they even do anything. "Everyone, come and see. Beat up legs are broken pay for it." Kneeling down to catch up on reading and asking for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Brother. It's immoral, but it's really cool. Looking at Lin Xiaoming and Su Lin that angry. The key problem is that the dog doesn't know any good cars either. Even at tens of thousands of dollars BYD paddles. If Su Lin's BYD song had been parked here, it would have been scratched too. Can you say you're not angry? And Chen Xiaomei. This old thing is even less human. Originally, Su Lin thought she was just eating for nothing. As a result, these 2 days to see good guy feelings run and to eat white food are still light. You know what the old man's favorite thing to do is? Her favorite thing to do was to go inside the store outside the neighborhood to get things. Take whatever you see. So angry that people's bosses just call the police. But the police came and did nothing. At most, they educated a few words and left. Once the police left, she was good. Directly to the store on the ground Eli began to howl. What hit What wrongly accused her of stealing things? Anyway, it is engaged in people cannot do business. There is only one ultimate goal, to lose money. There was no other way. In order to be able to continue business, the owner could only choose to break the bank and lose a little money. Just this old thing had to spit at the boss and curse the dog when he left. The point is, when the woolen mill just went bankrupt, her husband died and she couldn't make ends meet. All these other bosses still helped their family. Now it's a good time to put a good spin on ingratitude. No wonder the system was giving her an ungrateful title. After observing for a few days, this old thing family living too abstract, Lin Xiaoming cannot stand to see. Several times angry want to rush out to beat people. Moreover, what was even more depressing to Su Lin was that regret value on Chen Xiaomei's head had dropped instead of rising, and only 5 points remained. Su Lin looked at the gas. It seems that this old thing really is not a little bit of regret. Lin Xiaoming was also furious and asked, "Brother, when are we going to find her to pay back the money? It's about time." Su Lin looked at Lin Xiaoming's furious red face and felt that the time was right. On this day, Chen Xiaomei, the old thing, went out early in the morning, as usual, to buy food on the street in front of the neighborhood. She said she was buying groceries, but she didn't even have a dime with her. She was just running to get it for nothing. When he came to the street food market, this old thing picked and picked, took the food and left, with no intention of giving money. Naturally, the vendor was reluctant and stopped her to ask for money. "You took the food. Why don't you pay?" "Dish? What dish? When did I take your dish? This is my dish." The old thing started to stir up trouble and turn black and white. You obviously just took it from my booth. Why don't you admit it?" The vendor, an honest countryman who probably depended on this little bit of food to feed his family, was in a hurry and crossed over to pull the old thing. As a result of this pull, the old thing immediately lay down on the ground and shouted at the top of his voice. Yell, "Beat up The food seller beat up Everyone come and see That vegetable seller may be new." A look at this situation panicked. I did not. It is her own poor. Someone next to him reminded him that this old woman comes every day to get food for nothing. No one dares to stop. If you stop, guaranteed to lie on the ground to blackmail people. The vegetable farmer then realized what he had messed with and stomped his feet in a hurry. At this time, Su Lin appeared with Lin Xiaoming. The old thing is lying on the ground with its mouth open howling vigorously. Su Lin walked over from top to bottom. Hey 2A. Right on target. Vomit. The crowd looked dumbfounded. Spit half a day. Chen Xiaomei a wheel from the ground to get up. Opened his mouth to curse. Which dog spit in my mouth? I cut him alive. Solian was angry. He was already prepared to explain that it wasn't saliva. It was phlegm. As a result, the old hag unexpectedly did not follow the rules and tasted out that it was phlegm. So it seems that he can't feed it anymore in the future. All familiar with his own flavor. The old thing turned his head to see that it was Su Lin, and his expression was quite wonderful. At first it was anger, then shock, and finally it slowly turned to panic. Micro-expression changes of the standard can be taken to the north as a textbook. Filming a movie is expected to get a small gold medal, but the old thing probably thought that there were too many people for Su Lin to dare to do anything to her, and began to greet Su Lin's entire family. You whole family with no ass. How do you spit in people's mouths? Do you have any morals left? It would be strange if that thing Su Lin had. So he picked up the rotten vegetable leaves on the ground and stuffed them into her mouth along with the mud. Also picked up a caterpillar on the side and stuffed it in as well for some protein. Awa. Caterpillar. The old thing was so scared that he did a little breakdancing on the spot. His face was green with fear. healthy as a green vegetable, and he turned around and ran inside the neighborhood. Surin smiled. That's where we are. If you want to run, it's not that easy. He slowly followed with the excited and red-faced Lin Xiaoming. Brother, although I think it's immoral for you to do this, it's really good. Su Lin smiled. Even better is yet to come. When I got to the entrance of the neighborhood, the doorman even asked, "Who are you looking for?" Su Lin said, "I'm looking for Chen Xiaomei, Moncler Outlet Store Chen What Plum." Su Lin, Chen Xiaomei, Moncler Outlet Store Chan Su What? Su Lin, Chen. And not, Moncler, you with me this acting movie? Oh, Chen Xiaomei, right? Their family lives in Building 3, Unit 1, 101. The key is pressed under the footmat. The window has no security bars. It can be tipped in. Her husband died early. There is no other man in the house. Surin, there you have it. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Entering the neighborhood, Su Lin and Lin Xiaoming came directly to the outside of the third building, Unit 1, 101, and took a look at the good guys. This family is so abstract that the trash is thrown out the window and it stinks. The window really didn't have a burglar bar on it. The window was open, and when Su Lin looked through the window, the old thing was sitting on the sofa, gasping for air. Solian greeted her. "Hi there." After the greeting, he dropped the bag of trash in with his hand, right on the old thing's head. The old thing's face instantly turned green, and when he twisted his head to look at Su Lin outside the window, his face turned even greener. You, what do you want? Don't you mess around." As soon as she closed the window, she shouted through it, "Look at what you're saying. Am I the one who's messing around?" Surin angrily took the key and opened the door into the house. The old thing was terrified and hid behind the sofa to circle Su Lin. Su Lin looked around the room and didn't see the old thing's son, Gu Daong, or her grandson, Gu Samson. So he walked over and slapped the old thing and asked, "Where's your son? Awa, why are you hitting people?" The old thing was terrified and screamed as loud as he could, as loud as if it were an earthquake. But it seems that because their family is not well liked, no one answers when they call out. The one across the street even just closed the windows. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Lin Xiaoming. You, why are you crazy too? Su Lin sat down on the sofa and said to himself, "I haven't eaten yet. Go cook. You eat and I." The old thing's mouth was still quite hard, but before he could even finish his words, he was covered by an agonizing slap on his mouth by Su Lin. "Oh, hurts." Hiss. This was the first time the old thing had ever tasted a painful slap, and instantly collapsed to the ground in pain as his entire body twisted. Surin crouched next to her and waited for her to recover. After a long time the pain disappeared. The old thing climbed up and was just about to speak when Su Lin covered him with another painful slap. "Ah, dead. The old thing moaned pleasantly. "That loud. Call your mom." With one kick, Su Lin kicked her under the table, and Lin Xiaoming shivered at the sight. "For those who don't know to hear this, they'll think I've done something to you," Su Lin said angrily. The old thing was almost broken by the kick, and it was hard to slow down, crying and asking, "What the hell do you want? What for?" "Paying back the money, of course." Su Lin pulled out the court's judgment and slapped it on the table. "Your son broke my $1 million bottle. You don't think this is just going to go away, do you? That bottle is fake. It's not even worth that much. There is a QR code on it," the old thing said with a stiff upper lip. "The court has ruled. So whether you are true or not, return the money." Su Lin pulled her up. "No money for money. No life. For life," she said, yelling. "You're playing dumb with me, aren't you?" Solian was happy. "It's okay if I don't have any money, so I'll stay at your house while you go ahead and cook." Su Lin threw another slap at the old thing's face. The old thing howled in pain and had no choice but to get up and go cook. To say that this old thing cooks pretty fast, in about 20 minutes or so, the meal was ready. The old thing had been tossing and turning for most of the day and was probably hungry. Sitting down and picking up the bowl, ready to eat, Su Lin looked at Lin Xiaoming, who was sitting waxed on the side, and said, "Xiaoming, smoke her." Changing Lin Xiaoming's weak character starts from this moment. "Ha? Me?" Lin Xiaoming was confused. "That's right, it's you. Don't be afraid with me. Go up and whip her." Su Lin continued to goad. "Think about it. Was she angry when she smashed our store and lay on the ground? Well, it was infuriating." Lin Xiaoming recalled. "Feeling angry. Was she angry when she blackmailed you and made you pay for it?" Su Lin continued to ask. "It's so infuriating." Lin Xiaoming felt a fire burning in her heart. "Then what are you waiting for? Smoke her right now." "But I..." Lin Xiaoming looked at the old thing. The old thing's face was green, looking at Lin Xiaoming shivering and saying, "You, don't you dare." Lin Xiaoming hesitantly walked up to the old thing and raised her hand, but she couldn't draw it down half the time. I can't do it. She dropped her hand as if deflated, a look of frustration on her face. It was pretty cool when she watched Su Lin do it, and she also fantasized that it was herself who did it, but when it was really her turn, she realized that not everyone could go crazy at all times. This one really takes talent. Su Lin shook his head, but it wasn't surprising. Lin Xiaoming completely inherited her aunt's character. Too soft and too kind. It's really hard for her to get her hands on someone, but that's okay, since internal causes don't work, let's have an external cause. As long as she experienced that feeling once, she would be fine in the future. There was a lunatic experience talisman in the Yama Mall, and after using it, you could let the target experience the feeling of being a lunatic. Although one sheet cost 200 points, in order to transform Lin Xiaoming, Su Lin gritted his teeth and redeemed it anyway. Okay, I'll help you. Su Lin took out the lunatic experience talisman and chose to use it on Lin Xiaoming. After using it, he took 2 steps back and waited for the lunatic charm to work, but more than 10 seconds passed, but Lin Xiaoming just stood still. No effect? Su Lin was a bit puzzled and was about to check it out, but just then, Lin Xiaoming's eyes changed. At this time, when the old thing saw that Lin Xiaoming didn't dare to hit her, she looked smug again and picked up her bowl to eat. Results. Lin Xiaoming flew up and kicked her in the wrist, bossing a bowl instantly upside down on the old thing's face, spilling soup all over her. Even Su Lin froze at this sudden change. Lunatic charm works so well? The old thing froze and looked at Lin Xiaoming incredulously. What are you doing? You dare to kick me? Lin Xiaoming was like a different person at the moment. Cold face forward, a slap on the old thing's face. Smacked. The old thing people are stupid. Lin Xiaoming wasn't as strong as Su Lin, and it didn't hurt as much as Su Lin. But the question is, she actually dared to hit someone? Against all odds The old thing was instantly enraged, bouncing up and about to fight Lin Xiaoming with an amazing aura. She even thought that Lin Xiaoming might be caught off guard all of a sudden. But Lin Xiaoming's behavior at this moment was completely out of her expectation. Lin Xiaoming kicked her in the stomach, kicking the old thing back under the table with an ouch. Her people were completely dumbfounded, looking at Lin Xiaoming in disbelief. Lin Xiaoming, still expressionless, squatted in front of her with a bowl. Granny, do you want to eat? I'll feed you if you want to eat. The old thing just remembered to howl. Good you, Lin Xiaoming. You dare to hit me? Wrong answer. Lin Xiaoming directly snapped the bowl onto her face, scalding the old thing with a scream. Help! Help! Kill! Shut up! Lin Xiaoming disliked her noise, and picked up the rice on the table again, not caring what it was, and stuffed a brain into the old thing's mouth. The old thing choked and rolled his eyes, but Lin Xiaoming still didn't find it enjoyable, and even picked up chopsticks and mashed them into the old thing's mouth. 1, 2, 3, pounded the old thing almost to death. It was hard to break free, and after she frantically finished spitting out the contents of her mouth, she pointed at Lin Xiaoming with a horrified look on her face. You, why are you crazy? Crazy? Chen Xiaomei, what are you talking about? Look at what you're saying. How could I be crazy? Lin Xiaoming walked up to her and slapped her again. I'm pretty normal. After saying that, she used her hand again, continuously smacking on the old thing's face, soon swelling Chen Xiaomei's face and seeping blood from the corner of her mouth. Poor Chen Xiaomei people were pumped silly, and did not know to hide, just staring stupidly at Lin Xiaoming. She couldn't figure out how. You say that guy Solom smacked her, and she'll admit it because she already knows Solom is a psychopath. But, Lin Xiaoming, what a good girl. People love and see open, kind, gentle, and beautiful. What's with the sudden insanity? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law in this world? Another idea that made herself incredulous popped into Chen Xiaomei's mind. Did she drive herself crazy? End of chapter. Chapter 69. So shameful, but so good. Chen Xiaomei is a scoundrel, yes, but scoundrel that is only for ordinary people to say, because ordinary people have qualities, morals and concerns. That's why there was nothing he could do about her. Why he compromised over and over again when he spilled his guts. Simply put, people are good at being bullied and horses are good at being ridden. But now, Chen Xiaomei watched an originally kind little girl, but she was driven alive into madness. The heart cannot help but feel some regret. I should have known better than to push her so hard. It's driving the kid crazy. It wasn't that she regretted driving Lin Xiaoming crazy, but she regretted that she would never be able to bully Lin Xiaoming like she did before. Who dares to bully a crazy person? Look at this. You really want to kill me. Mommy, help. Chen Xiaomei felt a pang of regret in her heart. The moment she regretted this, Solian was happy. The remorse value had unexpectedly risen from 5 points, directly to 12 points, an increase of 7 points at once. Good guy. It seems that Lin Xiaoming has done quite a lot of damage to her. If he had known, he would have reformed Lin Xiaoming earlier. The so-called abandonment of personal qualities. Something directly crazy. Tube, you look at the uncomfortable. I'm cool on the line. After smoking for half a day, Lin Xiaoming finally got tired and let go of Chen Xiaomei's collar, letting her fall to the ground. Just as he was about to speak, the door was opened and a child came bouncing in with a backpack. Grandma, look at the toy I just grabbed. Who are you guys? It turned out to be Chen Xiaomei's grandson, Gu Sen. The little thing was also holding a Lego in his hand, and from what he said, he had gotten it from a robbery. Before Chen Xiaomei could speak, another little girl ran in the door, her face full of tear stains and blood on her forehead, crying, why did you rob me? Gu Sen impatiently turned around and pushed her to sit on the ground. I'll just grab it. What can you do? Push again, be careful, I'll let my milk beat you up. The little girl hit her head on the door when she was pushed and wailed in pain and aggravation. Gu Sen's face was impatient. Right next to it sat an oversized plastic bucket that was stored full of water with a large plastic spoon floating on the surface. Gu Sen grabbed a plastic spoon, scooped up the water and poured it on the little girl. A few spoons down, the little girl instantly became a soup chicken. While Gu Sen pointed at the little girl and laughed loudly. Ha ha, let you tattle. I'll treat you to water play. After saying that, this dog even went up to pickpocket someone's little girl's clothes in front of Su Lin and Lin Xiaoming, scaring the little girl into screaming. Good lord, it feels as if this thing is even more badass than Wang Xiaoqiang. He was about to walk over and kick the gadget away, but it turned out that Lin Xiaoming had already preceded him to Gu Sen's side. Like to play in the water, huh? I'll let you have some fun. Lin Xiaoming grabbed Gu Sen's collar and threw it directly into the bucket for him. Put. The bucket was almost as tall as Gu Sen, and the little gadget was thrown into the bucket, instantly taking several large gulps of water and screaming in deathly terror. Ah! Help! 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 While screaming, he also crawled outside. Didn't I tell you to play with the water? What are you doing out here? Lin Xiaoming picked up that plastic spoon and hit him on the head with it. Ah! The spoon shattered in response to the sound, and Gu Sen sank to the bottom of the water holding his head, and drank a few more large mouthfuls of water before floating up. You let go of my grandson. The old thing finally reacted and rushed up to push Lin Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming was pushed away, and the old thing rushed to get on top of the bucket to rescue Gu Sen. However, he was unexpectedly kicked in the butt by Lin Xiaoming and fell directly into the bucket to bathe with his grandson. The plastic bucket, though sturdy, could not withstand such a toss and simply shattered. The water inside instantly dripped all over the place, and like a flood, it rushed out both Gu Sen and the old thing. Fortunately, Chen Xiaomei's home is on the first floor, otherwise the downstairs residents must suffer. As soon as he saw that the water was filling up the mountain, Su Lin pulled Lin Xiaoming and hurried to the table. The little girl's family also came to the door. A look at the situation in Chen Xiaomei's house excitedly rushed Su Lin then a thumb, holding the little girl to hide outside to see the fun. The expression of excitement was like winning the lottery. At this time, the time for the lunatic talisman ended, and Lin Xiaoming stood on the table, staring blankly at the old thing and the little thing that were lying on the ground and continuously spitting out water. This is what I did. She pointed incredulously at the two men on the floor. Lin Xiaoming actually remembered clearly about what had just happened, but she couldn't believe that she had caused all of this. Just now. I don't know how. I am like crazy. That kind of feeling can't be described. Su Lin looked at her with a smile. Just one question for you. Cool or not? Lin Xiaoming blushed and covered her face for a long time. Too shameful. But is really good. It feels like the mammary glands are clearing up. Ahak, you guys. You are dying trespassing The two of them, Su Lin and Lin Xiaoming, were discussing with the table when Gu Daon came in pushing his wheelchair. To be honest, Su Lin kinda admired him. You say it's amazing that you can push a wheelchair around with your only remaining arm when one leg is broken and one arm is still bandaged, instead of resting properly at home. There's no one else either. Surin jumped down and kicked Gu Daon to the ground. Pay back. Grass. Lousy. Don't step on it. It hurts. Help. It turned out to be Lin Xiaoming who jumped down. And I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but she actually jumped onto his broken leg. Ouch. Not bad. Progress. It's a good start. Su Lin gave Lin Xiaoming a thumbs up. This little girl blushed and covered her face, not daring to look at Su Lin, but her feet stepped on several more feet. Stomping on Gu Daon made him scream like a dead parent. After calling out, Surin took the judgment and asked him, "Still not paying?" Gu Daon screamed miserably while playing dumb. "What money? Don't know. Can't see. Su Lin laughed. "I don't care if you are a real fool or a fake fool. Owed me money. Not to pay back, that is impossible." He made a direct call and asked Zippy to get some people to come over and move the stuff. It's only right to pay what you owe. And if you don't have the money, you can take something to cover the debt. It didn't take long for Zippy to bring people, and the crowd began to move things with a look of excitement. A small black broken TV, a decade-old refrigerator, a jar of moldy garlic all stinking. Just highlight 2 words, shabby. Zippy didn't mind, and with a wave of her hand she excitedly shouted, move away all of them. Even fished out 2 pieces of moldy garlic to eat and ended up puking all over the place. Damn it, you can't even pickle moldy garlic. What are you making? He's pissed off. End of chapter. Chapter 70, what's wrong with you guys? We're neighbors. The old thing and his son were in a hurry and shouted at the top of their voices. Robbery. Somebody, help, robbery. But their family's popularity is really too bad. The neighborhood to all look at all the people watching, pointing, but just no one to help them say a word. The collective melon. There were even some watching and applauding. Seeing that no one was helping them, the old thing used its famous skill again, laying down on the ground and starting to play hard to get. No moving. Step over me if you can. Just step over it. Su Lin took Lin Xiaoming and stomped on her back and forth several times, stomping on this old thing and making her scream. Even Zippy came to join in the fun and secretly stomped on the old thing as well, with a happy face afterward. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. He even did push-ups on Chen Xiaomei, scaring the old thing so much that her face went white. Lin Xiaoming directly did not have the face to look at it. Surin nervously pulled him back. Calm down. Don't reward her. Ha, brother, you also kissed last time. Get out. Su Lin kicked him off. At this point, some of the eaters excitedly asked what was going on. Zippy then climbed up and told him what happened. He didn't even have to add to it, because things were odd enough on their own. After hearing this, no one in these melon eaters were surprised at all because this is what Chen Xiaomei's family can do. Only this time someone finally stood up to her. Young man, you are a great benefactor to us. An older woman with tears in her eyes bought drinks for Su Lin and his group. 1 bottle each. There were also people giving them cigarettes, also a pack each. There are even people who have brought firecrackers and are going to set them off to celebrate. What's wrong with you, guys? We're neighbors. Chen Xiaomei looked at these neighbors in disbelief. Neighbor? I'll be damned. How dare you say that? An older woman pointed at Chen Xiaomei's nose and scolded. Your family does bad things every day. Do you treat us like neighbors? That's right. Who smashed the glass in our house last time? Who scratched my car? And me. Your grandson pushed my son into the road to let a car hit him in order to steal his toy. Luckily the car braked. Neighbor? I'm your neighbor. You old hag. You throw and piss at our house every day. You think I'm a neighbor? Did you forget about the time I accidentally touched you last time and you lay on the ground and blackmailed me for $2,000? Now you remember you're a neighbor? My wife had a difficult labor and sent to the hospital. You lie in front of the car and said I hit you. Poor delay. The child did not save. I hate to kill you. The crowd surrounded the old thing's family in a group. You guys. The old thing was stunned. She didn't think these neighbors hated him so much. Su Lin saw the remorse value above her head start to soar. From 12 points all the way up to over 40. It's still the power of the crowd. Surin lamented. Things Su Lin of course didn't bother to move because they weren't worth a few dollars at all. Commanded the men to pile it all up in front of their house and smash it, piece by piece, in front of the old thing. You smash my restaurant, I'll smash your house. Fair and square. Carrying a stick, Su Lin smashed the TV, refrigerator, microwave, and other pieces into pieces. Zippy shook his head straight on the sidelines. It's not worth much. A couple $1,000 at the top. Keep moving it for me. Empty it. So the crowd went back to their house to move their stuff. Pots and pans, oil, salt, vinegar, whatever you have to move. Even the little thing's toys were moved out and smashed. The little thing screamed in heartache, and after being slapped twice by Su Lin, it was instantly honest. You, don't move it. Aha. This light smashed things. Gu Deong did not know when he actually climbed back into the wheelchair, pushing the wheelchair over to block. Almost forgot about that. Someone, move him aside. The wheelchair is smashed. Surin shouted. The 2 men who came directly set Gu Deong up next to his old lady and turned around and smashed the wheelchair. Even the wheels were made square. The mother and son sat on the ground and watched as Su Lin commanded people to empty their home. Ah, help. God damn it. There's no justice. Robbery. People, help stop them. Mother and son screamed, cried, cursed, and spat, but didn't work. Moving half a day, Zippy counted the money. Top day more than 20,000 yuan. Even a fraction is not enough. Brother, what should we do? It's not going to work. They don't have anything valuable at home. Zippy said. rubbing her head. Su Lin took a look at him, then at the excited eating crowd watching, and raised his chin. Otherwise, how could he say that Chi Pei was Su Lin's little brother and immediately understood what Su Lin meant? Neighbors, take whatever you see. My brother's treat, he shouted. The melon eaters were first stunned, then collectively excited and rushed into the old thing's house as if they were pumped up. Catch what you can. It is said that there is strength in numbers, and these neighbors know Chen Xiaomei. Appliances are only worth a few dollars. It's the boxes under the mattress, in the corners of the cabinets, and under the bed that they focus on. Even the personal money hidden inside the rotten shoes was found. This time blackmail Su Lingwan and other people's money. It is hidden in a broken needle and thread box. Also turned out, this move is simply a big killer. High damage and extremely insulting. Watching the old thing's eyes are dripping blood, pulling his throat and resting there to howl ah, help ah, home into the bandits ah, help ah, alarm ah, there is no one to control ah. She howled with vigor, regretting in her heart like a grandson, but no one cared about her at all. Everyone did what they had to do and emptied their house right out. Then when someone was about to take all the bags of rice left in their house, Su Lin took a look at the regret value on the old thing's head that had risen to over 70 and stopped him. This was because he realized that after the remorse value rose to 70, it didn't rise again. The fire isn't ready yet, so it looks like we'll have to do it differently. That's it for today. Brothers, retreat. Su Lin waved his hand and the crowd began to retreat. Neighbors also pulled away, and also placed all the money they found in front of Su Lin by hand. Boy, thanks for taking the heat for us, the crowd said gratefully. In fact, they rushed in just to vent their anger. No one took anything at all, and they all smashed it. Su Lin didn't refuse and told Zipei to put the money away. The money was only a few $1,000s, most of which was blackmailed to my aunt, and definitely had to be recovered. That's enough for today. I'll come back some other time. Su Lin walked over to the old thing and took out the super stink pack and stuffed it into her mouth. This super stink pack only works on the target, causing the target's sense of smell and taste to be consistently filled with an unbearable, lingering stench, but for others, it is colorless and tasteless. Vomit. Gulp you. Vomit. It stinks. It stinks. It stinks. You vomit, what did you feed me? The old thing panicked, a horrified batch on his face. Su Lin hemmed and hawed and slipped Gu Daong another packet, then pulled Lin Xiaomeng around and left. End of chapter. Chapter 71. I was wrong. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Back at the villa, Bifrost saw Lin Xiaomeng's face flushed and her expression strange, so she asked curiously, Xiaomeng, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiaomeng blushed, glanced at Su Lin, didn't say anything, and ran to her room. What? Whitefrost looked at Su Lin in a strange way. Su Lin laughed, don't think blindly. She went crazy today. Smote Chen Xiaomei that old thing a few slaps, but also smashed someone's pot. Cool Lu. Ha! Bifrost and Su Lingwan both froze at once. Who was Lin Xiaomeng? That was a soft and sweet, loved by all, kind and lovely little angel. How could she possibly slap someone else? Not to mention slapping others. Even cursing is not very good, or else they wouldn't have been bullied when they were at school. But now you're telling me that she went crazy and slapped someone several times and smashed their pot? Fake, right? Neither one believed it. What's the point of lying to you guys? I still have the video here. I'll show you. Su Lin took out his cell phone and prepared to show the video he had taken to the two of them. Hath a give. As a result, Lin Xiaomeng rushed out just like the black whirlwind Li Kuei, and a crow sat on the airplane for Su Lin to sit in the corner of the sofa, then grabbed the phone as a deletion operation. Finished the phone a throw, and a wind like rushed into the room. To Su Lingwan and Bifrost, two people looked blankly, half a long time before they looked at Su Lin in unison, the fire of gossip in their hearts burning brightly. Look at Lin Xiaomeng. It's hard to. Really? Su Lin spread out both hands. What are you looking at me for? Who told you guys not to move faster? Now it's gone. And in the room, Lin Xiaomeng buried her face in the comforter. Feeling so hot, so hot. Thinking back to what he had done in Chen Xiaomei's house before, it felt like a dream. Oops, shame on you. How did you become so violent? Beating people up, smashing pots and pans, and getting evidence taken by my brother. Dying. Lin Xiaomeng buried her face deeper. But, feels really good. For the next 2 days, Su Lin didn't go anywhere and stayed quietly in the villa. It's true what they say about 3 women making a play. The 3 of them are together every day and sleep like a stack at night. It made it so that Su Lin didn't have time to talk to White Frost even if he wanted to. He had no choice but to stare at the system every day. Now his Yama points had come to 1,600 points. One step further from 10,000 points. Taking another look at the mission completion level, it had come to 99%, and was just a foot short of reaching 100%. Chen Xiaomei's remorse value in the reward mission was also increasing day by day, and when Su Lin looked at it just now, it had also exceeded 90. However, Su Lin was in no hurry at all. The Super Stink Pack's effective time takes 7 days, and without letting this evil mother and son enjoy enough happiness for 7 days, how could he let go and end it all? Qipei's side has already helped to sue the court again, asking for the compulsory execution of the auction of the Old Thing's property to repay the million. The court has been duly seized of the matter and the result will be known soon, so everything is just right. However, Surin's good mood was ended by a video. A suspected baseball reporter maliciously broke our player's racket. Since these 2 days were during the Olympics in the Gallic countries, Su Lin clicked in to take a look. That look almost blew his lungs out. The news is a video of more than 7 minutes long about a reporter from the stick country who took advantage of a photo shoot during a table tennis match at the Olympics, suspected of intentionally breaking our player's paddle under the cover of a reporter from the same team. This resulted in the player playing poorly in the subsequent matches and losing the medal. The video was produced with considerable clarity and detail, straight from all angles and with very clear shots of the reporter stomping the racket under his foot and then purposely breaking it with his hand as hard as he could, though the makers of the video remain cautious, employing statements such as suspected, guessed, estimated, etc. in the video. But after watching the video, Su Lin had been 100% able to conclude that the baseball reporter had done it on purpose, and it's still being carried out in an organized, premeditated manner. Below the video are all angry statements from netizens. Grass. This scum should go to hell. Anyone who has ever played a game knows what it's like to have their usual mouse and keyboard broken. Asterisk 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 this. I'll give $10,000 for the road to whoever goes and s this piece of up. Same as upstairs. I'll give you $20,000. Asterisk 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 in hell. No sportsmanship at all with such despicable tactics. Sportsmanship in baseball country? I laughed. This thing is definitely not impromptu. It must be directed by someone. I wish I could leave the country right now and screw this piece of. Su Lin felt his blood surge upwards in a burst, and he couldn't wait to immediately slap that scumbag twice. This country, Bangkok, is a maggot sleeping in the toilet. Once you wake up, the whole world will be sick. There is no bottom line, no ethics, no quality. That deep in the bones of the inferiority complex, so that they look at everything I read, cannot get then find ways to destroy, and no moral ground at all. The 02 World Cup is a perfect example of this. Think about it, they have the guts to cheat in front of the eyes of fans all over the world. What else would they not dare to do? It was hard to calm his anger, and Su Lin threw away his cell phone to get out of sight, out of mind. Never mind, that's none of my business, it's too far away after all. Solian consoled himself with this. Only, how could he not think now that just a short while later, this matter really got involved with him? On the 7th day, Su Lin and Qipei once again came to Chen Xiaomei's house. When she saw Chen Xiaomei and Gu Dayong, Qipei was taken aback. Is this still the scoundrel mother and son? The scene was like hell. Mother and son are in the shape of zombies, with only skin and bones left, and it's unbearable to look at them. The two men lay on the ground and kept eating, but within seconds of swallowing, they threw up again, but they didn't feel a thing, grabbing the vomit on the floor and bringing it to their mouths, then vomiting again, eating again, and so on. The whole room was filled with an unpleasant odor that would make one vomit even the overnight meal. And their good old grandson, their good old son, that little thing Gusen Sen, was dying, huddled under the table, grabbing a handful of things on the floor and stuffing them into his mouth to chew desperately while the two of them weren't paying attention. Vom. Zippy didn't hold back and threw up. What's going on here? Zippy asked in horror after throwing up. Surin didn't answer. Maybe he's the only one in the world who knows what's going on. It's all thanks to the Super Stink Pack. The Super Stink Pack interferes with the target's sense of taste and smell, so that no matter what they eat or smell, they will feel 10 times the stench that normal people can't tolerate, and the effect lasts for up to 7 days. To put it simply, at this moment, even if they were in front of a mountain of delicacies and the world's gourmet food, eating it in their mouths might not be as sweet as a pile of Ali giving it to them, and the stench comes from deep within their souls and cannot be dispelled or adapted to. You can't live without it, and if you eat it, you'll stink so bad you can't stand to spit it out. How do I choose? That's why they eat and vomit and eat and vomit. These 7 days were like Hades for them. It was only after Chen Xiaomei finished throwing up again that she saw Su Lin. She hesitated for a moment, as if pondering who was in front of her. Then, she got down on the ground like a dog and crawled over, kneeling in front of Su Lin with the only strength she had left, kowtowing continuously. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. Soon her forehead was broken, and the blood mixed with the tears set her off like a poor evil spirit. But she was still kowtowing, and as she did so, she pleaded in a hoarse, barely human voice. I was wrong. I never dare again. Never dare again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ding. The target's remorse value is full. The reward quest, the remorseful heart of the ungrateful, can be submitted. End of chapter. Chapter 72. This is the best ending. The 7-day effect of the malodor kit is over. Chen Xiaomei temporarily recovered a life. And people are much more honest. What awaited her, however, was by no means a happy old age, but the judgment of fate. The court's decision came down, and their house was forcibly auctioned off to repay Su Lin's $1 million. Mother and son led Gusen send that little thing to the streets, and finally found a no one wants a broken garbage house temporarily settled, by picking up garbage for a living. You thought this was the end. No, that's not the end. The end is, on a stormy night, the old thing Chen Xiaomei was driven out by his son, and by the time passers-by found her, she had collapsed in a puddle of muddy water and would never wake up. When Su Lin and Lin Xiaoming arrived, there were people standing around her, but none of them tried to help her out of the dirty puddle. Before the ambulance and police car arrived, the last image Su Lin and Lin Xiaoming saw was Chen Xiaomei's eyes were as wide as dead fish, just like that across the crowd, looking this way. It's like telling the ultimate confession. Her ending was pretty pathetic. Lin Xiaoming couldn't help but say, no, she's not pathetic at all, and if you knew what else she's done, then you'd think she was totally to blame for what happened to her. Su Lin said indifferently. In his field of vision, a woman whose appearance bore a slight resemblance to Gusen Sen's was chasing after the terrified Chen Xiaomei with a face full of rage. That was Gusen Sen's mother, a poor woman who had been forced to drink pesticide by Chen Xiaomei in a living hell. This is the best ending. Su Lin smiled in satisfaction. After dealing with Chen Xiaomei, Su Lin rested at home for a few days, only to have Huang Lili call. Su Lin, tonight our junior high school reunion, remember to definitely come. Class reunions and whatnot. Su Lin had no feelings at all and naturally didn't want to go, but unable to resist Huang Lili's pleas, and finally even moved out Huarong. Su Lin agreed. Huarong is getting married? Su Lin was in a trance for a moment, and a girl in his memory gradually surfaced. Is Huarong your white moonlight? After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoming and Bifrost both held their chins in their hands and asked curiously. No. Su Lin shook his head, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Some of the images in his memory were like lights through a curtain of rain, illuminating his otherwise dark memories. Huarong wasn't Su Lin's white moonlight, but she was a ray of light, brilliant sunshine. When Surin was small and dark, he was tortured by the village because he was sick and beaten every day. When I was in junior high school, my home was too far away from the school, and it was not practical to transport me every day, so I had to live in the school. His parents were also very busy at that time, so they gave him some money every week to eat at school. I remember when I was just in the first year of junior high school, Su Lin, a tiny child with money to live in school, and there is a disease, in the eyes of those bad boys, is the meat and potatoes one, so they tried to rob and cheat Surin's money, and when they couldn't rob and cheat, they deliberately went to mess with Surin when he was eating and knocked over his food. In those days, the cafeteria was not like today, when there are meals available at any time. It was timed, and after that time, the cafeteria was closed, and money couldn't buy it. There weren't many kiosks around the school either, so Su Lin was often hungry and without food back then. It doesn't help to tell the teacher, because there was a child across the street who was the principal's baby. The teachers turned a blind eye to the situation and treated it differently. Not only did he not help Su Lin out, but he even put all the fault on him, saying that he deliberately caused trouble. Furious, Su Lin almost spat out blood. The gang of bad seeds saw that the teacher didn't care, so they became even more energized and changed their ways to bully Su Lin. Poor Su Lin was dark and small at that time, even though he had a passion. How could he beat so many people? He could only starve every day. That's when Huarong appeared. Su Lin will always remember that afternoon, when he was kicked out of the classroom and was on the verge of passing out from hunger. Huarong took a steamed bun and handed it to him. He swore it was the most flavorful bun he had ever eaten in his life. Since then, Huarong had often secretly brought him food, and even used her thin body to stand in front of him when he was being bullied and fighting with people. Yes, at that time, Huarong was just like Su Lin, very dark, very thin, and tiny, just like a malnourished kitten. But at the same time, she was stubborn. Obviously she was the object of bullying, but she stubbornly wanted to hold an umbrella for Su Lin. It's not about love. It's really not about love. Sometimes Su Lin even felt that Huarong was an angel who had been relegated to the mortal world and was heartbreakingly kind. So, when Huang Lili moved out of Huarong, Su Lin's heart was moved. He wanted to see if, after all these years, Huarong was still the dark and small angel he remembered. Oh, so, Sister Horong is so kind. It was also the first time Lin Xiaoming and Bifrost heard about what happened to Su Lin in school, and looked at him with eyes full of heartache. It was hours before party time. Su Lin returned to his room and pulled up his system panel. This mission has been assessed to have an evaluation level of perfect. Reward now issued. Reward 1, $50 million in cash. From legal sources, deposited into the host's bank card. Reward 2, skill, hellish illusion. Reward 3, ownership of Moonwatch Pavilion. Bonus 4, 5 points of free attributes. Reward 5, 300 points of Yama's value. Stage task, complete 5 times of the task of punishing evil, and you will be rewarded generously upon completion of the task. Current completion level, 1 out of 5. Note, work hard to become the king of the living hell. Su Lin checked the system rewards after the mission was completed. Cash 50 million is nothing to him. It's all expected. He's a man with very low materialistic desires, and more or less money is just a number to him, though he's almost a small goal in cash alone right now. But he remains senseless. Hell's illusion? What kind of skill is that? Su Lin skipped the cash reward and directly checked the second skill reward. Hell illusion. The host can now create a hell illusion with a maximum of 5 targets, lasting for 3 minutes. Anyone who enters the illusion will have hallucinations and experience the sights of hell. It turned out to be a skill to create illusions, which seemed to be used to scare people. Su Lin mused. However, given the convention that if the system produces a product, it must be a masterpiece, Su Lin always felt that this hellish illusion was not that simple. Turn around and find someone to try, he said silently. He then looked at the third reward, ownership of the Moonwatch Pavilion. Moonwatch Pavilion? Isn't that where the class reunion is tonight? Su Lin was a bit confused. He went online and found out that this Moonwatch Pavilion was actually the largest high-end restaurant in Jiangqing City, and meals had to be booked a long time in advance. The average person can't even book it. Just as he was thinking about it, his phone rang, an unfamiliar number, and when he picked it up, a male voice came from it. Mr. Su, I'm He Jiansheng, the manager of the Moonwatch Pavilion. May I ask what your orders are? The system was really omnipotent, directly making him the boss, even eliminating the middleman. I have a class reunion tonight. It was originally scheduled to be at Ding 14, so watch and arrange it. Su Lin said. The private rooms of the Moonwatch Pavilion are categorized into 4 grades, from high to low, A, B, C and D. Okay, Mr. Su, He Jianqing said. End of chapter. Chapter 73. What a cliched, sickening plot. Hanging up the phone, Su Lin checked his attribute panel again. Name, Surin. Power, 11. Speed, 8. Spirit, 9. Skills, Painful Slap. Honest Iron Fist. Hellish Illusion. Passive, Yin Yang Eyes. Items, Super Itchy Powder X4. Super Stink Pack X3. Free attribute points, 5. Yama value, 1941. After thinking about it, Su Lin went ahead and added all 5 free attribute points to Spirit. The host's mental power has increased, and the effect of the skill Painful Slap has increased to 12 times. The host's mental strength has increased, and the effect of the skill Honest Iron Fist has increased to 7 minutes. The host's mental power has increased, and the duration of the skill Hell's Illusion has increased to 5 minutes. At the same time, a sensation of brain clarity hit his heart, causing Su Lin to almost moan out in comfort. Seeing the surroundings is different. The layers are more distinct and the colors are more dynamic. It's still cool to add some, he exclaimed. After adding the points, Su Lin started submitting the bounty quest again, the ungrateful one's remorseful heart. Ding! Submission successful. Evaluated at perfect level. Host obtains 2,000 points of Yama value. A few seconds later, a voice came from the system. Su Lin nodded with satisfaction. To say that it was still faster to make money by doing bounty missions. Take 2,000 points in one go. Not bad, not bad. He looked at his current Yan Wang value, which had come to 3,941 points and was about to reach 4,000 points. A feeling of happiness came over me. In that case, he would be able to exchange a lot of things inside the mall. But after looking at it for a while, he didn't change anything. Points aren't easy to come by, so it's better to save them. And when you've saved up 10,000, give White Frost a new leg. Su Lin thought silently. In the evening, Su Lin drove his brand new BYD song to the Moonwatch Pavilion Hotel, which was located in the busiest part of Jiangqing City. He Jiansheng had been waiting at the door for a long time, and as soon as he saw Su Lin's car come over, he immediately jogged to it, opened the door for Su Lin, and also thoughtfully helped him block the top of the door. Seriously, Surin never understood why it was necessary. Who do you think a good person touches their head when they get out of the car? Mr. Su, you're here. I've changed the box to a word no. One for you. Look, He Jiansheng smiled sweetly. Okay, you go about your business. I'll yell at you if something comes up. Surin nodded as he saw Lily Huang. Yes, Mr. Su. He Jianshang was also an insightful person and immediately excused himself. Huang Lily also saw Su Lin from afar and trotted over. Su Lin, you're here early. I just got here too. Behind Huang Lily were two other girls that Su Lin looked familiar with, but couldn't name. Huang Lily is a person. Immediately introduced, do not recognize it. This is Chen Zihan. This is Xia Ting, all our classmates. After that, he introduced Su Lin, the celebrity of our class. Oh, hello guys. Solian greeted them with a smile, which knew that Chen Zihan and Xia Ting ignored him, but just pushed Huang Lily and said, Lily, let's go in quickly. I heard that the class president Bai Wei are here and are waiting. After saying that, he pulled Huang Lily and left, directly ignoring Su Lin. Don't pull me So what? Su Lin, we'll go in first. Huang Lily was dragged away, and Su Lin heard Xia Ting whisper, he just drives a broken BYD. That's right. I heard that Bai Wei is even driving a BMW. Surin froze, then smiled. What a damn cliched, familiar, sickening plot. When he entered the Moonwatch Pavilion, Su Lin saw Bai Wei in the hall. Speaking of Bai Wei as a person, actually, Su Lin had quite a deep impression of him for no other reason than the fact that he was one of the ones who bullied Su Lin out of food at the time. At this time, Bai Wei was surrounded by so many people, chattering away, while Bai Wei saw Su Lin as soon as he looked up. Immediately his eyes rolled back and he laughed. Ha! Look who's here everyone! Isn't this our mentally ill patient Su Lin? What? Recovered from his illness? Discharged from the hospital? The crowd laughed. Su Lin ignored them. His gaze from the moment he came in, fell on the upper body of a girl in a white dress who was sitting in the corner. Small, thin, not exactly pretty, but like an ice lotus growing on the edge of a cliff. It gave people a feeling of heartache. Huarong also saw Su Lin, and joy appeared between her brows as she immediately got up and walked towards Su Lin, her face all happy. Su Lin, you're here too. Well, I didn't expect you to come too. Su Lin smiled back, his heart warmed. I came because I heard Lily Wang say you were coming, otherwise I wouldn't have come. Huarong is truly happy, her eyes are bent like the crescent moon in the sky. It put Surin in a trance for a moment. Remembering that time, she also laughed like this while pushing her meal in front of Su Lin. Time flies. In a flash, we've all grown up. Lily Huang. She said you were coming, so I came. Su Lin laughed. Ha! Huarong smiled back, feeling that both of them had come for each other. The two stood so close that their bodies were almost pressed together. But surprisingly, there was only calm in Su Lin's heart. He had said that the feelings between him and Huarong's, which had nothing to do with love, were as pure as the snow on Tianshan Mountain. Look, you really match. So many classmates. You do not say hello, just focus on your own talk. Bai Wei had a mocking look on his face, and in his heart, he was displeased that the two had ignored them. The other students also helped out, especially Xia Ting and Chen Zihan who had just raised their eyebrows. You two are really good too. You don't say hello to the class president. What kind of quality are you? If it weren't for the class president, you two wouldn't have been able to eat at the Moonwatch Pavilion for the rest of your lives, right? At a glance, you're two poor people. That's not true. If it wasn't for the class president's face this time, I probably wouldn't have been able to enter the gates of the Moonwatch Pavilion. How dare you go out in a crappy BYD? Really? The crowd made sarcastic remarks about both Su Lin and Huarong. Su Lin took them as farts and smiled at Huarong. Ever read an urban web novel? It's the kind that's pretty sandy. Huarong froze. Smiling eyes are bent. Have seen You want to say that this plot is not very familiar? Classmate reunion hit face plot? Ha! You've really seen it. Su Lin laughed as well. Huarong remembered something and covered her mouth and laughed. Normally at this time, shouldn't you, as the protagonist of the sarcasm, reveal your identity as the Dragon King, shake the tiger, hit the crowd in the face, and then reap the rewards of shock? Shouldn't you? You really know what you're talking about. Solian gave her a thumbs up. You too, don't have ears When Bai Wei and the others saw Su Lin and the two of them talking as if no one else was around, not putting him in his eyes at all, their faces were suddenly crooked with anger. At this time, a hotel staff member came over and said, Everyone, the A-word no. One private room is ready. Please move over. The crowd froze in unison. Ha? How come it's the A-word no? One private room, not the D-word private room? Is it a mistake? The staff member stole a glance at Su Lin and said, No mistake. Your private rooms are indeed at No. 1. My god. It's even A-word no. 1. That's a private room that only the big shots of Jiangcheng can book. Why the sudden switch to A1? Needless to say, It must be the face of our class president. I told you that the class president is not ordinary. Right. Driving a BMW at a young age. End of chapter. Chapter 74. No fighting is allowed here. But our boss is excluded. A1. Bai Wei's expression was a bit stunned. He had gone through a lot of trouble to book the dingus room in the first place through his family connections. Who would have thought that now it has suddenly switched to a 1? It must be for my dad's sake, Bai Wei thought in his heart, and for a moment was very slightly pleased with himself. His dad also runs a hotel and has some contacts in Jiangcheng. Where? I was thinking that the D size room was too small, so I switched to the A size. Ha 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 ha. I'm sure it's still the class president Sama who's great. Changing it when he says so. Class president, sir? In the future, you can lift me up more. I'll be hanging out with you. Bai Wei, are you free after dinner? I have no one at our house. The crowd was talking and complimenting, licking Bai Wei as he drifted away. As a result, when he turned around and realized that Su Lin and Huarong were still standing there chatting to themselves, he was a bit angry. Hey, you two, it's rude to just talk to yourselves at a class reunion. Others have helped. That's right. Why don't you all come and thank the class president? If it weren't for the squad leader, could you guys be here? Could you eat at A1? That's not true. It's all doubly honorable when you say it later. Su Lin shrugged helplessly. True descending wisdom. The author who wrote the above must be a brain-damaged retard. Huarong laughed and couldn't straighten up. If you, the Dragon King, doesn't have a crooked mouth, then let's go. Roadside stalls and big stalls. My treat. I've seen you anyway. It's fine if I don't eat this meal. Su Lin laughed. Come all the way here. How can I not eat? You treated me to so many meals when you were in school. Today I'll treat you to a good meal. After saying that, he said to the staff member. Just a no. 1. Change the meals for me. Pick up the most expensive and delicious ones and serve them to me. To the highest standard. Oh yeah. And 2 big steamed buns. When these words came out, the crowd was stunned and then exploded. What do you mean? Surin? Stupid. Right? You psycho. You don't feel bad if it's not your treat, do you? Playing the autumn breeze is not such a way to play it. Do you know how much the highest standard of the Moonwatch Pavilion is? Estimated to be several $100,000, which AA is afraid it's going to be tens of thousands of dollars each. How dare you? Driving a broken BYD and having to eat the highest standards. Nuts. We went to school to beat your brains out, didn't we? Squad leader. This kid owes a beating. Even Bai Wei got angry and stared at Su Lin. Su Lin, don't go too far. He had actually sought out Su Lin today in order to use him for fun. But now that Su Lin had turned against him, he couldn't stand it a bit. Nevertheless, when that staff member saw Su Lin's words, he immediately bent down and said, yes, I'll prepare it, then turn around and walk away. In doing so, a group of students blew up even more. Asterisk. Su Lin, you stepped on the horse. This money you stepped on the horse to pay yourself. Damn it, Su Lin, you're punking us? This is the end. Moonwatch Pavilion doesn't support meal refunds. This is the end. I don't want to AA. I don't have the money. Squad leader. Look. Bai Wei's face was red with anger. His whole body added up to a few tens of thousands of dollars. Originally eating a normal meal was barely enough. Now that Su Lin had changed the standard, he was directly blinded. Su Lin, do you want to die? I groove you, big man. You know I didn't bring that much money. You pit me, don't you? No. This meal is on your dime. He was out of his mind with anger and rushed over to question Su Lin. Su Lin looked at him doubtfully. Of course I'm the one who pays for it. Who said I'm letting you pay for it? Bai Wei froze, and so did the other students. A few seconds later, they all laughed. You pay out? Ha ha, that's the biggest joke I've ever heard. Can you afford to pay for it? You pay? That's right. Drive a crappy BYD and then tell me I want hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy us dinner. XSWL. This guy is still mentally ill, isn't he? Nonsense. Fine. Play it that way, right? I'd like to see how you're going to pay for our dinner today. Huang Lily hadn't been able to interject since a while ago, but at this time she was also anxious and rushed over to Su Lin. Su Lin, don't get carried away. Hurry up and give them a word. Don't have such high standards. Bai Wei was also exasperated and laughed. Okay, I'd like to see if you have that much money to buy me dinner today. If you can't come up with it, don't blame me for being rude to you like I was in school. Su Lin sneered and looked at him. You're damn sick. Which ear did you hear me say I'm going to treat you guys to dinner? Bai Wei froze, and the others froze in unison. Su Lin shook his head and looked at the crowd as if he were looking at a dog. Look at the way you bastards look. Is there a single good thing about you? There are over 60 students in our class. Why did you get together with a dozen or so of you scumbags? Answers in your head? Did your mom give birth to you and leave her brain in the placenta? You Bai Wei was angry, almost red warm. Surin continued. How dare you ask me to buy you dinner? Don't even piss on yourselves. Do you deserve it? Each one of you is shy with a pussy face. Eat, eat you paralyzed. Sulin pointed at their noses and cursed. You. Grass. Bai Wei was furious and rushed up to hit Sulin. Sulin can give in to him? Joke. With a slap, he sat down on the floor, then kicked him in the mouth before he could open his mouth. Oh. Bai Wei was kicked full of blood and couldn't speak in shock. You, Sulin, you dare to hit people? A few more of Bai Wei's lapdogs rushed over. How would Sulin be polite with them? One person a painful slap, slapped them all sitting on the ground dry howling. Lily Huang and a few female classmates were dumbfounded. Huarong also froze, but she immediately clapped her hands and shouted. Well played. Sulin, you should have done this a long time ago. You, Sulin, you are finished. You are completely finished. You dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Bai Wei sat on the ground and shivered. Surin walked over and looked at him condescendingly. And do you know who I am? Bai Wei froze and subconsciously asked. Who are you? I, your father. Sulin shone his face and kicked him. Kicked his nose, blood long flow. Lying on the ground, tearing his heart and lungs, howling. Listening to Sulin all over the body comfort. Back when they were in school, Bai Wei, this scumbag, hadn't bullied him and Huarong much. He'd wanted to do it that time. He just never got the chance. Today is finally a dream come true. There were also his several dog legs, who hadn't done much back then. So how could Sulin let them off the hook? Rushing over is a big kick. Kicking them to cry father and mother. Crying grandpa and grandma. You, Sulin, you dare to hit people. You dare to hit Bai Wei. I'm going to call the police to arrest you and put you in jail. Chen Zihan pointed at Sulin in horror. Oh, I forgot there's such a like you. Sulin laughed, and in the next second, he kicked her in the stomach, kicking Chen Zihan directly flying out, hitting the wall and unable to get up. You, Xia Ting screamed in fear, and Sulin didn't let him go. With a sweeping kick, he kicked her into the corner. Then he sat right on top of Bai Wei and clicked and punched him, beat Bai Wei all over the blood, and screamed like a boiling kettle had become a spirit. During this time, Huarong had been clapping and shouting from the side, excited like a little sparrow. It wasn't until Sulin had beaten him enough and kicked Bai Wei again that he got up. After that, He Jianshang led the security guards out. At the sight of Bai Wei, he even hardened his strands and pointed at Su Lin and shouted, Su Lin, you are finished. This is the Moonwatch Pavilion. The Moonwatch Pavilion does not allow fighting. You are finished. I'll see how they clean you up. After saying that, he pointed at He Jiansheng and shouted, Manager, is fighting not allowed in the Moonwatch Pavilion? He Jiansheng nodded. That's right. It's true that Moonwatch Pavilion doesn't allow hitting people. But, Bai Wei looked at Su Lin smugly and asked, but what? He Jianwei was all smiles. But except for our boss. End of chapter. Chapter 75. You can teach such a son. You are also. What boss? Wait. Bai Wei's eyes suddenly glared round. His jaw almost dropped, pointing at Su Lin and stuttering. You mean, he's the old boss here? He Jianqing nodded and owed Su Lin slightly. Introducing, this is our Mr. Su, the owner of the Moonwatch Pavilion. What? The scene was first silent, then clamored. Shock and horror written all over everyone's face. No way. Su Lin is the owner of the Moonwatch Pavilion? Holy, am I hallucinating? My god. Su Lin is the boss of Moonwatch Pavilion? How is this possible? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Su Lin in disbelief. Huarong also froze, blinking her eyes. You are really the boss here? Su Lin laughed. As good as fake. Let's go. When I was little you treated me as much as you could. Today I'll treat you to a good meal. With that, he led Huarong inside. Hey, wait, Surin. The ones who shouted were Chen Zihan and Xia Ting, who had received a slap in a leg. These two came up shyly before the slap marks on their faces had even cleared. Su Lin, we're your classmates too. That's right. When we were kids we thought you must be doing great things. Can we go in with you? Enter your mom. Su Lin was succinct. How do you curse? Cursing is also so imposing. Xia Ting and Chen Zihan said with red faces. Asterisk. Solian gave them the middle finger. The two women wanted to say something else, but they were swept away by Su Lin's eyes and backed away in fear. Mr. Su, these people, He Jianqing asked, bending over. Throw them all out. They, as well as all those related to them, are not welcome at the Moonwatch Pavilion in the future. Yes, Mr. Su. He Jianqing also looked down on these people who tend to influence, sniffing and leading the security guards through all the people out, not caring that they screamed repeatedly. Surin, you dare to do this to me. I'm not finished with you. Bai Wei was being held up by 2 security guards, and he was even putting up a tough fight. Wait! Rack him up! Solian turned back again. The 2 security guards racked Bai Wei over. Bai Wei's face was white, shivering, and asked, "What do you want to do?" With a single kick, Solian kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fold and fly into the corner. "I didn't want to hit you, but you're a real." Solian walked over and swept another sweeping kick, sweeping Bai Wei to the center of the hall, his mouth full of blood. Su Lin grabbed his hair and knocked it hard on the table, a few times in a row. The table shattered, knocking Bai Wei's face full of blood. "People are stupid. Surin, wait." Huarong walked over and called out to Su Lin. Su Lin thought she was going to stop herself, but it turned out that Huarong carried her skirt and kicked Bai Wei in the face with a flying kick. Kicked Pak Wei's nose out of joint. Surin, crowd, ha ha, it sure is cool. I've wanted to do this before, but I've never dared. Huarong was as excited as a little sparrow. As Su Lin looked at her expression, he suddenly felt that she had the potential of someone in my generation. By the way, Surin, he won't retaliate against me if I hit him, right? It was only after kicking the man that Huarong remembered this one. No way. Su Lin laughed. Old he, clean up here. No problem, boss. He Jianwei is not a mere manager. To be able to be a manager in the Moonwatch Pavilion, it must be black and white. Su Lin had long since learned about the profound background of the Moonwatch Pavilion through the system, as well as He Jianxing's terrifying identity. Dealing with such a small matter is not worth it to him. Sure enough, he then made a phone call, and as a result, Bai Wei's old man appeared at the Moonwatch Pavilion in 10 minutes, making a bow and bowing to He Jianshang. "I have taught my son poorly, and I have rushed General He, so I should be punished and punished." He was pale, sweaty, and terrified. "Don't say it to me. Say it to our Mr. Su." He Jianxing didn't even look at him and said indifferently, "Mr. Su, Su." Bai Wei, his old man's body shivered and looked at Su Lin. "You are Mr. Su?" Su Lin asked. "Bai Wei is your son?" "Yes, yes." The canine son rushed. Solian hooked his finger at him. "Come over here." Papa Bai Wei walked up to Su Lin with a puzzled look on his face. "Mr. Su, your mom." With a single kick, Su Lin kicked him in the stomach, causing him to sit on the ground with an ouch. Su always, how do you? He was kicked silly. Su Lin kicked him in the face again. "To be able to teach this kind of son, it is evident that you are also a you. Su Lin, you dare to hit my father?" Bai Wei was furious, and even struggled to rush over. "Mr. Su lectures people, who are you to talk here?" He Jianshang beckoned. The security guard next to him handed over a baton. He Jianshang took it and hit Bai Wei's arm with a baton. Click! Pak Wei's arm is broken straight away. The Su Lin students present, including Xia Ting Chen Zihan, took a step backwards in unison. Their eyes were full of fear, and their bodies began to shiver. At this moment, they finally intuitively felt the unfathomable background of the Moonwatch Pavilion. It also finally intuitively felt the huge, mountain-like pressure from Su Lin. Thinking back to the fact that they had just desperately trolled Su Lin, the fear in these people's hearts grew wildly. "Su, Mr. Su." Papa Bai Wei's body began to shiver. "You see to it." Su Lin simply ignored him and just left it to He Jianxing to deal with. "Lily Wang, come along." Lily Huang had also secretly helped him when he was in school, so of course he remembered. He called out to Lily Wang, who asked, pointing her nose in surprise, "Can I get in too?" She was the one who had called Su Lin and Huarong here, but then something like this happened, and she blamed herself. "Come on." Su Lin pulled Huarong to take the lead and walked inside. Huang Lily hurriedly followed, and since the beginning, no one looked at Bai Wei, who was covered in blood on the ground and had already passed out. That night, inside the A-word no. 1 box of the Moonwatch Pavilion, Su Lin and Huarong, as well as Huang Lily, the 3 of them ate a meal in the sea and chatted freely about the past, which was so enjoyable. "Surin, I'm getting married in 3 days. Can you come and see me off? Be my mother's family. Lily is coming too, to be my maid of honor." After drinking some red wine, Huarong's face turned a little red. She was plain looking, sort of thrown in a pile of people and not found, but there was an indescribable air about it, and it was very nesting. "No problem." Su Lin nodded without hesitation. Lily Huang's parents died when she was young, and she has lived with her grandmother since she was a child. After her grandmother's death, she was left alone, with no contact from relatives, and not even one person from her mother's family. "Thank you." Huarong's eyes reddened a bit, and she hastily took a sip of red wine to cover it up. "That's a deal. If you don't come, you're a puppy. Definitely come. Don't worry. Do you have a dowry? If not, I'll send you a dowry. I have more money than I have room for now." Su Lin said with a smile. Huang Lily, looking on from the sidelines, casually said, Rongrong is just one person. Where is the dowry? The dowry is all their own savings. I saved it myself. It came clean. Su Lin, it's good that you can come. I don't want your dowry. Huarong smiled like, he said and sighed. Ugh, if only you were my boyfriend. Rich and secure. It's so nice. Huang Lily teased. It's not too late for you to chase after Su Lin instead now that you've dumped your fiancé. Huarong shook her head back and forth. No. Lily, you don't know how familiar we were when we were 2 kids. It's not good to get too familiar. Ha! Su Lin was all amused by Huarong. 3 days passed by in a flash, and soon it was the day of Huarong's wedding. This day Su Lin specially picked a suit to wear, dressed handsome, and even called Chi Pei together, just to give Huarong to support the scene. When he left the house, White Frost also specifically instructed that Su Lin shouldn't just go crazy and beat up random people. Today is Rongrong's big day. You must control yourself. Don't move. White Frost straightened out Su Lin's suit for him and said, Well, I know. What kind of people do I hit when they get married? Surin smiled and patted her hand. Then who knows? You go crazy and don't know the occasion. In any case, control your emotions a little, and I've brought you the medicine. So if you feel your emotions are not right, you should take some medicine quickly to suppress the shock. Okay, got it. Surin thought to himself that you still know me, but he didn't expect White Frost to be prophetic at this point. Something really still happened at Huarong's wedding. Kneeling for votes. Save the baby. End of chapter. Chapter 76. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to hit someone. The first half of the wedding actually went pretty well. Su Lin and Chi Pei came to Huarong's house first and accompanied her with Huang Lily to wait for the wedding car. As I said before, Huarong is an orphan. She didn't have much family other than a house she had struggled to buy on her own over the past few years, so there was no feast on this side. The party to see off the bride was also small. Just Su Lin, Chi Pei, Huang Lily, and a few of Huarong's female friends. Huarong wore a red festive showgown today. Her face was flushed, as beautiful as a budding lotus. When she saw Su Lin, she ran over and pulled him in surprise. You really came. I thought you'd just talk about it. Su Lin laughed and said, See what you're saying. When have I ever gone back on my word when I promised? Huarong smiled sweetly. That's good. I'm relying on you guys to back me up. After a little while longer, it was time for the promised pickup, but the wedding car didn't show up. Su Lin's brows furrowed, but he didn't say anything and just waited patiently. But the wait was just another hour before the wedding car arrived late, and only 4 cars came. The lead car was a Honda. The other 3 were Wuling Hondas, minivans. Both Su Lin and Zipei's brows furrowed. When I asked again, I said I was late from there. At this point, Huarong was already a bit upset, but she couldn't say anything, so she got into the lead car with Huang Lily. Su Lin didn't drive today, and got into a minivan with Zipei. When I went up, the car was not cleaned up, dirty, and the soles of my feet were covered with mud and cigarette butts. Chi Pei really couldn't help herself and said, Brother, there's such a thing as picking up a bride? Su Lin coldly just said, Take your car. The receiving party started up and drove towards the outskirts of the city. Huarong's fiancé is not from the city. It's a small town on the edge of Zhangcheng, just like White Horse Town. It's not far. The receiving party made their way out of the city and soon arrived at their destination. When he got out of the car, Zippy froze and suddenly said, Brother, I know this village. It's a famous wedding village in the neighborhood. The wedding is quite serious. Last year I heard that there was even a human life. Surin looked at him and asked, Are you sure? Zippy nodded. Yes, this is the place. Su Lin looked at the receiving party outside and got a bad feeling in his heart. But since we're all here and there's no way to go back, we'll just have to be careful. Still, as a precaution, Zippy made a call and came back to give Su Lin the okay sign. As a result, not surprisingly, as soon as they got off the bus, Huarong's in-laws gave Su Lin and the rest of their mother's family a hard time. The wedding car just stopped. Su Lin then saw Huarong's mother-in-law wearing a red showgirl outfit, and Huarong's fiancé coming in with their fingers linked. Su Lin's eyes narrowed immediately. Who doesn't know that the showgown is the bride's dress? You're a mother-in-law. What showgown are you wearing? And with the groom's fingers crossed? Who's getting married? Su Lin and the bunch of them who were sending off their relatives looked at each other in disbelief. When Huarong got out of the car and took a look at the situation, she was a bit embarrassed. Upon seeing Huarong, her mother-in-law put a fake smile on her face and said, These city clothes are just beautiful, even better than mine. The groomsman picked up. Mom, when I get you back to town, I'll buy you another set to make up for your lost youth. When Granny Huarong heard this, a petulant look appeared on her old face. It's still my son who knows what he's doing. It almost didn't make Su Lin and Chi Pei vomit. Brother, for some reason, I suddenly want to hit someone, Zippy said through clenched teeth. What quality? Is that something to fight about? Chi Pei looked at Su Lin in surprise, just wanting to say, brother, why have you changed your nature? Only to hear Su Lin continue, if I can't help it later, you pull me a little. Gotta. Zippy almost fell over. He said to himself, brother, count me high. However, today was Huorong's big day, and Su Lin didn't want to cause any trouble, so he was ready to finish the ceremony and leave in a hurry. At that moment, a greasy middle-aged man with a mouthful of yellow teeth came forward with a microphone, looking up and down at Huorong and Huang Lily and their bridesmaids with undisguised lewd eyes. It took a long time to say, today's bride is from the city, and she's as beautiful as a fairy, with white skin and long legs, but according to the old rules of our village, when a new daughter-in-law passes through the door, it's the old man who must carry her. Where's the old man? Come on. The surrounding villagers all clapped their hands and began to cajole. The atmosphere instantly enlivened. Quick, where's the old man? Hurry up and carry the new daughter-in-law. Ha ha, hubby can't wait. Been waiting for this for a long time. Haven't you? Pants are sticking up. Su Lin and the others frowned straight away as they listened, and Huorong froze, completely unsure of what this meant. An old man with red smeared on his face walked out, grinning with a mouth full of black teeth, as ugly as it was going to get. The MC took the microphone and asked the old man, the new daughter-in-law is so beautiful. Are you happy and tired? The eunuch grinned with a mouth full of black teeth and said, happy. Today is my son's big day. Even if I were to die of exhaustion, I would be willing to do so. With that, he hugged Huorong and tried to put her on his back. Huorong's eyes and face instantly reddened, resisting and not allowing him to carry her. The surrounding villagers look, even more vigorously, clapping their hands and loud coaxing. Oh wow, the new daughter-in-law is very unworthy. HAAA. What's wrong with the old man? So incompetent? Can't even handle a new daughter-in-law. No, let me do it. That's it. No, let's be the old man. While coaxing, they also pushed forward and reached out to push the old man. Hubby looked at Huorong's constant dodging and seemed to be a bit annoyed. Plus there was someone pushing behind him. And surprisingly, when Huorong turned back, he didn't know whether it was intentional or not, and kissed Huorong's face in one go. Ha ha, kissed and kissed. Hubby kissed his daughter-in-law. The villagers around them were up in arms and burst into laughter. Huorong was so frightened that she screamed and subconsciously pushed, resulting in the old man not being able to stand still and sitting on the ground at once. The scene was immediately awkward. My father-in-law and my mother-in-law were green and white in the face, obviously a little upset. Huorong also froze. The groomer came over and said to Huorong with a cold face, Wrong, what are you doing? Why did you push my father? My dad is old. Can you take the responsibility if he gets hurt? Huorong's eyes were a little red. But what buts may not be yes. That's the custom in our old country. No one means any harm, but he's all pro, said Huorong. I've told you it's just our custom here. And it's not like you're going to lose 2 pounds with a kiss. So why are you pushing my dad? The groom said unhappily. You. Huorong pointed at the groom and couldn't even speak. The MC, once he saw that the scene was a bit frozen, came to the rescue with a microphone. Daughter-in-law quickly offered tea to your in-laws to apologize. After saying that, she let someone bring over the teacups. Huorong pursed her lips in silence for a while, her chest unable to stop rising and falling. Finally, he took a few deep breaths before taking the teacup and handing it over with both hands. In-laws, you two use the tea. Hubby grunted and reached out to pick up the tea, but it wasn't even heading for the teacup, but directly for Huorong's hand. Huorong was just about to retract. Instead, the mother-in-law deliberately raised her hand. Not only did he smoothly fling Huorong, he also knocked over the cup, and the hot tea splashed on Huorong's face. Huorong was stunned all of a sudden, but her mother-in-law pulled her voice and pointed her chin at Huorong. This slap teaches you what the rules are, and when you enter the door of my old Jiang family, you have to abide by the rules of my old Jiang family. Grass. Su Lin immediately felt all the blood in his body rush to his head, and he couldn't help but clench his fists to charge forward. Chi Pei hugged his waist. Brother, don't. Today is Huorong's wedding day, not your mom. Su Lin struggled frantically. Brother, calm down. Sister-in-law told you to take your medicine. Quick, take your medicine. He hugged Su Lin hard all over again, while hurriedly touching the medicine from his body and stuffing it into Su Lin's mouth. Su Lin this time gradually cold arrow down, but still feel a burst of blood to the head. The two villain is more has long been knocking on the door, looking again at Huorong, her eyes filled with tears of anger. She froze where she was motionless. The master of ceremonies hurriedly ran over to persuade the new daughter-in-law mo angry. This is also our village custom, the so-called order of elders and children. The mother-in-law before passing the door. This slap can be better than the real money to change the name of the fia. The bride is not hurry to kneel down to change the name of the mother. Kneeling for votes. Save the baby. End of chapter. Chapter 77. I'm teaching you how to be a human being. Hworong still didn't move. The MC saw that it was not going to end well, so he hurriedly uncovered it. Next is the main event, which in our case is called Fish Leap Dragon Gate, and it's about a colorful prize. Someone purposely hitched a ride. What's a fishy? The MC laughed. The bride over the door. The mother's family also followed the light. The next bride can lead the bridesmaids group through the Dragon Gate. The past, indicating that the pair of couples in the future and in full of happiness for a lifetime, cannot be past, that the omen cannot be good. Before he could finish, Su Lin saw those male villagers around him spontaneously stand in 2 rows, revealing a passage in the center that only allowed one person to pass through. The MC pointed to the passage and said, "See, this is the Dragon Gate. As long as the bride walks through this passage with her bridesmaids, it is considered that she has passed the Dragon Gate, and this rite of passage is considered accomplished." Su Lin looked toward those people. On the surface it looked pretty normal, but the leering look on his face said something was definitely wrong. Hworong may not want to make too much of a mess, and after closing her eyes again to calm down, she stood in front of the Dragon Gate. A few of Lily Huang's faces looked at each other and finally followed her with her bridesmaids as well. Cross the Dragon Gate. The MC took the microphone and let out a yell, and before Hworong had time to react, she felt someone push her from the side, causing her to involuntarily lunge forward. Ha ha, the bride is so beautiful. Huang Lily and the others weren't spared, and with the Dragon Gate gone, a group of villagers directly surrounded Hworong and a few bridesmaids. Poor Huang Lily and several other bridesmaids are wearing dresses today, surrounded in the middle of the crowd, like little lambs caught in a fierce beast surrounded. Even the skirt is almost lifted up by people. There were also people who took the opportunity to put their hands inside their clothes, scaring a few girls who screamed while clutching their chests in death. Some even went so far as to go the whole hog and stick it to the bridesmaids. And in the face of all this, the groomsman and his mom and dad, surprisingly, just watched with smiles on their faces, not the least bit impressed. Not only that, but even until now, the groomsman and her mom are still in a 10-fingered state. Ah! Help! Help! Surin! Help! Huang Lily. Several girls screamed desperately in fear, and Hworong even directly called out Su Lin's name. Ding! Sin detected. System released. I'll test your mom's ass. Su Lin couldn't hold back any longer and spat out the tranquilizer that he had pressed down in his mouth. With a roar of rage he rushed over and pulled the hair of a villager who was about to make a move on Hworong and slammed it hard into the ground. Boo! The man was directly smashed unconscious. His hair was ripped out by Su Lin, and his head was covered in blood. Su Lin let go of him and grabbed the other man, swinging him round and flinging him to the ground. Boo! There was another thud, and the man folded right up. Asterisk 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 Q. Zippy also rushed over with a half-dozen bricks, swinging them up and smashing them on a man's head. The man let out an ouch and fell to the ground, covering his head, blood pouring from his fingers. Su Lin had already rushed into the crowd at this time, as if a tiger had descended from the mountain, punching and kicking, and no one was his one enemy. He's strong and fast, plus his reflexes are frighteningly high, beating and no scruples. Some down. Those villagers are lying on the ground screaming, full of blood. It wasn't until then that the likes of Hworong and Huang Lily in the crowd revealed their appearance. Undressed and pale, he looked terrified, covering his clothes and shivering with panic. As soon as she saw Su Lin appear, Hworong's eyes immediately reddened and she shouted, "Su Lin!" There were no more words. As if Su Lin had descended from the heavens, he kicked the villager beside her and sent him flying 8 meters away. Hworong, I'm only asking you one thing. Are you still in this marriage? Hworong didn't even half hesitate. No more not. Yes. Surin punched a villager away, then turned around and rushed to the groom. Then he kicked him in the crook of the leg in front of a crowd of shocked voices, sending him to his knees. You guys call a slap in the face a change of heart fee, right? Su Lin spat into his hand, swung round, and riveted his strength to slap the groom a dozen times in a row. Slap. A dozen slaps down. The groom's face swollen into a pig's head. Teeth were slapped out. Mouth full of blood. You still have your fingers crossed with your mom, don't you? I'll let you. Su Lin was not yet relieved. A foot stepped down, directly stomped the groom's fingers into hemp. Stepping on the groom issued a pig-killing scream. You call your mom. Surin kicked him into a corner. What are you doing? How dare you hit someone? The mother-in-law was stunned. Beating people? I'm teaching you to be a human being by stepping on your horse. Su Lin grabbed his mother-in-law's hair. You don't even look at how many folds you have on your face. And you're still wearing a show dress, right? I'll let you wear it. I'll let you wear it. Su Lin tore the old thing's show clothes into pieces in 3 or 2 strokes, revealing the shirt inside. And it was still lace. You stepped on the horse black like a dry zombie, and then wear this. Su Lin felt blinded his dog eyes. Like to slap people? Do you? You like to drink tea, don't you? I'll let you drink enough today. Su Lin slapped down a few slaps, slapping the old thing's face full of blood. Then he lifted the teapot next to him and poured it directly on the old thing's head. Ah! The old thing let out a scream as it was scalded, its body shaking like a pendulum. You! How do you hit someone? Let her go. The MC freaks out and yells at the microphone. You're yelling about Nima. Chi Pei had long since looked at him in a bad light, and carrying a stick from the side, he struck him on the head with one blow. Oy vey! The MC covered his head and crouched down, blood pouring from his fingers. Su Lin kicked the mother-in-law a few more times, and after kicking this disgusting old thing almost died in place. Only then did he let go of the scared and dumbfounded old man next to him. Just like you still learn from others to molest their daughters-in-law, right? You look at your mouth full of big black teeth, like a shark out of the oil. Damn! I look at you just angry, to give you a new mouth. Bong bong bong. Su Lin cursed while smashing hard on his mouth. A few punches down, the old man's mouthful of big black teeth were all knocked down, and blood froth flowed straight down the corners of his mouth. Yell! Help! Spare my life! Hubby called out. You're yelling at Nima. Su Lin thumped a few more punches, smashing the old bastard's body into convulsions. That's when the other villagers reacted. Hit someone, call the police to arrest them, send them to jail. Just as he was yelling, Zippy's men arrived. Good guy. The whole more than 10 Iveco. Hundreds of people all wearing black suits. Get off the black pressurized rushed over. The villagers were so dumbfounded by the scene that no one dared to scream anymore. Chi Pei laughed and swung a stick on the mouth of the one who screamed the most fiercely. Prison? Grass. I just got out of prison. Ha! You. God. What kind of background does this bride have? Is it hard to be on the road? Hitting so hard. It looks like it. My God. What kind of people did this mess with? The crowd of villagers were stunned, and some even took the opportunity to try to escape, only to be kicked back by Chi Pei's men. At this time, the groomer seemed to wake up, and seeing that the situation was not right, crawled all the way to Horong. Wrong. Please ask them to stop fighting. What kind of people are they? Are we going to have a wedding if they keep fighting? Ask for votes. Beg on your knees. Save the children. End of chapter. Chapter 78. Hell is empty and demons are on earth. Horong stared at him angrily. A wedding? What wedding? Do you guys organize weddings like this? They are all my mother's family, standing in for me. But wrong. The groomsman tried to say something, but was interrupted. Horong's face is filled with anger. I only agreed to marry you before when you promised me not to engage in those foul-smelling customs. But now, I'm being bullied and you just stand by and watch? Are you still a man? The groom pleaded. Wrong, I know I'm wrong, but these are the customs of our village. People don't mean any harm. Ha. No offense? Horong was outraged. Are you blind? Or are you blind in your heart? Look at us, surrounded by them in the center. Even our clothes are torn. And you're telling me that they don't have any malicious intent? If it weren't for my mother's family today, are you going to take a few of us? You still have the face to say they don't mean any harm. The groom was still pleading. But it's a custom in our village. It's called pressing the joy. Not only during the day, but at night they have to go to the cave to press it. You are shameless. Horong was really angry and slapped the groom in the face, throwing him into a scream. Su Lin asked Chi Pei what it meant to press the joy. Chi Pei frowned and said, I have heard people say. It seems that those remote mountain villages before liberation had such a custom, saying that the bride's first night of passing through the door should be dedicated to the village. Grass. Surin kicked the groom and nestled him inside the dirt. It was 2024, halfway through the Olympics, and he hadn't realized that there were still such foolish people and foolish things. Horong was also hearing chills all over her body. She had heard the groom say before that there was a custom in their village called pressurization. She thought it was just a normal haunting of the house, but she didn't realize. It was a moment of infinite hindsight for her. Luckily, he had let Su Lin come, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this time, Chi Pei added, I remember. It seems that the bride who committed suicide last year was unable to think straight after being pressed for joy. Holy! Su Lin felt the blood rushing up, rushed over and punched and kicked the two old farts again, beating the two old farts so much that they only had air coming out, but no air coming in. The groom climbed to his feet and begged, Wrong. It's my fault. Please tell Big Brother to stop beating our mom. Our mom? Horong carried her skirt and kicked him in the mouth. Who are you talking to, our mom? Don't disgust me. The groom was all kicked up. But you're my fiancé. Oh yeah, now you're my wife. My wife your mom. Huarong kicked the groom several more times in quick succession, kicking his face full of blood and dirt. If you want to tie the knot, you and your mother to tie the knot. This marriage old mother not to tie the knot. You don't let me see you in the future. I will see you once and beat you once. Huarong said angrily. Ah, not tying the knot? No, I'm still waiting for a house in the city. When her mother-in-law heard that she wasn't getting married, she became anxious and pointed at Huarong and scolded. Little, you're not getting married just because you say you're not getting married? How am I supposed to live in a house in the city if you and my son don't get married? Huarong was all but laughed out loud by her. Feelings that you let your son marry me just for that house of mine. The old lady was all right, if it wasn't for the house. Who would want my son to marry you? A loner, without even a dowry. My son is so good and obedient. Marrying him is a blessing you won't be able to cultivate in several lifetimes. Chi Pei pulled her hair hard. No, I can't listen to a mental illness. I'm going to die of anger. He finished pulling his hair, rushed over to the old thing as a beating and kicking, finished not yet relieved, and ready to let the hands down to fight. Forget it. Huarong stopped him with red eyes. If you fight again, someone will die. That's it. Don't fight. There's no point in beating people up. Su Lin nodded his head as well, walking over to pick up the two old goods, as well as their precious son, and threw them directly inside the cesspool behind the house. Rural cesspools, that guy, straight up a pool. Ah, with everything in it. The three were thrown down, gulping and gulping into their stomachs, and managed to struggle to the shore, only to be knocked down again by Su Lin with his stick. Looking at Chi Pei was gulping straight. In terms of whole people, he couldn't catch up with Su Lin's shadow even if he beat his horse. And all of you, get off my ass. Su Lin also threw the MC, and the few villagers who made the most noise, all into the cesspool. The cesspool wasn't deep enough for a person to stand in, but not drown. Key issues: that flavor, that scene, that sight, that. OMG, the author can't even write. Anyway, the other villagers who hadn't been thrown down were scared less, falling to their knees and just kowtowing. Big brother, spare us, we won't dare to do it again. We won't dare to do it again. We'll never press high again. Please spare us. Brother, I don't know. I'm innocent. Big brother. I know that last year that bride is not suicide. Is by that old thing to first that. After that. The old man in the cesspool howled at this statement. Bull ********. You vomit nonsense. Why am I bull ******* ting you? It was you. The girl resisted and wouldn't let you her. You strangled her and turned around and said it was a suicide. Yeah, that's you. And you gave us $200 each to keep it quiet. And that girl from the year before, the big one. Also you. The crowd cried out in a chorus of voices. You guys. Fart. The old bastard's mouth was bubbling within a hurry, and he fought to try to swim up. But Surin can let him have his way? One stick and it went down again. You guys keep talking. Talk good and I won't beat you up. Su Lin narrowed his eyes at the few villagers. Several villagers were encouraged and scrambled to speak up. After hearing this, not to mention Huarong and the others, even Chi Pei felt a chill down his spine and all over his body. It turned out that the girl who was forced to die by the old bastard was no other than his daughter-in-law. Last year, when my daughter-in-law passed away, this old man wanted to press the joy, so he brought people to rush into the new house and used force on the girl. As a result, the girl resisted too much, and the old bastard was so careless that he used a pillow to smother the person. The others were horrified to see that someone had died. This old bastard then gave them $200 each to unite their voices and say that the girl had committed suicide. When his wife found out, not only did she not blame him, but she defended him at every turn, saying that the other girl was a lost cause. His son is also a wimp, a genuine super mommy's boy, with a hole in his head. His mom says what she wants, and his daughter-in-law was forced to die by his old man, but he doesn't even dare to let out a fart. Plus, the girl's maiden family was left with only one poor old mother, an old man from the countryside who couldn't read or write, so it was surprising that he got away with it. By the way, he stayed in the room for half an hour after he detached us before he came out. Someone yelled again. The people were all stunned when they heard it. Huarong was chilled all over and shuddered. Is this still a person? Zippy muttered, horrified and incredulous. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. Su Lin sneered at the old bastard who was fighting the maggots and stabbed a stick into his mouth. Ask for votes. Beg on your knees. Save the children. End of chapter. Chapter 79, He's so handsome. I wish he was my boyfriend. When the family was fished out of the cesspool, there was only one breath left. They weren't losing out, though, and in any case, they were well fed and reeked of a foul odor. It's almost as if no one is allowed in. After resting on the ground for half a day, The old man was the first to slow down, looking at Su Lin and cursing while vomiting. You mongrel, vomit you bastard. I'll be 10 years younger and chop you up straight away. Su Lin took the stick and dialed him from afar. Look at you. Why are you still in a hurry? Today is the big day. This is all our mother's family's custom. I just let you guys dip a little bit of joy. How can you still not be able to play it? You, Hinama. Hubby was so angry he spit out of his mouth and was so disgusted the crowd couldn't even look at it. Damn. That's disgusting. Hit him. Su Lin recoiled for a moment. The groomer, by now, was even begging Huarong. Wrong. I vomit. He spit and said, I am wrong. You quickly tell your friend to stop fighting. We still have to get married. Not your ass. Huarong had wanted to go over and give him a kick, but felt too disgusted to go over. Surin made another stick and stabbed the groom in the mouth, stabbing him and making him wail. Eventually the police came and took the old thing's family away. Originally, Sulin thought that someone had secretly called the police, and this time he had to go in anyhow. What I didn't expect was that no one called the police, and the police came on their own to arrest the old thing's family. Upon inquiring, they realized that they had long had evidence of the old thing's family breaking the law. This visit is about making arrests. I just didn't realize it was from a cesspool, and it gave people enough of a nausea. The police came accompanied by people from the town, saying that this time they must make great efforts to rectify this wedding village, move on and never let such incidents happen again. As for the beating incident, naturally, Chipei's men will take the blame and compensate a little money only. It has absolutely nothing to do with Surin, but with the way Kaipe was going. These people had taken his money, so surely they had to take it and spit it out however they could. Of course, this was all an afterthought and had nothing to do with Su Lin anymore. Back in Jiangcheng, only to ask and realize that Huarong and his fiancée did not get a license at all, and nothing happened. Then how come you agreed to marry him? You two have only known each other for less than a week after being introduced. Lily Wong asked in disbelief. Huarong looked out the window, and only after a long time did she leisurely say, just want to have someone to talk to. The crowd fell silent. Yeah, a girl with no one to turn to, living alone, working alone, and wanting someone to talk to after she gets home at night. What's wrong with her? Huarong was silent for a while and smiled again. But after this, I've figured it out. I'll never get married again. Just live alone. It's quite nice. This is going from one extreme to the other. But the crowd didn't know how to comfort her. After all, having just seen the ugliest thing on earth, it's normal to have a fear of marriage. It seemed that the only way to slowly heal the scars in her heart was to rely on the power of time. Surin, thank you. If it wasn't for you this time, Huarong's eyes reddened as she looked at Su Lin. Su Lin waved his hand and laughed. What are you talking about? This is all trivial. I also want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to beat people up. In the future when there is something like this, please remember to definitely contact me. Huarong was amused by Su Lin. You. How are you all grown up? Still thinking of hitting people every day. When you were a kid you were naughty. I remember one time if it wasn't for me stopping you, you would have killed someone. Su Lin smiled back. When he was young at home Lin Xiaoming was his only playmate. At school Huarong was his only friend. It's all memories. Alright, I'll leave if there's nothing else. You rest well at home. And if you're bored after resting, you can also come and play with me. Surin said. Huarong had met with a series of changes, so she indeed needed to take a good rest. Aha! Huarong softly hummed and waved her hand to send Su Lin away. After Su Lin left, Huarong stared at his back in a daze until he disappeared and couldn't retract her gaze. He is so handsome. One of the bridesmaids also looked at Su Lin's back and gawked. Yeah, he's so handsome. I wish he was my boyfriend. So secure. The other bridesmaid blushed a little too. Wrong. Why don't you find him as your boyfriend? I feel like you two are so good together. Someone asked. Huarong didn't answer the question. She just closed her eyes hard for a long time, unwilling to open them. Only, if someone were to observe carefully, they would notice her eyelashes, fluttering unceasingly. It seems like the system released a quest earlier. On the way home, Su Lin suddenly remembered the system prompt from before, so he opened the system panel and took a look. And it was right. Ding! Sin detected. System releases temporary mission. Mission, punish wedding mischief makers. Mission accomplished, 100%. Rewards available. Su Lin was happy. I did not expect the system to release a temporary task. The needle does not poke, so he immediately tapped on claim reward. Ding! The temporary mission has been completed. Rewards will now be issued. Bonus, multi-language proficiency. Multilingual proficiency? Su Lin froze. As a result, in the next moment, a huge wave of information poured into Su Lin's mind like a flood, causing his head to ache. The feeling lasted for several minutes before it was relieved. Taking another look at checking his memories, Sulin was instantly happy. The system's reward for this temporary mission was really generous. Directly, he has mastered many foreign languages, including the 6 official languages of the United Nations, as well as several minor languages such as undergarments and cold. To put it simply, it meant that Sulin had directly become a language master within a few minutes. It's more than enough to go as a professional translator. After enjoying himself for a while, Sulin looked at his attribute panel again. Power, 11. Speed, 8. Spirit, 14. Skills, Painful Slap. Honest Iron Fist. Hellish Illusion. Passive, Yin Yang Eyes. Items, Super Itchy Powder X4. Super Stink Pack X3. Free attribute points, 0. Yama value, 4013. Yama's value went up to 4013 points, which seems slightly slow. But if you counted the 200 points that Lin Xiaoming had consumed, the speed was fine. But, why did you forget to test this hellish illusion just now? A pang of chagrin ran through Sulin. He had just gotten so carried away with beating people that he had forgotten about it. It seems that we can only talk about it later when we have the chance. Back at the villa, Sulin gave the 3 White Frosts a rundown of what happened at the wedding. The 3 were also in a cold sweat. How can there be such vicious people in the world? And Kobayashi, how did you throw someone into a cesspool? What if they drown? Su Lingjuan's eyes widened with shock. Lin Xiaoming glanced at her mom and said, Mom, why are you acting like a saintly mother? This kind of person, it's better to drown him. If I was there, I would have slapped him a few times. Su Lingwan looked at her in surprise. Xiaoming, when did you become so violent? Lin Xiaoming froze and fell into a deep thought. Yeah, when did I get so violent? I didn't used to be like this. Su Lin wanted to smile as he watched, and thought well. His remodeling plan had finally paid off. Come on, I'll watch you. Bifrost continued. Huorong's sister is so pitiful. No one at home. Living on her own. It's so hard to find someone to rely on. But it's still such a strange family. It's heartbreaking to think about. She looked at Su Lin. Su Lin, no, you can't let her come and live with us. Let's talk about this. Come on, let's go out for a big meal tonight. Su Lin changed the topic. Okay, hey, I want to eat crayfish. Lin Xiaoming let out a cheer. The meal was a full one, until after 10 o'clock at night, when all 4 came back rubbing their rolled bellies. In the car, Su Lin heard the radio say that there had been a recent spate of female disappearances in Jiangchang, especially young women in their 20s, and that 5 or 6 of them had already gone missing. The authorities remind women to be safe when they go out. Surin said, hear that. From now on you guys shouldn't go out at night. There's no such coincidence. Brother, just don't worry, Lin Xiaoming said with a smile. By this time, they had returned to the entrance of the villa when White Frost suddenly said, why is there a car parked in our space? Ask for votes. Beg on your knees. Save the children. End of chapter. Chapter 80, girls? Not even a birth today. A Mercedes-Benz Big G was actually parked in his own parking space in front of Su Lin's villa. What the hell? Su Lin got out of the car to look, only to find that the Big G had a black license plate with a series of 8s. Here, the system gave Su Lin this villa that came with a parking space right in front of the villa. However, not all houses in this area have parking spaces. Some don't, and it's somewhat inconvenient to have to park in an underground garage a little farther away. When Surin had first arrived some time ago, he had noticed cars parked in front of his villa, but since he didn't have a car then either, he didn't care. The car then disappeared for a few days, and Surin assumed that the owner had taken the car when he realized that the villa was occupied. As it turned out, I didn't expect to stop here again tonight. He circled around the Mercedes and didn't find a call to move the car in the car. So he asked Lin Xiaoming to call the property directly over and asked them to find the owner to come over and move the car. I didn't realize that this wait was more than an hour, and it was only when it was 11 o'clock that the owner of the car came late. The one who came was a woman in her late 30s, a peculiar-looking, fat-headed woman, but a coffin slab figure, like a sow that had been starved for dozens of days. She had probably just gotten out of bed. Sleepy eyes and dark circles under her eyes, and a look of impatience. What's wrong with you people? Didn't you just stop in your parking space? What's the point of making a scene in the middle of the night and yelling people up? Su Lingwan didn't say anything, but Lin Xiaoming was infuriated. You took up our private parking space and didn't even leave a phone number. Do you have a point? Hurry up and move the car away. It wasn't just a stop. What kind of person is that? They were sleeping. The woman rolled her eyes. A little reluctant. It's the middle of the night. And there's no other parking space here. So you're asking me to move it now. So where do I park? Look at that. How righteous it is. Just like in your own home. Lin Xiaoming gasped. Where to park is a matter for you to consider. Not us. So hurry up and drive the car away. The woman is more impatient. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I will give you to drive away, okay? This midnight, you first parked the car outside on the side of the road, cannot? There are so many things to do. Saying that, he took another look at Su Lin's car and muttered, it's just a broken BYD. What's all the yelling about? Nice guy. That's a pretty brazen thing to say. It's amazing how you can be so righteous about letting someone park outside when you're approached after taking up someone else's parking space. Su Lin felt his chi and blood begin to churn again. Seeing that his expression was not right, Bifrost hurriedly said to the woman, move over, we're waiting to park. It's after 11 o'clock. And you know it's after 11. You're making me get up and move my car after 11? The woman said with a straight face. Are you still being reasonable? It's obviously you who took up our parking space, right? Lin Xiaoming was furious. Cannot move now. Moved, I have no place to park. I have said tomorrow to move, tomorrow to move. You have to hold on. Interesting? Really no quality. Ha! It's so funny. You're taking up our parking space and you're being so righteous about it. Who the hell has no qualities? Su Lin didn't hold back and stepped forward with a sneer. Are you moving or not? The woman looked at Su Lin. What? You still want to hit me? I'm warning you, if you dare to try to touch me, I'll make you lose all your money, believe it or not. Not waiting for Su Lin to speak, she rolled her eyes. Besides, what evidence do you have to say that this parking space is yours? We've been parking this parking space for almost a year or so, and I haven't even said it's mine. White Frost did not expect such a shameless person. Angry enough, how can you be like this person, occupying other people's parking space, but also talk sarcasm? Have you such a person? What's wrong with me? You want me to move my car? You show me proof first. Ha! Driving a broken BYD, you can afford to live in a villa? Have the guts to take out your purchase records. I now have reason to suspect that you guys are just turtles. This villa may not even be yours. White Frost was suddenly a bit dumbfounded as he remembered that Su Lin had said that he was only looking after the villa for someone else. As soon as the woman saw White Frost's expression, she became smug. See, I got you right, didn't I? A bunch of trashy thieves. At this time, the property manager next to him couldn't stand it anymore. Miss Fong Fong Fong, this villa was indeed purchased by Mr. Su. The formalities are complete and ready to be checked. If you say it is, then it is. If you have the ability to make him produce evidence. Fong 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 began to stir up trouble. Fortunately, the property manager was prepared, and pulled out the electronic contract for this villa from his hand and showed it to Fong Fong Fong. When Fong 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 took a look, it was really Su Lin's contract, so she had nothing to say. But then she added, facts aside, is it fun for you guys to bully me alone? It's the middle of the night. I'm a girl and my eyesight is bad. It's too dangerous to go out and look for a parking space this late. Can't you just let me park here for the sake of me being a girl? Su Lin's anger went up, and he sneered. Girls? Don't say girls in the horse. Today even I can't. Hurry up and move the car for me. Why are you cursing? Fong 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 pointed at Su Lin's nose and said, I'm not moving today. Let's see what you can do. I'm warning you guys, don't call me again. Call me again and I'll sue you for harassment. After saying that, she wiggled her ass and surprisingly walked straight away. Grass. Su Lin's chi and blood began to boil again, and he was ready to chase after them. Bai Shuang and Su Lingwan hurriedly stopped and hugged Su Lin. Don't. It's not a good idea to row with such people. That's it. Guilty as charged. If Su Lin really did it this time, he'd definitely be in jail. White Frost legs have problems. Su Lin did not dare to struggle too hard, and could only watch that Fong 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 wiggled her butt and walked into the villa next door, her eyes red with anger. The property manager was also at his wit's end with this kind of person, and could only say to Su Lin apologetically, Mr. Su, otherwise you can park your car on our side of the property first, and then, tomorrow. No need. I'll take care of it myself. Su Lin took a deep breath and calmed his anger. The property manager opened his mouth and really had nothing to say, so he could only apologize and leave. After he left, Solian made a direct call out. It's good to have money, and in about 20 minutes or so, a construction crew came and started working, not moving the car. Ha? Then don't even move it again. He sneered, parking the car on the side of the road and returning to the villa. White Frost looked at Su Lin with a strange look. Didn't you say this villa belongs to someone else? How come it's yours again? Well, it's hard to say. That's another story, when I have time later to make up for you to say it. Surin hurriedly changed the topic. White Frost clearly didn't believe it, but he didn't ask anything else. In fact, she wasn't a little cutie, had long known that this villa was Su Lin's. Lin Xiaoming pouted and said, Brother, you didn't hit anyone today. That's not like you. Looking at her unfulfilled look, it was obvious that Su Lin hadn't hit anyone, and she was still quite upset. Su Lingwan slapped Lin Xiaoming. This child, what are you talking nonsense about? Su Lin also gave Lin Xiaoming a laugh. Hitting people? It's not a good idea to keep hitting people. Let's play differently this time. Words just finished. Ding. The system releases a mission. Ask for votes. Beg on your knees. Save the children. End of chapter. Chapter 81. All are humans with 2 noses and 1 eye. Who's afraid of whom? Su Lin froze for a moment. How come there was still a mission here? Open the system and have fun. Ding. Sin detected. System releasing mission. Task 3, punish the worst neighbors. Mission completion, 0%. Completion of tasks will be rewarded accordingly. I didn't expect to trigger a quest. The system has you. But this wording of the system is more or less a bit strange. Su Lin looked at the words extremely evil and was a bit puzzled. Taking up a parking space is just unethical at best. How is it extremely evil? Has the system been occupied before? Forget it or not. Solian went straight to his room to sleep. At night he had a strange dream. I dreamed that I was sitting alone on a high platform, wearing a long black robe and a crown, in the middle of a dark hall. The ghosts and shadows under the stage are all kneeling on the ground and shouting something, but Su Lin cannot hear clearly. The next morning, Su Lin was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. When I picked up my cell phone, it was already after 9 in the morning, and there were more than a dozen missed calls on my phone, mostly from the property, and a few missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. Looks like some people are in a hurry. You're in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. I'm mad at you. Surin smiled sagely. He was alone in the house anyway, and turned off his computer to continue sleeping. Su Lingwan led Lin Xiaoming and Bifrost to go to Green Vine City to investigate the new hotel project. At 6 or 7 o'clock went out and left, and it is estimated that they will not come back in the next few days. That sleep was another hour or so. It was just after 10 o'clock when he got up, only to hear a sharp rap on the door. Su Lin knew in his heart, but was not in a hurry, and dawdled for a while, washed his face and brushed his teeth, and went to the toilet, before he wandered off to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, there was Feng Fangfang standing at the door, and as soon as she saw Su Lin, she angrily pointed at Su Lin's nose and cursed. You murderess! How dare you lock my car? You hurry up and remove those ground stakes. That's right. Surin called out to the construction team last night to do this very thing, and directly blocked the parking space with a circle of ground stakes. Not only did they add ground stakes, but they also used extra thick steel bars to weld the car shut, so they couldn't even use a crane to lift it if they wanted to. Why is this still a rush? Don't you want to stop? Then I'll let you stop enough. How about it? I'm good enough, Surin asked in disbelief. Rush you. I warn you you hurry to remove the ground stake for me. Feng Fangfang was furious. Removing ground stakes? Are you kidding? I didn't even sleep last night. I put it up all night, and now you're asking me to tear it down? Can't tear it down a bit. Su Lin's mood remained stable. Do you believe me or not? Feng Fangfang was furious. Believe in you. I believe in Chun. Su Lin was concise and closed the door with a bang. Feng Fangfang started to tap on the door again, and it took a long time before Su Lin opened the door again. Feng Fangfang's face turned red with anger and pointed at Su Lin. What kind of quality are you? I'm talking to you. I told you to remove the stakes. Are you deaf? I'm telling you. I still have to use the car today. This is an official car of a foreign company. Can you take the responsibility for the delay? You quickly remove the ground pile to me. Otherwise. Su Lin looked at her. You can tear it down when you say so? This is my parking space. I can put it up or take it down if I want to. Is it your turn to tell me what to do? What? You're using your father's coffin board as a skateboard. You want to go to heaven? What quality do you have? Feng Fangfang's chest couldn't stop heaving in anger. Su Lin did not give her a chance to speak. Quality? You can talk. You can't talk. Keep your mouth shut. Don't open your mouth to spew. You take up my parking space. Let you move your car, you don't move. You have quality? You're fat. You're fat. You're like a coffin board. You're skinny. Your head is round like a pig's piss bubble. What's wrong with you? How many men stand on it every day to skate? Saying that a woman was fat-headed and saying that she was a coffin board pig piss bubble. This was definitely the greatest output for a woman. Feng Fangfang directly broke her defense and almost didn't pass out from anger, pointing at Su Lin and shivering. You what? If you dare to point at me again, I'll pucker up your fingers. Believe it or not? Grass. After saying that, Su Lin closed the door with a bang, almost knocking Feng Fangfang's nose out of place. Feng Fangfang almost exploded with anger and slapped the door even more vigorously, and as a result, she accidentally even scratched her own hand on the iron door, and the blood was pasted onto the door, making her eyes tear up in pain. Su Lin was happy inside. You stepped on the horse and shot my door bleeding. Absolutely internal injuries. Pay for it. You wait. Feng Fangfang almost died of anger. feeling that if she stayed any longer she would definitely have to have a heart attack, so she let out a harsh word and turned to leave. Just wait, come on, isn't it just playing a scoundrel? Who's afraid of who? Solian thought with amusement. By noon, Su Lin saw Fong Fangfang call out a few workers to come over and prepare to demolish his ground stake. Su Lin had been waiting for them to set up their tools and were all ready to do it. Only then did he slowly walk to the door and laughed. 10,000 for a ground stake. That's 20 in total. If you have the money you can continue to dismantle it. Several workers all froze, and did not dare to make a move, foolishly looking at Fong Fangfang. Fong Fangfang pointed at Su Lin's nose and scolded. Do you take me for granted? Your family ground pile inlaid with gold and brick a 10,000. You do not believe him. Give me continue to demolish. Ha, you're really right. My ground stakes are gold encrusted. Su Lin turned around and took out the contract, handing it over. That construction team is from Zippy's side, and they got the contract invoice last night, and a ground stake is indeed $10. $000. He's got money and no space. He can build whatever he wants. Fong Fangfang looked dumbfounded. She originally thought that these ground stakes were just a few $1,000s, but now 10,000 for one, and 20 in total here, adds up to $200,000. That's a little hard for her to swallow. Now she's riding a tiger as well. The parking space was Su Lin's, and she was at best illegally parked if she nearly occupied it, but if she forcibly removes the ground stake, it is unlawful destruction of another person's property, which is of a different nature. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Fong Fangfang was shaking with anger. Su Lin laughed. What do you care if I did it on purpose or intentionally? In any case, you demolished my ground pile to pay for it, a total of 200,000. First pay for this money and then talk about the rest. Oh yes, my front door was also shot by you bleeding. Belongs to the internal injuries. First pay for 100,000. I'll give it a look at the disease. You crazy who home iron door can be shot out of internal injuries, but also bleeding? That is clearly my blood. Your blood? You're on your period, aren't you? That's all the more reason to pay for it. Pang stinks. Surin said. Pissed off. I'll pay you. Fong Fangfang opened her mouth to curse, but Su Lin glared and didn't dare to curse out, leading the workers to leave with a grunt. Surin was still shouting from behind. Watch out for tetanus. Fong Fangfang stumbled and walked faster. Su Lin also ignored her. Anyway, he has plenty of time. Spend it. There is no hurry. After eating and sleeping beautifully until the afternoon, the property called, saying that they let Su Lin go to the property side to negotiate and solve things. Solian said on the phone, let her apologize to me first. As a result, Fong Fangfang's scream came from the other end of the phone. Want me to apologize to him? The door is not even. Ha! Can't you? All humans with two noses and one eye. Who's afraid of who? What's wrong? Strawberry? It's the other way around. Su Lin directly hung up the phone and went back to sleep. End of chapter. Chapter 82. A son or daughter of the new age must learn to defeat magic with magic. By the next day, the property's phone call came again. And this time Fong Fangfang finally lowered her haughty head and reluctantly said she was sorry. We all live in a neighborhood. Neighbors, there is no need to make things so stiff. Occupying your parking space is my fault. Let's sit down and talk. Seeing that she had softened, Solian hung up the phone and went to the property office. Just talk about it. When they got to the property, Fong Fangfang asked Su Lin how he was willing to remove the ground stake. Su Lin smiled and said, simple. I hit the ground pile for 200,000. The construction fee of 20,100. The iron door internal injury of 10,000. A total of 300,000. You shell out this money. I will remove the ground pile. Fong Fangfang directly exploded. You were taught math by a gym teacher. How come it's 300,000? Su Lin broke his fingers and counted for her. Look, $200,000 for the ground pile, $20,000 for the construction fee, $10,000 for the internal injuries of the iron gate. Doesn't that make $300,000? Fong Fangfang was furious. 20 plus 2 plus 1. Isn't that 230,000? Ooh, miscalculated. Thanks. Su Lin rubbed his head in embarrassment. I miscalculated you. Iron gate also internal injuries. You are extortion. You blackmail me? Su Lin also did not get angry. Pulled out the contract and bills to show her, black and white. This is not blackmail. This is all invoiced. You see for yourself. There are invoices for everything except the iron gates, which are not invoiced. Fong Fangfang took a look at the invoice and was dumbfounded for a moment, but continued to deny it. That's not your own thing. I said I'd move the car the next day. You parked the car outside first. What's wrong with that? You have to hit the ground pile. I have to be delayed today. Who will compensate for my loss? None of my business. Su Lin laughed coldly, have the nerve to say, if you do not occupy my parking space, there is this? Anyway, you look at the matter. You love to pay compensation. Pay compensation, I will demolish the ground pile. Do not pay compensation, we will spend. Weigh it yourself. Are you still being reasonable? Fong 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 was furious, but she couldn't do anything about Su Lin. Reasoning? Su Lin was laughed at. When I reasoned with you, you played rogue with me, and now you're coming back to say that I'm not reasonable. What's the matter? What's the matter? You've got to take all the good things, right? Did your mom give birth to you with gold and jade underneath? Or did you come out through a different channel? Put. Next to the property manager almost did not hold back. Hard to loo. You. Fong Fong Fong's face became black and she rushed over and raised her hand to hit Su Lin. Su Lin clasped his hands on his arms, sneering as he looked down at her. Think before you make a move. Fong 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 held her hand up for half a day, froze and didn't dare to hit it, shivering with anger. Surin sneered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fong 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 are almost fried, but take Su Lin cannot help. Finally really have no choice. Even made a woman stunt to the property office door a lie. Began to splash. Hey, bully is not just in his parking space parked? To blackmail me hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm a woman alone. How can I have so much money? This is to force me to die. I do not live. It is reasonable to say that people who can live in this area are at least not short of money and not of such low quality. But Fong 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 is not quite the same. He didn't really own the cottage next door, but was merely the occupant. This matter is a bit complicated to say the least, or the result of Zipei's overnight investigation. Fong 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 has a sister, called Fong Jing. This Fong Jing in the city of Jiangshan that great foreign enterprises work, said what the general manager assistant. Practically the second wife of some stick-up executive. This villa is what that stick country executive bought for Fong Jing to live in, and that big G is indeed a foreign company's car. Fong Jing's sister, Fong Fong Fong, has always lived in the countryside and couldn't stay when she saw her sister getting ahead, clamoring for a villa as well. Fong Jing let him live in and lent her the car to drive. This matter is also early. In the past, when Su Lin did not live in this villa, that parking space was empty, and Fong 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 had been parked there. And then now Surin has to use the parking space before something like this happens. Because of this relationship, so now Fong 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 to the ground so a trip. The property is a bit of a goat. Fear that something will happen to her. Fong Jing sighed blame down he cannot afford, and began to make peace. Mr. Su, you see, don't you want to forget it? After all, neighbors, it is not good to make things too stiff. Surin didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Isn't it just a rascal? It's all routine for a psychopath like me. Without saying a word, Su Lin walked over and lay down next to Fong 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 and began to wail as well. Hey, now people all powerful obviously she occupied my parking space, but also backwards. Refused to take responsibility, is not just rely on driving a foreign company's Big Ben? Here in the end is the Dragon Country territory or Stick Country territory This is to force us good people to die I do not live While howling, Su Lin began to go crazy. Includes but is not limited to shady crawling, frantic hair grabbing, screaming, crying, burpees, walking around, ghostly cries, twisted crawling, eye rolling, gorilla arm swinging, hand flipping, and other routine and non-routine maneuvers. The sons and daughters of the new age will learn to defeat magic with magic. The property manager was dumbfounded. His two eyes were as big as copper bells. Dumbfounded, looking at the crying Su Lin on the ground, his hair roots standing up. As Su Lin crawled, he climbed on top of Fong Fong Fong, doing push-ups while baring his big teeth and smiling at Fong 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 from close range. Isn't it just playing a scoundrel? Who doesn't know how to do that? Whoever gets up first today between the two of us is a grandson. Then don't lay on me. Crushing. Fong 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 screamed. I don't even mind you choking it. Su Lin squirmed and climbed off of her. He also pulled Fong Fong Fong's hair in passing. Fong 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 screamed even louder. The commotion was quite loud and the outside of the property office was filled with people watching. After crawling around in the gloom for a while, Su Lin felt quite bored, so he laid down on the ground and started brushing up short videos. Then purposely go to the threads about what to do if your parking space is taken, and turn it up to the max. While listening, I exclaimed, it's still the internet that has so many ways. Why didn't I think of that? Fong Fong Fang at this time lying on the ground is also quite sitting wax. And then look at Su Lin and look at those videos. Some anxious. You say you're a big man. Why are you so petty? Isn't it just a little thing that I took up your parking space? Is it necessary to be so desperate? Su Lin said, don't want to be so desperate. Then you pay for it. Fong Fong Fongfong was furious and really had no choice but to climb up and walk to the side to make a phone call. What was said on the phone Surin didn't hear, but after picking up the phone, Fong Fongfong's attitude changed. She sneered and said, 230,000. Right, okay, I'll give you this money. It depends on whether you have the guts to take it. Su Lin cheerfully said. Then I don't need you to worry about it. I have no other advantages as a person. Just boldness. Fong Fongfong gave Su Lin a sinister look and took her cell phone and transferred 230,000 over. There's still 100 left. Surin said. 100 zeros for you too. Fong Fongfong almost exploded in place. Su Lin said cheerfully. That won't do. I won't tear down the stakes for a penny less. Okay, you're ruthless. You wait for me. Fong Fongfong flung out $100 and huffed as she turned to leave. After taking the money, Su Lin let the construction team come over and painfully remove the ground piles. When Fong Fongfong came to drive, she kept her face dark and silent the entire time. But Su Lin knew that this matter definitely didn't end so easily, because the completion of the mission, surprisingly, was only at 2%. End of chapter. Chapter 83. You guys are a group to give away your heads. You can do it. Why so low? Solian was a bit strange. Logically speaking, he had screwed Fong Fongfong and made him lose money. So even if the degree of completion of this mission was less than 100%, it couldn't be only 2% in any case. Could it be that there's more to it than meets the eye? Surin didn't understand after thinking about it for half a day. He didn't think about it, but Fong Fongfong's revenge came. Early that morning, Su Lin had breakfast and was talking to Su Lingwan about the new store's decoration when he heard someone shouting outside. Nishi Bachi, who the hell parked that piece of car here? What the hell? When Su Lin walked over and looked out through the window, he saw a middle-aged man standing next to his BYD, wearing glasses and banging his BYD. Behind him stood 5 or 6 black bodyguards with sunglasses and a menacing look. Grass. The car that Su Lin just bought was kicked in the pits by that scumbag Bao Jiangang last time, and this has just been replaced with another one, only to have someone knocking on his car again. Paralyzed. Can't hold back a little. Su Lin carried a fruit knife instantly and angrily walked out. Su Lingwan hugged his waist and snatched the fruit knife from his hand. Take it easy and find out what's going on first. A few people out of the door. The glasses man is still knocking on the car shouting, West 8. Who stepped horse-broken BYD? This West 8 is where you can park? I've been parking my car here every day, and I can't see it. He spoke in a strange accent, obviously sounding every word standard, but when combined, it froze and gave birth to a kimchi flavor. It's a stick. Several people from Su Lin walked over, fearing that Su Lin would explode. Bifrost hurriedly stepped forward and asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? The man with glasses squinted at a few people, full of condescension. Shiba, is this your car? Can't you see that my car is parked here every day? If you park it, where do I park it? The crowd looked, and right next to the BYD, there was a black Mercedes-Benz Big G parked with a black license plate and a series of 8s. Isn't this Fong Fongfong's car? When Su Lin took another look, he saw Fong Fongfong sitting inside that Big G with a woman who looked a bit similar to her and was sneering at Su Lin. Needless to say, it must be her sister Fongjing. Su Lin laughed. Feelings shouted people line. Have your group to send head. Can. Black license plates are usually foreign companies. Plus this stick smells like kimchi, so it's not hard to guess his identity. Jiangcheng has a screen factory invested by the stick country people, and I heard that it is still the substitute processing of Sanqing, which belongs to the big taxpayers in Zhengcheng. This stick must be Fongjing's concubine. The executive. This is coming out for the concubine's sister. Lin Xiaoming said angrily, What's wrong with you guys? Isn't this the parking space that comes with the villa? How did it become your parking space? What self-parking space? I have been parking my car here for over a year. This is my parking space. Shiba, you guys stole my parking space. You Dragon Nation people are thieves. You specialize in stealing from us. The Big Stick Nation. The man with the glasses continued to bang Su Lin's car, while Fong Fongfong sat in the car and sneered. How can you say that so shamelessly? Who the hell is stealing from who? Lin Xiaoming was furious and said, Obviously it's the parking space that comes with our villa. How come it's your parking space? Are you still being reasonable? Reasoning? It. The man with the glasses sneered. What reasoning is there to talk to an inferior race like you Dragonians? The cheap bastards who only deserve to be slaves, thieves, and trash. He cursed while still knocking on Surin's car. Asterisk. Try cursing again. Try knocking on my car again. Su Lin's blood chi began to rise. What's with this BYD crap? West 8. I just knocked what you can do. Glasses man did not even look at Su Lin. Not only did not stop, but knocked harder. You blackmailed my girlfriend for $200,000? Quite impressive. I'm not only going to smash your car today, I'm also going to beat you up. The man with glasses was probably used to being cross, and after knocking on the car, he came up and shone a punch at Su Lin's face. Surin didn't duck and got excited after taking a hard punch. That's what he was waiting for. The two little people immediately jumped out and beat the gong with joy. Self-defense. Self-defense. Drafting? Su Lin couldn't hold back any longer and shone a kick at the glasses man's stomach, directly kicking him to sit on the ground. Hey, Ashiba, how dare you hit me? You guys, get him. The man with the glasses was furious, sitting on the ground and roaring. Fark. 5 or 6 bodyguards surrounded in unison, screaming and cursing as they rushed toward Su Lin. Fong Fong's face in the car now glowed with excitement and wide-eyed anticipation. Watch out! The 3 women exclaimed. Careful? They're the ones who should be careful. Su Lin said mentally. If it were in the past, Su Lin would definitely not be an opponent when facing these few black bodyguards alone. But not now. His 3 major attributes of strength, speed, and spirit were far beyond normal people, and it was effortless to deal with these few bodyguards. Instantly he met the bodyguard at the head with a padded sidekick. Boo! Su Lin's palm imprinted on the bodyguard's chest, and a look of dismay appeared on the bodyguard's face that was visible to the naked eye before he screamed miserably, and his entire body flew up in the air and flew out backwards. The other bodyguards were stunned at the sight. That bodyguard was a black man with a robust physique. His height was all of 1 meter 9, but he was actually kicked away by Su Lin. How much power is that? Even the stick froze at this scene. Su Lin didn't care about that. It was hard to have a chance to do it legally, so how could he let it go? After kicking the man, he rushed into the crowd with an arrow step, and his sandbag-sized fist smashed down on the second bodyguard's face. There was another loud bang, and the bouncer covered his face and crouched down, his fingers full of blood. How could Su Lin let him off the hook? Directly a progressive knee top, crashing into him and fainting on the spot, then approaching the other bodyguard again. Just a few dozen seconds. The excitement on Fong Fong's face hadn't even had time to disappear before the several bodyguards were all lying on the ground screaming in misery. For a moment, her person was dumbfounded, her eyes dropping out. You, West 8, let's give you a taste of our big stick nation's kung fu. The man with the glasses didn't know what was wrong with him, but he climbed to his feet and assumed a Taiwanese boxing starting stance. But just as he set it up, Su Lin was kicking him over, kicking him to the ground, rubbing and scraping, and before he had time to react, Su Lin added another kick, causing him to let out a shocking scream. Nishihachi, ouch, Nishihachi, hiss. The man with the glasses sucked in cold air in pain, but Su Lin felt his thoughts were clear and his body was soothed. Violence won't solve the problem, but it'll make him feel good. By the way, I took a look at the quest progress and found that it had been boosted to 15%. He understood at once. The neighbors that the system thinks are unqualified are not just Fong. And these guys, well, so play it right. I like it. Su Lin still wanted to rush up and hit that stick, but Bifrost and Su Lingwan both rushed to hold his waist. Calm down, Kobayashi, calm down. Su Lin, stop fighting. Finished and yelled at the glasses guy. You run away. Saihachi, you Dragon Nation people are all trash. You're all cheap bastards, mongrels of a lower race, daring to mess with us, the Big Stick Nation. Fighting through the pain, he got up from the ground and ran over to the Big G and opened the trunk, then drew a baseball bat out of it and charged. Su Lin had thought that he had taken a baseball to greet his head, but the guy had actually smashed it directly at White Frost. Death to the trash of the lower races. What the? You ate out of your ass, didn't you? Surin pulled away from White Frost and stepped forward to punch him right in the mouth. The smashed guy wailed and screamed. His teeth fell out a few times, covering his mouth and sitting on the ground again. Lin Xiaoming was also exasperated, sneakily touching a piece of his head to turn his head, slipping behind Park Taemin, and then hitting Park Taemin's back with a brick, knocking Park Taemin screaming again and turning his head to stare at Lin Xiaoming sinisterly. Su Lingwan and Bifrost were dumbstruck. That's not right, you. Remember to knock your head next time, Surin said. Oh, Lin Xiaoming spat out her tongue. How do you guys beat people up? Fong shouted in horror through the car window. If you didn't say anything, I forgot about you. Su Lin laughed fiercely and walked to the side of the Big G. As soon as he did, he grabbed Fong out of the car. End of chapter. Chapter 84. Don't fight. I'm really wrong. After yanking Fong out of the car, Su Lin shone a few painful slaps back and forth at her pussy face. I didn't hit you yesterday, but you were jumping around quite happily. Are you a grasshopper? You like to hop around so much? The hogs are going up in price, and you're the only one who's been going down. Grass. The more Su Lin said, the more angry he got. A dozen slaps down. Fong's face was swollen. Her mouth was full of blood, holding her head and constantly begging for mercy. Aha! Don't fight. Don't fight, I was wrong. It hurts. It hurts. Don't hit it, ah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Ah. Don't fight. Don't fight. I'm really wrong. Fong 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 continuously screamed miserably and cried for air. What a? Surin ended up rewarding her with another painful slap, leaving her to squat under the car and cry. Then he looked at Fong Jing in the car again. Fong Jing was still calm, with a hint of sinister in her eyes. Before hitting someone, you have to think about whether the consequences are something you can afford. My boyfriend is a foreign guest. You hit a foreign guest. You're done. You're totally done. I go to your mom's foreign guest. Our dragon country is to have women like you. Only has not been able to raise his head. Su Lin grabbed his hair and directly gave her an agonizing slap. Who are you stepping out with? That's not good enough. With a stick, man. Grass. Ah. You dare to hit me? Fong Jing covered her face and screamed in pain. That's a lot of bull asterisk. Grass. Solian slapped her under the seat again. Park Taemin sat on the ground and pointed at Solim and shouted. You are finished. You are completely finished. The meatballs you ate last night. Ah. Finish. Su Lin kicked him in the chest again, kicking Park Taemin and Fong 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 into a ball. Not yet relieved, Su Lin rode on top of the two men and beat them up. Lin Xiaoming carried a brick to the side to make a sneak attack, and the people watching Su Lingwan were dumbfounded. Fong Jing called the police. After the police came, a look at the scene, but also straight frown. What's going on? That little girl over there. Yeah. Talking about you. Put the brick down first. Xiaoming spat out her tongue, which caused her to drop the brick. It took a while for a few people to settle down, and the police began to ask questions about the situation. Shiba, this Dragon Nation trash is occupying my parking space. You Dragon Nation people are all inferior people. Cheap bastards. Park Taemin's face was full of blood and he pointed at Su Lin with a grunt. Asterisk. Speak politely. The police also became angry when they heard this. Opening and closing their mouths to the lower ethnic groups is something that no one can tolerate. The point is, who gave you that confidence? In a place as big as yours? Or does extreme low self-esteem bring false confidence? Park Taemin was furious enough to roll his eyes and say something. Here it is pronounced in stick language, meaning stupid. The policeman didn't understand the stick language, but Su Lin was now a master of many languages. How could he not understand? And immediately reported. Comrade policeman, he called you all stupid in stick language. Ha, grass. Who are you cursing? The police are furious. Park Taemin didn't expect Su Lin to know the stick language, and stared at Su Lin with hatred, not saying anything. What the hell is going on? The cop asked. Holding his breath, Park Taemin pointed at Solim and said, he stole my parking space. He's a thief. Lin Xiaoming shot back. What's your parking space? This parking space is clearly ours. Sebachi, I've been parked here for over a year. That's my parking space. Park Taemin was still sophomoric. The cop looked at the parking space and asked him, where is your house? Park Taemin reached out and pointed to the villa next door. That one. The policeman grimaced and said, your house is over there. Is it decent for you to park in front of someone's house? Park Taemin said, but I've been parking in this space for almost a year. That's my space. And I'm a Mercedes. He's just a piece of crap bid from your dragon country. Can you compare? He said, stretching out his pig's hoof-like hand to knock on the hood of Su Lin's car. Su Lin immediately became furious. Try knocking again? Bastard of an inferior race? I'll knock. What can you do? The man with the glasses was going to knock again. Nima. Su Lin reached him with an arrow step and shone a kick in the face, kicking Park Taemin so hard that he rolled directly under the car. The two policemen turned their heads away in unison, ignoring the whole thing. Park Taemin climbed out and was furious. Police, are you blind? Can't you see he hit me? Didn't see it. Oh, there were mosquitoes just now. Didn't pay attention. The two cops shook their heads and said, Sapachi, grass. Park Taemin spat out blood in anger. All stop. The police then said, originally there were enough things. You also add to the chaos. Hurry up to drive your car away. This people in front of the door. That is, people's parking spaces, and then messing around. I call the traffic police to tow your car away. Park Taemin was a bit dumbfounded and said half-heartedly, so what about the fact that he still hits people? The policeman looked at the bodyguard on the ground and said with a sneer, so many of you are attacking one of them. All of you are carrying sticks, and you still don't allow them to fight back? Even if you go to the police station, it's still a legitimate defense, and he's still mentally ill. Are you sure you want to go to the police station? The police officer was clearly speaking towards Surin. Nishibachi, what mental illness? You Rococo people are all one and the same. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Park Taemin cursed. Whatever. The cop shrugged and said to Surin, Surin, Stop hitting people. Su Lin looked innocent. Who hit anyone? No. That's all there is to it, and you haven't hit anyone yet? Do you really think we're blind? The police all knew Su Lin and were helpless. There's really nothing they can do about this kind of mental illness. But the Stick's attitude was so arrogant that they were quite annoyed. And they had already helped Park Tae-min settle several disputes before and knew the Stick's virtues. In his heart, he couldn't wait for Surin to beat him up. Okay, hurry up and get the car out of here. The policeman got into the car and barked. No more confrontations. With that, he drove off in the police car. After the police left, Park Tae-min thought for half a day, thinking to himself that he couldn't beat Solam. Then he looked at Su Lin with a sinister face. This isn't over. Just wait for me. Only then did he drive the big G and leave with the pig-headed Fong 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 and Fongjing. Grass. Cheap him out. Su Lin spat viciously. If it wasn't for White Frost and Auntie stopping him today, he'd be high and low enough to let this dead stick know how many eyes the Horse King has. Su Lingwan comforted him. Alright, Xiao Lin, don't be angry. It's just an unreasonable person. It's not worth it to be annoyed with him. White Frost chimed in. That's right, can't scratch and can't afford to. The two men persuaded half a day before Su Lin subsided, and he touched his BYD half a day with a heartache. It's a good thing it wasn't knocked out of the pit, or he certainly wouldn't have been able to take the heat off. Of course, things certainly didn't end that easily. Park Tae-min turned around and sued Su Lin, demanding that Su Lin compensate him for his medical expenses and mental damages totaling $1 million. However, once he adjusted the surveillance and found out that it was Park Tae-min who moved, Su Lin could only be considered an over-defense. It's not like the old days of the past, when foreigners were treated like masters, and surely they should be treated as they are, without bias. But after all, foreigners were involved, and in the end, with the mediation of the relevant departments, Su Lin compensated Park Tae-min for a few tens of thousands of dollars, and the matter was settled. This isn't over. You guys wait. Park Tae-min left with harsh words and gave Lin Xiaoming a grim look before leaving. He remembered this little girl slapping black bricks behind his back. Su Lin shrugged. He couldn't wait for this to be unfinished because his mission wasn't complete yet. However, Su Lin didn't expect it now, and he still underestimated Park Tae-min's shamelessness. End of chapter. Chapter 85. You like to play, don't you? I'll let you have fun this time. The following days were uneventful and nothing much happened. During this time, something happened to White Frost's sister, so Su Lin took the three women back to Whitehorse Town, and incidentally went to his old home. Since the last time Su Lin messed up Yangda High, Baigong village can be said to be calm. The sea is calm and the river is clear. Everyone's life is joyful and peaceful. When the second master saw Su Lin come back, he still had to pull him to drink, but it turned out that Su Lin got drunk and forced the second master to dance a section of Subject 3 on the spot. The next day the second master looked at Su Lin differently and never dared to let him drink again. After just 2 days of living in his old home, Su Lin received a call from his property, saying that something had happened to his villa. After receiving the call, Su Lin rushed back in a hurry alone. As a result, just as he got out of the car, he froze. Even the tires were deflated and flat, as if they had been scrapped. It was none other than his own BYD song. But this is nothing. His villa is also more miserable at this time. Not only all the glass has been smashed, and even the yard is all thrown to the garbage. Grass. Su Lin instantly felt all the blood in his body rush to his head. His hair stood up at the roots, and his few moments of sanity were instantly engulfed by a torrent of anger. I treaded. Twice. What's wrong with BYD? Do I have a problem with BYD? Is it that easy to get smashed? At this time, Shi Pei got the news and also rushed over. A look at the scene. Angry as Su Lin, the roots of his hair stood up. Brother, follow me. Su Lin's face was so cloudy that it could drip water, and he walked outside at a brisk pace. Without saying a word, Shi Pei followed behind Su Lin, and even fished out a baseball bat from the car with his hand. The two of them went straight to that villa of Park Tae-min's, but when he came to the door was closed from the inside, which meant that there was someone in the villa. Zippy was just about to ring the doorbell. With a flying kick, Su Lin kicked the door open, startling Shi Pei so much that he swallowed his saliva. When he entered the villa, he met Fong Fongfine running out in a nightgown. Upon seeing Su Lin and Shi Pei, they immediately let out a scream and turned around to run. How could Su Lin let her do as she wished? An arrow step rushed behind her, picking up the collar and threw her in the yard, falling this cheap bastard teeth knocked out. Who did this? Su Lin stomped on her body, and a few words popped out from between his teeth. No, don't know. I don't know anything. Before she could even finish her sentence, Su Lin stomped on her face, stomping on this pig's face and deforming it, almost gagging. Who did it? Speak, Su Lin asked again, a scowl all over his face. Ah, it's Park Tae-min. He did it. He got mad and got someone to smash your car and throw garbage in your yard. Fong 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 was terrified and hurriedly told the truth. Where is he? Su Lin asked as he grabbed Fong Fong Fong's neck. Go. To work. Aha. Please don't hit me. Don't hit me. Fong 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 was scared by Su Lin's beating and begged for mercy. Scram! Su Lin threw him aside, and the cried and hid under the table. Su Lin called out to Chi Pei and whispered something into his ear. Chi Pei's eyes lit up and he hurriedly ran out to make a call. In no time at all, he ran back in and gave Su Lin an okay gesture. It's all arranged. Brother! Su Lin let out a cold laugh in his heart. You like to smash up people's cars, don't you? You like to throw garbage at people's houses, don't you? I'll have fun with you guys this time. He then left Park Tae-min's villa with Chippy and went back home to stay. By 5 or 6 p.m., Su Lin saw through the window that Park Tae-min had returned in the Big G, pulling Fong Jing and another man in the car. From a long distance away, Su Lin saw that the man looked a bit familiar, but he didn't think much about it. He was waiting for Park Tae-min to go home now, all the while waiting for Park Tae-min to lead the man and Fong Jing into the villa. Su Lin immediately said to Chi Pei, "Let them come." Without saying a word, Zippy made a direct call out. About 20 minutes or so later, several immense garbage trucks drove straight to the outside of Park Tae-min's villa. The property side of Chi Pei has long been a point of view. These garbage trucks are turning a blind eye, as if they did not see. When the garbage truck arrived, without saying a word, it started dumping garbage into Park Tae-min's villa. These garbage trucks are some of the largest in the city of River City, each holding several tons of garbage. Several vehicles were dumping garbage into the villa at the same time, and the scene was, well, indescribable. A few of Park Tae-min's men ran out of the villa in terror, and before they could speak, they were drowned in garbage. Ah! Help! Help! Park Tae-min shouts in terror at the garbage, only to have a rat jump into his mouth by accident. Blah blah blah, aha! Whoever stepped on the horse did it. Saihachi, grass grass grass. Fong 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 and Fong Jing were also both flooded with garbage, desperately trying to crawl out, but couldn't get out, screaming in fear. Only then did Su Lin and Kite wobble and appear in front of Park Tae-min. It's you! Saihachi, you scumbag! Park Tae-min saw Su Lin and cursed in anger. How did he not realize that he was just throwing a little garbage away? Surin went so far as to call in several garbage trucks directly. Su Lin didn't even pay attention to him, carried a baseball bat and kite and started smashing those two big G's of Park Tae-min. Nishibachi, don't smash my car, grass! Park Tae-min shouted, but it was better if he didn't shout. As soon as he shouted, Su Lin and Chi Pei smashed even faster, and soon smashed that big G almost into a mass of scrap metal. I'll kill you. At this time, Park Tae-min finally climbed out of the garbage, and with a roar of rage, he rushed at Su Lin. Can Surin spoil him? Turning around, he kicked Park Tae-min directly in the face, sending him flying backwards, losing the few teeth he had left. Su Lin had no intention of letting him go this time, and directly followed up, stomping on Park Tae-min's arm just as he was about to get up. Click! Park Tae-min's arm was directly stepped on by Solam and squealed like a pig. Haul your ass off. Su Lin grabbed a bunch of garbage from the side and shoved it directly into his mouth, choking the and almost gagging in place. At this time, Fong Jing also climbed out of the garbage and screamed when she saw that Su Lin had actually broken Park Tae-min's arm. You dare to hit the foreign guest. You are finished. You are completely finished. I outside your horse. Su Lin stomped her inside the trash with one foot, and the unknown yellow liquid next to her filled her mouth. Park Tae-min was still trying to struggle when Su Lin brushed a dozen painful slaps directly at him. The pain caused this to let out a terrifying scream, not even out of breath. The person almost died. Su Lin is not yet relieved, and rode on him again a violent beating. Beat this dog fainted before stopping. Fong 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 just happened to crawl out of the garbage, but in the cold, she saw that Su Lin was violently beating up Park Tae-min, and was so scared that she hurriedly dug into the garbage again, covering herself with the garbage and never daring to come out again. The garbage was so stinky that Solian was about to get up and leave. As it turned out, that's when the other man drilled out and opened his mouth to curse. Saihachi, you dare to hit a member of our big stick nation? You're dead. Surin squints. Ha, isn't that the baseball reporter? End of chapter. Chapter 86. There are really those who are not afraid of death. Okay, I'll fulfill you. Su Lin also didn't expect that this guy would still dare to come and hang out in the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, if they had met without seeing each other, Su Lin wouldn't have done anything. But now that it was delivered in front of him, wouldn't it be too much of a shame for the audience if Su Lin didn't beat him up? At this time, the reporter was speaking in Gaobang language, cursing all the swear words. Su Lin wasn't angry either, and with a joyful smile, he grabbed a red auntie's napkin next to him and stuffed it into his mouth, and stabbed it with a stick in the process. Pa, you're going to die. Vomit. The stick took a mouthful of the red substance and dry heaved for half a day before cursing in horror. At this time, Zipei also recognized this guy and was instantly happy. Oh, good guy. There really is someone who isn't afraid of death. How dare you come to the Dragon Kingdom after doing something wrong? Then I'll fulfill you. He was carrying a baseball bat, and he smacked him in the back, spitting blood out of the dog's mouth. Don't fight. Don't fight. He screamed frantically, all but losing the hardness he had before. Chi Pei teased. You're not as good as Park Tae-min, who at least took a beating and cursed at the same time, but you can't stand it after just one stick? Where are you this time? Continue to suffer, he said as he chopped his face with his stick. He's mentally ill again anyway, so as long as he doesn't die from smoking, it's a money loss at best, and the last thing he needs is money. The poor dog was smoked to death. The whole person was even swollen into a pig's head. Even the original appearance could not be distinguished. If memory serves, it was this arm, wasn't it? Zippy lashed another stick at his right arm, breaking his arm as well, before dropping the stick and sitting on the trash to catch his breath. Yes, he gasped and laughed very hard. Su Lin took a look at the dog's state and felt that it wouldn't die for a while, so he asked in passing, Dog, what are you doing here? His words were in stick language, and the dog, probably stupefied by the beating, said feebly, Come, to play with women in the basement. When he said this, he suddenly reacted and opened his eyes to look at Su Lin in horror. There's something going on here. Su Lin immediately got excited and slammed an honest iron fist into his face. The dog's eyes immediately froze, and after a few seconds he spoke to himself. After hearing this, both Su Lin and Chi Pei were stunned. It turns out that Park Tae-min's status as an executive at that foreign company is just a cover. And in reality, the dog went so far as to hunt down those Longwood girls and lock them up in the basement underneath the villa for those from Bangkok to come and have fun with. The 5 or 6 girls who had gone missing in Jiangchang during this time were all in the basement below his villa. And Feng Jing is his accomplice, responsible for helping him identify targets. Feng Fangfang acted as a guard to watch over the girls. This dog reporter escaped from Gaul and was invited by Park Tae-min specifically for these girls. And it's not the first time he's been here. Grass. What a bunch of mongrels. After hearing this, Chi Pei was so angry that his hair was about to explode, catching and beating again, especially Feng Jing and Feng Fangfang, which was the object of his focused care. The 2 scumbags who had helped beat them screamed so much that they were about to die in place. Okay, stop fighting. Call the police. Surin stopped Zippy. It's not personal for him anymore. The police must be called. However, he could still experiment a little before the police arrived. Hell's illusion. He laughed and cast the hell illusion skill on the 5 scumbags. What kind of fear is fear? This is a constant proposition for which no one knows the answer, or for which there is no standard answer at all. Similarly, there is presumably no uniform answer as to what kind of expression shows fear. Anyway, when the 3.5-minute duration of the hellish illusion was over, Park Tae-min flopped down in front of Su Lin like a little mouse out of a pot of boiling water. No, that can no longer be called a sprawl, but a paralysis. He collapsed on top of the garbage pile like a pile of mud, his face pale and bloodless, his pupils narrowed, his whole body trembling and unable to say a word. He opened his mouth wide and tried hard to inhale air, but he couldn't breathe, and his whole body almost suffocated. And the eyes he looked at Su Lin with were filled with a huge fear so intense that it couldn't even be melted away. And the same thing happened to the other 4 stragglers. They just slumped over the garbage and began to vomit, throwing up their overnight food, their breakfast buns, and their blood. It was even as if the insides were about to be vomited out, throwing up all over the place, throwing up like no one's business, throwing up like you're going to die. Zippy looked at them curiously, wondering why they had suddenly become like this. However, Hell's illusion can't tell the specifics to onlookers other than the caster and the target. All he knew was that these guys, who were originally staggering around and calling others an inferior race, seemed to have experienced something that looked extremely horrific in those 3 short minutes just now. To be honest, Su Lin didn't expect the effects of the Hell illusion to be this good, but thinking back to what he had just seen within the hellish illusions, even he, himself, couldn't help but shiver. Horror, horror indeed. And by this time, the police had arrived on the scene. Just as Su Lin was fixing up Park Tae-min's few people, White Frost's side was in big trouble. She came back this time because her sister, Bai Shui, had something going on at school and was home on leave. His dad is old and not in good health, so he called for White Frost to come back to take care of it. When she came back, she didn't bother to go home and went straight to school. Once she had taken care of things and left the school, she didn't take a cab and walked down the street toward home. As we walked, we heard someone cursing from a roadside stall, and vaguely saw what looked like a push and shove with a girl. As he pushed, he cursed something about a little. or some other expletive. This kind of thing is not common, but also not uncommon. White Frost's heart misses his sister Bai Shui, and also does not want to cause more trouble, so he is ready to go around. But just then, she suddenly heard the girl say something that sounded a little familiar, like her sister, Bai Shui's voice. I don't think so. Isn't my sister at home at this moment? How come she's here? White Frost's heart wondered, so he peeled away from the crowd to look inside. As a result, I saw a middle-aged woman with a big waist, like a fat pig, blocking a little girl in front of the fruit stall, not letting her go, and her mouth kept cursing words like little and mistress. There is a man next to that fat pig, with 2 mustaches, like a traitor, and his mouth is not clean, cursing poor people and so on. There were all the onlookers around, all watching the fun, and that little girl was blocked in front of the stall, her face all panicked and aggravated, tears rolling uncontrollably in her eyes. White Frost's brain buzzed as soon as she took a look at the little girl. The girl who had been verbally abused and pushed around turned out to be her sister, Bai Shui. Everyone, vote. The numbers are terrible. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 87 Beatings. Ah, the sisters beat them up. White Frost wasn't that pretty, but she had a dusty temperament and belonged to the durable type. And although Bai Shui was a bit similar to her sister, her appearance was even more handsome, a complete beauty. Although she was only 15 or 16 this year, her body had developed, and she looked like a big girl of 18 or 19. And she can dress up, wearing a white body shirt, a pair of jeans, although simple, but the person looks, it is particularly beautiful. Bai Shui was still holding herself together, but at this point, she couldn't hold herself together when she saw Bai Frost, and her tears all came out at once. Sis, when the middle-aged woman saw White Frost, instead of converging, she became even more brutal, squinting her eyes and hanging her mouth. You're her sister. It's true that if there's a sister, there's a sister. Just your sister. The goods that get wheeled around dozens of times a minute. Before White Frost could say anything, the mustachioed man smiled and said, "I-oh, sister is just as pretty as sister. She's also working for someone as a third, right?" White Frost was furious and pulled Bai Shui behind her to protect her, scolding, "What are you two doing? Have you guys ever cursed someone like that?" The fat pig middle-aged woman shouted with a hateful face. "What happened to cursing? I am still ready to beat her. Don't put your family's little out without money. Disgraceful goods." "You." White Frost held back his anger and asked Snow, "What's going on?" Bai Shui said tearfully, "Sister, I was going to buy you some fruit, but it turned out that they took a little bit of rotten apples and grapes, casually weighed them, and asked me for $200. At this point, Snow was sobbing uncontrollably. She was a little girl who hadn't seen much of the world, and had suffered such humiliation for no reason. Her heart had long been aggrieved. Hearing his sister say this, Bai Frost instantly understood the feelings of this couple is specializing in opening fruit stalls to blackmail people. "You guys are blackmailing me. I'm calling the police." White Frost was furious and pointed at the middle-aged woman. "Ha ha, she still wants to call the police. Report it. Who's afraid of who?" The middle-aged woman laughed out loud, the fat on her face shaking around. Just as disgusting as bacon that had been smoked for days. She scolded, "The two little are dressed as if they are out to sell, and at a glance, they know that they are for people as three, or poor pussy, no money, don't come out to buy fruits, when the old lady is to do charity." White Frost was furious, took out his cell phone and was ready to call the police, but the result was that 2 market managers came over next to her to persuade her. "No offense, little girl, that's a small thing. That's it. It's a big deal. No need to bother the police." White Frost pointed at the middle-aged woman and said, "If you don't call the police, let her apologize to my sister." The fat pig sneered, "Apologize? Apologize for what? She's just a mistress, dressed like this. One can tell she's out for sale." Not waiting for Bai Frost to speak, she then proceeded to start cursing. "And you don't look like a good thing either. I guess you two sisters sold it together." White Frost was so pissed off by this dead fat pig that he directly dialed the police. The dead fat pig saw White Frost really alarmed, scolded more fierce, "Still alarmed? You two sisters will sooner or later die with someone. Report your mom to the police." The mustache guy also cursed, "Little, you don't ask who I am. Call the police with me. You wait, I'll find someone to take a turn on you too, and your family, don't want to have a good time." At this time, the 2 administrators walked silently to the fruit stand and winked at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman understood and handed the 2 of them the electronic scales from the stand, and they both hugged and walked away. White Frost saw that something was wrong and tried to block it, but she was blocked by the middle-aged woman, pointing her nose and cursing, "Two little still dare to call the police, give people a round of goods, don't face, Poor pussy, don't come out to learn others to buy fruits. Can't afford to eat it? Step on the horse to go back to break their own mouths. Grass. Bastard. Whore. Little 3. Where had Bifrost ever been scolded like this? Her eyes instantly became red with anger and she raised her hand to hit. The result of that dead fat pig looked more to the force. Shouting voice, yell. But also learn to hit people. Everyone quickly look. Everyone quickly come to the assessment. The little can not afford to buy fruit, but also to hit people. So we do this business is not done. Said. She even deliberately leaned her body toward the body of White Frost, but also reached out to push her. White Frost's legs were already weak, and with this push, the person sat on the ground. Dead fat pig froze and sat on his ass as well. Hey, yell hit man. Little hit man. Killed man. I'm so poor. Can't afford to buy, just don't buy. I'm this rent, utilities, labor, that don't money. I set up a stall is easy for me. She sat on the floor and started spilling her guts, her voice getting louder and louder. The onlookers on the side also began to point their fingers. Most of these people are the same market fruit sellers, naturally speaking toward the middle-aged woman. That's right. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. What a big tale you are pretending to be. If everyone was like you, picking out fruit and not buying it, would people still be in business? Wearing so little, you look like you're out for sale. 2es. Bifrost was furious and retorted. Is that a matter of affordability? Just a few apples and a bunch of grapes. You dare to ask for $200. How can a student like her have that much money? Isn't this a money pit? The middle-aged woman said in an evil voice. Isn't it easy for a seller to make money? Lay down and lift your leg. It's money. You. Say that again. White Frost's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Just say it. You two sisters are just out for sale. 2es. Both are mistresses. Goods that deserve to be whipped. You. White Frost was really angry, rushed over and was ready to strike. And that's when the police came. As soon as he saw the police coming, the dead fat pig immediately went into performance mode, laying down on the ground and starting to howl. Comrade police, you can finally come. If not come, I will beat these 2es to death. Comrade police, you have to do it for me. Oh. The mustache next to him also yelled. I can testify. They hit my mother-in-law with their hands, too small buy fruit without paying, but also beat people. Comrade police, you arrest them to jail. The two poor White Frost and White Snow sisters were infuriated enough, but they just couldn't interject and were shivering. Good thing the police probably knew the couple's virtues, frowned and said, all right, stop howling. Hit or not, we are not without eyes. Tell us what's going on. The middle-aged woman only collected the cavity. Pointing to Bai Shui began to cry. She came to buy fruit. I was kind enough to help her and pick and cut, but she was good. The fruit picked. Not only do not give money, but also scolded. I cannot afford to be angry. I scolded her too. The result is that she will be her sister called to come up and hit us. Bai Shui gasped. Obviously you guys are the ones who are pitting people. So little fruit, you need $200. And the scale is not enough. Obviously just a few tails. You have to say 2 pounds. You're talking nonsense. Our scales are market supervised. How could we possibly screw people? The middle-aged woman shouted. The cop frowned and asked, where are the scales? White Frost said, let the two market managements hold it away. Nonsense. My scale is obviously still here. What was carried away? The middle-aged woman actually held out another electronic scale from under the stall. Now White Frost can sort of understand that. Those two executives are in league with this couple. Everyone, vote. The numbers are horrible. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 88 hit people also hit the reward to the cow's loo, because there was no evidence. Plus so many people spoke toward the couple. So after negotiation, the final result was that White Frost paid out $50 for the bit of fruit. On the way home, the little girl, Bai Shui, was aggrieved and said with red eyes, sis, I have to call Surin. When Su Lin received the call from Bai Shui, the dust had basically settled on this side of things, because this case was so deeply involved. After receiving Su Lin's alarm call, the police sent out a lot of police force to rush over. As a result of coming to the scene to see, Park Tae-min's house has become a garbage dump. Park Tae-min and a few people were also beaten badly. Lying on the garbage, people are going crazy. Fong Fong also kept burying garbage on herself and didn't know what she was doing. The police took a look and were confused. It was hard to clean up the garbage in the yard and rushed into Park Tae-min's villa for a search. And he really found a basement. Smashed open the door and went in to see that the 5 missing girls were inside. People have been tortured so much that they've gone a little crazy. One of them even breathed his last before he was rescued and didn't make it to the moment of rescue. Looking at the several girls who were destroyed beyond human shape, the police officer was also out of rage and looked at Park Tae-min with fire in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he was concerned about that police uniform on his body, It was estimated that these scumbags would still have to take a beating of venom. Thank you for helping our police solve this case, and after we'll take the evidence, we'll issue you a reward for your services. The police officer leading the team shook Su Lin's hand and couldn't stop thanking him, but also whole Su Lin's strange bad intentions. Hit people also hit the reward to the cow's Lu, just so that no one would be held accountable for Surin's beating. In the final report, it was written that two enthusiastic citizens, Su Lin and Chi Pei, found clues and fought to the death with the criminals, obtaining important clues and helping the police to solve the vicious case. It takes a while for cases to be heard, but basically there's no doubt that Park Tae-min is going to pay dearly for his crimes. Fong Jing and Fong Fong Fong, as accomplices, also see facing jail time, and may have to spend the rest of their lives inside. Of course, everyone knows that Park Tae-min alone can't do this to this extent. According to Chi Pei later inquired about the news that the Tianqing Group high level came to a big earthquake. Many people are because of unknown reasons to go in, including several executives of the stick country. Of course, the specifics were unknown to Su Lin. As for the Rod reporter, since he was interrupted by Surin's trash before he could commit his crime, he was released after just a fine. He's not doing too well, though. The day he was released from it, he was said to have been enthusiastically picked up by a large number of enthusiastic Dragon Nation crowds outside, saying that you've come all the way here. Of course you have to treat yourself. As for how to entertain, that was not something Su Lin could worry about, but he didn't think now that there would be a follow-up to his affair with this reporter later. In the car heading to White Horse Town, Su Lin was checking out the system rewards. It's worth noting that the completion level of this mission was skyrocketing upwards when he started fixing Park Tae-min, and then reached 100% the moment Park Tae-min was captured. Only then did Su Lin realize that the extremely evil neighbor that the emotional system thought was not Fong 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 at all, but rather Park Tae-min. Fong 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 was nothing more than a trigger. Looking back at Park Tae-min's performance, he does deserve the title of extremely evil, under the guise of an executive of a foreign company, but practicing sins that break through the bottom line. No wonder even the system could not stand to see it and asked Su Lin to take action. The strike was light. Su Lin still felt a bit chagrined. If he had known that this guy was so hateful, he would have should have been scrapped on the spot, but it doesn't matter. With the sins he did commit, 9 times out of 10 he's going to get a bullet. This mission has been assessed to have an evaluation level of perfect. Reward now issued. Reward 1, $50 million in cash. From legal sources, deposited into the host's bank card. Reward 2, expendable skill, logical behavior modification X5. Bonus 3, 5 points of free attributes. Reward 5, 1000 points of Yama value. Note, Yama value can be used to purchase items in the Yama Mall after it opens. Note, work hard to become a living Yama. Logical behavior modification? What's that again? Surin's eyes fell on that new gadget. Logical behavior modification. The host can use logical behavior modification to modify specific targets, specific actions, and specific behaviors on a logical level. Modification of a specific target on a logical level? Su Lin was confused, and to be honest, he really didn't understand this. After thinking about it, he decided to test it out, and after looking around, it was only this driver that Zippy had sent to drive him. Right away he chose to use a logical modification. Ding! This target cannot be modified. The system gave quick feedback. Gotta. Su Lin shook his head and gave up. It's another one of those things that you can only look at, not use, so you'll have to leave it alone for now. He then looked at the attribute points again, and after thinking about it, he went ahead and added it to Spirit. In doing so, his attributes became Power, 11, Speed, 8, Spirit, 19, Skills, Painful Slap, Honest Iron Fist, Hellish Illusion, Logical Behavior Modification X5, Passive, Yin Yang Eyes, Items, Super Itchy Powder X4, Super Stink Pack X3, Free Attribute Points, 0, Yama Value, 5613. The familiar feeling came over me again, the feeling of being all over the place, intoxicating. The host's mental power has increased, and the effect of the skill Painful Slap has increased to 13 times. The host's mental strength has increased, and the effect of the skill City Iron Fist has increased to 8 minutes. The host's mental power has increased, and the duration of the skill Hell's Illusion has been increased to 4 minutes. Next time add more power. The people in this world don't know what's wrong with them. They are protected by the power of harmony. Their resistance to blows is too strong. They can't die from old blows. Solian thought glumly. However, what made him happy was that the Yenwang value had directly increased by more than 1,000 after this time, reaching a terrifying new height of 5,613, a step further from his goal of replacing White Frost's legs. But that said, this growth rate is still too slow. If only there was another bounty quest, he said with some emotion. Ding! Bounty quest updated. Please go to the host's bounty page to check. Su Lin froze, then rejoiced. It's true what they say, when you're sleepy, you get a pillow. At that moment, he opened the bounty page to check for new bounty quests. Reward mission, the remorseful heart of an outlaw trader. Submission reward, minimum 500 Hades value, maximum 5000 Hades value. Will you take the assignment? Surin was startled. This bounty quest surprisingly rewarded a maximum of 5,000 points of Yama value. Wouldn't it mean that if he submitted it perfectly, he could directly redeem that limb regeneration pill? And this unscrupulous vendor. Su Lin remembered what Bifrost's sister, Bai Shui, had cried to him over the phone, and a touch of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a coincidence! Everyone, vote. The numbers are horrible. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 89. Human madness is due to ignorance. And you are due to. When Su Lin met Bifrost and Bai Shui, it was at their home. Whitefrost's mother died early, leaving only her father and the three Whitefrost sisters to depend on each other. The old man's spirit was not bad. Seeing Su Lin again, he smiled so much that he couldn't even see his eyes, and took out all the good wine that he had treasured for many years to greet Su Lin. Instead, it caused Su Lin to be a little embarrassed. Uncle, don't get busy, I don't usually drink. Su Lin hurriedly stopped him, taking advantage of the moment when the old man was opening up. Su Lin rushed Bifrost and Bai Shui beside him and made a wink, revealing his intention to inquire. After the two sisters shook their heads slightly, Su Lin understood. These two sisters didn't tell the old man what happened, presumably because they were afraid that the old man would be worried. Brother-in-law. Or, forget it, the old man went out in the open. Bai Shui red eyes and lowered his head and whispered. His call of brother-in-law made Whitefrost's face burn a little, and he secretly wrung his sister's hand. Su Lin laughed. How can I forget about it? In that case, wouldn't you two have suffered for nothing? The problem now isn't just that dead fat bastard pitting Snowy. It's the fact that she's still making yellow rumors, says Frosty and Snowy are out for sale, especially Whitefrost, who is working as a third for someone in the city and is shamelessly clouded. They also posted all the videos from that day, saying that the two sisters didn't pay for their purchases and beat them up. Netizens are easily brought up to speed, and the rhythm was brought up when this evil shed a couple of tears a little. The comments below say anything and everything, and in general there's not one good thing to say. So it's no longer a question of whether it counts or not, it has to be dealt with immediately. Otherwise, if we let this matter fester, we don't know what it will develop into. Xiao Lin, come on, I'll give you a taste of my specialty today, braised pork. Xiao Frost and Xiao Shui haven't eaten it many times. Wait, there's more. The old man finished his work and ended up in the kitchen again. Su Lin laughed and got up to enter the kitchen as well. Uncle, then I must show my hand today as well. The next day, Su Lin brought the two sisters to that fruit market. As a result, before he even went in, he met an acquaintance, Gui Huai. Speaking of this person Guo Huai, he was a junior that Su Lin had met at the mental hospital back in the day. Guo Huai is different from Chi Pei. Chi Pei is a fake psychopath, but Guo Huai is a real psychopath. Schizophrenia, affective disorders, depression, fantasies and more, and the brain is missing a string. It's real crazy. However, when he was in the mental hospital, this Guo Huai was convinced by Su Lin, and just like Chi Pei, he recognized Su Lin as his big brother. As soon as Guo Huai saw Su Lin, he was as happy as a grandson and came up. Su Lin was also happy to see him and asked, "Ha, Guo Zi, why are you here?" Guo Huai giggled. My relatives. I shopped out. I don't know, brother, happy. This was definitely incomprehensible to others, but Su Lin had been with him for a long time, so he could naturally understand it. It probably means that he came here to visit his relatives, then came out to go shopping and was happy to meet Su Lin. Su Lin patted his shoulder and smiled. I'm happy to see you too. How is your illness? Guo Huai's head shook like a rattle. I'm not sick. That's about as believable as a drunk saying he's not drunk. One look at him and Su Lin knew that he wasn't well. The two psychopaths got together and chatted for a while about their past in the mental hospital, rather lamenting the fact that time flies like a shuttle, listening to White Frost and White Snow with black lines on their heads. Finished Guo Huai and giggled. Brother, where are you going? Su Lin was succinct. Go beat up someone. Guo Huai was stunned, then immediately got excited and spoke sharply. Where is it? I'll go too. Fine. You follow. Seeing his face of interest, Su Lin couldn't refuse him, so he took him along. When we got to that booth, the fat was weighing fruit for a customer. Su Lin was sharp-eyed and watched him quickly transfer the package under the stage after picking the fruit, replacing it with a package of rotten fruit that didn't have enough pounds. The customer wasn't paying attention, paid and was ready to leave. Surin walked over and tapped the customer on the shoulder and said, she switched your fruit. Ha! The customer froze, opened the bag and looked at it, and found something fishy. Now the dead fat woman did not do, pointing at Su Lin's nose to scold, where the little bastard. You walk on the horse to walk your way, the dog to take the rat meddling in other people's business. Be careful to go out to be hit by a car to death. Saying that, she even copied the watermelon knife from the stall and gestured in her hand to scare Su Lin. The whimpering slag looked like an old sow come to life, and the pants were unzipped, revealing the purple panties inside. Solian then kindly reminded her, your gate is open. The door of your house is the only one that is not closed. The old fat pig said halfway, suddenly reacted, looked down, and squealed, "Ah, you're going to die. You dare to molest my old lady. Molesting you. Look at you." Su Lin said, you look at your pussy, like a dead fat pig. Molesting you, that is not a reward for you? What do you want to eat? Not waiting for the dead fat lady to speak, he added, and you purposely wear a purple bitter tea sub. You think you're taking the entrance exam? Purple but can work? Put. Snowy in the back didn't hold back for a moment and laughed out a goose call. She didn't think cursing could be done like this. It was like opening the door to a new world. The fat woman froze and directly exploded. You're the pig. Your whole family is a pig. Pissed me off. Angry dead, then you cremated on the ground. Just take your ashes pad toilet. Also can be used as fertilizer. It's a waste of air to live with someone like you anyway. At this time, several people had already gathered around, and hearing Su Lin's funny words, they didn't hold back their laughter. You, dog thing, are you crazy? Sincerely come to anger me, is it? Obese shivering with anger, holding a watermelon knife and pointing at Su Lin straight shivering. Surin continued his output. Humans are mad merely because of ignorance. And you are mad because of you, old lady, and you fight. Obesity couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over with a watermelon knife. Pop! Su Lin swung his arm up and smacked the fat woman in the face, smacking her mouth full of blood. Obese was jerked around, and after he came back to his senses, he went completely crazy and wanted to fight with Su Lin with his teeth and claws open. Watch this, and do this to people like this in the future. Su Lin flew up and kicked the fat woman to the ground, screaming miserably, unable to get up for half a day. Su Lin went up and added a few more kicks, kicking the old fat woman to scream even louder. At this time, the fat woman's husband arrived at the sound of the voice. Grass, which bastard dares to bully my wife? When Su Lin took a look at him, great guy. The guy seemed to have just been in the bathroom and didn't even have time to lift his pants up, running out with his pants around his waist, little toothpicks dangling through the fabric. Before Su Lin had a chance to move, Guo Huai greeted him with a face full of excitement and grabbed the toothpick, shaking it like a handshake. Hello, my name is Guo Huai. Very nice to meet you. Surin, winky face. Crowd, mustache, good guy. A few days do not see. How the hell you still developed new skills to come? Surin was stunned. Everyone, vote. The numbers are horrible. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 90, fresh. You eat some. You tread horse, let go. Hiss. The mustache guy tore his lungs out and screamed in pain, his face instantly turning waxy. Look at you. What's with the yellow face? Guo Huai swayed twice more before letting go. The man almost went over, managed to come back to his senses, lifted up his pants in horror and cursed. Cursed? Where did the psycho come from? Guo Huai asked him seriously. Your mouth stinks so bad. Are you eating S? The mustache exploded. Nima only eats S's. Your whole family eats S's. Guo Huai asked politely. Then is it okay if I feed you some S? With that, he actually did take off his pants and pooped a bubble S on the fruit stand. The White Frost sisters spat in shame and turned to run. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Su Lin. There was a comment next to it. Asterisk. This S says it all. I'm so envious. Su Lin was tempted to turn around and ask him if stepping on a horse was the point. Ting big brother, pulling S in public. Su Lin asked himself that a crazy person could not do such a perverted thing. But Guo Huai did it and even looked like he was taking it for granted. It could give Surin a shock. Brother, you this mental state. The doctor crazy let you out of the hospital? The crowd was so horrified that they covered their noses and backed away. The mustache man was dumbfounded, and after reacting, he roared WRNM, I'll beat you to death SB thing. Immediately, he slammed his fist down. Guo Huai didn't even care what he was doing, as he smoothly pulled a wooden plank from the stall and literally scooped up a pile of S. A turnaround, timed just right, and the mustache guy slammed his fist into Guo Huai's S. The mustache instantly collapsed, howling and frantically trying to find paper to wipe it off. Guo Huai, however, didn't forget his original purpose, and pressed down on his head as he sent the wooden piece towards his mouth. It's S. Fresh. You eat some. The crowd was horrified and backed away once again. No one dared to approach the scene for half a second. Even the dead fat lady covered her nose in defeat and hid to the side, not daring to make a sound. The mustache guy frantically tried to get rid of Guo Huai, and Guo Huai beat each other, but in the midst of the struggle, still inevitably stained his face full of S. Lying on the ground in dry heaving, the dead fat lady finally reacted, holding her nose and screaming, You crazy person, let go of my husband, or I'll call the police. Guo Huai immediately let go of the mustache and held up the wooden board and asked the dead fat woman, Do you want to eat it too? Oh, here you go. After saying that, he scooped up another pile of S and graciously stuffed it into the dead fat woman's arms. Not enough, I'll pull some more. The dead fat screamed. The man was numb, falling to the ground and writhing around, trying to get rid of the pile of S in her arms. The man was going into convulsions. Guo Huai scooped up another S and threw it at her for fun. Here you go. All of it. Eat it. It's delicious. The situation was a mess and everyone backed away from the scene, holding their noses in horror. Even Su Lin had no way to get close, and could only bring the two White Frost sisters to watch from afar. At this time, the dead fat woman coldly saw White Frost and White Snow and screamed, Good vomit. So it's you two little es, shouted Vomit Nerves. You give my old lady to wait. I left you two out of the sale of I don't know. It turned out to be Guo Huai who saw her screaming happily and scooped up another pile of S and threw it into her neck. Finally, the police came, but once checked, found that Guo Huai did not hit people, 2 did not damage property, 3 mental state is not very good, 3 layers of armor were stacked directly on top of each other, and the cops couldn't even say anything with their noses covered. It's only morally reprehensible if you just on it, there's no way to define it legally. In the end, he could only give a verbal education and let Guo Huai go. In fact, the main thing is that the police don't dare to touch him. Good guy. That smell. Who dares you two es. You wait. I'm going to get you all killed. Vomit. Dead fat woman pasted a face of S. People almost crazy. Have forgotten that Su Lin also hit her slap. Lying on the ground non-stop howling. Snot and tears are flying. Brother, I pulled it off well, didn't I? Guo Huai ran over and said, Nice pull? What kind of questions are these? Su Lin hurriedly stepped back and said, Not bad. Not bad. You go take a shower first. He said that you are not only doing a good job, simply out of the blue. If you give this to Su Lin to do, you can't even do it. It's worth it to have a little brother. Okay. Guo Huai ran away happily. He ran away. The two of the fat couple were full of S, and Su Lin just wanted to hit them, but he couldn't lay his hands on them. Oh come on. I've even got a layer of anti-armor stacked on me. Bad luck. Su Lin pulled White Frost and White Snow and left. Back home. The old man didn't know what these three had done, and still warmly entertained Su Lin. He also sidestepped and asked about Su Lin and White Frost. Dad, what are you talking about? Su Lin and I are just ordinary friends. White Frost's face turned red with shame. Do you think I'm stupid? Whose common friend is staying at someone's house? The old man said cheerfully, and while saying so, he also scowled at Su Lin, his eyes as if they were twitching. Gee, Dad, forget it, it's just not clear with you. White Frost's neck went red and she covered her face and ran back to her room. The narrator, Bai Shui, looked at the direction her sister had left, then snuck a look at Su Lin, and for some reason, her face reddened. The old man's eyes are sharp. A look at his youngest daughter, that expression. Heart is a thump. Shouldn't, he thought to himself, but then he was happy again, and said to himself, It's not impossible, I'm going to be an enlightened old man. If Su Lin knew what this old man was thinking, his eyes would absolutely fall out. Oh, it's not enlightened enough. The next day, Su Lin was going to continue to take the two sisters to the market to find trouble with the dead fat pig, but what I didn't expect was that they hadn't even left the house yet, and the dead fat pig had brought someone to the door. There were also 7 or 8 punks with dyed green hair, each carrying a club. Damn it, I've caught you, haven't I? Nima, where's the joy from yesterday? If I don't raid your house today, I won't be called Yao Guihong. As soon as she opened the door, the dead fat woman pointed at White Frost and White Snow's noses and cursed. Where's that mongrel concubine of yours? Call him out. And that psychopath who pulls the S. All of you, call out to me. White Frost's dad was confused and didn't know what was going on. And just as he was about to go up and ask, he was pushed to the ground by the mustache guy next to him. Old thing, it's all because you gave birth to a daughter. Today I'll waste you. You. White Frost hurriedly helped the old man up and whispered to him what had happened. Bai Shui, after all, a little girl mentality, angry but also theories with her, clearly is your fault. Take bad fruit pit people, forced to buy and sell. I asked yesterday, a lot of people have been pit by you. That's when Surin came out of the inner room. The dead fat lady saw it and went straight to Red Warmth. Bitch, you little, he's your concubine, isn't he? The dead fat pig pointed at Su Lin and shouted, bastard, my mother remembers this face of yours, giving head to your whore concubine. Right, well, today I'll let you know, my Yao Guihong's methods, and what about the one who pulls S? Call them all out. End of chapter. Chapter 91, do you think we're stupid? You're chopping a watermelon? When the old man learned what happened, his face reddened with anger and he stood up and said, are you still being reasonable? How dare you come to the door with your deceitfulness? Yao Guihong pushed the old man back several steps and pointed at his nose. Old thing, don't push your luck. Today, I don't want to make things easy for your family. With that, she waved her hand and shouted, smash it for me. At her command, 7 or 8 punks behind her rushed toward the old man's house carrying sticks and rods, frightening Bai Shui with shrieks. How could Su Lin let them rush in? Directly to the front of Bai Shui, meet the current punk is a punch. The little punk didn't know how powerful Su Lin was, and as soon as he saw that Su Lin was blocking his way, he immediately let out a sardonic laugh. Lousy killed. Pain. It turned out that it was Su Lin who had knocked out his teeth with one punch, and blood was coming out of his mouth like crazy. At the sight of the others, they roared angrily and rushed toward Su Lin. One even pulled a machete that long out of the back of his ass. Staggering. Su Lin are curious. So long knife is how to pull out from the back of the ass? What the hell is wrong with you? But the knife was drawn just the way he wanted it. You've all gone for the knife. My counterattack must be self-defense, right? He slapped the nearest punk on the side of the head, snatching the stick from his hand as he screamed in agony. Then a stick was swung at the head of another punk. Boo! The stick snapped right off, and that little roller screamed miserably, covered his head and fell to the ground, right in front of the old man. Nima, dare to mess with my daughter. When I was killing devils on the front line back in the day, you dog things were still in your father's belly. Grass. The old man cursed and stomped on the punk's head, causing him to scream hysterically. The old man was still not relieved. Picking up the ashtray from the table next to him, he smashed another ashtray on the punk's head. After the bang, the punk didn't even say a word and fainted to death. Su Lin also didn't expect the old man to be so brave, but it wasn't surprising when he thought that he was an old Red Army soldier. The people in those years could really crawl out from the mountain of corpses and blood. What scenes have not seen? 2 or 3 of the 7 or 8 punks fell in a flash, and the others didn't even get to go inside the house. Yao Guihong was anxious, howling, a few of you together. Hearing her say that, a few punks hurriedly rushed up together and attacked Su Lin in unison. Can Surin be afraid of this? Not only not afraid, but more excited. Holding the broken stick at once stabbed into the mouth of the current punk, stabbing his mouth full of blood. Grass! I'll chop you to death. The gangster with the knife saw this and slashed down at Su Lin. Surin dodged out of the way and tackled his arm in the process, then took a knee with force. Ka-ching! The punk's arm was directly broken, and the machete arrived in Su Lin's hand. With a long knife in hand, the world is mine. Since the last time he chased and cut Wang Xinmin, he hadn't touched a machete for a long time, and when he grabbed the knife at this time, the blood was like lava. Rubbing his head, die for your master. He swung round and slashed at the other punk's neck. Good thing that the punk was smart. Earlier looked at the situation is not right. Ready to bolt. At this moment, when Su Lin slashed at him, his body was a jolt and he hurriedly fell back. Dang! The machete slashed directly at the posted door, splattering a series of flaming seeds. The punk was so scared by this that he lost his soul. His crotch was wet, and he rolled and crawled out of the room. Yao Guihong man was also stupid, pointing at Su Lin and cursing in horror. Namabi, you really want to kill someone? I'll kill you. Without saying a word, Su Lin slashed at her head again. Yao Guihong people are numb. Good thing she originally stood far away. Hurriedly retreat, which can be avoided to become the soul of Su Lin knife. Yao Guihong was scared enough by the knife that her body began to shiver. That guy, that was a real cut. Grass, you hide, you paralyzed. Have the guts not to hide. Let me cut you twice. Su Lin's eyes were red and he chased after them with his knife. Yao Guihong several people look at the situation is not right. This Nima is really want to kill and scattered and ran. The speed of the fast with the frightened rabbit-like chase cannot catch up. It was quite a commotion, and the nearby neighbors had long since run over to see what was going on. When Yao Guihong led the people in just now, these people were worried. As a result, in less than a few minutes, Yao Guihong and the others were seen running out in a panic, as if they were bereaved dogs. Before they could understand what was going on, they saw Su Lin chasing after them with a machete. And the knives were all deadly. Asterisk 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 really cut it. It's a wolf out. It's nifty. It's awesome. The watermelon crowd also looked silly and rushed to the police. Fortunately, it was Yao Guihong and a few of them who ran fast. Su Lin chased half a day and did not catch up, but instead cut the knife to break. It just so happened that a watermelon seller next to him had a watermelon knife on his stand. He threw the machete away and was ready to whip someone's watermelon knife. The stall owner's soul was lost at the sight of it. If this really cuts someone to death, won't he be the one who provides the murder weapon? At that moment, he hugged Su Lin's leg and cried, Big brother, have a good word. I know a store that sells kitchen knives. All kinds of styles are available. To ensure your satisfaction, how could Solian possibly give up his proximity and say anything to take the watermelon knife away? Just as it was going on, the police came. What's going on? What's going on? Hurry up and put the knife down for me. The policeman was also anxious when he saw that Su Lin was holding a watermelon knife and rushed to warn him. What the hell? I'm not cutting a watermelon here? Su Lin cut a watermelon and ate it with an innocent face. Hey, it's so sweet. How much does it cost per caddy? The watermelon stall owner man was dumbfounded. $1. Cheap. Comrade police officers, are you guys eating melon? Come. I'll pay for all the spending today. I'll eat you. The cop's face darkened. Do you think we're stupid? Did you just cut a watermelon? Are you sure it wasn't a human being? In the end, Su Lin and Yao Guihong and the others were all taken to the police station, and the few punks who were injured were also sent to the hospital. As soon as she entered the door of the police station, Yao Guihong cried, Comrade police, you can do for me that guy, just now almost cut me to death if not I ran fast, now certainly no His husband Mustache is also on the sidelines to add oil and vinegar, that's right. Police comrades, you do not know this guy just ferocious Lu, is really going to kill Oh, good guy. He even squeezed out a few hard tears. His appearance was as pitiful as it could be. Okay, stop howling. Wait until we're done checking the surveillance. End of chapter. Chapter 92 objectives are eligible for logical behavior modification. The police officer finished checking the surveillance and had a sneer all over his face. You two really can leading people, with a murder weapon rushed into people's homes, and now turn around and blame them for fighting back? What the hell? Really deserve to be beaten by you guys as See the police angry. Yao Guihong and the mustache guy wilted a bit, and after a while asked unconvincingly, but he really chopped people The two of us were almost chopped to death. It's not dead? The cop rolled his eyes. Besides, with that stance of yours, even if they do cut you to death, it's still self-defense. What do you mean by self-defense? Yao Guihong asked with a confused face. You law illiterate. The policeman was laughed at. You don't even know about self-defense. And you dare to lead a door-to-door fight? The mustache guy wanted to say something else, but the policeman said impatiently, All right, you guys are a bit nasty in nature, so let's lock up for a few days first. Still have to be locked up for a few days? Yao Guihong man was dumbfounded. That of course, locked up for a few days to see the performance of your repentance. I warn you cannot do this kind of thing again, now is the rule of law society. And then lead people to the door to beat people. You absolutely go in. I didn't get the mutton. I got in trouble. The two people were about to explode with anger, staring viciously at Su Lin, puffing up and unable to speak. Su Lin spoke the words for them. I'm not done with you two. You drafted it. You gave birth to a son without an asshole. Comrade policeman. She called me names. Can I sue for libel? Okay, all stop. And then all for you to be locked up Oh, so you two don't have assholes. Your whole family doesn't have assholes. You. Pissed off. Yao Guihong and Mustache both were detained for provoking trouble, and that's if they didn't do anything. Those punks had worse charges and were definitely going in after they got out of the hospital. Su Lin, for one thing, belonged to self-defense, and for another, the situation was special, so he made a statement, and after being warned a few times, he was released. Just this Su Lin still somewhat unfulfilled asked, when they come out, I'll hack them to death. Does it count as self-defense? The police were laughed at. Are you done? When people come out from inside and you want to cut them again, then they become self-defense. Oh, Su Lin had a look of pity on his face. What he didn't realize, though, was that it still wasn't over. After coming out and spending a few days at the old man's house, Yao Guihong and Mustache were released. After coming out, the dog's two families were probably scared by Su Lin and didn't dare to make a move. But they started rumors. They began to chew around among the neighbors. saying that both White Frost and White Snow were out selling, and that White Snow had befriended social misfits at school and stayed out late at night. White Frost sells in town, and Solem is a P client of Snow. Speak with a nose and a colorful voice. You don't say. There are really believers, walking down the road pointing at the two White Frost sisters. Just this is not enough. Yao Guihong also sent a short video, crying by Shui sisters to buy things do not pay, but also find people to beat them, bullying them to honest business to people. Getting someone to cut them with a knife led to them almost being cut to death. There are also rumors that White Frost is working as a mistress in the city, and that Bai Shui is no good, not learning at a young age, and so on. The netizens are blind and can easily be brought into a rhythm. Plus Yao Guihong and the mustache are very good at acting, crying so much in front of the camera and dropping a few tears. They can really win a lot of sympathy. The heat had just gone down in the front, and now that Yao Guihong had brought it along, the heat ended up rising again, coupled with the fact that Bai Shui's private account was also revealed. A number of ignorant netizens below just started cursing. A student dressed like no student deserves to be yelled at. You can't tell the difference between a person and a person. You're quite watery looking, but it's a pity. It's a pity. If you ask me, this woman really looks like she's for sale. Look at that foxy look the two sisters have grown. You can tell they're mistresses at a glance. No, 2es. Whatever was said anyway. There must be a Yao Guihong trumpet in here, or someone she found to bring the beat. But there are some lookers. Anyway, it got pretty loud, causing both sisters to be cursed as they walked down the street. Angry two girls also do not go out. Stay at home all day is to cry eyes are almost blind. Snow even had thoughts of lightening her life for a while. The old man's eyes were red with anger, and he carried an axe to find Yao Guihong's two families to fight for their lives, but he was pulled back by Surin. Don't be impulsive. I'll take care of this. It was hard to calm the old man down, and Su Lin went out the door alone, heading towards Yao Guihong's fruit stand. When I came to the fruit stand, I looked at it from a distance, and good grief, it was shameless. It's amazing that the motley pair have taken advantage of this popularity to start a business and make a big sale. The front of the booth was pretty crowded. There were so many other people holding up their cell phones and live streaming just to rub it in. Look everyone, these two are the poor couple too. Su Lin had come over today, originally wanting to beat the hell out of those two scumbags, but now that it was like this, it definitely wouldn't work. It wasn't so much fear as it was the fact that if he did it now, it would confirm those rumors even more. Not only would they not be able to take the heat off the two Snow sisters, but they would give those rumor mongers even more to talk about. At this time, Su Lin suddenly remembered his reward from the last time he completed a quest, that consumable skill, logical behavior modification. I wonder if I can use it on the motley pair, Solian said mentally, then checked it out. Targets are eligible for logical behavior modification. The system gave quick feedback. Su Lin was happy and immediately chose to use it. Ding! Current target critical logic detected. The original logic is, Zhao Xiaoyang saw his wife Yao Guihong crying and handed her a cup of water in pain. The host may modify the above logic by no more than one word. Holy, this is counterintuitive. This is counterintuitive. How can you play this game with your feelings? Su Lin was happy to be silly. He thought about it and changed the word water to asterisk 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 asterisk. Ding! Successful modification. Now the logic of the target behavior is, Zhao Xiaoyang saw his wife Yao Guihong crying. Heartbroken. Handed her a cup of. Logic is in effect. Is in effect successfully. On the scene, Yao Guihong faced the various anchors of the camera. The heart is proud of extraordinary, but on the surface is crying pair with rain. That look. Simply to be more poor. More poor. Some of the major anchors know that Yao Guihong this behavior has the ingredients of drama, but in order to rub the traffic, are choosing to turn a blind eye. Make traffic that is unconscionable. Yao Guihong was crying with tears in her eyes, while next to her, his husband Zhao Xiaoyang, the mustache guy, made an expression full of heartache and poured a cup of water for her. Since the cup was insulated, he didn't even realize that the cup of water had long since turned into an S under the system. Honey, take a drink. He tenderly handed over the cup. End of chapter. Chapter 93, I'm crazy. Why does a thermos contain an S? Yao Guihong happened to be thirsty from crying, and without any doubt, took the cup and poured it into her mouth. Gobble, 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 gobble. Hiccup. After a few mouths were poured down, Yao Guihong's face slowly changed. Why does this smell so weird? It's like, but she still couldn't believe it, and after taking her nose and sniffing it, she made a point of looking into the glass. Next, put. She spewed out a mouthful of S, then fell to the ground and vomited like crazy, poking her throat out with her dead hand as she did so, almost sticking her whole arm in. What's wrong with you, wife? Choking? A dumbfounded Zhao Xiaoliang was sprayed with yellow objects all over his head and face. And the person was dumbfounded and still rested there to ask, "Honey, I'll shoot for you." He was just about to say "I'll pat your back," but that's when he smelled an indescribable stench quickly wafting away and rushing into his nostrils. The expression on Zhao Xiaoliang's face quickly changed from dumbfounded to demented, then from demented to horrified. Vomit. He spat out with a wow sound. Yellow and white plus the beef noodles he ate in the morning. A brain result of all the vomit Yao Guihong's head. And the cup filled with S in his hand was also clasped on Yao Guihong's head. Wow. Yao Guihong completely crazy. Vomiting more powerful. While vomiting while grabbing Zhao Xiaoliang on the beat. The face was scratched. Blood foam mixed with yellow and white flowed all over the ground. Zhao Xiaoliang, you even dare to feed my mother to eat. You step on the horse. My mother today do not beat the out of you. My mother with your last name. Vomit my mother strangled to death. And no. Wife. Help. Vomit. The scene was chaotic. And none of the anchors knew what was going on yet. As a result, the stench began to waft out at this time. And the entire area around the stall was enveloped in a foul odor. What's that flavor? Suck it. An anchor asked with a hard sniffle and a frown. It's kind of familiar. Seems to be. Another anchor guessed, but wasn't sure. That's when the S flavor got even stronger. Right down to the soul. This flavor, grass, is S. Finally someone reacted and let out a terrified yell. I told you how it looked so familiar. Nima. She just took a thermos and drank S. If I'm not mistaken. This S still steaming. Right. Vomit. Blow up. This is nifty. That woman just drank. A big mouthful. Crazy. Totally crazy. Vom. The crowd of anchor people all went crazy. But they still didn't forget to shoot. Holding up their cell phones and frantically backing away with a horrified look on their faces. I've seen water drinkers. Who's ever seen a public drinker? You're still holding a thermos. You're pulling it out of your ass. It's a plot that you can't even think of without a 10-year brain clot. The anchors went crazy. That afternoon, the video of Zhao Xiaoliang taking a thermos cup with S and affectionately feeding it to his wife went viral all over the internet. The netizens are blowing up. It's a flavorful video in this treadmill. I'm mad as hell. Vomit. I'm in the middle of eating. Can you not push such a bombastic video on me? Blow up. Too damned blow up. Thermos loaded with S. Also bubbling hot. Awesome Lou. That bite. Yellow and white. Author rushes to code. The system suggests that my behavior is risky. Please don't imitate. I imitate the horse's imitation. Awesome. These two are too explosive. Ha ha ha. Thermos for S. Is it too cold to eat? Thoroughly embraced by laughter. The video went viral all over the internet. And Yao Guihong people went crazy. I heard that after she finished puking, she turned around and wrestled with Zhao Xiaoliang. That guy. The fight was a thermos of S. All by her in Zhao Xiaoliang's mouth. The end result was that both breaths went into the hospital for gastric lavage and healing. But Surin can let them go? Naturally, it's impossible. He followed and came to the hospital. The two families live in the same ward, which is set aside for them separately. The main thing is that people don't want to live with them once they hear that the two of them eat S. The hospital had no choice but to make a special ward for them. Just this over who will be their primary care physician. The doctors are fighting in the office. Neither wants to come. Finally the fight is really no way. The town hospital director himself held a lottery ceremony, which caught out an unlucky man. I heard that the moment the results came out, the doctor fell on the floor and cried. Faint. The anchors are still there, all gathered at the hospital. Couldn't get into the hospital room, but still shooting frantically through the window. Holy, this is all traffic, albeit traffic with flavor, but traffic nonetheless. Vomit. In the hospital room, Yao Guihong's face was all black and she was dry heaving while cursing Zhao Xiaoliang. Zhao Xiaoliang, you thousand knife bastard. You ma. Vomit, you wait for my old mother to be discharged from the hospital. See how I vomit clean you up. The mustache guy, aggravated, straight drop tears, said. How do I know that the cup is filled with S? If I know, beat me to death. I could not give you to drink. Vomit. You step on the horse and say it again. Vomit. Yao Guihong almost threw up again. Zhao Xiaoliang said. Wife, you think I surely can't do this kind of thing. I reckon that this is definitely the work of that scumbag who stood in for people. Maybe he instructed that psycho to pull it last time. Sulin gave a thumbs up outside the window. Although it is not hit, it is not far away. But if Guo Huai knew about it, I don't know how he would feel. Well, guess it's more exciting. Paralyzed. When my mother gets out of the hospital, I'll find someone to that scumbag this time. Yao Guihong said through clenched teeth. After cursing for a while, Yao Guihong might be hungry and asked Zhao Xiaoliang to get him food. It just so happens that my mom made a pot of soup, just delivered, hot, and said it's for you to replenish your body, Zhao Xiaoliang said with a pot of soup. Su Lin took a look and immediately became anxious. His eyes filled with excitement. System, quick, 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 let me change, quick, ding. Current target critical logic detected. Do you want to make changes? Original logic. Zhao Xiaoliang holds a pot of chicken soup made by his mom and carefully feeds it to Yao Guihong. The host may modify the above logic by no more than 2 words. 2 words? Ha 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 ha. Even better. Su Lin is going crazy with joy. Immediately changed chicken to asterisk 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 in a hurry, and changed feed to pour. Ding. Successful modification. The logic of the present target behavior is, Zhao Xiaoliang brought a pot of soup made by his mother and carefully poured it to Yao Guihong to eat it. Logic is in effect. Is in effect successfully. End of chapter. Chapter 94. What kind of blow-up plot is all this? That was just about the time the doctor came in with a couple of nurses wearing masks. So, under the watchful eyes of Su Lin, as well as a group of anchors, and the doctor, Zhao Xiaoliang carried the pot of soup and started to pour it to Yao Guihong. Yao Guihong thought at first that there was something to this soup. It had to be served in a pot to be tasty. Ha! Why does this soup taste so weird? It's hard to believe that. Yao Guihong couldn't believe her own brain, which just used a thermos cup to give people a drink of and then took a pot of to give people a dunk. What a way to blow up the plot. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wow vomit Zhao. Xiao. Rio. Me. Grass. You. Ma. You're feeding me again. Yao Guihong is completely insane. Vomiting and cursing at the same time. People are going crazy. Zhao Xiaoliang was confused. I can't. This pot of chicken soup was specially made by his mom, and he had just secretly tasted it. And it did taste good. How can it be impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unconvinced, he simply took a spoon and brought it to his mouth. Next moment. Vomit. Zhao Xiaoliang directly collapsed. The doctors and nurses in the room smelled that odor, and the people went crazy, frantically fleeing out of the room, cursing while running away. You two aren't physically sick, you're mentally sick, right? If you are sick in the head, go to a mental hospital. Don't come to our place. That's crazy. What kind of blow-up plot is this? We're not living in a madcap book, are we? The crazy critic author is sick in the head. The anchors outside the window went crazy too. Oh my god. Which big angelic sister has come down to earth to collect this pair of demons? I can't watch it anymore. I'm blind as a horse. It's in the nature of the Dragon Nation to see what's going on. As soon as the family members of the patients in the next ward heard that there was something going on outside, they ran out to see what was going on. Take a look at the results. Oh, yeah, looking good. Love it. Eat more. I am not alone in my ways. I am not alone in my ways. Vom all die for the master. The cerebral hemorrhage scene is all better. Shouting in horror. Doctor, doctor. I want to be discharged. I want to be discharged. Speed discharge. The cripples all ran as fast as they could, threw away their crutches, and didn't even want their shoes. The patient's family members are even more frantic to flee, only to hate their parents for giving birth to 2 less legs. The entire hospital patient's family ran a big half. Even outside the hospitalization department were alarmed. Thought there was a fire? Caught running out of doctors and patients asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Is it on fire? You're on fire. Ward hair? I'll check it out." So the people inside ran outside. All the people outside ran inside. And the scene was a mess. The ones that ended up running and took a look and went crazy too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the world already epileptic like this? Is the world coming to an end? Bull batch class. I, Chen Beixian, bow down to you. Che, look at you goons. It's just some frost and vomit. I hear the agitation of taking a pot and eating vomit. Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang were discharged from the hospital. It can't be done without it. Doctors and patients collectively threatened to jump off the building if the two with pots and pans for S's weren't discharged. In the end, there is no way. The dean himself, good and bad, waived the hospital fees of the 2 families, and found a funeral car, sent the 2 families back home. And by now, the video of the 2 families cooking soup and eating it has gone viral on the internet. Once again, a wave of traffic has been generated. I thought the thermos drinking episode was explosive enough, but I didn't realize there was an even more explosive one. Whose ministry is this? Asterisk 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 asterisk. All ing talent rice cooker cooking who stepped out of the who still dare to use a thermos and rice cooker in the future. Thermos and rice cooker manufacturers were hit over the head with the realization that it's never the competition that beats them. That said, Where did they get the S? I am very curious. Asterisk 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 upstairs is heavy-handed. They must have pulled it off themselves. Vom. Netizens are omnipotent. Offending them is a no-no. And such a heavy-handed video can be disgusting to the netizens. With the insane amount of heat traffic, the two are directly on the hot seat. The bad things they had done before were picked up on. Asterisk 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 they both specialize in selling bad fruit and pitting students and kids old people? 2 rotten apples and you dare to ask someone for $200? Why don't you go and rob them? And they blackmailed an old man out of his home and ended up jumping in the river? Scum of the earth. Zhao Xiaoliang also keeps a gang of thugs. And the people in the market dare to be angry? Market managers take their money and turn a blind eye to their wrongdoing, even aiding and abetting them? A pregnant woman was all bullied by them into miscarrying and almost hemorrhaging to death. Those 2 little girls are innocent. It's all the rumors these two have started. Ever since the video of Yao Guihong's 2 families eating S went viral, within a very short period of time, the popularity of the 2 sisters, by Frost and by Shui, quickly turned around. Everyone knows it's Yao Guihong's 2 families who are making yellow rumors about the 2 sisters. The real villains are the 2 of them. For a time, the 2 couples who ate S were directly cyberstormed by all the netizens and were so scared that they didn't even dare to go out of the house. Days of fighting inside the home. Can't the magical anchors give up this handful of traffic and find ways to make videos? Su Lin heard that the video not only Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang fight the chicken flying dog, but also and his mother-in-law. That is, Zhao Xiaoliang his mother fight, dentures are knocked out. To say that this Zhao Xiaoliang's mom is not a good thing, or else she wouldn't be able to give birth to a son like Zhao Xiaoliang. This old woman goes out every day without any problem, and when she sees a good bully, she lies on the ground and blackmails people. So many people have been blackmailed by her and lost a lot of money. But because Zhao Xiaoliang led a gang of minions, the people who were bullied dared not say anything, could not afford to mess with, can only hide. Now that the video of her being pressed to the ground and violently beaten by Yao Guihong has been released, the entire town is screaming for help, calling out that the heavens have eyes. By all rights things should be pretty much done by this point. But what I did not expect is these 2 mouths are not even dead. The reason for everything is attributed to the 2 sisters. Every day to call and send a text message to scold the White Frost and White Snow sisters too. The scolding was so unpleasant that the 2 sisters shivered in anger. Su Lin looked at it. That's a good feeling. It just so happens that none of his tasks have been completed yet. Let's keep playing. So he went out and went straight to Yao Guihong in their house. End of chapter. Chapter 95, Bold Demon. How dare you eat S in public? Yao Guihong didn't come out of her stall this time either. Can't actually get out. Those anchors were waiting in front of the stalls. And as soon as they saw Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang, they rushed upwards as if they were crazy. Nowadays, traffic is king in our society. There is a sea of small traders who cheat, but there are not many who cheat and still eat S. Su Lin didn't find Yao Guihong on this side of the fruit market, so he went straight to their old home. Yao Guihong's hometown is not in the town, but a village near Beima Township called Sanchao Village. Yao Guihong's family is located at the west end of Sanchao Village, a single-family home. When Su Lin came to Yao Guihong's in their house, Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang were planting vegetables in the field behind the yard. Su Lin couldn't help but praise, "What a big heart, and in the mood to grow vegetables? You're in a good mood after cursing someone, right? Okay, then I'll let you plant enough." Su Lin did not hesitate to use logical behavior modification. Ding! Current target critical logic detected. Original logic, Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang planting vegetables in the vegetable field. The host may modify the above logic by no more than 2 words. With an evil grin, Solian changed the vegetable patch into a hole. Ding! Successful modification. Present target behavior logic, Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang grow vegetables inside the cesspit. Logic is in effect. Is in effect successfully. Next moment, Yao Guihong slipped and fell into a large pit next to the vegetable field that was hidden by the grass. Ah! Yao Guihong killed also did not expect. Their own home next to the vegetable field how will suddenly appear a big pit, and also trampled so deep. Screamed in terror and kept flopping around in the cesspool. Zhao Xiaoliang, who was next to him, still didn't know what was going on and turned his head to see that it was his mother-in-law who had fallen into the pit. At that moment, he jumped into the pit to save his wife without hesitation. "Honey, I'm coming. It's been raining heavily for the past few days." Before jumping, he naively thought it was just a puddle of standing water washed out by the rain. But it was only when the foul-smelling yellow dilute sticky object poured into his mouth and nasal cavity that Zhao Xiaoliang realized something was wrong. This is a hole. Zhao Xiaoliang was numb. Completely numb. At this moment, he had absolutely no time to think about why a cesspool had suddenly appeared next to his vegetable patch. "Ah, I can't swim. Vomit. Swim." He struggled desperately, sticking his head out of the fecal surface, breathing in and out as he threw up frantically. Vomit, vomit. The good thing was that the cesspool was not deeper than he was tall, saving him from the danger of drowning in it. But Yao Guihong was not so lucky. The was short and fat, like a dead fat pig, and water flooded her mouth where the thick juice filled her mouth. She struggled in the cesspool while drinking, vomiting, and shouting for help. Busy. In the midst of her struggle, she grabbed Zhao Xiaoliang's clothes. Drowning manure people are in extreme panic. The hand, if you grab a thing, it can be like grabbing a lifesaver. As soon as Yao Guihong grabbed Zhao Xiaoliang's clothes, she clutched them in a death grip and pulled Zhao Xiaoliang towards the center of the cesspit. But Zhao Xiaoliang is also in extreme panic at the moment. Have forgotten that he jumped down to save his wife. This one just swam to the shore, saw the hope, but the result was pulled back by something, and did not dare to turn back. Thought it was some kind of demon. Ah! Help! He desperately shouted and subconsciously kicked Yao Guihong away. Poor Aunt Yao Guihong, just like that, was kicked into the depths of the cesspit by her own husband, and opened her mouth wide to take a big bite, and straight over the head with fecal water. Vomit. Yao Guihong was completely devastated and didn't really want to live anymore. At this time, Zhao Xiaoliang finally climbed onto the shore and twisted his head to take a look. He then remembered that he had jumped in to save his wife and ended up climbing up on his own. What's going on? Oh wife, I've come to save you here. Pfft. Once again, he jumped inside the cesspool. Neighbors nearby heard the two shouting and came running to fish them out of the water. Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang were both mentally deranged. Get down on the ground and throw up while crying your eyes out. Many more neighbors came excitedly when they heard that the two had fallen into the cesspit. They have long heard that Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang like to eat s. I did not expect that now they do not avoid people. Directly into the cesspit to eat. The neighbors stifled a laugh and asked, how did you two end up in the cesspool? Zhao Xiaoliang spat out the yellow substance while crying. I don't know. How did we know there was a cesspit next to the vegetable field? Who is so unqualified? Why did they dig the cesspit next to the vegetable field? Vomit. Yao Guihong vomited for half a day, as if she had regained some strength. Then without saying a word, she kicked Zhao Xiaoliang in the face, causing Zhao Xiaoliang to vomit out more yellow substance. Vomit. Honey, what are you doing kicking me? He asked with a confused look on his face. Kick you? Vomit, I'm still going to kill you. Good you Zhao Xiaoliang. You still dare to vomit kick me in the cesspool. You're trying to drown me so you can go find your concubine, aren't you? Zhao Xiaoliang had a jolt. He then remembered that he seemed to have actually kicked his wife in the cesspool just now. Wife, I didn't mean it. Zhao Xiaoliang cried. Willfully your mom. Yao Guihong pounced on Zhao Xiaoliang, scratching and hitting, beating Zhao Xiaoliang as he cried and howled. They forgot that both of them were covered in yellow, foul-smelling soup, which splattered everywhere as they wrestled, scaring the neighbors into a collective retreat. Su Lin was holding back his laughter so hard that his body was shaking like a tractor. The result was coldly seen by Yao Guihong. She instantly stopped fighting and jumped up, pointing at Su Lin and cursing. Well, you little Yakuza, you tell me, did you dig that hole? Vom. Su Lin's eyes rolled and he shouted, Tai, where did the demon come from? In broad daylight, how dare you eat s in public? Believe it or not, I'll find a mage to collect you. You are the demon. Your whole family is a demon. Yao Guihong was furious, cursing and vomiting at the same time. Su Lin looked at the rare opportunity. Immediately launched the logical behavior modification. Ding. Current target critical logic detected. Original logic, Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang kept spitting acid because of nausea. The host may modify the above logic by no more than one word. That's what it takes. Su Lin immediately changed acid water to ***** water. Ding. Successful modification. Now the logic of the target behavior is, Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang keep vomiting in water because of nausea. Logic is in effect. Is in effect successfully. End of chapter. Chapter 96 still says he's not a S-demon. So how can this be explained? Zhao Xiaoliang hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem and cursed with his wife. You bastard. It must be you. Otherwise why would there be a cesspool next to our vegetable patch? And my wife so coincidentally fell right into it? Su Lin laughed. How do I know that there is a manure pit next to your vegetable plot? Maybe you dug it yourselves and used it to store food. Anyway, you all took thermos cups for it. So digging a manure pit to store it, it's reasonable, isn't it? You're talking nonsense. Vomit, you dare to make our yellow rumor. Zhao Xiaoliang was in a hurry. The neighbors were confused. Good man, the yellow ballad can be used like this. A new invention. But you don't say. It's quite apt. Anyway, it must have been your doing, digging the cesspool ahead of time for us to jump into. Yao Guihong scolded. Su Lin was enraged. Good you two demons. It's obvious that you like to eat s yourself, and you're falsely accusing others. A neighbor said. These two are not demons. They are Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang. We all know them. Su Lin said. They are clearly demons. Maybe they are possessed by demons and have harmed Yao Guihong's two families. The neighbors rolled their eyes in unison. What's all this? How in the world can there be something as strange as a demon? Su Lin continued. Think about it. What kind of good human likes to eat s, and to take a thermos cup to fill it with s, and to take a rice cooker to cook s? Is this something a normal person can do? The neighbors were a bit stunned by this statement. Yeah, right on. Who in the world likes to eat s's? They even put it in a thermos and cook it in a rice cooker? Now you're even jumping into the cesspool? Maybe it's their special hobby? Neighbor Ben half expected it. You're the one with a special hobby, vomit. Your whole family has a special hobby. Yao Guihong got anxious and kept spitting s out while shouting. Su Lin pointed at them and shouted. Look everyone. Everyone else is spitting rice and acid. Look at them. They are spitting s. What is this if not a demon? Ha! The crowd froze in unison and all looked over. This is a great look. Ha! It seems to be true. Since just now, they've been vomiting s out. And they haven't finished vomiting until now. It's impossible for a human to have that much s in his stomach. That's right, that's right. I just thought it was weird. How can someone keep spitting s's out? Good amount. Good guy. This whole couldn't have been spit out by the two of them. Could it? Asterisk 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 when you say that. I remember that there was clearly no cesspool here before. So how did a cesspool suddenly appear? I guess it's still true that they spit it out. You can see they're all still spitting s now. The crowd covered their noses and discussed it. Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang both went crazy in a hurry and argued. You guys vomit nonsense. This is not something we vomited out. We are not demons. Su Lin sneered. Still saying you guys aren't demons? Take a look in front of you yourselves. How many s have you puked up? Can your stomachs hold that much s? The two men froze and looked in front of them. And at that look the men went numb. Good lord. They've thrown up 2s mountains and that's all they're still throwing up. And say you're not a demon. So how does that explain it? Surin continued to arch the fire. That's right. How can a human spit that much s? There's something odd about these two. My god. Still puking. This could be fertilizer. Vomit's so disgusting. I can't watch it anymore. The village was disgusted. We're not. Both Mr. and Mrs. Yao Guihong are on the verge of collapse. They don't know how they keep throwing up s. They obviously didn't eat that much. Just this talking. They both threw up quite a bit more. Report. The police. This vomit down our village will be s flooded. It stinks. The villagers said with fear on their faces. So they rushed to the police. As soon as the police entered the village, they noticed a foul odor permeating the entire village. Taking another look at the scene, he was also confused. Dude, what's going on here? Why did you two poop so much? Don't you mind the stench? Vom. What's going on? You two. Ting in public? The cop asked. No. Vomit. We didn't. Yao Guihong was on the verge of breaking down. So what's going on? Someone explained to them, Comrade Police. We do not know what happened. Heard the commotion, ran over. Saw the two of them in the cesspit inside the swimming. It is not easy to retrieve. The result is that they have been spitting out s. This is all they spit. Ha! The police were collectively horrified. Their eyes glazed over. So many s's. All from them? Are you sure they didn't poop? Good lord. You two could run a fertilizer factory. The two were still throwing up as they spoke. The air was so foul-smelling that it was almost inhospitable. The crowd once again backed up in unison, not daring to approach at all. And finally all ran to the windward side, which was only slightly better. Comrade policeman, are these two demons? A villager asked cautiously. The policeman said angrily. Nonsense. Animals are not allowed to become sperm after the founding of the country. Not to mention, where in the world is there such a strange creature as a demon? And how do you explain the fact that they both keep spitting out? It's getting to be a mountain. The police were also confused. Yeah, ever since they got here, these two have been spitting s out non-stop. And it hasn't stopped yet. How can people be so capable of vomiting? Are they really demons? We're not. Comrade policeman, you have to believe us. Zhao Xiaoliang got anxious and got up and ran over just to explain. Stop. Don't you come over, Hongdan. The police and villagers were terrified and turned to run. After vomiting s for up to 3 hours, Yao Guihong's two families finally stopped vomiting s out. Only then did Su Lin know that the effect of logical behavior modification also has a time limit, and it is not possible to keep spitting s play. But even after 3 hours, the two spit out s's that had flooded the room. That guy, a mountain of, not to mention their house, even the entire Sanchao village was filled with the smell, especially the neighbors near their homes. who don't want their houses anymore and are crying out to move. During this period, the town's doctors came several times, but no one can say why Yao Guihong too can vomit so much. Maybe they both ate too much in the cesspool for their stomachs to hold and spewed out the S in them in a fit of excitement. Doesn't make them demons. The doctors deliberated and finally came to this conclusion to hand over. So what? We've got business at the hospital. The patients are jumping out of their skin. So we'll just go for now, huh? After saying that, the doctors ran away in a puff of smoke. Their speed was so fast that the villagers and the police looked dumbfounded. And no, you guys ran away. What about us? What do you do with so many S's? End of chapter. Chapter 97, Eating Melon on Your Own Head? In the end, the town sent out a number of garbage suction trucks, and mobilized a lot of cleaners, and worked feverishly all day long to clean up all those S, because it was so difficult to clean up and there was so much to clean up. At first, the cleaners were simply out and out unwilling to go. The staff talked and did a lot of thinking and finally got through, but when they got to the site, they backed off. It was said that so many cleaners fainted from the stench at the time, there was really no way out. And finally the town promised to give them more subsidies, which barely persuaded them to finish cleaning up. Just this way, Yao Guihong's two families' reputation completely stinks. No one in Sanshao village wants to be in the same village as them, threatening to sue them at the top if they don't move. In the end, they had no choice but to leave the village in aggravation and return to the small rented house they had rented in the town. But the question is, maybe they've been soaking in the cesspool for too long, pickling into the flavor. Now no matter where you go, there's a smell of S wafting around you for 10 meters. Walking down the street, passers-by run away from the stench from a distance. Simply uninviting. And there are rumors all over town that the two of them are demons. The sky cries out to kill them both and save them from harming the earth. Especially those anchors. More like smelling dogs. Every day with a cell phone to follow them to shoot. It doesn't stink either. Yao Guihong's two families have become traffic codes. The videos that are made are posted one by one as a fire. And the plays are in the millions at the bottom. Soon the whole country knew about these two demons. Plus there were villagers who posted videos of the time. The netizens below the video went crazy. They really spit crazy. This is nasty, completely crazy. Vomit. Before you guys said that the two of them are S demons. I still don't believe it. But now, vomit, this Nima is really a demon. Vomits so much. Can't stand it. Can't stand it at all. I'll give $100 to whoever beats these two shameless demons to death. I'll give you 200. Grass. Disgusts me. I'm 500. Let's crowdfund it. I'm already in the car. Does anyone have anything to say? You don't say. The internet is powerful. Eventually there were people who had traveled thousands of miles. One specifically to see these two demons. The second is to beat them up. But it was only when they arrived at Beima town and found Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang that they realized it. Can't hit a point at all. Nice guy. Dozens of meters around the stink. Wearing a mask does not work. Who can get close to I don't even want to fight. I can't even look at it without throwing up. Coincidentally, Yao Guihong's old man came from another town to see his daughter. As soon as he entered White Horse Town, he heard the passers-by on the street talking. Her father listened. Oh, come on, there's a melon. Listen again. Another passerby said. It's now rumored that the two of them are reincarnated demons, aiming to turn White Horse Town into a land of. That's right. I originally didn't believe it. After all, nowadays society, which has what demon but a look at that video. Good guy. Can't help but not believe it That's not true. Who's a good person who can vomit so many vomit? Can't. Say vomit again. Her father listened with amusement and went up to her and said, Are you all telling the truth? The passerby said, That's for sure. Her father, man. Can't it be that it's really a demon? This is too much. Right. And this woman's surname is Yao too? It's still the same family as me. But my daughter just loves cleanliness. The streets are full of people talking about it. Yao Guihong, her father, drilled into the pile of people and ate melons happily, until someone took out a cell phone and showed him the video the villagers had taken. Her father was silent. That rumored demon is her own daughter? Eat your own melon? Standing in the street, the old man looked like he had turned into a statue. For the first time in most of his life, he felt so lost, so bewildered. A passerby asked him, Old man, after all this talk, what's your name? My last name is King. The old man covered his face and went back from whence he came. Yao Guihong, two families hiding inside the rental house dare not come out. All day to tears. Honey, what do you call this? Why are we suddenly throwing up in the room? Yao Guihong asked with tears in her eyes. How should I know? And somehow there's an extra cesspool right next to our vegetable patch. But I clearly remember it being just a small puddle. Zhao Xiaoliang has a face. And no, it's a sad face. Sad face. Also, in the thermos I obviously poured water. Just don't know why you took it and turned it into an S. There was also the chicken soup that my mom made for you to replenish your body. And I even tasted it at the time, but it turned out that when it came to your hands, it became an S. When he said this, Zhao Xiaoliang froze, then looked at Yao Guihong in horror. Wife. You're not really a demon, are you? You're the one who's a demon. Your whole family is a demon. You also spit S. Why don't you say that you're the one who's a demon? My mother was fine, but when she married into your Zhao family, she mutated into a demon. It must have been you who infected her. Yao Guihong was furious and went up to grab Zhao Xiaoliang's face. Wife, don't hit. I'm wrong. Zhao Xiaoliang screamed as he was beaten. It took a while for the commotion to quiet down, and Zhao Xiaoliang cried and asked, so what now? Now the house has become stinky, and the landlord has just come to them with his nose covered and told them that the deadline is 3 days for them to move out, and if they don't move out, all his tenants will move out. The two of them are about to become homeless wandering s. What to do? How do I know what to do? Yao Guihong gritted her teeth and said, this is all the work of that bastard called Su Lin. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. I'm going to die with him and go down with him. Su Lin lay outside the window and listened depressingly. I said to myself that it's come to this, but you two are still unrepentant and blame me for everything. It did seem like a pretty good guess though, but the question is, who wants to die with you two demons? That's sick. He was so angry that he had Guo Huai grab a handful of S and throw them through the window. Snap! It was right on Yao Guihong's face. Yao Guihong subconsciously sniffed it and was furious when she realized it was a familiar smell. Yikes! Who the hell throws for fun? Turning his head, he realized that Su Lin was outside, and was instantly enraged. Good. So it's you. Old lady is going to die with you today. With that, she and Zhao Xiaoliang chased out like crazy. Run! As soon as Su Lin greeted Guo Huai, the two of them turned around and ran. End of chapter. Chapter 98, Umbrella? $10,000 apiece. Surin and Guo Huai ran away. The two families chased them out, playing hard to get behind, cursing while chasing. Cursing that is so bad. Those anchors also got excited at the sight and hurriedly held up their cell phones to follow suit. Some of them simply opened the live broadcast, while chasing behind excitedly, while still shouting, families, gifts brush up a can of beer to run a step Guo Huai couldn't listen anymore and said angrily, brother, wait, I'll go pull Bubble S for them, he said, and actually took off his pants, and took us south on the road before he proceeded to run. Su Lin had a black line on his head. I thought to myself, you're so smooth when you say it's coming. You're the demon, aren't you? Because Guo Huai pulled too fast. Yao Guihong, who was chasing after him, did not realize that there was an extra pile of south on the road, and stepped on it with one foot. Snap! She stumbled and sat right on top of the pile of S. S*********. Yao Guihong is crazy. These days all deal with S. There is no justice? Zhao Xiaoliang took a look at Guo Huai in front of him running while lifting up his pants, and immediately shouted, honey look, which psycho pulled that S? He's the demon. He can pull a pile of S in a few seconds. I can't pull it out for days. What is he if not a demon? The anchors in the back were also in the dark. I thought, does it matter? When people poop fast, it's because they have a good stomach and you are constipated. Even if I die today, I'll still get those two scumbags killed. Pissed off. Yao Guihong also give up. Do not care if there is no one. Climb up and continue to chase. Just pity the group of anchors behind her. Guo Huai is too stinky. Yao Guihong ran in front of him, and that smell behind him it is impossible to describe. But there's no way. For the sake of traffic, you can only chase it hard. Su Lin and Guo Huai ran all the way outside the town. Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang chased after them, and Zhao Xiaoliang called while chasing, hey, now hurry to labor with guys over. I want to cut that little grass. Have said that lousy is not a demon. You guys again pushed. I go to your house to spit grass. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xiaoliang had a vicious look on his face. He gave up his life today and swore that he would hack Su Lin to death. Oh yeah, and the terror. In this way, Su Lin and Guo Huai ran in front, while Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang chased after them. It was followed by a large group of anchors gleefully following the shot. Eventually the punks under Zhao Xiaoliang's hand came and joined the chase. Soon, the group then went out of the town to the outskirts. The outskirts of Whitehorse are not all farmland like other towns. Many years ago, the town of Whitehorse Industrial Transformation circle a large area, ready to attract investment, attract businessmen to build factories. But then, because of various conditions, the matter did not come to fruition, so that large piece of land was deserted. now full of weeds almost as tall as a person, and became the habitat of all kinds of small animals. Birds and birds, there is only a small road across, but the end of the road is still a large piece of barren land, all full of weeds, belonging to the cut-off road. People in Whitehorse jokingly refer to it as the Whitehorse Zoo. Su Lin and Guo Huai ran onto this path at this moment, with a large number of people chasing after them in a crow's nest. Soon, there was no road ahead, blocked by a dense patch of artemisia grass. With no choice, Su Lin and Guo Huai could only stop. Yao Guihong chased up with a large group of people, and when he saw that there was no road in front of him, he laughed in triumph. Run! Keep running again if you can. Zhao Xiaoliang also heatedly sneered, and the stick in his hand was played in a tigerish manner. The anchors also caught up, but they didn't dare to get close. They all watched from afar with their noses covered, because the two of them, Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang, were so stinky that they couldn't even smell a little. Little scum, you guys have chosen a good place for yourselves. Even if you call the police now, it will take a while for the police to come, and with this time, we would have already hacked you to death. Yao Guihong covered her nose and sneered. She couldn't stand being stunk up by herself either. The S of that psychotic pull is so bad that it stinks worse than in a thermos, or a rice cooker. Nima, how did that come out? Surin said, chop me up. You guys aren't afraid of being shot. Yao Guihong laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, afraid? To tell you the truth, a gunshot is a gunshot. Even if I get shot, I'm going to chop you to death. Su Lin shouted again. Look everyone, the demon is going to cut someone. The demon is going to cut someone to death. Yao Guihong got angry. I'm not a demon. You're the demon. The psycho next to you is also a demon. Pulls S so fast. Nima pulls it in seconds. Both of you family members are demons. Guo Huai said proudly. My family members don't pull S as fast as I do. I'm the only one who is fast. Gar. Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang were furious. Was that a compliment? Can't you hear a good word or a bad word? In short, you two don't want to leave today. Old lady must get you killed to avenge the revenge of 1S. Well, since you put it that way, I'll have to teach you a lesson today. Su Lin took out his cell phone and looked at the time, then took out 2 umbrellas from his arms, one handing it to Guo Huai and one holding it himself. All oversized umbrellas? Sturdy as can be. Yao Guihong froze and looked up at the sky. It's a clear sky. No rain. Why do these two still have umbrellas? You two and it's not raining? What are you doing with an umbrella? Yao Guihong instinctively had a premonition that something was very bad, but didn't understand what Su Lin was doing, so she asked. Zhao Xiaoliang laughed out loud. Asterisk 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 want to use an umbrella to block our machetes. You are really naive. Su Lin said seriously to those anchors. It's going to rain soon. Don't you guys have umbrellas? Why don't I sell you umbrellas? One umbrella for $10,000. Saying that, he actually did take out many more umbrellas from his big backpack in the back, all black and sturdy. The anchors froze, then laughed as well. Ha 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 ha, this guy is not a psycho, right? It's sunny and clear, and he's selling us umbrellas? And an umbrella for $10,000, right? Pure and simple, both and joyful. The netizens in their broadcast room also embraced with laughter. Ha 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 ha, give the master a whole laugh. Sell umbrellas on a sunny day, and $10,000 a hand. Laugh to death. Brainiacs, I guess, are two psychopaths. You don't say. You really don't say. I envy that psycho on the right. Pull us super fast. Well, too good. Where the hell is the focus upstairs? Is this the point? I realize that the psycho on the left is kinda handsome. TSK, long on my aesthetic points. $10,000 for an umbrella. Ha ha, poor and crazy. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Su Lin didn't retort. He just silently put away his umbrella and said, okay, don't buy my umbrella, right? Then don't regret it later. End of chapter. Chapter 99. The sky. What's falling from the sky? Treadmill. I'm also here to listen to you talk nonsense for half a day. Zhao Xiaoliang scolded. Brothers, all let go of me today. I'll be responsible for anything that happens when I chop. With that, he walked forward with his machete and led the men in a furious manner. Yao Guihong had a smooth expression of revenge and looked at Su Lin and Guo Huai with a face full of smugness. Run. You two have the guts to run again. I'll see where you run to today. She really hated these two with a passion. Especially Guo Huai. Paralyzed. Pull us fast and stinky. And not right. Grass grass grass. What is the old lady talking about? Paralyzed. He pulls us so fast. Maybe it's in the thermos. The rice cooker. And yes, that hole. Pissed off. I'm going to hack you to death today. You psycho. The more Yao Guihong thought about it, the more angry she became, so she was ready to do it. The anchors in the back, once they saw that these two were about to make a move, all excitedly held up their selfie sticks to shoot and squeezed forward, fearing that they would miss some powerful footage, seeing the battle was imminent. But just then, a raindrop suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the tip of Su Lin's nose. Here it comes, here it comes, the weather forecast is honest. Su Lin instantly went crazy with joy. Quickly, system, I want to change the logic. I want to change the logic. Ding. Current target critical logic detected. The original logic is, the sky suddenly rained heavily, drenching Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang and others. The host may modify the above logic by no more than one word. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, as long as Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang are involved, they can be modified. It's only a one-word permission, but it's enough. Su Lin was so happy that he happily changed the word rain to asterisk 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 asterisk. Ding. Successful modification. The logic of the present target's behavior is, a big suddenly fell from the sky, drenching Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang, etc. Logic is in effect. Is in effect successfully. Ha 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 ha. The hunt is on. Su Lin finished modifying his logic and hurriedly opened his umbrella with Guo Huai, protecting himself tightly. The crowd froze and looked up at the sky. It turned out that the blue sky, which had been clear and bright just a moment ago, had somehow turned dark and cloudy. Yao Guihong said, "Grass, it's really going to rain. I should have known that I should have watched the weather forecast when I went out." Zhao Xiaoliang said with a ruthless face, "If it rains, it rains, even if it rains knives today, I will cut these two people to death." As he was talking, a drop of yellow liquid fell on Zhao Xiaoliang's shoulder, and an odor of rain drifted out. Zhao Xiaoliang frowned. For some reason, he felt how this rain had a smell to it. What's that smell? Like I've smelled it somewhere before? Could it be that I'm standing too close to my wife? Zhao Xiaoliang moved to the side in silence, but the next moment, another raindrop landed on his head, and a more familiar smell wafted into his nostrils. So familiar. This is. Zhao Xiaoliang's face changed, reached out to touch the rain on his head, and after touching it, he put it in front of his eyes. This is. A look of panic appeared in Zhao Xiaoliang's eyes, but he wasn't dead set on it and put his hand on the tip of his nose to take a closer look. Next. What the hell? How can it rain from the sky? You're mentally ill, aren't you? Yao Guihong didn't believe it and looked up at the sky. Then she saw a scene that made her panic to the extreme. In the sky, piles and piles of big S were falling from the sky, whistling down to them. Down, down S up. As a result, the big S all smashed on her face. Yao Guihong man went straight crazy, frantically wiping his face in place. But as she wiped her face, more rain fell. The anchors took a look and were first confused, then looked up at the sky in unison. Results, very accurately smashed into his face, nose, and mouth. Down, down S. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Paralyzed. How will go down S or big S. Grass grass Help, help, what the hell is going on? Hurry up and hide from the rain. And no, it's hide S The anchors held their heads and looked around for a place to hide S, but where could they hide? This is the middle of nowhere, not even a tree. The ground Artemisia does not matter, simply cannot hide The punks also went crazy, terrified. Even machete sticks are thrown away, covering the head to run around, and even some people carried their companions on their heads as umbrellas. The person being used as an umbrella surely didn't want to, crouching over his companion's head and pulling. Oh no, just fight Soon it turned into a melee. While fighting, he was still shouting madly. Mama, help, OMG, God you have indigestion, ouch, my head, flow At this time, the live broadcast of the anchors continued, and the netizens in the broadcast room were stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sky is raining S? Who can I talk to about this nigga? Crazy. I'm completely crazy. The world can even go down S? Fake it. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live stream and I instantly took a huge vomit. Don't say it upstairs. Stop it. I'm blind in the nose and in the eyes. The world cannot be under the S's. It is estimated that there is a vacuum truck next to the explosion, associated with the last street vacuum truck explosion video. In the end, the live officials were disgusted. In order to avoid the adverse impact of the audience cannot eat directly to all under the big S live room all blocked. And these accounts are also permanently blocked processing. Scene. It was so dense that you couldn't see across the street. And it was so wet and slippery to step on that so many people couldn't stand up and fell down inside the S. Where's the umbrella? Who's got one? The people were running around howling, but there was nowhere to hide, and being drenched all over, the people were almost mad. That's when someone suddenly reacted. I remember that psycho selling umbrellas just now. The crowd finally remembered that Su Lin had just sold umbrellas, and all of them ran towards Su Lin's side. And when they ran and fell, each of them had a blue nose and a swollen face. As a result, it was hard to run to Su Lin to take a look, and found that Su Lin was wearing an umbrella, and had long taken out a large QR code, waiting to collect money. $10,000 for an umbrella, he said. Paralyzed, it's Ladybird S. Still thinking of selling it. Rob him. An anchor shouts. This shout, directly is a call. The crowd has ventured S forward, ready to grab the umbrella. Surin had already expected this scene and slowly put on his rubber gloves with a cruel smile on his face. End of chapter. Chapter 100, the rain falls so loudly I can't hear a thing. A few minutes later. Don't fight. We'll buy it. Can't we buy it? Ooh-hoo. If we fight again, we'll become S-men. You're paralyzed. Is that the point? Then again, why is he such a good fighter? The crowd was all confused by Surin's beating, and immediately took out their cell phones to scan the code to buy umbrellas. As a result, Su Lin sat on the ground. An umbrella 20,000. Only 10. Limited number. Love to buy not to buy. When a group of anchors heard that there were only 10, they were all mad with anxiety and hurriedly swept the code to buy umbrellas. Solom made 200,000 in seconds. Those who got umbrellas were slightly relieved and held them up to block the onslaught of the pouring S's. But the people who didn't get umbrellas are old and miserable, fleeing screaming in the S, especially Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang. In the clattering and pouring S, their memories of the cesspit, which had been hidden deep inside their hearts, surfaced once again. They had the intention of rushing over to find Su Lin to grab the umbrella, but those big S seemed to specialize in chasing after them and smashing them to the point that they slipped when they walked and fell when they took half a step. Instead of walking to Surin's side, he fell and made a S. At this time, the anchor who bought the umbrella took a look at his own live room was blocked, and his heart was very angry. But they didn't dare to do anything to Su Lin, so they could only target Yao Guihong's two families. That's them, that's the two demons. Yes, that's right, these two are definitely demons. How else would S follow them wherever they go? First with a thermos cup, then with an electric rice cooker, and later jumped directly into the cesspool. Now it's good. Not even acting, directly skyrocketed Big S. Paralyzed. They are not demons. Who is a demon? Originally I still do not believe. Said the world, how can there be demons so outrageous things? But now, grass my Benny Road brand all S This must be a mystical ceremony held by two demons, drenching themselves in pouring S to receive the descent of the god, and when the god descends, the whole world will be surrounded by Big S. Well, Solian froze in his tracks, feeling like you're still a two-stabbed ape anchor. It's too much of a shame to be a god or something, isn't it? Hurry up and interrupt their ritual to stop the god. That's right, shoot them. The crowd was scared, and even the punks they had led in rebel because they were drenched in S, and shouted along with the anchor. I remember. They both usually like to pull S and run to the restroom every day. Is that to pull? That must have been to dine. Vom, that's disgusting. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Too horrible. These two demons. Kill them. Shoot them. Shoot them. Interrupt their ritual. The crowd was enraged, and the spearheads were all focused on Yao Guihong's two families. Anyway, I've been drenched in S for a long time now and don't care. Straight away, he grabbed the big S on the floor and slammed it into them. There was a lot of people, and soon both families were smashed out of sight, and only constant screams could be heard. Surin pretended not to see this. I said to myself that I can't help it. The big S is falling so loudly that I can't hear you guys shouting. In the end, the two families who were smashed with S all over their bodies and faces finally failed to withstand the pressure of this pouring S, had a mental breakdown, and people went crazy. S. Zhao Xiaoliang giggled and threw Big S handful after handful at Yao Guihong's head. Yao Guihong also sealed. Her eyes are dull, her eyelashes with S, and the corners of her mouth are drooling, and giggling. Ha ha, he, we're demons, the god is about to descend. Who barf? Vom. Everyone threw up, including Su Lin and Guo Huai. Finally, the big S stopped. Su Lin learned through the system. This big S only fell on this part of the outskirts of Whitehorse Township. The area is very small, and did not spread to other places. In fact, at that time, all those people had to do was to turn around and run, and they were expected to run out of the big S's range very quickly. But who would have thought it? It was all a panic at that point. Oh my god, the sky is falling Big S from a sheer thin S to a pouring Big S. Ouch. So disgusting Even Su Lin was disgusted enough, although he and Guo Huai opened their umbrellas early. But think about it, all around are Big S. the stinker stunk out. After the big S ended, Sulin looked at the yellow blanket, and the person was confused. Big S old iron, smashed down to flatten a whole heathland, lifted his eyes to look at the blanket, a foot thick S It was a good thing that Sulin had stood there with Guo Huai without moving from the moment he opened his umbrella, and the two of them didn't have no around them, otherwise it would be absolutely disgusting. Just this Guo Huai is still excited, brother. You say this who pull S Hey, really much, more than mine. It seems that I have to refuel, go back to eat more food. Vam, can we not talk about such a disgusting topic, psycho? When one of the anchors heard Guo Huai say this, his stomach, which had managed to calm down, began to churn again, and he ended up vomiting all over. Sulin ignored Guo Huai. He was now thinking deeply about a very serious problem. That's, how do you get back on this treadmill? It's surrounded by a foot of nasty substance. It's hard to lift a step. Do we really have to step back? It would be better to die, or fly back like a bird. Seems like the birds and critters here are stank out and are having a big migration. Little hedgehogs and bunnies and snakes and whatnot, all on fire to move. That guy, he's got all the S's on his body. Cover your nose and run. Thinking about it, there was really no trick. Sulin sighed. This is the only way. I wanted to save it for later, but it seems that it won't work. System, I want to change the logic. Ding. Current target critical logic detected. Original logic, Yao Guihong, Zhao Xiaoliang and others are in a wasteland full of, with no place to land. The host may modify the above logic by no more than one word. Change it, change to, etc. Solian was about to change to water, but an idea popped up. System, change my to gold. Ding. The change does not conform to the logic of the existing world and cannot be modified. Change it to money. Ding. The change does not conform to the logic of the existing world and cannot be modified. Where are the diamonds? Ding. Word count overrun. Please reselect. Silver, copper, bread, durian, aoi sora. Ding. The change does not conform to the logic of the existing world and cannot be modified. Ding. The change does not conform to the logic of the existing world and cannot be modified. Ding. The change does not conform to the logic of the existing world and cannot be modified. Ding. Word count overrun. Please reselect. Ding. Word count overrun. Please reselect. Ding. Word count overrun. Please reselect. Paralyzed. Why are there so many restrictions? Is there any justice left? Surin was so tired and out of breath that he finally had no choice but to change the word to water. Ding. Successful modification. The logic of the current target's behavior is that the wasteland where Yao Guihong and Zhao Xiaoliang and others are located is full of water and there is nowhere to land. Logic is in effect. Is in effect successfully. Thanks for the bounty from my book friend 20240724580_CD. Thanks big guy. Thanks to Primo for the reward. Thanks big guy. End of chapter. Chapter 101, kidnapping or something? It's too exciting. In an instant, the entire wasteland turned into a puddle of white. The yellow color of a moment ago all disappeared. And everyone's shoes got wet. Wang Defa? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why have they all turned to water? What's going on here? Everyone was stunned. Their expressions frozen. Their eyes dropping out. So amazing. What in the world is happening? Is it that I'm still awake? Ha ha. I know. It's all a dream. Still sleeping at home. It's not S under the sky. It's raining. That's weird. Why is it suddenly water? The crowd said strangely, thinking they had just dreamed and were hallucinating. But immediately they realized something was wrong. Oops, why didn't the ones on us change? That said, he wasn't convinced, so he tried to smell it. Asterisk. Why? The ground just turned to water? Did some kind of strange thing really come down? This is the end. It looks like they're really some kind of demons. We've offended them. We're screwed. Vomit stinks. I didn't offend you guys just now. Don't kill me. Sins. I haven't been in love yet. Ha ha. Hey. Hoo. Fun. Everyone's spirits are getting misplaced and they're starting to babble. Surin took a look and was also happy. Sorry guys. I only have permission for one word on you guys. I'm sorry, there's nothing more I can do. Hug a trace. And at the same time as Skyfall, Zippy sighed, who was in Green Vine City, encountered some trouble. It wasn't really a big deal to say the least. It was just that his car hit someone while going through a deserted alley, and the person didn't seem to be seriously injured. This kind of thing could only be considered as no more than a trivial matter to Chi Pei. The most you can do is pay out a little money and a couple of nice words of apology. The kid, Zippy, is a total rich kid though, the standard dude. One thing, however, is entirely praiseworthy. and that is the absolute absence of bullying and oppression of the good. So, after realizing that his car had actually hit someone, the kid rushed out of the car to see how the one who had been hit was doing. The person hit was a woman, face down on the ground, under the front of the car. After Chi-Pei got out of the car, the first thing that caught her eye was the woman's head of long hair, interspersed with wisps of white hair. It was then a gray fabric top, plus a pair of plain black pants. There was also a pair of high heels thrown to the side. Looks like a commuter in a hurry to get to work. In fact, it does seem to be the case. Originally, Zippy wouldn't have gone down this alley, but the road he often walks. Today I do not know the front of the accident. The car blocked into a long line. There was no other way, so Zippy had to choose this alley where no one was walking to pass through. But coincidentally, it just so happened that a woman ran out of the side off-ramp and crashed into the front of his car. The good thing was that his car wasn't going very fast, so even if he did hit it, he couldn't have any major problems. "Ma'am, are you okay?" Chi-Pei got out of the car and came to the woman's side, asking somewhat anxiously. The woman on the floor didn't say a word and remained on her back. Chi-Pei's heart thumped, saying that it would not be a crash. With that thought, he reached for the woman's shoulder, trying to get her to turn around so he could see how badly it hurt. But just as he turned the woman over, he actually saw the woman just like that with her dark eyes open, staring at him with a smile on her face. Then, without waiting for him to react, the woman took something and sprayed him in the face. Not good. Grass Chi-Pei was no fool. He instantly reacted to the fact that this was a setup, and it was coming at him. He turned to run, but the woman spewed something very dominating. He only ran 2 or 3 steps backward before he felt a heavenly spin and fell to the ground not knowing anything. When he woke up again, he realized he was supposed to be in a car. Why should it be? Because his eyes were deadened by a black cloth. He could not see anything. It could only be felt by the swaying of the body, which seemed to be in the trunk of some car. His mouth was also taped several times and he could only make a low whimpering sound. Both hands and feet were wrapped in duct tape and unable to move. Is this kidnapping? Chippy thought of a possibility that made him shudder. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe I've been kidnapped? I've been kidnapped? Instead of feeling alarmed, Chi-Pei's heart unprecedentedly surged with a trace of excitement. After all, something like kidnapping was too exciting for him. 2. As for the second generation of rich people, we all know that the pursuit of excitement. He tried again to struggle a few times, but it was no use. The tape on his hands and legs was wrapped very thickly, binding his arms and legs in a death grip. The arms were still clipped back and there was no way to do anything about it. Then really played for a ripoff, haven't you? Zippy felt slightly alarmed. It looks like I can only contact my brother to save me. Zippy has 2 cell phones on him at all times. One is a normal cell phone that fits right in your pocket, but the phone had been searched long ago. And the second cell phone is, in fact, a ring worn on his finger, a miniature satellite cell phone disguised as a regular ring. The phone, on the other hand, can only be set up with one contact, cannot make calls, and can only send one distress message and location to a fixed contact. And this only emergency contact that Zippy had set was Solom. God knows why he'd set such a damning emergency contact to Surin. Perhaps in his perception, Surin was all-powerful. It will surely come to his rescue after receiving a distress message. So, with great effort and with the touch of his fingers, he activated this cell phone and sent a distress signal to Su Lin. Brother, help me. Along with the signal, there is the location of your own. This WeChat cell phone is specially designed to send a location to a specific contact every once in a while once it is activated. So he wasn't afraid that Su Lin wouldn't be able to find him. But what do you know? The car stopped just as soon as the message was sent. Then he heard a raspy voice cursing. Grass. A signal was just detected. He must still have a contact device on him. Is that so high-tech? Can this even be detected? Zippy mentally cursed. The next thing he knew, he felt several hands groping his body, not sparing any place. Grass, 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 paralyzed. I'm not innocent anymore. Zippy wanted to cry. Feeling around, he found the ring on his hand. Although well disguised, it was also recognized as an emergency contact device. Throw it inside the puddle. Mud. The raspy voice cursed. The ring was forcibly removed and thrown into a puddle. Then the trunk closed and the car continued on its way. And Zippy's heart had long since sunk to the bottom. It's over. It's over. This part is over. The reviewer has worked hard. 3. See. End of chapter. Chapter 102. If something happens, only my brother can save me. Surin sighed. When the crowd returned to the town all in S, everyone was stunned. That guy. The whole town was abuzz. Literally a sea of people. Drums and gongs. Firecrackers. The scene was a spectacular. What's going on? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this where they go to eat in groups? Vomit. It stinks so bad. Those two mouths. Don't really demon right. This also with collect little brother? Crazy. This world is completely crazy. How can you eat with a group? Asterisk 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 blew up. I heard someone say, it seems like Yao Guihong and her two families held a ceremony of what God descending, and it's raining big S over at Huangkeoten. No. No? Lower big S? Do you know what you're talking about? Really at that time that scene, you are not seen the sky falls big S. From the sheer finesse to the pouring big S. TSK. Terrifying as hell. Yao Guihong two mouths are absolutely demon did not run. Powerful Lu. In the face of the strange eyes of the entire town, Yao Guihong two families have turned a blind eye. Having suffered huge blows in succession, these two families have gone completely crazy. Publicly that in the street, grossing everyone out. In the end, there was no choice but for the ZF staff to step in, enduring the huge stench to arrest the two families and send them to a mental hospital. It is said that the day they were admitted to the mental hospital, a large number of mental patients inside the hospital got better overnight and were all discharged. No way. No one wants to be around two things that fierce, right? Those anchors are gone too. For crying out loud. It is said that all the bath centers in the town smelled of that day, causing business to fall off in the future. Originally, they wanted to find trouble with Su Lin and make him return the money he spent on the umbrella, but he was scared away by Guo Huai's public and never dared to appear again. Things are basically kind of winding down at this point. Yao Guihong and his family were duly punished and will never be able to come out to do evil again. Zhao Xiaolian's old mother also became mentally ill and hid at home. Those two market staff were sacked straight away after the exposure, and it was said that so many people who had been bullied by them before had gone after them. The two were so scared that they moved overnight. Although both Yao Guihong went in, the legend about the demon endures. If only we could say that people like to hunt nowadays. White Horse Town is famous for this, and many tourists come to catch a glimpse of the legendary demon, as well as the land of the big S in the sky. Instead, it has boosted the local tourism industry, which has to be an unexpected blessing. The two Bai Shui sisters fiercely got out a mouthful of bad breath, and their hearts were filled with gratitude towards Su Lin. The two of them stayed in Whitehorse for the time being. At this time, however, Su Lin had already arrived at Greenvine City at the first opportunity. On the side of the road in the outskirts of Greenvine City, Su Lin looked at the message on his cell phone and felt a little annoyed. Brother, help me. The message was sent at a time when there was a big S in the sky. The rain was falling so loudly at the time that Surin didn't hear it. When he turned around and saw it, he realized that it was a distress message from Zippy. Accompanying this distress message was a locator message, and the locator showed this place. Zippy had an emergency contact cell phone disguised as a ring, and he knew it. The emergency contact on the emergency contact cell phone is him and he knows it. He also knew that the ring, once activated for help, would send a locate every so often. And now, he had received dozens of locates in a row, but they all showed the same location, which had never changed. Following this orientation, he found the place, only to find the wasteland next to the road here. Kind of hard to figure out who would kidnap a two little cutie. Yet, Solian shook his head. He'd always thought Zippy was a two-bit cutie, retarded child, so he took good care of him and treated him as his first little brother. But now, this second little cutie, was kidnapped by someone. Su Lin shook his head and searched the neighborhood carefully. It didn't take him long to find Zippy's distress ring in a mud pit by the side of the road. Sure enough, this ring has been found. Surin confirmed his judgment. But the problem now was that he couldn't pinpoint Zippy's location and there was no way to save him. What to do? Sulin was in deep thought. A moment later, he suddenly remembered that in the System Mall, there seemed to be a tracer talisman that could be exchanged. At that time, when he was browsing the mall, he clearly remembered the function of the tracer talisman, which could locate the target's position and other information. So he immediately opened the mall and searched for half a day in there. And finally he did find the tracking talisman. Asterisk 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 1000 points for one? Naya, that's expensive. Su Lin cursed and exchanged the tracer talisman. To activate the tracking charm, you need to know the other person's name, birth date, and preferably another item to wear close to your body. The name went without saying, and he knew Zippy's birthday, September 11th. For a personalized object, this ring is just right. All three conditions were met, and Su Lin immediately activated the trace-seeking talisman. Soon, a message was sent into his mind. Name, Chipei, current status, healthy, unconscious, location, 23, XXX Road, Yangon, North Myanmar, north of Maine? Surin froze. Chippy got sent to northern Maine to be a piggyback? This awesome Lulu. But looking at his current condition, it shows healthy, so it shouldn't be too bad. Just as he was thinking about it, Su Lin's phone rang, and when he picked it up, It was an unfamiliar number. When it was answered, an old, but slightly anxious voice came from inside. Is that Su Lin? Not knowing who he was, Surin replied, it's me. And you are? The voice seemed to carry a few moments of impatience as it said, I'm Chi Pei's father. Su Lin, do you know where Chi Pei is? His phone doesn't work. I haven't been able to contact him for several days. The tone of his voice was impulsive and nonchalant, but once he heard that it was Chi Pei's father, Su Lin didn't care about his tone. I know. Solian was a bit speechless. How can I say this? He may be the only one who knows where Zippy is now, but as Zippy's father, surely he had to have the right to know, and there were some things that needed his help. Surin thought for a moment and said, if there is no mistake, he is now in northern Maine. Soon enough, Zippei's father appeared in front of Su Lin. Chi Pei's father is called Chi Fongyun. Speaking of the name Chi Fongyun, it was like a thunderclap in Greenvine City. Stomping one's foot, the whole city would tremble 3 times. How many people live their lives by pointing to that name and how many are terrorized by it? But in Su Lin's eyes, what he saw was just an ordinary father with a terrified face and cracked lips because he was worried about his son. What? You said that Chipe was kidnapped. Kidnapped? Now the person is in North Burma? Su Lin didn't hide anything and told Chi Fongyun about the ring, but he hid the fact that the ring had already been found by himself, and also hid the fact that the current positioning was found by it through the tracing talisman, and only said that it was the ring's final positioning in the north of Maine. Chi Pei had an emergency contact ring, and as his father, Chi Fongyun naturally knew about it, and he even knew that Zippy had set the only emergency contact to be Surin, not him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have contacted Su Lin in the first place after he couldn't contact Chi Pei. He'd even said something about Zippy over this in the first place, not understanding why he'd set his emergency contact to a psychopath. Dad, if something happens to me one day, then the only person in this world who can save me is my brother Lin. Here's what Zippy said at the time. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Pervert's New Skill, Mind Control. At that time, Chi Fongyun was extremely skeptical of this claim by Chi Pei. He had learned about Su Lin's bottom line and knew that he was not quite mentally normal, and that he and his son, Chi Pei, had met in a mental hospital, and that his son recognized him as his big brother. After investigating Su Lin's origins, he really couldn't figure out what Su Lin was capable of, to be able to make the son, who's always been an asshole dude, so convincing? But it was all in his mind. It's not natural to show it on the surface. It could also be that it's not a kidnapping. It's because of something else. After all, the other party hasn't contacted you until now, so think about whether you've offended anyone recently. Su Lin said. Chi Fongyun was a bit impatient. He absolutely had nothing to say to a psychopath, but was patient enough to explain because of his son's face. No, it's all business rivals, but they shouldn't do it because it would completely break the rules of the game and they wouldn't be able to get along in the circle in the future. Su Lin smiled. Chi Fongyun didn't trust him, he knew it in his heart. But no matter, he didn't need the other man's trust. Chi Fongyun said as he headed out to get his cell phone ready to make a call. Su Lin, stay out of this. If it had been in the country, he was confident that he would have found his son. But Maine North, he really has little confidence. Seriously, he was already anxious in his heart now, and the calmness on his face was just a habit he had developed from his long experience in the business world. Solian said, oh, well then, I'm off, bye-bye. Chi Fongyun froze. Where to? What for? Su Lin said strangely, north of Maine. To save Chi Pei. Where else can I go? Through the tracking talisman he could monitor Kipe's location in real time, and as long as he was wherever he was, he would definitely be able to find Kipe's location. Moreover, the tracking talisman could also monitor Chi Pei's physical condition in real time, which was also important. But more importantly, his current Yen Wang points plus the bounty quests that he hadn't submitted yet must have exceeded 10,000 points, which could be exchanged for the limb regeneration pill. In other words, as long as Chi Pei wasn't killed on the spot, even if he was gargled and had his arms and legs broken, he would be able to restore Chi Pei by using the limb regeneration pill. The big deal is just to postpone the White Frost thing. That's why he was so confident in his assurance. Isn't it letting you stay out of it? Forget it, what's the point of me and you? Chi Fongyun used to look at a little cutie. He stared at Su Lin with the same eyes, probably because he felt that he couldn't explain it to a little cutie. It doesn't make sense to explain it. You're just going to go? Chi Fongyun held back for half a day, but he still couldn't hold back. Of course. Su Lin shrugged indifferently. If you're not worried, you can send someone to follow me. Chi Fongyun was silent again, and after a long time said feebly, well, good luck. He felt that if he continued to talk to Surin, his high blood pressure would have to be offended, but he didn't take Su Lin seriously at all. You can only figure out how to save your son on your own. Surin boarded the first plane to northern Burma, buying first class. He wasn't too bad off anyway, so naturally he could enjoy himself as much as he could. While the plane was still flying, he was ready to take stock of what he had gained from the mission. When he had finished dealing with White Horse Town, he had rushed back in such a hurry that he hadn't even had time to look at it. Don't know what was rewarded yet. Immediately, he closed his eyes and entered the system space. The first is the rewards of mission accomplishment. This mission has been assessed to have an evaluation level of perfect. Reward now issued. Reward 1, $100 million in cash. From legal sources, deposited into the host's bank card. Bonus 2, skill, mind control. Reward 3, item, substitute doll, legendary, X3. Bonus 4, 5 points of free attributes. Reward 5, 500 points of Yama's value. Stage task, complete 5 times of the task of punishing evil, and you will be rewarded generously upon completion of the task. Current completion level, 4 out of 5. Note, work hard to become the king of the living hell. This reward is so generous? The cash alone is $100 million. Su Lin couldn't help but nod, but he had no concept of money, as if there was no difference between $1 million and $100 million to him. When he thought about it, he suddenly remembered that his second BYD song purchase was also smashed. Haven't bothered to buy a new one yet. Well, go back and buy another BYD song. Just in case if it gets smashed again, it means I'm in bad luck with BYD, so I'll switch to Great Wall. Su Lin decided to buy a BYD after he rescued Zippy back. His eyes then went back to the second reward. Skill, mind control. Mind control. The host can now briefly control the corresponding target for 3 seconds, making it act according to the host's wishes. The control time is determined by the host's mental power. That's an interesting one. Surin came to be a little interested. Isn't this the psychic ability from the movies? Being able to mind control each other. Instantly he was ready to find a target to try. Looking around, it just so happened that a flight attendant walked over, and Su Lin immediately used mind control on her. The stewardess's gaze visibly froze for a moment, and Su Lin hurriedly said in his mind, "Come over here and kiss me." Without any hesitation, the stewardess turned around and walked towards Su Lin, then squatted down. But, didn't he kiss it? Because 3 seconds are up. The stewardess had a puzzled look on her face, not knowing why she was coming this way and bending over. After half a day of thinking about it, I couldn't help but shake my head and walk away. Su Lin, however, had a pang of pity. This skill is really a god skill. It's just too short, but it also depends on what's going on. 3 seconds is not too long and not too short. Enough to change a lot of things. After experiencing mind control, Su Lin looked at the item reward again, the stand-in doll. Substitute doll, can resist 1 lethal damage in place of the target. This hang. Solian sat up with a start. No wonder this thing has a parenthesis on the back indicating that it's a legendary item. Through the system he learned that the items rewarded by the system quests had the following grades: common, rare, legendary, epic, and mythic. The super itchy powder and stuff like that in front of him were all at the common level, and even the Lin regeneration elixir was only at the rare level. And this time, the stand-in dolls had gone straight to the legendary level. Luck has really exploded. The cheapest legendary items in the mall all sold for at least 50,000 points. In other words, it was equivalent to the system rewarding him with 150,000 points at once. Awesome! Su Lin was very happy in his heart. And the most terrifying thing was that this stand-in doll was used without any restriction of distance at all. In other words, if he found out that Zippy was showing signs of death right now, he could totally just use a double doll on him to help him withstand death damage once. And an even more powerful point of the tracking talisman was that it would actively alert the user when it sensed that the target was about to be in danger that was deadly enough. When the two were used in conjunction with each other, it would be difficult for Kite to die even if he wanted to. It's done! Su Lin was completely relieved. Earlier, he had been a little worried about Chi Pei's safety, fearing that he had gone late. But now with the tracking charm and the substitute doll, that's no problem at all. Well, when we rescue Zippy, we'll slaughter him so hard that the kid will buy me a BYD. Solian thought with a smile, in a relaxed mood. As a result, when I looked up, I saw a familiar face. Chi Fongyun. It's amazing that the two got on the same flight. Of course, Chi Fongyun was certainly not alone. In fact, he had brought several bodyguards with him, as well as a male assistant wearing glasses. Surin heard him call out for little Lee or something, waiting to sit down. Surin greeted him politely. "Hello, long time no see. I just saw it." "Okay." Chi Fongyun frowned and didn't say anything. He also didn't expect that Su Lin had also taken this flight. Su Lin didn't care and said to himself, "Uncle Chi, have you ever been to northern Burma? Is it fun? What's good to eat?" "Oh yeah." "Don't act without authorization when you get to the place. Listen to me in everything. Listen to you? You want to listen to what you're saying. To have so many of us taking orders from a psychopath like you, does that leave my son alive? And it was said as if Chi Fong-yun was there specifically to cause trouble, and asked if it was fun. Do you think it's funny? Chi Fong-yun was so angry in his heart. What's so great about northern Burma? It's like a tiger's den. He'd have to be careful there. You really think it's a tourist attraction? That's sick. He didn't even bother to talk to Su Lin, so he could do whatever he wanted. The assistant next to him, Xiao Li, couldn't stand it anymore, so he sneered and said to Su Lin, "Don't add to the chaos, this should be us saying this, right? You don't want to make a mess is what you should say. This isn't a trip. Stay in the hospital if you're not well. Don't run around." He also knew that Su Lin was a friend of Kai's. Su Lin glanced at him, little mouth blathering, like smearing corkscrew. Talk so powerful. Why not go hang yourself? It can still make up a word. You. Xiao Li was exasperated. I don't see eye to eye with mental illnesses. Anyway, we've made arrangements over there. You going and not adding to the mess would be the biggest help to us. Su Lin said. Did you grab a pencil case when you grabbed the week? What? Li froze. You're done loading the pens. Do you have sharp teeth and rely on a mouth? Xiao Li sneered. Sir inside. Life is tasteless. Toad reviews humans. Little Li was dumbfounded by the dislike and could only turn his head away in exasperation without speaking. Next to him, Chi Fong-yun secretly sized up Su Lin, recalling Su Lin's information in his heart. The shopping mall to beat the child and his mother, to go home to beat relatives and the village head, go out to beat the bumper porcelain, go home to beat the freeloader, these 2 days and beat the 2 illegal vendors. How all is a child's practice. Not worth mentioning. Chi Fong-yun shook his head in amusement. I've heard that he has a nickname, the living king of hell? Ha, he really doesn't know the heights of heaven. A brat with mental problems. Even if he's a little bit better in a fight, what can he do? I don't know why Chi Pei trusts him so much. It seems that if you want to truly save your son, you can't count on him, and it's up to me to make the arrangements. Chi Fong-yun shook his head and stopped paying attention to Su Lin, instead taking out his cell phone and sending out several messages one after another. But here's what he doesn't know right now. It was this worthless psychopath in his eyes that would soon become his savior. Not only did he save him, saved Chippy, and incidentally, the whole of northern Maine was turned upside down. It also made the name King of the Living Hell a real taboo. End of chapter. Chapter 104, the asshole on your face is a little loose and you talk like a fart. After Su Lin was happy for a while, he clicked on the bounty page again and started submitting the bounty quest, the unlawful trader's remorseful heart. Ding! Submission successful. Evaluated at perfect level. Host obtains 5,000 points of Yama value. After the bounty mission was submitted, the system rewarded 5,000 points at once. It brought Su Lin's yen wang value directly to 12,235 points. To be honest, Su Lin felt like he had never been so rich before and really wanted to rush into the mall and splurge. He dismissed the idea, though. Every bit of Yama's value is hard to come by, so you can't just take it. If only cash could be exchanged for yen wang value, all those useless banknotes would be exchanged for yen wang value. Su Lin thought silently. If anyone knew what he was thinking at that moment, they would probably roll their eyes violently. Useless cash? You want to hear what you're talking about? The world is full of people who are interested in profit. I wonder how many people are trapped inside the maze of money and can't get out. But he was fine. Totally unfeeling. Can't help but be really spontaneous. Su Lin checked his attribute panel again. Power, 11. Speed, 8. Spirit, 14. Skills, painful slap. Honest iron fist. Hellish illusion. Mind control. Passive, yin yang eyes. Items, super itchy powder x4. Super stink pack x3. Substitute mannequin x3. Free attribute points, 5. Yama value, 12,235. After thinking about it, Su Lin decided to add his attribute points to speed this time. Northern Burma is no tourist backyard. It's full of danger and guns are rife. Increase your speed, so you can dodge the bullets when the time comes, so you don't get shot to hell. Thinking of this, Su Lin added all 5 personal attribute points to his speed, making his speed 13 points. The familiar warmth flowed through his body once again. Even though it wasn't the first time he had experienced this feeling, Su Lin still felt very refreshed. The same as when a person was tired and then took a beautiful milk bath. It was soothing and refreshing. After adding the points, the plane flew for a little while longer and then landed steadily at the Central Light Airport. After getting off the plane, Solian was supposed to be free to go. As a result, that little Lee came over and covered his nose in disgust and said, "Our boss said for you to stay with him and stay put." Su Lin rolled his eyes. A guilty conscience? Lee was succinct. "It's because I'm afraid you'll be bad." Su Lin said, "You're a kid who's good at everything, but you're too honest and love to tell the truth. Xiao Li had a black line on his head. He didn't even want to talk to Su Lin anymore. What kind of broken person is this? His mouth is too damaged. Anyway, you follow us first. This is North Burma, not the country. It's too late to regret if something really goes wrong. Su Lin sked. I can't tell you have a good heart. Xiao Li had a small smile on his face and was just about to say that he was obliged. But Su Lin's next words made him almost fall to the ground. It's just a bit of a loose asshole in the face. Talking like a fart. You. Xiao Li's face blackened with anger. Come on. Knock it off. Don't you know what you're here for? Chi Fongyun on the other side snapped, glaring fiercely at Xiao Li. You know he's a psycho, so why mess with him? In the end, Su Lin decided to join Chi Fongyun and the others. Not because of anything else, but simply because he wanted to see how he would save Zippy. Anyway, Chi Pei now had a tracking talisman and a stand-in mannequin to guard him, so he wasn't in any hurry at all. It's good to let the boy suffer. As the saying goes, money talks. Although Chi Fongyun didn't have much power on this side of northern Burma, but with a large amount of money spread out, he still found the snakeheads and made some arrangements for them on this side. Hooked up with a groundhog. The man in charge of receiving them was a dark-faced mustachioed man, not very tall, with half-bald Mediterranean hair, probably around 40 years old, speaking fluent Mandarin. Boss Chi, my name is Zhao Success. Brother Huang sent me here. Boss Chi can call me Success. Mediterranean Sea said with a smile while sizing up the 4 bodyguards that Chi Fongyun had brought with him. Brother Huang's name was Huang Ying, a relatively powerful big brother on the northern side of Maine, a sort of local snake. This time Chi Fongyun made the money, and it was Huang Ying who was contacted through an intermediary. He said it easily, but Chi Fongyun didn't dare to be arrogant, and politely called out to Brother Zhao, and handed over a wad of cash in his hand, stuffing it into Zhao Xingcheng's pocket. He may still have some weight when he speaks at home, but when he comes here, his little name is simply not enough to look at, so it's always right to be polite in everything and open the way with money. Zhao Xingcheng instantly smiled with an open brow. Boss Chi is polite. You're Huang's guest. If there's anything you need to do here, just ask. After leaving the airport, under the guidance of Zhao Success, the group checked into a hotel that looked pretty good. The front desk of the hotel took a look at all of them being from the Dragon Kingdom, and there was a glint in their eyes. Zhao Chenggong scolded. Drafting. These two are Huang's guests. Don't move your dirty mind. That receptionist immediately changed her face. Several people upstairs please. Chi Fongyun perceived the words and immediately felt that it was worth the money and could save a lot of trouble. Otherwise they wouldn't know what to do with a couple of strangers living here. Su Lin thoughtfully surveyed his surroundings and didn't say anything. Upstairs. Into the room. Zhao Shengcheng said. Boss Chi, in this area if something happens, you just report Huang's name. Usually no one dares to do anything. After a pause, he added. Boss Chi, can I take the liberty of asking what you came to northern Burma for this time? Chi Fongyun looked at Su Lin and saw that he didn't show anything, so he simply told the truth. To tell the truth, my incompetent son was kidnapped here. Zhao Chenggong's face didn't even change a little, as if he was used to it. Then it's just looking for someone. Do you know which group of people were kidnapped? Maybe Brother Huang knows them. How could this Chi Fongyun know? Shaking his head very despondently, Zhao Success was just about to speak when Su Lin spoke. His current location is at the Flying Fox Villa. The crowd froze. Flying Fox Lodge? Zhao Qingqing's face suddenly changed. His expression serious as he stared at Su Lin. Are you sure you're at the Flying Fox Villa? Sir and nodded. This is trouble. Zhao Chenggong said to Chi Fongyun. Chi boss do not know. This Flying Fox Villa is the rise of a force in recent years. The boss behind the scenes is called the Flying Fox. This person is ruthless, not afraid of the world, and do not know from where the channel to get the support. Well equipped. Not to mention the Huang, even the ZF army is not quite dare to mess with. If your son really enters the Flying Fox Villa, I'm afraid. Zhao Success didn't go on to say, but the meaning was already clear. That is, this matter can't help much on Huang's side. What then? Chi Fongyun didn't expect the situation to be this bad. He would have been a character, but concern is not enough. After all, Chi Pei is his son. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and asked, can Brother Huang help make a contact? It's good to talk about the ransom. He's ready to pay for his son. In fact, it was all he could think of. If you lose your money, you can earn it again. But what if you lose your son? Do you want to have another one? Xiao Li whispered to Zhao Success. Can you get weapons? They brought 4 bodyguards with them on this visit. And without weapons they're just a showpiece to scare people. But it's different with weapons. Especially here. If you don't carry something on your waist when you go out, you can't even say hello to people. That's an easy one. For the money, the RPGs can get you anything. Zhao Success said with a twinkle in his eye. I'm only selling you because you're Huang's guests. It's impossible for strangers to buy them, so you pay first and wait. Xiao Li looked at Chi Fengyun, who nodded slightly. Li hesitated and transferred a sum of money. Something seemed to flash in Zhao Success's eyes for a moment, and he said only after a long time, Boss Chi is open-minded, and I've rarely seen someone as forthcoming as Boss Chi. When Zhao Success finished, he gave Chi Fengyun another deep look, and left with his bag. Call me if there's anything. I'll help you guys out if I can solve it, and if you can't, there's no use looking for me. That's pure, unadulterated bull *******. But it was also clear that this Huang was not so powerful in northern Burma. It's likely that it will only cover this part of the neighborhood, nothing further. And this guy seems to have something else in mind. Solian's eyes narrowed. End of chapter. Chapter 105, your name is Huang Ying? But the next day, instead of waiting for the gun, he waited for Huang Ying's anger. Chi Fengyun offered a large sum of money to try to get Huang Ying to contact Flying Fox Manor to see if he could pay out a ransom to release him. Huang Ying's side originally did not want to take over this matter, because his little power in Flying Fox Villa is really small compared to it. However, it was too much for Chi Fengyun to give, so in the end, he could only try to make contact. As a result of the contact is the two tied up, but the results are not satisfactory. People simply do not take care of. Huang Ying was annoyed, but didn't dare to become angry, so she could only take it out on Chi Fengyun. Huang Ying is a large middle-aged man with a scar that coils around his face like a scorpion, said to have been left behind when he hacked someone back then. That's why his nickname is also called Giving Back the Yellow Scorpion. Just as they arrived at the place, a group of people with guns bundled up the 4 bodyguards that Chi Fengyun had brought with him, and escorted them to an unknown place. Only the panicked Chi Fengyun and Xiao Li were left behind, as well as Su Lin, who was looking around like he was in a food market. It's all you old thing. The draft. This time if not you, I can suffer such a big insult? The hell? Chi Fengyun, I tell you, this time without $100 million, you don't want to go back. When he saw Huang Ying, the first thing this guy started with was a sardonic smile and asked Chi Fengyun for money. Ha! Su Lin laughed, but Chi Fengyun and Xiao Li were stunned. What? Why don't you guys be moral? Chi Fengyun never expected. Through the intermediary contacted Huang Ying. Surprisingly, the lion's mouth did not do anything. Want him to 100 million. Damn it, you don't really think I'm looking at Snakehead's face to try and help you find your son. Huang Ying was like looking at a little cutie. Looking at Chi Fengyun. A sneer, if it is not the old man see you have oil water can be squeezed, and you can waste this time? Sensible. Now immediately transfer the money over. I am happy. I will be kind. When I have never seen you. Where you come from, go back to where. Saying that, his face became hideous. If you make me unhappy, I'll cut you up and feed you to the dogs. Do you believe me? If this had been said at home, Chi Fengyun would have only scoffed. But let's not forget that this is northern Maine. And there's a real possibility that Huang Ying could do something like this. Don't look at Chi Fengyun in the country, calling the shots in Green Vine. But here, it was no different from an ordinary person. You. Chi Fengyun was obviously a bit flustered and couldn't help but step back. But before he could take a few steps back, he felt something cold and icy against his backside. Turning his head, Zhao Shengcheng was looking at him with a sneer. In an instant, Chi Fengyun understood everything. Turns out he was sold out. Probably from the time he got Snakehead to contact the people over here, he himself had been sold to Huang Ying like a piglet. It's ridiculous to think that one is naive enough to think that money is the answer, and that one can save one's son as long as one spreads out large sums of money. It's over. It's all over. Not only did she fail to save her son, but she got herself killed. For a moment, Chi Fengyun's grief rose from his heart, and he had the heart to cry. Old thing. Sensible. Hurry to transfer money. As long as the money is transferred, I will let you go home. Otherwise, hey, do not blame me for not polite. Huang Ying's face was full of grimaces, and the scar that looked like a scorpion grew more and more hideous. Xiao Li couldn't help but say, do you still talk about the rules of the Jianghu? ********. Huang Ying kicked Xiao Li in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground holding his stomach and screaming. Chi Fengyun was startled, and just as he was about to speak, Zhao Shengcheng's gun was already pressed against his waist. Boss Chi, you'd better not move, Zhao Success said sorrowfully. Chi Fengyun immediately froze. Huang Ying kicked over Xiao Li, but he wasn't yet relieved, walking over and kicking Xiao Li again, sending him sliding to Su Lin's feet. TSK, look at that, getting your ass kicked. Su Lin squatted beside little Li and sked inside. Told you the asshole on your face couldn't talk and you still don't believe me. You run. Xiao Li was trembling in pain and didn't care about Su Lin's tone. He could kind of see that he was probably going to have to fall in today. Ha! Just for your words. I'm high and low enough to save you once. Su Lin was happy. Who are you? Get the hell out of here. If you don't stop talking, I'll kill you. Huang Ying looked as if he had only just seen Su Lin, his face full of impatience. Su Lin got up and shook his head. Literally this child although talk lost a little, but at least the heart is still passable. You hit him asked me yet? Huang Ying froze. Where did the thing come from? What do I, Huang Ying, do that I need to ask you? Su Lin squinted at him. Oh, just stepping on the horse. Your name is Huang Ying. Ha? Huang Ying was laughed at. Who are you? I'm your father. Su Lin was concise. This statement was made. Everyone, including Chi Fengyun, including Zhao Success and the surrounding Huang Ying's juniors, all froze in unison. Where is this cutie pie? Especially Zhao Shengcheng, who was even more furious in his heart. You're crazy. He was the one who led the people here. And later on, in case if Huang were to take it out on him, what would happen? Huang Ying also froze. He couldn't believe it, and looked Su Lin up and down carefully, confirming that indeed he wasn't some big shot that he couldn't afford to offend. But he still couldn't believe it, because no one had ever dared to talk to him like that in this part of the world. Exit into dad's. After making sure it wasn't some warlord stupid kid, Huang Ying was furious. Q. But before he could finish his sentence, Su Lin stepped forward and slapped him in the face with a painful slap. Snap! Everyone was instantly petrified. The entire room fell into a deathly silence, especially Chi Fengyun and Xiaoli. They were so dark that they almost fainted. Their eyes were falling out, and their mouths were so wide open that they could stuff an egg in. This. So brave? You didn't say anything about adding a prefix or anything, so you're just going to smoke it, right? Halfway through the day, Huang Ying howled at the top of his voice. The pain slaps had been upgraded by Su Lin's spiritual power several times. The effect had long been far better than before. And that kind of pain wasn't something that an ordinary person could carry. Grass. Zhao Chengcheng lost his soul. His own boss was actually slapped in the face? And it was so loud. Evil rose from his heart and his anger grew out of his guts. And with one arrow step he arrived in front of Su Lin, then kicked his foot towards Su Lin's abdomen. He thought of it well and wonderfully. The boss is in danger. He is the first to step forward to protect the driver. Even if the boss afterward to pursue, he can also fall a light sentence. But, often the imagination is beautiful and the reality is bone dry. Su Lin had never been a master of spoiling others, and as soon as he saw Zhao Success make a move, he immediately became excited. Isn't this a bad idea? Relying on his speed of up to 13 points, he dodged to Zhao Success's right side, and after letting go of his overleg, he pressed down with both hands and pushed his right knee up, directly on top of Zhao Success's calf. The power instantly exploded. Ka-ching! With a soft sound, Zhao Qingqing's calf immediately took on an irregular twist, and blood gushed out wildly. Aha! Zhao Qingqing fell to the ground holding his legs and screaming miserably. Su Lin, however, still had no intention of letting him go, and after he fell to the ground, he stomped hard on his wound again. Click! Ah! With another soft thud, Zhao Success's leg managed to become twine, and blood infested the ground. At this time, Huang Ying was still in the midst of an agonizing slap debuff that he couldn't pull himself out of, and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. The surrounding minions were also confused. How is it that in the blink of an eye, the boss and Zhao are all down? You dare to hit someone? Draft? A junior brother was closest to Su Lin and extended his hand to point at him incredulously. How could Su Lin not want a deal that was delivered to his door? And without saying a word, he broke his fingers. Instant blood flowed. After beating up the people, Su Lin asked uneasily, "Oh yeah, did you guys call the police? I'm calling the ING police. My little brother was sweating from the pain." "Oh, that's great. Thanks." Surin broke his leg with a kick. "Aha!" The little brother cried out in pain. For his part, Su Lin had a happy face. "It's still good here. No one calls the police when you beat someone up. It's so cool that no one cares at last." End of chapter. Chapter 106. You girl will mind control ah? Chi Fengyun and Xiaoli were frozen in place by this sudden turn of events. Their brains went blank and they lost all thoughts. The little brother was lying on the ground howling his heart out. Pain. Grass. What are you guys waiting for? Get him dead. There was only one little brother left on the scene besides the one whose finger had just been broken by Su Lin. Hearing Zhao Success shout like this, he immediately woke up from his stagnant state, and without saying a word, he pulled out his pistol and aimed it at Su Lin. Chi Fengyun and Xiaoli instantly came to their senses, trembled, and said sharply, "Be careful," but it's too late. Next, bang! Crisp gunshots boomed through the chamber, jarring both of their eardrums. The screen shook the sky. Chi Fangyun and Xiaoli closed their eyes in unison in pain, their hearts sinking to the bottom in this instant. It's over. It's over. At such a close distance, even a blind man couldn't miss. Surin must have been shot. It's all over now. However, the two suddenly froze. Ha! The scream just now didn't seem to be Su Lin's voice. The two men's eyes snapped open, only to see that the junior with the broken finger was sitting on the ground covering his bleeding thigh, looking incredulously at the man who raised his gun to shoot. The two men's mouths were open enough to fit an egg in. Why are you hitting me? The little brother with the broken finger shivered in pain. I don't build it. The little guy with the gun looked confused plus panicked. He was clearly aiming at Su Lin. So how did he hit his own brother at once? Ooh-hoo. Yes. The little brother touched his head and once again raised his gun to aim at Su Lin. Make sure you hit it right this time. Paralyzer, he said to himself, and then pulled the trigger. The gunshots rang out again. And the next moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The minion with the broken finger howled again in misery as he clutched his other leg. Everyone was stunned. Even Huang Ying, who had recovered from the painful slap, was dumbfounded. Just now, he clearly watched the little brother aiming at Su Lin, but the moment he fired, he inexplicably changed direction and fired a shot at the little brother on the ground. You stepped on the horse. Sick ah. If you have a disease, you go to cure ah. Hit their own people to do you ma hanging ah. No, it's not me. Raise the gun little brother people are also confused. He clearly aimed at Su Lin ah. In the end what happened ah? I don't believe I can't hit you. Raising the gun little brother is also a bullish temper. The heart came to the fire. Holding the gun once again aimed at Su Lin then frantically emptied the magazine. Bang 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 bang. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr brother on the ground, directly beating him into a sieve. Ritsuko, grass. You, ma, ah. The finger boy pointed sadly at the gun-raising boy and went home with a grudge. You, Ryozi, you step horse sick ah. What are you doing hitting your own people? Huang Ying and Zhao Chengcheng said in unison angrily. I don't build it. I really don't. Raise the gun, little brother are about to cry. Who knows what's going on ah. Every time when it comes time to shoot, somehow confused. And then things happen. I don't believe it I can't hit you today. I'm a son of a. Ritsuko's bullish temper came up, snapping a clip from his waist to make a one-handed change. After the change, he aimed at Surin and drew his gun and shot. Don't. Zhao Chengcheng inexplicably felt a hint of bad luck. I have to say, his senses are so damn accurate. But, is late. A total of 6 bullets, all of which accurately hit his other good leg, turning that good leg into a rotten rag. Zhao Chenggong was almost mad with pain, and also mad with anger. Ryoso, mud horse ah, I did not just play a little bit of your wife? Are you as far as communicating a personal vendetta? When he finished, he crunched and fainted. This sudden turn of events at the scene gave both Chi Fong Yun and Xiaoli a dumbfounded look. What the hell is going on here? Can't you get it right? We're the main characters. Why the sudden implosion? And at such a critical time? What's wrong with you guys? The Huangying people were also dumbfounded and didn't understand what was happening at all. His little brother and Zhao Chengcheng were then sifted by Ritsuko. I don't usually see this Ritsuko guy being so ruthless. I played with his wife too. He's not going to pull a gun and shoot me too, is he? Huangying panicked. Just as he was thinking about it, a couple of juniors outside rushed in carrying AKs when they heard the gunshots inside. Huang Ying came to the bottom at the sight of it, and without waiting for Liangzi to speak, he pointed at him and shouted frantically, quickly, kill Ryoso for me. The kid's crazy, shooting his own people. The minions rushing in froze in unison. Shooting your own people? What's going on? Did he find out about playing with Ritsuko's wife? Wouldn't that be the end of it? That's right, strike first. They all raised their guns in panic and aimed them at Ritsuko. I'm not. Ritsuko panicked and rushed to explain. It could be too late. The minions didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Thump, 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 thump. After a fierce burst of gunfire, Ritsuko fell to the ground smoothly beaten into a hornet's nest. Until his death, he didn't understand why his marksmanship was so bad. He couldn't hit where he pointed, and it was also off by such a wide margin. I can't. My wife says I usually shoot pretty good. Ritsuko returned to the west with a strong sense of disbelief and hatred. Seeing that Liangzi was dead, Huang Ying was relieved and climbed up and shouted at Su Lin. Damn it, you dare to hit me. I have to get you killed today. With that, He pulled the pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger at Su Lin's leg. The only reason why he didn't hit the head was because he still wanted to torture Su Lin and take a good bite out of him. However, boss, why are you hitting me? One of the boys holding up the AK covered his leg and crouched on the ground, his face white with pain. The other juniors were scared and backed away in unison, not knowing where this junior had offended the boss. Huang Ying was also baffled. He was clearly aiming at Su Lin's thigh. How did it miss? I can't. So he fired another shot at Surin. Bang! Boss, where did I go wrong? You just say yes. That little brother even dropped his AK in pain, lying on the ground holding both legs and screaming. Hell no. Huang Ying looked at Su Lin's spirit was a bit disoriented, and said, is it so evil? I don't believe I can't hit you. Paralyzed, Huang Ying dropped his pistol, rushed over with an arrow step to pick up the little brother's AK, and fired a barrage of bullets at Su Lin. Thump, 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 thump. In addition to shooting Ritsuko just now, there were 23 rounds remaining inside the wall, and one of them was shot out by him without pulling any punches. Results. Boss, spare your life. Asterisk. Huang Ying Yuma. I've known for a long time that you don't want to pay us. Paralyzed. That's not how layoffs work, is it? Boss, why are you hitting us? Sick. Several juniors were all beaten into a sieve by him, falling to the ground and screaming, their blood flowing like a stream, laying on the ground and cracking up like crazy. Wang Dfa? What the hell? Huang Ying looked at Su Lin, who still had a smiling face, and the person was completely dumbfounded. The heart was even more 10,000 grass mud horses running wild, obviously aiming at you. How come you hit someone else when you shoot? You know mind control? End of chapter. Chapter 107, who are you calling brother? Call dad. The little brother's people are dead. Huang Ying people are confused. And Qi Fangyun and Shaoli people are stupid. Everyone stared at Su Lin in unison, as if they had seen a ghost. But Su Lin still walked to Huang Ying with a smile on his face. Ask you something. You asked you. Huang Ying subconsciously opened his mouth to curse, but before he could even finish his sentence, he was slapped in the face by Su Lin. Pa! Although this slap did not use a painful slap, but it was still full of power. Huang Ying's old groove teeth were slapped and flew out, and his mouth was full of blood. But Surin had no intention of letting him go. I forgot to say, Huang Ying is not from the north of Burma, but the Dragon State. In the country committed a crime cannot mix, which fled to the north of Burma. That's why it's possible to get in touch with the snakeheads in the country. When this guy was in the country, he burned, robbed and pillaged his way through the country, carrying several lives on his back. It didn't change when they got to northern Burma and specialized in victimizing their countrymen. I don't know how many people from the country have been tricked by him into going to the north of Burma in the past few years. Totally bad seed one. How dare you hit me? You know I'm. Huang Ying's back teeth were slapped out, but he still couldn't believe that Su Lin dared to hit him, pointing and shouting. So Su Lin rewarded him with a dozen more slaps back and forth, smacking his face swollen 2 feet high. People are stupid. In the end, he simply kicked his left arm and broke it, leaving the guy lying on the ground dry and howling, just as he was smoking Huang Ying with pleasure. Next to him Zhao Xingchang really couldn't help himself and said in an extremely weak tone, Brother, you first don't fight into not? Please Ning something, can you help me make an emergency call first? I'm going to hang up. I forgot about you if you didn't talk. Su Lin was happy and turned to give him a kick, sending him flying into the corner and splattering blood all over the wall. The scene was now very bloody for a time, and Su Lin hadn't shown any semblance of fear since the beginning, but instead had a vague sense of excitement. It's definitely not like faking it, rather it's like it's brought out in your bones. Looking at Qi Fangyun and Shaoli, their hearts trembled, and they looked at Su Lin in a different way. It was only then that Qi Fangyun vaguely sensed why his son's emergency contact was set to Su Lin. This is a real living hell. Huang Ying looked at the dying Zhao Chengcheng and finally got scared, and with a plop, he fell to his knees. Big brother, have a talk, I'll give you whatever you want. While pleading, he also thought, it's a great man who can bend and stretch. I'll bend first, and when I have the chance later, I'll stretch him a bit. Don't have a chance even. Who are you calling brother to? Surin smashed his fist on his nose, making the guy howl with blood all over his face, before he clapped his hands and said, Call dad. Although Huang Ying was shivering in pain, he still didn't hesitate to call out to Su Lin as his father. fearing that Su Lin would strike him again. These people look ruthless, but they are actually paper tigers, even more afraid of death than normal. For making so much money, they have the opportunity and time to enjoy it as long as they live. But if you die, there's nothing left. So if you're more ruthless and powerful than him, these people will definitely show you what it means to be submissive and meek and respectful. That's right, son. Su Lin smiled and patted his face, asking, how many people are there in Flying Fox Villa? How many guns? Where is their boss usually? Huang Ying's whole body was trembling in pain, but he didn't dare to answer Su Lin's words. Pa. Su Lin slapped him in the face with a painful slap and sneered. I told you to call your father and you forgot? Father, living father. Huang Ying finally cried out. There was no other way. It was too damned painful. This slap was simply not something one could endure. Only then did Surin smile again. Good boy son, now answer the question. Father, there are about 5,000 people in the Flying Fox Villa. The guards may have more than 300 people. They all have guns, and there may be some high-power weapons. Specifically, I don't know. Seeing Su Lin raise his palm again, Huang Ying hurriedly shouted, I can find out. Father, give me time, I can find out. Su Lin touched his face and said with a smile, yes, it's a quick response. So check it out. Now. Huang Ying asked stupidly, why don't we check next year on the anniversary of your death? Su Lin said, check, Dad. I'm calling right now. Huang Ying was terrified. Immediately took out the phone and started to call, gibbering a bunch of bird language. Shi Fangyun and Shaoli did not understand a word. While saying that, he also sneaked a glance at Su Lin. Shi Fangyun knew that something was wrong, and he made glances at Su Lin one after another. His eyes almost cramped, but Su Lin didn't see it and just picked up the AK on the ground with interest and studied it. He had only seen this thing on movies and TV, and it was the first time he had ever touched it in reality. It's a rare opportunity to play with it. After making the call, Huang Ying didn't move and secretly moved towards the door, talking to divert Su Lin's attention. Dad, I've already called, and someone will send the message over right away. Oh, that's good. Don't play with your mind. Su Lin had a smile on his face. Huang Ying's eyes trembled. No, it won't. You're joking. Shi Fangyun could no longer hold back and stood out and shouted. Shaolin, you don't believe it. But before he finished speaking, the door was kicked open from the outside, followed by a bunch of big men with loaded guns rushing in, quickly aiming their guns at Su Lin and Shi Fangyun Shaoli. Shi Fangyun's eyes went black, and he screamed in his heart that it was over. Huang Ying instantly shivered, thinking that the time to stretch had come. He stood up shakily with the help of his men and pointed at Su Lin with a fierce smile. You paralyzed. Lousy let you pretend. Stepping on the horse, lousy today if you do not torture you to death alive. Lousy is not surnamed Huang. Grass drafted. Dare to beat Lousy. Dare to kill Lousy's people. Grass. He was probably really angry, pointing at Su Lin, and even his fingers were trembling, but his face was smug with a big picture. In the face of a dozen loaded AK, but Su Lin was good and calm, just puzzled and said to Huang Ying, you gonna let them shoot me? You stepping on the horse is not nonsense. I'm going to beat you into a hornet's nest. Huang Ying said furiously. Su Lin let out an "oh," squinting at Huang Ying. How about you try it out? I try you. Huang Ying was mad with anger, and even felt that killing Su Lin at once was too cheap. You, go over there and slap him twice, he said, pointing at one of his minions. Okay, boss. Without saying a word, the little brother swung his arm at his face and slapped him. Snap. Everyone instantly froze and looked stupidly at the man. Instead, the man looked at his hand in horror, not understanding what was happening at all. You, Namabi, you dare to hit me? Huang Ying pointed at the henchman incredulously. I am not me, the henchman said in horror. Then when he finished, he swung round and slapped Huang Ying's face again, leaving him dumbfounded once again. You, labor. He was completely furious, so he was ready to tell his men to destroy this little brother first, but just then, he suddenly had a jolt, followed by his entire body freezing. It's not right. It's so wrong. Whether it's Ritsuko, the dead minions, or these guys who just came in, all of them were loyal to him and never had any second thoughts, so it was impossible to suddenly mutiny at this time. For no reason at all. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Unless it's, he shuddered and looked ahead. Over there, Su Lin was looking at him with calm eyes, like a god. Suddenly, Huang Ying was chilled all over. End of chapter. Chapter 108. You're not human. You're a ghost. A devil. Aren't you? Huang Ying pointed at Su Lin, his entire body trembling, and great fear completely overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. The more he thought about it, the more horrible he felt that it was the only possibility. Solian smiled. What is me? You controlled them, didn't you? You controlled them to strike at me, didn't you? It must be you. It must be you. Huang Ying's expression was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. What are you saying? Why can't I understand? Su Lin still had that smiling expression, but in Huang Ying's eyes, it was scarier than the most terrifying evil ghost in the world. How the hell did you do that? Who the hell are you? Are you a human or a ghost? Su Lin's smile caused Huang Ying to be completely overwhelmed by fear. His body trembled uncontrollably, and bean-sized beads of sweat continued to flow down his forehead, quickly wetting his clothes. What are you talking about? Of course I'm human. Su Lin still had a smile on his face, only that smile fell into Huang Ying's eyes, but it became a devil's smile. You're not human. You're a ghost. You're the devil. He couldn't hold it back any longer and cried out in horror. Su Lin shook his head and was just about to say something. As a result, Zhao Chenggong but climbed over again, dying and begging for help. Dad, can you help me call a doctor? Just after the words were said, a junior next to Huang Ying raised his AK and pulled the trigger at Zhao's success. Thump, 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 thump. The loud gunshots startled everyone and they looked at him in horror, but he had a blank look on his face as he raised his gun and fired, completely unaware of what he was doing. A few seconds later, the entire world was quiet, and Su Lin squatted down and patted Zhao's success, who was already full of holes. You're loud. You know that? The scene was dead silent, and great fear spread in everyone's heart. A moment later, Huang Ying plopped down and knelt in front of Su Lin, and his head went straight to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Once, twice, 3 times, and soon he was a face full of blood, ugly as an evil spirit out of hell. Father, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Huang Ying kowtowed while loudly begging for mercy, his body shaking like a sieve, his eyes all filled with intense fear. He's really scared. Huang Ying completely gave in and behaved like a grandson in front of Su Lin. There was no way he could not give in. Humans have always been born with a great fear in the face of the unknown. As it was now, for example, he couldn't even speculate on the exact manner in which Su Lin had taken control of him, as well as of his men. It's as if everything is quietly changing in the shadows, and this change made him uneasy, made him fearful, and caused him to have endless reveries about Su Lin. Ghosts? Demon? God? But either reverie was an irresistible, unstoppable presence for him. To be honest, at this moment, Chi Fengyun and Xiaoli were already numb, completely numb. The two of them felt as if they were watching a movie for the 10 or so minutes they had just experienced, so unreal and unclear. Everything was like a dream, and in the blink of an eye, the situation at the scene took a sharp turn for the worse, with Su Lin completely controlling the situation. But the question is, how the hell does he control it? This was a question that Chi Fengyun and Xiaoli couldn't figure out. Father, there are over 5,000 people inside the Flying Fox Villa, but half of them are probably piggies. Huang Ying carefully stood in front of Su Lin, not even daring to straighten his waist. He had lost his guts and no longer had any resistance in his heart, only thinking about how to satisfy the living king of hell in front of him, so as to save his own life. They had already changed rooms at this time. Although the corpses in the previous room had all been cleaned up, it was still filled with a strong smell of blood. As for those who died, they are not worth mentioning at all. In this place of strife, what day doesn't a few people die? It's not worth mentioning. Su Lin was playing with a pistol, and did not comment on Huang Ying's words. Huang Ying's heart trembled and he quickly said, "Don't worry, although I, Huang Ying, am nothing compared to Boss Yu Flying Fox Yu, but after putting my best foot forward in trying to ask him to buy a piglet, as long as Boss Chi is willing to shell out the money, I'm sure that Boss Yu will still give me this face." Su Lin laughed and squinted at him. Who said he was going to pay for it? Huang Ying froze, confused and asked, "How can I save people without paying? Money?" Chi Fengyun also froze and looked at Su Lin in confusion. Su Lin patted Huang Ying's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's natural to shell out money, but not us, but you, me." Huang Ying pointed to his nose and opened his mouth wide. "That's right, you, sir," and said, "No matter how much the other party wants, it's always out of your pocket. Understand?" "But, Huang Ying's face collapsed and he was about to say something, but Su Lin slapped him across the face. Snap! This slap Su Lin did not use the use of pain slaps, but it was still full of force, pumping Huang Ying's mouth full of blood. But Su Lin still didn't stop, and he kicked him in the stomach again. Kicking, Huang Ying folded and flew out. "Am I consulting with you?" He stood up and stared coldly at Huang Ying. "You probably think I don't dare to kill you, right? or else try? I know. Huang Ying was lying on the ground, shivering in pain and crying. What kind of sin did he commit? Inviting such a living father, a living king of hell, temperamental, not to mention scary and mysterious. Guns are useless in front of him. What the hell do we do? You come here, Su Lin added. Huang Ying did not dare to disobey and crawled over on his knees. Su Lin looked at him condescendingly. You're from the Dragon Kingdom? I am, Huang Ying said warily. Oh, it's quite nice. The Dragon Nation is nice. Have you ever cheated a Dragon Nation? Have you ever killed a Dragon Nation person? Huang Ying's expression seemed to be suffocating, but she gritted her teeth and said, I didn't. Seeing Su Lin's expression was not right, he immediately shouted nervously, yes, but only cheated 2 people, and didn't kill anyone from the Dragon Kingdom. Really? Father, you have to believe me. Su Lin laughed and smashed his fist on his face, smashing his face full of blood. Huang Ying let out a miserable ah, but her eyes instantly froze. Su Lin's actions scared Qi Fangyun and Xiaoli so much that they trembled and involuntarily stepped back, their eyes filled with incomprehension. Obviously, Huang Ying has already submitted. Shouldn't this be a time to be gentle in order to win people's hearts? How come this one is so temperamental and doesn't he move? At this moment, Qi Fangyun actually sympathized a bit with Huang Ying. After thinking about it, he decided to persuade Su Lin, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Su Lin faintly ask, Huang Ying, I'm going to ask you again. Have you ever lied to the Dragon Kingdom people? Have you ever killed any Dragon Kingdom people? End of chapter. Chapter 109. How dare you hit my big brother? I'll chop me to death. Huang Ying's hollow and confused voice began to echo around the room. I've scammed a lot of dragons. I've tricked them into being piggybacks for telecommunication fraud, to help me get money. These piggies are given a task every month, and those who fulfill it live, and those who don't are pulled out and have their organs harvested and sold for money. I can't remember exactly how many, but hundreds for sure. I've also killed a lot of dragons, both men and women. I can't remember exactly how many. I remember one time when a piggy from the country didn't finish the job, so I tied him to the workbench and cut off his flesh with a knife until he bled to death. One more time. Qi Fangyun froze, realizing that he was wrong, dead wrong, that he should feel sympathy for such a demon. How dare you try to intercede for such a... He stared blankly at Huang Ying, but couldn't figure out why he could be so cruel to his compatriots when they were both from the same Dragon Kingdom. As Huang Ying narrated, the cruel and bloody, inhumane crime scene was like a sharp knife, deeply piercing into Qi Fangyun's heart. He could hardly imagine how many sins Huang Ying had committed with these hands. The list goes on and on, literally, and it's simply not enough to die. Qi Fangyun was out of his mind with rage. He was deeply disturbed by the fact that he had just shown compassion to Huang Ying, and felt ashamed and regretful. Surin was right. He was absolutely right. No matter what kind of cruelty he used against Huang Ying, it was just a drop in the bucket compared to those crimes he had committed. At this moment, Qi Fangyun couldn't wait to break him into pieces with his own hands, but Su Lin's expression remained bland, and after the effect of the honest iron fist disappeared, he just smiled and said to Huang Ying, take me to your secret base. Huang Ying, on the other hand, was trembling at this moment, and he clearly remembered what he had just done. He told everything, all the crimes he had committed. But why? Why can't he control himself? Is it the man again? Yeah, it's gotta be him. At this moment, the fear of Su Lin in Huang Ying's heart reached its peak. It says it's a secret base, but it's really not secret at all. The place where Huang Ying kept his piglets was actually inside a small 3-story building at the back of this street. The small building doesn't look big on the outside, but it's not small on the inside. The 3rd floor of the small building vacated an empty hall filled with computers and telephones, and in front of each computer, people sat. No, they're not people. In the parlance of this place, they're piggies. The door was guarded by men with guns, sweeping the piggies from time to time, and there was a steady stream of phone calls in the hall. When Huang Ying led Su Lin in, none of those people in the hall looked up, still doing their own thing. Seeing this, Qi Fangyun and Xiaoli were dumbstruck and pale. Scenes like this they had only seen on TV, but being there in person was a first. The feeling of suffocation was so much more intense than through the screen. I don't know how many times it came. It almost took their breath away. Su Lin, on the other hand, had a flat face and didn't seem to be moved by the scene in front of him, even picked up a notebook to look through with interest. It turned out to be a scam manual filled with all kinds of talk. The injuries on Huang Ying's body had been simply bandaged, and he was following behind Su Lin with a pale face, not daring to breathe a single breath. An intelligent junior in the hall looked at Su Lin and then Huang Ying, and his body shook slightly. He seemed to see Huang Ying's dilemma, so he walked over to Huang Ying, fished out a dagger and asked in a low voice, "Boss, Do you want to? He secretly pointed at Su Lin and made a neck-wiping motion. Huang Ying's heart skipped a beat and he said expressionlessly, "Give me your knife. Big brother is trying to do it himself?" The smart little brother excitedly handed the dagger to Huang Ying. "Move your mom." Huang Ying took the dagger and without saying anything, he stabbed into the stomach of Song Hui's little brother, stabbing Song Hui's little brother back and forth, his face full of horror. "Big brother, why did you stab me?" Huang Ying said angrily, "If you want to die, don't drag me. Grass. Someone come. Throw this self-assertive dog to me in the backyard and feed it to the dogs." Satoshi's little brother screamed in agony as he was dragged away, and a look of horror appeared on the faces of everyone else in the hall, but no one dared to say anything. Su Lin ignored this and just walked casually around the hall, pondering. Chi Fangyun walked to a young man who looked to be in his 20s and asked him, "Are you from the country? Do you want to return to your country?" The man said in a disgruntled voice, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Who are you? Don't delay me from getting rich." After that, he went on to the phone. Chi Fangyun froze, somewhat unable to believe that he would hear such an answer. He asked several more people one after another, but the answers were all the same. "Don't want to go back home. Want to get rich. No one cares about you guys." Chi Fangyun got angry. He had originally thought that these people had been tricked into doing this, forced to do this kind of thing, and thinking about helping them return home, but now that I look at it, I feel like I've made a fool of myself. Su Lin walked over and said in amusement, "You're also stupid. Asking them in front of Boss Huang if they want to return to China. Do you think they'll dare to tell the truth?" Huang Ying's eyelids fluttered and he hurriedly lowered his head. Chi Fangyun froze before reacting to his stupidity. "That's right. Asking these people if they want to go back to their country in front of Huang Ying and the others. They wouldn't dare to say it even if they wanted to. Huang Ying, come here." Su Lin waved at Huang Ying. Huang Ying ran up to Su Lin in a lurch. "Father, you called out to me." This cry of father could startle the people in the hall. Staring stupidly at Su Lin and Huang Ying, Surin said, "Release all these people and send them back to their country." "Ha? This?" Huang Ying froze. Su Lin kicked out, kicking Huang Ying directly to his knees. This kick made the whole hall quiet. The phone stopped calling, and the work stopped. All of them looked over stupidly. "Didn't hear what I was saying?" Su Lin looked at Huang Ying condescendingly. "Listen. Hear it clearly." But Huang Ying shivered in pain. At this time, a junior brother who was originally responsible for guarding the hall didn't know which tendon was wrong, but even carried a machete and roared angrily and rushed over. "You dare to hit my big brother. I'll chop you to death." Then he slashed at himself, slashing soundly and bloodily, until he had cut off his own arm and lay on the ground, no longer able to move. And only then did he stop with a face full of horror. The whole hall reeked of blood. Everyone was stunned by the bizarre sight in front of them, just as if they were struck by lightning. Their brains went blank. Huang Ying was even more frightened and trembling, her eyes filled with fear. Her body was like a pendulum. She couldn't control it. "Need I say it again?" Solian asked him again. "No. No need. I get it. I get it." Huang Ying lost even the last bit of fluke in his heart, kneeling on the ground and trembling. End of chapter. Chapter 110, Don't fight. Fight again and die. Under great fear, Huang Ying acted very quickly. He directly chartered an airliner and arranged for the piggies he had tricked to return home. The whole thing flowed without even the slightest hesitation. After all, nothing mattered compared to his life. It wasn't going to go so well because some of these people didn't even come through the normal channels. But Chi Fangyun contacted the police in the country and explained the situation. The response there was also quick, and a green channel was opened specifically for this group of people, allowing them to land. Of course, after landing each of them will be interrogated, and if they should be arrested, they should be released, and for the crimes committed, that will not be tolerated. After all, everyone has to pay for their choices, don't they? The whole process only took 2 days, and 2 days later, Huang Ying stood in front of Su Lin with a crying face. "Father, I have done as you said. Now. He was going to say, "Can you let me go now?" But now after half a day, nothing comes out now. Su Lin slapped up. "What? Being my son has wronged you?" No aggravation. No aggravation. Huang Ying was smacked and sat on the ground, and hurriedly covered his face and climbed up to deny it. He's crying now. How did he provoke such a living hell? Temperamental, talking to him nicely 1 minute, then catching him in the act of beating him to death the next. That guy, it's like a son beating his son, beating him with a belt and hanging him from a beam. Oh, I can't live this life anymore. Whoa. And yesterday, the number 2 under his hand took one look at the boss being this virtuous, and went so far as to gather a dozen or so people to start a rebellion, trying to take his place. It would have been all normal and he would have had a chance to succeed. But he should never let anyone point a gun at Sue, his father. The result is not to be guessed. That guy, the scene was so bloody that even he, a guy who prided himself on being ruthless and killing people without counting, was scared and almost pissed his pants. I'm still shaking inside just thinking about it. The key question is, what's it to me if they rebel? Why did you hit me? When asked, this living hell even said, you have a big ass. Feel good. What kind of reasoning is that? It's nuts. So now, when Huang Ying saw Su Lin, he was fearful from the bottom of his heart, and his eyes didn't dare to meet each other. Alright, I know what you're thinking, so here's the deal. If you do one last thing for me, I'll let you go. How about it? Su Lin changed his face again. What? Is it? Huang Ying said warily. He was prepared that once Su Lin released him, he would immediately leave far away and never appear within 100 kilometers of this living king of hell again. It's really scary. Su Lin glanced at Shi Fangyun and Xiaoli and said, I heard that in 3 days, you Flying Fox is going to have a birthday and invite people from all walks of life to go to Flying Fox Villa to celebrate the birthday. So take me with you then. He'd learned a little bit about this side of the world in the last couple days. The situation on the Flying Fox Villa's side was not as complicated as Huang Ying's side. Although he had the divine skill of mind control, it was not omnipotent. The first thing was that this mind control had a distance limitation and was only effective within a range of 15 meters. Beyond that, he has no control over others. And according to what he had learned, the Flying Fox Villa had hundreds of patrollers equipped with weapons alone, not to mention the rest. Therefore, if he wanted to single-handedly break into the Flying Fox Manor to rescue Chi Pei, it would be very difficult. First of all, it simply won't go in. Even if he could control the guards at the entrance, there was nothing he could do if they shot him as long as the distance was more than 15 meters. He had a speed attribute of 13 though, which was far beyond normal. But to dodge bullets, that's not even close. And their boss, Yufei Fox, is still a cautious nature. Usually, he hides inside and doesn't come out at all, and he's always surrounded by protection. So Su Lin now had the feeling that he had nowhere to go. And the biggest problem was that although he knew that Chi Pei was within the Flying Fox Villa, he was unable to determine the exact location. Trying to rescue it was much more difficult. And coincidentally, he was informed that Yu Flying Fox would be celebrating his 60th birthday in 3 days, and that he would be inviting bigwigs from all walks of life to Flying Fox Villa at that time. It caught his eye. As long as he could get him within 15 meters of the Flying Fox, then everything would be under control. That's why he said that to Huang Ying. But I didn't get an invitation. Huang Ying stammered. Su Lin shrugged. That's your business, isn't it? But, Huang Ying wanted to say something else, but just as the words came out, he suddenly jumped up and slapped himself hard. The draw was so loud and so hearty that my face was swollen. While pumping, he also slammed his ass against the wall. The wall is almost collapsed, paste all over the wall of blood. Don't fight. I'll think of a way. Fighting again kills. Huang Ying finally cried. In the end, Huang Ying still got an invitation to swim in Flying Fox. As for how he got it, Surin didn't ask, but one could also guess from Huang Ying's dead parent-like expression that he must have paid a small price. In the room, Chi Fangyun carefully asked, That, us, we don't go? Su Lin glanced at him, and something seemed to flicker in his eyes. Then he nodded. You guys wait here, or just go back to your country. It's a burden to keep anyway. That's not a nice thing to say, at all. However, Shi Fangyun and Xiaoli didn't even dare to let out a single fart, and still felt that what Su Lin said was quite right. They also feel like a drag and a waste. Judging by the way they've been acting the last few days, might as well not come. Especially those 4 bodyguards, now looking at Su Lin with eyes full of caution. It's like seeing an idol and worshipping it. Then, let's go straight back to our country. Zipei is in your hands. When we return to our country, I will host a banquet to receive you. Shi Fangyun thought about it and said with a clench of his teeth, what Su Lin said was exactly right. Staying behind they couldn't help in any way. Instead they really became a burden to Su Lin. Might as well return home. He was now completely aware of why his son recognized Su Lin as his big brother. Good lord, not to mention his son, he now kind of wanted to recognize Su Lin as his big brother. Okay. Su Lin nodded indifferently. Shi Fangyun and Xiaoli left, because Yufei Fox's birthday banquet was 2 days later. So after they left, Su Lin didn't have much to do for a while, so he let Huang Ying take him around. Huang Ying didn't dare to go against it, but what could there be to shop in this part of northern Maine? In the end, he could only bring Su Lin to an underground casino. To be honest, the casino place was just apart from the last time he went in there once when he messed with Lin Jinxiang. It's not really an experience to come and play in a serious way. So Su Lin was also interested. Huang Ying exchanged some chips, about 100,000 or so. Surin played here and there with interest and seemed to be enjoying himself. Maybe he had a good hand today. Not only did he not lose, but he won a lot of money after more than an hour. And soon the chips in his hand exceeded 200,000. Su Lin was a new face and naturally attracted some attention after winning. But because of Huang Ying's care, no one came to trouble him. But then Huang Ying answered a phone call and went back first, leaving Su Lin alone to play in the casino. I was playing with it when suddenly a voice came from behind. Brother is from the country? End of chapter. Chapter 111, are you here to listen to a book? Su Lin twisted his head to look. It was a man about 30 years old. His face was yellow, his eyes were dark. At a glance, he knew that he had been emptied of his body by alcohol. There is a red mole on the brow. Su Lin looked at the mole and laughed at once. That's great. Isn't that right? Yeah? What? Solian said with a smile. The man's eyes twinkled as he walked over and extended his hand. That's a coincidence. I'm also from the country. My name is Zhang Jian. What's your name, brother? Surin looked at his chicken claw-like hands and ignored him. Zhang Jian smiled sarcastically, retracted his hand and said, I see that my brother has won a lot. Are you interested in playing a big game? Su Lin asked him. What's the big one? Zhang Jian said mysteriously. They are all bosses from China looking for excitement. Good. I just like to play with excitement. Hurry up and take me there. Su Lin agreed without hesitation. Instead, he gave Zhang Jian a hard time and froze for half a day before saying, okay, please follow me. Zhang Jian led Su Lin out of the casino, walked for half a day, and then twisted 7 times into a small alley. Walking to the end of the alley, he carefully knocked on a less than impressive door. The door opened. Someone asked a couple questions, searched them, and let them both in. Entering the courtyard. It is a small ordinary 2-story building. And when you enter the building, there is something else inside. It was actually a small cottage with gilded decorations, but nothing at all to do with a casino. After coming in, Su Lin instantly smiled, because the person he's looking for is sitting over there on the couch. Qi Jianghe, Qi Pei's brother, Qi Fangyan's adopted son. Speaking of Qi Jianghe as a person, he and Qi Pei were simply 2 extremes. Qi Pei is naughty, all day long just know the sky and wine, full of dude one, but Qi Jianghe was different. Qi Jianghe, to put it mildly, although he was Qi Fangyun's adopted son, he had been intelligent and had excellent grades since he was a child, especially when it comes to business. He has shown outstanding talent at an early age. That's why Qi Fangyun left a lot of the family's business in his hands. He had previously suspected that there might be something else going on in the inexplicable kidnapping of Qi Pei to the north of Burma. So he secretly asked Huang Ying to investigate. Maybe it was luck, but also really by Huang Ying to find out something. Said that day someone saw Qi Pei was captive to the Flying Fox Mountain village. One of them was a man with a red mole on his brow, and this man was often seen at the casino during this time. That's why there's the episode where he goes to the casino. And even Huang Ying is the one he detached. Now that he had seen Qi Jianghe here, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Qi Jianghe's age was probably in his 30s, with gold filigree eyes, wearing a black suit, appearing to be gentle, and at a fierce glance, there were a few points of nobility. Especially with a cigar in his hand, where he sits, like so, a bit of a godfather. There were 5 or 6 other men in the room, all dressed in suits, but all of them looked grim and didn't look like any kind of bosses, but instead looked like thugs. There was also a woman, not bad looking, with a flirtatious expression. Seeing Su Lin come over in large numbers, she even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, teasing him a bit. This Surin can tolerate? Instantly, he also licked his lips, only to realize that they were a little cracked after not drinking water all day. He simply walked right up to the woman and took a drink from the glass of water on the table. Paralyzed. It's wine, but it's quite tasty, so I guess it's going to cost quite a bit of money. The woman froze, a look of interest in her eyes. Zhang Jian walked over and whispered in Qi Jianghe's ear, then looked at Su Lin and sneered. Qi Jianghe let out a faint "oh" and a bright smile appeared on his face. Su Lin, long time no see. Have you gotten better? Qi Jianghe and Su Lin had met in that mental hospital in Jiangqing City. He was the one who sent Zippy there at the time, and he's been here a few times since, and at that time, Qi Pei recognized Su Lin as his big brother, so it was inevitable that he knew Su Lin. Su Lin shrugged his shoulders and walked to the sofa opposite him to sit down on his own. Well, not good how to get out of the hospital? On the contrary, you, a little sick paralyzed. Who stepped on the horse and let you sit? Zhang Jian pointed at Su Lin's nose and sneered, a far cry from what he was before. Su Lin looked at him. The last person who pointed at me like that had his fingers pouted off and fed to the dogs. Do you want to try pointing at me again? Zhang Jian was slightly stunned and scolded. Grass. You're quite crazy. You don't look at what kind of place this is. Do you have the right to be crazy? Are you drunk? After saying that, he waved his hand at a few others. You guys, come over here and sober him up. A few Hanyu sniffed and laughed as they walked toward Su Lin. How do you treat a guest? No matter what. He's always my brother's friend. He can still sit. Shi Zhenghe stopped Zhang Jian with a smile. Su Lin, aren't you with Huang Ying? Where is he? He asked. Su Lin didn't hide it either. Something came up and went back. TSK, 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 that's too bad, too bad. Shi Zhenghe smacked his tongue and shook his head. Originally, I couldn't do anything about it if you guys had been with Huang Ying, but who let you guys separate from him? What a shame. You guys? Su Lin smiled. So, Shi Fanyun is here with you too? That's not true, and you don't have to worry about where it is. Shi Zhenghe still has the same beat-up smile. You say you? A good psychiatric patient is not good. Get involved in this matter of our family for what? It's not worth it to get yourself involved, right? Su Lin asked him. Oh, according to you, your younger brother, Chi Pei, was kidnapped here by you? Shi Zhenghe lacked even the slightest bit of denial. How hard it is to talk about kidnapping. I invited him here for a few days. How nice. Su Lin clapped his hands. Play for a few days and then kill? Haunted. Shi Zhenghe wiggled a finger. I'm not going to kill him. A retard isn't worth it. Believe it or not. I really invited him to play. He's having a great time at Bossu right now. Except for not being free. Su Lin gave an oh-so-quiet sigh and asked. Then what did you kidnap him for to come to northern Burma? Shi Zhenghe said. Originally, I didn't have to explain it to you as a psychopath. But given that you're about to die, it's better to say it to you. Wash your ears. Su Lin said with a smile. Shi Zhenghe seemed a bit surprised by Su Lin's composure. But he still said. It's a bit of a cliché and quite old-fashioned when it comes down to it. But it can't be helped. Who made me an adopted son? Shi Zhenghe slowly inhaled a mouthful of cigar. Spit out several smoke rings. The old man a while ago has not held a meeting. To give the company all to Chi Pei. That is, my stupid brother. By the way, this Chi Pei to you? Su Lin shook his head. Zippy rarely tells me about your family. Shi Zhenghe shook his head along with it. The mouth is tight. He added. The old man wants to give all the company to my stupid brother. Which do you think I can be willing to do? Su Lin nodded. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either. Shine. Shi Zhenghe gave him a thumbs up and continued. How much have I paid for the family business? How much has he? Chi Pei, paid? Why should I give the company to him to manage? Su Lin, you have a good relationship with him and know him well. Do you think he can manage such a big company? Su Lin shook his head decisively. With that second little cutie, it definitely won't work. Ha ha, two little cuties. That's a wonderful word to use. Shi Zhenghe happily clapped his hands. If it hadn't gotten to the point where it's like this now, I'd definitely have to lure you as a confidant. He laughed a few times, then said, so I thought I high and low have to get a little something to do. Can not just hand over the company to him for nothing? Bring me a cigar over here. The most expensive one. By the way, get one for my brother's friend too. The sexy woman brought over 2 cigars, and one was handed to Shi Zhenghe. The other was placed in Su Lin's hand, and when it was placed, it tickled Su Lin's palm in passing. Surin thought to himself that he couldn't be tickled for nothing, so he pulled her sitting in his arms and put his hand in to tickle her. The woman froze for a moment, then didn't get up, giggled, and incidentally lit the cigar for Su Lin. Su Lin took a beautiful drag and said to Shi Zhenghe, say it, what's next? I'm waiting to hear it here. Zhang Jian opened his mouth several times in anger, but no words came out. There's something wrong with the atmosphere. You're here to listen to a book, aren't you? End of chapter. Chapter 112, if you don't lick, then don't lick. You don't have to stab yourself. Shi Zhenghe turned a blind eye to Su Lin's doings and instead continued with a smile. Chippy is a too little cutie though, but there's one thing that can't be changed. He's the old thing's only real son. And on that point I'm not in the least bit temperamental. Su Lin scratched for half a day and realized that he had scratched a lot of bloody pads out of the woman's body. At that moment, the silence pushed the woman away and then nodded and said, that's true. The welfare brought out of the mother's womb. There's really nothing you can do about it. You can only blame it on the fact that you were born in the wrong womb. The woman gave Su Lin a flavorful blank look and walked to the side with the blood-covered Diaozi. Shi Zhenghe and the others muttered in their hearts. I've never seen you do that before. Ugh. Forget it. Whatever. Just ignore it. I didn't realize it was you who understood me. Shi Zhenghe sighed, almost taking Su Lin as his confidant. It's not really out of the question. I came up with an idea. Do you know what it is? Su Lin said. You let me guess. Oh, I get it. You tie up Chippy in northern Burma and screw him. Wouldn't that be a done deal? Right, a little, but not all, Chi Jung-ha said. The first half is right, but didn't I say, I won't kill Chi Pei? Guess again. Su Lin pretended to be surprised. You're not going to mess with Chi Fong-yun, are you? Ha ha, bingo dog, right answer. I'm just going to the old thing up. Chi Jung-ha's face was piled up with a smile. Think about it, how unprofitable it is to mess with Chi Pei. If I really mess with Chi Pei, the old man will surely suspect me. And how can he possibly hand the company over to me at that time? But if you mess with Chi Fong-yun, the effect will be different. What's different? Solian asked. Love for his son, do you understand? Chi Pei was kidnapped to the north of Burma. In critical condition. The old thing loved his son so much that he personally came to rescue him, and as a result, he accidentally lost his life in the Yellow Springs. And then when Chi Pei returned home, she was devastated to learn that she had killed her dad. So where would she have the heart to take over the company? Then wouldn't I be able to take over the company as a matter of course? When I take over the company, I'll deliberately find out that it was Boss Yu who killed the old thing and urge Chi Pei to come and take revenge. Chi Pei, a second little cutie. How can he be a match for Boss Yu? He'll be screwed in 2 or 3 blows. And then you say, won't the entire Chi family become mine? Chi Jung-ha said happily. Hi, just hi. Why didn't I think of that? Su Lin gave him a thumbs up. But there's another problem here. You sent someone to kidnap Chi Pei. It's impossible to leave no clues at all. There are always clues to look for. You're not afraid of being found out. There are 2 sides to this story. Chi Jung-ha stretched out 2 fingers and said with a smile, firstly, several of them have never appeared in the country except for the time they kidnapped Chi Pei. No matter who investigates it, it's not related to me at all. Secondly, the old thing and Chippy are both dead, and in northern Burma, so there's no one left in their family. So who's going to look into it? Pray tell? Still, you're tough. I wouldn't have thought to go here. Solian sighed. He looked at the few people in the room. So, it was you guys who kidnapped Chi Pei that day? The woman licking her lips laughed. Yeah. What? You still want to avenge him? Let's pick a place to fight one-on-one. After saying that, he took a sip of wine and licked his lips at Su Lin again. That's not urgent. It's okay to talk about it later. Su Lin shrugged and asked her. You keep licking your lips at me. Do you want to me? I'm not a random person. Have to pay. Pust. The woman spat out a mouthful of wine and nearly choked. Everyone else in the room stifled their laughter. It was the first time they had ever seen the woman suffer. Chi Jung-ha also laughed. Alright, you're quite beautiful in this state of mind, but it doesn't matter anymore. We'll send you down there in a while, and you won't have to suffer in this earthly world anymore. You're a nice guy. Su Lin rolled his eyes and asked him. Last question. Where is your father? Alive or dead? Not dead. I have to avoid suspicion, yes, understand. I nominally chased to the north of Burma because I was worried about the safety of Chi Pei and my old man. I have to wait for me to leave before Boss Yu can do anything. Are you sure Boss Tor listens to you that much? Su Lin asked curiously. I have an agreement with him, understand. When I take over the company, I will help him to wash Q. Will also help him to transport piglets from the country. We too have interests, understand. Between people and people, the most solid relationship is interest. So, you've helped him with these things before? Su Lin asked again. That's for sure. Why else would he be willing to do my job for me? Chi Jung-ha said. Originally this matter is quite seamless. Who knows you also followed? You say you superfluous? That's rather redundant. But I recorded everything you just said. And I'll give it to my police uncle when I get back. Chi Jung-ha laughed. You think I don't know? That recorder in your pocket is as loud as a tractor. When we are deaf, I thought it was quite hidden. Su Lin helplessly took out the recorder and turned off the power. Alright, don't put aside the nonsense here. After teasing the little cutie for a while, I'm in a much better mood now that I'm about to lose my dad. Chi Jung-ha waved his hand. Do it. Be clean. After that, he walked out on his own. I'll do it. This kid dares to molest my old lady. I have to show him what I'm made of. The woman who licked her lips volunteered with blood daozi. Okay, get your hands dirty. We've got work to do. Zhang Jian barked a word and led the others out as well. The woman fished out a dagger from behind her back and sneered as she walked up to Su Lin, rubbing the dagger against his face. I thought you were quite handsome, but how dare you lick your lips like me? Are you a mother or not? Su Lin said with a straight face. Why can't I lick my lips if I have them? You have the guts to lick them too. The woman choked, not understanding for a moment what Su Lin was trying to convey. Zhang Jian shouted outside. Will you hurry up? The woman didn't want to, and said to Solian, I was going to keep you for fun, but I don't like pussies, so you can go to hell. After saying that, she drew her strength, and a knife was stuck in her own leg, and her face still had a hideous expression to ask Su Lin, well, did it hurt? Regret it now? Su Lin with look at the little cutie. Looking at her as if she was a little cutie. You stabbed your own leg. What the hell am I hurting? What owns? The woman froze. A little confused. But just then she suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from her thigh and looked down. What's going on? The woman was confused. Su Lin said with pain, look at you. If you don't lick, you don't have to lick. You don't have to stab yourself. How painful it is. Asterisk 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 Q. The woman endured the pain and pulled out the dagger, swung round and stabbed it towards her own other leg, straight through. It was too ruthless. Su Lin couldn't even look at her anymore and helped her pull out the dagger. The result was a sudden flow of blood and a red leg. Oy vey, she shivered in pain. Oops, sorry, I forgot I couldn't pull it out. Let me plug it back in for you. Saying that, Surin plunged the dagger into her leg again. End of chapter. Chapter 113, how much did you get in the language test? Can't tell the difference between a man and a woman? The woman sat on the floor screaming in pain. Zhang Jian was still screaming outside. Mad. What time is it? You still don't forget to have a good time. You're so addicted to horses. Ha, grass. Hurry up. We're waiting for you outside. There were footsteps outside, and several people were walking away. After a long time of slowing down, looking at the smiling Su Lin, the woman on the ground was dumbfounded. What's going on? Have I been blinded by beauty? Why did I stab myself in the leg twice? Is he that attractive? She forced the pain to climb up, and originally wanted to draw out the dagger and then give Su Lin a bit, but the pain did not pull out, and could only pick up an ashtray from the side, and smashed her own head at once. Aha! She screamed again, covering her head and crouching on the floor. Su Lin touched her head, heartbroken, said, Line. I don't lick my lips line. You don't make the mistake of hitting your own. Good guy. Such a big ashtray. Just hit yourself on the head. How expensive. Look at it. The ashtray is chipped. I slot you. You. The woman trembled in pain and kept cursing Su Lin. Su Lin sighed. I know you kinda wanna groove me, but I can't right now. How about tonight? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Naya. The woman finally cursed the complete sentence. Look at you. I told you not to curse. Why are you still cursing? How bad is that? Let me help you change that. Solian grabbed her hair and lifted her face to his own. What a pretty face. Too bad. When he finished, he pressed the woman's hair and clunked his mouth against the corner of the coffee table. All the teeth in his mouth were disliked and flew out, and the blood inside his mouth flowed out crazily. Sulin disliked the woman several more times in a row, disliking her so much that she almost died in place. Aha! The woman let out a heartbreaking scream, like a dying dog. The shout was so loud that Zhang Jian finally realized something was wrong and led a junior to rush in. One look around the room confused people. No! You guys are playing so hard to get? Are you bleeding from your mouths? But he immediately realized something was wrong and shouted, Slot! Something's wrong. Pull out a dick and kill him. Without saying a word, that little brother took out a pistol from his waist, and bang 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 emptied his magazine at the woman on the ground. The woman had been shot several times and was bleeding all over. She had been thankful for it, but now the person was dumbfounded. Good guy. I was still saving my life, but now I don't have to call an ambulance at all. You guys are really good at saving money. And you. With the last of her strength she looked at the minion and was furious. How much did you get on the language test? Can't you tell the difference between a man and a woman? If you can't, let's look it up in the dictionary. Don't hit it out of the park. It's gonna get people killed. Her eyes closed with hatred. Zhang Jianren went crazy and grabbed the gun and kicked the leg of the little brother next to him, making him sit on the ground. What the hell? Did I tell you to kill Bao's sister? What's wrong with you guys? That little brother was also confused. Obviously he was running towards Surin. How come his head was confused and he hit Sister Bao? What are you doing? Who the hell told you to start shooting? What's going on? Hearing the gunshots, Qi Jianghe furiously led his men to rush in. As a result, when he took a look at the scene, the person was also stupid and directly pulled out his gun and aimed it at Zhang Jian. A few junior brothers saw that the boss had aimed his gun at Zhang Jian, so we couldn't lag behind, and hurriedly all pulled out their guns and aimed them at Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian, you stepped on the horse. Why? You want to kill her? Qi Jianghe pointed his gun at Zhang Jian and asked nervously. Hearing Su Lin almost did not hold back. Good guy. You stepped horse raper. This broken sentence breaks. I am not me boss. Su Lin shouted. Zhang Jian, you don't have to be afraid of him. The two of us combined number of people is not as much as the other side. But you needn't be afraid of him. I'll give you the money I promised. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Jian, you stepped back against the water? Qi Jianghe became furious when he heard this. and the bullet was loaded and aimed directly at Zhang Jian's head. It wasn't me. I didn't. He's talking nonsense. He killed the man. Zhang Jian was all wrong to death and kicked the little brother next to him. Quickly say, Sister Bao was killed by you. Sitting on the ground, the little brother just wanted to speak. Su Lin said, one person does everything for one person. With me, Zhang Jian, you do not need to be afraid of anything. Kill it. See what he Qi Zhenghe can do. Can Ning shut up? Zhang Jian was almost mad by Su Lin, raised his gun and fired a shot at the little brother on the ground. Bang! The shot went sideways, and the little brother on the ground cried out in pain as he covered his crotch. Can you get it right? Don't insult people like that. My second brother, Zhang Jian. Good. I've long seen that you're not right. You step on the horse and put the gun down. Qi Zhenghe's face was tense. He never expected that Zhang Jian would turn against him at the critical moment. What's this about? He's usually treated him well. Did they find out about playing with his wife? No boss, I didn't. Zhang Jian was also dumbfounded and his person was dumbfounded. Who knows what's going on? He was clearly going to hit Surin, but how did he end up shooting at his little brother? Qi Zhenghe. I'm telling you. Zhang Jian is called abandoning the dark side. He will act as a tainted witness. You guys are already surrounded by him. Why don't you hurry up and surrender? Su Lin shouted at the top of his voice. Father, living father, can't I just call you dad? Can you shut up? Zhang Jianrun is going crazy, and he can't wait to sew up Su Lin's mouth, saying that I surrounded a gripping surrounded by myself. Zhang Jian, dare you wait for me here where? Don't forget, your wife and child are still in my hands. Qi Zhenghe was furious. He had always treated Zhang Jian as his beloved, but he had never expected that he would be the first to turn against him. Paralyzed and pissed off. No, boss, I really didn't. And I don't know what's going on. Zhang Jian anxiously explained. Sister Bao was killed by Biaozi. It has nothing to do with me. I rushed in with him when he rushed in. He rushed Sister Bao, fired a few shots and killed Sister Bao. It really wasn't me. Big brother, think about it. I have no reason to kill Sister Bao, right? Biao is the little brother who was covering his second brother and crying. At those words, Qi Zhenghe developed a trace of doubt. Zhang Jian was right. He really didn't have any reason to kill anyone. Even if it is a backlash, it won't be chosen at this time. It doesn't make sense at all. Is there really something else going on? Biaozi, did you kill the man? Qi Zhenghe asked, pointing at Biaozi on the ground. Big brother, can you call an ambulance for me first? I think my second brother can still be resuscitated. The little brother covered his crotch and cried. As a result, before he could even finish his sentence, Zhang Jian stomped on a pile of blood silk paste pulling on the ground and directly stepped on it to explode. Biaozi instantly exploded. And not caring about the pain, a tiger leap pounced between the legs of the dumbfounded Zhang Jian, and opened his mouth to bite on it. Zhang Jian WCNMLGB. You don't let labor be a man. I won't let you be a man either. He roared with frantic fury. End of chapter. Chapter 114. There's a sickness. Ning guys are sick. Zhang Jianrun was mad with pain and numb. Nonsense. You're numb even if you've suffered so much. It's just too much to bear. He picked up his pistol and clunked it into Biaozi's head, a few times, but Biaozi was determined not to let him have a good time, and he was dead set on not letting go, but instead pushed harder. Then, Ka-ching, Biaozi, suck it, Zhang Jian, bang! He finally couldn't hold back the pain and shot Pio, sending him to his death. At the last moment of life, Biaozi excluded all difficulties, through hardships. Thud, swallowed, what a ing stench. Pio closed his eyes in satisfaction and died happily. Zhang Jian was rolling on the ground in pain. The blood between his straddle was bubbling out like a faucet, gurgling and gurgling, making Qi Zhenghe and the other juniors look dumbfounded, feeling a cold chill in his crotch. How did this happen after just a few minutes? There's a ghost. Zhang Jian was still rolling on the ground, but Qi Zhenghe felt that he could no longer live. As a man, what's the point of living without your second brother? Su Lin cried out in pain. Zhang Jian, you can't fall down. You stand up, although you don't have a second brother, but you still have a big brother. Your big brother will take care of your wife and children. Your big brother still has a second brother. Groove. No one thinks you're dumb if you don't speak. Qi Zhenghe was furious and rushed over to snatch the gun from Zhang Jian's hand. You too, hurry up and carry him out and bandage him. He ordered his two little brothers to say yes. The two little brothers were obedient, and immediately ran over and lifted up Sister Bao, and ran out. Wait, you guys, stepped on the horse's brain has a hole, is not it? You've got a brain, don't you? You've got a brain in your head, don't you? Chi Jiangha angry blood pressure rises. Rushed to the two little brother roared, I am the horse let you lift sister Bao? She has turned into a corpse. What are you guys doing lifting her? I told you to carry Zhang Jian out to get her bandaged. The other minions were also confused and dumbfounded as they looked at the two. I thought to myself, could it be that the admiration for Sister Bao in their hearts is out of control? Even the corpses are not spared? Ha! The two little brothers were also confused. What's going on here? They're obviously carrying Zhang Jian. When did it become Sister Bao? I can't. So they hurriedly threw down the body of Sister Bao, and then lifted Sister Bao's body, and they were ready to run out. Next to Zhang Jian, he was shaking with anger. You guys are stepping on the horse. On purpose, aren't you? Deliberately, isn't it? Groove. Enough is enough. So damn enough. Chi Jianghe was angry and trembled, and his blood pressure was 208. Are you guys doing a skit here? What's the point of going back and forth? The two little brothers took a look. And not? How did you lift Bao's body again? Is there really a ghost? Terrified, the two men threw away Bao's body for the second time and turned to carry Zhang Jian. I lifted the right one this time. But Zhang Jian let out a heart-rending scream, and not being able to hold back, he finally fainted. You, treadmill, trough. Chi Jianghe angry words cannot say out, holding the gun aimed at the two little brother, held back several times. At least hold back, did not shoot. Su Lin was laughing so hard on the side that he couldn't even straighten his back. He found this mind control so much fun, even though it was only for a short 3 seconds. But when used properly, it's just about everything. It's ing awesome. Grass. It's all you scum. It's all you. Chi Jianghe finally reacted to the fact that there was an outsider at the scene. Trembling with anger, he aimed his gun at Su Lin. Su Lin looked innocent. And no, I didn't do anything. Chi Jianghe gasped a sneer. What are you stepping horse did not do? Nothing to do Zhang Jian how to die. Zhang Jian said weakly on the ground. Old boss, I am not dead yet. It can still be saved. Just after the words were said, the little brother next to him picked up the dagger on the ground and rushed to stab him several times in the chest. Zhang Jian was dumbfounded. Ah, trough. You, ma. Then it went black and there was no more breath. The two little brothers took a look. And oh my god. Stupid. 4 eyes, 2 faces. Chi Jianghe looked at the scene happening in front of him, instantly sending chills down his spine and all over his body. The moment he finally realized, as an afterthought, that something was wrong. You, he pointed at Su Lin in horror. It's all you. You did it, right? You're a ghost. You're a ghost. Su Lin said sadly. What are you talking about, silly child? You are overwhelmed by grief. Right. Your father, I am obviously a decent person. How can I be a ghost? Chi Jianghe pointed at Su Lin. But Su Lin interrupted him. Well, many of your father's friends are here today, so you have to treat them as if they were your own family. What the hell? Chi Jianghe was confused. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? And where are my dad's friends? But just as he thought about it, he saw a junior walking straight towards him, then swinging his arm up and slapping him in the face with a big slap. Snap! Chi Jianghe was slapped dumbfounded and foolishly looked at the little brother. The little brother was also dumbfounded, standing there motionless as if petrified. A few seconds later, Chi Jianghe reacted and instantly exploded. Trough Nima, how dare you hit me? Ah, it wasn't me, boss. It wasn't me. The little brother hurriedly defended himself. Boom boom boom. Where could Chi Jianghe listen to his explanation? He directly fired and shot the little brother into a hornet's nest. As a result, just after the fight, another junior brother came over, then swung his arm and also slapped Chi Jianghe's face. Snap! Grass! You die too! Chi Jianghe exploded with anger and shot again, sending that little brother to his death. Then a third minion walked up. Before he could speak, bang bang! Chi Jianghe struck first and shot instantly. Just after the fight, a fourth minion came up and swung his arm around and slapped him across the face. Chi Jianghe simply mad. Pick up the ground AK, crazy sweeping the remaining little brother crying father and mother. And finally all became his gun under the dead soul. I'll let you hit me again. I'll let you hit me again. Chi Jianghe emptied his magazines, and the man was about to collapse, half kneeling on the ground and using his gun as a crutch, panting for breath. Woof! One of the dogs he kept came over, then swung his front paw and slapped Chi Jianghe in the face. Ah! They're sick! They're sick! Niners are sick! Chi Jianghe was completely broken down by the dog and cried on his knees. End of chapter. Chapter 115. Are you a human or a ghost? The scene in the gilded cottage was very eerie at the moment. Chi Jianghe knelt on the ground and lost his voice, and a large wolf dog squatted next to him and spat out its tongue. The ground was full of bodies, and blood was flowing in lakes. Su Lin, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa in a good mood, crossing his legs and watching the show. There was a cigar smoking in his hand. After crying for half a day, Chi Jung-ha finally remembered something and looked up at Su Lin with red eyes. It's all you. It's all your fault. Labor kills you. With that, he picked up the dagger on the ground, pounced in front of Su Lin, and then in a flash he stuck it in his leg. A sharp pain struck. Chi Jung-ha knelt in front of Su Lin dazedly, looking at his hands incredulously. Su Lin puffed a smoke ring in his face and said faintly, "If I didn't want to keep you so that kid Chi Pei could beat you up himself, do you think you could be alive right now?" When the voice entered his ears, Chi Jung-ha felt like he had been poured down with a bucket of cool water, instantly chilling his body. "Did you? This really you? Did this?" He looked at Su Lin in horror. "What? Don't believe me?" Su Lin smiled and glanced at Chi Jung-ha. Chi Jung-ha then raised his hand and forcefully slapped himself twice. Enormous fear surged out of Chi Jung-ha's heart like a flash flood, no longer able to be suppressed, causing his body to tremble violently. "Are you a human or a ghost? Didn't I tell you? Why are you still asking?" Su Lin smiled and patted his face. "You're overwhelmed by grief, aren't you? Your father. I'm an honest-to-goodness stern ghost. How can I be a human being?" Poof! Chi Jung-ha's eyes went black and he fell to the ground. When the miserable Chi Fangyun and Xiao Li, as well as the 4 bodyguards who had a great life, were brought to the villa by Chi Jung-ha's men, they were all stunned by the sight before them. The bodies on the floor were neatly yards and stacked in the corner. All the guns were also laid out in a row on the coffee table. Surin sat on the couch smoking a cigar and playing with a gun. Chi Jung-ha, on the other hand, was kneeling straight on Su Lin's side holding an ashtray in both hands. His eyes were dull, his face was swollen into a pig's head, and his legs were full of blood. As soon as Chi Fangyun saw Chi Jung-ha, he froze. "River, why are you here?" After saying this, he looked at Su Lin. "Xiao Lin, Jung-ha, he offended you? I'll apologize to you on his behalf." Chi Jung-ha's eyes narrowed. Surin lowered his gun. "Don't rush to make amends on his behalf just yet. Do you want to hear what he's done first?" "Him?" Chi Fangyun froze and looked at Chi Jung-ha once again. Surin kicked Chi Jung-ha with his foot. "Speak up, great conspirator." Chi Jung-ha laughed miserably. When it came down to it, he knew he had failed. But clearly, he was very close to succeeding. Very, very close. If it's not Surin, if it wasn't for this living hell. But it was too late to say anything now. Defeat was defeat. And he wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose. It's a big deal to pay for his life. "I did it all. I kidnapped my brother." Chi Jung-ha began to narrate his plans. From the very beginning of his dissatisfaction with Chi Fangyun, all the way to his cooperation with Yu Flying Fox. From cultivating his own cronies in the company and talking about building up his power in northern Burma. From developing a mind to seize power. It talked about kidnapping Chi Pei. Finally, it went straight to taking out Chi Fangyun. As Chi Jung-ha narrated, Chi Fangyun's mouth gradually opened wide, and the expression on his face changed from anger to shock, and then from shock to fear, and then from fear to pain. In the end, the expressions on Chi Fangyun's face all mixed together, turning into a look that no one could tell. "Chi Jung-ha, you asshole." The one who spoke was Xiao Li. He pointed at Chi Jung-ha and shivered with anger, his eyes glaring round. "The boss treats you well? I can't imagine that you're a wolf. You even dare to kidnap young Master Chi Pei. Are you still a person?" Chi Jung-ha smiled miserably and lowered his head. "What's the use of talking about this now? I failed, I admit it. You guys want to kill or die, whatever." Xiao Li, however, was still furious. "Chi Jung-ha, in vain the boss treats you as if you were his own. Is this how you repay the boss?" A sneer flashed across Chi Jung-ha's face. "Pro-life? If he treats me as his own, why would he leave all the good things to his younger brother? Why? And specialize in Zhangcheng to open up territories for him?" Li's face turned red with anger and growled. You asshole, do you know that the newly opened up industries in Zhangcheng City are all prepared for you?" "What?" Chi Jung-ha jerked his head up. "Little Li, stop it." Chi Fanyu let out a long sigh. "No, boss, you let me finish." Xiao Li was trembling with anger. "Chi Jung-ha, you ungrateful thing. The boss never treated you as an adopted son. He never treated you as his own. He handed over the Green Vines industry to young Master Pei because that side of the industry was already mature. Young Master Chi Pei is not as talented at doing business as you are, and is suitable for keeping things going. And the real estate, factories, and superstores in Zhangcheng City are all going to be given to you, because your business acumen is far superior to that of young Master Pei. And Zhangcheng's industry is the company's mainstay. Do you know that the boss has already drafted the document? Waiting for the next board of directors to announce it. But you..." Xiao Li's face was filled with anger, itching to rush up and beat up Chi Jung-ha. But you, look what you've done. Chi Junha looked at Chi Fongyun, his voice trembling. Dad, what he said is true. Chi Fongyun let out a long sigh and slowly nodded his head. Junha, I've never treated you as an adopted son. You and Xiao Pei are both my sons. How can I favor one over the other? You confused. Chi Junha froze, kneeling there as if he had turned into a stone statue, no longer able to move. Time passed and the room was quiet as hell. After an unknown amount of time, Chi Junha finally moved. He slowly stood up, dragging his injured leg, and walked over to Chi Fongyun. Then, just like that, he knelt in front of him, tears streaming down his face. Dad, I was wrong. Chi Junha cried, crying his heart and soul, crying at the top of his voice. River, you confused. Chi Fongyun was also in old tears. At this moment, he looked like he had aged a dozen years, his face full of sadness and his body hunched over. The offspring are killing each other, which is really an unacceptable human tragedy for an old man in his 60s. In this moment, he also regretted it, regretting that he should have told Chi Junha about his arrangement earlier. Then there probably wouldn't have been so many things behind. Looking at the tears on Chi Fongyun's face, Chi Junha regretted it. He finally regretted it. Everything stems from jealousy. Everything stems from injustice. But when he realized that this jealousy, this injustice was all just a figment of his imagination, Chi Junha's heart broke down. It hurts. It hurts too much. A scene from his childhood flashed before his eyes like a movie. Remorse began to tear at his insides like a heart-eating viper, causing him pain. Let him never have the courage to live again. Dad, take care of yourself and say sorry to Pei for me. He laughed miserably, and with tears in his eyes, he stabbed the dagger hidden in his sleeve, hard, into his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 116. Why is it that bad people are always more comfortable than good people? Chi Junha is dead. Surin didn't stop him. Chi Fongyun didn't have time to stop it, because perhaps death was the best ending for him. Otherwise, he simply couldn't face Chi Fongyun and Chi Pei, brothers taking over the throne. This is supposed to be a human tragedy. As the losing party, Chi Junha could only wash away his sins with the end of his life. This was something that Su Lin, a psychopath, knew, and Chi Fongyun, a normal person, also knew. You knew that we couldn't leave? You have long guessed that this is all River's doing? After settling Chi Junha's corpse, Chi Fongyun, who was full of old tears, stared at Su Lin for a long time before asking in a trembling voice. Su Lin laughed. What are you talking about? How could I possibly know that the mastermind behind this is Chi Junha? Don't forget, I'm a psychopath. What kind of psycho is you? You have the nerve to say you're a psycho? On the sidelines, Li bristled. If all psychopaths were like Surin, then normal people wouldn't hang around. Hearing Su Lin's denial, Chi Junha silently closed his eyes, and only opened them again after a long time. Are you really nuts? Su Lin laughed. That's of course. As fake, there is also a certificate of murder does not have to go to jail. Seeing Chi Fongyun looking at the corpse in the corner, Su Lin explained again. You cannot misunderstand. These people are not I killed. They play each other's wives. Was found annoyed. Kill each other? I persuaded did not persuade They do not listen to me but also to kill me. There is no way. I can only watch them die. I don't believe you. Chi Fongyun recalled the unbelievable scene he had seen when he had faced Huang Ying. Now what? What to do? He took a deep breath and asked. Wait for the birthday banquet of that old thing. You flying fox. I'll go discuss with him and see if I can release Chi Pei. Is that what you were there to discuss? Chi Fongyun shook his head. That is fine. Chi Pei will be handed over to you. I want to take Zhang He back to the country first. He couldn't help much anyway, so he might as well just go back home. Solom was right about one thing. By staying here, they are a liability. No problem. I can really go back this time. I'll bring Chi Pei back when I turn around. Su Lin nodded. Chi Fongyun and the others went back, so he wouldn't have to be distracted from worrying about them. After all, Chi Pei had the tracking charm to take care of her, and she had a substitute doll to watch over her, so nothing would happen. But Chi Fongyun was different. In case something happened when he wasn't in front of him, there was no way he could save him. Surin. Before leaving, Chi Fongyun turned over. Surin looked at him. Chi Fongyun was silent for a moment and said, Chi Pei is lucky to have a big brother like you. Thank you. After saying that, he held Chi Junha's corpse and turned around without looking back. Zippy's blessing? But Su Lin laughed. If you knew how many beatings Zippei took from me back in the mental hospital, you probably wouldn't say that. And just as Su Lin was waiting for the You Flying Fox birthday banquet to begin, on the Zhongcheng side of the Dragon Kingdom, Huorong, however, was sent to the hospital's resuscitation room. The reason is overhead throwing. A glass thrown from upstairs hit Huarong's head. At that time, Huarong was shopping with Lily Huang and happened to pass by a residential building on the street. After the glass hit Huarong's head, she collapsed on the spot. Huang Lily screamed in fear, reacted and immediately raised her head to look upwards, and saw that only one of the windows on the 7th floor was open, and a teenage boy spitting out his tongue and making faces at Huang Lily, holding another cup in his hand. Huang Lily could not care much, rushed to call an ambulance, at the same time reported to the police. After Huarong was sent to the hospital and entered the resuscitation room, the police also came looking for her. Lily Huang told the situation, and the police immediately went to adjust the surveillance. But unfortunately, the surveillance at the place of the incident are ordinary security surveillance. There is no surveillance aimed at the upper floors specifically to film objects thrown from a height. So the footage only captured the glass hitting Huarong, but not which family threw it. I know which house threw it. I'll take you there. Once Huarong was temporarily out of danger, an indignant Lily Huang led the police to the family. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman with slightly hanging eyes. Who opened the door? Changed her face and asked with glaring eyes, "Who are you looking for?" Huang Lily ignored her. Her eyes darted inside, and with a glance, she saw the kid who had thrown the cup at that time. The forehead is protruding and the face looks like a dead fish. That's him, that's what he threw downstairs. Huang Lily pointed at the dead fish-faced child and screamed. Hanging slightly eyes looked flustered and shouted at the top of her voice, "What nonsense! When did my son throw anything? Food can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I clearly saw it, when he took 2 cups and made faces at me." Lily Huang shouted in exasperation, "Bitch, you keep talking and I'll rip your mouth off." Hanging slight eyes furiously rushed over and tried to hit Lily Huang. The policeman stopped her and said with a cold face, "All settle down first, whether it's true or not. Wait for our investigation result. Come with us first." Hanging slightly eyes this time did not dare to make a move, and his eyes looked at Huang Lily with a sinister look. That dead fish-faced waif was behind her making faces at Lily Huang with full attention. "You're drooling and you don't even know how to wipe it off." Undeterred, Lily Huang glared back. Subsequently, Hanging slightly eyes and the boy, as well as Huang Lily, were all taken to the police station to be investigated. But unfortunately, because there was no direct evidence, and because the same cup was not found in the family's home, there was no way to prove that the cup was thrown by them. And because Huang Lily was anxious about Huarong at that time, she didn't care about the cup that hit Huarong at that time, and when she thought about it, the cup broken pieces had already disappeared. Not only that, according to the investigation, that dead fish face is 14 years old this year, but he is a super male child with a license. Intellectual development is said to be equivalent only to that of a child of 3 or 4 years of age. Lacking direct evidence, the police had no choice but to release the man. Lily Huang was anxious. Should we just watch them get away with it? Hanging eyes bared his teeth and was not happy. Who said who was at large? Do you have evidence? If you have evidence, you can go to the police. No evidence, you give me a little piece, and then nonsense tear your mouth. You. Lily Huang was furious. The policeman blocked between the two. Alright, this is a police station. Watch your language. You go back first. Hanging a little eye which sneered and took his son away. After they left, Huang Lily's eyes were red with anxiety. Is there no way out? The policeman spread his hands. The point is that there is no evidence. And if you can't, you'll have to sue the whole residential building out of the police station. It turned out that the hanging slight eyes came over with a baby to threaten Huang Lily. You, how dare you mess with our family? You wait for me. I'll find someone to wheel you. Huang Lily was furious. It's obvious that you guys threw something and hit someone, and you still won't admit it? Ha! The middle-aged woman laughed, stared at Lily Huang and said, "It was my son who threw it." What? You bit me. You dead. Do you have proof? Even if there is evidence, so what? My son is mentally ill and it's not even illegal to kill someone. She was full of concern and said, "Now isn't that just throwing things at people? It's not like they're dead. Are you guilty of getting us in trouble like that?" When he said this, that dead fish face stared at Huang Lily and heatedly smiled. His eyes were lewd, just as if Huang Lily had no clothes on, making her feel a chill run through her body. Do you have any humanity left? Lily Huang was shaking with anger. Human performance is worth a few bucks. Little, I'm telling you, if you ever trouble us again, I'll make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Do you believe me? The middle-aged woman said with a glare. I will definitely not let you go. Lily Huang said. Humph, toast to toast. You wait for me. The middle-aged woman glared fiercely at Lily Huang, led her son, and wiggled her ass away. Then just 2 days later, something happened to Lily Huang. She was blocked in an alley and had a broken leg. Neither the direct victim, Huarong, nor the indirect victim, Huang Lily, had told Su Lin about this matter. He knew about it still from his classmates' group. At that time, the students in the group of students were furious, shouting and screaming to seek justice for Lily Huang and Huarong. But it's all thunder and no rain. Not even one could be found who could really stand up for the two. Su Lin immediately called Huang Lily. On the phone, Huang Lily cried, unable to catch her breath. Su Lin, I'm not in pain. I'm not angry. I just can't understand. Why? Why do bad people always live more comfortably than good people? Tell me, why is this? Why is all this? Next to her, Huarong's sobs came and went. After Su Lin was silent for a long time, he only said, wait for me to come back. End of chapter. Chapter 117. So next, please feel the hell. Father, ahead is the Flying Tiger Villa. None of us can bring weapons this time. We have to be careful. There is also something. Before a huge manor, Huang Ying in the car rolled her eyes and said. Su Lin looked at him. If you have an ass, let it go. Huang Ying begged. Father, after this time, can you let me go? Release you? Su Lin said indifferently. What? Do you think that father is treating you badly? No no no. Huang Ying waved his hand repeatedly, and was on the verge of crying. Father is very good to me, but the child has grown up, and always has to be independent. So much for reason. Su Lin stroked his chin and nodded. Then we'll see how you perform. Perform well and I'll let you be independent. Okay, Dad, just watch. Huang Ying was instantly happy, thinking that he could finally leave this living hell. What a life he's been living all this time. Ouch. It's a tear to say the least. Today I finally got a promise from this living hell. Bear with it, and bear with it a little longer and it will pass. He decided that once Surin agreed to let him go, he would immediately go far away and never return to northern Burma. Looking at Huang Ying's happy appearance, Su Lin shook his head in amusement, but in his heart, he was thinking of something else. Mind control is a god skill. That's true. The problem, however, is that it is not without limitations. During this period of time, after Su Lin had continuously used his mind control to kill in a big way, he was finally shocked to discover a fact. Continuous use of mind control lowers one's mental power ceiling. That's right. He originally had a mental power cap of 14 points. But today, it's down to 10 points. A whopping 4 points less. At first he hadn't noticed, and by the time he did, it was too late. It was only after asking the system that he realized that it wasn't just the mind control skill. In fact, all of his skills consumed mental energy when he used them. But there is a difference in this consumption. If the skill is not used frequently, then the consumption of mental energy, which is a renewable consumption, can be recovered slowly. And if the skill is used frequently within a short period of time, then it will result in a non-renewable depletion of mental power, leading to a direct deduction of the mental power ceiling. For example, his frequent use of mind control during this time had resulted in a non-renewable drain that deducted 4 points of his mental power. This gave Solam a heartache. One should know that 4 points of spiritual power was almost equivalent to his reward for completing a quest. That's too high a price to pay. If he had known about this restriction, he wouldn't have played so much. Paralyzed. System, you didn't say so earlier. Solian thought with tears in his eyes. Learning from the pain, in order to avoid such a situation in the future, Su Lin asked the system in detail about skill consumption. The response I got was that skills and skills consume mental energy differently. Some less, some more. For example, the consumption of pain slaps on mental energy is minimal, and even if he uses it hundreds of times in a row in a very short period of time, there is basically no non-renewable depletion. And he now had a total of 4 skills, and the consumption of mental energy for them was in order from least to most. Painful slap, honest iron fist, hellish illusion, mind control. Mind control was surprisingly the most mentally draining, higher than even hell's illusion. Surin was depressed, but thinking about it, after all, the effect of mind control was too counterintuitive. Once it was turned on at full power, it was basically like a god, omnipotent. It would be too buggy to use without restrictions. It seems that in the future, we have to use it leisurely. It's kind of a big killer. It's better not to use it unless it's a critical moment. Solian thought silently. Between thoughts, their car had already arrived at the entrance of the Flying Tiger Villa. You Flying Fox in the north of Myanmar's face is very big, so today there are especially many people. The door is full of all kinds of luxury cars. Many people get off the car to greet each other. Huang Ying drove a BMW. Exactly what model Su Lin did not know, but could see that this car was simply not enough to look at here. This was evident from the fact that Huang Ying had parked his car far away. All the people here today are bosses from all walks of life in northern Maine, as well as people from the ZF. Huang Ying explained when he saw Su Lin sizing up a few people in military uniforms. Su Lin didn't comment. and Huang Ying walked toward the gate. Because it is the birthday banquet of you flying fox, all the people who come today are not allowed to bring guns. If they do, they have to be handed over to the door to be guarded, and then come back to collect them after the birthday banquet is over. In fact, given the power of the Flying Fox Tour, basically no one here today carries a gun. The bodyguards and guards were not allowed to enter either, and they all stood guard at the door. Su Lin and Huang Ying arrived at the door. Huang Ying nodded and presented the invitation, and after being searched to make sure there were no weapons, he was allowed to enter the inside of the lodge. As a result, I didn't expect that just after entering the mountain village, the system that had been silent for a long time sent out a prompt. Ding! Sin detected. System releases special mission, Mission 5, punish the leader of the electric scam and his accomplices. Mission completion, 0%. Completion of tasks will be rewarded accordingly. Note, during the special mission, the host will receive attribute bonuses. The specific bonus can be viewed by yourself. Ding! Bounty quest refreshed. Reward mission, Electric Swindler's Heart of Remorse and Fear. Submission reward, minimum 2,000 Hades value. Maximum 20,000 Hades value. Will you take the assignment? Su Lin froze slightly. He hadn't had a mission released by the system since he'd entered northern Maine, and he'd thought he was going to do it for nothing this time. I didn't realize it was waiting for him here. Immediately, he sank his mind into the system space. Once he looked at the mission, Su Lin was directly happy. He had thought that this electric blackmailer spoken of in the system quest referred solely to you flying fox. I didn't realize it was misunderstood. The electric extortionists in the mission, surprisingly, included you flying fox, a total of 7 well-known electric extortion leaders in northern Maine, and their numerous key henchmen. The combined number exceeds hundreds. It was worth mentioning that today, all of these people were concentrated within the Flying Fox Villa to celebrate the birthday of you flying fox. After reading the mission, Su Lin sort of understood. No wonder the system was releasing missions at this time, so it was trying to catch them all in one go. Bad enough, but I like it. Solely and hammed and hawed. He looked to the last statement of the system mission. Note, during the special mission, the host can obtain attribute bonuses, and the attribute bonus. What's a con? Su Lin began to check the attribute bonus. During the special mission, the host's strength, speed, and mental attributes receive a tenfold increase, effective for 10 hours. During the special mission, the effects of the host's skills will be increased tenfold for 10 hours. During the special mission, the host's skill consumption reduction is increased tenfold, effective for 10 hours. During the special mission, the effects of items used by the host are increased tenfold, effective for 10 hours. Work hard to become the king of living hell. Solian froze. This nifty is too counterintuitive, isn't it? All attributes, all skills, all items increase tenfold, not to mention, it's also virtually non-expendable. Is this a way for him to go on a killing spree today? Su Lin immediately checked his attribute panel and realized that his attributes had indeed received a huge increase. Power, 110. Speed, 130. Spirit, 100. Skills, Painful Slap, Honest Iron Fist, Hellish Illusion, Mind Control, Passive, Yin Yang Eyes, Items, Super Itchy Powder X4, Super Stink Pack X3, Substitute Mannequin X3, Free Attribute Points, 0, Yama Value, 13,255. It's nifty. Awesome. Su Lin gently clenched his fist and immediately felt the air between his fingers almost tear apart. This power is unbeatable. Su Lin felt a long-lost excitement. He also specifically checked the effects of spirit control and found that the control duration had become 30 seconds and the control range had increased to 150 meters, but the consumption of the skill for spirit power had been reduced to 1/10 of the original. In other words, as long as Su Lin was willing, within this range of 150 meters, he was a god. Phew. Su Lin gently exhaled, feeling the blood within his body begin to churn. It's so nice that the buffs are all stacked. North of Maine. Wire fraud. Triple whammy. Ha 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 ha. So next, my dear family, feel the hell. End of chapter. Chapter 118. This is the beginning of a self-inflicted death. Let's get out of here. Blocking the road. Huang Ying gently pulled Su Lin. Su Lin have been frozen here for half a day, blocking a lot of people. The guards over there are coming over. Only then did Su Lin come back to his senses, and after scanning his surroundings, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth once again. How nice. The system was so thoughtful, marking all the quest targets, and the people around him all had red hunting marks on their heads. Yes, great. Su Lin took a deep breath and strongly suppressed the blood that was churning within his body. It wasn't time yet. He had to wait until he had rescued Zippy and all of his targets had all arrived before he took them into hell. Go, he said, taking the lead and heading inside. Huang Ying hurriedly followed behind Su Lin. Only that lowered face revealed an expression of unknown significance. After taking a few steps inside, the first thing that came into view was a red-carpeted avenue. The avenue was over 100 meters long and over 10 meters wide, leading straight to a building at the end of the road. The red carpet was soft and very comfortable to step on. This is a valuable carpet from abroad. Flown in, not the usual stuff. Other than that, just this red carpet of more than 100 meters is a testament to the bravado of you flying fox. It's really worthy of being boss you. This bravado, Huang Ying couldn't help but say. Su Lin glanced at him. What? Envious? Huang Ying hurriedly compensated with a smile. No, 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 that's what I said. Su Lin looked at the top of his head. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and didn't say anything else. Huang Ying sensed Su Lin's smile and instantly felt creeped out. A strong uneasiness flooding his heart. Did he find out? Paying no more attention to Huang Ying, Su Lin secretly checked the tracking talisman's localization for Chi Pei. After entering the mountain village, the information of the tracer's talisman also changed and became more detailed. Status, sober, slightly injured, depressed, irritable, pining for Surin, pust. Su Lin almost didn't hold back. Nima, you also give me a miss. To the people who do not know that we think that we have sex that. Disgusting. Very disgusting. Su Lin decided that when he saw Chi Pei in a while, he would teach him a good lesson and kill this bad seedling, so that he wouldn't have any wild thoughts in the future. He looked at the location again. The location hadn't changed. It showed that it was still here, but exactly where it was, the tracer's talisman couldn't determine it anymore. After all, it's not like it's a satellite location. It's not very accurate. Following the flow of people inside, he reached the building in front of it a moment later, only to realize it was an immense hall. Once inside the hall, it was still carpeted and filled with round tables. Under the guidance of the etiquette lady, Su Lin and Huang Ying sat at a table at the main entrance. Su Lin specifically looked at the top of Miss Manner's head and found that there was no systematic marking, and it was on the head of the other man one step away from her. Su Lin finally understood why the system had specifically marked all the mission targets this time. It's the fear that he'll kill the innocent indiscriminately. Huang Ying whispered. With the specifications of our invitation, we can only sit here. Su Lin let out an "oh," ignored him and looked ahead with a flat expression. Directly in front of the hall was a podium with a microphone, which appeared to be ready to speak in a moment. Just below the podium are rows of tables set aside for guests to be seated. The back of the hall was basically full at this point, but most of the front seats were still being filled. There were guards with AKs all around the hall, keeping a wary eye on the guests in the hall. Su Lin measured the distance. This hall was huge, but it was still far from 150. In other words, at this moment, the entire hall was under the shroud of his mental control. He sulked slightly and looked to one of the minions furthest away from him. In the next second, the little brother's eyes glazed over and he slapped himself, then looked stupidly at his hand, not understanding why he suddenly hit himself for a moment. This action is very small. The people next to him thought he hit mosquitoes. They did not care. He thought about it for half a day and couldn't get the idea, so he didn't care, and just thought that he owed it to his own hand. Su Lin smiled and nodded in satisfaction. After about half an hour, the guests at the front finally arrived, and the hall was abuzz with people all greeting each other. After a few more moments, the music started and the crowd went silent. Immediately afterward, an old man with white hair slowly walked up to the podium like a star-crossed moon, surrounded by a team of loaded guards. Hello boss Tour. Hello boss you. Mr. You, do you still remember me? I'm Chang Fei. Everywhere he went, everyone stood up and greeted him. Everyone else applauded, and the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Huang Ying whispered, he is you Flying Fox, the master of Flying Fox Villa. Su Lin nodded and smiled as he looked at the large red mark on the head of the You Flying Fox. As the crowd watched, You Flying Fox went up to the stage with a smile on his face and began to speak. His speech is also nothing to say. Probably means that I old tour in the north of Burma sitting alone in the mountain village. Can have today's achievements, and you have nothing to do with. All because of me alone. You are all blessed to be here today for my birthday banquet. After the meal, we can talk openly and honestly to see how we can work together in the future with the clouds. It wasn't that Su Lin had gotten sidetracked with these words, but rather that's what he had said, which was indicative of his rampancy. The people in the hall also frowned when they heard it. After the speech, the dedication part comes next. That was the main purpose of the Flying Fox tour, to take advantage of the opportunity to collect a wave of gifts. Although his words were very nonchalant, there was no lack of people among the crowd who rushed to kiss ass. And naturally, they prepared their gifts early and sent them up one by one. Boss Lee from North Street, send 10 gold bars. Sister Hong from South Street, delivering cash millions. While delivering, someone else sang the gift, singing what the congregation had delivered. Su Lin listened to half a day, also did not hear what good things, all are some gold cash real estate and so on. Someone sent a statue of the goddess of mercy, said it was a Tang dynasty object. Yu Fly Fox is also quite unhappy. It seems that this old thing also like real gold and silver these. It was finally Huang Ying's turn. Huang Ying reached the front in a jog and handed over his gift. The ceremonial officer skimmed and sang airily. Huang Ying sends cash of $200,000. Huang Ying himself would not have been able to take the hand among these bosses, so it is okay to send 200,000 mean. After delivering the money, he was supposed to retire immediately, but for some reason, he didn't, and instead stood still over there. At this time, Swimming Flying Fox seemed to look at Su Lin's side intentionally or unintentionally, then slowly spoke. Boss Huang, I've heard that you've done something big these days. Mr. Tour, you mean? Huang Ying didn't seem surprised that Yu Flying Fox would open his mouth with a strange expression, and he even sneaked a glance over to Su Lin's side. Yu Flying Fox raised his eyes and said, I heard that Boss Huang sent all the piggies under his hand back to the Dragon Kingdom. What? Is Boss Huang trying to wash his hands of the gold? Sell us all off, and not work in our business anymore? The hall was instantly silent, and everyone looked at Huang Ying. Huang Ying accompanied with a smile and said, Boss, you are joking. How could I, Huang Ying, possibly do such a thing as selling my friends for honor? Yu Flying Fox sneered. Huang Ying, you think I'm joking with you? Don't think I don't know that you contacted the police across the street. What? Are you preparing to make an inside-out attack and wipe out all of us? As soon as these words came out, the dozen or so loaded guards behind him immediately raised their AKs and pointed them at Huang Ying. Huang Ying waved his hands repeatedly. No, boss, I didn't. I really have a hard time saying it. As he said that, he slightly glanced at Su Lin's side before lowering his head. Su Lin let out a small sigh and slowly shook his head. Some people, they can't even grasp the opportunity to live a little longer. Well, that's starting to be self-defeating. End of chapter. Chapter 119, Son. Go, slap him a few times. Yu Flying Fox continued. Huang Ying, I think you are bold beyond bounds. Don't think that I don't know that your invitation was bought with money. Do you think that you can buy the invitation without my consent? I just want to see, how many guts do you, Huang Ying, have to dare to be the opposite side's informant? Someone in the hall couldn't help themselves and asked loudly. Boss Tour, Huang Ying, he really became an informant for the opposite side? Yu Flying Fox raised his voice, so that the big guys know that this person. He pointed to Huang Ying. This person became an informant for the opposite side and released all the piggies under his hand. For this reason, the opposite side even sent a special plane to pick up those piggies. You guys, if he hadn't become an informant, could he have worked so hard? And also went to great lengths to run to my birthday banquet to pry for information. I see, he wants to get us all in one net. When he said that, the hall instantly boiled over. Huang Ying, tell me, what on earth do you have in mind? That's right, how dare you betray us? Good you Huang Ying, at first we took you in because you were pitiful, but it turns out that you're actually a nail. Drafted? If you can't tell me the truth today, I'll kill you alive. Kill him, grass. For a while, Huang Ying became the target of all the people, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Yu Fei Fox made a wink, and two guards came over and kicked Huang Ying in the crook of his leg, making him kneel on the ground. Huang Ying was kicked to the ground, trembling. Yu Flying Fox raised his head again, looked far away from Su Lin, and smiled. If I guessed correctly, you're the cop across the street, right? Escort him over. Swish, the crowd looked in unison at Su Lin, who was sitting at the front door. Two guards came through the door and pointed their guns at Surin's head. Su Lin let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. What's this about? When did he become a cop? So wronged. Su Lin stood up and walked down the aisle towards the Flying Fox tour, and only stopped when he was 5 or 6 meters in front of him. Tell me, what is your purpose? Yu Fei Fox asked. Looking at him, Su Lin shrugged. Do you believe me when I say I'm here to find someone, and I'll leave when I find them? Yu Fei Fox gave an oh-so-subtle cry and asked, looking for someone? Who? Su Lin honestly said, there's a guy named Shi Pei. That's my little brother. If it's convenient for Boss Yu, just release him, and we'll be well watered. How's that? Ha 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 ha. Yu Flying Fox laughed out loud and said to the people around him, listen everyone, he said he wants to stay out of my well? Ha ha ha, who does he think he is? Ha ha, right? Coming here and thinking of asking Boss Tour for someone? Really think we're doing charity? I'm afraid this man is not sick in the head. Mental child joy. 6. After laughing for half a day, Yu Fei Shu said, so you came here for Chi Pei. I told you how you were with Chi Fong Yun, but you're too naive. aren't you? How dare you come here alone and ask me for someone? You flying fox had a sneer on his face. Surin rubbed his head and said strangely, who said I came alone? You flying fox's face changed. Could it be that you still have outside help? Su Lin pointed at Huang Ying. I came with him. Are you blind? No, I didn't. Huang Ying panicked. The smile on you flying fox's face disappeared and he looked at Su Lin grimly. You dare to trick me? Su Lin laughed. Trick you? No. How about Huang Ying promising me to falsely defect to you and then wait for an opportunity to turn against you? Let's discuss it. As long as you release Chi Pei, I'll turn around with him and leave. Then hand Huang Ying over to you to be sentenced. How about it? Huang Ying was anxious and waved his hands. No, boss tour. I really didn't. You flying fox shook his head. Looking at Su Lin, a scowl appeared on his face. This joke isn't funny at all. Firstly, anyone who enters my flying fox villa, don't want to go out. Secondly, don't you go either. I don't care what your status is. As long as you came here, then stay. Tack. Say you're stupid and you really don't believe me. Even Huang Ying can't tell whose people he really is. Su Lin helplessly spread his hands to Yu Fei Fu, then said to Huang Ying, go on, son, slap him. Huang Ying instantly felt bad and turned to run, but before he could turn around, his head was in a daze. The next second, something weird happened, only to see Huang Ying stand up under the watchful eyes of all of them, and then walk straight towards Yu Fei Hua. You flying fox froze. Huang Ying, what are you doing? Huang Ying didn't answer and swung round to slap Yu Fei Hua's face. Pop! The hall was instantly plunged into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded by the slap, their mouths wide open as they stared daggers at Huang Ying on the stage. After a slap, Huang Ying backhanded another slap on the other face of Yu Fei Hu, pumping the old thing dentures flew out. He was also struck dumb, his eyes staring blankly at Huang Ying. It seemed that even now he couldn't believe that Huang Ying had dared to hit him. Su Lin clapped his hands and shouted, son is great, son is so brave. Slap him again and I'll buy you food. Snap! Huang Ying actually really slapped Huang Ying again, and blood frothed out of the corner of his mouth. The hall was quiet as hell, and everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the scene. I don't know how long it took, but Yu Fei Fox was finally slapped awake. The expression on his face underwent a series of changes in a matter of seconds. From bewilderment to disbelief. From disbelief to shock. From shock to outrage. From outrage to fury. You dare hit me! He stood up and stared at Huang Ying with a hideous look, gritting his teeth and popping out a few words from between them. But Huang Ying didn't seem to have any intention of spoiling him, and with an Ada sound, he flew up and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to collapse onto the tie-shirt chair. Finished surprisingly with a Bruce Lee pose. After posing as if not to solve the hatred, even rushed over to ride on the body of the flying fox, swinging his fist as a fat beat. The beating Yu Fei Fox became a direct dilemma, and the person was confused. The crowd was also all stunned by the scene in front of them, their brains going blank and losing their reactions. Yu Fei Fox stormed into a rage and roared under Huang Ying. The guards on the stage woke up in fear and raised their guns in horror and aimed them at Huang Ying. But now Huang Ying and Yu Flying Fox were entangled together, and they didn't dare to shoot at all. In the end, it was the two juniors who rushed up and framed Huang Ying, which pulled him aside. The two AKs aimed at Huang Ying were about to send him to his death, but it turned out that at this time the sober Yu Fei Fox roared, wait, mud, don't kill him, grass, grass, grass. The little brother stopped with a confused look on his face, with his face covered in blood. Yu Fei Fox staggered to his feet with the help of his little brother, his expression grim as he walked to Huang Ying. Grass, you, ma. Flying Fox grabbed Huang Ying's collar, swung up his hand and threw more than 10 slaps at Huang Ying, throwing Huang Ying's face full of blood. But he is not yet relieved. From the side of the AK in the hands of the younger brother, shoulder up with the butt of the gun ruthlessly smashed in Huang Ying's mouth. Smashed Huang Ying's mouth, teeth all fell out, blood gushing wildly. And at that moment, Huang Ying finally came to his senses and cried out in horror. Boss tour. You, why did you hit me? End of chapter. Chapter 120, he can do mind control. He's the one who controlled me. Why did I hit you? You even asked me why I hit you? How dare you molest me? Asterisk 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 you son of a. You Flying Fox thought that Huang Ying was flirting with him and asked him this on purpose. This caused his already churning anger to completely boil over as if a spoonful of oil had been poured on it. He grabbed Huang Ying's hair and knocked it against the table, and slammed punch after punch into his face, smashing and roaring at the same time. Why did I hit you? Because I want your mother. Why did you hit you? Because I want your dad. Surin froze. No. You hit him, just hit him. What am I doing? I don't around. At this moment, Yu Flying Fox was like a time bomb on the verge of exploding. His face was red, and the veins inside his cheeks were glowing. The eyes staring at Huang Ying were even filled with the bloodthirsty red color of a wild beast, really eager to eat its flesh and drink its blood. His fists even smashed on Huang Ying's face without stopping, and within a few times, it smashed Huang Ying's face like a rotten cucumber. With black and red blood dripping down, the people in the hall looked at each other in dismay. No one had expected such a thing to happen before this birthday banquet had even begun. Some people with ulterior motives even narrowed their eyes, seeking to see if they could benefit from this matter. If this were outside, someone would have pulled out their cell phone and taken a picture, but no one here did so. Everyone knew that at this time, Yu Flying Fox was on the verge of violent anger. Who did not want to touch this bad luck? And that's when Huang Ying reacted. The scene that had just happened was like lightning, rapidly flashing through his mind. After a few seconds, Huang Ying was completely plunged into fear, with chills all over his body. He finally remembered what he had just done. No, it wasn't me. Spare me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It's him. Huang Ying shouted in terror and pointed his finger at Su Lin. As a result, Yu Flying Fox grabbed his fingers and pouted and folded them at once, and afterward, he put them under his feet and stepped on them, while stepping on them and cursing at the same time. Let you step on me. Let you step on me. Boss Tour. It really wasn't me. It was him. It was him. Huang Ying completely collapsed, tears coming out of her eyes in pain as she desperately screamed. But Yu Flying Fox didn't believe him at all. Another wild beating broke Huang Ying's other arm. Wildly beat Huang Ying a meal. The Tour Flying Fox this only subsided a bit of anger. Stopped panting and asked, grass drafted at Huang Ying. Lousy see you poor only promised to help you. You step horse even dare to hit me. Grass. Today if you do not say a 1 2 3 2, lousy sight cut you feed the dog. Although Yu Flying Fox was in a state of rage, but after all, he was the boss of a sitting party, not a stupid person. Regardless of whether or not Huang Ying was an informant of the Dragon Kingdom, there was no way he would have the guts to slap him. Not to mention that it's in front of so many people, unless they don't want to live. And from what he knew of Huang Ying, this was a small person who was greedy and afraid of death. How is it possible to get yourself killed? So although he looked furious on the surface, he was muttering in his heart, is there really something else going on here? Swim boss. It's him who did it he can mind control it's him who controlled me Huang Ying accused Su Lin with his mouth full of blood. Su Lin said, and no, you really guessed it? Quite accurate. Everyone in the hall all looked at Su Lin in unison, including Yu Flying Fox. Surin shrugged innocently, don't even need him to explain. Although Huang Ying said the truth, but no one believes it at all. Sure enough, Flying Fox a slap on the swing in the face of Huang Ying, said angrily, drafting, you think lousy? You are here to engage in the X-Men? And also trampled on the horse mind control? Why don't you say the Flash? X-Men that is fast silver. Not Tour boss. He really will Huang Ying all but broke down and started babbling. He wouldn't have believed such a thing, but the thing is, he couldn't help but believe it. Those who don't believe are dead. You tread horse. Really think I am up? Huang Ying, you wait for Lao Zi to free up his hands, and then step on the horse to lynch you. Do not cut enough to your 200 knives, Lao Zi with your surname. Yu Fei Fox said fervently. Boss Tour, what I said is true. Huang Ying is on the verge of tears. How come no one believes him when he tells the truth? True Yuma. Yu Fei Fox picked up the AK and with a few shots of the butt, Huang Ying spat blood and fainted. Come on people, give me the old man to escort both of these two dogs down, and that cheap pay lock up a piece. When I finish my birthday, then slowly shell them both. Grass. Yu Flying Fox kicked Huang Ying hard again. Several people then came and escorted Huang Ying and Su Lin away. When Su Lin heard it, he was worried about not being able to find Chi Pei, but he didn't think that Yu Flying Fox would want to put him and Chi Pei in a piece. That's a good feeling. Solian was happily escorted towards the back by the two AKs. Coming to the back of the hall and walking through a narrow passage, they entered a 6-story building. There was an elevator inside the building, and when you got in it, you didn't go up. You went down to the ground floor. After exiting the elevator, Su Lin discovered that this was actually an underground prison, with most of the rooms inside empty, and a few scattered ones with people inside. All of these people, without exception, were mute and indifferent to the outside world. Walking over to a cell in the corner, the guard opened the door and after throwing Huang Ying in, pushed Su Lin in as well, and then closed the door and left. Entering the cell, Su Lin saw a man lying on a ragged wooden bed in the corner, his back to them. Judging by the figure, who is it if not Chippy? Su Lin completely dropped his heart. He walked over in amusement and kicked Zippy's ass, knocking him off the bed. Grass. Whoever kicked me, beware my brother will come to kill you. Chi Pei cursed and got up from the ground. twisting his head to see that the person was dumbfounded. Not, you, he pointed at Su Lin in horror. The expression on his face as wonderful as it could be. It took a long time to hold back an inexplicable remark. Brother, why are you in my dream again? Su Lin rolled his eyes and simply went up with a reverse double scissor arm, using his toes to gently point at the bend of Zippy's leg, and Zippy's ass rushed up to kneel in front of Su Lin. Then, without saying a word, he lifted his foot and swung it round to take a powerful shot at his ass. It's a show they used to do back in the asylum days. Ouch! Zippy rolled into a corner as he was whipped, grimacing in pain, but ecstatic. He climbed up and looked at Su Lin incredulously, his mouth opened so wide that he could stuff an egg into it. It's not a dream, brother. Brother, you really came to save me? Su Lin said with amusement. Or what? You're still comfortable here? You don't want to leave? Brother. Chi Pei's eyes immediately reddened. Don't trample nausea. Can still move it? If you can move, hurry to stand up and go with Lousy. Lousy still has things to do. Late when those are gone, Lousy still have to find them one by one. Hey. Yeah, brother. Zippy grinned, only to wipe hard on his eyes a few times as Solian turned around. End of chapter. Chapter 121. Is this the legendary king's bastard Chi? Having found Chi Pei, Su Lin was in a good mood, humming a little tune. He walked over to the cell door and looked out through the small hole in the door, but saw no one. One drawback to his mind control was that the target had to be within his field of vision. If it's not in view, there's no way to control it. Su Lin was not in a hurry, and while observing outside, he asked Chi Pei, "How did you get locked up here?" Chi Pei said, "It's hard to explain. Since I was kidnapped here, they forced me to let me call my old man to get money to ransom me. I disagreed. I was all set to be beaten, but for some reason they didn't beat me. They just brainwashed me every day to get into some kind of electric scam." Su Lin naturally knew it was because of Chi Jianghe. And then what? He asked curiously. Chi Pei continued, "It was fine. I ate and slept and ate, and when I had nothing to do, I thought about you, brother, and thought about when you would come to save me, and then you came, brother." Solian rolled his eyes. "Don't be disgusting." Chi Pei hemmed and hawed. "As a result, the day before yesterday I saw them beating up a little girl, and I couldn't stand to see it, so I took action with them, and as a result, I was beaten up and thrown here. No wonder the status of the Tracer's talisman says injured." Su Lin said with amusement. "Can't see that you're still a hero who saves the love of his life. Can you are really not worried at all." Chi Pei touched her head in embarrassment. "It's not like I'm a little cutie. They don't beat me up and force me to call my dad. That's naturally for a reason. That's not a bad point." Su Lin nodded, but he didn't say anything about Chi Jianghe. It was not good for him to open his mouth about this kind of thing. It was better to wait until Chi Fangyun himself explained it to Chi Pei in retrospect. At this time there were footsteps outside the door. Su Lin looked out. It was a guard with a plate in his hand, probably delivering food. Su Lin directly controlled him and let him come and open the door of the cell. Zippy was wondering why the cell door was open here. Su Lin didn't have the heart to give him an explanation and directly walked outside. Chi Pei hurriedly followed. An unobstructed path led out of the six-story building to the back of the hall. Listening to the sounds of gaggling in the hall, Zippy said curiously, "Brother, you're the boss here." "Ha?" Surin stumbled and said without a word of humor. "What nonsense." Chi Pei pointed at the 7 or 8 loaded guards behind Su Lin and said in shock, "Then how come they all listen to you?" Su Lin looked inside while saying, "That is that they admire my great looks, dashing temperament, abandon their darkness, choose the wood. The prodigal son returns, put down the butcher's knife, and you say you do not understand." "Understand? Oh, I get it. This is the legendary Wang Bachi." Chi Pei stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "Get out." Solian kicked him into the side garden. A 4 and a 1. Can't he hear it? At this moment the crowd in the hall was toasting to You Flying Fox, although You Flying Fox's face was still a bit bruised and swollen, and his complexion was ironic. He still responded to the crowd. After all, today was his birthday banquet, and the appearance still had to be put on. Su Lin swept a glance through the window and instantly dropped his heart. Most of those targets with red ons on their heads are still there, with only a few scattered ones coming out to boo-hoo. Having just come out of the restroom contentedly, Su Lin hemmed and hawed and rushed over to the men head-on. Zippy, who had climbed out of the garden, hurried to follow, because by now the sky was getting darker. It was hard to see people from a little distance, so it was only when Su Lin walked up to those people that they got a good look at him. You. A man pointed at Su Lin confused. Obviously this person was just locked up by Boss Tour. How come he was wandering around the yard in the blink of an eye? Su Lin didn't even bother to talk nonsense with them. It just so happened that they were 4 people. So he just let them pair up 2 by 2 and hold each other and strangle each other. So by the time Zippy jogged over, the sight that he saw was 4 people hugging each other and rolling around on the ground in a chokehold. The choke was foaming at the mouth and his face was blue. The zippers were dumbfounded, thinking what's going on? No one was paying attention on this side of the toilet, and in no time at all, 2 pairs of the 4 were dead, and were kicked into the garden by one of the solemns. Anyway, as long as something was marked out by the system, it was definitely a person who was full of evil, and it was not enough to die 10,000 times. Su Lin had only let them die once. It was really cheap. Chi Pei asked in shock, "Brother, what's going on? Can't you see? They strangled themselves." Solian said smoothly. Zippy wanted to say, "Brother, I'm not blind. The question is, why are they pinching themselves?" But Su Lin had already headed inside the hall. He had to follow. When they entered the hall, the guards saw Su Lin. Their complexion changed, and just as they were about to shout, they were controlled by Su Lin. Then Su Lin led Kipe and walked unhindered all the way to the podium. Having found Zippy, he no longer wanted to tarry here, so he decided to make quick work of it. At this moment, Yu Flying Fox was receiving a toast from a man with a red mark on his head. The man finished the toast. "Just want to say a couple of words of scene." Su Lin has walked behind him. According to the waist is a kick. Kicked him a dog. A yell sprawled on the ground. "Grass! Which ungrateful thing dares to kick me?" He twisted his head around on the ground and looked over at him viciously. "It's your father, me." Su Lin did not bother to talk to him. Behind him a little brother walked up with no expression. A foot on the neck of the man. Click. The man stifled a grunt and came to an instant death with his eyes open. The change on the podium once again stunned the crowd, and the originally boisterous voices in the hall snapped to silence. Yu Flying Fox only reacted at this time, shocked, pointing at Su Lin and shouting, How did you get out? Come on people, grab him." But he shouted vigorously. But the entire hall didn't even have a single person who moved. They all turned on the theater mode. Yu Flying Fox hadn't reacted yet and shouted at the guards on the stage. "Grass! You guys are deaf. I told you to kill him. Kill you ma." Su Lin walked over and smashed his fist on the mouth of Yu Flying Fox, smashing his mouth full of blood and spitting out a few white teeth. Yu Flying Fox shouted once again at the top of his voice. "Mud! It's noisy!" Su Lin dug his ears impatiently and kicked Yu Fei Hui in the face. It directly kicked the old thing backwards. Kill him for me!" Yu Flying Fox roared, his face covered in blood, like a harsh ghost out of hell. But strangely enough, no matter how much he shouted, those guards on the stage stood still. Not only did the guards on the stage not move, but even the guards under the stage. No one moved. Yu Flying Fox shouted for half a day, but didn't see anyone come over, and immediately exploded with anger. "Grass! Are you all deaf? I let you kill him. Kill him, can not hear?" But after shouting, he realized that there was still no one paying attention to him, and his men were like poles, still standing still, especially since there was also the number 2 man of the Flying Fox Villa in here. His son, Yuxing Mingxing, whom he regarded as his right-hand man, also stood as still as a wooden stake, oblivious to his old father's misery. Yu Flying Fox finally realized that something was wrong, and his heart thumped. "What's your situation?" End of chapter. Chapter 122. A nightmare. This is definitely a nightmare. At this time, the swimming star moved. He walked to the front of the swimming Flying Fox with no expression, and then stepped on the swimming Flying Fox's face with one foot. Stepping on the swimming Flying Fox's face instantly deformed. Yu Fei Fox struggled to his feet and looked angrily at his son. Su Lin laughed and shouted, "Old thing, can't you see that your son is going to kill you and take your place? Isn't that right, Tour Star?" The Tour Star nodded. Tour Flying Fox instantly became furious and roared as he pounced on his son. But he was no match for the strong and powerful Tour Star, and in 3 or 2 blows, he was beaten and lay on the ground and could not get up. His son, however, had no intention of letting him go, and went so far as to rush over and mount his old man and beat him. Soon after the fight, the Yu Fei Fox only had outgoing air, not incoming air. Chi Pei looked dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on at all. The swimming Flying Fox was all beaten by his son, and his heart was angry and afraid, and he struggled to press a button under the chair. That's a shout out. The only person who saw this action on the scene was Su Lin, who immediately had a smile on his face. What he was waiting for was for Yu Flying Fox to call out. It was the only way to come to an end. Otherwise he would have to go one by one. What a hassle. It didn't take long for dozens of AK-wielding guards to rush in from outside. Su Lin took a look at the red markings on their heads, and at that moment, he didn't hesitate to give a direct order. All of a sudden the guards around them thumped and pulled their triggers at those who had just come in, and smoke rose in all directions. frightening the entire guest body into hiding under the tables. When the gunfire dissipated, the crowd took another look and were collectively dumbfounded. Good lord, not a single survivor. They're all dead. This bizarre scene directly caused the flying fox, who had managed to break free with great difficulty, to freeze on the podium, his eyes almost falling out. People are stupid. After Su Lin totaled it up, the 100 or so people marked out by the system were basically all concentrated in the hall. Since it was all together, he didn't want to waste any more time and ordered directly. Next, bang 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 bang. The entire hall was drowned out by gunshots and screams. The gunfire continued for over 10 minutes before fading away. Chi-Pei took another look at the scene in the hall and directly sat down on the floor in shock. Aside from the scattered waiters who had been stunned into unconsciousness, the entire hall was filled with corpses, and the blood flowed like a flood. All those criminals who were gaggling just a moment ago are now all going down screaming to hell. Died all unknown, even completely unaware of what had happened. Being confused, Flying Fox was directly stunned and sat on his butt on the podium, looking at this hellish scene with his mouth open. The immense fear overwhelmed him like a flood, causing his body to start shaking violently. At this moment, he almost suspected he was still dreaming. How else could something so terrible, so unthinkable have happened? Nightmare. This is a nightmare. I must still be dreaming. Swimming Flying Fox started slapping himself. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. He slapped himself in the face one hard blow after another, trying to wake up from this hellish nightmare. But alas, he failed, because the nightmare continues. The people on the stage are dead, but there are still around. At this time, those guards on the stage turned their guns and without hesitation, they pulled the trigger at the guards on the stage who were still shooting just a moment ago. There was another burst of intense gunfire, and in less than a minute, all the guards on the stage were dead. Up to this point, Su Lin's mission was 90% complete, with only a limited number of people, such as Flying Fox and Xingxing, missing to submit. However, he didn't want to do so now, because he had to pick himself and chippy out. Though his first step in controlling these people to shoot just now was to break all the surveillance. Yet he couldn't guarantee that the effects of this place wouldn't get out. This is northern Maine. It doesn't matter. But he was bound not to stay in the north of Burma for the rest of his life, and he was soon to return home. So if you don't take yourself off the hook at this point, you're definitely going to face a lot of trouble when you get back home. So, he's going to put on a show for those who might be in the audience. Tour star. You did it. You finally did it. At this moment, Su Lin was a theater master. His eyes reddened, his body trembled, and his face was all filled with unnameable excitement. The tour star smiled miserably. Flying Fox was stupid, pointing at the swimming star and asked in horror. You did all this? Why did you do this? Su Lin couldn't wait to go up and kiss the traveling Flying Fox. The stubble hitch, it's perfect, saves him from leading. In the moment, the star of the show looks up at the sky at 45 degrees, and begins his speech sadly but excitedly. In the midst of Flying Fox's dumbfoundedness, Xingxing faced a field of corpses and spilled out a speech that was several thousand words long and passionate. From the application of core values to the requirements for the construction of spiritual civilization, from the understanding of the inherent goodness of human beings to the discussion of putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the ground, from the misspelling of the great compassion mantra to the central idea of the old man and the sea, from the images of war and peace to the importance of moral education for primary school students, from how to install the national anti-fraud app, to how you shouldn't browse the yellow website. It's a couple thousand words long. To sum it up, that is, under the teaching and probation of the great guru, Surin, Swimming Star finally realized his mistake, cleaned up his act and made a fresh start, and he decided to kill his own father in a big way, screwed his own old man, and took advantage of his old man's birthday banquet, but also incidentally to the north of Myanmar's electric fraud forces in one net, in order to purify the network environment of the Dragon Country, add bricks and mortar. After the speech, Swimming Star once again began to daze, but directly to the tour Flying Fox dry silence. Incidentally, also almost Su Lin's CPU almost dry burning, for no other reason than he wrote the manuscript. What a live writing, tired as hell. Swimming Star this speech also gave Z-Pei dry directly petrified, mouth open or almost stuffed into a goose egg. Brother, when you took a whip and whipped 2 people who offended you alive yesterday, I didn't see you talk about moral education. Oh, you're talking about core values now, about putting down the butcher's knife? What about playing? Zippy had a brain fart. Swimming Star's speech is over. A few moments later, but the Flying Fox looked like he had aged a great deal. His body was hunched over, shrinking on the ground like a dog. Come to think of it, being backstabbed by one's own son is the kind of heartache that one simply cannot speak to others about. He looked at the corpses all over the ground with old tears in his eyes, his heart incomparably sad. Once upon a time, he was powerful and dominant, but he did not expect to be backstabbed by his son in the end and end up in such a situation. Thinking back to the beginning, he was nothing more than an ordinary wage earner in the Dragon Kingdom who was owed $600 in wages by his boss. When he came to his door to ask for money, the owner not only refused to give him the money, but also played rough, saying that if he dared to come to ask for money again, he would break his legs. In a fit of rage, he touched a screwdriver and stabbed his boss to death in the street, then fled to northern Burma, assumed the name of You Flying Fox, and married and had children. Subsequently, in this place of guns and fire, crawling and fighting for several years, several times through the life and death test, before finally succeeded, became the famous Flying Fox boss in northern Burma. He just didn't realize that fate had played a big joke on him, playing him for a fool and making him look like a pathetic clown. A scene in his mind flashed by like a movie, causing Yu Feifu to laugh miserably. If the boss hadn't owed him $600 in the first place, or if he hadn't made a move to kill someone over a measly $600, maybe everything will be different. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world and never believed in ifs. End of chapter. Chapter 123. Is he really a god? Ha 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 ha. You Flying Fox laughed. Laughed up and down. Laughed straight up. Laughed as the blood in his mouth kept flowing out. He laughed as he fished a pistol from the floor and pointed it at his temple. Bang! The gun went off and Yu Fei Fox slowly fell to the ground. Swimming Flying Fox is dead. The Flying Fox villas, which had dominated the whole of northern Burma for many years, went up in smoke. Along with most of the electric extortion forces in northern Burma, they have also suffered an unprecedented blow, and there are not a single electric extortionist left in 10. The whole of northern Burma was instantly as if a 12-magnitude earthquake had occurred. You Flying Fox even contacted the police in the Dragon Kingdom and sent all the electric extortionists back. The wind and clouds were stirred up for a while, and when the people who had the heart to learn that the initiator of all this was actually the son of Yu Feishu, Yu Xingxing, they all fell silent. A question that hits them right in the heart. How is that possible? Just ask, how is it possible? And so, after these people continued to pursue the matter, a name slowly surfaced in the crowd's field of vision. King of the Living Hell, Yushin Star, was actually sensitized by a Dragon Nation man nicknamed the Living Yama, before he did such a shocking thing? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. What kind of person, what kind of practice, can take an otherwise unforgivable criminal and probate him to the point of righteousness? The part-time job is unbelievable and beyond belief, especially since they also know that Tour Star is a total badass, the kind with sores on the top of your head and pus on the soles of your feet. How is it possible to be penitentiary? It's a mirage, especially when those waiters who had escaped from within the Flying Fox villa talked about the sights of that day in graphic detail. These people are even more shaken. This living Yan Wang, is it immortal? Thus, various versions emerged under the speculation of the uninformed eaters. It was also said that Sulin was a reincarnation of a god, specializing in reforming those sinners. There were also those who said that Sulin was an exiled immortal being in the sky, and that saving suffering was just a matter of going with the flow. What's more, they directly said that Sulin was the reincarnation of the King of Hell, specializing in sending those bad guys inside hell. Anyway, say what you will. As a result, in a very short time, the three words King of the Living Hell spread throughout the entire North Face with incredible speed, becoming a sort of taboo, especially those who were saved because of Sulin. Even built the idol of the Living Yama and put it in their homes to keep the incense burning day after day. This is where things come to an end. It was just that Sulin probably didn't expect that this matter would be followed up at a later date. Central Light Airport. A couple of Dragon Nation hat uncles walked towards the waiting tour stars. Mr. Yushin Star, we've been ordered to pick you up, an Uncle Hat said. The mute Yu Mingxing stood still and seemed to be thinking about something. Sulin didn't move and looked at the crowd on the side. Next, a man suddenly rushed out from the crowd, fished out a pistol from his waistband and pulled the trigger on the swimming star. It's Huang Ying. Bang! The gun went off and Yushin went down without a word, blood infesting the ground. Huang Ying killed Yu Mingxing and didn't stop. The gun was aimed at Sulin again. Look out! Uncle Hat reacted at this time and flew at Sulin with a crash of shock and anger. Bang! The gun went off, and a cloud of blood exploded from Sulin's arm as he fell to the ground, and Zippy let out a gasp of surprise, lunging over to block Sulin with his own body. Airport security quickly surrounded them, several guns aimed at Huang Ying in unison. Huang Ying seemed to see that things were not going to work out, but he didn't hesitate to take a shot to his head. Bang! The gunshot sounded for the third time, and Huang Ying fell into a pool of blood, his eyes staring deathly in Sulin's direction. The corner of Sulin's mouth revealed a faintly undetectable smile, and he closed his eyes in peace. Perfect closure. So tired. Ding! Mission accomplished. When Su Lin saw Huang Lili, she was lying on the hospital bed with her leg in a cast, her eyes staring listlessly at the blank ceiling. The tear tracks on her face hadn't even been wiped away. Two uncle hats are talking to her about something. Su Lin didn't disturb them and quietly stood in the doorway. Because the surveillance equipment at the scene has long been damaged, and because it was nighttime and dimly lit, the situation now is that we may not be able to find the perpetrator for a while. The one who said this was an older police officer, looking at Lili Huang with all the sighs in her eyes. After he finished speaking, he saw that Huang Lili didn't respond. So he said, "Recall more carefully, does the perpetrator have any distinctive features? For example, height, stature, or accent of speech, habitual phrases, etc." Lili Huang shook her head woodenly. The other policeman was in charge of the records. A little impatient after the tip of his pen paused on the blank paper. "Ma'am, I hope you'll cooperate with us. You can't say anything. How can you prove that you had your leg broken? Maybe you broke it yourself." Huang Lili finally reacted. She smiled miserably and looked at the hat. "According to you, I broke my own legs and then framed someone for it, didn't I? How do you talk?" The young policeman closed his book impatiently. "It's patently illogical for you to report that your leg was broken and say that those men were coming for you, when there were no other injuries on you at all. Also, we didn't find any traces of a confrontation at the scene you said you were at, or any witnesses. It's all in your own words, but you can't provide evidence. We can't possibly arrest someone just because of your side of the story, can we?" He was about to say something else when the older cop glared at him. Xiao Lu, shut up. Xiao Lu, however, is still somewhat unconvinced. "Master, I have followed you for almost a year. The internship period is almost over. Every day with these flies consume time." She cannot even say who it is. Maybe it is trying to blackmail it. "Lu." The older policeman's face changed and his expression became very serious all of a sudden. "What did I teach you? Is this what you should say in your position? I've told you more than once that reporting a crime is no small matter. Have you forgotten?" "Master, okay, you shut up now," the older policeman said coldly. Only then did Xiao Lu lower his head and stop talking. Only from the veins rising on his neck, it was clear that he still wasn't quite convinced. The older policeman eased up a bit, before turning to Lili Huang. "Tell you what, here's my number. If you remember anything back there, you call and let me know." "Well, okay," Lili Huang said. "Go, I'll clean you up when I get back." The older policeman scolded Xiao Lu and took the lead to walk out. Su Lin was blocking the doorway at this time, and when he saw the two men come out, he moved to the side to let the older policeman pass. When that Xiao Lu was about to go over, he pretended to enter the door and hurried inside. Then he collided head-on with Xiao Lu. Surin grabbed a little bit of super itchy powder and sprinkled it on his body in a smooth manner. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Should I help you transfer an ectopic pregnancy to an intrauterine one? Watch where you're walking. It's Harry. Xiao Lu glared at Su Lin and complained. "Hug a trace. I'm sorry." Surin smiled and said he was sorry. Seeing that Su Lin apologized, Xiao Lu didn't say anything else and walked out muttering. But just a few steps in, his face changed. Why is it so itchy? An oddly itchy sensation felt like a million bugs crawling around along his nerves, causing him to reach out and scratch. But the problem was that the itch felt like it was growing from the inside of his bones, and no matter how much he scratched, he couldn't get any relief. Not only that, but the more you scratch, the more itchy it gets. Within a few minutes, his whole body was itching to walk, scratching his ears and jumping up and down like a monkey in the hospital corridors. "It tickles. It tickles." He couldn't help but yell. His master found that something was wrong, and hurriedly called the doctor over. But the doctor came and could not tell, and could only hurry to let him draw blood for examination. Just this 10 minutes or so, Xiao Lu itchy people are twisted. That suffer. Only then did Su Lin smile and close the door to Huang Lili's hospital room. He only used a little bit of super itchy powder and the effect lasted an hour or two. And it wasn't the kind of itch that kills you. Sort of a small punishment for not paying attention to what he was saying. Entering the hospital room, Huang Lili's eyes had long been red, and the tears that had been held back for a long time kept swirling inside her eyes, but they were stubbornly rubbed back by her. You're back?" she said, holding back tears. Su Lin laughed, walked over and sat his butt on Huang Lili's hospital bed. "If you want to cry you can cry. What's the point of holding back?" As soon as he said that, Lili Huang couldn't hold it in any longer, and with a twist of her body, she flopped down on Su Lin and cried. She was in a better situation than Huarong, not to the point of being alone, but close. She is not a local of Jiangchang, but from the field. Her family parents are ordinary farmers, also not here. Meet a thing, she can only be resolved on their own. This time out of such a big thing, she did not dare to tell her family. and no one to talk about the grievances in her heart. So at this time, once he saw Su Lin, he couldn't hold back any longer and subconsciously felt that he had something to rely on. It's human nature, not that it's about any other factor. Su Lin waited for her to cry for a while and catharsis was almost over before he patted her shoulder and said, "Come on, almost, don't make it sound like I started it." But Lily Huang didn't hold back for a moment and broke into tears. Su Lin asked, "Which ward is Huarong in?" He was going to see Huarong first, but he didn't know which ward he was in, so he came to see Lily Huang first. "In bed 21 on the 10th floor. There's no one to take care of her. I got her a caregiver. It's $300 a day." Huang Lily paused for a moment and looked at Su Lin. Rong is also a bitter person. She was hurt quite badly this time. "You comfort her well." "Aha!" Su Lin answered and patted Huang Lily's shoulder again before turning around and going out. After coming out, he didn't go to the 10th floor first, but found Huang Lily's attending doctor and asked about her condition. After learning that there was no major problem, he paid another $100,000. "Doctor, use good medicine and don't be heartbroken about the money." With that, he turned around and walked away. The doctor was dumbfounded. "It wouldn't have cost much, and you'll be reimbursed for some of it. You've been watching too many bully TV shows, haven't you? Do you want me to help you transfer your ectopic pregnancy to intrauterine?" Solian stumbled and almost didn't fall. "You're a poor little doctor." Coming to the 10th floor, he found Huarong's ward, and just as he came to the door, he heard someone inside talking, quite loudly. When he looked at the door, the first thing he saw was Huarong, who had gauze wrapped around her head, was pale, and was shedding tears. Su Lin was slightly stunned. After a period of time, Huarong had lost a lot of weight, completely missing the previous Arisher energy, instead giving people a feeling of pity. And at that moment, next to her hospital bed, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with a blighted and out-of-shape body and a face full of crossflesh was impatiently accusing. "Why are you so busy? Why don't you tell me you need water just now? I just sat down to rest for a while, and you need water? You're really trying to torment me, aren't you?" Huarong's red eyes, her voice weak. When did I toss you?" The middle-aged woman became even more impatient. "You still call this not tossing me around? All day long. It's just a bunch of crap, eating and ting, and it's not easy for me to earn you $300, is it?" She turned around very impatiently and went to the sanitation room to get a cup of cool water, throwing it on the table next to Huarong. Drink enough, and don't yell later." As she threw it, the water in the cup splashed all of a sudden, pouring all over the table and even splashing onto Huarong's face. Huarong shivered with anger. "This is cool water. How can I drink it? Can't you drink cold water?" "I've been drinking cold water all my life, and I've never seen anyone die from drinking it." "Love to drink it. Don't drink it and go to hell." The middle-aged woman finished cursing, sat down on her butt in a chair, and started playing with her phone. Huarong's entire body was shaking with anger. Several times she struggled to get up, but because of her injuries, she didn't get up. Instead she seemed to have touched her wounds, and her face became white with pain. "It is not a bed in this ward, and there are 2 other patients who can't see past it. Let's say the middle-aged woman. Why are you like this? People's families invited you here to serve the patients, but you are good. All you know is playing with your cell phone all day long. Have you ever served a day properly? That's right, we can't even look at it anymore. And the little girl is still kind enough to call you auntie. Do you still have some conscience?" The middle-aged woman sneered back. "You don't like what you're serving? She is your mother-in-law or your milk. I love how to serve is my business. Forcing things so much, why do not you go to death? How do you talk? What's wrong with me talking like this? If you don't like what you hear, plug your ears, no one's stopping you. Or if you can't do it, you can die. Do you still have some quality? You're a caregiver. Is that what your company requires of you?" "That's right. What's your company number? We're going to complain about you." "Company?" The middle-aged woman was happy. "What for? Complain about me? Ha ha ha. My mother told you. The company is my open business. I also have relations. My mother is really no one, only to the top a few days. She can let me serve. That is burnt incense. You want to complain about the complaint to go love to go where the complaint to go." Both of those patients were pissed off enough to say something else, but they were stopped by the family member next to them. Anyone who could see that this was not to be messed with didn't want to mind their own business. One by one, faulty, the middle-aged woman won the fight and proudly sat down in her chair and swiped her phone, specifically picking out the handsome men to look at. As she was looking at it, a faint voice behind her sounded. "Are you the caretaker hired by Lily Huang?" End of chapter. Chapter 125, Turning Off the Surveillance? What a great guy. You're the caretaker Lily Huang hired? $300 a day? Surin came around to the middle-aged woman. As soon as she saw Su Lin, Huorong's eyes immediately reddened and tears welled up in her eyes, but she covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out. The middle-aged woman, interrupted from looking at the handsome man, looked up impatiently and said, "Where did you come from again? Something wrong?" Sulin shook his head. "It's fine. I just want to ask you to take care of me." The middle-aged woman froze and then laughed in exasperation. "Are you sick?" Solian pressed his face to hers, eye to eye, mouth to mouth, and said, "There's that. Mental illness." Lin Lian even kissed her face in passing. "I didn't expect to end up licking a deep groove right out of it. Blah, 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 trough, smearing so much powder. Your family they run a flour mill ah?" Su Lin swung her arm up and slapped the old thing across the face, knocking her off her chair. The patients and family members in the ward were all baffled by this and looked stupidly at Su Lin. Only Huorong showed an expression that said it was true. "Ah, how dare you hit me? To die ah you." The middle-aged woman people are dumbfounded. After reacting to a bony climb up yelling at the top of her voice, while shouting, he also rushed up to grab Su Lin's face. Su Lin never had the habit of spoiling people, and directly kicked her in the stomach, sending her crashing into the door with a loud clang. People outside were startled and rushed over to see what was going on. The middle-aged woman was kicked by this and almost turned her back, lying on the ground half unable to get up. Su Lin followed her out, grabbed her by the collar, and threw another hand in, made her kneel in front of Huorong's bed. "Old me just returned home. I don't want to hit anyone. Now give her 10 respectful kowtows and I'll spare you," Su Lin said with a cold smile. I kowtow to your horse. You dare to hit my mother. Do you know who my mother is? You're finished. You give my mother to wait. You wait." With that, he started to call, crying to no one on the phone, with a snotty nose and a tearful face. It was a sad one. Surin was happy, but didn't stop her, waiting until she finished her call before asking, "Knock or not?" Middle-aged woman tries to get up. "I knock you." Boo. Su Lin copied the chair next to her and smashed it on her body, smashing the middle-aged woman with a yelp, holding her head and crouching on the ground. The crowd was taken aback and backed away. Only Huorong showed excitement in her eyes, jumping up and down, seemingly eager to get out of bed. Surin saw it and said with a smile, "Just take it easy. The others aren't hitting and the wound is opening up again." Oh. Only then did Huorong spit out her tongue and obediently lay down on the bed. The middle-aged woman screamed miserably for half a day, but she actually wobbled and stood up again, pointing at Su Lin's nose and trying to say something. But before he even had the chance to say anything, he was kicked out by Su Lin, lying on the ground with a straight grunt, never able to get up again. At this time, a sudden burst of applause erupted among the onlookers, and someone shouted, "Well played, so relieved. That's her. The last time my mom was hospitalized and asked her to care for her, she ended up charging the highest rate and not only didn't take good care of my mom, but she also beat and scolded her. And if it wasn't for my mom calling me, I wouldn't have even known. Her company are no good. The caregivers are all more cross than one. I was angry last time I couldn't find a way to argue with them, and they even beat me up. That's just it. I've had my share of losses. It's really not something. It's just a company that scams people out of money, and I've heard that they have backers who bully and don't allow other carers in at all. That's no wonder. I also heard that they straight up pissed off one of my seniors last time, and there's still a lawsuit going on. What scum and scum? The assholes of society. It's people like this that are ridiculed in the Dragon Kingdom. The onlookers spoke in your words, and the group was furious. Su Lin's behavior was like a fuse that ignited the anger in the hearts of these patients' families. What's more, they even jumped at the chance to make a move. But just then, 7 or 8 hospital security guards rushed over. What for? What's going on? Who hit someone? All get out of the way, get out of the way. They squeezed through the crowd and rushed in to take a look at their faces. Sister Ing, a security guard subconsciously shouted, and then covered his mouth. The middle-aged woman on the ground didn't move and glanced at the security guard who hit the head, immediately shaking and pointing at Su Lin howling. That's him, he hit me with his hands. Finished with a sinister look at Su Lin again. A look of "you're done," combined with the blood on her face. The look was kinda funny. Who told you to hit people? This is a hospital. You belong to medical malpractice. The leading security guard was a mustache guy, carrying a baton and strutting in front of Su Lin. Su Lin didn't even raise his eyes. "Which eye did you see me hit?" You didn't hit anyone. What's going on with her? The mustache pointed at the middle-aged woman and sneered. Solian yawned. Can't she just fall over on her own? You think I'm blind? Is this what she looks like when she falls? Alright, cut the crap and come with us. With that, the security guards behind him gathered around in unison, surrounding Su Lin in the center. Okay, let's go. Surin shrugged and stood up. Surin! Huorong called out from behind him. Su Lin turned around and smiled. It's fine. I'll be back in a while. You rest first. The mustache guy pushed him and sneered. Let's go you. What a lot of crap. The onlookers were dispersed, and Su Lin was flanked by several security guards and brought to the security room, followed by the middle-aged woman who was also helped in. After closing the door, the mustache guy said to the middle-aged woman, Sister Ying, what's going on? Sister Ying's name is Lu Xiaoying. Sniffing and pointing at Su Lin viciously said, Mard, this kid doesn't know where to come from. Come up and make a move. Groove. My mother hasn't suffered such a loss yet. You guys, give my mother a hard time fixing him. I'll take the blame for anything that goes wrong. With that, she panted and carried a chair and placed it across from Su Lin, preparing to sit down on it. While sitting, he sneered at Su Lin, Chao Nima, dare to hit my mother. Today my mother must let you know that my mother is not a good mess. Hey yell. It turned out that it was Su Lin who gently kicked away her chair, causing her to sit on her butt. Aha! Gasp! Hit him for me. The mustache guy came over with a scowl on his face, his fingers crunching. Okay, kid, you're quite bold, aren't you? Dare to touch our sister Ring. Really do not know how many eyes of the Horse King? Brothers, the usual rules, let him see our methods. Yes. A few security guards answered and smiled as they began to clean up, wiping the security cameras for the cameras, and closing the windows for the windows. When Su Lin took a look, he was instantly moved. Is this turning off the surveillance? Yeah. What a great guy. End of chapter. Chapter 126, let you know the darkness of society. After turning off the surveillance, the hospital's several security guards all smiled grimly and moved towards Su Lin. It's not the first time they've done this. By the looks of it, Lu Xiaoying, in particular, was good enough to take a seat toward the table and wait for a good show. Today I'll let you realize the darkness of society. She was full of smugness. It's pretty dark. Su Lin nodded his head in agreement, then suddenly grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it hard on that mustache guy's head. Boo! After a clear sound, the mustache guy covered his hair and let out a pig-killing scream. Blood flowed out continuously along the cracks of his fingers, soon muddying a whole face. Mustache clutched his head and crouched. The others all froze for a moment, then became furious. How dare you? So I move my feet? Su Lin flew up and kicked the security guard in front of him into a corner. The remaining security guards all rushed towards Su Lin when they saw that the situation was not right. Su Lin's face instantly revealed a look that was just what I wanted. His body's blood boiled, and his entire body pounced over like a vicious tiger descending from a mountain. Pingback, boom, boom, boom. It didn't take more than a few minutes for a bunch of security guards to all lie on the ground rolling and howling away. After beating up the people, Su Lin felt that his entire body was permeable. It's still a good punch. The mustache guy slowed down a little at this time and squatted there pointing at Su Lin and cursing. Chao Nima, you wait for me. Before he could even finish his sentence, Su Lin appeared in front of him, lifted his foot and kicked him in the mouth. The kick made the mustache guy swallow the rest of his words in his teeth, almost choking himself to death. A true show of what it means to beat down and swallow blood. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Surin pulled out his ears and asked. The mustache guy lost all his guts. Where can he still say anything? And drilled under the table one by one. The first time he met such a ruthless person, out of no scruples. That is really dead ah. If this idea of his was known by the people Su Lin had beaten up before, it would definitely be something to scoff at. You've never seen what the King of Hell can do. At this moment, the entire security room was filled with people lying all over the place, one by one, all screaming miserably. Lu Xiaoying was so frightened by this scene that her face went white and she burrowed under the table. Surin grabbed her feet and dragged her out from under the table, then slapped her across the face. Lu Xiaoying was slapped with a strange cry and subconsciously opened his mouth to curse. Groove. Snap. Su Lin directly slapped her next words back, and then it went back and forth, slapping her forward and backward a dozen times, until her pussy face was turned into a pig's head. And only then did she stop and say, what's the matter with this company of yours? Surin sat on the mustache and asked. The poor Lu Xiaoying person was struck dumb by Su Lin. Where could she still speak? Don't say it, do you? Su Lin never had the habit of spoiling people. Copied the ashtray on the ground and smashed it on the mustache guy's head with a bang. Aha! The mustache guy wanted to die, and thought, Grandpa, you asked her, what are you hitting me for? But the effect was really quite good. Lu Xiaoying was really scared by this ruthlessness of Su Lin and shivered. In order to keep her from talking nonsense, Su Lin rewarded Lu Xiaoying with another honest iron fist. Lu Xiaoying man immediately stupid, began to say one by one, with Lu Xiaoying's narration, as well as Su Lin's fists and feet, was scared out of her wits. Lu Xiaoying was like a bamboo tube to pour beans like all put down. After hearing this, Su Lin was really angry and laughed. It's actually quite simple and can be explained in one sentence. Lu Xiaoying and her husband Wang Tao many years ago is the kind of gang that takes away the nature of the Black Shibuya Club, under the hands of raising a lot of fighters, all the way through, relying on ruthlessness, completed the primitive accumulation. In Jiancheng is also counted on the road to a dignified figure, but the good times didn't last long. In the past few years, the state has been cracking down on gangs, so those like them who are involved in gangs have no room to survive, and at one point, they had to be arrested and taken in. Finally, there is no way. Lu Xiaoying two families had a large amount of money. Money scattered, which was spared, became a black sweep under the leakage of the fish. But think about it, where are these two the kind of people who can stop? Once the wind had passed in a few years' time, these two started popping up again, and saw the right time to set up a housekeeping company specializing in door-to-door housekeeping, as well as hospital escorts. It would have been good to do business this way, but nowadays business is so competitive and they don't want to improve the quality of their service, so there is no more business to do. Seeing that the company is about to go bankrupt, the two simply went back to their old ways, gathered those former henchmen again, and went to those competitors' companies every day to make trouble, and surrounding people's employees. The previous incident also made the two families realize the importance of the upper line. I don't know if it's true or not, but it didn't take long for the rumor to spread that he was related to some big shot in the province. In this way, business immediately went smoothly, and coupled with their underhanded tactics, competitors couldn't do it anymore and switched to other businesses. To ensure the sustainability of the business, the two families paid back the money and had their own men work as security guards at major hospitals. These security guards at the hospital are actually their former henchmen, with all these people bailing them out. Plus some of the people at the hospital took their money as well. That's why other escort companies simply can't get in, leaving them all alone. Many patients' families have suffered from them, but they dare not speak out. One more thing. They are ruthless externally and naturally not bad internally. Deductions of wages in arrears, that's a common occurrence. And they even get their hands dirty when someone asks for wages. As time goes by, no one wants to come and work for their company, resulting in a constant lack of employees. It had to be done. So Lu Xiaoying sometimes had to cover for herself. That's why she's in the hospital now. We are just doing serious business. After saying that, the effect of the honest iron fist has also passed. Lu Xiaoying has not yet reacted to what is going on. A snotty cry. Serious business? Su Lin was all pissed off and laughed. You call this serious business? If you're a serious businessman, how do you embarrass those who are actually in business? Touching the recorder in his pocket, Surin waved his hand. All right, get lost. What Lu Xiaoying said just now was very detailed, and he recorded it all. There's enough direct evidence of their involvement in gangs, bribery, etc. in there to get them in. Surin wasn't at all afraid of them calling the police either. As vicious as these people are, they have the advantage of never calling the police when things go wrong, and will only work things out on their own. The reason is also very simple. They are not clean at the bottom. In case the police come, Uncle had one check to check, find out something else about them, then what to do. So they never took the initiative to call the police, which saved Su Lin a lot of trouble, wandering out of the security room, ready to turn around and have Zippy give the recorder to the police. It's just that he didn't realize even now that there was quite a bit of trouble born behind this recorder. End of chapter. Chapter 127, Generous Mission Reward. When Su Lin came to Huorong's hospital room again, this girl looked at Su Lin with a smile and didn't say anything. Just that look said it all. Su Lin couldn't help but sigh. In a way, Huorong was considered the person who understood him the most. Well, it's okay. Su Lin asked with a smile. It's okay, it won't die. It's just anxious, Huorong replied. Surin was curious. What's the hurry? Huorong laughed, anxious to get out of the hospital to beat up someone. Ha! Su Lin couldn't help but smile, to be able to maintain such a state of mind. It seemed that Huorong hadn't been devastated by this incident. Okay, good, sure, I'll wait for you to get out of the hospital, Surin said. Originally, according to his plan, he was going to go after that family as soon as he came back, but now it's changed its mind. Instead of going with the others, it would be better to let Huorong and Huang Lily take their own revenge. It's just poor Lily. It's all my fault. Huorong's expression darkened, and in her heart, she felt quite sorry for Huang Lily, and she didn't blame you. And besides, it wasn't either of your faults. Su Lin enlightened her. Just focus on recuperating your injuries, and when you're better, I'll see you wreak havoc in the heavenly palace. Huorong was amused by the word pandemonium and nodded with a red face. Yes. After speaking with Huorong for a bit longer, Su Lin left the hospital. Before he did that, though, he contacted Zippy. There were two main things. One was for him to find someone to take care of Huorong and Huang Lily, and the other thing was the tape recorder. Neither is a big deal. and it's just right to give it to Zippy. On the phone, Su Lin heard that Chi Pei was in a bad mood and knew that Chi Fanyun must have told him about Chi Jianghe. But that's the kind of thing he'll just have to learn to accept on his own, and there's not much anyone else can do to help. Hanging up the phone, Su Lin casually called a cab and headed for his villa. In the car, Su Lin finally had the time to check the mission rewards for this trip to northern Burma. This mission has been assessed to have an evaluation level of perfect. Reward now issued. Reward 1, $200 million in cash. From legal sources, deposited into the host's bank card. Bonus 2, skill, armor of thorns. Reward 3, item, underworld incense x10. Bonus 4, 5 points of free attributes. Reward 5, 1,000 points of Yama value. Note, work hard to become the king of the living hell. Armor of thorns? What kind of skill is that? Surin curiously looked at the skill description. Armor of thorns, defensive skill. When this skill is turned on, all physical damage received by the host will be bounced back to the applicator. Skill duration is affected by mental power. This is awesome. Solian was happy. Although he was very powerful now, with invincible skills and strength and speed far beyond normal, but above the defense, it is still lacking. Let's say a bullet, if it hit him, would make holes just as well. So don't look at his trip to northern Burma as easy to write off, but it was actually fraught with risk. And now, with this armor of thorns skill, as long as he turned it on, any physical-based damage would be bounced back, straight up invincible. I won't be afraid of even gunfire in the future. Awesome. Su Lin was very happy in his heart. After enjoying himself for a while, he remembered the item reward the system had just mentioned. Een incense? What's this again? Een underworld incense, when lit, it can summon a designated Een spirit. Summoning a designated ghost? What would be a ghost? The system's explanation was simple, and Su Lin was baffled. As soon as I asked the system, it came straight to the point, literally. Give Su Lin angry ah. You're still a cow. He had a mind to try out the netherworld incense, but he was in a cab and thought better of it. When we have time later. So he went back to checking the system information. The milestones have been completed and the rewards are now being distributed. The function of the Book of Life and Death has been opened. For specific functions, please check by the host. The Book of Life and Death? No way? Surin was a bit surprised. Is this stuff something that a psychopath like him could master? After freezing for a while, he followed the guidance of the system, and he really saw a new page after the Bounty Quest page, on which the 3 big words Life and Death Book were written. But when Su Lin opened it, it was blank and there was nothing inside. What's the situation? Su Lin asked the system. The system, however, didn't say anything, and really wanted to let Su Lin speculate on his own. There was no way around it, so Su Lin could only feel his way around on his own. But after feeling around, nothing came out. There's no prompts, no way to operate, just a blank page. There was no way around it. He can only give up for now and wait for a chance later. After reading the quest rewards, Su Lin added all 5 more attribute points to his spiritual power, bringing his spiritual attribute to 15 points. To be honest, Su Lin was still a little heartbroken when he thought about it now. If he hadn't deducted 4 points in main, wouldn't he be 19 now? No, I'll have to turn back to Zippy to get a fix. After adding the attribute points, Su Lin submitted the bounty quest again and directly gained 20,000 points of Yen Wang value. In doing so, his Yen Wang value came to 36,890 points, directly becoming rich overnight. The reality was hundreds of millions of dollars, and Su Lin didn't feel anything, but the Yen Wang value came to more than 30,000 all of a sudden, and Su Lin immediately felt that he was rich and powerful. It feels like so many things can be bought. Chop chop. Su Lin gleefully clicked on the mall page, but after half a dozen flips, it was grayed out and closed again. Nothing else? There is still too little to buy. It looks like the $1 million house is just getting started. Sir inside. However, the limb regeneration Dan was available to buy, and Su Lin was prepared to buy it out when he went back in a little while to give White Frost a surprise. Turned off the system page. Su Lin did not have anything to do. He saw that the driver master drove a BYD. He remembered his 2 smashed cars, so he had a chat with the driver master. Driver master immediately came to the spirit, to say that many years ago, that domestic is really not. The technology does not go. A lot of problems. But now, the new energy is still really looking at our dragon country. You want to buy a car? Buy our domestic. Support the national product. It just so happened that a Tesla drove past outside. So Solian asked in passing, how's the Tesla? Don't. The master shook his head repeatedly. Our domestic production is no longer good. That is our dragon country's things. Buy is to support our country. His old America's things are good. That is his old America's things. Every time you buy his things, are equal to its sponsor to shell. You say this is not stupid? Su Lin immediately stood in awe. He didn't think that this driver master even had such an awareness. It's really so much better than some of the expert professors. You can. Su Lin was ready to praise the master. But just then, he suddenly froze. In his mind, a name suddenly appeared on the blank page called the Book of Life and Death. Wei Guang, and Su Lin's gaze went to the driver's supervisory name tag, which actually had the same name written on it. Wei Guang, and end of chapter. Chapter 128. Brother, a great favor is not appreciated. What's going on? After Su Lin froze slightly, he immediately looked at the page of the Life and Death book, and when he focused his attention on Wei Guang and that name, a line of information clearly appeared behind that name. He died on August 29, 20XX at 11:54 and 32 seconds p.m. As a result of an automobile accident. And along with this passage, there were also some clear images that appeared on top of the originally blank Book of Life and Death. It was like a projector that projected images on a blank curtain. And on top of that, the content that was playing made Su Lin's heart and mind shake. As the car that Su Lin was traveling in passed through an intersection, it was stopped by a dump truck that ran a red light from the side. The driver, Wei Guanghe, died at the scene, and Su Lin was sent to the hospital with serious injuries. After reading it, Su Lin shuddered and froze a little. This is what's going to happen in a few minutes. How? But immediately he reacted. If the picture shown on the top of the Book of Life and Death was true, then that meant that something was going to happen to him soon? At the thought of this, Su Lin trembled and immediately exited the system space, pulling out his cell phone and looking at the time. It shows 11 hours 50 minutes and 12 seconds on August 29, 20XX. That means in 4 more minutes, that dump truck will show up? This? The Book of Life and Death can tell the future? A look of shock appeared in Su Lin's eyes. Between thoughts, the cab was still moving forward. The driver, Wei Guanghe, was still talking to himself and Su Lin. The scenery outside the car slowly passed backwards, looking no different than normal. However, for some reason, Su Lin felt a warily chilling aura slowly creeping up his spine. The feeling was like when he'd sneaked his old man's VCR and watched the Die Hard movie. While nothing appears to have happened on the surface, the soundtrack has changed. Finally, Wei Guang has stopped the car at a crossroads. The light is red ahead and the readout shows 35 seconds. Su Lin felt his mouth go dry as he looked at the intersection that was exactly the same as the picture shown in the Book of Life and Death. The seconds ticked by as the 3 seconds of the yellow light flashed by and the color of the light turned green. Wei Guang has stepped on the gas, and the car leaped forward, then prepared to pass through the intersection. This intersection was not big in the first place, so Wei Guanghe took 1 foot off the gas, and in 2 or 3 seconds, the car was almost at the center of the intersection. Just then, Su Lin suddenly let out a loud cry. Stop! This time the sound was too loud. So loud that it was like thunder roaring and a bomb exploding. The sound waves stirred back and forth in the narrow carriage, almost shattering Wei Guanghe's eardrums. Wei Guanghe trembled in fear and almost subconsciously stepped on the brakes. The car came to a sharp stop and crunched to a halt in the middle of the road. The car behind him couldn't avoid it and hit the trunk of the cab directly with a bang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the are you yelling about? Wei Guanghe froze and directly became angry, pulling open the door of the driver's seat and preparing to find trouble with Su Lin. But just then, something terrible happened. A dump truck, whose license plate was blocked by mud, suddenly whistled and rushed out from the side at a very high speed, whistling past the cab's front end at a distance of less than 10 meters, bringing up a gust of wind. Then it crashed hard into a car that was turning around in the opposite direction. Boo! The car spun and flung itself around, hitting the green strip in the middle of the road. The dump truck lost its bearings and slid sideways across the road. The scene rang with screams. Wei Guanghe froze. Phew! Su Lin let out a long breath, his heart hanging in midair, finally letting go. The system did not make a mistake. The Book of Life and Death could indeed foretell the future and change it. Just if it wasn't for the sudden reminder of the Book of Life and Death. He yelled out for the cab to stop. Well, here and now, he and the driver, Wei Guanghe, must have had one serious injury and one died on the spot. After taking a few deep breaths with great effort, Su Lin calmed himself. Then once again, he looked at the pages of the Book of Life and Death. Sure enough, the name of Wei Guanghe on that has disappeared, leaving only a blank space. You saw the dump truck? At this time, Wei Guanghe's face was filled with fear and afterthought. As the saying goes, the older you get in the jungle, the less bold you get. Wei Guanghe, as an old driver with more than 10 years of driving experience, how could he possibly not see that just now if it was not for Su Lin's sudden voice? Then at this time he was afraid that he would have already been hit by that dump truck into a dead man. The difference between before and after may only be 2 or 3 seconds. And with the weight and speed of the dump truck just now, Even if the brakes were applied, the speed could not be reduced in such a short distance. That is to say, just now, this voice of Su Lin saved his life. Well, I saw it. Su Lin didn't do much explaining, and there was no way to explain. Can he still say he has a system that can tell the future? If he says that, then there are only two outcomes. One is pulled by the authorities to be sliced and studied. The other, on the other hand, is being locked up as a psychopath. Oh no, he would have been mentally ill. Wei Guanghe's eyes revealed a strong look of gratitude, grabbed Su Lin's hand and solemnly said, "Great kindness, brother." His eyes were a little red, and he couldn't go on. His wife was sick for years, unable to work, with parents on her head and children below. A large family depended on his income to support them. If something happens to him, this family is finished. Therefore, it was difficult to express his gratitude towards Su Lin. Su Lin smiled and didn't say anything. There was also some emotion in his heart. At this moment, he also truly understood the word save others and save himself. If he saves Wei Guanghe, how is he not saving himself? The intersection was in chaos after such a big incident. People organized themselves to save lives and call the police. Surin went over to look at it, and the dump truck driver was in a coma with his face covered in blood and full of alcohol. But looking at his injuries, he shouldn't be able to die. Su Lin looked again at the injuries of the driver of the turned-around cart. It was a girl who looked to be in her 20s. Because of the angle of impact, there were only minor injuries. But the person was so frightened that his face was pale, and the person sat stupidly on the road. His eyes glazed over. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with any of it, Su Lin silently withdrew from the crowd. He wasn't about to take another cab either. The intersection was already jammed into a pot of gruel, and even if he wanted to take a taxi, he'd have to walk to another street to do so. Besides, it wasn't that far from his villa anyway. It was only 10 or 20 minutes away on foot. So when Wei Guanghe and the driver of the rear car negotiated the compensation, and then went to look for Su Lin, but could not be found, he then remembered that he didn't seem to have left Su Lin's contact information, and stomped his feet in chagrin. And at that moment, Su Lin walked away. End of chapter. Chapter 129. Will be too fast? After a small interlude of life and death, Su Lin's mood was a bit stirred. He was now thinking about a very serious problem. That is the precognitive function of the Book of Life and Death. What exactly is its triggering mechanism? And then there's this Book of Life and Death. What's the connection with the one in Judge Chui's hands? Legend has it that the Book of Life and Death, which is in the hands of Judge Chui, records the lifespans of all living beings in the three realms as well as the causes of their deaths. It's a real heavenly book. And this one of his, except for the name Wei Guanghe that was shown just now, was a blank. So obviously, the two are not the same thing. I guess it's just the names that overlap? Solian thought silently. Not to dwell on this issue for now. What Su Lin had to figure out right now was the triggering conditions for this page of his life and death book. As he walked, he watched the passers-by passing by and also kept an eye on the blank page in his head. But unfortunately, even though he had soured his eyes, nothing showed up on the blank pages of that life and death book. Broken? No way? Su Lin said mentally. After half a day of not being able to get the hang of it, Su Lin could only give up for the time being. After another while, he finally returned to his villa. When they opened the door, White Frost, Xiao Meng, and their aunt were there. There was even one more by Shui, blushing at the sight of Su Lin. When several people saw Su Lin, they all happily greeted him. There was a lot of heat, which quieted down. Only when asked did I realize that this niece took the college entrance examination this year and got into Jiangcheng University, and this time she came to study here. As White Frost explained, he kept looking at Su Lin, afraid that he would get angry because he had made a fool of himself. Su Lin didn't care at all. Anyway, this villa of his was sufficient in both size and room. It wouldn't matter if there were even a few more Shirayuki. Oh, Jiangcheng University is good. Study hard. I just ate the loss of not having culture. That's why I was bullied everywhere, Su Lin said with conviction. Several people were all speechless as they listened. You're being bullied everywhere? Brother, you're saying the opposite, aren't you? Su Lin smiled again and said, in this way, Xiao Shui, you this also read the university. I can't not show. Tomorrow I will take you out to buy things. What laptop cell phone wherever other people have, I will send you a set. Snow froze for a moment and asked in surprise, really? Su Lin nodded, which is still a vacation. Go tomorrow. Buy whatever you see. It's not bad. Hooray! Bai Shui jumped to Su Lin's side in an instant and excitedly wrapped her arms around him. White Frost, however, said, she is a little girl. What does she need which for? Don't buy it. Before Su Lin could say anything, Bai Shui was not happy and wrinkled her little nose. What sister, this is a gift from my brother-in-law. Why do you care about everything? A brother-in-law called White Frost's neck red, rushed over and twisted Bai Shue's arm. Dead girl, what are you shouting about? Strangle you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brother-in-law, look at my sister bullying me. Snow started to run around Surin, with White Frost chasing after her as Surin happily watched. Lin Xiaoming looked at the fun and participated, and the three women giggled and made a mess. Brother, I want a computer and a cell phone too. Okay, no problem. Solian shrugged and said, tomorrow we'll go shopping, have one or the other, and buy whatever we see. Long live brother-in-law. Thank you brother-in-law, love you so much. Hooray for my brother. Thank you my brother, love you so much. Bai Shui and Lin Xiaoming shouted. That night, Su Lin came to White Frost's door and knocked on it. Who is it? White Frost asked from inside. Open the door. I want to find you for something. Su Lin whispered. He had just spent 10,000 points and exchanged that limb regeneration Dan, and now he came to find White Frost for her leg. But White Frost didn't know that, and as soon as she heard that it was Su Lin outside the door, her face immediately turned red. It took her a while to dilly-dally before she came over in a silk nightgown and opened the door to her room. Is something wrong this late? Bai Frost didn't even dare to look at Su Lin, her face red like an apple. Su Lin, however, didn't pay attention to Bai Frost's expression and directly entered the room and said, quickly, close the door, don't let them find out. White Frost froze, then her face turned even redder, like a cooked shrimp, her head almost lowered to the ground. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her lips as if she had made up her mind about something, and closed the door to her room, locking it behind her in the process. Surin, Her voice was like a mosquito as she walked to Su Lin, her face red enough to drip water. This room in White Frost is small. At the time she picked it out she specifically picked a small room, saying that she felt safe in a small space. So there wasn't much furniture in the room, just a bed to sit on. Su Lin simply sat on his but on White Frost's bed and patted the bed again, saying, come on, lie down. White Frost faced directly red, stood on the ground and began to pull down his head to pull his own clothes. The voice is so small that it cannot be heard. Would it be too fast? What's too soon? I'm too late. Come on. Surin said. Bai Frost didn't dare to look at Su Lin at all, and hesitated for a long while before biting her lip and walking over, obediently lying on the bed. The whole time his eyes were closed and his eyelashes were fluttering. Solian went to touch her prosthetic leg, but instead touched it on White Frost's thigh. White Frost shuddered, her neck reddened, and she covered her face with her hands. Well, take it off. Surin finally touched White Frost's prosthetic leg. He didn't know how the limb regeneration elixir worked now, but it was definitely time to remove the prosthetic limbs, and White Frost's prosthetic leg was wrapped around her half of her thigh. So that's why Su Lin said that. But White Frost had obviously gotten the wrong idea, and at the words he shuddered and hesitated. Surin asked curiously, what's wrong? Take it off when I tell you to. White Frost was dying of shame, but still used her trembling hands to undress. Wait, what are you dragging? Surin finally realized something was wrong. Take off your clothes. White Frost shuddered with his eyes closed, his hands still not stopping. What? Solian cried. I'm asking you to take off your prosthetics. White Frost's hand trembled, then realized that he had misunderstood, and immediately bashful the whole person is not good. Su Lin stifled a laugh and said, didn't I tell you before? I want to help you regrow your legs, and now that the conditions are ripe, what do you think? You, who told you not to speak up? It's all your fault. White Frost buried herself inside the covers in shame. She thought, ouch, shame on you. White Frost felt like he had no face. Heck, it's his fault. Who is a good man to come to the girl's room in the middle of the night but also said so. So ambiguous. Something's wrong. End of chapter. Chapter 130, Su Lin. Come on. White Frost managed to get out from under the covers, her face still red as an apple, and silently took off her prosthetic leg. Su Lin also reacted to where she had thought of, and amusedly took out the limb regeneration Dan and handed it to White Frost. Here, eat it. The limb regeneration elixir wasn't big, little red pellets that smelled like fruit. White Frost results in the elixir and curiously surveys it. Eat it and my legs will grow back? She asked in disbelief. It was no wonder she didn't believe it, mainly because this kind of thing was so unbelievable that it sounded like a myth or legend. Take a pill and grow legs? It's like a pipe dream. However, she had unconditional trust in Su Lin, so she just scowled for a moment before taking the medicine. The elixir melted in the mouth, and soon a warm current began to flow within White Frost's body. What does it feel like? Su Lin asked curiously. Well, it feels like there's a warm current running inside my body. White Frost said, blushing a bit oddly, and the red cloud that had just faded easily appeared on his face again. Mostly, it's that feeling. Can't be described. It tickled and warmed her, making her whole body feel like it was softening into a puddle of mush, drained of energy. Su Lin had been watching her, and seeing the strange expression, he couldn't help but be a little worried. It was also the first time he had used a thing like the limb regeneration dance, so he didn't have a clue in his heart, but he was only mildly concerned. After all, the system had long ago proved to him the saying that when the system produces something, it must be a masterpiece. As expected, the strange look on White Frost's face didn't last long before it turned into shock. The sensation coming from the place where she had long since lost consciousness in her legs made her not even care that Su Lin was still in the room, while lifting up her nightgown with one hand, and the next sight she saw froze her completely. Dawn. The women in the villa were up in droves. Hey, where's my sister? Why aren't you up yet? Snow asked curiously when she didn't find White Frost. Usually at this time of year, White Frost was always the first to get up and get busy, but today it was uncharacteristic. The door to the room was closed. Don't be sick, do you? Worried, Bai Shui walked to the door of Bai Shui's room and was just about to knock when the door suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, Su Lin walked out from inside. Su, Bai Shui froze, and before she could react to what was going on, she saw Su Lin make a silent gesture at her and then hurriedly leave. He's kinda speechless now too. Who knew that the limb regeneration elixir thing took so long to take effect? The process of limb regeneration takes hours to complete, and it was just finished. It made his eyes sore from staring at White Frost's thighs all night. As soon as he opened the door, he ran into Snow, making it look like that. He simply didn't explain and just flashed away. Why did Surin come out of my sister's room so early in the morning? Snow was half confused and went into White Frost's room. As a result, the first thing he saw was White Frost sitting on the bed, disheveled and flushed, with the covers covering his legs. It was as if Bai Shui had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and many juvenile images suddenly flashed through her mind. She pointed at White Frost in shock. You, it's not what you think, White Frost hurriedly said in a hurry, but she didn't know how to explain. We can't say that Surin fed her something last night and she grew legs all night, can we? You can't say that either. It's so unscientific after all. I had agreed to go shopping this morning, but apparently that's not going to happen, because Su Lin and Bai Frost hadn't even eaten breakfast. They were both catching up on their sleep. It caused the other women to wonder what was wrong with these two. Why were they catching up on their collective sleep? Knowing the inside story, Bai Shui didn't know for what reason, beamed and didn't say anything, putting the word bad mood right on her face. It was like this until the afternoon when the two people walked out of the room. Su Lin was indifferent, but the way Bai Frost looked at Su Lin was so soft that it could have been running water. Full of gratitude, she was now no different than a normal person, moving around freely, but there was no way to give away such a thing, and she decided to keep it a secret forever. If she didn't say anything, others naturally wouldn't pay attention to her legs, so no one realized that White Frost's prosthetic leg had become a white and tender real leg. Snow looked at her sister's eyes and, for some reason, suddenly felt annoyed and wanted to drop things and hit people, so he purposely said out loud, "Brother-in-law, didn't we say we were going shopping?" Su Lin laughed. "Okay, let's go. I'll buy another car by the way. One of those present today will buy whatever they want. Brother, I'm not poor. Hooray!" Bai Shui, after all, childlike, happy again, jumped over and hugged Su Lin's arm and shook it. The whole person was stuck on Su Lin's body. Looking at Bai Frost straight frowned. "Brother, I want it too." Lin Xiaoming took a look and also ran over to join in the fun. Hanging on the other side of Su Lin, Su Lingwan helplessly touched her forehead. "No problem, take whatever you want straight away. I've got more money than I can spare right now," Solian said, patting his chest. After packing up, a few people went out to shop and spend money. In fact, a few women look at the screaming quite fierce, but really when it comes to the money, but a little afraid of the hands and feet. This one is expensive, that one is not worth it, etc. You have to bargain for everything you buy. It's kind of a woman's nature. So in the end there wasn't much money. The girls bought all the things they wanted for 100,000 or so. That's all it took to say more and more. Especially White Frost, still blushing, secretly stuffed a card to Su Lin, then lowered his head in Su Lin's dismayed eyes and said, "This is the money I've saved myself over the years. There's 31,500. You take it. The password is 652389. Su Lin was first stunned. Then a warm current surged in his heart. This silly girl, this 300,000 don't need to be asked. You know it's all her savings. He didn't refuse, though, but naturally pocketed the card. Another sneaky pat on White Frost's hand. White Frost's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head in shame. He was just about to say something, But it turned out that Bai Shui ran over and wrapped her arms around Su Lin. What are you talking about? Brother-in-law? Say buy a car. Su Lin made up his mind. Yes, 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 then we'll go buy a car now. Bai Shui and Lin Xiaoming cheered. So a few people went straight to the car city, and after arriving there was no extra choice. Su Lin directly raised another BYD song. He just doesn't believe it. Can he still get smashed this time? In addition to his BYD song, he had ordered a car for each of several men and women. Pick your own based on personal preference, but the brand name is BYD. Su Lingwan picked a Tang, and Lin Xiaoming and Bai Shui each picked a BYD Seagull. Su Lin happily pays for it. That's how he is. Everyone else with money is a Big Ben BMW Bentley or something. It's the only way to show off your status. He doesn't care. A car is just a means of transportation. That's all. It's also sad if a person needs a car to make a statement. White Frost looked here, felt there, and finally asked for nothing. After all, she's still in a disabled status, so getting another car to drive isn't quite right. Take your time. Bai Shui and Lin Xiaoming were so excited. Although a Seagull is only a few tens of thousands of dollars, which is among the cheapest cars, it is the first car in their lives, and it means a lot. But they can't drive it yet, because they don't have a current car, and they don't have a driver's license. So they need to take a driver's license test first. But Surin's BYD Son is the current car, and you can drive it away after the paperwork is done. It's also quick to do the paperwork now, and after waiting about half an hour, it was done, and gave him a tank of gas. After driving the new car away from the Ford store, a few people were just about to go home when Su Lin received a phone call, and when he picked it up, Huorong's trembling voice came from inside. Surin, you come quickly, they are coming again. End of chapter.